Everyone says the spirit binding and commanding technique completely counters the maiden summoning tradition. Yet you scoff at this notion. Not only are you determined to represent the maiden summoning lineage in the Luo Tian grand ritual, but you also aim to single-handedly dominate the world of supernaturals. This marks your 16th year since crossing into the world of supernaturals. Though you didn't become an innate supernatural like your older sister Gao Wang, your adoptive father Gao Lian, head of the northeast branch of the Wherever You Go company, ensured you were initiated into the maiden summoning tradition at age 5, becoming the grand disciple of Guan Shihua, one of the 10 elders. Standing nervously before the ancestral hall of the Ma family, you know today's success hinges on gaining the favor of a guardian spirit to become a true maiden summoning disciple. Just as your thoughts race, a voice interrupts. Hey, Xuanyu, you're here early. Deng Yu Kai, sporting a thick gold chain, saunters over. Before he can continue, Guan Shihua smacks his head and scolds. How many times must I tell you? No shouting in the ancestral hall, disturb the spirits, and you'll pay for it. After reprimanding Deng, she leads you inside. Inside, the hall's altar immediately draws your gaze, lined with spirit tablets. At the top sit the two most revered, Lord Husanson and Lady Husanson, leaders of the guardian spirits. Deng Yukai steps forward first, offering 3 sticks of incense with reverence. Guan Shihua points to a prayer mat and commands, Xuanyu, kneel. You obey, dropping to your knees. Guan then lights 3 incense sticks, bows to the spirits, and declares, honored guardians, before you stands Gao Xuanyu, the 46th generation disciple of the Ma family. Today, I present him to pay respects and seek your acknowledgement. After placing the incense in the burner, she retreats silently. At this moment, kneeling on the prayer mat, you are extremely nervous. You know this is the most critical time. If any immortal being takes a liking to you and is willing to possess you, they can be invited home for worship. As Guan Shihua put it, this is called fate. Only if you align with the immortals would they be willing to accept your offerings. Over the centuries, countless disciples of the Ma family have tried, but not everyone gains the favor of the immortals. Those without fate must abandon this path and seek other methods. At this moment, seeing the ancestral tablets remain unmoving, Guan Shihua frowns slightly, muttering to herself, could it be this child lacks immortal fate? But that shouldn't be the case. When Xianyu came to offer tributes before, the immortals were always pleased. Why are they suddenly unresponsive at this crucial moment? Just as Guan Shihua is puzzled, nearly 100 tablets on the altar suddenly begin to tremble. Witnessing this scene, Deng Yukai and Guan Shihua immediately show shock. What's happening? Why are all the immortals moving? Could it be they all want to go home with Xianyu? The trembling of the tablets signifies recognition from the immortals, but for nearly 100 tablets to respond simultaneously is unheard of. Not only has Guan Shihua never seen it, but in the Ma family's centuries-long history, such a thing has never occurred. Could Xianyu be the reincarnation of an immortal, blessed with such profound fate? While the grandparents are stunned, you, kneeling on the prayer mat, are also astonished, but not because of the shaking tablets. Instead, it's due to the voice that inexplicably echoes in your mind. Congratulations, host, for awakening the 10,000 Realms Immortal Summoning System. Current World Level 1, Fox Spirit Matchmaker World Binding successful. All demons from this realm can now be summoned. Newcomer gift package distributed. Host gains 10 years of cultivation. Your eyes widen in shock, and your heart surges with joy. Are cheat abilities nowadays this overpowered? Forget the supreme beings like the Aolai trio, just the demon emperors alone could sweep through this world of superhumans. This is beyond incredible. Just as you were lost in shock and fantasy, Guan Shihua's urgent voice instantly rang out. Kid, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and offer incense to the immortal to fulfill your vow. His fiery temper made him wish he could light the incense for you himself. For the first time in centuries, the Ma family lineage had witnessed such an unprecedented spectacle. At this moment, Guan Shihua was so excited his face flushed red. Understood, Grandaunt, you replied, snapping back to reality. You stood up, lit 3 sticks of incense, and placed them in the incense burner. Immediately, the nearly 100 spirit tablets stopped shaking. Only then did Guan Shihua heave a deep sigh of relief. He knew this was a sign of successful communion with the immortals. In other words, you now had the protection of 100 immortals. Wonderful! Our Ma Xiener lineage has produced a genius. Guan Shihua could no longer contain his joy, clapping his hands and laughing like a child. It was no surprise he reacted this way. The Ma family had once commanded great influence in the world of supernatural beings. But then came the 8 extraordinary techniques, especially the Feng family's spirit binding and commanding, which completely countered the Ma family. No matter how powerful an immortal they summoned, the opponent could seize and control it. As a result, Guan Shihua strictly forbade his disciples from leaving beyond the pass, and he himself remained semi-retired among the 10 elders. Though his fiery temper kept him from voicing it, the humiliation gnawed at him. The thought that their centuries-old shamanic lineage had been reduced to hiding in obscurity waiting for their legacy to fade, was unbearable. He longed to break free from this predicament but was powerless until now. With your talent, and under his guidance, you might even be able to summon beings like Lord Tu Shan within a few years. Xuanyu, starting today, forget your muddle-headed father. Stay by my side, Guan Shihua said solemnly, his smile fading. Deng Yukai, who had just snapped out of his daze, was stunned. Was his grandmother planning to take Xuanyu as a disciple? You readily agreed, and Guan Shihua nodded in satisfaction. Come, kid, let's go outside and see which immortals you can summon. He then led you all to an open clearing. Here will do, Guan Shihua said, turning around. Xuanyu, summon the most powerful immortal you can. Seeing Guan Shihua's eager, expectant expression, your face twisted slightly. The most powerful immortal? The third young master of Aoli? Wouldn't that be too extreme? After all, he was the pinnacle existence in the world of fox spirits. If he were truly summoned, a single strike of his staff could wipe out all life within 100 miles. Better to play it safe. Summon Tushan Honghong. Though aloof and domineering, at least she wasn't as destructive. Grandaunt, I'll begin now, you said, readying yourself. Guan Shihua waved his hand confidently. Go ahead, don't hold back. I know all these immortals. It'll be a good chance for me to catch up with them. Hearing this, your expression grew odd, but you said nothing more. Closing your eyes, you began channeling the innate energy within you. The next moment, your eyes snapped open, sharp and focused. Your right hand swiftly formed seals as you chanted, red threads bind the three realms, nine tails stir heaven and earth, through cycles unbroken, fate's bonds endure. With the phoenix and Luan as heralds, we summon the fox queen of Tu Shan. In an instant, the cloudless sky turned dark, and a sinister wind surged from the earth, shooting straight into the heavens. At the same time, a terrifying oppressive force instantly filled the surrounding area. Standing nearby, Guan Shihua and Deng Yukai felt an intense chill rise in their hearts, their expressions frozen in shock. They knew the process of summoning a deity would affect the environment, but this sky-obscuring demonic aura and overwhelming pressure, wasn't it too exaggerated? Could it be that you've actually summoned Lord Tu Shan? Just as the grandfather and grandson were marveling, a beam of red light suddenly poured down from the sky. When they looked up, they were stunned. In the sky, as if split by a long fissure, a barefoot girl dressed in red slowly descended, bathed in the crimson glow. Is this divine summoning? Guan Shihua exclaimed, utterly shocked. When disciples summon deities, shouldn't the spirits enter the summoner's body in an ethereal form? How could the actual physical form be summoned? In her 100 years of life, she had never seen anything so absurd. And who exactly was this red-clad, fox-eared girl? Guan Shihua racked her brain, going through generations of deities, but none matched the figure before her. Judging by her appearance, she must be from the fox spirit lineage. Could she be Tu Shan Tainai? But no, Tainai was over 1,000 years old. She couldn't possibly look this young. Yet, aside from that venerable ancestor, who else could unleash such terrifying, overwhelming demonic energy? Especially this suffocating, oppressive aura. It was practically unbearable. And as Tushan Honghong slowly descended and landed beside Gao Xianyu, a pair of red lips were tightly closed, but a voice like a silver bell came out. Called me for what? Chapter 3 Bloodline suppression. The immortals were directly scared away. Tushan Honghong stood barefoot, the bells at her ankles tinkling. The dark green pupils were looking around curiously. It seemed to be curious about this side of the world, so much so that a pair of adorable fox ears were playful. At this moment, Guan Shihua and Deng Yukai, who were not far away, stared at Tushan Honghong with suspicion. Seeing the dress of this immortal, the grandchildren went through all the immortals they knew in their minds. But in the end, the rash didn't match, especially Guan Shihua, who had been familiar with all the generations of house immortals, immediately reacted. The one in front of him was not even among the enshrined family immortals. Xian Yu, this one you invited? Guan Shihua really couldn't resist the doubts in her heart and couldn't help but open her mouth to inquire. But as soon as her words fell, she immediately drew the attention of Tushan Honghong, so much so that before Gao Xianyu could even open his mouth to explain, she had already unleashed that strong demonic power and headed straight for Guan Shihua. Bad. This red is making Auntie a bad person. Wait. Gao Xianyu was shocked in his heart and hurriedly shouted to stop it. But Tushan Honghong had already struck out, so where could she put it back? Only a blood-red majestic demonic aura erupted, sweeping all around like a sea of blood waves. Guan Shihua, who was standing 2 meters away, took the brunt of it. Feeling that terrifying force demonic power, Guan Shihua was appalled in his heart. Where the hell did this fox fairy come from? The strength was so terrifying. I'm just afraid that's all there is to the descent of the three masters of Hu, isn't it? But at this time there is no time for Guan Shihua to think too much. Immediately strangling his hands and inviting the god to his body, 44th generation disciple of the Ma clan. Please invite Immortal Hu Chui Lu to come up. With a loud cry, a black aura burst out from Guan Shihua's body. At the same time, that red demonic power had already reached her and pounced straight on her face. Luckily, in the nick of time, the massive black chi quickly came forward and formed a wall of air. Bang! A muffled sound was emitted. The red demonic aura retreated half a meter, and the black demonic aura instantly broke apart. It was also at this time that Guan Shihua let out a muffled grunt. It was just that the voice, which was not from Guan Shihua herself, was more like the voice of a young girl. Ishika-chan, who are you messing with? Inside Guan Shihua's body, a crisp exclamation rang out. Hearing the immortal's inquiry, Guan Shihua also looked bitter and said, Auntie Chui, I'm not messing with anyone. This immortal, recruited by one of my disciples and grandsons, and I don't know which side of the immortal fate. What? Your apprentice grandson? Immortal Hu Chui Lu let out another shocked cry, her tone filled with disbelief. Just now, although it was in haste, he resisted the opponent's attack, but that also used almost 80% of its power. However, in front of that red demonic chi, one's demonic power only resisted for less than a second, and then it was broken like thin paper. You know, she was also a fox demon that had been cultivated for 1,000 years. Grandpa is even the third master who is in charge of a group of immortals. As a result, in front of this fox fairy, one was like a baby, powerless to fight back at all. But what shocked Hu Chui Lu the most was that the aura emitted by the other party actually made her feel fear. It's not about intimidation, pure and simple bloodline suppression. When did a fox fairy with such a noble bloodline appear in this world? I was able to make me, who was Master Husan's own granddaughter, tremble. Ishika-chan, I don't care what conflicts you have with each other, settle them yourselves. Hu Chui Lu dropped with a cry, and immediately afterward, he turned into a black gas and quickly returned to the hall. What a joke! It was even if his strength was inferior to the other party, even his bloodline was suppressed. If you stay, you'll have to be made into a fox scarf. And at this moment, Guan Shihua, looking at Hu Chui Lu who had abandoned herself, the whole person was dumbfounded in place. This immortal, however, was the one she had been worshipping since she was a child. Among the crowd of immortals, the two were considered to have the best relationship. As a result, I didn't expect that this fox charming girl would run away alone. However, just as Guan Shihua froze, Tushan Honghong frowned slightly, looking down at her fists. But soon, she seemed to understand something and turned her head to look at Gao Xianyu on the side. You're too weak. I can't even utilize 1/10 of my power. Otherwise, that fox demon can't run away. Gao Xianyu, it wasn't meant to be your shot. Who knew you had such sensitive nerves? But at this time, Gao Xianyu didn't have the strength to argue about this. Just now, Tushan Honghong's blow almost smoked him dry. The innate air in the Dantian was all gone in an instant like a flood. So much so that now, he couldn't even maintain Tushan Honghong, and immediately dispersed his power. In the next second, Tushan Honghong's body gradually became illusory, but her gaze, which always fell on Gao Xianyu, softly instructed, with your current power, don't try to summon the Demon Emperor. Against these people, the Demon King level is sufficient. As the voice fell, Tushan Honghong completely disappeared in place. It was also at this moment that the dim sky cleared. That rushing demonic aura disappeared without a trace in an instant. It's as if it never existed. If it wasn't for the ripples etched into the ground, it would really feel like a dream. Gone. Gone? Tang Yukai, whose body was stiff, said with a trembling voice. Thinking back to that scene just now, he thought he was going to die. Good thing, with Grandma fighting it all off and surviving another day on her own. Holy, what the hell is this? It's so scary. Tang Yukai, who had survived the robbery, could no longer suppress the fear in his heart and let out a shriek. But as soon as his words left his mouth, he received a slap from Guan Shihua head on. Shut up, do you want to die? You little calf? How dare you call an immortal a thing? Believe it or not, I'll pluck your skin. Hearing his grandmother's scolding, Deng Yukai, who had received a slap, immediately calmed down. Just that fear in his heart, which still hasn't dissipated, trembled. Grandmother, I slipped up for a moment, but that immortal is too terrifying. Seeing her grandson scared like this, Guan Shihua's heart instantly softened and could not bear to continue scolding. In fact, not to mention Tang Yukai, how could she not be? If he didn't have 100 years worth of heart, he would only be no better than his own grandson. Especially the moment she saw Hu Tsuilio escaping, she had the idea of running for her life. It's scary. Immortals with 1,000 years of cultivation were knocked away in just a single glance. I'm afraid even Master Hu, the third master, couldn't do this. Could he? Xianyu, this kid, where the hell did he invite a living ancestor from? That, Auntie, are you guys okay? Gao Xianyu, who had recovered some air power, softly called out. Sekishika hunched over and shook her head with her hands behind her back. Xianyu, come with me, I have something important to tell you. After saying that, Guan Shirua's face was grave as she took the lead and turned to leave. Seeing this, Gao Xianyu didn't ask too many questions and followed straight behind. For a while, on the wide open field, Deng Yukai was left alone in place. All gone? Then speaking here, Deng Yukai cried out with a wow sound. It's just too scary. The old man almost had a seat. Chapter 4 Guan Shirua's grievance. Luo Tian Dajiao. Guan Shihua carried her hands behind her back, silent all the way towards her residence. At this moment, she looked calm, but in fact, her heart had long since set off shocking waves. On top of that, there was that overwhelming joy. That's right, joy. Gao Xianyu's appearance simply made her feel like a treasure. Being able to summon the immortal's own body is bull ***** enough. It turned out to be so strong and powerful. Listening to that immortal's words, just now when he struck out, he hadn't even used a tenth of his power. If this really puts her at her peak, who else in this world is a match? Old Master Zhang Jiwei? It's a slap in the face to hit them, but when you run into this immortal, you're afraid it'll be a slap in the face. The difference is that Zhang Jiwei was the one who was slapped. At that time, what the 8 Wonders technique and what detaining spirits and dispatching generals are all bull ******. Whether it's enough for this immortal to poke his finger is a different matter, but thinking about this, Guan Shihua not only sighed. Unfortunately, this kid is not my own grandson. It's true that outlaw bamboo produces good bamboo shoots. Gao Lian is as dumb as a goose. How did he give birth to such a heaven-defying son? And Gao Xianyu, who was following behind at that moment, didn't know what Guan Shihua was thinking. At this moment, he was pondering over Tushan Honghong's words when she was leaving. Indeed, this decade of feats seems like quite a lot. However, if you wanted to harness a demon emperor level character, you were still too far off. First, there is the issue of the strength of the summon. This 10 years of one's own power was not enough to even allow Tushan Honghong to exert 1/10 of her strength. The other thing is the summon's attack. He had thought that after the summoning, there would be nothing left for him to do. Unexpectedly, every attack of the summoned object would consume its own innate air, and the amount of consumption is directly related to the strength of the attack. Still using the Demon Emperor level as a comparison, one's own 10 years of strength was afraid that he would not even be able to support the full force of a Demon King level strike. Of course, that's not to say that he really can't. Actually shift your mind. What about facing weaker opponents and summoning only great demon level characters? For example, the little spider Qing pupil, the poisonous child of the Southern Kingdom, and so on. How can you not drain yourself by only letting these great demon levels show up and strike once? On top of that, you can even jam a bug and summon Tushan Susu, who has little demonic power. This little girl, but the Tushan Honghong after her demonic power has degraded. Though not strong in its own right, the pair of insulated claws, however, had been preserved. Even if it didn't have much offensive power, it was the nemesis of every technique under the sun. Let your divine techniques and supernormal abilities be subtle and mysterious, and your magic treasures split the sky and cut down the earth. But there was nothing to be done in front of the insulated claws of the universal technique nemesis. Any trick that uses air as a medium is ineffective. For a moment, Gao Xianyu was enlightened. He finally realized this 10,000 realms summoning system, the correct way to open it. With his current strength, there was absolutely no need to die against those demon emperors. Think of these mountain-moving powerhouses as life-preserving cards as all. When they usually fought, they summoned those great demons or demon kings. Although his strength was much worse, he was still among the strongest when comparing to the inhuman realm. After all, no matter how weak they were, they had all cultivated for hundreds or thousands of years. In this inhuman realm, it was feared that apart from Zhang Jiwei and the top few old monsters, the remaining others were completely able to hang around at will. Lao Tzu is a genius. That's all I can think of. Gao Xianyu was enlightened, and only felt that his heart was clear. If it weren't for the fact that I hadn't recovered yet, I would have hated to find a place to test it out right away. However, just as he was getting excited, Guan Shihua in front of him also noticed the difference. Xianyu, why are you suddenly so happy? No, it's fine. Gao Xianyu snorted and covered it up. Seeing that he didn't want to say more, Guan Shihua didn't pursue the matter further, but only muttered secretly in her heart, "Is this kid communicating with the immortals? And what did you get out of it?" Normally, if a maiden or disciple wants to communicate with an immortal, he needs to be in the hall to do so. But the thing is, this kid Gao Xianyu just isn't normal. Whether it's that benediction of inviting the fairies, or the way the fairies are invited, even the immortals that were invited down were unheard of. After all, who in their right mind, could bring down the Han? We're inviting fairies. You're really inviting fairies. At this moment, Guan Shihua only felt like her brain was a mush. Even when I got to the house, I didn't know how I got all the way back. Come in with me. Guan Shihua opened the door and walked straight into the house and sat down on a chair. Gao Xianyu followed closely behind and stood in the middle of the room. Just as he was wondering what Guan Shihua had called himself for. Look at this. Guan Shihua picked up an invitation from the table and raised her hand to hand it over. Gao Xianyu received it with both hands and looked down. Just above the invitation, there were 4 big, hot gold letters. Luo Tian Dajiao. Auntie, what are you? It's nothing, this is that. Let your boy make a trip and give my family a long face. Saying this again, Guan Shihua showed a look of indignation. It was as if he had suffered a great deal of aggression and wanted to let it all out. When Gao Xianyu saw this, he was a bit puzzled in his heart. This auntie, usually, is a master of being unreasonable. Why are you acting like this today? But soon, a light flashed in his mind and he understood something. Detain the spirit and send the general. The only thing that could make Guan Shihua so resentful was, I'm afraid, this, but it's no wonder. Ever since the appearance of the spirit-detaining dispatch general, the Ma clan's lineage was like an eggplant struck by frost, completely wilting. Regardless of how much the outside world makes a fuss, the Ma family will definitely not intervene, much less show up. And the reason for all of this was precisely because of the Wind family's spirit-detaining dispatch. For this reason, Guan Shihua even decades ago, strict orders under the door. No one is allowed to go out of the gate. It looks like the ant has been suppressing the fire all these years. Alright, then I'll make a trip. Gao Xianyu agreed with alacrity. It just so happened that, having been given the system for the first time, he also wanted to find someone to practice on and fiddle around with it a bit. The Luo Tian Dajiao is indeed a good choice. You can spar with young people of your generation without fearing for your life. This opportunity to sharpen oneself is still rare. Hearing Gao Xianyu's promise, Guan Shihua nodded his head with great satisfaction and laughed out loud. Kid, I don't care about the others. When you meet the little brat from the Wind and Wang families, you'll slash him to death for me. Which old thing dares to find trouble with you? Auntie, I'll immediately smack him with my big mouth. Hearing this, Gao Xianyu felt speechless. This auntie, how much she must hate the Wang and Feng families. If this 10,000 realms summoning system was given to her, she was afraid that she would be able to directly kill people at their doorsteps. And by doing so, Guan Shihua had also determined that Gao Xianyu could definitely suppress the spirit-detaining dispatch general. Otherwise, with the strength he had displayed, she would never have let this precious lump take the risk even if it was half a risk. Chapter 5. Where is my Hu family's ancestor when the third master who arrives in person? The matter of the Luo Tian Dajiao was decided by Guan Shihua on an ad hoc basis. The original intention was to let his 2 grandchildren cope with it. The Tianshifu personally sent the invitation, and she was not in a position to help Zhang Jiwei's face. But Gao Xianyu's appearance made her change her mind completely. The Northeast Ma family, which has been out of the loop for decades, the fame of those days is long gone. Even the younger generation of Inhumans had almost forgotten about them. If she hadn't still been sitting in the seat of the 10th brother, I'm afraid the Ma family would have been relegated to the fringes a long time ago. Just like the Lu family in western Hunan, it slowly declined day by day until it was completely forgotten by the world. That was why she decided to have Gao Xianyu make the trip. Take this opportunity to revitalize the reputation of the Ma family in front of all the foreigners. However, Guan Shihua also knew that the water was very deep in this Luo Tian Dajiao. After Gao Xianyu went, it was fine to shine, but he must not get involved in other things. Therefore, with a serious face, she commanded in a serious tone, Xianyu, when you get to Longhu Mountain, don't make friends with those unsavory people, and for this competition, just be able to rank in a top 3. Don't fight for first place. By going, we are giving face to the old Heavenly Master. The election of the next generation of Heavenly Masters at Lungfu Shan has nothing to do with our Ma family. Remember? Hearing Guan Shihua's instructions, Gao Xianyu nodded. Got it, auntie. When Guan Shihua saw that he had responded, her face once again resumed its kind smile. But just as he was about to say something, his body suddenly shook and he frowned slightly. A few seconds later, a disgruntled look was muttered. Little fox Mei Zi, running so fast just now, and this time saying that there's something urgent looking for me. With that, she looked up at Gao Xianyu. Okay, that's enough for today. There's still half a month to go before the Luo Tianjiao festival. Stay here and follow me during these days. In case something happens to your cultivation, I'll be able to help you out. As for your father's end, I'll have someone talk to him. In the face of Guan Shihua's sudden retention, Gao Xianyu didn't think much about it and simply nodded in agreement. Seeing the matter settled, Guan Shihua slowly got up and said, I'm going to go down to the shrine, so feel free to wander around on your own. With that, he waved his big hand and walked straight towards the direction of the shrine. Leaving Gao Xianyu alone, He watched her departing back until she disappeared. This aunt, she's quite a fighter. The top 3 of the Luo Tian Dajiao? I also don't know if Zheng Lingyu and the others, are they resistant to being beaten? He wasn't being arrogant when he said that. After all, the strength was there. Among the younger generation, there were only those few who were truly powerful. Letting them take on a demon that has been cultivating for hundreds of years. How is this different from bullying a child? The only ones who could be somewhat of a threat would be the users of the 8 strange techniques. That's all, but we also have to take out Feng Xingtong and Wang Jin, who can restrain spirits and dispatch generals. I'm afraid that the only one who can really take on a few moves is the heir to the Wind Queen's strange sect, Wang Yuya. Is there still half a month left? Just in time to test my conception. If it does come true, it'll be a blast. Gao Xianyu smiled mysteriously and got up to walk towards the clearing at the back of the mountain. In the meantime, Guan Shihua came to the door of the ancestral hall and looked at Deng Yukai, who was sitting on the ground and sobbing, and asked with a puzzled face, "Arigato, what's wrong with you?" Tang Yukai was instantly jolted, startled by the sudden sound, and hurriedly turned back to look. When she saw that it was her grandmother, Sekishika, she stood up from the ground with a whoosh. "Nana, Grandma, I'm fine." Then, without waiting for Guan Shihua to reply, he covered his face and ran away. "I'm almost 30 years old, and I'm surprised my grandmother saw me when I was crying. It's so humiliating." Looking at Teng Yotsai's back as he left in a panic, Guan Shihua had an odd expression on her face. "It's not embarrassing, crying at your age." Then with his hands behind his back, he walked into the shrine, but as soon as she entered the house, the door closed with a bang. The 100 plaques on the hall entrance shifted at once. Seeing this scene, even Guan Shihua could not help but be shocked, no matter how good her state of mind was. "Immortals, what is wrong with you?" As a result of the words, Guan Shihua's eyes became mesmerized and dizzy. She knew that it was a sign of the immortals before they took on the body. Therefore, not daring to have the slightest delay, he hurriedly sat down on the futon and relaxed his body. But in his heart, he was extremely surprised. He hadn't even invited the gods himself, and this immortal came. What in the world is the big deal that's happening? But just then, an old and thick voice rang in her head. "Guan Shihua, I am Master Hu San Tai, which immortal fate is the 46th generation disciple of the Ma clan. Gao Xuanyu, inviting today?" Hearing that the upper body immortal had blown up the mountain gate, Guan Shihua's heart was immediately shaken. Master Hu San Tai? His old man is all rattled? Disciple Guan Shihua, greetings to Master Hu San. Guan Shihua didn't dare to be slow and said in a respectful tone, "I don't know who Xianyu has invited, and I dare to ask the Taisha if something has happened?" But as her voice fell, third master who was slow to respond. But Guan Shihua knew that the other party had not left, so he could only wait patiently. It took about half an incense stick of time before he finally got a response. "Although this matter is of great relevance to my Hu family, it is ultimately necessary to tell you. The fox fairy that Hu Xianyu invited is most likely an immortal spirit from the upper realm. According to what early Chui Lu said, it should be the Tushan Nine Tails lineage. This is the ancestor of my Hu clan, so we want to pay our respects." When these words fell, the shock in Guan Shihua's heart was beyond words. Upper world fairy spirits? Tushan Nine Tails? The ancestor of the fox fairy? The immortal that Xianyu had invited was so great in origin? This kid has really brought down the gods. No wonder even Master Hu San, who was in charge of the immortals, was startled. Together, this Xianyu kid is inviting people's ancestors. Good. We're inviting the ancestors. And you boys are inviting the ancestors of the ancestors. But it's so damn rewarding. Reporting to the great master, the disciple has followed Aunt Chui's orders and has left Gao Xianyu at home. Shall the disciple go back now and call him to you? Although Guan Shihua's words were modest, anyone could hear it. The tone of her voice, she was practically cocking it to the sky. Of course, it wasn't that she was cocky, but it was the result of too much excitement. After all, anyone who heard that their disciple's grandson had brought down the true immortal would have to be incomparably excited. It's like the thunder method. Zhang Jiwei only triggered the heavenly thunder, but his disciples even invoked the thunder god and the mother of lightning. Just tell me, can he not be excited? What's more, it was also about revitalizing the Ma family, and even more so, determining the Ma family's future status in the circle. And Master Hu San Tai, too, heard Guan Shihua's excitement. However, having cultivated for thousands of years, he had already had an extraordinary heart and did not bother to count. There was a moment of silence before he said slowly, "Forget it. The few times I tried to communicate with Gao Xianyu, and the ancestor in him, I got no response. I guess they don't want to meet with us for a while. I have recruited you alone today to tell you this. Make sure to take care of this disciple. Don't let anything happen to him." Chapter 6 Guan Shihua takes on an apprentice, the future leader of the Ma family. As Master Hu San Tai's words fell, he left Guan Shihua's body. The closed door of the shrine opened wide, and the tablets at the entrance of the hall stopped shaking. But Guan Shihua sat on the futon for a long time. The mind was filled with that figure in red and barefoot. No wonder she had such a strong demonic aura. When it descended, it even led to strange changes in heaven and earth. It turned out to be the Tushan Nine Tails lineage. My good grandson, are you really the reincarnation of an immortal? Otherwise, how could one even invite down such a legendary figure? Immediately afterward, she recalled Master Hu Santai's words. Since I was just in shock, it's really intriguing to think back on it now. This Tei Kai, who personally tried to communicate with Xian Yu and that immortal, surprisingly did not get any response at all. Could it be that the nine-tailed immortal didn't even look at the Taisher's lineage? In fact, it was no wonder that Sekishika had popped up with this idea. Nine-tailed clan, that is a spirit fox, born to open the spirit of wisdom. Even if one didn't go to cultivate, one's demonic power would automatically grow. If a person is successful, he or she can even ascend to immortality and be ranked in the immortal class. In ancient times, it was known as an auspicious beast. On the contrary, although Master Hu Santai's lineage had also cultivated well, and was even regarded as a half-immortal existence in the mortal world, but in essence, just plain old foxes. Compared to the nine-tailed spirit fox lineage, there was no comparison from the heel. To say it's an ancestor would be upstaging it. In fact, it is the difference between the people and the royalty. Although a species, it is not a bloodline at all. But no matter what matters there were between Master Hu Santai and the nine-tailed immortal family, it was a family matter of their fox clan. Guan Shihua is an old man and naturally won't get involved. For now, she would just listen to Master Hu San's words and take care of Gao Xianyu. As for the nine-tailed immortal family, whether or not you recognize your lineage of Master Hu Santai, that's up to you. Having figured out this layer, Guan Shihua slowly got up and walked towards home in a beautiful mood. But when he waited until he got home, he realized that there was no sign of Gao Xianyu. This kid, where did he run off to? Guan Shihua was worried in her heart and stood in the doorway looking around. Just then, Tang Yotsai's voice came from behind him. Grandma, Yufu is back. Guan Shihua sniffed and followed the voice. I only saw my two grandchildren, who were walking at a brisk pace, just the youngest grandson, Deng Youfu, in a suit. In the eyes of Guan Shihua, it always felt out of place. What the hell is that thing you're wearing? Take it off now. When Tang Youfu, who had just arrived close, heard this, his smile faltered. Instead, it was his younger brother, Tang Yukai, who said with a scoffing face, I told you that you kid is not a good fool. How is it? Scolded by grandma, right? Hearing his brother's mockery, Tang Youfu snorted coldly and said with a serious face, please call me Smith. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he was slapped by Sekishika AI. Bull ****** Smith. You look like poop to me. Dyed yellow hair like a chicken feather duster, and a tie in a manly fashion. Is the upper lanyard not long enough? Hurry up and change your clothes and dye your hair back. I'm pissed off at you. Tang Youfu covered his slightly red cheeks, listening to his grandmother's head-splitting scolding, and did not dare to talk back at all. Just wondering in my heart, what's wrong with grandma today? Why is she so grumpy? Usually I dress like this, and I don't see her getting mad. Unbeknownst to the world, Guan Shihua was feeling upset because she couldn't find Gao Xianyu. At the sight of these two indomitable grandchildren, they were either scared and crying or revered. Although I don't expect you guys to win over Gao Xianyu, but at least you should try your best to improve your skills more. You're so fancy all day long, and you're so useless. However, Gao Xianyu didn't know that he had also become someone else's child. At this moment, he walked back with a weak face, just in time to see Guan Shihua teaching her grandson a lesson. Auntie, brother arigato, what's going on? He said, looking toward Tang Youfu. Isn't this brother Youfu? When did you come back? As his words fell, the three looked over in unison. Tang Youfu was quite righteous and hurriedly gave Gao Xuanyu a wink, signaling him to hurry and leave. But unexpectedly, Guan Shihua, who had just been filled with anger, suddenly revealed a kind smile and said in a gentle tone, Xian Yu, what have you been doing? I haven't seen you in half a day. Seeing Guan Shihua's face change so quickly, the Deng brothers were all confused. The two men, at this point, were in deep self-doubt. Who the hell is the real grandson? Just now, I saw your old man go to the ancestral hall, so I went to practice for a while. Brother Arifu this is. Gao Xianyu looked at Tang Youfu who was holding the right side of his face and asked in confusion. Guan Shihua, however, waved her hand indifferently. Don't worry about him. I'm just fine with a couple of slaps to move my muscles. The Deng brothers, Gao Xianyu, your old man this way of activity, really strange unique Lu. Just as the three of them were sighing, Guan Shihua continued, by the way Xianyu, I remember you're out of the horse kung fu. Your father taught you, right? After all these years, you didn't properly worship a master? Gao Xianyu was slightly stunned and slowly shook his head. No, I've been learning out horse kung fu from my old man since I was a kid, and he never mentioned anything about it. In fact, when it says from elementary school, it actually means free range. After Gao Lian had finished teaching the Ma family's kung fu, he had never inquired about it. The only teaching he was given was a reminder that every morning, he had to go to the shrine to pay his respects to the immortals, which knew that Guan Shihua said in a disgruntled tone immediately after hearing this. With your confused father, I really don't know how you got to be the manager of this northeast region. If I were a leader who knew everything, I would have fired him a long time ago. You're such a bright kid, and you don't know how to teach it properly. Saying that, Guan Shihua's face flushed and her tone was serious. Let me ask you, Xianyu, are you willing to worship me? When these words came out, it was not Gao Xianyu who was surprised. The Deng brothers on the side even grew their mouths, revealing expressions of disbelief. It is important to realize that Guan Shihua has reached 100 years of age and has long since stopped accepting disciples. Today her youngest disciples are over 50 years old. But what's going on today? A sudden whim to take Gao Xianyu as a disciple? The question is, what do we call it from now on? You used to be called brother, but now you've become uncle? Well, your old man a word. Gao Xuanyu directly super plus generation. Auntie, I'll have to go back and discuss it with my dad. Gao Xianyu wasn't refusing, but really needed to go back and talk to Gao Lian. You should know that Gao Lian's master is Guan Shihua's disciple. If he really worshipped Guan Shihua as his teacher, then this cheap old man would have to call himself. What's there to discuss with him? You say yes or no. Guan Shihua waved her hand in a domineering manner. In fact, she had taken Gao Xuanyu as an apprentice, not really to teach skills. After all, the other party could even invite down a true immortal. So what the hell could she teach? She did this for no other reason than to give Gao Xianyu an identity that could become the leader of the Ma family in the near future. Chapter 7 Tu Shan Susu's wonderful use. Changes in the Luo Tian Dajiao. The news of Guan Shihua's acceptance as a disciple quickly spread throughout the entire Ma family. All the disciples were greatly shocked. What the hell did this Gao Xianyu do? How could he make his aunt, who hadn't taken on any disciples for decades, break the rules and take him as her disciple? As the crowd asked around, a bit of information finally leaked out. Gao Xianyu was able to invite the true immortal. A few short words made the disciples of the Ma clan, once again, be ruthlessly shocked. Are you kidding me? Gao Xianyu can invite the true immortals? Bull asterisk. Even though he is an alien, no one knows if in this world, there are really gods and goddesses, whether it is to become immortal or to live forever. Even in the inhuman world, it's all just a delusion. Although they all strive for this goal, the end result is only a few decades longer than the average person. As for what happens after death, who knows? Therefore, after hearing that Gao Xianyu was able to invite a true immortal, many people's first thought was that it was impossible. I just think that my aunt is deliberately spreading out the news and deceiving the group. There must be something else going on here. But no one dared to ask if Guan Shihua didn't say anything. Instead, he was curious about this junior brother, who had suddenly added to his generation. Thus over the course of a few days, I don't know how many people came to pay their respects to Gao Xianyu. It was overwhelming to him who just wanted to practice. Fortunately, Guan Shihua also noticed this problem and immediately ordered the disciples. From today on, no one is allowed to come to Gao Xianyu, otherwise, they will all be treated as violating the door rules. Once this order was given, the crowd settled down. However, his curiosity about Gao Xianyu grew and grew, and the reason why Sekishika acted in such a way was simply because she was too lazy to explain. After all, it was indeed mind-boggling to be able to invite a true immortal from the Tushan Nine-Tails clan. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would inevitably not have been right to believe it. Instead of wasting words to explain, it would be better to wait until Gao Xianyu attended the Luo Tianjiao festival, and everything would be revealed. Time passed and 10 days passed. There were only 5 days left before the opening of the Luo Tianjiao festival. Gao Xianyu sat weakly on the boulder, panting heavily. Beside it, there was also Tu Shan Susu, who was dressed in red and full of curiosity. Brother Xianyu, is Susu really a powerful demon in this world? Of course it's true. Gao Xianyu rose with a jerk and said, although your magical power is low, your guts are still small, and you always do things in a furtive manner. Tushan Susu? So, I'm still a good-for-nothing vixen? Just as Susu was being talked into doubting her life, Gao Xianyu's words changed. But those hands of yours are quite a powerful magic weapon. Just remember, whenever someone attacks me, you get in the way and swing your hands wildly. From now on, my life is all yours. At the end of his words, Gao Xianyu solemnly patted Susu's shoulder. Look at that. It's like a general giving his men a sacred mission. But on the contrary, Tushan Susu still ate this. Upon seeing Gao Xianyu pleading with himself so seriously, a pair of fox ears instantly became playful and wiggled unheedingly. Hokuchi's little face also turned red from overexcitement. Don't worry, brother Xianyu, I will definitely protect you. Susu excitedly raised her arms in the air and made a pledge in that soulful childish voice. Seeing the innocent Susu, not only did Gao Xianyu not feel the slightest bit guilty, he also nodded with extreme satisfaction. Not bad. This girl can be tricked much better than Tushan Honghong. It's just a shame that it won't transform. In Fox Demon Little Red Queen, Tu Shan Susu, originally a degraded Tushan Honghong, don't look at the usual harmlessness of human and animal, but at the critical moment, but can change into a big number, transformed into the king of Tushan Honghong. But alas, a few days down the line, no matter how much Gao Xian you created a dangerous situation, this Su just doesn't change. Even in times of crisis, he would counter-hide behind Gao Xianyu. If it wasn't for the fact that she had insulated claws, she would still be able to stay in this side of the world continuously due to her low magical power. Gao Xianyu had long ago waved his hand and kicked her back, originally summoned Tushan Susu just to jam a bug. As a result, all of my wishes are now in vain. Forget it, with the current strength, it's enough to deal with the Luo Tian Dajiao. Lu Jin also took out one of the 8 wondrous techniques, the Tong Tian Talisman, 2 days ago. Now those players, they're really going to play for their lives. Gao Xianyu lay down on the boulder and looked towards the turquoise blue sky. The heart was already looking forward to the Luo Tian Jiao festival in 5 days. Originally, the players of the younger generation were just trying to sell Zheng Jiwei a face and go over to deal with it. But with Lu Jin taking out the Tong Tian Talisman as a reward, the nature changed instantly. Nowadays, most of the players were afraid that they had their eyes on the first place throne, thus obtaining the Tong Tian Talisman. Trying to get them to race in a Buddhist manner is no longer possible, but in doing so, it in turn made Gao Xianyu even happier. He was also eager to see how far the strength of those young generation powerhouses could reach when they exerted their full power, and whether or not the great demon, or even the demon king, that he or she had summoned would be able to crush them. As for the first throne, he hadn't thought about it at all. The heavenly talisman was indeed tempting, but he, who was carrying the 10,000 realms summoning system, wouldn't care? Not to mention that it was just a Tong Tian talisman. Even if all the 8 strange techniques were placed in front of him, he would not be moved by them. Gao Xianyu was even greedy for more than he could chew. Not to mention that one's own system, even if it was said to be immortal, as long as he dedicated himself to cultivating and specializing, one day, even a demon emperor level figure would be able to stay by his side consistently. Compared to those 8 wonders techniques that not only required talent, but also hard practice, a ghost would be willing to learn them. Of course, the main thing was that these 8 wonders techniques were hot potatoes. This time, not only will there be a Tong Tian talisman in the Luo Tian Jiao festival, there was also Zhang Chulan, the possessor of the air body source flow known as the end of art. These 2 great magical laws appeared together, so I'm afraid that certain old guys, they can't sit still anymore. To avoid dabbling in karma and getting yourself into trouble, whether it was the 8 strange techniques or Zhang Chulan, it was still better for them all to hide away from each other. He went this time for one purpose: enjoy the fight. Uncle Xianyu. At this time, Tang Youcai's voice suddenly rang out. Gao Xianyu tilted his head to look sideways, only to see Tang Youcai panting and running over. He said in a hurry, "Uncle Xianyu, Grandma asked to find you back," saying that she is discussing the matter of the Luo Tian Jiao festival. Now that Gao Xianyu is Guan Shirawa's disciple, Tang Youcai will have to change his name to Senior Uncle. Got it, let's go. Gao Xianyu raised his hand and sent Tushan Susu back. He himself got up and headed down the hill. When Tang Youcai saw him move in such a dashing manner, not only did he feel a pang of envy in his heart. When will I be able to have the skill of a senior uncle, who can call on the immortals at will with a sprightly hand? Chapter 8 Guan Shihua, whoever touches my Xianyu, I'll plagiarize his entire family. Gao Xianyu went all the way down the mountain and came straight to Guan Shihua's door. Master, I'm coming, come in. As Guan Shihua's voice fell, Gao Xianyu opened the door and walked in. As soon as he entered the house, he realized that Deng Youfu was also here. Uncle Shifu. Without waiting for him to speak first, Deng Youfu snatched a greeting. Hey, good master nephew. Gao Xianyu dejectedly responded with an extremely beaten expression. But when Tang Youfu saw this, he didn't dare to have any complaints at all. It wasn't like he hadn't called Gao Xianyu old brother before. It was just that the cost was a bit high. Not only was he beaten by his grandmother Guan Shihua, but he was also punished by kneeling in the ancestral hall for 3 days. Since then, he hadn't dared to mess up his seniority and honestly called Gao Xianyu senior uncle. Xianyu, come and sit. Guan Shihua smiled and beckoned him to sit beside her. Gao Xianyu didn't make himself polite and walked straight over. As soon as he was seated, Tang Youcai, who was following behind, ran into the house. Seeing his furtive appearance, Guan Shihua glared at him without any good reason and then said, "This time when you go to the Luo Tian Dajiao, let Youcai and Yufu accompany you." Even though they don't compete, they still have a few things going for them. Although Guan Shihua disparaged her grandchildren with her mouth, she still thought of them in her heart, following Gao Xianyu. But he could have more opportunities to get in touch with those powerful immortals, once it fits the eye of whichever one is willing to accept their offerings. Those 2 grandchildren, then, are really out of their league. 2. Of course, that was all she had in mind, not with the intention of snatching Gao Xianyu's immortal fate. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken Gao Xuanyu as her disciple. It was also decided that the next head of the Ma family would pass the throne to the other. Master, just make up your mind. Gao Xianyu naturally understood Guan Shirowa's thoughts, but still agreed painfully. There was no other way. No one could take away the demon that he had summoned over. Taking a step back, even if the Deng brothers really need the Eye of Witch, but if they don't give themselves to be summoned, they can't invite the body even if they are exhausted. But Guan Shihua didn't know this and only thought that Gao Xianyu was generous enough, and immediately laughed happily. Well, it's settled then. Don't work too hard on this journey. If there's anything you want to do, just order these two brats to do it. If you can't do it, you can just teach them a lesson for master. At the end of his words, he even glared at the Deng brothers with hatred, but the deep meaning in that gaze was telling them, that's all grandma can do for you. As for whether or not you can have access to immortal destiny along the way, it's all up to you. Although the Deng brothers were practical, their brains were not stupid, and they immediately grasped their grandmother's meaning. Don't worry, Grandma, we'll definitely take care of Master Uncle. Yes, Grandma, we promise not to make Uncle Shifu angry. The Deng brothers successively patted their chests and made assurances. Only then did Guan Shihua reveal a satisfied smile and nodded. Turning to look at Gao Xianyu, there are still 5 days until the Luo Tianjiao festival, and it will take some time on your way. It's not too late. Why don't we leave tomorrow? If there's anything you need, just talk to Yuzai and Yufu so they can prepare it for you. Hearing this, Gao Xianyu's eyes immediately lit up. Master is generous enough. It's going to take care of all the expenses along the way. However, as one of the 4 great families, the Gao family, he wasn't too far behind and simply said, Master, I haven't been home in a while. My sister's been messaging me all the time for the past few days, so I'd better get back and talk to her before I leave. During the days he was in Dengjia village, his sister, Gao Erzwang, had been in contact with him by airwaves and through his cell phone. The words were full of worry. Likewise, these days, Gao Xianyu had been thinking about his sister, especially her crippled body, considering if it could be cured by the means of the Fox Demon World. For this reason, he didn't hesitate to summon Tushan Honghong once again and ask about it, but the results obtained were a big disappointment. The Fox clan does have a healing spell called Dojo. This technique was considered a high-level spell in all of Mount 2. The cure, however, is to use the intact side as a control to heal the injured side. In this way, Kojiro's injuries are completely out of place. For nowadays, all that was left of her was above her abdomen, and the lower half of her body had long since disappeared. Trying to cure it with a fight is simply not possible. However, Tushan Honghong also said that it was not hopeless to try to cure Gao Erzwang. Among the Fox Demon World, those with truly superior medical skills were the Hilko Demon clan. In particular, the matriarch, Chui Yuling, was a famous physician in the demon world. If she could be recruited, there would surely be a way to cure Gao Erzwang. Gao Xianyu learned of the solution and was immediately overjoyed in his heart. But before he could be happy for 2 seconds, Tushan Honghong poured down a pot of cold water. As the head of the vermicidal demon clan, Chui Yuling was not a demon emperor though. However, with all his strength, he had also reached the realm of a quasi-demon emperor. With Gao Xuanyu's current power, even if she summoned it over, she wouldn't be able to come to the rescue. Not to mention that with Gao Erzwang's injuries, it was by no means a matter of moments. The consumption involved was definitely more terrifying than recruiting a demon emperor level character and fighting a vicious battle. For today's solution, the only way was for Gao Xianyu to continuously improve his strength. At least you have to reach 100 years of power before you can have a try. 100 years of power? I don't know when I will be able to cultivate to this level. Gao Xianyu sighed in his heart, feeling melancholy all of a sudden. But in Guan Shirowa's eyes, he thought he was homesick. Okay, hurry back. All teenagers and still so clingy to your sister. Hearing Guan Shirowa's flirtation, the Deng brothers' shoulders trembled slightly, clearly forcing back their laughter. Gao Xianyu also had a rare blush on his old face, but he didn't bother to explain. Originally, he did miss his sister at this time. Guan Shihua said there is nothing wrong. Then I'll go back master and come back in the morning. Go. Guan Shihua smiled and waved her hand in a shooing gesture. Seeing this, Gao Xianyu did not delay and turned to leave. For a while, only the grandchildren were left in the house. Grandmother, do you really intend to let senior uncle go to the Luo Tianjiao festival? At this time, Tang Yukai could not suppress the doubts in his heart and inquired, What, can't you? Guan Shihua crossed her grandson's eyes and said with dissatisfaction, It's not grandma. Seeing Guan Shihua getting angry, Tang Yukai hurriedly said, This Luo Tianjiao festival is clearly a conspiracy. I heard that it was for that Zhang Chulan who made the setup. Now that you're letting senior uncle go and throw his weight around, I'm afraid that those with bad intentions. But before he could finish his sentence, Guan Shihua immediately interrupted with a cold snort. Fear them for what? Each and every one of them has had their fill, just knowing how to make things difficult for the juniors. I don't care about others. Whoever dares to touch my Xianyu, auntie, I will really have to move my muscles and fire his whole family. Chapter 9 Dual Identity. House Sister Gao Yushan. Guan Shihua's actions allowed the Deng brothers to visualize for the first time how important Gao Xianyu really was in Grandma's heart now. It was only that in some way, it had surpassed both of their own grandchildren. Nope to this, the Deng brothers did not feel the slightest bit of jealousy, but instead strongly supported Guan Shihua's decision. Other people didn't know the current situation of the Ma clan's lineage, but they were extremely clear about it. The Ma family had never set foot outside the pass in decades, although it still has quite a reputation in this part of the Northeast. But in inhuman circles, it was almost on the verge of being forgotten. But just such a situation is still struggling to hold on as the 10th brother of Guan Shihua. Once her old man is gone one day, those ambitious people far away in the Guan will surely make a move against them. When that day came, it would be unknown whether the Ma family lineage could still exist. But Gao Xianyu's appearance instantly became the Ma family's linchpin. It could be said that as long as he didn't die in the middle, the Ma family would be absolutely unharmed for the next 100 years. Maybe even, it will lead to glory. Grandma, if we go to the Luo Tian Dajiao this time, what if the Wang family makes it difficult for senior uncle? Deng Youfu was worthy of being a person who has studied, and his brain turns extremely fast. The key question was asked immediately and to the point. Guan Shihua hemmed and hawed and looked at Deng Youfu with great satisfaction. Not bad. You kid didn't go to the school for nothing. That little thing from the Wang clan doesn't need to be cared for. With Xianyu's skill, he can easily be subdued. If that old thing Wang Ai dares to jump out, you'll just tell him directly. The Northeastern Ma family and the Gao family, they don't cause trouble, but they're never afraid of it either. If he wants to touch Xianyu, then he has to weigh up whether his Wang family is big enough. Hearing this, Deng Youfu had a plan in his mind. As for why the Wang family was singled out, it was because they were the greatest threat to the Ma family. Ever since they robbed the Win family of their spirit-detaining dispatch, the Wang family has been eyeing the Northeast. In addition to that family's sinister ways, it really made the Ma family lineage constantly on guard. Moreover, this time when he went to participate in the Luo Tianjiao festival, he was bound to inevitably cross paths with the Wang family. Just with their insatiable beating nature, after seeing Gao Xianyu's ability, it was very likely that they would have evil thoughts. At that time, if sparks really erupted, the Deng brothers, as juniors in the clan, would also know how to deal with it. Guan Shihua naturally saw Deng Youfu's concern and immediately pacified him. Don't be so nervous, you guys. That old guy Wang Ai, he's not a good person though. But after all, Xianyu is also a member of the Gao family, and still my disciple. Guan Shihua, with these two layers of identity, that old man wouldn't dare to mess around. When you go, you'll play normally. It's time to show your face, just don't weaken the prestige of my Ma family. With Guan Shihua's instructions, the Deng brothers' hearts were instantly much more peaceful. The grandparents and grandchildren also used this topic to chatter about the future of the Ma family lineage, and Gao Xianyu, who had left long ago, had already returned to the Gao family in a car by now. Looking at the courtyard in front of him, he walked all the way in at a quick pace and came straight into the middle of a secret room. Sis, I'm home. Gao Xianyu walked over to a vessel and said softly. Around it, there are all kinds of advanced medical equipment. Inside the vessel, on the other hand, lay only the upper half of Gao or Zhang, real name Gao Yushan. The oxygen mask that was on his face when he learned of his brother's return continued to bubble in response. At the same time, Gao Xianyu received a WeChat on his cell phone. Gao Yushan, tell me, what did you learn after going there for so long? Seeing her sister's inquiry, Gao Xianyu tilted her chin and said proudly, that's a lot to learn. I'm able to invite many powerful immortals now. Even Master praised me. Her old man also said that my talent is unrivaled amongst all generations of horse disciples. Hearing her brother's haughty tone, Gao Yushan sent another message. You're the only one who's good at this. Right, didn't you say you were going to the Jiao festival? Is it leaving soon? Regarding the matter of participating in the Luo Tianjiao festival, Gao Xianyu had long ago informed his sister. Now that he had seen him hurry back, he had already roughly guessed the intention. At this, Gao Xianyu didn't hide it and spoke directly. Yeah, leaving first thing in the morning. It's not a special occasion to come back and talk to you about it before you leave. As his voice dropped, the message came again from his cell phone. Hey, count on your kid's conscience. Luo Tian Dajiao. There must be a lot of fun. After you go, don't turn off your cell phone. I'm going to use your camera to watch the game. Let's see if you're as good as you say you are, said the man, and sent a playful emoji. Gao Xianyu looked at the message that was sent, and his heart immediately warmed. He understood that his sister wasn't even trying to watch the latte bun. Otherwise, with her skills, she could just hack into someone's phone and turn on the camera to watch. The main concern is that I'm afraid I'll get hurt during the game. Good. Since my elder sister is willing to come out personally, then the two of us will be unbeatable if we work together. Gaga messy kill. When the time comes, you'll be in charge of the crunch, and I'll take a flurry of kills. Rolling. You're the duck, the kind that can't be coaxed when you're angry. Don't ha, old sister. Seeing his sister's anger, Gao Xianyu hurriedly compensated with a smile. Then I'll be responsible for Gaga, and you'll be responsible for killing indiscriminately. Okay, we're both born of the same mom and dad anyway, so it doesn't matter who's Gaga. You. Humph. Ignore you. Go to sleep. With the last message sent, no matter how much Gao Xianyu called out, Gao Yushan no longer responded. Seeing this, Gao Xianyu knew that his sister must be tired, so he simply stopped bothering. With just a few more coaxing words, he turned and walked out of the room. But just as he reached the door, he heard a message on his cell phone. When you open it up, there are only 4 simple words. Be safe. Looking at the message sent by his old sister, Gao Xianyu gave a happy smile, then headed out. As for healing Gao Yushan, he was not in a hurry to say anything. After all, with his strength, he hadn't been able to do it at all. Even if I said it, it would not help except to make my oldest sister miss her more. Instead of doing so, it would be better to secretly work hard and increase your cultivation. 100 years of merit, though it may seem far away, but with Goldfinger in place, it might be reached in a few years. Wouldn't it be nice to wait until that time to surprise your oldest sister? At this moment, Gao Xianyu had just walked out of the secret room and happened to see his second uncle, Gao Zhang. Uncle Tu? What brings you here? Gao Xianyu inquired curiously. Although the second uncle is not far from his own home, but usually each have something to be busy, seldom come over to visit. It was only during the New Year's festivals that they were able to get together to pay their respects to the elders of the Gao family. What is this evil wind that's blowing him here today? Chapter 10, The 4 Great Families. The Northeast Gao Family. Gao Zhang looked at Gao Xianyu, who had come out of the secret room, and said with a smile and a snicker, "You brat, you didn't know to go and see great-grandpa first when you came back. You just remembered your sister in your heart." Looking at the second uncle who was asking for trouble, Gao Xianyu scratched his head and said with an awkward smile, "I just happened to stop by on my way home. I just dropped off my bags and I'm on my way to great-grandpa's." At the end, Gao Xianyu queried, "Second uncle, is this why you came here? Or else?" Gao Zhang responded, "Auntie has already told your great-grandfather about you. I didn't expect it, but our Gao family has produced a genius like you. If it weren't for the fact that Auntie said you needed to practice, your great-grandfather would have sent me to bring you back a long time ago." Gao Zhang's tone was actually slightly agitated as he said these words. In fact, the matter of Gao Xianyu being able to invite a true immortal had long been rumored. As a descendant of the Gao family, how could the family elders not know? But in the way of Guan Shihua stopping him, he was afraid of disturbing Gao Xianyu's practicing. That's why no one has been sent there. Now that he had learned of Gao Xianyu's return, the Gao family's oldest ancestor, Gao Chang Cun, immediately asked his grandson, Gao Zhang, to lead him over. It was rare for the Gao family to produce such a genius, so of course they had to make it rare. Gao Xianyu was informed of his second uncle's intention and immediately hemmed and hawed. "It's true that I've been too busy practicing to get away for a while. If it weren't for the fact that I'm going to the Luo Tianjiao festival tomorrow, Master wouldn't even let me back." But the originally smiling Gao Zhang, after hearing the word master, his expression suddenly became odd. Although he is not a disciple of the Ma family, his brother Gao Lian is and as far as he knew, the master that his brother worshipped was none other than Guan Shihua's disciple. If this is converted, then this old man has to call his son Uncle, TSK, 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 TSK. The relationship between these two masters is a mess. Thinking of this, Gao Zhang laughed unkindly, looking at Gao Xianyu for a moment in confusion. "Uncle Tu, what's wrong with you?" "Ha, no, it's fine." Gao Zhang waved his hand, naturally not saying what he was thinking. Just in his heart, he was already looking forward to what his big brother's expression would be when he saw his son. It should be wonderful. "It's getting late. Let's both go and see your great-grandfather." Gao Zhang forced down the curiosity in his heart and turned towards the front. Gao Xianyu followed behind, and the uncle and nephew made small talk along the way. About 20 minutes later, the two came to the front of an extremely luxurious courtyard. A black door plaque of considerable age hangs over the vermilion door. There are 2 big hot gold letters written on it, High House. In front of its gate, there are also 2 stone lions. At a glance, it was like that ancient king's house, with its grandeur and solemnity. Takamasa came to the door and snapped the door ring. Not long after, a woman in her 40s slowly opened the door. "Ergo, you're back." Gao Jie, the youngest daughter of the Gao family, poked half of her body and said. His gaze then swept and landed on Gao Xianyu at the back. Yo, if it isn't my great-nephew, I haven't seen you in a few days. Why have you gotten so dark? Gao Jia opened the gate and walked out quickly, pinching Gao Xianyu's cheeks and said, but that look was like revenge, and the corners of his mouth were raised in a smug smile. Ouch, ouch, auntie, I was wrong. Gao Xianyu begged loudly for mercy, his hands hastily yanking Gao Jia's hands away. Then rubbing his hot and sore cheek, he took a step to hide behind Uncle Tu. Auntie, don't be so stingy. I didn't just accidentally break a bowl in your house. Do you have to hold a grudge until now? But it was fine if he didn't say it. But once Gao Jia heard this, she immediately pinched her waist with one hand and laughed coldly again and again. How dare you kid call me cheap? That's a cowpea red glazed bowl from the Qing dynasty. It's worth $400,000. What's most annoying is that even if the bowl is broken, your family has all run away. Just leave Rajanga can't move at home. How can you two masters have the nerve to do this? Seeing the younger sister getting more and more agitated, Gao Xianyu poked his head in and hurriedly interrupted. Auntie, I did have something to do, and went to Deng's village. If you lose money, you go to my father. He's saved a lot of money over the years he's been with the company. Besides, it's a wonder that an antique that valuable won't break if you just throw it on the table. You don't talk about the Qing. Even if it's from the Shangzhou, it can't come back. It had to be said that Gao Xianyu's kung fu of arching fire was absolutely first-rate. Gao Jia, who was already in a fit of anger, was instantly infuriated. The fire in his heart rubbed out, pointing at Gao Xianyu and cursing. Good little brat, I told you to talk back to me. If I don't beat you into a Shangzhou today, I'll count you out. With that said, his eyes looked around, searching for a guy to take advantage of. Gao Xianyu saw that the event was not good. Whoosh sound drilled into the door, ran towards the courtyard. Seeing that his nephew was nowhere to be found, Gao Jian could not think of anything else. Smoothly taking off his shoes, he went straight after Gao Xianyu. Stop right there, little brat. I'll see where you're going. Gao Zhang, who was standing in the doorway, looked at the departing two and couldn't help but have a headache. Ugh, they're all in their 40s and they're still talking to children. However, this Xianyu is indeed too much of a fool. A bowl of more than $400,000 is also really underhanded. The fight. Then he shook his head and lifted his leg to step into the courtyard. At this time, Gao Xianyu, who was fleeing, quickly ran to the vestibule. As soon as he entered, he saw the old man with white hair and a red face. Great-grandfather, Gao Xianyu exclaimed and hurriedly ran to the old man. Great-grandpa, Xianyu has come to see you. As he spoke, he sat on his butt next to Gao Changsuan, and his gaze was still constantly sweeping towards the door. Seeing this thieving look of the little heavy grandson, Gao Changsuan raised his eyebrows slightly and said with some surprise, "What's all this panic for? Getting chased by a dog?" But as soon as the words were out of his mouth, Gao Jia came running in, shoes in hand. In due course, when he just happened to hear Gao Changsuan's words, his body stiffened and his face instantly darkened. "Grandpa, you're going too far. How can you be so cruel as to scold even your granddaughter?" Gao Changsuan looked at Gao Jia, who had a face full of black lines, and instantly understood what was going on. Immediately, he coughed awkwardly twice and said slowly, "Jia, what did Xianyu do wrong? Why are you still chasing and fighting on?" He broke the bowl. Gao Jia slatted her face and glared at Gao Xianyu without any goodwill. Gao Changsuan frowned slightly and said with some dissatisfaction, "Isn't it just a bowl? If it's broken, is it necessary to beat the child like this?" "Oh," Gao Jia said in a flat tone, "yes, isn't it your favorite one? The cowpea red glazed bowl. What the hell?" When Gao Changsuan heard this, he violently raised his tone and widened his eyes. Gao Jia silently handed over the shoes and continued to arch the fire. "It is the cowpea red glazed bowl that you have kept carefully and lovingly for over 60 years. Gao Changsuan, Ga, sinning. Chapter 11. Stale story, big decision for the Gao family. Gao Changsuan looked at the shoes handed to him and resisted the urge to reject them. If it had been a few days ago, it would have been absolutely no hesitation to pick it up, tie it to a post and beat it up. But now, he really couldn't afford to hit this Xian son a bit. This is a genius who can bring in a true immortal. If he gave it a break, it was a small matter that he was heartbroken. 100 years from now, how can I have the face to face my ancestors and predecessors? It's just a bowl. If it breaks, it breaks. It doesn't hurt. The last 3 words, Gao Changsuan almost said them through clenched teeth. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, looking extremely needy. But he was so surprised to see Gao Jia with this mouthful of behavior. "Grandpa is really rare Xianyu. Usually, you're as good as an old rooster. Now this kid broke such an expensive bowl and he even put up with it. TSK. It seemed like Xianyu's status in the family, since his talent was discovered, was about to rise. "All right, you old man said so." Gager drew her shoes back and stomped on them smoothly. But as soon as her words fell, Gao Changsuan suddenly spoke. "By the way, get that Gorian kid back. It's so unlike me to be busy working every day. He didn't even say he'd take the time to come back and visit after such a big happy event at home. Let's see what I'll do to him when he comes back. When these words came out, Gao Jia was speechless. Gotta. The son pays the father. I told you the old man doesn't take any prisoners. This time, Big Brother's little family fortune. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep it. Or maybe you'll be tied to a post and beaten up. Got it, Grandpa? I'm going to call Big Brother. Gager responded and left the vestibule with good sense. The young nephew just came back. The old man was in a hurry to give a shout over. This grandchildren, they must have something to talk about. It's not good to be here by yourself instead. Sure enough, right after Gager left, Gao Changsuan turned his head to look at Gao Xuanyu and asked in a grave tone, Xian Yu, are you really planning to go to the Luo Tian Bun Festival? In fact, he had called Gao Xianyu back this time, mainly to inquire about this matter. Because of certain old stories, the Gao family had kept a low profile over the years. Now that Gao Xianyu was going to participate in the Jiao festival of Luo Tian, with his skills, he was bound to be a hit. At that time, the reputation of the Gao family would also be greatly dried up in the circle together. This was indeed a good thing for Gao Xianyu, but for the Gao family, there are hard feelings. Tai Yu, master said for me to go and give the Ma clan lineage a long face, so I can't refuse. Gao Xianyu said what was in his heart truthfully, but in his heart, he was wondering why his own Teiyukai seemed to be worried. When Gao Changsuan heard this, he was silent for a long time, and finally sighed and said, That's just it, your master did the right thing. The children and grandchildren will always be blessed, and it is cowardly to keep thinking about the past. Not to mention that there are some things that I'm afraid can no longer be stopped. These words were like talking to himself, but also like revealing something to Gao Xianyu. Anyway, listening to Gao Xianyu's confusion, he couldn't help but ask, What's wrong with you today, Taiji? Could it be that my participation in this Luo Tian Dajiao will attract any danger to our family? Although he was eager to go to the Luo Tian Jiao festival and test the results of his cultivation, but as a son of the Gao family, everything is of course still the rise and fall of the family first, not to mention the expense of the instruments needed to keep my sister alive, which is an astronomical amount every year down the line. If Pops hadn't joined the company and become the head of the Northeast region, so much so, that all the costs will be borne by the company, even their Gao family, I'm afraid they won't last long. After all, the Gao family had kept a low profile for so many years, and there had been very little income coming in, compared to the other three great families. In terms of money alone, it did seem that the family was slightly thin. Don't think about these things, not yet. Gao Changsuan continued to instruct with a big wave of his hand. Just remember, now that you're there, you have to fight for it. We don't want the first one, and that whatsoever Ton Tian talisman. It's even more important not to touch it, but it still doesn't matter if you play as a second. Speaking of this, Gao Changsuan's tone became steeply serious. Also, if someone comes after you, avoid them if you can. If you really can't hide, go to your father and get the company to step in. When these words came out, Gao Xianyu was greatly surprised to hear them. My lord, isn't this routine wrong? Usually when a child is bullied in the family, shouldn't the elders say something like beat the hell out of him? I'll take care of it for you if anything happens? Why do you ask me to go to my parents? Gao Changsuan also saw his small mind, and immediately laughed and said, Don't think about it, listen to the Taiji right. It's not that you're not allowed to do it, it's just that there's too much involved. Besides, you're considered a high-ranking official's son. What's the point of getting involved with that bunch of unsupported ones? Something's up, get a leader. Get ready to be wrong. At the end of the sentence, Gao Changsuan even gave a handsome thumbs up, living like an old boy. Seeing this not-so-tuned Taiyu, the corners of Gao Xianyu's mouth twitched. Gee, I'll do whatever you say, Taiji. Seeing that little Xian's son was on the right track, Gao Changxiyuan heatedly smiled. Okay, that's it, go have fun. Wait until the evening and remember to come back for dinner. When the time comes, your second uncle and your little aunt will come, and we'll get together as a family. Understood, Taiyu? I'll be going then. Gao Xianyu got up to say goodbye and did not linger any longer, leaving straight away. But not long after he left, Gao Jia went and returned to Gao Changsuan. Grandpa, are you really going to let Xianyu go? The tone in which it spoke seemed extremely surprised. Go if you wish to go. Gao Changsuan looked at the door and sighed slightly. The older generations has gotten to you guys. Now that my Gao family has managed to produce a genius, do I still want to be locked up in this Guanwai land? Why should the three of them get to strut their stuff and skate all over the world? Is my Gao family short of them? Especially those two old things, Wang Ai and Lu Ci, who did so many nasty things and didn't see what happened. Now that this little Xian son of mine wants to go out for a stroll, do they really dare to turn their backs on me? At the end of his words, Gao Changsuan's tone already had a slight murderous aura in it. Gao Jie, who was standing on the sidelines, was shocked. It seemed like Grandpa was really planning to let Xianyu go through with it this time. In fact, this is not unheard of. Gao Xianyu's sister, Gao Yushan's talent was also amazing. She, who was already an innate inhabitant, had even learned the Dan technique Kung Fu of the Five Willows school. At that time, Gao Changsuan also wanted her to go and make a name for herself, but as a result, now only half of his body is left, dependent on instruments to keep him alive. This shows that Gao Changsuan let Gao Xuanyu go to the Luo Tian Dajiao to show his skills. What a big decision this is. Chapter 12. The three of them traveled to Longhu Mountain. The day after returning to the high house, early in the morning, Gao Xianyu took his traveling gifts and stood outside the door early. Yesterday afternoon, after being explained some things by the Teiyukai, nothing else happened. In the evening the family also had a good time and gathered for a meal. It was only at the dinner table that Gao Xianyu brought up the afternoon's events a few times, all of which were covered up by the elders. Apparently, they don't want to know too much about themselves. Is it because of the Tushan rebellion? As someone who had traveled over, he knew the history of one man's house. As one of the four great families, the Gao family was by no means a low status in the circles of the inhuman realm. Gao Changsuan, who was the patriarch, did not have the status of a 10th brother, but the weight was definitely extremely heavy. But even so, when he brought it up, great-grandpa always kept his mouth shut. Look at that, like you're afraid of violating some taboo. But in this side of the world, the only thing that can make the older generation avoid it seems to be the Tushan rebellion. And even the master, Guan Shihua, had mentioned it a few times, consciously or unconsciously. Isn't it just the 36 thieves and the 8 wondrous techniques? As I remember it, isn't there any member of my Gao family in here? The only one with the surname Gao seems to be called Gao Gung, or a disciple of the first airstream. But when he thought of this, Gao Xianyu was violently startled. Could it be that this Gao Gun under the first airstream sect is actually a member of my Gao family? If that was the case, then the Gao family back then, I'm afraid that they hadn't been implicated. The reason why Gao Xianyu had this idea was because the descendants of the Gao family were allowed to worship other sects. Just like the Lukes, they're basically free range, and each one of them learns as they go along. Therefore, even if Gao Gun was a disciple of the first airstream, it was very likely that he was a member of the Gao family. As I recall, I think he joined all sects to go undercover. In Gao Xianyu's mind, he carefully recalled all the information about Gao Gang, but nay, this person appeared very rarely, and not much information was known. One can only vaguely recall that Gogan is a cynical nature, even for the sake of being able to join the full sects as an undercover agent for the purpose of punishing and eliminating evil. He even pretended to be real and really betrayed the first stream sect. The final result as well, also did not table clear, can be said to have died in an unknown manner. But from start to finish, there was no mention of him and the Gao family having had any relationship. It can't be that someone deliberately erased it, can it? Gao Xianyu's heart was moved with floating thoughts for a moment. It's not like this kind of thing hasn't happened in other families. Back then, Zhuge Wuho's faction had done it. It seems to be called something like Tian Shaodai, plus the rest of the 3 great families, all sitting in the seat of the 10 brothers, favoring the lesser of their own great masters. As one of the 4 great families, the Gao family's only voice in the circle, it's just my own father, in his capacity as head of that northeast region of the company. So it seems like a trade-off for some kind of balance. Want to go back and look at the genealogy? Gao Xianyu suddenly came up with this idea and was eager to put it into action. As long as you go to the ancestral hall and get the family tree, you can find out whether Gao Gang, or not, is related to his Gao family. But alas, great-grandpa's favorite place to sit and rest was in front of the shrine door. He was afraid that even if he went back now, he wouldn't be able to get it at all. When Luo Tian Dajiao returns, I must go and have a look. If this Gao Gung is really a member of my Gao family, then I'm afraid that my old sister's appearance like this is not an accident. Gao Xianyu's eyes were slightly closed, and his eyes showed a fierce light. Back when he was still young, he had asked his father why his sister had become like this. The resultant answer was a mere accident. After that, no matter how much he inquired, Cao Lian would not say a word more. Even if they went to ask the other elders in the clan, they all kept their mouths shut and just looked regretful. If it really proves that Gogan, it's his Gao family, then the cat's out of the bag. I'm afraid, Junior Master. Just as Gao Xianyu was thinking, a shout came and interrupted his thoughts. Looking up, he saw the Deng brothers, driving up in a van, pull up in front of him. Junior Master, get in the car, we still have to catch the train later. Deng Yukai poked his head out and spoke with an excited face. think he grew up, or the first time out of the pass. Hard to be excited a night did not sleep. Come on, let's go early. Gao Xianyu opened the car door and sat in the back, looking at him with a lack of interest. The Deng brothers glanced at each other suspiciously. What's wrong with Uncle Junior? Hasn't he always wanted to go to the Luo Tianjiao festival the most? I was about to leave, but I suddenly wilted. Junior Master, are you not feeling well? Tang Yukai asked with a puzzled and concerned face. Nah, just something on my mind. Just drive. After Gao Xianyu said this, he leaned his head back on the seat and began to close his eyes. Seeing that he didn't want to say more, the Deng brothers didn't bother anymore. Tang Youfu, who was sitting in the driver's cab, immediately kicked the gas and drove towards the train station. Along the way, the two brothers talked and laughed and chatted. However, Gao Xianyu always kept his mouth shut, looking like he was full of thoughts. Finally, after the three of them were on the train in the direction of Longhu Mountain, Tang Yukai couldn't help but ask, Junior Master, what's wrong with you? If there is anything, you speak to us two brothers. At this rate, it's going to take a lot out of your body. Looking at the Deng brothers, they all looked worried. Gao Xianyu sighed slightly and said slowly, can't talk to you guys about your own family, not to mention that there are some things that I haven't even figured out yet. Hearing this, the Deng brothers looked at each other, neither knowing what to say. Family business, isn't that the Gao family's business? It's true that their two brothers can't manage, although the Ma family lineage has always been in the same breath with the Gao family, tightly embracing the group. However, neither family will interfere in their respective private affairs, unless the other takes the initiative to ask for help. Hi, if you ask me, you don't have to worry too much. Junior Master, Tang Yukai grinned broadly. Uncle Gao Lian is the head of the Northeast region, and old Master Gao is in great health. With the two of them around, the sky won't fall on us. Besides, if something really happened to the Gao family, my grandmother would never stand by and do nothing, would she? Looking at Deng Yukai's bold energy, Gao Xianyu's face finally revealed a smile. That's true, with these older generations around, it's not our little one's turn to worry, but you guys remember. Saying this, Gao Xianyu suddenly changed his words. In case we really get into trouble this time when we go to the Luo Tian Dajiao, you two leave me alone and hurry back. When he says that, he's really just giving a heads up, kind of a heads up, because he knew that this time he went, the two Deng brothers were going to suffer. Whether it was Feng Xingtong or Wang, and both of these two men will detain the spirit and dispatch the generals, and they are bound to catch the immortal that the Deng brothers have invited to their bodies. In the normal course of history, the two men fled with their hands tied, but now that he had gone alone, he would never let that happen again. Chapter 13 arrives at Longhu Mountain and encounters Zhang Chulin's group of four by chance. The three of them rode the train all day and all night. Finally, on the afternoon of the second day, it arrived in Eagle Lake. As soon as I left the station, I saw many drivers holding up signs and soliciting passengers. Most of the places visited are tourist attractions in the city, but most of all, it was the direction to Lungfu Shan. At this moment, Tang Youfu stopped a cab, then turned around and said, Junior Master, it's getting late, let's go. Good, Gao Xianyu responded and then handed over his luggage. But just then, he suddenly saw a youth dressed as a Taoist priest. Looking closely, I realized that it was the 100 million poor as clean Wang Taoist. Wang also, Deng Youfu, who was late in picking up his luggage, looked up in confusion, noticing that Gao Xianyu had an unexpected look on his face. He was looking at another place. Junior Master? Tang Youfu called out softly in confusion, then subconsciously followed Gao Xuanyu's gaze. As a result, he only saw Wang Yuya's back as he entered the car. Junior Master, you recognize that person just now? Nope, just looked familiar. Could be mistaken for someone else. Gao Xianyu returned to his senses and casually dealt with the situation, then immediately got into the car. The Don stood outside the car, confused. Mistaken identity? You haven't been anywhere except Deng's village and Gao's house. How can you see a Taoist priest and still recognize him? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get in the car and go. Inside the car, Gao Xianyu shouted. The Deng brothers, who were interrupted in their thoughts, hurriedly put their luggage in the trunk and then left in the car. About half an hour later, the cab arrived at the bottom of Lungfu Shan. Deng Yukai, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, paid the fare, and the three of them took their luggage down one after another. Looking at the bustling town in front of him, Tang Yukai couldn't help but sigh. It's so lively, there are more people here than at our fair. Nonsense, look at your unseen face. Tang Youfu, who was on the side, unceremoniously counted down his brother, and showed an expression of disgust. Seeing this, Tang Yukai immediately said angrily, no wonder grandma always scolds you. You really have eaten a few years of foreign ink. You don't even know what your last name is. You just pretend. How to pretend, but also eat our parents from the black soil. Shaving food grew up. You, Tong Yofu's face instantly darkened, and he immediately wanted to retort. But before he could open his mouth to speak, he heard Gao Xianyu impatiently say, come on, you're almost 30 and you're still arguing in the street. Master has asked us to come to honor the Ma family, not to lose face. Hearing the youngest uncle speak, the two instantly quieted down. Although Gao Xianyu was younger than both of them, only 16 years old, but in terms of ability, both of them respected this junior master from the bottom of their hearts. Seeing that Gao Xianyu was about to get angry, the two of them didn't dare to say a single word before saying more. Seeing that the Deng brothers had quieted down, Gao Xianyu no longer bothered. Glancing around, he then landed his eyes on a hotel and pointed. Let's go. We'll stay at this one for the night. It's a good time to slip away for the night, and we'll be on the mountain tomorrow. The Dons? Junior Master. Next time when we want to be playful, let's not act so serious, okay? Although you are the elder in terms of seniority, the sense of incongruity is too strong when your childish character is exposed. Why don't you hold it a little tighter next time? However, these words, the two brothers just think about it in their hearts, but do not dare to say it out. Otherwise, this prudish junior uncle would have to be reprimanding them. With a clear goal in mind, the trio grabbed their luggage and made their way to the hotel. After renting 2 rooms and dropping off their bags, the trio completely spread out. It's not a big town, but it sure is a lot of fun, especially at night. There are folk programs. Stalls line both sides of the street, with an even wider variety of goods. The three of them bought and ate all the way, and played hard until midnight before going back. As a result, this sleep went straight to noon. What can I say about you two? You just know how to play. You've overslept, haven't you? Gao Xianyu huffed and puffed as he walked ahead, his mouth constantly lecturing his 2 nephews. Followed by the Deng family brothers, large bags sat all over. Drooping a head did not dare to refute, but in his heart, he was counting this junior uncle down. You're a real live dad. Last night, if it wasn't for the 2 of us pulling the strings, you'd be afraid to go straight through the night. No, we wondered. You're just a 16-year-old kid. How can you attract so many girls? There are several left and right, just about to pinch you. The point is, it's okay for you to be happy about it. You didn't even say you'd share one with me and my brother. Just play it, ancestor. Who can play you? The brothers are more and more depressed, almost to give up the job not to go home. But at that moment, 4 silhouettes appeared in front of them, catching the trio's attention, especially Gao Xianyu, who looked around with a curious face. The men seemed to have noticed his gaze as well, and looked over smoothly. Upon seeing that it was Gao Xianyu's few people, Su San Su Si took the initiative to greet them. Yo, isn't this the Deng brothers? Even you guys are here, encountering an acquaintance. The Deng brothers swept away the depression in their hearts and waved their hands with a smile. It's been a long time, Lao San and Lao Si. I didn't expect to run into each other here. As he spoke, Gao Xianyu's few people came closer. When Su San saw the large bags on the 2 of them, he couldn't help but snicker. You 2 brothers, are you here to participate in the Luo Tianjiao festival? Or are you here to make purchases? Do we need to buy so many things? It's too much, isn't it? Hearing Su San's sarcasm, the 2 brothers' old faces instantly reddened and then darkened. It's none of our business. We're just the ones who do the hard work. All of these things, and they're not all from this living ancestor. But in front of outsiders, they couldn't go to the lecturer's fault. Tong Yukai immediately waved his hand and forced out a smile and said, Hey, it's not a rare trip out, so I just bought some. Who knew I didn't have control and bought so much? But when he spoke, his eyes couldn't help but glance at Gao Xianyu. It was also his actions that caught the attention of Su Si and Su Si. And this is? Su Si sized up the 16 or 17-year-old teenager in front of him and asked suspiciously. Deng Yofu stepped forward at this point and nodded over the conversation. This is our young master, a disciple that the old granny just took in. When these words came out, the Su brothers all had shocked expressions. Granny? 10th pass Stoneflower? Hasn't this aunt stopped accepting disciples a long time ago? How did you suddenly give the Deng brothers a whole little uncle to come? And looking at the age, it doesn't seem like much, does it? At the same time, Zhang Chulan, who was standing on the side, could not help but be curious about Gao Xuanyu when he saw how surprised the Su brothers were. Something that could shock both 3rd and 4th brother was definitely not simple. Is this kid good? I don't know if this Gao Xianyu is also going to participate in the Luo Tianjiao festival. Sigh. This first place, it really isn't that easy to be. Chapter 14 Gao Xianyu, a disciple of the Ma family, pays his respects to the old heavenly master. Seeing Su San Su Si's shocked appearance, the Deng brothers' hearts were secretly pleased. Surprised? Surprised? Didn't think my grandma could take on disciples, did you? But you guys listen to me for a second. You'll be shocked when my little uncle steps in. Lao San and Lao Si, we're going up first. Let's talk later. Tang Yukai smiled with deep meaning and greeted him as he was about to leave. But before he could take a step, he heard a sudden cry of alarm. Wow, old monk, your master is so powerful? I want it. Feng Baobao held up a few large red bills and shouted in a loud and excited voice. But this sudden sound of her voice scared Deng Yukai to death. "I'll go. What bad luck!" Tang Yukai stared at the scruffy Feng Baobao with wide eyes and exaggerated demeanor. If he hadn't recognized the coveralls, he would have almost mistakenly thought that a demon had come out from above, cultivated into a spirit. "Sister Bauer." The corners of Zhang Chulan's mouth twitched as he shouted in a lifeless manner. Tu Shan even rushed forward to yank her back and shouted, "Baby, you've been tricked. He's a monk." Runway family famous mountain up to cut the fire unicorn, and also fought more than 80,000 rounds. You believe this crap, but let him how to dissuade. Feng Baobao simply refused to give up, still clamoring to buy that string of spotted red glazed beads. The three of them, Gao Xianyu, couldn't help but laugh and cry as they looked at this living treasure. This time it was Su Si's few people. Their faces were a shade of green and a shade of red. "Gotta go. You guys get busy. We're outta here." Tang Yukai gave a cheap greeting, and then he and Gao Xuanyu, both of them, walked towards the mountain. It was just that when passing by Feng Baobao, Gao Xianyu still couldn't help but look at her twice more. As the heroine in a one-person world, she could not help the curiosity in her heart when she finally saw the real person. Not to mention that Feng Baobao had so many secrets on her. That mysterious birth, the ability to live forever. No matter which one was taken out, it was enough to shock the entire inhuman world. But curiosity aside, Gao Xianyu also deeply admonished himself. In the future, you must stay away from this person, or even if your ancestors' graves are smoking, she will be able to douse you. In short, nothing good can come from getting involved with Bao Bao Feng. At this time, the three of them traveled all the way to the gate of Longhu Mountain. Coincidentally, I happened to see the old celestial master, Zhang Jiwei, standing there dealing with reporters, cooperating with the photoshoot. He also skillfully posed with scissors. When Gao Xianyu saw this scene, he couldn't help but think of his own great master. Is this older generation so naughty? Just as he was secretly spitting, several people had already arrived near Zhang Jiwei. Deng Yukai grinned and greeted graciously. "Old celestial master, it's been a long time. How are you? It's Yuzai and Yufu. Good for you. And your grandma too?" Zhang Jiwei said in a gentle tone with a kind smile on his face. At that moment, Tan Yofu, who was on the side, took over. "I'm glad you're thinking of her. Her old man is quite well." Zhang Jiwei smiled and nodded, then dropped his gaze on Gao Xuanyu. "And this is?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Gao Xianyu's fists and palms came together and he reported himself to the portal. Gao Xuanyu, a disciple of the Ma clan, pays his respects to the old heavenly master. The reason why I didn't say the identity of the Hai family was because most of the self-introductions were based on the division. Not to mention that Gao Changsuan had specifically instructed him to act as low-key as possible. All Gao Xianyu didn't bother to go that much, just reported the division alone. "Oh, so it's under the stone flower gate." Zhang Jiwei showed a dazed expression, but there was a strange glint in his eyes. "Gao Xianyu? I remember a few days ago, I heard that the Northeast Ma family had produced a genius. He was also taken under the tutelage of Guan Shihua. Could this be the kid?" In order to confirm what he had in mind, Zhang Jiwei looked at the Deng brothers and inquired, "I heard that your grandmother took on an apprentice a while back, but was it him?" "That's right, old celestial master. Xianyu is none other than our junior master." Tang Yukai didn't think much about it and said it right away. Having received a definite reply, Zhang Jiwei could not help but see a flash of surprise in his eyes as his gaze once again fell on Gao Xuanyu. This Guan Shihua, surprisingly, was willing to release this little disciple. Hadn't she heard that the children and grandchildren of the Wang and Feng families had also entered? In his opinion, Guan Shihua was able to break the rules and accept Gao Xuanyu as a disciple at the age of 100. That means that this son must have something outstanding, but such a young child, with an unsettled heart, it was a bit too presumptuous to allow him to participate in the Luo Tian Dajiao. Once they ran into the Wen family and the Wang family's spirit-detaining dispatch, they would be dealt a serious blow. After all, in front of those two families, the disciples of the Ma family were not capable of resisting at all. It's just a way to help Ashika. I'll go back and see if I can find someone of similar strength to fight him. Enough fussing, and they went back. Zhang Jiwei had been a lifelong practitioner of monasticism and was already charitable in heart. I really can't bear to see this Ma family genius lose his heart in this Luo Tian Dajiao festival. Not to mention that this big game was originally set up for his apprentice grandson, Zhang Chulan. If he ruined another family's genius because of this, he was really a bit too much. Therefore, he secretly decided to find someone of similar strength from the younger generation to compete with Gao Xianyu. This meant that Gao Xianyu wouldn't get hurt, and he would still be able to have a good time. It's kind of the best of both worlds. Wudong Wang also, pay respects to the old heavenly master. At that moment, a voice interrupted Zhang Jiwei's thoughts. When he looked up, Wang Yuya, who was dressed in Taoist robes, stood in front of him at some point. "It's Wang Ya, how is your master's health? As Zhang Jiwei's voice fell, Tung Yofu said at this time, Old Celestial Master, we'll take our leave first. Okay, go for it. Zhang Jiwei responded with a smile, then glanced at Gao Xuanyu again before going to chat with Wang Yuya. After Gao Xianyu's few people entered the gate, they walked straight towards the upper back, but as you go deeper, the tourists thin out, until halfway up the mountain. There were only a few people left on the steps leading to the back of the mountain. Junior Master, the one in front, that's the Zhuge family. Tang Yofu pointed at a large and small figure in front of him and introduced it. The tall one, called Zhuge Chang, I heard that he is a rare genius of the martial marquis school. As for the younger one, not too familiar with it, it should have just come out to practice. But as soon as his words fell, Gao Xianyu suddenly said, the younger one is called Zhuge Bai, Zhuge Qing's younger brother. Hearing this, the Deng brothers were all shocked. Junior Master, you know them? Tang Yukai, who was half a step behind, asked with some surprise, but he only saw Gao Xianyu lifting his hand up and shaking his cell phone, saying, in terms of intelligence capabilities, I have the help of a great god here. As soon as my oldest sister gives her power, I know what color these people's bottoms are. Gao Xianyu, you shut the up. You're the one who wants to see someone else's shorts. Chapter 15. Arriving at the race, a warning from Yuzhen Ko. Gao Xianyu's words completely angered his sister. The WeChat message alerts kept ringing, and it was said that the cursing could be hard at that time. In the end, the annoying Gao Xianyu couldn't take it anymore and simply turned the phone on flight mode. The Deng brothers, in response, watched their eyes and noses, pretending not to see. Just kidding, don't look at Gao Yushan lying in the vessel and not being able to move, but it's definitely the old Gao family's scales. Anyone who dared to offend her would pretty much be out of luck. On the contrary, Gao Xianyu's status was once comparable to Gao Yushan's since her talent was discovered. Even in front of Guan Shihua, that was definitely in the first place. If they offended him, the two brothers, not to mention getting well, would probably be directly disabled. If you can't afford to offend these two siblings, why do you have eyes and ears? When the immortals fight, mortals should hide far away to save themselves from being affected. At this time, the three of them traveled along and soon came to a cliff. It was nearly 110 meters across the river from each other. The only link between the two sides was a couple of stout hemp ropes. At this time, a small Taoist priest from Longhu Mountain said with a smile as he looked at the three of them, "Three of you, the path to the Luo Tian Dajiao is only this one behind the Xiao Dao. If you have no other means, please pass through here," the young Taoist said, reaching out and pointing to a piece of twine off to the side. Apparently, this was a test for the alien who came here. Geez, what a useless thing to do. Tang Yukai necked a Jenger, said with a face full of displeasure. On the side of Tang Yofu to indifferent attitude, gently held down the glasses said, "Don't complain, this is someone else's place after all. We, the guests, still have to follow the rules." With that, he bent his legs slightly and then exerted a fierce force. The entire person leapt forward and flew straight across the room. Seeing this, Tang Yukai did not immediately follow, but first looked at Gao Xianyu. "Junior Master, do you want me to carry you over?" He said this not because he was worried that Gao Xianyu would not be able to get through. It just felt that this kind of boring test didn't have to be dealt with by his own junior master at all. "You'd better worry about yourself." Gao Xianyu put down these words and did not invite the immortal. Just like Tang Yofu, he used his powerful strength to jump directly to the opposite side with a single leap. With the 10 years of kung fu rewarded by the system, he was not that weak. Just as Gao Xianyu had just landed on the ground, Tang Yukai also followed close behind. "I'll go, that's a pretty high cliff." Tang Yukai glanced at the bottom of the cliff, then hurriedly retreated back. That's when he realized that he seemed to be that afraid of heights. "Look at you, you're so screwed up, a cliff scares you." The older brother, Deng Yufu, never wastes an opportunity to make a dig at his younger brother. Even create one of your own when you're bored. "I'm afraid? I am too afraid that this is too low. If you don't believe me, I'll jump off now." Deng Yukai, where can stand this aggravation, immediately want to jump off the cliff to prove. Seeing that half of his body was poking out, Gao Xianyu's voice suddenly came. "Hurry up, I haven't had a seat in ages and I've got a load of punching bags ready." Although his tone was calm, the Deng brothers could hear it. This junior uncle of his own was angry again. If the two continued to fool around, they were afraid that they would not be actively jumping off the cliff, but would be thrown off. "Hey, I'm just saying, it's not like I'm stupid. How can I really jump?" Tang Yukai scratched his head and smiled, and hurriedly ran back. Gao Xianyu glared at him without any good reason, then walked towards the competition venue. The two brothers followed behind, all cross-eyed and angry at each other. However, due to Gao Xianyu being here, he only dared to fight emoticons and didn't even dare to make a sound. Soon, the trio arrived at the playing field. At this time, many Inhumans had already gathered here, all greeting each other and their acquaintances. The Gao Xianyu trio didn't walk around the circle for years, except for some elders. Few of the younger generation recognize it. Only those geniuses who had made a name for themselves would be known to the Tang brothers. Just as the three of them were looking at the lively scene before them, Gao Xianyu's cell phone suddenly sent a message. He wasn't surprised by this. It must have been his sister who had taken the liberty of turning off the flight mode and sending him a message. Taking out his cell phone, he opened it and looked at it, and found that it was actually a file. On it were written the words, "The general information of the Jiao Festival contestants of the Luo Tian Dajiao. I'll go. Older sister is powerful." Gao Xianyu let out a cry of alarm, immediately drawing the attention of the Deng brothers. They all stretched their necks in curiosity and looked toward his cell phone screen. This deserves to be my sister Shan. Awesome. Tang Yukai squinted his eyes and revealed a smile like a thief. Deng Youfu held himself as a cultural person and pretended to be high and cold there, but those eyes, if they weren't pocketed by glasses, would have fallen out of the cell phone. Just then, Gao Yushan sent another message. "The contestants in the Luo Tian Dajiao festival this time are all very strong. You must not be careless, and tell the Deng brothers, when they run into Feng Xingtong and Wang, and tell them to admit defeat immediately, and never invite the immortals to their bodies." Seeing this last message, the Deng brothers both frowned. Strange, what's so special about these two? Why would Zhuang say that? Regarding the matter of detaining the spirit and dispatching the general, Guan Shihua did not mention it. Even Gao Xianyu didn't reveal it to these two, because he felt that it was completely unnecessary. With himself here to pressure the scene, Wang and Feng Xingtong couldn't make any waves, but to their surprise, Gao Yushan had found out about the two in advance and told them about it. Looking at the Deng brothers who were full of doubts, Gao Xianyu put away his cell phone and said, "Okay, you guys just listen to my oldest sister. If she says so, she's bound to be wrong." Saying that, without waiting for the two to reply, he walked straight towards the center of the field. Looking at Gao Xianyu's departing back, the two brothers frowned again and again. "Are these two people tigers who can still eat us? Why don't Junior Uncle and Zhuang let me do it?" Tang Yukai was confused and asked in disbelief. "Not sure, but there must be something to it," Tang Youfu said softly, but his pair of eyes flickered back and forth. "It's so hard to come to this Luo Tian Dajiao, only to have them surrender before the match even starts. This kind of disgraceful thing, he didn't want to do." Although he didn't know what kind of tactics Feng Xingtong and Wang and actually had, but the immortal that he had been offering for more than 10 years was definitely not a vegetarian. Even if he couldn't beat them, then he would still have to let everyone see the means of the Exodus lineage. Not to mention that on this visit, the old granny had specifically explained that she wanted to give the Ma family a long face. Surrendering before the battle. What does that look like? What's on your mind, brother? Looking at Deng Youfu, who was out of his mind, Deng Yukai greeted him. "It's nothing, let's go." Tang Youfu didn't want to say much and lifted his feet and walked towards the field of play. Deng Yukai was left alone, standing in place and confused. These people, in the end, how are all secretive? Chapter 16 Lu Jiaban is shocked that Gao Xianyu can invite a true immortal? Outside the Luo Tian Dajiao tournament, there was a lot of noise. Players and spectators gathered here to await the pre-game draw. The three of them, Gao Xianyu, stood in the crowd, chatting idly with one word or another. At the same time, his eyes looked around and realized that there were quite a few celebrities that appeared in this younger generation. "I really didn't expect that one of Elder Lu's Tongtian talismans could attract so many people." Tang Youfu couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the young generation who were called geniuses. "Isn't that just right? I've long wanted to fight these so-called geniuses of theirs." Tang Yukai looked like he was eager to try, as if he couldn't wait to make a move right now. Gao Xianyu was the only one who had a pair of eyes that looked around, and there was a strange color in his eyes. All those characters that he could only see in anime in his previous life were now standing in front of him alive. Zhang Jiwei's own close disciple, Zhang Lingyu, the genius of the Zhuge Wuo sect, Zhuge Cheng, the first lady of the Heavenly Society, Feng Xiayan, 8 strange techniques wind after the strange door heir, Wudong Mountain King also, and so on. But the most notable one has to be the Lu family class led by Lu Linglong. Only a dozen of them came together, and their gazes continued to look around in a curious manner. "Quickly look at it. That's Zhang Lingyu. There's also Zhuge Cheng, Feng Xiayan. I'll go. These are rare celebrities in the circle." A fat, glasses-wearing Zan Long said excitedly. Being the favorite intelligence gatherer, such occasions were favorite for him. "Come on, fatty, tighten up. Let people see what it looks like." Cloud, who wore a mask and had a measuring tape around his waist, only felt a little humiliated when he saw Hidden Dragon in this state. "What's the use of you talking to him? It's never the same. Have this time to lose weight, like me. Will Linglong still dislike you?" Wang Erdog, dressed in a suit and neatly groomed, said in self-indulgence, "Brother Two Dogs, if he turns out to be like you, I'll ignore him even more." Lu Linglong, who was wearing a fancy blood and had a cute look, walked towards the several people. Behind it followed her two best sisters. One is the most cerebral Hoven Jinhua, and the other is the extremely wealthy White Style Snow. Since the three were all at the level of beauty, standing together at this time was definitely a bright landscape. The gazes of those male aliens who were still single all couldn't help but look over. These guys are so annoying, looking at us so hard all by themselves. Hoven Jinha tossed her hair and pretended to be high-strung, but those eyes, however, swept over the group of men. But finding none of the characters outstanding, he lost interest. But just as she was about to withdraw her gaze, she suddenly realized that in the crowd, there stood a very handsome teenager. "Ha, whose family is this little guy from?" As Hoven Jinhua voiced her question, the crowd all followed her gaze. Upon seeing Gao Xianyu and the Deng brothers, they all revealed puzzled expressions. "I don't know. I don't think I've been in the ring much," Lu Linglong replied back, then looked at Hoven Jinhua and said, "Hua hua, you're not looking at someone else, are you?" When these words came out, everyone looked at her with odd expressions. Hoven Jinhua saw that the atmosphere was not right and hurriedly waved her hand in panic. "What are you babbling about? Look at him like that. He's only 15 or 16, too young for me." Saying that, she suddenly wrapped an arm around the bespectacled White Style Snow and shifted her fire. "I do think that Yuki is a good match for him. After all, they both look very small." Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but laugh. But to their surprise, White Style Snow stared at Gao Xianyu and said with a serious face, "Well, it does suit me." "The Lucas crowd? No, we're just kidding. Why are you so serious? That boy is really quite handsome, but it really doesn't suit you. By the look of him, he might be underage. Child molestation is a punishable offense." However, just as the crowd was greatly shocked, White Style Snow suddenly licked its lips and said, "And I don't know if it's any good." Her psychic ability is precisely the ability to devour other people's air. After hearing her words, the crowd realized that they were being tricked. "Yeah, how dare you trick us?" Hoven Jinhua wrapped her arms around Bai Shui's neck in death and shook wildly, venting her heart's dissatisfaction. But just as this in time, Hidden Dragon suddenly took his cell phone and said, "You guys knock it off for a second and check this out." With that, he held his cell phone up. The crowd looked over in confusion and realized that what was displayed on the screen was exactly the information that Hidden Dragon had just found out. Tan Yofu, Tan Yukai, the two are brothers, both from the Northeast Ma family line. As for the kid, there wasn't much information, but it gave me some clues. Speaking here, Hidden Dragon's expression suddenly stared. His name is Gao Xuanyu, also a disciple of the Northeast Ma clan, but it was hailed as the most talented genius in the history of the Ma family. Just a short while ago, one of the 10 brothers, and the current head of the Ma clan, Guan Shihua, took him in as a close disciple. When these words came out, everyone's eyes widened in shock. That little kid, he's even a disciple of the 10th brother Guan Shihua, and it's also known as the most talented genius in the history of the Ma family? Geez, Northeast Ma family, when did such a character come out? Fatty, isn't the Ma clan's lineage all about inviting immortals? Why is this Gao Xuanyu called a genius? Hoven Jinhua was worthy of her superior mind, and while the crowd was still marveling, she saw the key issue at a glance. Yeah, inviting fairies should be the same, right? Lu Linglong also asked curiously. Since they were all in Guan Nei, they never came into contact with the Ma family line, so there is no understanding at all of the kung fu that goes into this outing. In their view, as long as they invited the immortal to their bodies, they would be considered accomplished in this art. Other than that, it can be a no-brainer. Watching them look like curious babies, Hidden Dragon smiled smugly. "That's what you don't understand, is it? Let me tell you. Although the disciples of the Ma clan are all inviting immortals to their bodies, the one invited is also divided into high and low strengths. As for this Gao Xianyu, when he said that, he suddenly looked as if he had forgotten the words and hastily turned his cell phone to look at it. Seeing him act this way, the crowd all revealed a look of contempt. What the heck? So it's just a case of learning on the spot. Lu Linglong clasped her hands around her and sarcastically said without mercy, Okay, isn't Fatty just trying to satisfy our curiosity? So let's not talk about him." Hoven Jinhua hurriedly acted as a peacemaker and then urged Hidden Dragon, "Fatty, how's it looking? Hurry up and keep talking." But as her words fell, the crowd suddenly realized. At this moment, Hidden Dragon, as if he had seen a ghost, revealed an incredulous expression. Then slowly looking up at the crowd, he said in an incredulous tone, "Because he can invite the true immortals." Chapter 17 Pre-match draw. Unlucky Deng Yukai, invite the true immortal? Hidden Dragon's words left everyone in the Lu family class dumbfounded. It also drew the attention of others around the area due to the excessive noise. "Fatty, You're not kidding, are you? Is there really a fairy in this world? Can you even invite them down? Wang, who had always paid attention to his demeanor, moved pompously at this time and shouted at the top of his voice. Hidden Dragon was also confused by the question and replied at a loss for words. How would I know? If you ask me, that's what the forum posts say. I'm just reading from them, said also afraid of the crowd do not believe. Immediately lifted up the cell phone. Give them to see. The crowd rushed to the screen and read the chapter post carefully. When they saw that the matter of true immortal was indeed mentioned in it, they withdrew their gazes one after another. The expression on his face, however, became odd. That's ridiculous, isn't it? Are there really fairies in this world? Hoven Jinoa, who was good at using her brain, said with a face full of suspicion. Although they were inhumans and could change their physique and extend their lifespan through cultivation, in the eyes of those ordinary people, they were considered to be gods and goddesses. But being in the circle, you don't actually believe in such things at all. The so-called attainment of immortality was, in their view, nothing more than a realm. When one reaches the cultivation level of a Daxian, it is merely a display of power. There is also that so-called immortality, which is nothing but a spiritual energy. To really try to achieve physical immortality and eternal life is just nonsense. This is a point that the ancient sages and great powers have long since come to a conclusion, especially the great masters of the arts. It is said that the human body is like a chi bureau. After continuous cultivation, an inhuman could externalize his or her chi bureau and affect the surroundings. When the physical body is dusted off, the subjective spirit lands on the ground and takes root, turning this square between into a chi situation. Those who can reach this step are already considered to have attained the immortal body, i.e., for becoming an immortal. So what ordinary people think of as ascending to immortality, becoming saints in the flesh, and so on, actually doesn't exist at all. Since there are no immortals, how can we talk about being able to invite the real ones? Why are you guys really taking this seriously? Just as the crowd was pondering, Xiao, who specialized in blowing chi, lightly shook his paper fan and said, "That's just a random message that Fatty turned up on the Inhuman forum. It doesn't count at all. Maybe that Gao Xin you can, indeed, invite something powerful, but at best, they are elves that have been practicing for a long time. What inviting a true immortal? I think it's just the Ma family boasting about themselves." Hearing this, the crowd all looked thoughtful. It was Lu Linglong, on the contrary, who was very open-minded. Well, whether or not this Gao Xian you can invite a true immortal, it has nothing to do with us. We're just here to make up the numbers anyway, not to compete for first place. Don't forget, we have other tasks ahead of us. Don't you guys just play around and end up delaying the big event. As the child king of the Lu family class, Lu Linglong's words still carried a lot of weight. The crowd, who were originally still being serious, all revealed a relieved expression. Linglong is right. No matter how powerful he Gao Xuanyu is, it has nothing to do with us. Not to mention that the Ma family has been dormant for so many years. It's not wrong to think that the Luo Tian Dajiao will rise to fame. Hoven Jinhua smiled faintly, revealing her support for Lu Linglong in her words. When the rest of them saw this, they all instantly threw the matter to the back of their minds. It was back to finding a topic to talk about. Those surrounding Inhumans who were listening with great interest lost interest when they suddenly changed the topic. The eyes then glanced at Gao Xianyu with no intention to do so, and then they all went about their own business as well. However, in these people's hearts, they all secretly memorized this Ma family disciple, although they also didn't believe that Gao Xianyu could invite a true immortal. But if the Ma family dared to put out this rumor, then they must have some strength as well. When it comes to the big game, it might be a formidable opponent. However, at this time, Gao Xianyu did not know that because of a curiosity of the Lu family class, he had already been missed by many people. At this point, he was still patiently waiting for the draw to begin. After about another half hour, the crowd suddenly stirred and turned their heads to look. He only saw Zhang Jiwei pacing, and next to him, in a wheelchair, sat his senior brother Tian Jinzhong, pushed by a small Taoist priest. Behind the two of them, followed by Wang Ai and Lu Ci, who were also 10 brothers, walked over together. Old Celestial Master. It's the old Heavenly Master coming, and a couple of other 10s. The long-waiting aliens greeted each other with either excitement or thrill. Like this kind of big shot from the Inhuman world, they were usually hard to see. The crowd, led by Zhang Jiwei, also responded with smiles and walked straight up to a high wooden platform. I've kept you all waiting for a long time, but I'm going to delay you all for some more time to talk about the rules and flow of the competition. Zhang Jiwei's voice was loud and clear in the middle. The foreigners standing below all quieted down and quietly listened to the rules of the tournament. The tournament is divided into a total of 2 stages, elimination and head-to-head. The first round of the competition is a 4-into-1 elimination match, which means that 4 people will fight against each other and only the winner will advance. The contestants each take a slip of paper from the box to be randomly grouped. As Zhang Jiwei spoke, A small Taoist priest held the box in both hands and stood in front of the high platform. The contestants also lined up consciously and began to draw their numbers. The heavenly stem is the order of entry, and for each animal, there are 4 sheets. Animals that draw the same animal will have to enter the ring together for the competition. When it was Gao Xianyu's turn to finish drawing lots, he opened the note in his hand and looked at it. See, white tiger. Ha, I seem to remember that Zhang Chulan is also a white tiger. Could it be that in this first game, we're going to run into him? Gao Xianyu's expression was odd, remembering Zhang Chulan's first doings. It was also because of this competition that he was pleased to receive the honorable title, Unshakable Billion. But just as he was thinking, the Deng brothers, who had finished drawing the note, hurriedly came and asked, Junior Master, you're that one? See, white tiger. What about you guys? Gao Xianyu flashed the note out and opened his mouth to inquire. Deng Yukai picked up the note and hemmed and hawed. Almost. See, green turtle. I'm Bee Vermilion bird. Deng Yofu also flashed the note, secretly relieved. Fortunately did not meet with this little uncle. Inevitably really have to take the initiative to admit defeat in the first game. But as soon as the words of the two of them fell, Gao Xianyu suddenly looked at Tang Yukai with a grave expression on his face. Yao Tsai, abstain immediately. Hearing this, Tang Yukai was stunned and said, Why, Master Uncle? I haven't even compared yet. There's no need to compare. I just happened to see just now that Windstar Tong is also a sea green turtle. Lin Zhao so-called just happened to see was naturally allied to them. However, he could clearly remember that Windstar Tong's playing field sequence was none other than the sea green turtle. But what made him feel strange was that according to the normal course of history, Tong Yukai shouldn't have run into him. Could it be that the butterfly effect was caused by his presence? Chapter 18 Luo Tian Dajiao begins. One world, one dream. In the face of Junior Master's warning, Tong Yukai looked hesitant. It wasn't that he didn't believe Gao Xianyu's words, it was just that this Luo Tian Dajiao had just begun and he hadn't even made a move yet. It just felt too much of a loser to just let him forfeit. Junior Master, just tell me, what exactly is so powerful about this Windstar Tong? Why did both you and Zhang talk us out of the race? Tong Yukai, who had an unwilling heart, immediately opened his mouth and inquired. Seeing that he wasn't dead set on it, Gao Xianyu didn't intend to continue hiding it and slowly spat out 4 words, detaining spirits and dispatching generals. When the Deng brothers heard this, they were all stunned, and then they looked at each other. Apparently, the two had never heard of the word. A spirit sender? What is that? Tong Yukai asked doubtfully. One of the 8 wonders. The ability is specialized in detaining spirits. Gao Xianyu finished his words and said no more. The Deng brothers, however, were already listening. Detaining the spirit? Doesn't that mean that the immortals we invite can also be detained? As soon as this thought came out, the expressions of the 2 men were appalled. The immortals invited by the disciples of the Ma family were all in the form of spiritual bodies to the gods. If that spirit detainer dispatching general was really as powerful as Junior Master said, they really didn't need to compete. Junior Master, is that spirit detainer dispatch general that powerful? Tong Yofu asked with some difficulty in placing it. Let's not talk about how deep the bond is between us after so many years of offering to the immortals. Just these immortals alone, that all have thousands of years of cultivation. With that whatever 8 strange techniques, can you still forcefully manipulate immortals? As soon as the words fell, Tong Yukai on the side also retorted. Yes, young master, if others don't know, don't you know? Which of those immortals we invited are not powerful? Just what kind of a bull ******** 8 strange techniques can detain them? Does it really want to go against the heavens? Looking at the 2 men's faces full of skepticism, Gao Xianyu didn't get angry. Indeed, who could possibly believe such a thing until it happens? The immortal who had practiced for 1,000 years was controlled by a small technique and was unable to resist. This had simply caused the faith of the Ma clan's lineage to completely collapse. I'm afraid that the Guanshi Hua of that year would have scoffed at it before she suffered any losses. But ever since Feng Zhanghao became the 10th brother, her old man has been among the 10th brother, sort of semi-retired. Even if something big was happening outside, they were simply willing to set foot inside the pass. This shows that Guanshi Hua must have experienced something. Forget it, you can compete if you want to. Just don't run to me and cry when the time comes. Gao Xianyu finished his sentence and instantly turned around to leave. Since Tang Yukai was not convinced in his heart, it would be better to let go and let him do it. When they really suffer and learn from their mistakes, they will be honest. Besides, there was still his own town hall, so nothing could go wrong. However, Gao Xuanyu's actions caused the Deng brothers to panic. Mistakenly thinking that the young master was angry, he hurriedly chased after him. Junior uncle, don't be angry. Can't I abstain? Yes, young master uncle. It's up to you to fight the flag anyway. It's fine if we don't participate. The 2 brothers of the Deng family followed Gao Xianyu to the left and right and hurriedly recognized their mistake. It was just that look, like coaxing a child. Gao Xianyu was instantly exasperated and laughed, waving his hand impatiently. Okay, leave me alone. You guys can do whatever you want. As they spoke, The three of them had already arrived in front of the door to the arena. The Deng brothers were about to say something else, but they were interrupted by a loud voice. "Gentlemen, the tournament has begun. Please enter the contestants." The rest of the players who are not competing can go up to the spectator stand to watch the game first and wait for their entrance. As the voice fell, a crowd of players and spectators walked towards the arena. Gao Xianyu also followed the crowd, heading inside together. Seeing this, the Deng brothers couldn't say anything further, and could only quietly follow behind. But the two made eye contact with each other, asking each other if they wanted to participate in the race. It was finally concluded that the younger brother, Deng Yukai, had forfeited and the older brother, Deng Youfu, had continued the race. When he ran into Feng Xingtong and Wang Jin again, he would try to test the depths of the two. In this way, the anger of the young master uncle could be calmed, and the two of them would be considered to have made the trip worthwhile. As we entered the arena, the crowd took their seats. Inside the 4 huge playing fields, the competitors are all lit up and ready to go, and on each field, a referee's seat, on which stood the Taoist master of the Heavenly Master's house. When the players were seen to be ready, they shouted at the same time, "Luo Tian Dajiao, the 4-in-1 elimination match has officially begun. To all the contestants, good luck in martial arts." As the voice fell, the 16 contestants, at the same time, roared. Various styles of innate air appeared in the field one after another. The foursome fought with fists and kicks, and it was hard to tell the difference. The audience was also instantly ignited with enthusiasm, letting out their voices to cheer on the contestants they favored. Gao Xianyu's gaze was focused on the field, and his eyes were even more battle-ready, and the one he was watching was none other than Win Sanswallow's match. Obviously the remaining 3 also knew that this big miss of the world society was not easy to deal with. It was immediately decided to join forces and kick her out together. Unfortunately, the trio's strength could not support their own thoughts. Feng Xiaoyan relied on his innate supernatural ability to travel through space, together with his original 100 steps divine fist, totally invincible and juggles the 3. In the end, he probably got really bored and instantly powered up and knocked them all down. After the referee finished announcing the results, Feng Xiaoyan looked at the trio with a high and cold look and spat, "You guys are weak and boring," then turned away in style. As a result, she had a lot of fans with this move. Although they were all single male inhumans, the same thought bubbled up in all of them at this point. It's to tame this little wildcat and go on to become the son-in-law of the World Council. This big sister, handsome enough. I like it. Tang Yukai looked at Feng Xiaoyan's departing back and bared his big teeth. At this moment, he had no trace of frustration because he was unable to participate in the competition. At this time, Tang Youfu sneered and opened his mouth to dig in. "What's the use of liking you? You're as black as a loach. You think people will look at you?" Tang Youtsai's smile faltered, and he immediately roared angrily, "You're no better than me. Besides, am I black? I'm calling this a bronze color, giving Cobalt Tianla the same skin. The girls nowadays, they like this one of mine the most. Ah yes, all like you okay." Deng Youfu to be more perfunctory said, "You slowly why, I'm going to the game." With that, and without waiting for his brother to reply, he turned and left. Furious, Tang Yukai could only stand in place and jump on his feet. Finally, he looked at Gao Xianyu with indignation and pointed at himself. "Junior Master, you judge, why can't I catch up with Win Sanswallow?" Gao Xianyu frowned and looked at the group of old colorful people in the audience and said seriously, "Why else? One world, one dream." Deng Yukai? Chapter 19 Deng Yukai's private race. Arachnid clear pupil summoned. As Group A's matches came to an end, Group B's competitors entered the arena one after another and started their battles. Gao Xianyu stood in the audience with a slight look of disappointment on his face. Zheng Chulan did draw the same animal as him, only the other party's was a white tiger. And at this moment, Zhang Chulan was pointing his finger at the sky, boasting that he wanted to up the dome. Seeing this, Gao Xianyu couldn't help but spit. This god doesn't know who he's messing with, and it's a man who's going to it over. The next progression is as it was in the original historical trajectory. The 3 players who fought with Zhang Chulan all scrambled to fight him one-on-one after hearing this bravado. As a result, the 3 of them fought at the drop of a hat in order to prove that they were the strongest of the Brotherhood. The person who won in the end was shamelessly sneak attacked by Zhang Chulan while he was sitting down to adjust his breath. Thus, he was honored with the glorious throne of Biren. The crowd in the audience all threw things at him in anger. Even Gao Xianyu, rendered by the atmosphere of the scene, threw out the mineral water bottle in his hand. After the hijinks, the Division C matches finally began. The easily victorious Tang Youfu, walking back with a clean slate, said, "Junior Master, I've advanced." Gao Xianyu nodded slightly and smiled. "I went and looked, and those opponents of yours really aren't anything to be concerned about. It's only natural to win." With that, he turned toward the field. Tang Youfu said with some depression, "Go little master." But in the back of his mind, he was secretly nonplussed. "I at least won the game here. so don't encourage it. No need to troll me. This young master uncle of his own, he really opened his mouth and spit it out. But just then, he suddenly realized that his younger brother, Tang Yukai, had tiptoed past him. This kid, he still can't seem to let go. Talented. Hearing his brother's voice, Tang Yukai instantly looked desperate, hung his head and turned his head. Okay, got it. I'm just not going. But as soon as his words fell, Tang Yofu suddenly said in a deep voice, remember Junior Master's warning and be careful in everything. If the opponent is really that powerful, admit defeat immediately. Anyway, never make fun of the immortals. Got it? Upon hearing this, Tang Yukai's spirit immediately shook and he looked at his brother in surprise. Brother, you. Tang Yofu crossed his eyes and turned his head to look at the playing field, saying, hurry up and get going. The game has already started. Okay. Tang Yukai jumped 3 feet high, his face smiling like a flower, turned around and ran towards the field, but without taking a few steps, he turned around again and gave Tang Yofu a thumbs up. Brother, you're handsome as hell today. It was supposed to be a compliment, but it was unpleasant to hear. But just when he wanted to curse a few sentences, he saw that Tang Yukai had long since disappeared, and immediately shook his head. Shouldn't have spoiled him so much. Now it's good. He's offended junior uncle again. With that, he turned his head to look at the playing field. Only the other 3 players of the Sea White Tiger had appeared in the arena. One of them was a young man with a full head of red hair standing up, dressed in orange. At this moment, he was pinching his hands on his waist and shouting loudly with extreme arrogance. Hey, where's that last guy? Why hasn't he come yet? Could it be that knowing my little Vulcan's name in advance gave it away? However, the crowd in the audience, seeing how arrogant he was, no one even accused him. Instead, one by one, they all exclaimed, isn't that the genius of the Fire Virtue sect, nicknamed Little Fire God Hongbin? That's right, it's him. I didn't expect him to come this time. There's nothing to see. With this little Vulcan here, the remaining 3 can just admit defeat. Words can't be said like that. The little Vulcan's strength is indeed recognized as strong, but it's not to the point where there's no one to check it. Yes, there are people better than him, but you don't look at what kind of people those are. Zhang Lingyu and Zhuge Cheng are fine, but as for the others, forget it. Indeed, this Hongbin is a recognized genius of the Fire Virtue sect. Those ordinary foreigners don't even think about touching the porcelain. During the crowd's discussion, a figure slowly walked from the gate of the arena. Gao Xianyu, dressed in casual clothes, paced to the middle of the arena, but upon seeing the 3 opponents in front of him, he immediately revealed a look of lack of interest. What the hell? Not a single formidable opponent. Thought I was going to get a good showdown in this first match. He didn't even deliberately lower his voice when he said this, so much so that the little fire god Hongbin's trio, all of them clearly heard it in their ears, and immediately glared angrily. Kid, you're so wild. I don't know whose disciple it is, but he really has no one in his sight. The remaining 2 Inhumans grunted coldly in succession, expressing their dissatisfaction. Only the hot-tempered Hongbin was surprisingly not angry, just silently walking to Gao Xianyu. He suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Gao Xianyu. Good boy, whoever you are, you've managed to set me on fire. When you compete later, I hope you'll show as much strength as your breath. As Hongbin spoke, his body was even more ablaze with flames. A pair of crimson eyes were filled with high wariness, but Gao Xianyu, in response, waved his hand impatiently and said, Okay, don't waste your time. The 3 of you go together. Save yourselves the trouble. As soon as these words came out, the remaining 2 opponents, except for Hongbin, were instantly furious. But just as he was about to say something, he heard the Taoist priest at the referee's table, suddenly shouting, Game on! The 4 words fell, and those 2 simply stopped talking nonsense, immediately mobilizing the innate one air in their bodies, one with a sword and the other with bare hands. They attacked Gao Xianyu straight away. Brat! You asked for it, arrogant fellow. Let you see the power of my tiger ring greatsword. Looking at the 2 men who attacked with murderous vigor, Gao Xianyu sipped his teeth and muttered, Isn't that the point? Why are they all running for their lives? As they spoke, the attacks of the 2 had arrived one after another. Gao Xianyu's toes pointed to the ground, and his body quickly retreated towards the back like thin paper. At the same time, his right hand raised the finger of his sword and softly summoned, The green silk ties the king's power. The spider silk clear pupil listens to the order. Bind the enemy. As the cry fell, the space around Gao Xianyu suddenly produced a fluctuation. Immediately afterward, a smaller figure walked slowly. Ching pupil, by order. A pink robe with long blonde hair, Kiyoshi aimed at the 2 Inhumans and spat out spider silk. Before those 2 could react, they were instantly entangled into 2 cocoon chrysalises and collapsed on the ground. As Ching pupil's mission was accomplished, her body began to become illusory and then disappeared in place. Gao Xianyu also stopped retreating and stood dashingly in place. His eyes ignored the cocoon chrysalis on the ground and looked towards Hongbin. who was not far away, and said softly, "Your turn, little Vulcan Hongbin." Chapter 20 Tu Shan Susu, Insulation Breaking Inflammation, Luo Tian Dajiao Tournament, Group C White Tiger. Stillness, the ultimate stillness. The spectators at the scene all stared with wide eyes, all of them showing expressions of disbelief. They hadn't even reacted to what the Qing pupil that had just appeared was. Even the two Inhumans in the arena, if they weren't rolled up into cocoon chrysalises and lying on the ground at this point, they would have thought that they had just blinked. Kong, what just happened? It looks like there's a little girl, spitting out spider silk. Nonsense. I'm asking how this woman appeared and how she suddenly disappeared. It should be something like some sort of summoning device. The audience exploded at these words. Asterisk. The genjutsu was activated, right? How come it's even summoned? More than that, this strength is also a bit outrageous. The one with the knife I recognize, the Tiger Sword Sect's senior apprentice. His strength is not bad, but he was subdued in one go. What's the point of you knowing the Tiger Sword Sect? I want to know who the hell this kid is now. I do know something. A disciple of the Ma clan's lineage, seems to be called Gao Xuanyu, the horse family. Out of the horse immortals? Didn't they invite the god to come up? How come they even summoned the honored one here? I found it. There's information about him on the Inhuman Forum. Gao Xuanyu, the close disciple of 10 brothers Guan Shihua, with the ability to invite true immortality. What the hell? A disciple of the 10 brothers? And inviting a true immortal? I'm ing upside down. How can he even a true immortal? What the hell? Can he still invite the Monkey King? In the audience, there were waves of gasps of surprise, especially when someone said that Gao Xianyu was able to invite a true immortal. It was completely boiling over. What's wrong with inviting a real fairy? Hoping that we mortals fight and mix in a fairy cultivator? Then what's the point of fighting? Just surrender, okay? Hearing the crowd's successive exclamations of surprise, only Tang Youfu had a calm face. At this moment, he was like a man of the world, revealing a mysterious smile. Sister Cheng pupil? It's really been a while. When he accompanied his little master uncle in sparring, he hadn't been entangled into a cocoon chrysalis. No matter how hard he struggled, he simply couldn't crack it. Those spider silks, like steel wires, were extremely hard, but the worst part was that on top of those spider silks, there was a paralyzing toxin attached. Once it touches the skin, it can quickly put a person into a coma. I remember once he got hit and slept in the back of the mountain for a day and a night, and no one paid any attention. At this moment, just as the audience was in a state of confusion, it suddenly went quiet again, only to see the little fire god Hongbin in the field. At this moment, his whole body was bursting with flames, and he was very excited as he shouted, "You kid, you're really something. Great, I'm completely fired up." With that, he said with a warlike, fighting spirit, "Come on, call out what you just summoned again and let me fight her." Looking at Hongbin, who was like a small volcano erupting, Gao Xianyu shook his head. "Sorry, Qing pupil's slot is full." "Just kidding, a demon summoned twice. Don't I want to lose face? With so many demons inside the fox demon, of course they take turns." But when Gao Xuanyu's words fell on Hongbin's ears, he instantly realized that the other party was playing him. His already irritable personality was instantly ignited with rage. "How dare you kid look down on me?" Streaming firebomb. Hongbin waved his hands around, flinging out several fireballs in his hands one after another. The speed was so fast that it reached Gao Xianyu in an instant. At the command of the Tu Shan Red Thread Fairy, Insulation Breaking Flame, Tu Shan Susu, at your service, with a slightly childish voice. In front of Gao Xianyu, another figure suddenly appeared. Tu Shan Susu held up a pair of small hands, waving them frantically with her eyes closed in fear. Although her mana was low, her insulated claws were solid. The moment it touched the stray firebomb, it instantly wiped it all out. "How? This little guy extinguished my flowing firebomb with his bare hands?" Hongbin's expression was stunned as he said in an incredulous tone. Although it was the most basic stance of the fire virtue sect at that time, cultivating to his level, the temperature of the flames had long been beyond the ability of ordinary people to withstand. But this little girl in front of her with a fox-eared head had destroyed it with just her hands. And, couldn't you have recruited someone bigger? Why are they all Lolitas? You kid is not going to have some strange fetish. Hongbin's face was green for a while, white for a while, and he was jealous in his heart. Gao Xianyu laughed in his heart as he looked at his clouded expression. How could a mere mortal flame be a match for the claws of insulation? Even the pure quality Yang Yan among the fox demons couldn't help Susu anymore. Just then, Tushan Susu, who had accomplished his mission, did not disperse. At this moment, she looked back at Gao Xianyu with a dumbfounded face and asked weakly, "Brother Xianyu, can I go back now?" "No way." Gao Xianyu decisively refused. "Summoning Tushan Susu, that doesn't consume air at all. How can you let go of such a cheap piece of labor?" Of course, Gao Xianyu wasn't that kind of black-hearted boss, and quickly took out a lollipop from his pocket and handed it over. you eat first, and when he starts the fire later, you block it. Looking at the large lollipop, Tushan Susu's small ears suddenly stood up playfully. The face swept away the aggrieved expression, and the big eyes were even more sparkling, saying, "Okay to brother Xian Yu." With that, he took the lollipop in his hand and quickly unwrapped it and ate it. This scene caused the corners of the little fire god Hongbin's mouth to twitch as he watched. It's too much. It's just too much. The big ones and the little ones don't take me seriously, do they? Good. It looks like it's not going to work without getting real. Summoning? Ha! I'll destroy you first. Gao Xianyu, Hong Bin, whose anger value had exploded, let out an ear-splitting roar. The flames of his hands had quickly transformed from a crimson color to a golden color. The temperature in the entire arena is extremely hot. Even the ground began to tremble slightly. I'd like to see if this little girl you summon can block my move. Golden Crow burst. With a roar, Hongbin aimed his hands in the direction of Gao Xianyu and violently slapped his palms together. In the next moment, an extremely fiery and violent flame, like a fire dragon, quickly rushed out and attacked Gao Xianyu directly. Although this flame was flying in mid-air, wherever it passed, the ground was instantly turned into a scorched earth. When the crowd in the audience saw this scene, they all revealed horrified expressions. This little Vulcan is completely pissed off. It was actually bursting out with all its power, directly opening a big move. Gao Xianyu also felt the power of that flame, but didn't panic at all. Looking down at Tushan Susu, wait, where is the little guy man? Gao Xianyu's face instantly darkened as his gaze hurriedly swept away. It was discovered that 20 meters away, underneath the fence, Tushan Susu was licking a lollipop with a horrified look on her face. Tai, you thin-skinned demon. Good seed. But at this time, Gao Xianyu no longer had time to count. Immediately, he raised his sword finger and summoned again. Flying sands of the west-west, the mountain of the infernal serpent's ambush of corpses. Fireheim. Summon. Chapter 21 Snake Hair Fire G summoned and the sea of fire burned the sky. Flying sands of the west-west, the mountain of the infernal serpent's ambush of corpses. Fireheim. Summon. Gao Xianyu's right hand was erected as a sword finger and he quickly recited the summoning order. In the next moment, a sea of fire-like waves erupted from behind him. At the same time, the fire dragon condensed by the golden crow explosive flame had also reached him. In an instant, the two flames slammed together, as if a volcano had erupted. It formed a pillar of skyrocketing fire that shot up into the sky. The foreigners in the audience, looking at the flames rushing into the clouds, all grew their mouths, revealing expressions of shock, only to see that the sky at this moment was suddenly turned into a sea of fire. The temperature of the entire arena, too, was rising rapidly. Just for a moment, it made them feel as if they were in the middle of a huge furnace, all dry-mouthed and sweating. Even breathing seemed to sear the lungs. But before they could return to their senses, a violent boom suddenly came from deep within the clouds. Immediately afterward, dots of fiery flames fell like rain. Seeing this, the Taoist at the referee's table was shocked and hurriedly shouted at the top of his voice, "Run!" With a shout, the crowd snapped back to attention, looking at the flames that were about to fall. Cries of alarm rose up. Everyone quickly operated their gong methods and ran towards the outside of the field as fast as they could. For a while, the crowd fled in panic, and the scene was even more chaotic. But as the flames were about to fall, a flash of golden light suddenly appeared. It then continued to expand, covering the entire sky of the arena in the blink of an eye. Those falling flames also immediately disappeared the moment they touched the golden light. The people who were originally fleeing also stopped one after another, looking at the sky with stunned faces. But just as they were surprised as to who had cast this golden light, outside the door of the arena, Zhang Jiwei's voice suddenly came. "Too much nonsense. You young people, you really don't have any sense of proportion. It's just a sparring match. Are you trying to burn down this dragon tiger mountain of mine?" As he spoke, Zhang Jiwei's figure slowly appeared in front of the crowd. At this moment, he only saw his whole body, all wrapped in golden light, walking in that blazing flame. Seeing this scene, the foreigners, who were in a state of shock, once again exclaimed, "It's the old celestial master." The old celestial master stepped in and saved us. That golden light, could it be the heavenly master's golden light mantra? But the coverage is too far-fetched, isn't it? What are you talking about? That's the leader of our Zhang Yi, the old celestial master who is known as the ultimate. More than that, in the inhuman realm, if his old man calls himself second, then no one would dare to call him first. But just as the crowd marveled at Zhang Jiwei's tactics, I don't know who it was, but he suddenly shouted, "Look guys, what kind of monster is that in the arena?" When these words came out, the crowd looked at the field. Only a huge figure vaguely appeared in that sea of fire. From the shape, it looks like a giant python, but strangely enough, The head of this giant python seemed to have several large snakes swaying back and forth. At this moment, even Zhang Jiwei, who was standing in the arena, couldn't help but look grave, his gaze tightly fixed on that figure. It wasn't until the flames gradually dispersed that the crowd finally got a good look at the monster. That's not a python, it's clearly a demon. It was seen to be at least 10 meters tall and upwards, with a snake's tail below the waist and a human body above the waist. A head full of long reddish, blood-like hair coalesced into 9 snake-like braids, all writhing like spirit snakes. The 2 huge arms were in the position of folding their hands together, protecting Gao Xianyu within them. But what was most bizarre was that amongst the long red hair, there was a beautiful woman with only the upper half of her body. At this moment, he was wrapping his hands around his chest and looking at Hong Bin in the distance with an icy gaze. A long hair made of golden flames was burning on his shoulders. Although the temperature of the arena was extremely high, the crowd all sucked in a breath of cold air after seeing this monster. What the is this? Monster? Monsters? But no matter how you look at it, it's not even remotely related to the fairy family, is it? Or is it that this lineage of the Ma family has changed their beliefs and gone to worship something else instead? In fact, not to mention that the foreigners present were shocked. Even the knowledgeable Zhang Jiwei was also greatly shocked at this moment. It wasn't as if he didn't know the Siener family of the Ma family line. To put it bluntly, it was nothing more than an elf who had gotten the air and cultivated it. Among them are fox yellow, white willow gray, and brise rouge. But this monster in front of me, it looks like it belongs to the willow serpent lineage of elves. But with sperm, it just doesn't go together at all. Even those cultivated immortals can't do such anthropomorphization, right? And most importantly, aren't the immortals invited by the Ma family all spirit into body? But so any way you look at it, it's calling the real thing in, isn't it? What's the matter? Have all your Ma family members mutated because of the pressure from the spirit restraining generals? Now instead of invoking a spirit body, we're summoning a true father instead? That's not bull *******. Especially Zhang Jiwei, after feeling the terrifying demonic power of that fire G. The mind weighed the situation with dismay. If he wanted to defeat this demon, he was afraid that he would only be able to utilize the secret method in the 5-star thunder method. But one must know that the 5 thunder mysteries, that was his last card. Once you use it, you will definitely use up all your air power. But this was only one immortal that Gao Xianyu had summoned. Hell, I don't know if this kid can keep summoning. If the other party could really summon in a demon of the same level, then he would have no choice but to run away. However, just as he was secretly shocked, Hong Bin's voice suddenly came from the flames in the distance. I admit defeat. No more fighting. As the voice fell, Hong Bin covered his left arm and slowly walked out of the flames. A closer look would reveal that the man known as Little Vulcan had multiple burns on his body. You're not going to fight so soon? I haven't used my full strength yet, Gao Xianyu said with some defeat, raising his hand to disperse the snake-haired fire G. But for these harsh words, the hot-tempered Hong Bin, surprisingly, did not get angry. Just gazing fearfully, he watched the huge body slowly disappearing. Golden Crow explosive flame. That was the strongest move he could currently use. However, the other party's mere flame not only broke his foreign art, but also nearly cremated him on the spot. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been taught to fight with fire for years, so much so that he was able to immunize himself against most of the fire powers with his own air. At this point in his life, it's a lot more than just a few burns. Gao Xianyu, how much force did you use just now? Hong Bin asked with a grave tone and a serious face. 7 points. Gao Xianyu responded. But when he said 7 points, he actually didn't even use 5 points. Tushan Susu didn't count. Whether it was Qing Xie or Fire Ji, they were all just great demon-level demons, with 10 years of power added to their strength. It wouldn't consume much at all to let them strike just once, not to mention that neither of these 2 strikes were their full strength. At this level alone, he could at least summon it 10 times over. Chapter 22 Others produce geniuses. The Ma family produces demons. Regarding Gao Xianyu's claim that he had only exerted 7 points of force, Hong Bin did not believe it for 100%, though he didn't know just how deep the other party's power was. But this battle, 3 summons in a row, and this kid is still not red in the face. This alone, Hong Bin could determine. The opponent had at least hidden more than half of his strength. Alas, when I first came here, the master told me, this Luo Tian Dajiao was filled with experts, and the geniuses of each family were even more diverse. At the time I heard that, I didn't think it was a good idea. As it turned out, I didn't expect to get through a mere elimination. Is Ma Jia Gao Xianyu? Hong Bin's heart was complicated as he took a deep look at Gao Xianyu, then walked straight towards the field. At the same time, he secretly resolved that when he returned, he would definitely cultivate hard. After the strength has been raised, I will come to challenge this Gao Xianyu, together with that Fire Ji. At this moment, with Hong Bin's departure, the Taoist master at the referee's table also immediately announced the results. See White Tiger, Gao Xianyu wins. With a sound, several figures carrying buckets of water rushed into the arena and began to extinguish the fire. Seeing that the victory had been decided, Gao Xianyu didn't linger and turned towards the outside of the arena. When passing by Zhang Jiwei, he politely bowed and said, "I'm sorry, old Sky Master, for messing you up here." Zhang Jiwei smiled faintly. "That's just it, who hasn't been young before?" A word that instantly brought the heart close to the heart. Gao Xianyu couldn't help but feel relieved in his heart when he saw that the old heavenly master didn't blame him, though the flames that rushed to the sky were not of his making alone. But it's also true that because of himself, he almost hurt an innocent person. If it wasn't for the old celestial master's intervention, he could actually handle it himself. It was nothing more than summoning Tu Shan and putting out all the fires. Only then, one's own air power would inevitably be depleted and one would be carried out. And just then, Zhang Jiwei suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Xian Yu, the one you invited just now? Snake Hair Fireheim." Oh, Zhang Jiwei's face showed surprise, and he said with a deep meaning around it, "That's a novel name. I've never heard of it before. Has there ever been such an immortal in your Ma family line?" But Gao Xianyu, in response, only smiled faintly and did not reply. He knew that this was Zhang Jiwei getting suspicious and coming to probe the bottom, but naturally, he wouldn't say anything about Goldfinger to anyone. Zhang Jiwei could also see that Gao Xianyu was unwilling to talk about this matter, so he immediately did not bring it up and said instead, "Well, don't think too much about it. The old Taoist me is just curious because it's rare for me to stumble upon something new. Just went through a big battle. Hurry up and get some rest. Wait until tomorrow and expect even more from you." Seeing that Zhang Jiwei was not pestering him, Gao Xuanyu also hurriedly said goodbye. Then, "Old Celestial Master, I will leave first." With that, he turned and left. Zhang Jiwei looked at Gao Xianyu's back, but in his heart, he was in trouble. This kid performed too brilliantly, but my little disciple, Zhang Chulan, how is he going to cope with this? If he really comes out on top, then everything I've done will be for nothing. No way. I'll have to look into it when I get back. Hurry up and find him a formidable opponent to eliminate this kid. Thinking of this, Zhang Jiwei not only secretly sighed, "Ishika, you're really giving me a hard time. No wonder you're willing to let the kid out." Looking at the younger generation, I'm afraid no one is really his match. But just as Zhang Jiwei was having a dark headache, Lu Jin, who was also a decanter, came over. "Old Celestial Master, what's happening here?" Looking at the messy playing field, Lu Jin asked in surprise. In fact, the moment the flames rushed to the sky just now, he had already noticed it. If he hadn't had other things on his mind, he would have rushed here with Zhang Jiwei. "You're late. The match between Gao Xianyu and Hong Bin just now was a wonderful one." Zhang Jiwei returned what he had asked, with a mysterious smile on his face. Seeing this scene, Lu Jin immediately became interested. "Oh, to have you say that, it seems that these two young people, their strength is very impressive? More than remarkable," Zhang Jiwei exclaimed, and then briefly talked about what had happened. When Lu Jin heard this, his entire body froze in place, his heart greatly shocked. What the hell? Gao Xianyu, a disciple of the Ma clan, directly summoned the real body of the elf? And the kind that is cultivated into human form? That's not a monster. Old Celestial Master, you didn't make a mistake, did you? Lu Jin said with an astonished expression. And let's not talk about those elves and monsters and whether or not they can really cultivate into human form. You and I have seen the way that the disciples of that Ma family invoke the immortals. How is it possible to give up the opponent's real body? If that were to happen, even you and I would have to do our best, not to mention these kids. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiwei immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. I won't hide it from you, Lao Lu. Playing just now, I've been searching for this. It's just as well that you also help me think. In the younger generation, can there be? Zhang Jiwei said this and did not continue, but as a close friend for decades, Lu Jin instantly understood what he meant. Immediately, his face was pensive and he thought hard. A moment passed before he said slowly, I'm afraid there are only 3 so far. Your young disciple Zhang Lingyu, Zhuge Qing of the Martial Marquis sect, and Feng Zhenghao's youngest son, Feng Xingtong, but I prefer this one in the back. After all, you know the methods of his family. Hearing this, Zhang Jiwei's eyes flickered with a thoughtful expression. Lu Jin saw this, naturally no Zhang Jiwei heart in the thought of what? Immediately Persuade said, actually, I don't think you need to worry so much anymore. We've known Guan Shihua for many years. She doesn't look like the kind of person who doesn't know any better. Maybe this time, Gao Xuanyu was allowed to come just to kill the sharpness of certain people. It wasn't even to compete with your little disciple grandson for first place. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiwei let out a heavy sigh. That's true, but young people, they're all exasperated. Who knows if this kid will get his head in the game and make a big move? That's just it. Let's see what happens with this. Anyway, there are still a few days until the game is over. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Jiwei took the lead and walked towards the outside of the arena. Seeing his worried look, Lu Jin followed suit and flooded with worry. Guan Shihua, you really know how to give old Tiancher a hard time. People's divisions all produce geniuses. How come it's just your Ma family line that produces demons? Inviting the immortal to the real body to descend. This is really a unique case of Scorpion Ting since the beginning of time. I hope Linglong doesn't meet him, or else I'm afraid I'll really have to suffer. At the thought of his own great-granddaughter, there was a possibility that she might need Gao Xianyu. Lu Jin also not only had a headache. If that kid really hurt his baby bump, should he go to the northeast and settle the score with Guan Shihua? But when he thought of Guan Shihua's temper, he immediately gave up the idea. If he really went, he was afraid that he would have to end up worse than what happened to his heavy granddaughter. Even worse. Chapter 23. The Great Fourth Master was detained and angrily rebuked the Deng brothers. Gao Xianyu flagged down a victory and walked out of the arena gate with a six-fold stride. But as soon as he came out, he saw Teng Yukai running over with a wail. Junior Master, the Great Fourth Master was detained by Feng Xingtong. As he spoke, he had already arrived in front of Gao Xianyu. The snot and tears were flung, and the look was really, well, as sad as it could be. What the hell? Gao Xianyu's eyes glared as he raised his tone and shouted, "Didn't I tell you to abstain? Why did you even run off and join in?" In the face of questioning, Deng Yukai stopped crying at once and took a half-step backward with a bemused face. Just when he didn't know how to explain, Tong Youfu's voice suddenly came. "Junior Master, don't be angry. I'm the one who told Yao Kai to go." Gao Xianyu's brows crossed as he swept towards Tong Youfu, who had come from within the arena, and immediately let out a cold snort. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't think I don't know what you two brothers are playing at, taking me and my sister's words at face value, are you? Now that the Great Fourth Master has been detained, you have come running to confess your mistake. That's a lineage of our Ma family, an immortal that has been worshipped for hundreds of years. How dare you take its old man for a momentary dispute? Hearing Gao Xianyu's counting, the two brothers all bowed their heads and remained silent, with an attitude of knowing their mistakes. Deng Yukai was even sobbing continuously and couldn't stop his tears from flowing. Thinking back on the race just now is still fresh in my mind. He himself had just invited the Great Fourth Master onto his body, before he could make a move. Then Feng Xingtong used the spirit detaining dispatch with an excited face and forcefully detained the Great Fourth Master. In the past, the omnipotent immortal, in front of the other party, was like a baby, without any ability to resist. No matter what Feng Xingtong said, he could only be forced to do as he was told. Thinking of the Great Fourth Master's expression of longing for freedom, Tong Youtsai's heart was as painful as a pinprick. You know, that's the immortal family he's been consistently worshipping since he was a child. It can be said that apart from Grandma and Big Brother, it is this Great Fourth Master who is the closest. But now, he could only watch, as the Great Fourth fell into the hands of others. Himself, however, had no power at all to bring it back. Junior Master, 1,000 mistakes are all my fault. Please, bring back the Great Fourth Master. Tang Yukai pouted and knelt on the ground, begging bitterly. Gao Xianyu saw that he had genuinely repented. Plus Tang Youfu also realized the seriousness. In his heart, he knew that he had hammered enough, and immediately his face eased up a lot. But still, with a long face and a serious tone, he whispered, "Get up, look at you like that. What's it like? At least he's a disciple of the Halma clan. He's simply disgraced our lineage." Hearing Junior Master's rebuke, Tang Yukai bowed his head, without the slightest bit of resentment in his heart. There's just that endless remorse. Why didn't you listen to your youngest uncle and just abstain? Now it's good that the Great Fourth Master, who accompanied him since he was a child, has been detained, not to mention, and it even made Little Master so angry. If this matter is known to the grandmother Guan Shihua, not alive to peel a layer of their own skin, that is considered light. Seeing his brother so sad, Tong Youfu really had an intolerant heart and said stiffly, "Junior Master, we really know we're wrong. Whether we are beaten or punished, we are all at your disposal." But the Great Fourth Master, without waiting for him to finish his words, Gao Xianyu immediately interrupted in a deep voice. "Don't worry, it's a good thing that this kid met Windstar Tong. The Great Fourth is in his hands. Nothing will happen. If you run into that Wang and you're afraid you won't even have a chance to regret it." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the place where the players drew their lots. Seeing this scene, Tong Yukai hurriedly shouted, "Junior Uncle, where are you going?" Gao Xianyu cursed without looking back. "Where the can I go? Of course I'm going to find Feng Xingtong and get the Great Fourth Master back." When these words came out, the Deng brothers were overjoyed. Tong Yukai even stood up at once and quickly chased after him. "Junior Master, wait for me. I'll go with you." Tang Youfu was also secretly relieved and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Don't look at this young master uncle's age is not big, but really angry. That momentum is also really intimidating. But fortunately, the young master's uncle had a hard mouth and a soft heart. Although he scolded the two brothers, his heart was still toward them. Detaining spirits and dispatching generals. Oh old grandmother, what exactly are you hiding from us? Tang Youfu murmured despondently, then quickly followed. At this time, outside the arena in front of the Takagi stage, the 32 players that had advanced, with the exception of Gao Xianyu and Tang Youfu, were all here waiting for the draw of lots. On its side, a group of people surrounded Feng Xingtong in the center, praising him continuously. Okay, Feng Xingtong, I couldn't tell before, but you still have the skill. Star pupil, what you used just now, is your Wind family's tactic, detaining spirits and dispatching generals, right? It's so cool. Nonsense, that's the 8 Wonders technique, isn't it cool? The immortal that Tang Yukai invited. You guys didn't miss it, it was too scary. As soon as our star pupil made his move, he immediately captured them. Hearing the praise from the crowd, Feng Xingtong was embarrassed and should not be able to take it. In the face of such an occasion, he was never able to be as casual and natural as his old man. Feng Jianghao, guys, listen to me, I'm actually not as good as you guys make me out to be. If we want to talk about strength, brother Yaozai is a complete winner over me. It's just that this means of mine, which just happens to restrain him, is also considered a trick. So, please guys, stop holding me up so much. However, as soon as his words fell, a low cry suddenly came from the distance. Feng Xingtong, hand over the Grey Fourth Master. The crowd was stunned at the sound of the voice, only to see Gao Xianyu bring the Deng brothers over in a furious manner. Hey, kid, what are you yelling about? Who's Master Grey 4? One of the disgruntled men in the crowd of onlookers shouted. They weren't familiar with the family immortals of the Ma clan's lineage, so they simply didn't know who the Grey Fourth Master was. In Gao Xianyu's words, the other person, however, immediately recognized Tang Yukai upon seeing him. Isn't this Pony Siener, who was detained by Star Pupil's immortal family, bringing the two over? Is he looking for a fight? When these words came out, someone immediately snorted coldly. Don't be afraid, Star Pupil, with us here, if they really dare to bully the few with the many, we'll definitely back you up. That's right, this is the Heavenly Master's mansion, not their northeast. A few tiny Ma Siener, can they still turn over the sky? From the conversation between these two men, one could hear to what extent the prestige of the Ma family line had been lowered in Guanini nowadays. In particular, Feng Xingtong also used the detaining spirit dispatch to forcefully detain the immortals at the Luo Tianjiao festival. This made these few people who were watching on the spot immediately feel that the little pony fairy was just like that. Even subconsciously, he thought that the Ma family, nowadays, had been reduced to a small family. If it were not for the support of the 10 brothers Guan Shihua, I am afraid that it would have been marginalized in the circle. But even this ant has long been semi-retired. In this case, it seems that this lineage of the Ma family, I'm afraid that it is really going to be in complete decline. Chapter 24, Spirit Detaining True Immortal? Feng Xingtong was hyper. Gao Xianyu brought the Deng brothers and arrived in front of Feng Xingtong and the others. The overpowering smell of gunpowder had already attracted a crowd of onlookers, especially Feng Baobao and Zhang Chulan. Their gazes were fixed on Gao Xianyu, the match between his opponent and little Vulcan Hongbin. Although he hadn't seen it, he had heard about it. Now so many people are rumoring that this kid can invite the demon himself, and the strength of one is more powerful than the other is evil. Sister Bauer, do you think those rumors are true? Zhang Chulan asked in a worried tone with a look of affliction. This Luo Tian Dajiao, he had to take the lead, because only by obtaining the Tianshi inheritance, he could learn more about his grandfather from Zhang Jiwei. At the same time, he can also find out the whereabouts of his family for Bao Bao Feng. But unexpectedly, only one day had passed, and several powerful competitors had appeared one after another. There was no need to mention geniuses like Zheng Lingyu and Zhuge Qing, who had long been famous. On top of that, there is Jia Zhangliang, who was known as the Sword Immortal, as well as this one in front of him, Gao Xuanyu, who was known as the demon of the Ma family. In front of these two dark horses, he didn't have any confidence in winning, and as Zhang Chulan's words fell, Feng Baobao said in a slightly more grave tone, I don't know, but it should be soon. I can feel that the one called Gao Xianyu was really angry. Hearing this, Zhang Chulan's eyes lit up. Other people were not sure, but he did know that Feng Baobao's intuition was always accurate. Coupled with Gao Xianyu's aggressive stance, it was clear that he had come to seek revenge. Maybe later on, one could really see the means of that so-called inviting the demon's original body. It was also at this time that Gao Xianyu's voice came once again. Feng Xingtong, my master nephew is not as skilled as others and deserves to be beaten, but by detaining the Grey Fourth Master, you are provoking the bottom line of my Ma family lineage. In a word, return the Grey Fourth at once. At the end of his words, Gao Xianyu's face was as gloomy as water. With a completely commanding tone, Feng Xingtong was instantly scared and a little flustered by this strong aura, but just as he was about to open his mouth to explain something, the man beside him took the lead. Kid, you also said that it was your master's nephew who was not as skilled as the others. Why do you still want to come over and ask for the Grey Fourth Master? Besides, Star Pupil was the one who detained the immortal on the field, openly and honestly, and even the referee of the Heavenly Master's office didn't say anything. It's out of order for you to run over and ask for someone now, isn't it? When Gao Xianyu heard this, his gaze coldly looked at this person and his tone was gloomy. Get lost. I'm here to ask for someone, not to talk about rules. With that, he didn't even look at him more than once and turned his head to look at Feng Xingtong. How? Am I going to do it, or are you going to hand it over of your own accord? This, please? The sudden inquiry caused Feng Xingtong to be somewhat at a loss for words. In haste, one can only start by asking for the name of the other person. Disciple of the Ma family, Gao Xuanyu. When these words came out, there was a gasp of surprise from the surroundings. Gao Xianyu? He's the Ma clan disciple who was able to invite the Immortals original? Yes, I've heard about it too. It seems like the little fire god, Hong Bin, was defeated in his hands. I'll go. This is too mysterious, isn't it? I couldn't believe it when I first heard about it. Let's not talk about you. If someone didn't really see this, who would dare believe it? That would be inviting the honored one all the way here. Hearing the exclamations of astonishment that rose and fell around him, Feng Xingtong was greatly shocked, obviously having no knowledge of this matter. But it wasn't because he was stoned on the news. It was because the game ended so late, and as soon as the competition was over, they hurried towards the place where the lots were drawn. Along the way, I didn't even bother to listen closely to what the crowd was discussing. Now that he had learned that the Gao Xianyu in front of him was actually able to invite the Immortal Master, it really shook him hard. As the heir to the spirit detaining and dispatching general, he had to understand these spirits and monsters better than anyone else. Although in other people's mouths, it is said that they just got air. Even if one cultivated for 1,000 years, it would still be difficult to break away from that layer of skin and flesh and take on human form. However, Feng Xingtong knew that the immortal that the Ma family had offered was not that simple. Most of these immortals, in fact, have detached themselves from their physical bodies and have entered the shrine as spirits to receive incense offerings. In addition to this, he will recognize his disciples and give them the power to go and accumulate a wide range of blessings in his place. All of this was done for the sake of accumulating enough power of thought to truly advance to the realm of immortality. Only the immortal realm they cultivate is still very different from humans. Although at this realm, all of them would turn their spiritual power into eternity, becoming what people call immortality. However, human beings use their physical body's chi bureau as the foundation to go and change their surroundings on a large scale, which is also known as feathering into immortality. But these elves and immortals, because they have long since lost their physical bodies, their main cultivation is a spiritual discipline. When one reaches the realm of immortal, one's spirit body can be transformed into a human form. At this point, they will not have to manifest themselves in the body of a disciple of the Ma family with the help of, well, the body of a disciple of the Ma family, fully capable of taking human form, appearing before the public, and casting spells. However, according to Feng Xingtong's understanding, currently in this world, there were no elves or monsters that had cultivated to such a level, just like humans, though they all cry out to be immortalized. But how many people throughout the ages have really been able to do so? But now he heard with his own ears that the Gao Xianyu in front of him was actually able to invite the immortal master himself. Doesn't that mean that the fairy families that this kid has invited are all real gods and goddesses? Brother Gao, can you really invite the immortal master himself? Feng Xingtong asked with some excitement. One could even say exuberance. And he was so excited. For one thing, because he could see the true immortal. Secondly, although these spirits and monsters that have cultivated to the immortal realm can take on human form, they still exist in the form of spirits. While people can see them, they can't touch the entities at all. But it is important to realize that the ability to detain a spirit to dispatch a general is exactly that, detaining a spirit. In that case, is it possible that a spirit that has become a fairy can also be forced to be used by him? However, when Gao Xianyu saw him looking foolish, he immediately frowned. Although he didn't know why Feng Xingtong was excited, he could vaguely sense that this kid wasn't holding his farts. Looks like you want to get your hands dirty and solve the problem. Although Gao Xianyu's tone was flat, but the anger contained in the words was already extremely obvious. But just as his words fell, Zhang Jiwei's laughter suddenly came from the distance. It's good to be young. You've had a fight during the day and you're still in such good spirits. The crowd sniffed and looked towards Zhang Jiwei. He only saw Lu Jin following beside him, as well as a Taoist boy holding a red box. Old Celestial Master, Lu Lao. The crowd greeted this one after another, and the two responded. However, his footsteps did not stop at all, and he came straight in front of Gao Xianyu. At this time, Lu Jin looked at the two and said in a neutral tone, "Come on, there's no rush if you want to fight. You guys draw your sign first, and when we get to the ring, there'll be plenty of opportunities for you to fight." Chapter 25 Battle of the Chosen? Feng Zhenghao appeared. Lu Jin's words instantly eased the originally tense atmosphere. However, the onlookers of the foreigners all wore expressions of disappointment as they were unable to see Gao Xianyu make a move. At this time, Zhang Jiwei spoke up. "Everyone, it's getting late. Let's start the next round of draws. The names written on the sign are your opponents for the next round." As he spoke, the Taoist boy holding the box behind him walked up to the crowd. Seeing this, Gao Xianyu knew that if Zhang and Lu did not leave, this fight would not be possible. Solely the first to stick his hand in the box and draw, wanting to get it over with as quickly as possible and hurry them away. But unexpectedly, when he opened the paper sign, he found that the name written on it was none other than Feng Xingtong. At this time, Zhang Jiwei, who was standing on the side, also saw the name on the paper sign, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. How did these two really become rivals? Though he had also thought about secretly manipulating the situation and choosing a powerful enemy for Gao Xianyu, but definitely not now. Even if they were to do it, it would inevitably be in the round of 16. Is it really predestined? But just as Zhang Jiwei was secretly contemplating, Gao Xuanyu suddenly let out a sneer and held the paper sign up in front of Feng Xingtong and said, "It seems to be the will of God. Since we're destined to be rivals, let's not wait for tomorrow. I'll meet you at the track." After saying that, he didn't care if Feng Xingtong agreed or not. He turned around and walked towards the field. Seeing this scene, the onlookers of the Xenos got excited and all followed. Those who had advanced also hastily drew out their paper signatures, but couldn't even be bothered to take a look, and hurriedly followed. Feng Xingtong, who had only regained her senses after a long time, stood in place with her feet somewhat raised, not knowing what to do for a while. Just then, Lu Jin suddenly shouted in a deep voice, "Ma's boy, no fooling around." When these words came out, everyone, including Gao Xianyu, stood still and looked back, only to see Lu Jin continue with slight dissatisfaction. Although this Luo Tian Dajiao is decided on an ad hoc basis, there is also a race system. What is this about you competing with Feng Xingtong now? If everyone was like you, it would be a mess. Upon hearing this, Gao Xianyu frowned, but just looked at Feng Xingtong and didn't even bother to respond to Lu Jin's words. Those aliens who had wanted to join in the fun were discussing it at this point. Elder Lu is right. Although this Gao Xuanyu and Feng Xingtong are rivals, they are ultimately personal enemies, and it's simply not in order to compete now. Didn't you hear that Gao Xianyu? He didn't come to will the rules. He came to demand someone. He's very arrogant. It's actually nothing, right? I still know something about the Ma family lineage. Those immortals are like family to them. Yeah, I know about that too. Then in that case, Gao Xianyu did the right thing too? All of our own family members have been kidnapped away. On whoever we put it, we have to take revenge. Listening to the crowd's chatter and discussion, Lu Jin's face gradually turned ugly. But just when no one was looking, his gaze spared a glance at Zhang Jiwei. "Old Tian, don't think about it. I've arranged this. Now that I'm done singing in blackface, it's up to you to decide what happens next." Zhang Jiwei also instantly comprehended Lu Jin's meaning, and his mood could not help but be complicated. "Lu, why are you doing this? If it really gets out, then your reputation as a flawless person will be completely ruined. Alas, I didn't expect that it would come to this for the sake of one of my disciples. However, things have come to this point. Zhang Jiwei cannot change, will be wrong to continue." He only coughed lightly twice to attract the attention of the crowd. Upon realizing that the old celestial master had something to say, everyone fell silent. It was also at this time that Zhang Jiwei slowly said, "Xian Yu, I've heard a bit about you and Xingtong. Originally, I, the Heavenly Master's house, should not have interfered in this matter. But your boy's temper is just like that master of yours. If I don't let you let it out, I'm just afraid no one is going to sleep well tonight." After saying that, Zhang Jiwei said in a solemn tone, "I announce that Feng Tianqi's match against Feng Xingtong has been advanced to tonight. As for the referee, it will be old Lu and myself." At the end of his words, he didn't forget to ask Feng Xingtong's opinion. "Star pupil, if I make this arrangement, do you agree?" Win Star Tong, "I disagree, but does it work? Your old man has a voice. Even if I borrow 10 guts, I would not dare to help your face But just as he was about to respond, Feng Zhenghao's voice suddenly came from the distance. "Star pupil, what are you waiting for? The old heavenly master himself will be the judge for you and Xian Yu. This kind of good thing is something that no one else can even beg for. Why don't you hurry up and say yes?" As the voice fell, Feng Zhenghao had already come closer. The gazes of all the people present were all gathered on him. "It's President Feng of the World Society. I'll go." 310 men gathered together. This is a scene that you don't normally see. Not only that, judging from the meaning, Feng Xingtong is bound to agree. And we can also have a good look at Gao Xuanyu's means of inviting fairies, and the Feng family's spirit detaining and dispatching generals to see who's really powerful. At these words, the crowd in the room became excited again. Can't wait to get these two into the ring right away for a battle for the ages. And at this moment, Feng Zhenghao came straight to Zhang Jiwei and Lu Jin's face and said with a face full of apologies, "Old Celestial Master, Elder Lu, I didn't think that this little matter would have alarmed the two of you. What a shame for Masaho." Zhang Jiwei laughed. "No harm done. To say the least, it's difficult for star pupil. He just finished a fight, yet he's having him compete against Xianyu." Hearing this, Feng Xingtong, who hadn't said anything, said tactfully, "It's fine, Sensei Tian. I barely exerted myself in that match just now. I'm still in pretty good shape." But he didn't expect that as soon as his words fell, Feng Zhenghao suddenly slapped his face and chided in a low voice, "Just know how to show off. Is that immortal so easy to deal with? If it weren't for people showing mercy, do you think you, yourself, would still be standing here properly?" After saying that, he raised his head and swept his gaze, quickly seeing Gao Xianyu in the crowd, as well as the Tang family brothers. "Three of you, my canine son is ignorant and has taken much offense. I, as a father, make amends for him. Also, say hello to my aunt for me." Seeing that Feng Zhenghao, who was one of the 10 men of the hall, was so kind, he even went so far as to degrade himself and apologize to the 3 juniors. This behavior was instantly praised by all present. Worthy of being the president of the world society, he really does have a big heart. Who says it isn't? This chest alone is not something you or I can compare to. Look at others. Obviously their son is right, and they're all so modest, and in looking at Gao Xuanyu, he's really young and naive. Chapter 26. The match began with detaining spirit dispatching the Grey Fourth Master. Hearing the yin and yang of a few people, the Deng family brothers had long been red in the face and angry to the extreme. But just as they wanted to argue a few words, they were stopped by Cao Xianyu, his gaze looking at Feng Xingtong. "Feng Xingtong, since you've already agreed, then don't ink it. Remember, if you lose, give me back the Grey Fourth." After saying that, he took the Deng brothers and walked towards the venue. Seeing this, Feng Xingtong sighed and shook his head, then said to his father, "Dad, I'm coming over then," walked straight toward the field of play. Seeing this, the crowd hurriedly followed. At this time, Zhang Jiwei looked at Gao Xianyu's back and let out a secret sigh. This Feng Zhenghao came at a really good time. Did he hear something? Hopefully, what old Lu did was not known to him. Otherwise, I'd really put Lao Lu in a bad light. However, just as Zhang Jiwei was despondent, Feng Zhenghao said with a smile, "Both of you, let's go too. That Ma kid, I see, can't wait." Hearing this, Zhang and Lu mistakenly thought that this Feng Zhenghao was blaming Gao Xuanyu, thinking that he had secretly pitched someone else's child a handful of times. Lu Jin, who was already overjoyed in his heart, said at once, "If you ask me, I can't blame the kid entirely. The significance of those immortals to Ma Xianer is not something that you and I regular people can appreciate. From what I've been told, I know that they've had to work for generations to enshrine an immortal. Now that they've been captured by your son, do you think the boys can't be in a hurry?" Hearing Lu Jin being so biased, Feng Zhenghao was slightly stunned, but he quickly recovered and said with an apologetic face, "Elder Lu's lesson is right. This child, Xing Xie, is really getting more and more unruly. Later on, win or lose, I'll make him release that Grey Fourth Master, then take him back immediately and discipline him severely." Seeing that Feng Zhenghao had become truly angry with his son, Zhang Jiwei opened his mouth to advise him. "It's all young people's business. We who are old, let's stay out of it. If it wasn't for the fear of them making too much noise, I wouldn't have agreed to be the referee. But that Xianyu child, I see that he knows his way around." From start to finish, there were no angry words, just a request for Star Pupil to release the Grey Fourth Master. "As for Star Pupil, I see that this child also has this meaning, but because of the meddling of us old ones, we didn't tell it. That's why, Zhang Hao, you don't have to be too harsh on him after the competition." Upon hearing Zhang Jiwei's favor, Feng Zhenghao also took advantage of the situation and laughed. "It's still the old heavenly master who sees things through. Since you've said so, I'll let that bastard off the hook this time." At this time, Lu Jin saw that the matter was finished and said to the two of them, "Let's go. If we delay any longer, those two little guys, they'll be done fighting." After saying that, the three of them walked together towards the field of play. In the meantime, the two of them, Gao Xianyu and Feng Xingtong, had already stood in the middle of the arena. The audience was sparsely populated with about 50 people. The Deng brothers, who were the first to enter, picked a good spot and looked into the field with nervous faces. "Why haven't they come yet? Old Celestial Master? What a rush!" Deng Yukai looked at the empty gate and said anxiously, "What's the hurry? You're almost 30, and you're not even remotely stable." Tung Yofu reprimanded, and although his face was calm, an anxious look appeared in his eyes. However, just as the words fell, 3 figures appeared at the entrance gate. The foreigners, who had been waiting for a long time. Sherd, Old Celestial Master and the others are here. It's about to start. It's exciting to think about it. One can invite true immortals, and the other can detain spirits and dispatch generals. It's really a tit for tat. Quickly stop arguing. Old Heavenly Master and the others are on the referee's stand. As the last cry fell, the crowd all settled down. Zhuge Chang, who was sitting in the first row, pressed his brother, who was in the way, down. White, you're blocking my view. Not far from it, Zhang Lingyu was expressionless, but his gaze was always fixed on the field, never leaving. Even Wang Yuya, who had always been too much of a pain in the ass, showed a look of anticipation at this moment and quietly waited for the match to begin. However, compared to him, the two of them, Zheng Chulan and Feng Baobao, were standing in front of the railing looking out. The voices behind them shouting angrily for them to leave were simply ignored. On the contrary, Feng Xiayan looked at his younger brother Feng Xingtong with a worried expression. Pay no attention at all to the male inhumans gathered around them. But the only thing that irked her was the man next door with a full head of red hair and a little bit of good looks. All the time she was calling her mom, who was already worried about her brother. She really wanted to go up and beat this person up. It could be said that this temporary advancement of the match had caused all the seated players of the Luo Tian Dajiao to come together to watch. For one thing, he was curious about the rumor that Gao Xianyu had invited a true immortal, plus being able to see, with their own eyes, one of the 8 wondrous techniques of detaining spirits and dispatching generals. Several people wanted to open their eyes. Secondly, they were also curious to know who was actually better in this competition. When you encounter it later in your own life, you will be able to cope with it. At this moment, Zhang Jiwei, who was standing on the referee's platform, also knew that the group was waiting impatiently. Simply omit even the blessing and just open your mouth and shout. Gao Xianyu versus Feng Xingtong. The match begins. As the cry fell, the crowd all closed their breaths and concentrated, looking intently into the field. However, they realized that both of them were standing still, with no intention of making a move at all. Just as the crowd was wondering, Feng Xingtong heatedly smiled. Brother Gao, just invite the gods. I'll wait for you. No need. Make a move. Gao Xianyu didn't appreciate this and only said lightly. In response, Feng Xingtong didn't continue to push and said directly, in that case, I'll be polite. As the words fell, the eyes suddenly lit up with a blue glow. At the same time, on his body, a gust of black mist rose. In just a few moments, it covered a small half of the sky on the field. But if you look closely, you will find that the black mist actually coalesced into the shape of a mouse. Its eyes also emitted an oozing demonic light. At this moment, the people far away from the audience all felt an icy chill. It was as if even the marrow of the bones were frozen in this instant. Holy, is this the Northeast Immortal family? It's also too scary. What the hell? Where is this innate air? It's clearly demonic chi. I have to say, those Exodus Immortals are really amazing too. Even inviting such powerful things, the people were all talking about the Grey Fourth Master. Only the Deng brothers looked at Feng Xingtong with an angry face. This asshole. What does it take the Fourth Master for? It feels like summoning slaves. Tong Yukai gritted his teeth, hating to immediately rush to the field and take out the Grey Fourth Master. Shut up. Watch honestly. Little Master will get Fourth Master out. Tang Youfu drank low in a deep voice, but his clenched hands couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 27 The King of the Satsuma in the Extreme North. Hence the meaning of the word, to be ordered. As Feng Xingtong cast Detaining Spirit Dispatch, the Grey Fourth Master also appeared in front of the crowd. Although it was a mouse, that huge body, and terrifying demonic power, it gave the crowd and the audience a chill in their hearts. Even the old Heavenly Master and Lu Jin both had a sinking heart. They could clearly perceive that this immortal in front of them was extremely terrifying in strength. If they really made a scene, I'm afraid they would have to go through a lot of trouble. But what puzzled the two of them was that the strength of the immortals detained by the spirit detainer would not be limited. You know, although Ma Xianer can invite an immortal into her body. However, because of their own strength, the power of the immortals exerted is proportional. For example, Tong Yukai, even if he had invited the Grey Fourth Master here, it would be good if he could exert 1/10 of his power. If they were all like the Detaining Spirit Dispatch, playing without any limitations, then the Ma clan's lineage would truly be invincible. But for this question, they didn't bother to ask Feng Zhenghao beside them. Each family's tactics are taboo, and no one likes to be known by outsiders. Just so, in turn, it made Zhang Jiwei worry again. Although this Gao Xianyu can summon the immortal's true body, but from the view of that snake-haired fire Ji during the day, the strength is still too different from this Grey Fourth Master. If he was truly undefeated, he would in turn let Feng Xingtong detain him. Then this Jiao festival will really become a showground for detaining spirits and dispatching generals. For a while, Zhang Jiwei, in this heart, suffered a loss. Having lived for 100 years, he hadn't known how long it had been since he had been in this state of mind. I can't help but make a secret comment about how the older you get, the more you gyrate, and at this point in the race, Feng Xingtong, who was covered in black gas, said with a smug expression, "Well, this is the Grey Fourth Master. In your hands, it can't even realize its true strength. Today, I'll let you all see just how strong this Fourth Master's power is." Feeling that majestic demonic aura, Gao Xian you couldn't help but frown. It is worthy of being one of the 8 wondrous techniques of detaining spirits and dispatching generals. Not only can they forcefully detain spirits, but they can also utilize the full power of the immortals. Even if a disciple of the Ma clan practiced for a lifetime, he might not be able to achieve this level. But well, the Grey Fourth Master's strength was indeed strong, but in the world of demon foxes, it was at best a great demon level. To win, just summon the Demon King class. However, Feng Xingtong delayed to see Gao Xianyu's response, and thought that his hand, directly with the other side to deter it. Immediately controlling the Grey Fourth Master to collect his demonic power, he opened his mouth and urged, "Brother Gao, it's your turn. Hurry up and please bring in the immortals. I'd love to see how you invited those immortals in their true form." As he spoke, his words were filled with excitement. There was even a hint of impatience. Seeing this, Gao Xianyu snorted coldly and said slowly, "I know what you're trying to do, but I'd advise you not to get that dangerous idea. Or if something really goes wrong then, don't blame me for not warning you." After saying that, Gao Xianyu raised his sword finger and recited in a deep voice, "The extreme north flares white light, and the roaring moon disrupts the yin and yang. At the command of King Satsuma, the ambush rats retreat." As the last word fell, the surrounding space was suddenly shaken. Everyone in the arena couldn't help but hold their breath, staring at the field with a deadly stare, afraid if I blink, I'll miss some exciting part. Even Feng Xingtong, who was in the arena, had his eyes widened, and his body actually involuntarily trembled. However, just at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, "Therefore, righteousness, be commanded." As the words fell, a figure came from the void. All of them were energized and quickly stood up to take a closer look. When the figure fully appeared, the crowd noticed that the person was covered in white armor, and a pair of ears stood up amidst a head full of silver hair. Above the eyes, there was even a sunglasses. This is a demon? But it looks like a human anyways, and I can't feel any demonic aura at all. It should be a demon, right? Doesn't he have ears on his head? Ambushing a mouse to retreat from the enemy. Could it be a cat demon? Are you deaf? People are saying it's a King Samoan. It's clearly a Samoyed breed among dogs. What a handsome demon. And it just so happens that dogs are my favorite. A female foreigner with eyes full of small hearts looked at the Satsuma King's late righteousness and drooled. The other male and humans sitting next to her all wore strange expressions. At this moment, Feng Xingtong in the field had a reddened face and was excitedly looking at the in front of him. He didn't expect that Gao Xianyu could actually summon the demon's true form, although there was no perception how strong the other party was. However, all the demons that have taken human form have reached the realm of immortality. Too great. Feng Xingtong couldn't help but let out a high cry, and then his entire body's black chi exuded and rolled up. The massive body of the Grey Fourth Master once again appeared in front of the crowd. "Brother Gao, let me test how strong this immortal you invited is. Go!" Feng Xingtong gave the order with a wave of his hand. Unable to resist, the Grey Fourth Master could only honestly follow orders. The huge body, which instantly turned into a black smoke, rushed straight towards the Satsuma King's old righteousness. "Just catch the big rat, right?" Looking at the fiercely attacking Grey Fourth Master, "Subdue it first, before going after whoever is controlling it." Gao Xianyu operated the innate one air, his gaze always fixed on Feng Xingtong. "Looks like a bit of trouble," Forbidden Righteousness muttered, then headed forward. Just as he stepped out, he came face to face with the attacking Grey Fourth, only to see a sharp claw suddenly coalesce amongst that black mist, aimed at Goody's head and clawed down hard. Between its sharp claws waving, the powerful force, moreover, brought up a burst of air-breaking sound, but in response, Forbidden Righteousness just slowly raised his right hand. It seemed to move slowly, but just enough to ward off the attack. But just at the moment when fist and claw collided, a blinding white light abruptly erupted from Forbidden Yi's right hand. Immediately afterward, a terrifying shockwave immediately swept out in all directions. That black mist also dispersed as much as it could the moment the impact erupted, revealing the Grey Fourth Master's true form, and the sharp claws that were condensed completely collapsed in this collision. At this moment, the Grey Fourth Master looked at the Forbidden Righteousness in front of him, his eyes filled with fear, and his huge body trembled continuously. Due to Windstar Tong's order, it had used its full strength in that strike just now, but unexpectedly, it was easily defused by the other party, not to mention shocking its spirit soul. But the most terrifying thing was the white light. The power contained within it was incomparably majestic, like a vast sea, and it was impossible to resist. One's own full-strength strike was like a lone boat in the sea in front of that white light, and was instantly swallowed up. Where the hell is this monster? Surprisingly, he possessed such terrifying strength. Even Master Husan Tai, the head of the Immortals, couldn't withstand this move of his, could he? However, just as the Grey Fourth Master was terrified in his mind. Therefore, he said with interest with a slight sideways glance, the strength is good, and it's considered top tier among the group of great demons. Unfortunately, I'm also at the top of the heap amongst a group of great demon kings. Chapter 28 Feng Xingtong detained spirit, Wang and broke into the race, with one easy move. Not only shook away the black mist and revealed the Grey Fourth Master's original body, but also injured its spirit. If it wasn't for Yao Xianyu's early explanation, he only needed to exert a little force just now. The Grey Fourth Master, now, could be completely dusted off, and Feng Xingtong, who was the controller, also felt the power of this move. The entire group trembled all over, fear rising in their hearts. He couldn't be clearer in his heart about how strong the Grey Fourth Master was, but even if they were undefeated, they wouldn't be able to kill them in one move, right? Even from the other party's attitude, this move hadn't been at full strength at all. But not to mention him, even Zhang Jiwei, Lu Jin and Feng Zhanghao in the referee's seat were so shocked that they couldn't speak. The gazes of the three of them all stared at Gao Xianyu and Go Yi, revealing expressions of disbelief. They had thought that this was a great battle for the ages, and even for this reason, they had secretly prepared to step in to stop it. But never in a million years did I expect this King Satsuma to throw a punch and end the fight. As the ones with the highest cultivation in the arena, they were clearly able to perceive how strong the Grey Fourth Master was. As a result, in front of King Satsuma, it was as unbearable as a baby. This Gao Xianyu, what kind of monster has he summoned? But during their shock, King Satsuma's late righteousness once again made a move. He was only seen pacing towards Feng Xingtong, and muttering in a low voice under his breath, "This kid looks so weak. We'll have to be careful what we do later. Don't screw it up." Although his words were very small, the arena at this moment, because of his punch, was already quiet to the point where a pin could be heard. So his words, almost word for word, were heard by the crowd. This also made Feng Xingtong's father, Feng Zhanghao, his heart in his throat, and said in a hurry, "Star pupil, admit defeat." A sudden shout made Feng Xingtong, who was in a state of fear, instantly come back to his senses. Looking at the slowly approaching Satsuma King, he swallowed hard, but soon enough, this fear of his was overpowered by an even stronger sense of excitement. Such a powerful elf. If we can detain it, then this Luo Tian Dajiao will really make a big splash. Thinking of this, he immediately operated the innate one air and executed the detaining spirit dispatch. The next moment, his eyes glowed blue. His eyes were dead set on the forbidden righteousness who was walking towards him. Come quickly." As the cry fell, the detaining spirit dispatch had already been cast. Furious righteousness stopped abruptly and stood frozen in place. Seeing that it was effective, Feng Xingtong immediately increased his strength once again and called out in a deep, low voice, "Not yet." But strangely enough, no matter how much he shouted, the Satsuma King on the other side was simply indifferent. But he was certain that his detaining spirit dispatch had indeed been cast on the other party. Was it because he was not strong enough to capture him immediately? Thinking of this, he simply put his heart on the line and continued to output the innate air, intending to have a protracted battle. After all, such a powerful elf was definitely worth it even if it took more effort. However, just as excited as he was, there was also Wang in the audience. At this moment, his hands were gripping the railing tightly, and his body was already trembling uncontrollably because of his overexuberance. "It's perfect. It's just too perfect. I didn't realize that in this world, there was such a powerful sinful animal. If I can detain him and then eat him by serving the spirit, I can be absolutely invincible in this world." But soon, he looked at Feng Xingtong with indignation and cursed in his heart, "Asshole, this one's mine. Never allow trash like you to snatch him up." Then he actually made a fierce leap, flipped over the railing, and jumped directly into the field. Seeing this sudden move of his, it really startled the three people in the referee's chair. Zhang Jiwei even recognized at once that this person was Wang Ai's grandson. Immediately, his body turned into a golden light and entered the field. Before the crowd could react, they had already appeared in front of Wang and, "Kid, there are rules for competitions. Go back." Although Zhang Jiwei's tone was flat, between his words, he was already revealing some anger. "This kid is so clueless. Do you treat the rules of my heavenly master's house as if they were nothing?" At this time, Wang looked at the old heavenly master who suddenly appeared. Although he was arrogant, he didn't have the guts to disobey this Jedi yet. Old celestial master, I was merely acting on impulse and didn't intend to break the rules." Wang looked deeply at the Satsuma King in the field and said with extreme reluctance, "But in this regard, Zhang Jiwei's heart was 100 times not convinced. He knew too well in his heart what kind of beating Wang Ai's family was. However, at this time, there was still a competition in the arena, so he didn't bother to talk much. Immediately, he grabbed Wang An's arm, then once again turned into a golden light and returned to the audience. Immediately, without looking back, he walked towards the referee's table while saying, "Since you don't intend to break the rules, stay here honestly. If it goes on any longer, the old Taoist will really have to follow the rules." Hearing these threatening words, Wang An's face was gloomy, but he didn't dare to retort at all. After cursing old Nubizi in his heart, he hurriedly turned his head to look at the field, and this little interlude of his didn't affect the two who were competing at all. At this moment, Gao Xianyu looked at Feng Xingtong, who was firing, and yawned in boredom. "Hurry up, I'm getting sleepy." Hearing his urging, Gu Yi, who had originally frozen in place, pointed at Feng Xingtong and turned his head. "What's he doing? Was I scared silly? Feng Xingtong? No, how can you still talk? If you've been hit by my spirit detention and dispatch, shouldn't you be concentrating on the confrontation? Does that mean that you're not affected at all?" And indeed, it is true that the old righteousness was not affected in any way. The reason why he was stumped was because of his come-on comment. In the eyes of the deceased righteousness, this is a total death wish. But then again, it seemed like the other guy was doing something. That's why he stood still, wanting to see what would happen. But I didn't expect, after waiting for half a day, this kid in addition to two eyes glowing, in the absence of any action. It's not a waste of feelings. He's detaining you, trying to manipulate you. Gao Xianyu returned with 100 chatty words, then provocatively looked at Feng Xingtong. "A spirit of surrender? That's it? But how badly do you want to catch King Satsuma? You can't even distinguish between spirit and body, can you? It is also this guy endowed with mild. Otherwise in other big demon king, you will have to be sprinkled with discretionary ingredients, racked on the fire to become barbecue." However, after hearing Gao Xianyu's words, Goody immediately looked horrified and exclaimed loudly, "Manipulate me, Jin Chensi?" Saying that, his expression was instantly grave, and his body quickly withdrew several meters towards the back. In the next moment, his strength as a great demon king instantly erupted. The sky, which had been clear, was suddenly covered with clouds. A monstrous demonic aura shot straight up into the sky, covering 100 miles in a circle in an instant. Chapter 29 A misunderstanding that almost opened all the seats. King Satsuma's sudden outburst caused everyone in the room to be horrified in their hearts. Looking at the terrifyingly monstrous demonic chi that kept rushing into the pitch-black sky, it made the young generation of foreigners all face panic and tremble, especially after feeling the mighty pressure of that great demon king, King Satsuma. It was even more so that their hearts were filled with despair, and they simply couldn't bring up the slightest thought of resistance. The only thought that comes to mind is to run away. In fact, not to mention the younger generation, even the three Zhang Jiwei in the referee's chair were appalled at this moment. They were completely confused as to why the Satsuma king was suddenly angry. Could it be because Windstar Tong used the detaining spirit dispatch, and as a result, the other side feels that their dignity is being challenged? That must be it. Demons are extremely aware of the domain, especially being driven by humans and whatnot. That's a heartfelt distaste, unless you can make its heart happy. But whenever you move this idea, you will inevitably be met with the other party's desperate resistance. Obviously, Feng Xingtong had violated this taboo, but unbeknownst to him, King Satsuma was not because of such boring things, nor did he feel the slightest bit threatened at all by Feng Xingtong's approach. The reason why the demonic power had erupted was solely because Gao Xianyu hadn't made the situation clear, mistakenly thinking that Feng Xingtong's means of controlling the demon was the Jin Chensi that made that fox demon world scared to death. This is something that is outside the circle. However, if one gets a tiny bit of it, it will instantly attach itself to one's mind and keep on compelling. Slowly, the possessed person or demon would become despondent, thus erupting into all sorts of negative emotions. Once it reaches this point, that is the moment when the mind is the most vulnerable, and that is also when Jin Chensi strikes. It will continue to erode and control the possessor's sanity until it is completely in control. It may even give birth to a new personality, completely obliterating the host's original consciousness and eventually replacing it altogether. That was why King Satsuma was so nervous, but Feng Jianghao on the referee's table didn't know that and only thought that his son had angered the other side. Seeing that the Satsuma king was about to make a move, he immediately could no longer care about anything else and directly leapt into the field, blocking in front of Feng Xingtong. "Dad," seeing her father who suddenly appeared, Feng Xingtong, who had long been scared silly, instantly returned to her senses. But Feng Jianghao didn't bother at all, and just looked at King Satsuma Dao with a grave expression on his face. "This senior, I am this child's father. Feng Jianghao, my canine son is young and ignorant, and did not mean to offend you. Please also be magnanimous and spare him this time. Hao Masaho is here to salute you." After saying that, Feng Jianghao clasped his hands and deeply bowed down. Feng Xingtong, who was standing at the back, saw his old man groveling so much, and his heart was suddenly filled with mixed feelings. But when he realized that the Satsuma king still had that stern look on his face, he mistakenly thought that the other party still refused to let himself go. Feng Xingtong immediately clenched his teeth violently and kneeled on the ground with a plop. "Senpai, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. Itomi knows she's wrong. If you're really angry, please punish star pupil alone and don't make things difficult for my father." But as soon as he finished saying this, Feng Zhenghao violently turned around and chided. "Shut the hell up. It wasn't because you were too cocky that you angered people? Just because you have a few tricks up your sleeve. You don't know the heights of heaven. Do you really think that you are invincible just because you know how to dispatch a general with the spirit detainer?" Hearing her father's scolding, Feng Xingtong had long been in tears and didn't even bother to talk back. But he was not crying because he was scolded. Rather, his heart was both afraid that he would actually be killed and saddened that his father had stooped so low for his own sake. The current Feng Xingtong's heart was filled with remorse. "It just felt like my father was right, and I was just too arrogant." It was so arrogant that he wanted to detain the Satsuma king whose strength was so terrifying. It was only after seeing the other party's true strength now that he finally understood. Previously, against the Grey Fourth Master, I'm afraid that people didn't even use a tenth of their power. It was ridiculous that one saw the other party frozen in place and mistakenly thought that the spirit detention had succeeded. As a result, it is now good, angered the other side, has made a mess to the point of being unable to end. However, just as Feng Xingtong was secretly blaming himself, Zhang Jiwei's voice suddenly came. "Alright Masaho, the child didn't mean to do it. It was simply to compare the heights." As he spoke, Zhang Jiwei and Lu Jin, both of them, arrived in front of Feng Zhenghao at the same time. Spinning around, he turned his head to look at King Satsuma with a serious face. "Elder, just now, star pupil did offend more than he should, but please spare him this time on account of his youthful ignorance. When I turn around I'll have them, father and son, bring more tributes and go to your hall to make amends in person. How about that?" But King Satsuma remained indifferent to Zhang Jiwei's persuasion. Those stern gazes were always dead on Feng Xingtong, as if they were trying to see through him. Seeing this scene, Zhang Jiwei and the three of them could not help but all frown, their hearts hanging in the air. "Done. This is really pissing people off. You're not really going to do it, are you?" In the face of this monstrous demonic aura, not to mention Feng Zhenghao and Lu Jin, even Zhang Jiwei, who was the best of the best, had no idea that he could beat the Satsuma king, even if one used the secret techniques in the Five Thunders positive technique. I'm afraid that one could only barely resist it. Trying to win a fight is never going to happen. But just as several people were in their minds, secretly pondering how to respond, Gao Xianyu was slightly wearing a rough breath as he shouted at Satsuma King Fui, "Hurry up and put away the demonic chi. What's with the tantrum here? It's not like it's your nook and cranny. So where's the golden morning glory?" Forbidden Righteousness froze slightly and looked back and said, "Not Jin Chensi? Then what did he use to control me?" "Control your sister," Gao Xianyu yelled with a black face. "Are you not clear in your head right now? That's just a tactic of this world. It has nothing to do with Jin Chensi. He just couldn't figure out how a great demon king could be so nervous. He himself was just talking about control, and he was able to associate it with golden morning glory. The most hateful thing is, UING exploded my ass. This whole body of my strength was almost drained by you in an instant." Gu Yi's tense expression instantly loosened up after hearing these words. Immediately afterward, the demonic aura that covered the sky dissipated. Then rising slowly, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Told you so. I thought there were creatures outside the circle here too." After saying that, he turned his head to look at Zhang Jiwei and the others, scratching his head in some embarrassment. "Sorry, there was some misunderstanding. Didn't scare you guys, did I?" Zhang Jiwei, Lu Jin, Feng Zhenghao, you're a very nice person, and knew to apologize to us and ask if we were scared. We're all freaking out, okay? So because of a misunderstanding, you almost wiped us out? If it wasn't for Gao Xianyu explaining it clearly, you were going to do it directly, right? I'd say you're a living ancestor. You just play. Who you played you are. Chapter 30, gaining 5 more years of cultivation, accumulating experience value by fighting? With the misunderstanding cleared up, Gu Yi also dispersed his demonic power. The moment that majestic pressure dissipated, all the people present were relieved. The hanging heart of Zhang Jiwei's 3 men also finally fell. Seeing that King Satsuma was not pursuing the matter, Feng Zhenghao hurriedly bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you, elder," he said, and secretly wiped his cold sweat. "It's too dangerous." Luckily, the other side didn't insist on making a move. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I would have to drag the old heavenly master along with Elder Lu, to bury their father and son with them. Therefore, when he saw Feng Zhanghao being so polite, he was a bit rushed instead. It's fine. It's all just a little thing. Although it was a great demon king, it had always been kind to people because of its character. What he usually couldn't stand was people being too polite with him, in favor of the human in front of him, that really said a word and worshipped it, making it uncomfortable all over. In order to get out of here as soon as possible, it once again looked at Feng Xingtong and said, "That little guy, hurry up and release the people, or I'll have to beat you up again." Windstar tongue, brother, are you always this straightforward? Feng Zhanghao's heart also trembled after hearing these words. Fearing that his son had angered the Satsuma king again, he hurriedly turned around and chided, "What are you still frozen for? Didn't you hear what senior said?" Seeing his old dad getting angry, Feng Xingtong's face tightened and he quickly waved his hand and said, "Got it, dad. I'll untie the Grey Fourth now." Saying that, he left his gong method and recited in a deep voice, detaining the spirit and dispatching the generals. Unlock. With a fall, the Grey Fourth Master regained his freedom, but it should have left, but at the moment it was lying on the ground, not moving at all. Seeing this, the Deng brothers in the audience could no longer contain the anxiety in their hearts and leapt into the arena. "Fourth Master, how are you? Fourth Master, you old man, give a movement." The Deng brothers successively ran to the Grey Fourth Master's side and checked up on the situation. However, he found that the other party had already had white eyes, and had actually fainted to death. It turned out that when released his demonic power just now, the Grey Fourth Master, who was a great demon, was instantly stunned by the pressure of that great demon king. Unlike that time with Hu Chuilu, this time it wasn't bloodline suppression, but purely because of that superior's aura. "Fourth Master, say something, you old man." Deng Yukai's face was tense and he called out loudly. In the heat of the moment, he even put his hand in a hug, trying to probe the condition of the Grey Fourth, but unexpectedly, because the other party was a spirit body, it directly pounced. Seeing that there was nothing he could do, Waiting Yufu hurriedly turned his head at this time and looked at Gao Xianyu. "Junior Master, the fourth master hasn't moved." However, in response to his request for help, Gao Xianyu did not give an immediate reply, but stood frozen in place. Congratulations to the host, who has accumulated 5 years of cultivation through battle. Gao Xianyu listened to the system prompt that suddenly came from his mind. One's own cultivation, too, instantly skyrocketed, and the innate air became even deeper. But in his mind, he pondered the prompt over and over again. Accumulated through combat? It seems I can gain cultivation just by fighting with others. But why didn't I reward the Deng brothers when I got them to accompany me? Could it be because of the lack of accumulated combat experience? A series of doubts instantly surfaced from his mind. He went through all of his battles, all of them quickly. It was then realized that when he fought against the Deng brothers, he hadn't put out much power at all. Each time, they just summoned some small demons and subdued the brothers. But since participating in the Luo Tian Dajiao festival, even though he had only fought 2 matches against each other. However, in these 2 tournaments, where the demons summoned, apart from the unreliable Tu Shan Susu, the least of them were at the level of a great demon. Now, it even directly summoned the great demon King Gai, and even accidentally made it explode to its full strength. From this, one could deduce that the more fiercely one fought, the faster one's battle experience value would accumulate, and the easier it would be to obtain cultivation rewards. Just what that cumulative tipping point is not yet known. Ugh, it's hard to do. Although the Luo Tian Dajiao can refine itself, if you let go of it, there's not a single one of these that can fight. Gao Xianyu shook his head inside, then looked at the anxious Tang Youfu and said, "Alright, it's alright, the fourth master merely fainted," said the man. He looked at the old righteousness and handed the other a look. Since the two were summoner, they were already mentally connected. Therefore, he immediately understood Gao Xianyu's meaning and took large steps to walk in front of the Grey Fourth Master. "I'll do it." Seeing that this great demon king was willing to come to the rescue, the Deng brothers were overjoyed and hurriedly got up to make way. But the next scene that followed made the two of them dumbfounded, only to see Goody wrap his demonic power around his hand and pick up the Grey Fourth Master with one hand. The broad palm that followed mercilessly slapped the Fourth Master. For a while, inside the entire arena, loud slaps were constantly heard. After about dozens of slaps, the Grey Fourth Master finally woke up ghostly, but as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Furious Righteousness, who was a great demon king. At that moment, his body subconsciously struggled a bit, but he realized that he was firmly grasped by the other party. The Grey Fourth Master immediately panicked in his heart, hastily gave up the struggle, and asked in a trembling tone, "Former, senior, what are your orders?" Seeing it waking up, heatedly smiled and said, "No, it's not waking up." With that, he placed the Grey Fourth Master on the ground and turned to look at Gao Xianyu. "It's all done, and there's nothing else to do, so I'm going to pull out. I think I heard it just now. Big sister calling out to me." The big sister in its mouth was naturally Tu Shan. only this term of endearment. It was called when Yaya was small. When Yaya grew up and became the new generation of talkers in Tu Shan, it was mercilessly abandoned. Go on. Gao Xianyu dispersed his power with a big wave of his hand. The figure of Tu instantly became illusory and disappeared in a whirlwind. Seeing this Satsuma king leave, the crowd in the audience finally dared to take a big breath. That terrifying demonic aura just now was simply weighing them down. Especially Win San Swallow. Originally she also wanted to accompany Pops and enter the field to save her brother. But nay, it simply could not suppress the fear in his heart, so much so that his legs were completely paralyzed. Until now, it was still shaking violently, but compared to the others, Win San Swallow was already considered good. At this point in the audience, at least half of the Inhumans fainted. Although the remaining half remained conscious, many of them had also long been lying on the ground, unable to stand up. The only ones who were truly still able to sit in their chairs and hold on strongly were the few genius figures left. Just then, Zhang Jiwei's voice was loud and clear as he announced the results of the match. Feng Xingtong vs Gao Xuanyu. Winner, Gao Xianyu. But there was no cheering in the audience at this point. Zhang Lingyu, Zhuge Chang, and Wang Yuya all looked at Gao Xuanyu with palpitations. Feng Baobao supported Zhang Chulan, whose entire body was paralyzed, and also gazed out at the field. Chapter 31 Heavenly River Weak Water Comes, Quasi-Demon Emperor Chuiyu Spirit. The curtain has finally come down on this game that was brought forward on short notice. However, the entire room, with the exception of Gao Xianyu and the Deng brothers, felt as if they had walked through a ghost gate. The good thing is that it's all over and survived with a scare. However, after seeing Gao Xianyu's strength, it in turn made the crowd's mood even heavier. Most people's thoughts are that they feel hopeless in their bid for first place and are disheartened. However, Zhang Lingyu and Zhuge Chang and the others were shocked by Gao Xuanyu's ability to summon such a powerful demon. Zhang Chulan was the only one whose face was hard to see. This competition can mean a lot to him. Not only is it about the secret left behind by grandfather Zhang Huai, but also the mystery of Feng Baobao's birth. Once he fails to be number one, he won't get the celestial master succession. That master teacher, Zhang Jiwei, wouldn't tell him anything. Sister Bauer, make a move. Bury him tonight. Zhang Chulan thought twice and said in a firm tone, bury the Sardinio. People just summon a demon and I'll be hiccuped. When the time comes, you'll be waiting to bury me. Feng Baobao looked disheveled and responded listlessly. She's been searching for her family for decades, and now it's hard to see any hope. But I didn't expect such a demon to be killed halfway. Not to mention Zhang Chulan, even if he came across himself, he would not be a match at all. Even if you take Okamoto 0.01, in the use of the Away 18 styles, all live without discount secret, but also cannot hurt each other the slightest. Against Gao Xianyu, there was no other way but to admit defeat. Unless, I've got an idea. Feng Baobao suddenly had a bright idea and said with slight excitement, when Gao Xianyu summons, he has to recite a mantra. Let's seal up that mouth of his and he won't be able to summon it. Zhang Chulan, who was originally full of expectations, stared wide-eyed and flaxenly frozen after hearing these words. Looking at Feng Baobao's witty expression, he almost stormed out on the spot. Listen to this. This is the kind of response a carbon-based organism can come up with? Sister, if you seal his mouth, won't he do the chanting? Besides, if you didn't see it, Gao Xianyu summoned demons without any precast shaking at all. Just recite the mantra and that summon will appear instantly. I'm afraid they've invited their ancestors before you've had a chance to seal your lips. Zhang Chulan's hopes were immediately dashed and he directly leaned back, lying on the ground in a lifeless state. At the same time, he secretly regretted in his heart that he shouldn't have held any hope for Feng Baobao. Isn't this purely nothing to add to your problems? However, just as the two were talking, several people in the arena came together. Zhang Jiwei and the others looked at Gao Xuanyu, not to mention how complicated their hearts were. Is this Ma's family molding a golden body for Buddha? How did such a demon come out? The demons that were summoned were all more terrifying than one another, and by the looks of it, it doesn't seem to be the strongest. But no matter what, at this time Zhang Jiwei's hanging heart is completely dead. With the strength that Gao Xuanyu was currently displaying, when looking at the entire young generation, it was already unrivaled. So he didn't have to go through all the trouble of thinking about how to help his apprentice grandson Zhang Chulan open up the way. The only thing that could be expected now was to hope that the Ma family would still be able to leave a few points for the master's house. Don't really take that first place. Alright, you two little guys have had enough. Go back and rest. Zhang Jiwei said in a slightly dull tone, then took the lead and turned to leave. As for whether Gao Xianyu still had an undercard, he was in the mood to probe the bottom. If you really want to ask, your heart will be even more blocked. But just because he doesn't ask doesn't mean others aren't curious. Feng Xingtong walked over at this time and said admiringly, Brother Gao, the immortal you summoned is really powerful. I'm convinced of my loss. I'm curious though, is this the most powerful immortal you can summon? But as soon as the words fell, Feng Zhenghao, who was on the side, furrowed his brows and rebuked in a very dissatisfied manner. Star pupil, there really aren't any rules at all. How can you just pry into someone else's family's means? After Feng Xingtong was chided by his father, he also realized with a jolt that he had violated the great taboo of the inhuman realm, and immediately said with a full of apologies, "I'm sorry, Gao. I didn't mean it." Seeing his nervousness, Gao Xianyu smiled in disbelief and then raised his sword finger. The weak waters of the heavenly river come, and the three eyes reveal their true form. Heal my spiritual blood and restore my broken body. The red reef and the winnowing fish front to welcome them. Please, the leech demon king. Pro. Gao Xianyu suddenly recited his mantra, frightening the few people around him as their eyelids jumped wildly and they immediately retreated towards the back. Immediately afterward, in the void behind him, a marvelous figure appeared and slowly walked. Immediately, an ethereal and moving voice entered the ears of the crowd. "Little Xian Yu, what's the point of calling out to your sister again?" As the voice fell, a woman with a raw forehead, long light green hair, and a slender figure appeared in front of the crowd. Her appearance, though, wasn't all that startling. However, the two people who were closest, Lu Jin and Feng Zhenghao, were shocked to find out. This woman in front of her, when she raised her hand, she would release the demonic power of a great demon king. In other words, this person was at least more than one level stronger than the Satsuma king's strength. And indeed, it does. The one Gao Xianyu had now invited was none other than the famous healer in the Fox Demon world, Chui Yuling. It was also the patriarch of the Leech Demon clan. Although he hadn't stepped into the realm of a demon emperor at all, he already had the strength of a quasi-demon emperor. Compared to King Satsuma's late righteousness, it is indeed a realm above. Sister Yuling, I have a senior here who is injured. Please treat him. Gao Xianyu responded with a smile. As he spoke, his hand was still pointing at the Grey Fourth Master who had his hands covering his face. Just now, the old righteousness of that slap, although not hard, but it was also not something that the Grey Fourth Master, who had lost his physical body and only had a spiritual body left, could withstand. Now it was awake in person, but its mind was clouded, and it had been lying on the ground without leaving. Gao Xianyu was truly afraid that something would happen to it, so he simply summoned the Jade Spirit over to take a look. "Oh, yeah, I'll go check it out." Chui Yuling glanced at the Grey Fourth Master, then walked over with a graceful demeanor. Feng Zhenghao and the others on its side, seeing that this strong man was here to heal, that lifted heart instantly fell. This kid, Gao Xianyu, is really capable of scaring people, summoning such a strong immortal to come over without saying anything in advance. At this rate, I'm going to have a heart attack. But grumbling aside, they were curious. Such a powerful demon, that healing skill must be extremely unbelievable. Could it be that it's really like in mythological novels, where you can raise your hand and cast a spell to heal someone? However, when they saw the means by which the Chuiyu spirit had treated them, they were immediately shocked, although it did use spells as well. In the end, out of nowhere, he actually took out a poultice and directly almost put it on the Grey Fourth Master's face. The Grey Four, who was originally a rat, actually looked extremely lewd after being plastered. Chapter 32 Gao Yushan's treatment plan. Feng Zhenghao is going to be coupling again. Chui Yuling turned back to Gao Xianyu after healing the Grey Fourth Master. Don't worry, it's nothing serious, just a shock. I've put 2 refreshing pills on it. It'll come to its senses soon. When Gao Xianyu heard that the Fourth Master Grey was fine, the worries in his heart immediately dispersed. But just when he was about to say something, the Grey Four Masters who fell to the ground in the distance, suddenly whoosh sounds scurried into midair. Then as if he had seen a ghost, he ran off in a northeasterly direction without looking back. In just the blink of an eye, it was gone. Seeing this, Chui Yuling raised her hand to half cover her red lips and laughed. See, it's not working. But when these words fell on Gao Xianyu's ears, he always felt that something was wrong. Why do you feel that the spirit of the Grey Fourth Master, not like the drug, played a role? On the contrary, seems to be afraid of what? Unfortunately, the Grey Fourth Master wasn't here, or he would have broken into a fit of rage. Sun Tzu, you kid has good balls. You just sent away a great demon king who woke me up, and now you're bringing in a quasi-demon emperor to cure me? I'm scared less. Is that a sticking plaster for me? That's killing me. For that matter, dogs don't even heal. But the Deng brothers, who didn't know the inside story, all showed joy on their faces when they saw the Grey Fourth Master so refreshed. Tong Yukai was even more emotional. It's worthy of sister cooling. One handout has cured the Fourth Master. Look how energetic his old man is. Tong Yofu, who was on the side, nodded his head in agreement. Yes, and I haven't seen it in a long time. The Fourth Master, it's so energized. Meanwhile, Chui Yuling was about to turn around and leave when she saw that things were done. However, he suddenly realized that Gao Xianyu's cultivation level seemed to have grown a lot, and was surprised. Little Xianyu, did you take some kind of great tonic pill? How did your cultivation grow so much? Saying that, he even took the initiative to take Gao Xianyu's right hand and pressed it on his pulse. Continuing, I know you're in a hurry to heal your sister, but you can't eat anything. Otherwise, once you injure your origin, it's likely that you'll lose all your powers. Even if I heal you, I'll have to recultivate. Instead of delaying things, looking at the worried Cui Yuling, Gao Xianyu hemmed and hawed and said, "Don't worry, Sister Yuling. I got all this from my own hard work. On the contrary, how are the preparations for my sister?" In order to be able to cure Gao Yushan, Gao Xianyu had not failed to summon the Chuiyu spirit over. If there was a goodwill between the two of them, it would have been swiped until the pipes burst. But fortunately, this dedication pays off. After repeated studies by Cui Yuling, a program was finally formulated down. In the Fox Demon world, there is indeed a formula that can bring a broken arm back to life. Only the medicinal herbs in it were all heavenly herbs that were extremely difficult to find. On top of that, the secret method of the Hilt Demon clan had to be used to produce bone and blood for Gao Yushan. That's an absolutely time-consuming and labor-intensive set. According to Cui Yuling's preliminary estimation, Gao Xianyu would need at least 70 years of cultivation to barely sustain her spell casting. As for completely curing Gao Yushan, it would take 100 years of power. For that matter, it's not a one-time recovery. It depends on the specific situation. Even if it goes well, it will take 2 times to do it. Don't worry, I've enlisted the help of the Demon Kings in Mount Tu. The herbs will soon be ready. When you have enough cultivation, you should be able to start healing straight away. After making sure that Gao Xianyu was fine, Cui Yuling closed her hand and said. Gao Xianyu's heart was also delighted when he heard this. Plus he already basically understood the system's cultivation reward setting. There was also enough confidence that he could have 100 years of Kung Fu in 3 years' time. It's really hard on you, Sister Yuling. When you come next time, I'll be making you some more delicious food. Yes, Jade Spirit is also a foodie, and for some reason, loves to eat what Gao Xianyu made. For this reason, he had read a lot of recipes to learn how to cook, and that cooking skill was rubbing off on him. There were even times when the idea of opening a restaurant popped into his head, but Cui Yuling quickly waved her hand and shook her head after hearing this. No more food, no more food. I've gained so much weight lately, I've been laughed at by Rong Rong, and to say that I have to become a big fat man if I eat like this. At the end of the sentence, Cui Yuling's small mouth puffed out in an exasperated manner. Gao Xianyu, however, just smiled at this and did not comfort at all, because that's what Cui Yuling said every time. But as a result, not a single bite of the meal was missing. Cui Yuling also seemed to have realized that her small mind was seen through, and immediately blushed and said in a somewhat flustered manner, "Well, there's nothing more for me to do here, so I'm going to head back." After saying that, without waiting for Gao Xianyu to take the initiative to dissipate his power, he directly disappeared in place. At this moment, Feng Jianghao and the others who were standing on the side, looking at the duo who were so familiar with each other, had long been dumbstruck. Good lord, you're really like that, huh? Calling such a strong demon a sibling and talking about family in front of us. No, who are you kidding? What's wrong with showing off that you've got a backer? But just as a few people were sputtering, around the corner from the gate of the arena, Zhang Jiwei, who had originally left, was now wearing a black face, the corners of his mouth twitching. Little Xianyu, are you trying to piss me off? I'm not even out the door yet, and you've summoned a stronger immortal? If this one were to make a move, the Dragon Tiger Mountain could be leveled directly to the ground. It's just a matter of children and grandchildren. Chulan, you're on your own. Zhang Jiwei let out a heavy sigh and turned towards his residence. At the moment, he just felt like he had endured too much this day, something he shouldn't have endured at this age. Now he just wanted to go back to meditating and see if he could communicate with the Taoist ancestor. If it came to pass, he wanted to ask the ancestor, all the monsters in the lower world have become fertilized. Aren't you going to come down and take care of them? What's the use of my supplying you? Inside the venue, Gao Xianyu didn't intend to stay any longer when he saw that the matter was done. It's been enough of an eye-opener today. It's always worth leaving some time for these people to cool off. President Feng, Elder Lu, since the match is over, Xianyu will take his leave first. Gao Xianyu politely bowed, then turned to leave. Seeing this, the Deng brothers also hurriedly greeted the two of them and quickly followed behind. Looking at Gao Xianyu's departing back, Feng Jianghao's gaze flickered as he secretly marveled in his heart. Xianyu, this kid, where on earth did he invite these powerful spirits? I can't even control my Wind family spirit restraining and dispatching generals. It seems that this is the aunt of the Ma family. To me is a demonstration to come. I'd better pay a visit when I'm done with this busy time. It's a good time to ask if Xianyu is engaged. Even though Xian is a bit older than him, the two of them are quite compatible. The Wind Sand Swallow, who was still unable to stand up at this time, did not know it yet. 2 days ago himself, he had only just been pushed by his father to fail at Zheng Chulan. Now this old man of his own, he was starting to hit on Gao Xianyu again. What's wrong with you? You really want my daughter, don't you? Why don't you have another one while you're still in good health? Chapter 33 Contestants fearful of withdrawal, Luo Tian Dajiao to Yellow? Nightfall. At this time on Longhu Mountain, everyone was talking about the same topic, Gao Xianyu. When the crowd saw that succession of powerful demons that he had summoned out, they were all deeply shocked, especially those who will be competing are desperate for this. Whether it was the Satsuma King's old righteousness or the Leech Demon King's Chui Yuling, these two demons were simply not something they could defeat. Nowadays, it seemed that, on the contrary, the snake-haired fire maiden that had been recruited during the battle with the little fire god was the weakest. But even if it was her, it was never something they could beat. Facing a match with no chance of winning made the players lose their spirit instantly. After all, they had come here in order to compete for first place and obtain the Tong Tian Talisman, one of the 8 wondrous skills, but now even that hope is gone. So what's the point of comparing? Might as well pack up early and go home for a good night's sleep. At this moment, in a certain guest room in the Heavenly Master's mansion. Hey, what are you packing for? Are you sure you don't want to compete? No contest. The result is the same anyway. Shan Sherdong, nicknamed the Green God Charm, said as he packed his bags with a frustrated look on his face. As a talismanic family, he had come to participate in the Luo Tian Bun Festival to supplement his shortcomings and sharpen himself. The second thing was that he wanted to try to compete for the top spot with his family's ancestral talisman. After all, as one who specialized in talismans, the temptation of the Tong Tian Talisman could be considered extremely great. If he could really get his hands on it, he might be able to promote the Shan family and even start a sect. But unexpectedly, this dream was mercilessly shattered by Gao Xianyu before it could be finished. Those monsters, not to mention him Shan Sherdong, even if the ancestors of the Shan family collective manifestation, but also simply cannot beat isn't that a ing hang up? And as Shan Sherdong's words fell, the alien who had just inquired, also extremely agreed. You're also right, with our strength, there's no point in continuing to compete. It's just that I don't know if that Spirit Jade Realist and Zhuge Cheng will continue to compete. At that moment, Shan Sherdong slung his packed luggage over his shoulder and said slowly, don't think about it, with Gao Xuanyu's strength, I dare conclude that no one in the younger generation can win against him. Even among the older generation, I'm afraid there aren't many who can defeat him. With that, he lifted his feet and headed out the door. Continuing, I'm going to pay my respects to the old celestial master, and wish you a good result. That one person's mouth twitched when he heard that. With my strength, I can't take a good grade anymore. Wait, I'll go with you. And the same thing, except for the two of them, continues to happen. Many of the contestants without powers had already packed their bags and headed towards Zhang Jiwei's residence. On the contrary, the Lu family class as well as the larger sects did not allow their own disciples to withdraw in order to estimate the face of the old heavenly master. But behind it all, there were also all serious exhortations. As long as you run into Gao Xianyu, don't even think about it and admit defeat immediately. For a while, there was a lot of fuss about contestants dropping out, and Zhang Jiwei, who was informed of this, sat down at the table inside. These young people, why are they not motivated at all? Isn't it just that we saw Gao Xianyu summoning a couple of elves and monsters? Why are they all clamoring to withdraw from the competition? But at the end of the sentence, even he hadn't moved. Yeah, it's just a couple of elves, but it wouldn't have gotten this far without these elves. A good competition was hard and fast for Gao Xianyu to spoil. What a sin! However, just then, Lu Jin's voice came from outside the door. Old Celestial Master, I'm coming. As the voice fell, Lu Jin entered the room. Upon seeing Zhang Jiwei, who was full of sorrow, he immediately said with an apologetic face, Old Celestial Master, this time it's me who owed it to myself to think. I didn't expect things to come to this, but don't worry, even if I, Old Lu, go personally, I will definitely help you finish this competition. His words were already unspoken, meaning that he was saying again that he was prepared to personally make a move to eliminate Gao Xianyu. But when Zhang Jiwei heard this, he immediately laughed bitterly. Come on, how old are you and you still want to go and embarrass a junior? What's the matter? A life of flawlessness all your life, and in your old age because of this, it makes you late? When Lu Jin heard this, her heart felt even worse. If he hadn't taken the liberty of arranging Gao Xianyu and Feng Xingtong together, he wouldn't have gotten into a situation where the contestants withdrew. But it does seem a bit uncharacteristic to say that he should be allowed to make a move. Besides, even if he doesn't want his reputation, what can he do if he really strikes out? As far as those powerful elves and monsters were concerned, he really couldn't beat them. Tell you what, I'll ask Linglong to find some more little guys in to fill the heads. In any case, the Luo Tian Dajiao has to go on. Otherwise won't all your hard work be wasted? But before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Jiwei waved his hand. No need, I've already thought of a way. I can actually think of these guys dropping out. Many of them withdrew because they felt that there was no hope of competing for first place, and they couldn't get the Tong Tian talisman. So I'd like to come up with an idea, which is to take this Tong Tian talisman and use it as a reward for second place. What do you think? In fact, he had called Lu Jin here mainly for this purpose. After all, the Tong Tian talisman was offered by his old Lu, and it was also claimed to the public as a prize for first place, but now because of Gao Xianyu, there was no need to think about this first others. But the second one, those people should still be willing to fight for it. And after Lu Jin heard this idea, he immediately said with a surprised expression, Old Celestial Master, that's a good idea. Setting the Tong Tian talisman as the prize for second place will not only bring back the fighting spirit of these little guys, maybe that Gao Xuanyu will also give up the idea of competing for first place for the sake of the Tong Tian talisman. That's a great idea to kill two birds with one stone. Hearing Lu Jin's praise, Zhang Jiwei, however, shook his head with a bitter smile. In fact, he really did this just to keep those players, so as not to make this Luo Tian Dajiao become an empty shelf. As for whether Gao Xianyu would give up his fight for first place for the sake of the Tong Tian talisman, he hadn't even considered it. It could even be said that he felt in his heart that even if he took the initiative to give this Tong Tian talisman to that kid, the other party might not want it. After all, no matter how strong this Tong Tian talisman was, it wasn't as powerful as the elves and monsters he had summoned. Since you have no objection, I'll let the announcement go down. Otherwise, if we wait a little while, the boys must all be gone. Zhang Jiwei put down these words and couldn't wait to instruct his disciples to announce this matter. Sure enough, once this news came out, most of those many Inhumans who wanted to abstain had returned. Although there were still a few people who insisted on leaving, it was finally possible for the Luo Tian Dajiao to continue. Zhang Jiwei and Lu Jin, after learning about this matter, a heart also finally settled down. At the same time, the heart expects, this Hai Xian you cannot make a mess. Otherwise, this newly stabilized Luo Tian Dajiao would really be spoiled by him. Chapter 34 That year I touched a little cute. I was so happy to die in a foreign land. Zhang Jiwei was able to save the day, and finally barely allowed the Luo Tian Dajiao to continue. Though from the 36 at the beginning, there were now 29. This result, though, has been pretty good. Besides, Gao Xianyu had already finished competing, so it was just the right time to take his turn. As for the others, the opponents were redrawn once more. As a result, what made Zhang Jiwei speechless was that those players who drew Zhanlingyu, Zhuge Chang, and the others even announced their abstention on the spot once again. In their opinion, these players were not as strong as Gao Xianyu though, but it makes no difference to them. If you can't beat them, why waste your energy? Go home and sleep. In response, Zhang Jiwei did not try to stop them and let them leave. By the time everything was done, it was late at night. The originally noisy Longhu Mountain was also finally quiet. The next day, Gao Xianyu and Teng Yukai were flabbergasted because they didn't have a match, and they slept until almost noon before arriving at the arena. Upon seeing that there were many fewer participants, he was puzzled. Strange, where are those people? He didn't exert himself too much yesterday in 2 consecutive fights, but he was feeling a little tired. So just as soon as I got back, I immediately huffed and puffed. So there was a complete lack of knowledge about the player abstaining from the game, including Deng Yukai, who was also sleeping heavily. Tang Youfu was the only one who was called to draw lots, but since both of them were sleeping, they didn't bother them. It just arrived early in the morning and traveled quietly to the track on its own. Did they all go home after the game? Tang Yukai scratched his head, somewhat perplexed, but as soon as the words fell, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Yo, isn't this our great demon king Gao Xianyu? Hearing these words, Gao Xianyu and Teng Yukai turned around in unison and realized that the visitors were actually the Lu Jiao Ban squad. The one who spoke just now was none other than Hidden Dragon, who loved to gather information the most. Demon? Who gave me that nickname? Gao Xianyu asked with a look of disgust. In watching him come, the nickname is just too middle of the road and silly. It's almost the same as the name Dragon Ao Tian. But the crowd of the Lu family class laughed, and Yun, who was wearing a mask, said as he put his arm around Hidden Dragon, who else could it be? This great talent beside me. Of course. Saying so, he turned his head to look at Zhang Long and couldn't hold back his laughter. Quickly tell your Gao brother, how did you come up with this name? However, in response to Yun's mockery, Hidden Dragon was not ashamed, but rather proud. He said, what do you people know? The title of Demon King is a title that my brother Gao definitely deserves. After yesterday's battle, it was a night that scared a lot of players into withdrawing from the tournament. If it weren't for the old Heavenly Master himself, I'm afraid that we wouldn't even be able to get the right number of people for the competition today. Hearing this, the people of the Lu family class obviously all knew what happened last night. However, Gao Xianyu and Teng Yukai, revealed a look of astonishment. My little uncle didn't do anything. Why did they withdraw? Tang Yukai asked in a puzzled manner. However, this statement drew a gaze of disdain from the Lu family class set. Zhang Long even couldn't help but say, I say brother Kai, you're properly in Versailles. Just what hasn't this little master of yours done yet? Good fellow. It's not even enough to summon so many powerful immortals. Even the spirit detainer dispatchers couldn't help him. If this is really doing something on point, then I'm afraid that there really won't be a single person left in this match today. But as soon as his words fell, White Style Snow suddenly walked over to Gao Xianyu and took a closer look. That stance was as if he was picking on his sweetheart, causing Gao Xianyu's heart to grow fuzzy. What for? Gao Xianyu took half a step backward and couldn't help but ask. Nothing. I just wanted to look up to the champions early, White Style Snow said with an excited face and flashing eyes. You know, she's handicapping this Rotunda Jiao contest online. Originally, her idea was that taking this opportunity to make a little profit would be enough. After all, whether it was Zhang Lingyu or Zhu Gaqing, the odds were 1-to-1, but there were simply too many people betting on them. But I didn't expect that this 1-to-50 Gao Xianyu suddenly became a dark horse and killed it, and it locked up the tournament title as the absolute king. The main thing is that no one is buying this kid's press. In this way, it is tantamount to a banker's pass. It could be said that in this tournament, Gao Xianyu had killed madly in the tournament, and she, White Style Snow, had fished madly on the handicap. It's a straight-up earner, and the little pocketbook bulges immediately. If it wasn't for the fact that she was too attached to her wealth, she would have wanted to share a little bit with Gao Xianyu. That's why she was now looking at the other party as if she was looking at the god of fortune. How she looked at him. But Gao Xianyu didn't know about this matter, and only felt that the way Bai Shishue looked at herself was almost drawn out, especially those crimson pupils that seemed to be flying out. She's a little too eager, isn't she? Are all the girls nowadays so spontaneous? But White Style Snow is not bad looking, just a little out of shape. Gao Xianyu looked up and down, then said in a sincere tone, why don't? Let's look somewhere else, like go to the bottom of the hill, have a bite to eat, watch a movie before. Speaking of this, Gao Xianyu raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing an expression that men understand. White Style Snow was slightly stunned at this sudden invitation, but then he whirled around and reacted, and immediately gave a cold snort with a displeased expression, saying, nice try. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do? Isn't it just to trick me into coming down and paying your bills? You think I'm going to spend money on you if you help me win the handicap? I'm telling you, I'm not like those dumb white guys. I'll never spend my money on a man. A speech that thundered everyone on the scene outside. In particular, the Lu family class crowd quickly moved away from White Style Snow. Look at that, hating her like you never knew her. Snow, you've been single for so many years. He's not unreasonable. Gao Xianyu asked you to go down the mountain. Even the dogs on the side of the road know what they want to do. Why is your brain circuitry, on the contrary, different from normal people? But to say the most depressed, it had to be Gao Xianyu. I think he practiced shooting at the age of 4 and made a killing at the age of 10. At the age of 16, one would have thought that the world was unrivaled. But I never thought I'd run into a little cutie today. He was so close to dying in his own country. White Snow, you're really like that. Yao Tsai, let's go. Not with the little cutie. Play. Gao Xianyu had a dark face as he turned around and walked towards the arena. Tong Yukai didn't respond either, just silently followed behind. However, the first time he saw his youngest uncle suffer defeat, at this time, his shoulders were constantly trembling and he forced himself to hold back his laughter. In his heart, he secretly thought, this White Style Snow can be a real talent. Looking at the departing Gao Xianyu, the Lu clan crowd sighed collectively. White Style Snow was the only one who showed a smug expression. Look, I guess I got annoyed when I busted you on the spot. Cut. You want to play games with me at such a young age? Too tender. Chapter 35 Susi, chatting with you, emo for me With a black face, Gao Xianyu made his way to the spectator seats of the arena. At this point the game had not yet started, but the players were already entering. It was Deng Youfu versus Shan Shitong. Due to Gao Xianyu's mess yesterday, the butterfly effect had already manifested itself quickly. Nowadays, the list of sparring matches of the Luo Tian Dajiao is extremely different from the original history of one person, but Gao Xianyu didn't even bother with that. Messy is as messy as it gets, and it has nothing to do with you anyway. After this competition was over, he would take the Deng brothers back to the northeast to retreat. Strive to reach 100 years of power within 3 years and cure your sister, Gao Xianyu. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Gao Xianyu looked back and realized that it was Su Si who had walked over. Not far behind him, Su San was pulling Tang Yukai, not knowing what he was chatting about. Something wrong? As an inquiry fell, Su Si walked closer to Gao Xianyu and slowly exhaled smoke and said, in fact, the day I ran into you on the mountain, I've always felt that the name Gao Xianyu was familiar. It didn't occur to me until yesterday that you're Gao's youngest son from the northeast region, aren't you? Actually, it was no wonder that it took Su Si so long to remember after thinking about it. Gao Xianyu had stayed in his northeastern home since he was a child and had never gone out. Plus, Gao Lian seldom mentioned this young son in front of his colleagues. This led to the fact that Su Si hadn't been able to think about it. But it wasn't until yesterday that he told the company about Gao Xianyu's invitation to the True Immortals. I didn't realize that Zhao Fengshu, the chairman of the board of directors of Nadutong, said that he had already known about the matter, and he also sent Gao Lian, who came to Longhu Mountain. Not surprisingly, it will arrive this afternoon. It was only then that Su Si came to his senses and remembered this young son of the Gao family. But what made him most concerned was the tone of Chairman Zhao Fengshu. Looking at that, it seemed like there was the idea of having Gao Xianyu join the company. If that was the case, then wouldn't Zhang Chulan's fight for first place become simple? As long as Gao Xianyu agrees to join the company, then everyone will be colleagues. Since we're co-workers, it shouldn't be a problem to do a little favor and give up first place, right? So as soon as the contest started, Su Si had been waiting at the entrance. However, he had waited for almost a morning and had not seen Gao Xianyu. Until Zhang Chulan's match started, he planned to take a look. As a result, just as he left, he learned of Gao Xianyu's arrival, so without even bothering to watch the game, he hoofed it. However, Gao Xianyu did not know Su Si's purpose and just looked at him with a puzzled expression. Why are you investigating my family history? Are you going to give me a daughter-in-law? Gao Xianyu was not surprised that Su Si knew about his family history. It would have been a company with his cheap old man, and it would have been easy for the other side to find out about this. When Su Si saw him being so poorly spoken, he immediately laughed. Okay, kid, you dare to ask me for a daughter-in-law, but it's simple. When uncle takes you to a place at night, 500 ahead, guaranteed they'll all be fighting to be your daughter-in-law. Hearing Su Si's flirting, Gao Xianyu, who had a bellyful of fire and by Shi Shui, could still spoil him? Immediately, his neck was lengthened, and his gaze was contemptuous and disdainful. 500? That's all you've got. Everywhere I go, it's 200, and every one of them just turned 18. Su Si, I don't believe it. Not until you take me there. Good point. Gao Xianyu gazed at the field of play and said in a deep tone, your treat. Deal. With that, the two happily struck their first deal. Su Si whirled around and took a drag on his cigarette, stating the purpose of his trip. By the way, your father is also the head of the Northeast region. You haven't thought about following in his footsteps? But as soon as the words were out of his mouth, he wanted to give himself a big slap. Damn, should have asked for the nightly appointment first. How come I'm still distracted? Gao Xianyu raised an eyebrow and glanced at Su Si, not knowing what drug the other party was selling, but still said, not interested. Get up earlier than a chicken, sleep later than a dog and work more than a cow all day. It's still a small paycheck a month, and it could be life-threatening. Honestly, I kind of admire you guys. Just a couple $1,000s a month and you're all doing it pretty hard. Su Si, this kid, the cursing is ing dirty, but it was indeed time to talk to Mr. Zhao about the wage increase. Otherwise, in a couple years, you won't even be able to afford to go to 18 for $200. Su Si's mood, which had been quite cheerful, was suddenly depressed for some reason. After heavily exhaling a mouthful of smoke, he said, resisting the urge to hit someone, and I'm not going to beat around the bush with you. I just want to ask you one thing. Can we make Chulan a champion in this Luo Tianjiao festival? Just this? Gao Xianyu looked at Su Si with some surprise. Although he knew that the other party must have something for himself, he didn't expect it to be this. But when he came to the Luo Tian Dajiao, he didn't even think about taking first place, just simply want to challenge, fat beat, those so-called geniuses. When Su Si saw Gao Xianyu's disinterested attitude, he immediately felt happy in his heart and knew that there was a chance, so he hurriedly asked, so, you agree? Doesn't matter. Gao Xianyu shrugged his shoulders and said, originally, I came over to practice, and the targets are all geniuses from various sects. Before I defeat them, as long as Zhang Chulan doesn't encounter me. Hearing this clear answer, Su Si was a mixed blessing. What do you mean? Just don't meet you until you beat those geniuses? What if your kid meets Zhang Chulan in the final 8 or 4? Are you really going to eliminate him without any respect for the same thing? Besides, is it interesting for you, a demon, to have to compete with those geniuses? But then Su Si let out a secret sigh in his heart. Forget it, for the sake of Zhang Chulan, let's shed some blood while we're at it. Tell you what, I'll cover all the nights you're in Lungfu Mountain for the next few days. When you run into Zhang Chulan, just be magnanimous and let him off the hook. But as soon as his words fell, Gao Xianyu immediately skimmed his mouth and said, then you'll have to get in line. The master reimbursed all the expenses before I came. Besides, on your measly salary, it's not enough for me to play all night. In the end, Gao Xianyu's tone was truly as arrogant as it could be. Exasperated, Su Si's shoulders trembled and he clenched his grooved teeth. Not you rich kid, what's so posh about it? What? Your father, Gao Lian, and your master, Guan Shihua, are great? My father is still Su Xiang. That's the patriarch of the company. Am I proud? Look at you being a deadbeat. If I couldn't beat you, I would have done it long ago. Su Si took a deep breath, suppressed the mouthful of old blood, and said in as calm a tone as possible, in that case, I won't say any more. I hope you'll do what you say, and don't compete with Chulan for first place during the finals. Chapter 36 Deng Yukai's Unexplained Mystery. Wang Yuya vs. Zhuge Qing. Su Si took the initiative to exit the chat and walked towards the outside of the arena with a black face. Seeing that he was in a bad situation, Su San hurriedly said goodbye to Deng Yukai, then quickly chased after him. Looking at the departing backs of the two brothers, Gao Xianyu swept away his previous unhappiness and replaced his face with a smile. It's kinda true what they say, the smile never goes away, it just shifts. Junior Master, Deng Yukai shouted and ran over at a fast pace. First, he glanced at the playing field and found that his brother, Tong Youfu, was fighting back and forth with Shan Shitong, but soon he was sure that this match must be won by his own brother. The reason was simple. Up to now, Tong Youfu hadn't even invited the gods to come on board. What did you talk to Susan about? For half a day? Gao Xianyu looked at the playing field and casually inquired. It's not much. The oldest just asked me about you. There was also the question about your family lineage, whether it was the Gao family line. Tong Yukai scratched his head and said with some uncertainty. Until now, he couldn't figure out why Susan was looking for him and asking about these things. What do you say? Seeing that he didn't follow up for half a day, Gao Xianyu spared a word of urging. Deng Yukai said truthfully. All said I think there is nothing to hide, right? With old 3 and 4's abilities, it's easy for them to know if they want to investigate. Seeing this master nephew of his, who hadn't reacted even now, Gao Xianyu immediately gave up. I don't know if this Deng Yukai is too truthful, or just stupid in the head. Susan is clearly trying to hold you back so that Su Si can have a chance to get to me, and you ended up talking to people. If this were in ancient times, you'd be asked to protect the emperor. It's guaranteed that on the first day you ascend the throne, the emperor will have to die in the afternoon, and the murderer would have to be in front of you, cutting off the emperor's head. You're damned if you're considered a Chinese doctor shaking his head. It's hopeless. At this time, Deng Yukai also discovered that the expression of the young master uncle was a bit wrong, and immediately said with some panic, Junior Master, what's wrong? Did I do something wrong? Nope, keep it up. Great job. Regarding Deng Yukai's performance just now, Gao Xianyu gave great recognition. What else? It doesn't make sense to say it. You just have to take your time and cultivate it. Sooner or later the Dons would find out anyway. The day this little number practiced fees, it may be that at some point, it's just the penis that goes sad. And as the conversation between the two ended, the match in the arena drew to a close. In the end, Tong Youfu still invited down Lu Kuanqing and finished off Shan Shitong with a single move. Seeing this, Gao Xianyu shook his head and said with great dissatisfaction, you have to waste your energy when you can just get it done. Wouldn't it be good to use that spare energy on a pussy? With that said, he walked towards the outside of the arena without looking back, ready to watch another match. Seeing this, Tong Yukai silently followed behind, but in his heart, he was secretly non-committal. We'd like to use it. We don't stand a chance with you around. You left and right can be cool. Is really one does not share us Tong Yukai followed behind with a grumpy face, and his mind could not help but recall the events of that night, but he hadn't figured out until now. This little master uncle of his own, where on earth did he find so many beautiful women? And one of them was also extremely passionate about him. Extremely passionate. It was really enviable for a long time. Just like that, Tong Yukai followed along in depression all the way to the other arena. But as soon as he reached the audience, he was immediately captivated by the match on the field. In this one, it was Wang Yuya vs. Zhuge Qing. The two within the venue at this moment were just exchanging blows. Wang also has a handful of taijutsu attacking in quick succession, trying to break through the defense. But unfortunately, every time, it was cracked by Zhuge Qing using the Wuhou Chi-men. Although the two seemed to be fighting back and forth, Wang was also clearly at a disadvantage. Finally, he seized a sliver of opportunity and used his Taiji-yin hand to stick Zhuge Qing's left arm, but just as it pulled it close enough to land a heavy blow, Zhuge Qing, however, used his force to break through the force, and in the nick of time, he used his 8 extreme fist to send Wang flying as well. Seeing this, Gao Xuanyu, who was standing in the audience, suddenly had a mocking smile appear at the corner of his mouth. Backpacking pants, Iron Mountain, and a basketball away from that deceased man, Tong Yukai, who was standing by the side, asked curiously when he saw his young master's godly appearance. Junior Master, what the hell is so close to basketball? What, do you want to play ball? When Gao Xianyu heard this, a touch of melancholy rose in his heart. Chicken, you are too beautiful. After all, no one understands me. Just then, Tong Youfu, who had finished the match, also walked over. Junior Uncle, Yukai, so you're here. When did you come? The two of them glanced at him at the same time, and Gao Xianyu didn't say anything as he continued to look at the match. Instead, Deng Yukai said, I've been here for half a day, and I even made a special trip to watch your match. Even though I know you've won, little master thinks you're wasting your strength. Hearing these words, Teng Youfu froze slightly and looked at Cao Xuanyu in puzzlement. Junior master, did I not perform well enough? Make do, Gao Xianyu said indifferently. Next time you come across an opponent that you can kill in seconds, just go straight to full strength. If it were really a fight to the death, the way you fight, you'd be taken care of before the immortals were even invited. Teng Youfu sniffed and scratched his head in some confusion. I don't understand why Junior Master would suddenly say something like this. Could it be a reminder of something? But before he could inquire, there was suddenly a loud noise in the arena. Teng Youfu turned his head to look and realized that many stones had appeared on the originally flat racecourse. This? Wuhou Chi Men, Gao Xianyu answered, but his gaze was looking at Wang Yuya. Others may not know, but he knows it well. This Wang Yuya was one of the 8 strange techniques, the inheritor of the Wind Queen's strange sect. The present battle against this Zhuge Cheng was secretly arranged by the old Heavenly Master, though it's a full day early, as per the original plot. The general course of history, however, remains unchanged. But right at this moment, Wang Yuya seemed to sense something and suddenly turned around to meet Gao Xuanyu's gaze. Is he here too? What a pain in the ass. I thought it would be enough to just take care of him alone. But why did I run into Zhuge Cheng? The strength of this martial marquis lineage's heir was really not to be underestimated. It seemed that he could only use his full strength. Originally this move was prepared for Gao Xianyu. I also don't know if the other side will be prepared for it if it's exposed. Wang also let out a secret sigh in his heart. Then he lightly stepped on the ground with one foot, and the Wind Queen's strange door was instantly cast. The word Kuan, Earth River Car. As the cry fell, King used the same move. It was just that the power of the technique he used was actually above Zhuge Cheng. Seeing this scene, Zhuge Cheng's eyes, which had been narrowed all along, instantly glared round, revealing an expression of disbelief, though he had long since seen that the king was also a fellow warlock like himself. However, this party's center court had clearly been set by him, but why was his opponent able to stand within his center court and perform the same move to suppress himself? Chapter 37 history is strikingly similar to the CP who finally came together. As Wang also used the Wind Queen Strange Gate, Zhuge Cheng was suddenly staggered in place, his heart incomparably shocked. The originally fierce battle also quieted down in a moment. Seeing this, the spectators outside the arena showed puzzled expressions and shouted in dissatisfaction. What the hell? Keep fighting. Why have they all stopped all of a sudden? Could it be that they've already split up the winners and losers? It shouldn't, should it? Can't see who's winning or losing? At this time, the Tang family brothers, who had been watching the battle, also asked in confusion, Junior Master, can you tell what's wrong with the two of them? Yes, Master Uncle. Why are they all standing still? Upon hearing the two men's questions, Gao Xianyu did not bother to explain, because there's nothing to say. The reason the two men stood still was that one was shaken up and the other didn't want to keep fighting. However, he knew that Zhuge Cheng would never stop after seeing the means of the Wind Queen's Chi-men. Sure enough, at that moment, the king also took the initiative to say, Stop, we're all warlocks. There's really no need to fight as hard as you want the others to. I'll give you time to choose between what you call tending to the good and the bad. Zhuge heard this and his face became grave. Although he had yet to perform divination, he already had a rough answer in his heart from that hand just now. But he wasn't dead set on it, and still made a secret prediction. But seeing that they never made a move, the audience had long been abuzz, yelling for them to do it. However, in response to this, Zhuge Cheng and Wang also paid no attention at all and just stood quietly in place. After about a minute had passed, Zhuge Cheng's squinted eyes steeply glared round, and a trace of cold sweat flowed from his forehead. This trigram, with only a 4-word critique, moth to moth. At this moment, Zhuge Cheng had already realized that he absolutely could not defeat Wang Yi, but that was precisely why he was even more unconvinced in his heart. As an heir of the Wuhou school, the Wuhou Chi-men was his pride and even more so, his faith. Now a Taoist priest from Wudong Mountain had easily shattered everything he had. Although he knew that he was bound to lose, he still cast the Wuhou Chi-men once again, wanting to take a look at Wang Yuya's means. What exactly was an art? Leaving the word chibi, Zhuge Cheng pinched his fingers to cast a spell and casually flung out several fireballs. Seeing this, Wang also sighed in his heart and then read in a deep voice, Sundance character, Shantan merit. As a cry fell, several sharp stakes suddenly sprang out of the ground, perfectly deflecting all the fireballs. When Zhuge Cheng saw this, his heart sank. Just like earlier, it was again standing in an asymmetrical position and using spells from the other 5 elements. This time, however, it was even more excessive than before. it had actually ignored the attribute compatibility and used a wood spell to completely block its own fire spell. Impossible! Zhuge Qing couldn't help but exclaim in shock, his breath trembling as he said, even the strongest user of Qi-Men can't possibly not follow the principle of birth and death. How the hell did you do that? Seeing such a shocked expression on his face, Wang also felt that it was almost time, and took the initiative to withdraw the spell and slowly said, Zhuge Qing, what do you think? Stop there. Didn't you see your own trigrams? Upon hearing this, Zhuge Qing's face became more and more grave, and his voice said in a low voice, I did see that. Shamash emoji. Actually, I had already prepared to lose, only thinking that I, myself, would lose at the hands of Gao Xuanyu, and yet, I never expected to face you in defeat. But, losing to Gao Xuanyu, I have nothing to say and recognize his strength, but you are totally different for me. As a warlock, there are some things that are more important than dignity. Speaking here, Zhuge Qing's eyes suddenly glowed white while hissing loudly. That's the truth. With the instant the words fell, the white light shot straight up into the sky, actually covering up the sun's light. The foreigners in the audience looked up to the sky with surprised expressions. They mistakenly thought that this Zhuge Qing was going to unleash some big move, but Zhuge Bai, who was his younger brother, was sobbing uncontrollably at this point, running water running down his face, choking and shouting for his brother to stop, but his voice was too small compared to the hundreds of people shouting in shock. Moreover, Zhuge Qing had already finished transporting his energy at this point, so it was impossible to stop. Strange sect manifestation mind technique. With a low cry, all the 10,000 lights were taken into themselves, and finally converged in his eyes. Zhuge Qing looked at Wang Yuya and said indifferently, well, the effect is abstract, isn't it? But it brings the user closer to the essence of things. Hearing his words, Wang Yuya, who had been frozen in shock, was abruptly startled. As a fellow magician, he understood what Zhuge Qing was trying to do, which was nothing more than trying to see through his Feng Ho Chi Men. But in his heart, he still couldn't help but spit, knowing that it wouldn't be that easy to end this Wind Queen Chi-Men after using it. It seemed like trying to point blank was impossible, and the only way to end the battle was to make Zhuge Qing completely lose his fighting strength. However, as soon as this thought was decided, Zhuge Qing had already attacked. This time, he didn't use any arts, relying entirely on his physical skills, but now that he had exploded his full power, his own attributes had also increased by more than a notch. Just by bending his legs, he disappeared in just one leap. In response, the king used the same power and moved with it. In just a split second, the two transformed into a trail of residual shadows, with a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. They entangled. The foreigners watching the match could only hear the sounds of the crashing sounds of a physical fight coming from the ground, and were unable to see the two men's stances at all. Seeing such a wonderful match, it made them gasp and applaud. But although the two were extremely fast, there were still a few people in the arena who were able to see them clearly. This included Gao Xianyu. Watching the two men sparring with their fists, Gao Xianyu knew in his heart that this Zhuge Qing was completely mad. In the end, he would even disregard his life to see the Wind Queen's Chi-Men used by Wang Yuya. It was also from this battle that the two were considered to have completely knocked on the CP. But just then, Zhuge Qing's voice suddenly came from within the field. The word 2A, black blaze. With a sound, Zhuge Qing's right hand's erected sword finger instantly turned frontal black. But one also saw this, without a trace of hesitation. Immediately the same number of sword fingers to meet up. The two instantly staggered past each other, and then they both stopped at the same time, 2 meters away. But at this moment, Zhuge Qing's expression was even more shocked. Slowly turning back to Wang Ya, he asked incredulously, What the hell did you do? That's right. His technique was still broken by the other party, but he, who had opened that strange door manifestation technique, did not see clearly what had just happened, and the king also stood with his back to each other, his left arm raised at shoulder level. A drop of blood slowly dripped from the finger of his sword, and he turned his head slightly and said, The Danzhong acupoint is restrained, so this can be the end now, right? Chapter 38 Wang Yuya's divination for Gao Xianyu? A flash of blood red appeared on Zhuge Qing's chest, which then expanded. Feeling the constraints of the Danzhong acupoint, he also completely gave up his attack and lowered his head. I, for one, admit defeat. Hearing these words, Wang Yuya, who had been tightly tensed, was instantly relieved. But just as he wanted to say something, he suddenly felt Zhuge Qing's true air erupt. In just a moment, he realized what the other party was going to do. Immediately, he shouted in panic, Zhuge Qing, you stop it for me, don't let it go. But without waiting for him to finish his words, Zhuge Qing was already spewing blood out of his mouth and nose, and his face turned pale. When Wang also saw this, he was afraid that something had really happened to him, and he burst into a rage. Raising his fist, he ruthlessly slammed it on Zhuge Qing's face, and then drank as he tugged on his lapel. Do you want to die? Stop right now. But unexpectedly, Zhuge Qing shook off his arm with force and said with a trembling voice, "This jutsu you're using, it's really something. I was just trying to divine a generalization, but I didn't expect to suffer such serious consequences." But just as he finished speaking, he coughed out another mouthful of blood. Obviously, at this time, he had already suffered serious internal injuries. Seeing this scene, Wang also frowned tightly, his expression growing more and more worried. Zhuge Qing, however, continued after wiping the blood. "It's not that I can't accept defeat, I just don't want to lose so inexplicably." Wang Yuya sighed heavily when he saw how persistent he was. "Never mind. I know how you feel. I really shouldn't have come, but now that I'm here, my days of purity are at an end." At the end of his words, Wang Yuya actually looked towards Gao Xuanyu, who was outside the field. At the same time, his heart recalled that when he was at Wudong Mountain, he predicted the outcome of the matter of the Luo Tianjiao festival. "But originally, I thought that it was just an ordinary game, and even if I divined it, it would be irrelevant." However, he didn't expect that it would cause him to suffer a strong backlash and almost lose his life. In this divination, he knew that Zhang Chulan would cause more dangerous things to come out because of his pursuit of certain truths. If he didn't come to stop it, it was very likely that it would cause an unimaginable disaster for the inhuman realm. On top of that, there was something else that made him incredulous. It's Gao Xianyu. In this divination, he even roughly understood some of the dangers that he and Zhang Chulan would face in the future. But this Gao Xianyu was the only one who couldn't see any future at all. "The only thing that I know is still that little thing that I saw from the old heavenly master Zhang Jiwei. It was to stop Gao Xianyu from winning the title, which eventually led to Zhang Jiwei's defeat." From this he understood that this Gao Xuanyu's destiny was actually heavier than Zhang Chulan's, especially after seeing Gao Xianyu's ability. His heart was instantly skeptical. Could it be that this person, too, has a close relationship with these 8 strange techniques? But no matter what, in order to not let the first commander, Zhang Jiwei, fall to a junior, also in order to come over to see Zhang Chulan and Gao Xuanyu, both of them, just what kind of gods they were. Therefore, it was only then that he came to participate in the Jiao festival of Luotian without any hesitation. "I just didn't expect to run into Zhuge Qing halfway." This also made Wang Yuya suddenly remember the words of the master. Destiny, destiny. People's fortune can be changed. Life is long predetermined. What's more, he himself was equipped with the Wind Queen's strange door, which was the so-called chaotic method of that year. Trying to escape the vortex was no longer possible. Since this was the case, it would be better to take the initiative to enter the game, just to see what Gao Xuanyu and Zhang Chulan were going to decide. But Wang Yuya didn't know that he had thought wrong from the very beginning. The reason why Gao Xianyu's destiny was extremely heavy was because the secrets on his body were too heavy. Whether it is the identity of a traveler or the fact that he's carrying the 10,000 Worlds Immortal Invitation System, which of these two things is more weighty than the 8 strange techniques, or even the Caution Rebellion, and has absolutely nothing to do with anything else? And at this moment, Wang also slowly withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Zhuge Qing, his tone helplessly compromising. "Since you want to see it, let's see it clearly." When Zhuge Qing heard this, he was instantly energized and once again opened the Qi-Men manifestation heart technique. Wang Yuya also took the initiative to use the Wind Queen's Qi-Men at this time as well, and opened it to its maximum so that Zhuge Qing could see it clearly. In the meantime, Gao Xianyu's gaze looked to look at Wang Yuya, secretly wondering in his heart, why is he always looking at me? It felt like I was important to him. If I didn't know he was sexually normal, I'd wonder if there was some kind of quirk. After secretly spitting, Gao Xianyu also lost interest in reading on. In the back, it was Wang also talking to Zhuge Qing, explaining about the Wind Queen's strange door. He, an Exodus immortal and uninterested in arts and crafts, didn't bother to look at it and turned around to leave. But the Deng brothers, who were enjoying themselves, hurriedly said when they saw Gao Xianyu leaving, "Junior Master, aren't you going to take a look around? There might be something more fun back there." Hearing Tang Yukai's words, Gao Xianyu said without looking back, "See for yourselves, I'm going out for a walk." After saying that, without waiting for the two to reply, he quickly walked out of the arena. Seeing this, the Deng brothers looked at each other helplessly, then quickly chased out. In his heart, he was secretly puzzled. This little ancestor, what kind of temper is he in again? I was in the middle of seeing something wonderful when suddenly I had to leave. Could it be that after seeing the spell, it felt like it created a threat? It's not that serious, is it? Although the strength of this Wang Yuya and Zhuge Qing was, indeed, very strong, those strange arts and crafts look and do boggle the mind. But when compared to the immortals summoned by Junior Master, it's just so. It's impossible to win. But what's wrong with the stuffy look of the young master's uncle? uncle. The Deng brothers quickly ran out of the arena with their hearts full of doubts. However, he saw that Gao Xianyu was at the wooden platform, not knowing what he was thinking. Junior Master, there's a match behind us. Aren't you going to watch it? Teng Youfu walked over and opened his mouth to inquire. No go, no fun. Gao Xianyu lowered his head and responded. Those who have the strength for today's match have already finished. In the final match, it was King and against a roadie. The result is not much suspense. Wang and even in the waist, but also has one of the 8 strange skills of detaining the spirit to send the general. The average inhuman can't really touch the porcelain, but when Deng Youfu heard this reply, he looked at the field with some concern. He could clearly remember that when the young master mentioned it, not only did he mention Feng Xingtong, but there was also this Wang and, in other words, the other side will probably detain the spirit and send the general as well. Then, Junior Master, I'll go check it out? As he was not assured, Teng Youfu still inquired tentatively. Go on, it's good to see. Gao Xianyu responded and then paid no attention, just looking down and contemplating why he was getting attention from the king as well. And then there's the question of who one's next opponent will be. 29 players today would still advance 14 in addition to themselves. You can't be wheeled out for one game for no reason. You can't be wheeled out for the next one, right? If that was the case, then he would really go berserk and challenge the entire field by himself. Chapter 39, Wan Yuya invitation outside the tournament. Gao Xianyu 1v3 meeting in the back mountain. The Deng brothers were informed that their next match was with Wang and who had also used the spirit detaining dispatch. The two immediately paired up and headed toward the field. Gao Xianyu, on the other hand, stood alone, thinking about the next match. In fact, the competition had gone so far, and now there were only 3 opponents that he wanted to meet. Wang Yuya, Zhang Lingyu as well as Feng Baobao. Among the current contestants, only these 3 were strong enough to fight him off a bit. Put a little bit of water in it yourself, and you might even be able to use them to brush up on your experience value. Maybe as a result of this, one can be rewarded with another 3 or 5 years of cultivation. However, just as he was contemplating, a sound of footsteps suddenly came. Gao Xianyu subconsciously looked up to find Wang Yuya, who had finished the match. Walking over, is this a high place for you? Just stay here alone. Gao Xianyu shrugged his shoulders and said in 100 chatty words, what else? The exciting matches are over and there's not much left to see. As the voice fell, Wang also stood in front of Gao Xianyu and said with a slightly curious tone, what? You sound like you like to fight, by the way you say that? Pretty much. Gao Xianyu didn't hide it and said bluntly, fighting can gain cultivation, and increasing cultivation can save your sister. There's nothing wrong with saying he likes to fight. However, Wang Yuya's expression immediately became serious after hearing these words. Gao Xianyu, I'm asking you, did you come to this Luo Tianjiao festival for the sole purpose of fighting? Gao Xianyu asked rhetorically when she saw his sudden solemn face. Getting all serious, is this important to you? Seeing that he was deliberately evasive, Wang also sighed and slowly eased his expression. Honestly, originally, this was something that had nothing to do with me. But on the contrary, I was willing to find this trouble myself, and now it's hard to escape from it, so I still want to know about it. When Gao Xianyu heard this, he couldn't help but measure Wang Yuya. The other party clearly had something to say and wanted to make something clear to himself. On top of that, Wang Yuya always looks at himself without thinking when he's competing. Could it be that this guy counted on something? Gao Xuanyu, however, knew that the reason why Wang Yuya had participated in this Luo Tianjiao festival, it was because of the utilization of the Wind Queen's strange door that Zhang Chulin's destiny was calculated to be too heavy, and its impact on the future was extremely great. At the same time, he stepped in to stop Zhu Guqing from advancing, also to help the old heavenly master block the calamity. But neither of these things had anything to do with himself. What's with this guy all of a sudden? Could it be that he figured out something about me? Gao Xianyu's heart was alarmed, his expression unchanged as he said, you warlocks, you like to beat around the bush and act like you're gods. What's the matter? Can't you just say it? If you can't, you can come with me and become a horse fairy. Those fairies love people like you. Can't fool. Hearing Gao Xianyu's sarcasm, the corners of Wang Yuya's mouth twitched slightly. What do you mean? The immortals like people like me, and they can be snubbed? Why don't you just pick it out? I'm a charlatan and be done with it being. You kids really don't even use dirty words when you curse. Wang also took a deep breath, calmed the urge to curse in his heart, and said slowly, since you think so, I won't say anything more than one last question. If I could accompany you in a painful fight, would you be willing to leave? With these words, Gao Xianyu instantly determined what was in his heart. This Wang Yuya must have calculated something about himself. This time, he had also come to stop himself, to compete for the Luo Tian Dajiao championship. Could it be that something had really gone wrong in this competition because of himself, thus making Zhang Chulan unsuccessful in winning the championship? But just as Gao Xianyu was pondering, Wang also couldn't help but urge, well, that's not a bad suggestion on my part. As you saw on the field just now, my skills are in no way weaker than Zhang Lingyu's. You're just trying to have a good time anyway, and it doesn't matter that much to you who your opponent is, does it? Hearing Wang Yuya's intriguing tone, Gao Xianyu's face instantly darkened. Although he understood what Wang Yuya meant, how could that sound so disgusting? What do you mean I'm just trying to have a good time and it doesn't matter who my opponent is? Make it look like I'm fighting as if I'm ing snogging. That's not a very good suggestion on your part. Gao Xianyu rolled his white eyes and said irritably, on your own, you're not even enough to hurt me. How about this? Later on, you go and call Zhang Lingyu and Feng Baobao here as well. Let's go to the back of the mountain at night for a 1-on-3. Maybe I can get some pain. Wang also? You damn well better be talking about fighting. But I can understand this kid calling out Zhang Lingyu. How about that Feng Baobao too? I think she's an employee of the company, as I recall. Could it be that her strength is not weaker than Zhang Lingyu and I at all? The moment this idea came out, it caused Wang to also be slightly startled in his heart, and he couldn't help but ask, you know that Feng Baobao? Don't recognize. Gao Xianyu decisively denied, but in doing so, it made the king even more puzzled as well, since he didn't know each other. How did he know that Feng Baobao's strength was comparable to his and Zhang Lingyu's? But before he could ask, Gao Xianyu immediately said with some impatience, all right, I've made the offer. As for what to decide, that's up to you, he said, turning his head to the side and making a show of not saying anything more. Seeing this, Wang Yuya had no choice but to swallow all his words back down again and said somewhat helplessly, well, I'll ask both of them for their opinions. If they agree, I'll let you know tonight. As the words fell, Wang also walked towards another part of the wooden platform. Gao Xianyu looked at his back and secretly contemplated. This Wang Yuya, what exactly has he figured out? It's amazing that you can even agree to such a ridiculous condition, but if he was really willing to persuade, he might even have a big fight at night. Feng Baobao didn't need to say anything. Even if she didn't agree, Zheng Chulan would have pushed her out. The only hard part is that high-strung Zhang Lingyu, given his nature, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to get him to do something like bullying the few with the many. But no matter what, the fact that Wang was also able to agree to this matter did make Gao Xianyu's heart excited. The thought of the three of them most likely appearing together in the back of the mountain, passionately battling against themselves. Snap! Damn! Why is this car a little out of control lately? Gao Xianyu slapped his head and emptied his thoughts. At this time, Tong Youfu's voice suddenly came. Junior Master, we're back. So fast? Gao Xianyu looked back with a slightly surprised expression. The two didn't even use 3 minutes from the time they went to the arena to the time they came back. Could it be that Wang Nam's opponents were as weak as this? Can't even be a real man for 3 minutes? Chapter 40, The Battle of the Arch-Rivals. Wang and his ambition. The two Deng family brothers. Their expressions looked a bit grave. Thinking back to Wang Ant's match just now made the two of them feel uncomfortable in their hearts, because not only did the other party use the spirit detention and dispatch, but they also ate the spirit in front of everyone. That was precisely why Wang Nam's opponent didn't even last 2 minutes and was knocked to the ground. Junior Master, that's how it happened. That one called Wang and is completely different compared to Feng Xingtong. That kid always gives off an evil feeling when he uses his spirit detaining dispatch. Tong Youfu frowned tightly and said in a worried tone, especially when he recalled the method of serving the spirit. It made him feel shaky. If this is to let the immortal fall into the hands of this family, the end is bound to be incomparably miserable. Looking at Deng Youfu's worried appearance, Gao Xuanyu patted his shoulder. There's nothing to worry about. Just recognize defeat when you run into it. As long as you don't summon an immortal, he won't be able to perform it even if he's capable of it. Hearing Junior Master's reassurance, Tong Youfu solemnly nodded his head. Don't you worry, little master. If I am unfortunate enough to run into him, I will definitely surrender immediately. With Tong Yukai's lesson, he naturally didn't dare to make fun of the immortals anymore. What with surrendering and losing face and all that, it doesn't matter at all. Anyway, the facade of the Ma family lineage is supported by the little master. He and Tang Yukai would definitely be retrieved even if they were further disgraced. Gao Xianyu nodded in satisfaction when he heard Tang Youfu's firm tone. He was still very comfortable with this master-nephew. Though he loves to act elegant when he's not doing anything, he's still very stable when he's doing something. Junior uncle, brother, the old heavenly master and the others are here. At this time, Tang Yukai, who was on the side, pointed at the wooden platform and said, Gao Xianyu and Tang Youfu, both of them, turned their heads to look over at the same time. It was only Zhang Jiwei and Lu Jin, who were already standing on the stage at the moment. In front of it, at the foot of the stage, there was another Taoist boy, holding a wooden box. It was also at this time that many foreigners sparsely walked in the arena. Most of them had become spectators, and only 15 of them came to the stage. Zhang Jiwei swept his gaze, but paused visibly when he saw Gao Xuanyu. Its gaze was filled with despondency and helplessness. What's wrong with this kid? Is it really going to the final round? Zhang Jiwei sighed secretly in his heart, then withdrew his gaze and looked at the crowd. Guys, come up and draw. The names written on the slips of paper are your opponents for the next match. The crowd sniffs and heads toward the box. Gao Xianyu brought Tong Youfu with him and also walked over quickly. I can't get a turn this time, can I? Gao Xianyu mumbled a sentence in his heart, raised his hand to draw the lot, and quickly opened it up. When he saw that there were words on it, he was relieved. But when he saw that the name on it was written as Wang Yuya, he couldn't help but show a surprised expression. Am I being shady here? How else could it have been such a coincidence that I was able to draw him after Wang also just showed his strength? Thinking of this, Gao Xianyu slightly turned his head sideways and glanced at Zhang Jiwei on the stage. However, he found that the old man had a calm and relaxed look and was chatting with Lu Jin about something. Am I overthinking this? Gao Xianyu put away the note, his heart full of doubts. He didn't care enough to draw Wang Yuya. What didn't bother him was the feeling of being counted out. Why don't we just say what's going on in person? It doesn't matter if you want me to drop out. Just give me $1,000 or $8 million. I'm still a good bribe man. But just as Gao Xianyu was rambling, another note suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. The name written on it was Wang Jin. Asterisk. Is this stabbing the king's nest? Gao Xianyu looked towards Tong Youfu, who was bitter all the way, and said with some surprise, he really didn't think that this master nephew of his would be so unlucky. It's so hard to make it to the top 15, and then you meet your natural enemy. Don't look so sad. You're already doing well with that grade. When we return to our home in the northeast, we will be able to give an explanation to our master. But Gao Xianyu's side had just pacified a sentence when Deng Yukai's side suddenly broke defense. Junior master, you can't strike me down just to comfort my brother. If I really follow what you say, I'll be beaten to death by my grandma with these grades. Looking at Deng Yukai, whose eyes were filled with tears and immediately collapsed, Gao Xianyu only felt one head, two big heads from the noise. Bringing up a baby was so tiring. Simply flinging his big hand, he did not bother with the Deng brothers and went straight to the room where he was resting. Although he didn't know if Wang Yuya would succeed, he still needed to recover. In case the night is really going to be a passionate 1v3, when the Demon King doesn't come out, I'm afraid that it's really going to be a fierce battle. As the Tang brothers watched the young master leave, they all shook their heads in resignation and quickly followed. However, just around the corner of the wooden platform, Wang held the note in his hand with a sinister smile on his face. The Northeast Ma family? I didn't even know swine like you existed. Those you offer up were simply born for me. When we get to tomorrow, I'll first eat that big snake of Tang Youfu's. At that time, when my power skyrocketed, even that Gao Xianyu would never be my opponent. When the time comes, after snatching all those he has summoned, skin and bones, after eating their flesh and blood, maybe I'll be able to directly ascend to immortality. Wang also thought more and more excited, and finally even his hands trembled slightly. In his heart, he was even more incomparably looking forward to tomorrow's confrontation with Tang Youfu. In the meantime, after Gao Xianyu left, Wang also quickly found Zhang Chulan. The two men first exchanged brief words and spoke out on the subject of destiny. After learning that Zhang Chulan's final choice was still to participate in the Luo Tian Bun Festival and grab the championship, the king did not continue to force the issue, and then spoke of Gao Xianyu's proposal. What? He said he's going to be at the back of the mountain, to fight you and Little Master, and Sister Bauer 3 times in a row? Zhang Chulan's expression was surprised, but his heart was ecstatic. To put it into perspective, there weren't many current contestants that could really threaten him anymore. Wang also counts as one, followed by Zhang Lingyu. However, these two people were no longer a threat compared to Gao Xuanyu. In other words, if he, Zhang Chulan, wanted to win the championship, he only had to straighten out Gao Xuanyu first before he could truly have any hope. Otherwise, no matter how much he plotted and what kind of cards he had, it would all turn out to be futile. Gao Xianyu had become an insurmountable mountain to him, and indeed to all the players. But I didn't expect that this kid would be so arrogant as to challenge the strongest 3 of the contestants in one breath. No problem, Taoist Master Wang Yuya, I promise you for Sister Bauer. Zhang Chulan barely hesitated and immediately patted his chest. Seeing him so painfully, Wang Yuya didn't feel surprised. In the first place, this kid has lost his face in order to grab the title, so how would he care about this? The real dilemma was actually that unsmiling spirit Jade realist. Chapter 41 Rallying in the back of the mountain. A great battle is imminent. Gao Xianyu went all the way back to his room and began to meditate on the molestation. When the Deng family brothers returned, they found that the young master uncle had already entered into meditation, and they couldn't help but feel puzzled in their hearts. This little uncle of his own, he usually had to find something to do when he had nothing to do. What's going on here today? Surprisingly, he was able to settle down and practice, but the two brothers had the good sense not to intrude, and simply lay down on their respective beds. Brother, what about tomorrow? Tong Yukai suddenly inquired a sentence, his tone appearing somewhat worried. He was afraid that his brother would be as willful as he was. But Deng Yofu was extremely stable and looked at the ceiling and said, "There's what to do. Admit defeat being." After seeing the way Wang and fought, he was half-hearted. When Feng Xingtong detained the immortal, it was at most a borrowing, with no intention of harming him or taking him for himself. But this guy, Wang, had directly eaten the spirit in front of everyone. If this were to let the immortal fall into his hands, the consequences would simply be too much to even think about. Tang Yukai was also visibly relieved after hearing his brother's reply, but then whirled around and said indignantly, "It's so suffocating. Thinking of the immortals we worship, when have we ever suffered such humiliation? In front of that bull spirit detaining dispatch general, there's no room for resistance at all. I really didn't think that there was such sorcery in this world." Hearing his brother's complaint, Tang Yofu also let out a sigh and said in a despondent tone, "It's useless to talk about this now. In the future, when we see people from the Feng and Wang families, let's take a detour. But it's a good thing there's Little Master. Otherwise, I really don't dare to imagine what our Ma clan lineage will have to face in the future." After saying that, he also glanced at Gao Xianyu, who was meditating. It was also at this time that he suddenly understood why Grandma had insisted on taking Little Master as her disciple. It seemed that the head of the Ma family lineage would fall on him in the future. "Grandma asked us to accompany Shifu, so I'm sure she's also asking us to get closer to the immortal he's invited. It's just a pity that those immortals, they don't pay any attention to us. I'm afraid this hard work of Grandma's is going to be wasted on us." However, just as he was despondent, there was a sudden knock on the door, followed by Wang Yaya's voice, "Is Gao Xianyu in, please?" As the voice fell, Gao Xianyu violently opened his eyes. Spinning around, he quickly sat up from the bed and put on his shoes and ran towards the door. Seeing him in a hurry, the Deng brothers sat up in confusion, wondering why Junior Master was so excited. It was also at this time that Gao Xianyu opened the door to his room and looked out the door, only to see that besides Wang Yuya, Zheng Chulan and Feng Baobao had also followed along. However, he looked around for half a day, but he never saw Zhang Lingyu's figure, so he asked with some dissatisfaction, "Just the two of you?" Zheng Chulan couldn't help but freeze when he heard this. "It's obvious that the three of us came together. What do you mean there are only two of us?" But soon he reacted. The two people Gao Xianyu was referring to were only Sister Bauer and Wang Yuya, not including him at all. "What's the matter? Am I not even a human being in your eyes?" At this time, Wang also saw that Gao Xianyu was disgruntled and hurriedly pacified him. "Don't be in a hurry. The Spirit Jade realist has agreed, but it will take a while before he can come. I didn't come to inform you first. Let's just go to the back mountain and wait for him." Hearing these words, Gao Xianyu's eyes suddenly glowed generously, and he immediately rubbed his fists together and said, "Then what are you waiting for? Go, 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 don't delay." With that, he stepped out of the door with one foot and was about to leave. When the Deng brothers in the room saw this, they were confused and asked in a hurry, "Junior uncle, what are you going to do?" With a cry of inquiry, Tang Yukai and Tang Yofu rose at the same time and chased after him. But at this moment, Gao Xianyu's mind was all focused on the next big battle. How could he still be in the mood to explain to them? Only without looking back did he say, "Follow yourself." As he spoke, the person was already walking towards the back of the mountain. Seeing how impatient he was, Wang also shook his head helplessly. He just couldn't figure out how this Gao Xuanyu was so belligerent, but he was happy to do so in order to help the old celestial master to avoid this calamity. Turning to look at Feng Baobao, he opened his mouth to explain, "Although I don't know how strong you are, but to be named by this kid, I think you won't be weak. When we get into a fight, you just let go and whip the out of her. Understand?" Upon hearing this, Feng Baobao immediately gave a thumbs up and said with an expression of understanding, "Oh, I'll just whip him, right? Got it." Seeing this witty look on her face, Wang Yuya, who should have been at ease, didn't know why. The heart has no reason to rise, not a wave of uneasiness. These sisters, why don't they look a little less intelligent? But never mind, I can't beat Gao Xianyu anyway, so I'll just do my best. Let's go, don't keep the boy waiting. Wang also dropped with a cry and chased towards Gao Xianyu. Zheng Chulan and the Deng brothers, together, followed behind. In the meantime, Zhang Jiwei was sitting inside the house and was instructing his young apprentice Zhang Lingyu. "When you compete with Gao Xuanyu later, don't feel like you're bullying the few with the many, thus hiding your strength. That kid can summon immortals, so maybe you three are still the underdogs if you take turns in numbers, you know?" Hearing Master's teachings, Zhang Lingyu nodded thoughtfully, but still couldn't help but ask, "Master, just now, Taoist Master Wang Ya approached you about the private match with Gao Xianyu, but this is not in line with the rules of the Luo Tian Dajiao at all." Seeing his young apprentice so naive, Zhang Jiwei couldn't help but have a headache. "I'd like to play by the rules now, but your strength doesn't allow it. Just that demon Gao Xianyu, if you fight him one-on-one, you'll have to be pierced through. Even if it's 3 of you against 1, none of you can win against him at all. Now he's offering, with great difficulty, that he'll be willing to quit the Luo Tian Dajiao as long as he has a match with the 3 of you. For the sake of your young nephew, Zhang Chulan, I have to agree. But these words, he would not say them explicitly, but only in a serious manner. Ling Yu we cultivators, although we focus on cultivating our hearts, our skills must not be left behind. You've been cultivating for many years. This private match with Cao Xuanyu is rightly considered a test. As for the rules of the Luo Tian Dajiao, there's no need to bother with them for now. But when Zhang Lingyu heard these words, he was greatly puzzled in his heart. Going to Gao Xianyu to test your cultivation? Master, are you sure you're not looking at me and want me to suffer some pain? With that demon's strength, is there any need for me to test it? I have to stand at attention when people invite any fairy over. However, it was difficult to disobey the teacher's order. Plus Zhang Lingyu was most respectful of his teacher. Since Master had already given the order, he couldn't say anything else. Immediately, he got up and bowed, saying, Master, Lingyu will go to the back of the mountain and look for Gao Xuanyu to compete. Chapter 42 Digging a pit and burying people. Feng Baobao, born unable to love Zhang Chulan. It's 9 o'clock at night and the bright moon is high in the sky. In the woods at the back of the Tianshi mansion, there was a clutter of footsteps, several silhouettes, weaving in and out of it at an extremely fast speed. After about 10 minutes, one after the other, they came to a clearing. Let's go here, it's wide enough. Gao Xianyu, who was the first to arrive, immediately chose this place as a battlefield. In its wake, Wang Yuya and the others also arrived one after another. Looking at the wide open space in front of them, they were all quite satisfied as well. It's a nice place, it's quiet, but it's also a good place to cast. Wang also gave an approving cry, then looked to the rear. Then next, we'll just wait for the Spirit Jade Master to come. But while they were talking, there was a sudden sound of digging in the ears of the crowd. Driven by curiosity, the voices were followed. As a result, he found that not far away, Feng Baobao was holding a shovel with both hands and digging a pit with great effort. I'm on my way. What kind of kung fu are these sisters practicing? Wang also looked confused, not understanding what Feng Baobao was trying to dig a hole for. Then he turned his head to look at Zhang Chulan and inquired, what is she doing? Zhang Chulan was embarrassed by this inquiry and scratched his head with one hand and laughed. Probably wants to warm up before the big battle. But the crowd could see at a glance that he was clearly talking nonsense. The Deng brothers even had a bad expression as they stared at Zhang Chulan dead in the face. Is this ing warming up? You think we're idiots, don't you? That's like digging a hole and burying people any ing way you look at it. And what's the ruckus about her pouring water into the pit? However, during the crowd's doubt, Gao Xianyu looked at Zhang Chulan with a dark face and a cold smile at this time. Son thief, you taught her this, didn't you? Okay, pretty good at that. Seeing Gao Xianyu's eyes containing a blade, Zhang Chulan immediately tightened his face and hurriedly explained, how could I? Gao, this has nothing to do with me at all. It must be Sister Bauer's mischief. I'll stop her now. Spinning around as if fleeing, he ran towards Feng Baobao in a panic. When coming close to the front, a hand grabbed Feng Baobao's hand and hurriedly stopped it. Don't dig, Sister Bauer. It's wearing off. Feng Baobao stopped moving when she heard this, blinking those big eyes full of wisdom and wondering, wasn't it you who told me to prepare the guys and bury Gao Xianyu at night? If you don't prepare the pit now, you won't have time to prepare for the fight later. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Chulan felt a coldness in his back and said a dark cry. Done. Gao Xianyu was going to be furious. In the heat of the moment, he immediately made a hasty move and said with a serious face, Sister Bauer, we're familiar with each other, but if you talk like this, I'll sue you for slander just the same. Besides, when we spar with Gao, it's all to the point. How can you get a bad idea and try to bury someone? The sudden accusation filled Feng Baobao's head with confusion and uncertainty. But before the words were finished, they were immediately covered by Zhang Chulan. I only saw him say furiously, but what? How dare you talk back after doing something wrong? Let's see how I'll teach you a lesson when I get back. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he turned his back to the crowd and looked pitifully at Feng Baobao in a begging tone. Oh ancestor, I beg you to stop talking. If I really piss Gao Xianyu off in a moment, my little life will be accounted for here. Hearing these words, Feng Baobao finally reacted and immediately nodded her head repeatedly, indicating that she had understood. Seeing this, Zhang Chulan also heaved a sigh of relief and immediately withdrew his hand. But at that moment, Gao Xianyu's voice suddenly came. Feng Baobao, what kind of operation is this pouring water into the pit? which knows that when Feng Baobao heard this, she immediately came to the spirit, smugly took over the words and said, "Mix the water and clay to a certain ratio and the clay will fit perfectly to the curves of your body. It's bad ad when you're buried in it like this." Crowd. Christopher Chang? Sister Bauer, you're determined to play me to death, aren't you? Where the hell did you learn such specialized knowledge about burying people? At this moment, Zhang Chulan spread out his two hands and completely gave up resistance. Gao Xianyu looked at him with a smirk and said slowly, "Yes, very professional, but I suggest you dig a hole in as a backup. Otherwise, with my skills, I'm afraid a pit won't be able to trap me at all." At the end of his words, Gao Xianyu smiled morosely and stared at Zhang Chulan with an unkind gaze. Feng Baobao revealed an expression of dawning realization and clapped her hands together. "Right, oh, you're so good at this. One pit really isn't enough." Then he picked up a shovel and actually started digging a new hole next to it. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chulan wanted to cry and was messed up in the wind. "Big sister, is this intermittent mechanism disorder of yours acting up again? Can't you hear that Gao Xianyu asked you to dig a hole for me?" But although he knew it in his heart, he didn't dare to stop it at all. At this moment, Gao Xianyu's intimidating gaze could have never left him. If he dared to make the slightest move, he was afraid that he would immediately be met with thunderous retaliation from the other party. Therefore he could only stand in place, looking lifelessly, as Feng Baobao personally prepared the pit hole for himself. Wang Yuya and the Deng brothers, who were standing in the distance, were looking at these two living treasures with odd faces, especially Wang Yuya, at this moment, completely confirmed the idea in his heart. This sister named Feng Baobao must have suffered some serious brain damage. Although it looks like a normal person, this look is simply a representation of an underdeveloped cerebellum and a completely underdeveloped brain. All he was asking for now was that when the fight started later, this sister would be able to tell friend from foe. But just then, there was a rattling in the woods. The crowd's gazes looked over, only to see Zhang Lingyu, dressed in white, leaping out. "You're all here early. Is everyone here?" Zhang Lingyu scanned the circle, then his gaze rested on Gao Xuanyu. Soon, however, it was caught by a digging sound and turned to follow it. Upon realizing that Feng Baobao was digging a hole, he said with some disbelief, "What's she doing?" "Practicing burying people." Deng Youfu took over and said without a trace of humor, "Bury someone?" Zhang Lingyu was slightly stunned. "Bury who?" However, he soon realized that the few people present all looked towards Gao Xianyu. He could not help but look at Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao with a somewhat stunned expression and some surprise. Where did those two get the confidence? Hearing this, Wang Yuya and the Deng brothers both shrugged their shoulders, expressing complete confusion about the bewildering confidence of Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao. Instead, it was Gao Xianyu who said with a cold smile, "Where they got that confidence I don't know, but that courage, it must have been from Jennifer Liang." Crowd, Liang Jingru so much? It's amazing that one can have such courage. Gao Xianyu obviously didn't want to dwell on this old stalemate, and immediately moved his body, saying, "All right, we're all here, so let's not waste any time." Saying so, he turned his head to look at Feng Baobao. "Come over here. Stop digging. And you Zhang Chulan, didn't you want to bury me so badly? I'll give you a chance." Chapter 43, The Three Shields of the Imperial Court. Follow me to meet the enemy. Hearing Gao Xianyu's summons, Zhang Chulan's heart tightened and he hurriedly waved his hand. "Don't, brother Gao, with this much skill, how can I be worthy to fight with you?" Then, in the spirit of the idea of dying a friend of the road, not dying a poor man, he pushed Feng Baobao beside him out with one hand. "Aren't you looking for Sister Bauer? She is very resistant to beatings, so feel free to take care of her." Zhang Chulan had a fawning smile on his face as he hid behind Feng Baobao. When the crowd saw this goofy look on his face, they only felt that this kid's shamelessness was true. "Cut the crap, get your ass over here." Gao Xianyu let out a low cry and then raised his sword finger. A few people that were more than familiar with this action of his, "That's a big ing move." In the next moment, Wang Yuya and Zhang Lingyu quickly retreated a few meters, pulling away from a safe distance. The golden light incantation and the Wind Queen's strange door burst out at the same time, and his expression was grave as he looked at Gao Xianyu. Feng Baobao, not far from him, also immediately threw away the shovel and took out a kitchen knife called Okamoto 0.01 from his back waist and stood at the ready. Seeing that the battle was imminent, the Deng brothers hurriedly ran towards the distance, and they couldn't help but marvel in their hearts. After only 2 days of competing, I didn't think that Junior Master would have this kind of intimidating power. Just a single gesture made the crowd of Celestials tense up. "Grandma, our Ma family has made a fortune." In the meantime, when Gao Xianyu saw that several people had taken their positions, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "A few of you, don't keep your hands to yourself, or else, suffer the consequences." As the last sound fell, Gao Xianyu immediately chanted, "Rise your shields, Sangomei, and meet the enemy with me." The three shields of the imperial court respectfully obey the law. Three voices rose abruptly, and space shook. Wang Yuya and the others also transported their air at the same time, ready to fire. But then, several people froze, only to see that in the void, 3 pandas actually walked out, though each held a shield and majestically protected Gao Xianyu in the center. But the expression on these 3 pandas' faces, why do they look dumb and silly? What the hell? Is this a way for us to hit a national treasure? With this punch, you'll be sentenced to 8 or 10 years at least, right? Wang Yuya, who was all set to use his Chi-Men spells, couldn't help but sip his teeth after seeing these 3 pandas. Zhang Lingyu, who was standing by the side, also subconsciously put away the golden light mantra after hearing these words. Look at that. Afraid of accidentally hurting these 3 pandas and being taken away by Uncle Hat. Gao Xianyu, you're a real criminal. How come you're either a snake or a dog with everyone else? But when it comes to us, we're pandas instead? Are you sure you want to compete with us and not try to send us in? However, during their hesitation, a chopper suddenly flew in and struck the top of the shield. Bang! A crisp collision sounded, accompanied by sparks. The powerful force shook the chopper out. The shield that was hit, however, was unharmed. So hard, Feng Baobao raised her hand to catch the kitchen knife that was shaken and flew away. Frowning slightly, seeing this scene, Zhang Lingyu and Wang also both had the corners of their mouths twitch. These sisters have a lot of nerve, don't they? How dare you take a knife to a national treasure? I say, go easy on this panda. Don't really hurt it. Wang also was afraid that Feng Baobao would make some kind of mess and hurriedly persuaded. But I didn't expect that Feng Baobao, who was still serious just a moment ago, suddenly revealed a dumbfounded expression and pointed at the 3 pandas. Why are you afraid of getting hurt? Aren't we just here to whip him? And this sativa panda, I've smoked it before and it's not much of a problem, is it? Zhang Lingyu, Wang Yuya, big sister, you're really brave. You've smoked all the national treasures? No, the word fear is not in your vocabulary. At this time, Zhang Chulan, who was in the distance, saw Sister Bauer opening her mouth in nonsense again, and hurriedly ran to plug her mouth with one hand. Then he looked at the crowd and said with an awkward smile, she's had previous excitement. You mustn't listen to her. It was evident that he was so eager to clarify, which in turn made the crowd suspicious. This Bao Bao Feng, she really hasn't smoked a panda, has she? But for that matter, they weren't in the mood to dig any deeper. Wang also turned to Gao Xianyu and said in a consultative tone, can we take away the panda? Replace it with another one. This thing fights with too much heart. Gao Xianyu, you're a Taoist priest. Where do you get all these worries? I've pressed all my strength here and only summoned great demons. Besides, you're looking down on the ancient Iron Eater? Not to mention the shields that the 3 of them were holding in their hands, which were all magic treasures. The Immortal Shield absorbs all attacks mediated by spiritual air. A martial artist's shield that absorbs all attacks mediated by strength. The shield of the poisoner can swallow all poisons under the sun. Though these 3 shields of the Imperial Guard all have an upper limit on how much they can withstand, but it's definitely not something you can break. But just as he was distracted, a thunderbolt suddenly rose up and cut through the long night. Immediately afterward, Zhang Chulin's voice came, Palm Thunder. Gao Xianyu looked sideways, only to see a thunderbolt coming at great speed. But at that moment, a panda with upside-down red hair and an immortal shield stood in front of him. The next moment, something bizarre happened. The ghostly face on that immortal shield violently opened its mouth and swallowed all the incoming lightning. When Zhang Chulan saw this scene, he immediately revealed an incredulous expression. What kind of shield is this? It actually ate my Palm Thunder? Originally, he had wanted to take advantage of Gao Xianyu's distraction to make an accidental sneak attack and electrocute the other party directly. However, he did not expect that his power-storing strike would be so easily neutralized. Seeing that the plan had failed, Feng Baobao, who was on the side, said with disappointment, sure enough, it's not that easy to sneak up on Gao Xianyu himself. Hearing this, Gao Xianyu's face had darkened to the extreme. These 2 assholes. It was fine that they wanted to bury themselves just now, but now they were even conspiring to stage a sneak attack. Shameless is a word that you really use to your advantage. Unexpectedly, however, Wang Yuya, at this time, actually also seized the opportunity and took the initiative to launch an attack. Wind Queen Strange Door, open. Messy gold top. As the spell was cast, an invisible force quickly enveloped Gao Xianyu. At the same time, Zhang Lingyu cast the golden light mantra, and immediately bent his legs as his entire body quickly ran forward. The distance of nearly 10 meters between the 2 sides had reached a close proximity in just the blink of an eye. The right fist wrapped in the golden light spell was then raised high and slapped fiercely on top of the shield. Dang! A thick sound like the ringing of a bell rang out and instantly spread throughout the entire back of the mountain. At the same time, a powerful shockwave erupted, spreading in all directions. Wherever it passed, the grass was bent and then broken. But before the force of the blow dissipated, a silhouette abruptly appeared directly above Gao Xianyu. Feng Baobao raised her hand to build up her strength with the kitchen knife, aiming it at Gao Xianyu's head and stabbing straight down. The four of them attacked one after another, as if they had discussed it, and worked extremely well together. Everyone was finding the right moment to strike one after another, forming a coherent attack. Chapter 44 Audience on a small hill. Gao Xianyu summoned even a great demon. Facing the four successive attacks, Gao Xianyu stood in the middle of the three shields, an excited smile appearing on his face for the first time, and his eyes were even more battle-minded. Demon Rat Snow Viscera on command. One tooth to break the weapon. Snow Dirty. By order. In the void, a man clad in a red cloak with a thin body appeared and attacked straight at Feng Baobao. The speed was so fast that only a shadow flashed before it reached the front of the room. Being in midair, Feng Baobao saw this and was startled, subconsciously blocking the kitchen knife in front of his body. Unexpectedly, the Snow Dirty actually opened its sharp teeth directly and bit down on her blade. The next moment, the kitchen knife in Feng Baobao's hand broke with a sound. The entire person also completely lost their balance in midair due to this impact and fell downwards. Luckily, Snow Dirty didn't progress a single attack. After biting off the cleaver, it crossed her path and landed on the ground. Sister Bauer, Zheng Chulan exclaimed, his tone filled with worry, seeing that Feng Baobao was about to fall to the ground. In the nick of time, she actually utilized a backflip to unload her strength and landed smoothly on the ground. I'm fine, it's just that the knife broke. Feng Baobao got up and shook the broken knife in his hand, then threw it on the ground and turned his head to look at Snow Dirty just now, only to find that by now that location had long been empty, with only a few broken pieces left on the ground. Gone? Feng Baobao let out a low whisper, then returned her gaze to Gao Xianyu. Seeing this, Zheng Chulan breathed a long sigh of relief, and his expression was no longer playful. In its place was a serious face and a solemn tone. Taoist Master Wang Yuya, Master Lingyu, let's all stop hiding. Gao has already warned us. If we don't put out our full strength, I'm afraid someone will really get hurt. As he spoke, lightning flashed around his body, and the Five Thunders positive technique had already been cast. Upon hearing this, the king also sighed. Ugh, really, why do I have to come to this trouble? Saying that, he put up his sword finger with his right hand, and apparently got serious as well. Only Zhang Lingyu, after the strike, quickly retreated towards the back and re-stood beside Wang Yuya. The tingling right hand clenched and reclenched, then reminded the crowd, saying, there's something odd about these three shields, they'll absorb all of our power. Hearing this, Zheng Chulan and Wang also furrowed their brows and instantly understood what he meant. The exchange just now could be said to be entirely a test. Zheng Chulan utilized lightning to break the shield, and Zhang Lingyu used her strength to break the shield. Wang was also in charge of holding back, while Feng Baobao was in charge of sneak attacks. Although all of them failed, it also gave them a preliminary understanding of what the three shields were capable of. Both the air and the force will absorb it. Should it be so evil? If we keep fighting like this, won't we not even be able to break the shield? Wang also felt a headache all of a sudden and showed a bitter expression. Unexpectedly, at this time, Feng Baobao suddenly said, shields, they always have a limit. Let's just keep increasing the power and break it. At these words, the room fell silent. Even Gao Xianyu revealed an unexpected expression. I'll rub it in. This Feng Baobao's IQ is online. After a few seconds, Wang also smiled to himself. Gee, it looks like the one with the underdeveloped cerebellum seems to be me. With that said, the four of them once again lit up and prepared to launch a new round of attack. Yet just a few dozen meters away on a small hill, there was a lot of activity. Not only were Zhang Jiwei, Lu Jin, and Feng Zhanghao among the 10 men, they were watching the battle between a few people with great interest. Even the company's regional heads, the Su brothers and Gao Lian, are here again. At this moment, Su Si exhaled a mouthful of smoke and spoke in a marvelous tone. Brother Gao, this little brat of yours is really something. If I'm not mistaken, those three shields, I'm afraid they're magic weapons? What's up? Now when you immortals go out, you bring your own equipment? Gao Lian heard this, but he simply didn't know how to reply. After all, the immortal he had invited wasn't so bold. Out of the gate were three magic weapons. It was simply trenchant. Su Si, restrain yourself, don't flirt with Gao here. Su San chided his brother, then looked at Zhang Jiwei, old celestial master. I just saw other inhumans, having a bonfire in the woods. With such a big commotion here, I'm only afraid that they will soon notice. Don't we really need to go and stop it? According to normal historical development, tonight was supposed to be the moment when Zheng Chulan, a feat of walking a bird under the moon, but due to Gao Xianyu's appearance, it had been completely disrupted. The other contestants, though, still had bonfires, but they didn't realize that this 1v4 private bout, there's no need to worry. I've got men guarding the intersection. I won't let anyone come through. Zhang Jiwei looked at the battlefield and said slowly, Tu Shan nodded in understanding after hearing this, then looked at Gao Lian. Brother Gao, we're not too familiar with Ma Xiandu. Can you introduce us? What are these immortals that Xianyu invited? The moment these words were uttered, all eyes fell on Gao Lian, seeing that he had become the center of attention. Gao Lian's heart was flustered. I'll introduce you to your grandma's leg. What's the matter? Trying to make a fool out of me? If you don't recognize it, I do. Hell knows where the little brat invited his ancestors from. I'm afraid that even if my aunt came, I wouldn't be able to recognize any of them. These immortals, it pressed above the offerings just as Gao Lian was thinking hard about how to answer. On the other side of the battlefield, there was finally movement. The word Kuan, Earth River Car, Wang also let out a low cry, and the ground began to shake continuously. Immediately afterward, the soil was like a wave of water, sweeping up and pouncing towards Gao Xianyu. Thunder method, little white worm. Zhang Chulan also exerted his power at the same time, his left hand probing out and sending out several tiny thunderbolts. At this moment, it was flying away at an extreme speed that was hard to see with the naked eye, and as the two of them struck out, Feng Baobao and Zhang Lingyu also attacked one after another, only to see the two of them, one on the left and one on the right, forming an encircling position and swiftly swooping towards Gao Xianyu. The two power knuckleheads climbed as they ran. By the time it reached close, it had already built up its strength to its peak. Seeing that the four of them launched their attacks at the same time, Gao Xianyu let out a wild laugh and excitedly drank. Kind of funny. Immediately, he pinched his fingers together. Shadow hidden without a trace. Night Phantom summoned. Sure, who listened to the announcement? Force arm breaks the rock. Gather. 100 demons chi. 10,000 treasures into the body. 100 demons demon monarch. Come quickly. Gao Xianyu summoned 3 great demons in one breath, and space shook one after another. A spotted tiger leapt into midair, its thick double fists slamming straight into the covering dirt. At the same time, a nimble cat demon quickly blocked in front of the little white worm. Finally, as space shook once more, 100 demon monarch, whose entire body was as black as a shadow and whose eyes revealed a purple light, slowly walked out. We, the people, lead the way. Chapter 45 Up strength. 7 demons coming out together. Gao Xianyu summoned 3 great demons in succession, successively neutralizing Zhang Chulan and Wang Yuya's attacks. The 100 demon monarch stood next to the 3 shields and coalesced a black ball in his hand. When Feng Baobao and Zhang Lingyu arrived at the time to come, they instantly split it into 2 and launched it out towards the left and right. Look out! In haste, Zhang Chulan reminded a word. Feng Baobao and Zhang Lingyu, both of them, simultaneously gave their body shape a beat, and then jumped into midair with a long leap. The 2 incoming black balls grazed and landed behind the duo. Boom! There was a loud bang, and 2 deep craters appeared in the ground where they had been hit. Seeing how powerful the black ball was, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Didn't we agree on a competition? How did this kid hit so hard? Wang also even instantly broke his defense and couldn't help but yell, Gao Xianyu, are you trying to kill us all? But in the face of his questioning, Gao Xianyu simply had no time to pay attention. At this moment, Feng and Zhang, who had dodged the attack, were attacking at an extremely fast speed. In just the blink of an eye, it had already reached the near front. Gao Xianyu quickly maneuvered the Night Phantom and Shi, blocking in front to intercept. Zhang Lingyu took the lead against the enemy Shi, and the golden light mantra burst forth, quickly coalescing in his right hand. The air power that had been stored up for a long time all exploded in an instant, smashing straight towards Shi face. But facing this powerful strike, Shi did not dodge or avoid it. Immediately, he wrapped his demonic power around his fist and raised his hand to meet the enemy with a hard blow. As the 2 fists faced each other, a powerful impact erupted. Zhang Lingyu's body retreated and retreated again and again, continuously doing several flips as a means of unloading the force before he could stand firmly. Looking at Shi again, he still maintained the action of throwing a punch and stood in the same place without moving. It is self-evident that the strength of the 2 is immediately differentiated. In the meantime, Feng Baobao also tangled with the cat demon nightmare. Although the 2 did not punch hard, but both turned into a trail of shadows. The speed is already difficult to see with the naked eye. Every now and then, it would touch off a punch and hit a powerful chakra. Gao Xianyu sat steadily, observing the form of the battlefield, but in his heart, he was secretly surprised. These 3 that he had summoned, although they only had the strength of a great demon, they were definitely considered the best of them. But I didn't expect that Wang also a few people, but also can fight a flag. Though in order to avoid ending it too quickly, he had only utilized half of the power of this group of great demons. But even so, it was enough to prove that Wang Yuya and Zhang Lingyu and the others were strong. Moreover, these people have fought until now, but they have all kept their backhand and have not yet come out. It seems like you guys really don't sell out unless you put some intensity on it. Gao Xianyu let out a cold laugh and raised his sword finger again. The sword opens the ocean, beheads the immortal. Stone Vajra. As the voice fell, the space shook violently. With that, a stone demon holding a magical treasure, the immortal beheading sword, slowly approached. Jin Gang, lead the way. When Wang Yuya and the others saw this, they were all shocked. Counting the previous 6, Gao Xianyu had summoned 7 immortals. Is there no upper limit to this kid's summoning? Leaving character fluorescent flowing light, Wang also suddenly let out a low cry and took the lead, adhering to the concept of striking first. At the fingertips of his left hand, several golden flames flared up, and then he flung his hand and shot out. A large fire cut through the darkness of the night, trailing a long flaming tail. However, the target that was aimed at was not the Jin Gang that had just appeared, but the 100 demon monarch that was poised to strike. In his opinion, the other party was covered in black aura and had the attribute of darkness. With the principle of the 5 elements being mutually exclusive, the most feared one should be this golden flame of his. At this time, Zhang Lingyu, who was on the side, also rose up again in golden light, penetrating the flames and stooping forward. Only his target, however, was not the 100 demon monarch, but the Jin Gang who had just appeared. The two have not communicated, but they have quite an understanding. One left and one right, so it's a clear division of labor. However, right at this moment, Jin Gang took a step forward and blocked the front. With the immortal chopper sword in his hand raised high, his demonic power continued to rise, and in just a few breaths, he was able to build up his power to its peak. Break! With a low roar, the crimson sword slashed out horizontally, bringing up a gust of wind. The powerful force instantly sent out a crescent-shaped chop that broke through the air. Zhang Lingyu's figure lurched and quickly leapt up, jumping out of the range of the attack. The strong chopping attack swept across the sky, and the wind it brought up strangled the golden flames. The power then continued unabated, heading straight for Wang Yuya. I'll go. Wang also let out a strange cry and immediately dodged towards the side. However, due to the speed of the chopping, it was a close call, but it still cut through his Dao uniform, leaving a long gash. Looking at the torn Taoist costume at his left ribcage caused a pang of fear in his heart. My immeasurable heavenly father, if I were half a second slower, I would have really died here. Gao Xianyu, what the do you call this a competition? At the same time, Zhang Lingyu, who was in mid-air, was also looking downcast. His eyes looked at Hu and the 100 demon monarch who leapt up and came, and his heart screamed for a while. That's really pushing people over the edge. A stone tiger couldn't even fight against it on its own, and now there was 100 demon monarch. With just the golden light mantra, it was already completely impossible to deal with it. Zhang Lingyu looked at the 2 demons that were getting closer and closer, and a heart could not help but struggle. Do you want to use the 5 thunders? But this kind of thunder method, how to cast it with people? Thinking back to that year, a thought of insertion resulted in never being able to practice Yang 5 thunders again. The pain of this life haunts him to this day and he can't let it go. Even in the face of this critical moment, he was hesitant to use that water-dirty thunder. However, during his hesitation, Hu and the 100 demon monarch had already arrived close by. The 2 demons raised their arms high at the same time, coming straight at his face. Seeing this, Zhang Lingyu clenched his teeth and obstinately refused to make use of the Yin thunder, only continuously strengthening the power of the golden light mantra. But just in the nick of time, Zhang Chulin's voice suddenly came. Little white longworms, with a thunderous light, an arc of electricity that looked like a long snake appeared steeply in front of him. The attacks of Hu and the 100 demon monarch were also blocked as much as possible. However, facing the power of 2 great demons, the small white longworm was clearly unable to resist. It was reduced to nothing in just an instant, and was dispersed by a single blow. Although there was only a 1-second delay, it was seized by Zhang Lingyu. The golden light on his body suddenly flourished, coalescing into a golden rope in an instant, flinging his hand towards the 2 demons and jerking them away. Snap snap, 2 whips sounded one after another. Hu and 100 demon monarch though held the key points, but because he was in mid-air, he was still jerked to the ground by the force. Zhang Lingyu also flipped over and landed on the ground with the force of the recoil. Looking up at the 2 demons, he realized that they hadn't taken any damage at all, but this kind of thing had been expected of him. With the strength of these 2 demons, if they wanted to be seriously injured, the only way to have a chance was to use the Yin 5 thunders. With that, he turned his head and swept his eyes at Zhang Chulan, saying in a cold tone, "You don't have to help me." Zhang Chulan frowned slightly and said with a light sigh, "Junior Master, I don't know why I, for one, have made you so unpopular, but you should also be able to tell that Gao Xianyu has no intention of showing mercy to us. If you don't come out with your full strength, you might really get hurt." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Lingyu's complexion instantly became complicated. Looking at the Yang 5 thunders surrounding Zhang Chulin's body, his heart was both envious and jealous, until finally, it dissolved into a heavy sigh. I know. Chapter 46 Tushan Susu obeyed the order to borrow the red pupil rabbit one to retreat the strong enemy. Zhang Lingyu exhaled heavily, as if she had made a big decision, only to see him slowly raise his right hand, followed by a puddle of black sticky objects that float out of his sleeve. When Wang Yuya and Zhang Chulan saw this, they immediately looked astonished, not understanding what kind of move this was. Only Gao Xianyu saw this and a smile of satisfaction surfaced at the corner of his mouth. Spirit Jade Realist, has he finally used his real skills? Hearing this, Zhang Lingyu was slightly stunned and somewhat puzzled. What? You know about this in Five Thunders? I heard about it by chance. Gao Xianyu lied and said without turning red in the face. I've heard that there are two types of Heavenly Masters' thunder methods, one being the Yang Five Thunders, which is the one that Zhang Chulan performed just now. Another is that thick and turbid, but also strange and changeable, line up like mercury diarrhea, pervasive in Five Thunder. That's why this lightning method is also known as water dirty thunder. Speaking here, Gao Xianyu suddenly changed his tone and said in a rather playful tone, also I seem to remember that in order to cultivate this water viscera thunder, it seems like you have to break your body first. Could it be that you, Spirit Jade Master? When these words came out, Zhang Chulan and Wang Yuya were surprised and looked at Zhang Lingyu. They had never thought that this ice-clear and jade-clean Spirit Jade real personality was no longer a perfect body. Zhang Chulan, in particular, was both envious and jealous in his heart. There was even a hint of hatred. He thought he was nearly 20 years old, but because of the guardian sand that his grandfather had carved for him back then, he was a virgin until now. But this Zhang Lingyu, who has been living in the mountains all year round and has been a Taoist priest for more than 20 years, has even broken her body. It's godless. Suddenly, Zhang Chulan actually had an urge to cry, but in order not to be embarrassed in public, he hastily lifted his head up and held back the tears from leaving his eyes. Meanwhile, Zhang Lingyu had a dark face, forcibly resisting the urge to curse. He never expected that the biggest blackmail of his life would be exposed just like this, but in its heart, it was greatly surprised. The thunder law of the Heavenly Master's house was well known in the circle though, but this water-soiled mine is little known. After all, what every generation of Heavenly Masters casts in public is that Dangyan Five Thunders. There has never been any generation of Heavenly Masters who have used this in Five Thunders to protect their enemies. I didn't think that you would even know this kind of secret information. I'm still really curious as to where exactly you learned all this. Or rather, where did you hear about me knowing the Five Thunders of Yin? Towards the end, Zhang Lingyu's face was as gloomy as water. The eyes that gazed at Gao Xianyu actually vaguely revealed a ferocious light. This was so because there were very few people who knew that he knew the Yin Five Thunders. Besides Master Zhang Jiwei and Uncle Tian Jinzhong, there was only the woman who made him break his body, one of the four trannies of Omnisex, Bone Scraper Summer Harvest. But this kind of thing, neither master nor uncle would be bored enough to tell outsiders about it. Thus, Zhang Lingyu suspected that the Gao Xuanyu in front of him was most likely related to Quan sex, or rather, have a relationship with Summer Harvest. However, in the face of his inquiry, Gao Xianyu revealed a beatific expression and shrugged his shoulders. Don't always care about the details. Since you've decided to use your full strength, don't ever hold back. Likewise, in order to be able to make us fight a little more passionately, I'll also raise the difficulty appropriately. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuya and Zhang Chulan, who were still listening to the gossip, immediately tightened their faces. And up the difficulty? You kids aren't going to be human, are you? What's the matter? Do we have to see some blood today? But as he watched, Gao Xianyu raised his sword finger and was about to recite the mantra. Zhang Chulan rushed forward and spoke out to stop it. Wait a minute, Gao. Don't be impulsive for a moment. Hearing these words, Gao Xianyu raised an eyebrow and turned his head to look in confusion. Seeing that he stopped moving, Zhang Chulan hurriedly continued. Brother Gao, this is just a sparring match. There's no need to play so big, right? Besides, these few immortals are enough to keep us busy. You should not be laboring to summon other immortals. Otherwise, that's going to be a real problem. Gao Xianyu scanned the crowd upon hearing this, including Feng Baobao, who was not far away from it and was fighting bitterly with Night Phantom. 7 against 4 does seem like too much of a bully for you guys, he said, raising his hand and snapping his fingers. In the next moment, all the great demons in the field dissipated. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chulan and the others not only did not have a happy heart, but instead had a bad feeling. Seeing that there were no more enemies, Feng Baobao also ran back quickly and said, "What? You're not going to fight?" But as soon as her words fell, she heard Gao Xuanyu recite a mantra. At the command of Tushan Susu, borrow the jade rabbit and repel the strong enemy once and for all. Su, got it. As an ethereal voice came, the space shook violently. Immediately afterward, a huge figure leapt out and landed heavily on the ground, splattering thick dust. Although several people did not see the appearance, they also perceived that this object was extremely huge. Playing it safe, the 4 of them stepped backward. Zhang Chulan even darkened his face and started cursing in his heart. Gao Xianyu, you really don't do anything at all when it comes to getting involved with people. After removing 7 small demons, he turned around and summoned such a big guy. What? We have to sprinkle some cumin chili pasta on it being? Otherwise this demon won't be able to savor the taste when it swallows us in one bite. It's a ing day off to compete with you. As the four withdrew 10 meters away, the thick dust gradually dispersed. Under the illumination of the moonlight, a few people quickly got a good look at the demon, but the next moment, all froze in place. It's a rabbit? Rather cute. Just this head. It's a little bit too outrageous, isn't it? The four of them looked shocked and suspicious as they kept sizing up the giant rabbit that stood 3 meters tall. On the all-white body, only the tips of the ears and the forepaws are fans of cuteness, especially that pair of eyes like sapphire. Actually give a person a kind of pure and innocent feeling, so much so that it caused Zhang Chulin's few people to, coincidentally, create an illusion. Could it be that Gao Xianyu saw that we were fighting too hard and wanted to summon a rabbit over to mow us to death? Only Feng Bao Bao, with one hand stroking his chin, said very seriously, "Such a big rabbit. Is Gao Xianyu trying to treat us to spicy rabbit head?" Crowd. Sister, can you be normal for once? Not to mention whether or not Gao Xianyu meant it. Are you sure you can beat this rabbit alone? But as Feng Bao Bao's words fell, a soft and sweet lowly voice suddenly came. Bad guy. I can't believe you tried to eat my rabbit. Brother Xianyu, are these the people who are bullying you? I'll have Bunny. Now, teach them a hard lesson. Zhang Chulan, Wang Yuya, and Zhang Lingyu. It's over. It's a mess. A big mess. Chapter 47, One Rabbit, 3 Eats. Feng Bao Bao Spiral Ascension. On the huge white rabbit, Tushan Susu puffed out her cheeks and looked at Feng Bao Bao in exasperation. She didn't expect the woman in front of her to be so hateful. In order to satisfy his appetite, he even wanted to make her mount into a spicy rabbit head. Doesn't this woman know that children can't eat spicy food? Obviously braised is better. Gao Xianyu, who was in tune with the summons mind, was sitting on the side at the moment. After sensing Susu's thoughts, his expression instantly became odd. The king of demons? The idea seems good. After the competition, it was not a bad idea to taste it. It's just that a rabbit this fat should smell better when roasted with some cumin, right? The poor red poople rabbit still didn't know that his hallowed demon king level strength had only been out for 10 seconds. Just 3 people, already, have worked out 3 options for eating it. At the same time, Wang Yuya and the others who were standing 10 meters away looked at the red poople rabbit with a guarded face. Although the two sides hadn't yet exchanged blows, the demonic power released from the other side had already made a few people understand. The strength of this giant rabbit was definitely stronger than the previous 7 combined. It seems that without using his full strength, Gao Xianyu won't stop tonight. Wang also let out a heavy sigh, and immediately opened the Wind Queen's strange door to its fullest extent. Zhang Lingyu and Zhang Chulan, who were beside him, were also opening the Yin and Yang 5 thunder laws one after the other without any reservations. Feng Bao Bao's expression looked a little bemused when she saw that all 3 of them had opened their big moves, but out of nowhere, as if she remembered something, she hurriedly turned around and ran towards the back. In a short time, to the puzzlement of the crowd, he ran back with a shovel. Noticing that several people were looking at her, she quickly shook the shovel in her hand and pointed at the giant rabbit. Tai, spicy rabbit head, eat my spade. Spinning around, he raised his shovel and charged towards the giant rabbit with an excited look on his face. Crowd, red pupil rabbit, you're really craving it, my body. But seeing Feng Bao Bao take the lead, the remaining 3 were not in the mood to spit. Zhang Lingyu flung his long sleeves, and water viscera thunder surged out crazily from his sleeves. Northern Sungtan, with a single drop, the water dirty thunder landed precisely on the red pupil rabbit's perimeter. In just a split second, it had covered a 5-meter area. At a glance, it looked like a swampy quagmire. It feels both eerie, but you can't help but be intrigued. Feng Bao Bao, who was leaning forward, couldn't help but freeze at the sight of this sudden scene. Looking at the water-dirty thunder on the ground in front of him, a bad feeling rose in his heart, wanting to subconsciously stop. But before she could react, the water-dirty thunder in front of her actually took the initiative to retreat to the sides, making way for a path. Seeing this, Feng Bao Bao no longer had any care. Immediately, he increased his speed, raised his shovel high, and rushed straight to the spicy rabbit head. In the face of Feng Bao Bao's offense, Gao Xianyu had no intention of continuing the summoning. Just one hand lightly patted the red pupil rabbit and said slowly, "Go easy on it, don't play dead." As an exclusive pet of Tu Shan, the red pupil rabbit had an extremely high IQ. Upon hearing Gao Xianyu's command, he immediately shook his large head in response. It was also at this time that Feng Bao Bao had already come close. With his legs bent violently, he leaped over the head of the red pupil rabbit. Then he raised the shovel high, flipped it in the air to build up his strength, and finally aimed at the rabbit's head and smashed it with all his might. Seeing this, Zhang Lingyu, who was standing in the distance, immediately seized the opportunity and controlled the water-dirty thunder to attack Gao Xuanyu straight away. Wang Yuya, who had long been poised to strike, finally struck at this moment as well. Watchman Chaos Gold. There weren't any fancy moves. It was still this spell of controlling time as a way to limit Gao Xianyu's movements. It was just that this time, the technique he unleashed had already reached its extreme. In fact, hitting the beginning, his target was Gao Xianyu. As the saying goes, to capture the thief is to capture the king first. Through observation he realized that no matter how many powerful demons the other party had summoned, they themselves were not strong. As long as they teamed up to subdue Gao Xianyu, then this competition would be completely over. However, the person who shared the same thought with him was also Zhang Chulan. After seeing Zhang Lingyu and the others striking out one after another, he immediately brightened up. It's now! With that, he let out a low cry, and there was a great explosion of thunder and light. Thunderbolt membership, on! He only saw that the lightning that surrounded his body was taken into his body as much as he could, constantly stimulating his meridians. In the next moment, his own strength and speed all took a qualitative leap. Originally, this move was reserved for Junior Master, but I couldn't care less now. Lightning erupted in Zhang Chulan's eyes, and his body instantly transformed into an arc of electricity and disappeared. Just now, the heads and tails of the 7 great demons responded to each other, giving him no chance to sneak attack at all. Now, Gao Xianyu had been too generous and used only this one rabbit to meet the battle, but it was hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. Even if this rabbit was more powerful, it would definitely not be able to deal with all 4 of them at the same time. How could he let go of such a great opportunity? However, in the face of the 4 people's powerful attack, Gao Xianyu sat steadily on a high platform, with no intention of making a move at all. At the same time, after Wang Yuya made Watchman Chaos Gold, he also felt a strange sensation that spread all over his body. He still knew about this spell. It was a spell specifically used to restrict the enemy's movement, but he quietly moved his fingers and realized that this Watchman Chaos Gold was of no use at all to himself. As long as he wanted to, he could completely continue to raise his sword finger and summon another great demon. Strange, my 15 years of kung fu, so topsy-turvy? Even Watchman Riot can't help me. Soon, though, he dismissed the idea. In his heart, he also probably understood that the reason why Watchman Chaos Gold was ineffective against him should have nothing to do with his strength, most likely because of the weight of destiny, or because it's connected to something else. But just as he was distracted, Feng Baobao's shovel had already landed and heavily slapped on the red purple rabbit's head. Click! With a snapping sound, the shovel snapped in response. Feng Baobao only felt this blow as if it had struck an iron plate. Not only did he fail to inflict damage on the spicy rabbit head, but instead, his own hands were shocked to the point of numbness. But what made her even more surprised was that she had not even bent a single rabbit hair with this all-out strike. Even the reason the shovel broke was entirely due to the soft-looking rabbit fur, which was shattered. However, one blow was lost, and Feng Baobao's body began to land freely. As he crossed those sapphire-like rabbit eyes, one person and one demon looked at each other. But it was at this moment that the red pupil rabbit, which had been in a quiet state, suddenly swung out its left front paw and threw an uppercut. The force was so strong that before the claws even touched Feng Baobao, they brought up a fierce astral wind. Not good. Feng Baobao let out a dark cry and hurriedly tried to adjust her body to dodge. But at this point she was in midair and couldn't find a point of impact at all. But because of this half-second delay, the rabbit's paw had already landed on her body. The strong power left her with no room for resistance at all. One could only let out a helpless cry. And then under the stunned gazes of the 3 Zhang Chulan, his body spiraled up into the sky. Chapter 48 Death by Death Zhang Chulan. Tushan Susu logged on the big number. Wow, this bad sister flies so high. Susu looked up to the sky with a pair of big eyes and sighed heartily. But as soon as she spoke, she was suddenly lifted over her head by Gao Xianyu, so frightened that the little one couldn't help but let out a shriek. But soon, the other man's voice came to his ears. Swing it, you little fool. Susu sniffed and hurriedly looked up, only to see that in mid-air, a large amount of black sticky objects came pouring in, covering the sky. Seeing that the two were about to be swallowed up in it, Susu could no longer care about anything else and immediately waved her arms in panic. In the next moment, the water-soiled lightning that was close at hand, when facing the insulated claw, it was as if it had encountered a natural enemy and retreated as much as possible. After only a few seconds, they all dissipated. Zhang Lingyu, who was standing not far away, was currently looking at Susu with a shocked expression. He really couldn't figure out what this little fox demon had done. Why did he retreat all his watery dirty lightning by merely waving his hands? Even if he himself were to control the Yin Thunder to go forward again, he would not be able to get within 3 feet of the other party at all. But to say that the one who was most shocked had to be Wang Yuya, At this time, he is still maintaining Watchman Chaos Gold. However, it was never expected that Gao Xianyu would be completely uncontrolled by this technique. What the kind of bad luck is that? Wasn't he shocked by me just now? Why would this suddenly break open again? But he didn't know that the fact that the other Gao Xianyu didn't move actually had nothing to do with his technique. The real reason is solely because of laziness. Whether it was the previous Imperial Three Shields, or the current Demon King Red Pupil Rabbit, with them protecting his body, Gao Xianyu didn't need to make any moves at all. Just pay your innate one air silently when you are attacked is all. Of course, the main thing is that, dashingly standing there, he has the compulsion. If you move around randomly, it's a bust, old man. With the attacks of the three of them dissolved as much as they could, there was now only one Zhang Chulan left. But I have to say, this kid knows how to sneak up on people. He didn't make a move to break open Watchman Chaos Gold, and he didn't move when he dispersed the water Dirty Thunder. He didn't even bother with Sister Bauer, who he valued the most, Spiral Ascension, until Gao Xianyu let his guard down when he threw Su Su back to the ground. Suddenly a thunderbolt appeared in front of him. Zhang Chulan's long-stored right fist was raised high, and thunderous light blazed out. Looking at Gao Xianyu, who was a stone's throw away from each other and whose portal was wide open, he was instantly delighted. Got it! Zhang Chulan barely hesitated and smashed straight at the opponent's face. The power of this strike was extremely swift, and in just less than half a second, it reached Gao Xianyu's face. Brother Xianyu! In the nick of time, Tushan Susu let out a cry of alarm. Spinning around, he leapt forward and opened his hands, blocking in front of Gao Xuanyu. Seeing this scene, Gao Xianyu, who was halfway through his oral recitation, was violently startled in his heart. Little dumbass, don't play with your life. Looking at that young figure blocking in front of him, Gao Xianyu felt flustered for the first time. In fact, he had been observing the battle and had long noticed that Zhang Chulan was about to stage a sneak attack. He was purposely letting the other party get close, and later on, he himself was summoning a great demon over to teach him a hard lesson. But I never thought that the always timid Susu would come forward in a life and death situation. So much so that this sudden change actually interrupted the mantra and did not summon the great demon in time. Little fool, Gao Xianyu exclaimed, while taking a step forward, wanting to protect Susu with his body. But the two sides were too close, and it was already too late. Even Zhang Chulan at this moment was flustered. His target was originally Gao Xianyu, but he didn't expect a Chang Bite Jin to come out halfway. But at this moment, the arrow had been shot, and even if he wanted to collect his strength, he could not do so. All one could do was close his eyes, fight back the guilt, and keep throwing punches. Thunder stuck to his face, and Tushan Susu's hair exploded and his roots stood upside down. Berserk thunder continued to pass through the body and enter the body. Gao Xianyu's eyes wanted to crack, and his hands were already on Susu's waist. The powerful electric current instantly made him feel paralyzed all over. But at this moment, he couldn't care less about this, and immediately exerted all his strength, trying to drag Susu into his arms. But just then, a crimson demonic aura appeared at first and filled the surroundings. In just an instant, the figures of Zhang Chulan and Gao Xuanyu were all submerged. Immediately afterward, a terrifying and incomparable demonic aura rose up to the sky. The thick cumulus clouds in the sky were instantly gone. The Milky Way, hiding behind the clouds, suddenly appeared and hung across the night sky. Whose thunder is this? It's nothing but If you want to fight me, you still have to show some real skill. In the crimson demonic aura, a high, cold and majestic voice suddenly came out. At this moment, whether it was Wang Yuya, Zhang Lingyu, or Zhang Jiwei and the others on the distant hillside, in the face of this terrifyingly monstrous demonic aura, all of them looked terrified, especially after hearing that voice. His heart was horrified. What's going on here? What kind of god did Gao Xianyu invite here? Feeling that monstrous demonic aura, all hearts felt despair. Even Zhang Jiwei, who had a ceiling of battle power and an overwhelming title, couldn't raise any thoughts of resistance. His only thought at this point was to flee. Take everyone and run as far as you can. Even this Longhu mountain, which had existed for thousands of years, could be abandoned, simply because this demonic aura was just too shocking. It even gave him the feeling that even if there was really an immortal in this world, he might not be able to compete with it. Chulan, Lingyu, Zhang Jiwei snapped back to his senses, thinking that his disciples and grandchildren were still in the middle of that battlefield. Immediately suppressing the fear in his heart, he transformed into a golden light and hurriedly attacked. Seeing this, Lu Jin immediately turned on the reverse life triple and followed closely behind. Seeing that the two tens had left one after another, Gao Lian also finally came back to his senses. Fearing that his son had caused some great trouble, he hastened to invoke the gods, wanting to rush to the battlefield as fast as possible. But that had thought that the immortal who would come every time he was invited. This time, no matter how he summoned, there was not the slightest movement. Seeing that the golden light that the old heavenly master had transformed into was about to arrive, he immediately clenched his teeth secretly and quickly ran out. Gao! Su San looked worried and wanted to speak out to stop it. However, he was interrupted by Su Si, who was on the side. Let him go, Gao Xianyu is his son. Making such a big commotion, when the old man doesn't show up, it's really not justifiable. Then he turned toward the bottom of the hill. Seeing this, Su San quickly asked, "What are you doing?" "What else?" Su Si said in a humorless voice. "There's still a bonfire party going on over there. If we make such a big mess here, we're bound to be found out. I'll go ahead and block the mountain pass, so that those little brats who don't know any better don't come running to join in the fun." Seeing that Su Si was so steady, it in turn made Su San feel surprised. In his impression, this younger brother of his had been flowing all day and had no decent behavior. "I didn't expect to be able to hold my own without realizing that I had taken over the head of the region from my dad." However, just as Su San's heart was filled with emotions, Feng Zhenghao, who was standing on the side, looked at the terrifying demonic aura with an extremely complicated expression. At the same time, his heart was even more determined to make a trip to the Northeast Ma family. Chapter 49 Pulling hair from geese, leaving skin on beasts. Understand? Holy, why did Junior Master summon this ancestor out again? Tang Yukai let out a strange cry and sat down on the ground with a horrified expression. Thoughts were also instantly pulled back to that moment in front of the gate of the Ma family shrine. That crimson, blood-like demonic aura, and the familiar voice. To this day it has stuck with him for life. Although he had not yet seen the original, he already knew who the visitor was. It was the king of Tu Shan who was dressed in red. At this moment, Tang Youfu, who had a horrified expression, asked with a trembling voice after hearing his brother's words, "Yu Tsai, have you seen this senior?" When Gao Xianyu was in front of the ancestral hall, summoning Tushan Honghong, he was not present, which was why he asked this question. But Tang Yukai acted as if he didn't hear it, just looking fearful, looking at the red demonic chi. Seeing that his brother was scared into such a state, Tang Youfu's heart was even more greatly curious. Which immortal has Junior Master summoned? Why did it scare Yu's eye like this? How come no one ever told me about it before? However, compared to the unpleasantness of the Deng brothers, Wang Yuyat and Zhang Lingyu, who were not far away, were not much better. In the face of this terrifying and overwhelming demonic aura, both of them were half kneeling on the ground, supporting the ground with their hands, and strongly holding their bodies from collapsing to the ground. But the cold sweat on his forehead was constantly flowing, and his face was even more difficult to see. The fear in his heart, in particular, had long since reached its peak and was unspeakable. If he wasn't sure, Gao Xianyu would never harm them. This would be two people who were afraid to have fallen into despair. It was also until this moment that the bright red demonic aura slowly dispersed. Inside, three silhouettes gradually appeared in front of the crowd. The first thing that caught his eye was Zhang Chulan. At this moment, he still maintained his offensive stance, but his entire body stiffened in place. With a horrified expression, he looked at the woman in front of him who was dressed in red and had fox ears on her head. Just now, he was in the middle of that terrifying demonic aura, and his entire body almost collapsed. It only felt like he was like a mole cricket, facing that giant prime. In particular, the monstrous pressure had long since made his mind go blank, and his heart was filled with all thoughts. He wanted to escape, but the problem was that he didn't dare, fearing that if he made the slightest movement, he would be instantly crushed by this fox fairy. Even to breathe, he was afraid that he would impinge on this immortal, so it was all you could do to hold your breath and stop breathing. It was followed by Tushan Honghong, only to see her face slightly cold, her right hand poking out a finger and pointing it on top of Zhang Chulan's fist. A red coat was windless, and the bells at the corners of the coat made a pleasant ringing sound. With that dominant, yet not overbearing pose, it made a person look like a fairy in the mist at a glance, like a dream. But it wasn't until the demonic aura had all receded that an unholy scene appeared, only to see that the immortal air floating, as if not eat earthly fire red, waist actually have a hand of big hands around. The owner of its hands was even closer to her back, like glue. This scene can't be described as hot. It's life-ruining, so beautiful and touching a demon fox immortal, but let a denizen spoil it. It instantly gave the impression of, well, falling off the face of the earth. Had enough hugs? Tushan Honghong slightly turned her head sideways, and although her red lips did not move, she let out a disgruntled sound. Gao Xianyu experienced that soft touch on that hand and said with extreme reluctance, "Don't talk, cuddle some more." But as soon as his words left his mouth, his red face instantly darkened. Immediately afterward, a powerful but not brutal demonic aura burst out steeply from her body, instantly sending Gao Xianyu flying. "Next time you dare to be rude, I'll shake your hands off." Red's chest rose and fell, obviously infuriated. However, in response to her warning, Gao Xianyu was lying on the ground with a depressed face, looking up at the starry night sky. He wasn't doing it because he didn't hug Red. The reason why he was lying on the ground, for one thing, was that the demonic power that Honghong had exploded just now had drained all the air that he already had left. At this time, he has not even the strength to stand up, can only lie on the rabbit, transformed into a two character. And the depressing thing is that Wang managed to get stuck on the bug and get logged into the big one, but the demonic power released by Tushan Honghong had to be similarly extracted from him. It would be completely indistinguishable from him personally summoning Tushan Honghong. Wouldn't that bug card be pointless? But just as the place fell into silence, a golden light suddenly broke in and stood in front of the red poople rabbit. Tushan Honghong frowned slightly and looked sideways, only to see a white-bearded old man in a Taoist robe, similarly sizing himself up. But soon she sensed that in this old Taoist, the law came from the same source as the kid in front of her. In just an instant, he already understood that the relationship between these two people was bound to be very shallow. You humans, you're pretty much the same as always. Every time you hit the little one, an old one pops up. Although Tushan Honghong's tone was calm, there were a few hints of sarcasm between her words. However, when these words fell on Zhang Jiwei's ears, they caused a wave of tension in his heart. Not good. This demon fox senior is afraid that he has misunderstood. Thought I was here to give Chulan a run for his money. Thinking of this, he hastily opened his mouth to explain. Don't misunderstand, senior. I'm not here to hold a grudge against you. It's just that this one in your hand is my apprentice grandson. Now that I have accidentally offended you, the old Taoist had to come here personally to make amends to you. I still hope that senior will be magnanimous and spare my unintelligent disciple grandson for once. With that, he clasped his hands and gave a deep salute. Tushan Honghong was not a person who was addicted to killing, and seeing that Zhang Jiwei had lowered his attitude in such a way, he immediately slowly put away his right hand and said, "If that's the case, then I'm making things difficult for you." Hearing this, Zhang Jiwei was relieved. Luckily, this fox fairy is good at talking. Otherwise, if I really make things difficult for Chulan, I'm afraid my old bones will have to be accounted for tonight. That's right, Zhang Jiwei had already made plans to make a move before he arrived. Although he knew that he would not be able to defeat him, he could never stand by and watch his own disciples and grandchildren being poisoned. But just before he could get to say a word of thanks, Tushan Honghong spoke again. But my rule is, if the geese are gone, the beasts are gone, and the skins are left. This kid rushed me, and it's always a good idea to get some interest and teach him a lesson. With a fall, Tushan Honghong's gaze was crimson as she steeply raised her right hand and probed towards Zhang Chulan. Seeing this scene, Zhang Jiwei immediately looked horrified. Mistakenly believing that this fox fairy was going to make a move to waste Zhang Chulan, he hurriedly opened his mouth to stop it. Elder has the benefit of words. Please be merciful. As he spoke, he had already turned on the thunder law. The starry sky, which had been cloudless, suddenly rolled with dark clouds and thunder. But the next moment, it came to an abrupt end. This was because he realized that this fox fairy had flicked out a finger, only falsely pointing at Zhang Chulan's chest. Immediately afterward, the clothes on his own little apprentice grandson were strung up as much as they could be. It was currently naked, standing in place. Chapter 50 Unlocking New Abilities. Summoning Dharma Treasures. Tushan Honghong flicked out a finger and twisted Zhang Chulan's clothes to pieces, but she did control the force and did not hurt her opponent. After doing so, her body quickly shrunk, and then retransformed back into Tushan Susu. But due to his height, after transforming back into his body, the little guy was suspended in mid-air, falling towards the soft rabbit's back. But just as he landed on it, his body suddenly became illusory. It turned out that Tushan Honghong's finger had drained Gao Xianyu's last trace of air. Nowadays, he was completely deflated, and he didn't even have the strength to maintain Susu. But as Tushan Susu left, the 3-meter-tall giant rabbit also dispersed together. In this way, it was Gao Xianyu and Zhang Chulan who suffered. At this moment, one of the two had no air power, and the other was scared out of his mind. Falling from this 3-meter height, there was no way to make effective measures, but to let the body fall freely. Lean, Red the Vixen did it on purpose. Gao Xianyu was grasping at straws in his heart as he loudly nonchalantly said. But just at that moment, the system's voice suddenly came from his mind. Congratulations to the host, who has passed the battle and opened the magic treasure summoning function. Currently you can summon all the magic treasures in the world of Fox Demon Little Red Queen. Gao Xianyu. System, I like you like this exploded. Nice guy, the mana is all set up for me? Gao Xianyu took a deep breath, his heart surging. One must know that the magic treasures in the Fox Demon world were not comparable to the magic weapons in one person. The two are completely out of dimension. Especially the strongest ones were extremely powerful. The strongest weapon of the human race, the Sword of Kingship, Battle Ceiling, Ao Lai Sansha's weapon, the Rod of the Fixed Sea, as well as what was claimed to be the strongest magic treasure, the Tear of the Void. No matter which one alone is taken out, it can turn a white guy, in a one-man world, into a top powerhouse in seconds. Of course, for Gao Xianyu to activate activate these magic treasures. He would likewise have to rely on the air to energize them. The principle was the same as summoning demons. The higher the grade of the magic treasure, the more massive the air consumed. If one were to forcefully summon it, not only would they not be able to utilize the power of the magic treasure, they would also be instantly drained into dryness. But still, there was no need to fight to the death with these top-tier magic treasures. Even those low-grade magic treasures among the fox demons were enough to be able to allow him to crush the vast majority of inhumans. But the question was, how come there was no cultivation reward at all when he had fought until he was deflated? Hoping that tonight, I worked for nothing? Gao Xianyu, who was in a falling state, was instantly disgruntled. Although having an additional means of summoning magic treasures excited him, but without cultivation to support it, even if the means are numerous, it's useless. However, just when he was indignant, his body was already about to fall to the ground. Fortunately, with Zhang Jiwei present, he immediately turned into a golden light and steadily caught him in Zhang Chulan. It was also at this time that Lu Jin, who was following closely behind, arrived late. Old Celestial Master, is everything alright? Lu Jin came to Zhang Jiwei and asked in a worried tone. Sort of a scare. That senior didn't give me a hard time. After Zhang Jiwei had placed Gao Xianyu properly, he looked at his young apprentice grandson, who was naked in his arms, and said with a complicated expression. At the same time, the heart wondered, could it be that this fox fairy had fallen for Chulan? Why else, of all the means of discipline, would you choose to strip naked? At this time, Lu Jin, who was on the side, was secretly relieved to see that there was no more trouble. Then looking down at the naked Zhang Chulan, he immediately snickered. Yo, why is this Chulan kid hard? Clothes are off too. What the hell? Is this being taken advantage of by that fox fairy child? Although he had not arrived just now, he had seen everything that had happened here as he ran. Although he knew that it was that fox farrier who had shattered Zhang Chulan's clothes as a punishment, he still couldn't help but flirt. Seeing him with this disrespectful look for his old age, Zhang Jiwei glared at him without any good reason. Have some decency in front of the juniors. Then he instructed, keep an eye on them. I'll take Chulan back first. This kid is so scared. He's afraid he's lost his soul. He'll have to freshen up a bit before he can do that. Seeing Zhang Jiwei's worried expression, Lu Jin did not continue to joke around. Don't worry, just leave it to me here. With that, his gaze swept over Gao Xianyu on the ground. In fact, he understood in his heart that the old heavenly master said that he was watching, but in reality, he was afraid that this kid would make things happen again. But it's no wonder Zhang Jiwei is defensive. Originally an ordinary competition, Gao Xianyu froze and hardened his disciple's grandson. It doesn't matter who this is put on, that has to be vigilant. After all, it's still on the Dragon Tiger Mountain. In case this kid suddenly had a seizure and made a scene, he would have to overturn this heavenly master's mansion. At this moment, Zhang Jiwei hugged the stiff Zhang Chulan, and golden light suddenly rose around him. Before leaving, he gave Lu Jin one more admonition. Old Lua, later on, you help me tell Gao Lian, tomorrow, let him bring Xianyu, and go to my place to sit down for a while. Upon hearing these words, Lu Jin's heart shook violently. Could it be that the old celestial master was angry and wanted to settle the score with the Gao family? That thought, however, was quickly dispelled. The two had been friends for decades, and he still knew Zhang Jiwei's character. There was a bit of a mishap in this bout, but it didn't cause any major trouble. Although Zhang Chulan was scared hard, but with a little conditioning, it is not a big problem. Zhang Jiwei would never grasp at such trivialities. Then what the hell does he mean by calling the Gao family father and son? But before he could ask, Zhang Jiwei turned into a golden light and quickly left. Come on, that's something you don't want to tell me. Lu Jin grumbled in his heart, then came before Gao Xianyu. Well, is it okay? It's fine, just deflated. Gao Xianyu responded breathlessly. Seeing that his face was a bit pale, Lu Jin was still uneasy as he bent his waist down and put both fingers on his pulse to check it out. Only after determining that Gao Xianyu was truly disengaged did he say with relief, nothing serious, just rest. Immediately, he sighed and said, you kid can really make a mess. It's only been a few days since you came to the Heavenly Master's mansion, and you stirred up the old Heavenly Master's chickens and dogs. What's up? Going to continue in the competition? With these words, he was actually asking for Zhang Jiwei. He had also heard about Wang Yuya's agreement with Gao Xianyu, but now that the contest is over, there's no winner or loser. He was afraid that this kid hadn't had enough of the fight and would continue to compete. But well, Gao Xianyu weakly waved his hand and said, no comparison, we're going back to the northeast tomorrow. After the great battle with the three Wang Yuya, those players of the Luo Tian Dajiao, he could no longer look at them at all. Although there was still the idea of continuing the match with the three, but naturally, he had already made an agreement with Wang Yuya in advance, and he couldn't really pull his punches. What's more, with Tushan Honghong making such a mess, even if he wanted to continue the competition with a thick skin, I'm afraid that a few people wouldn't be in a position to agree to it. After all, these three weren't jitterbugs, so who would want to find nothing to play with? Hearing Gao Xuanyu's words, Lu Jin's hanging heart fell, while he praised in his heart. This kid is a bit of a huckster, but he does have a good character. What was promised was really meant to be done. Chapter 51 The Old Shady Man, Galleon, of the Versailles family. Just as Gao Xianyu and Lu Jin were chatting, the two of them, Wang Yuya and Zhang Lingyu, who had slowed down, came closer with appalling steps. Upon hearing the other party's own words, he withdrew from the Luo Tian Dajiao and returned to his old home tomorrow. Wang also had a sudden burst of emotion in his heart and almost burst into tears at the scene. Count on your kid's conscience. What was promised to me was finally done, but when I think of tonight, my own close encounter, the little bit of emotion that had just risen in his heart was gone. Old Heavenly Master, I almost lost my life trying to save you from the calamity, but fortunately, it turned out to be pretty much as expected. It's just that this demon, Gao Xianyu, is so inappropriate. He's not competing with us. He's obviously asking us to throw in the towel. It's so dark. Lu Jin, who was idly chatting at this time, saw the two arrive and said with a hefty smile, "How are you two little guys doing? Didn't pee your pants, did you?" Zhang Lingyu, Wang Yuya, Elder Lu, you're 100 years old. Why do you follow Gao Xianyu's example? Besides, you're not afraid of that ancestor's demonic aura? Look at you when you came here just now. Your face was white with fear, and you still have the nerve to talk about us. Reverse life triple? Elder Lu, I'm sorry to trouble you, but we're already in no harm's way. Zhang Lingyu responded politely. He then looked at Gao Xianyu with a complicated gaze, looking like he was about to say something. In fact, he was very curious to know just now, that fox fairy, just what kind of god was she? Could it really be that elusive god? Gao Xianyu could also tell that he had something to say, but he didn't even bother to pick up on it. For one thing, I really don't have the stamina to do it myself, and I'm just too lazy to talk about it. The second thing was that, if it could make Zhang Lingyu so difficult, then the problem would definitely not be simple. Once he touches his secrets, he still has to waste his words and brain cells to make things up. Instead of having that kind of free time, it would be better to lie down for a while and be a quiet, beautiful man. Unfortunately, this wish of his was going to come to naught after all. The atmosphere, which had just quieted down, was suddenly broken by a succession of shouts. "Junior Master, are you all right?" Xian Yu, the one in front, was shouted by the Deng brothers who had just recovered. As for the voice at the back, it was Gao Xianyu's cheap old man, Gao Lian. As he had not invited an immortal to come up to him, he was running entirely on his own strength. Although he had cultivation to help him run, he could not match the speed of Zhang Jiwei and Lu Jin. "Yo, Dad's here." Gao Xianyu sidled ahead and greeted playfully. Unexpectedly, Gao Lian, who had just arrived close, immediately pointed at his son and rebuked him in a fiery manner. "Bastard, all day long you know how to cause trouble for me. Auntie asked you to come to participate in the Luo Tian Dajiao festival. It's not enough for you to cope with it. Why are you messing up the Heavenly Master's mansion? And did you kid come here after drinking fake alcohol? And you're forcing people to compete with you. What? You want to become a fairy? This earth can't hold you anymore, can it? But having just learned a heel handle, you dare to come to the Heavenly Master's mansion to fool around." Saying this, he pointed at Zhang Lingyu and Wang Yi. "Look for yourself. What have you driven them to?" Zhang Lingyu, Wang Yuya, "No, uncle. That's a terrible thing to scold you for. If Gao Xianyu only knows how to do a heel stroke, then what are we? You are truly worthy of his father, the iron following the sun, a ing family of S. He too a. In fact, not to mention the two of them, Wang Yuya, even Lu Jin had a dark face after hearing this. Gao Lian, if you don't want to be a human being, go back to the doghouse. You're ing disciplining your son? Put aside Versailles who? The atmosphere was originally quite relaxed, but with a rebuke from Gao Lian, it suddenly became heavy. But Gao Xianyu didn't talk back in the face of his father's reprimand, and just lay on the ground to brace himself. In its heart, but very speechless, said, "Okay, quickly, do not pretend. Later we'll reveal the filling." At this time, Gao Lian also felt that it was almost time, and then as soon as he stepped forward to pick up Gao Xianyu, he said angrily, "Go, come home with me right now. Let's see what I'll do to you when we get back." After saying that, he was about to leave with Gao Xianyu in his arms, but before he could take 2 steps out, Lu Jin's voice came leisurely. "Gao Lian na, the old celestial master has just given a special explanation. Let you, father and son, go and sit at his place first thing in the morning." Although his tone was calm, anyone with eyes could hear it. This 10th man, but he's holding his fire. However, Gao Lian instantly froze in place with his footsteps after hearing these words. "It's over. It's over. There's no escape after all. Xianyu, this just made a big fuss, and the old celestial master invited us over. This is clearly a Hongmen banquet. I owe it to myself to have to act so long. If I had known just now, I should have run with my son immediately. That's right, that fatherly kindness seen just now was completely faked by him. After all, this kid had gone too far, almost playing the old heavenly master's disciples to death. It would be a bit of a shame if he, as a father, didn't show it. Otherwise, if they waited until the old heavenly master himself blamed them, things would become more troublesome instead. But he had expected to teach his son a lesson in front of everyone and then leave. However, I did not expect that Zhang Jiwei had already prevented him from doing this. Although the person had already left, he asked Lu Jin, who was also a 10-year-old, to give himself a message. It made it so that even if he wanted to refuse, he didn't know where to start. But Lu Jin was still waiting for him to reply at this point, and Gao Lian had to answer. After a brief brainstorming session, a stiff smile appeared and said, "That, Elder Lu, I don't think that's necessary, right? I've heard that the old heavenly master has labored so hard over this Luo Tian Dajiao that he hasn't slept well for days. After going to disturb his old man's rest for this bit of Xianyu's, I really can't bear it in my heart." Over the top? Lu Jin let out a sneer. "Then go and talk to the old heavenly master yourself. That's what he told me anyway, and the word got to me. As for what you're going to do, that's none of my business." But when he said that, he raised his pitch steeply and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Alas, it is a sin to say the least. A good Lo Tian Dajiao is hard to stir up. I thought that the little ones do not know how to do it. After all, children, it is the age of love to make trouble. But how come the older ones are also this demeanor? After his son gets into trouble, he has to run away without even saying a word," said Lu Jin with one hand stroking his chin with a thoughtful expression. "I remember a recent internet phrase that describes adults as being like little kids. What was it called? Elder Lu, you're talking about giant babies, right?" Deng Yukai stabilized his play and immediately took over the conversation. "Right, it's the giant baby." Lu Jin laughed and immediately gave a thumbs up in praise. On the contrary, the Gao family's father and son, with dark faces and eyes containing knives, looked at Tong Yukai. "Kid, if you don't talk, no one will take you for a dummy. Why are you turning your elbow when it counts? Is this how your aunt, master, usually teaches you?" As the older brother, Tong Yofu, at this moment, was also covering his face with one hand, and he couldn't wait to immediately invite the gods to come up and clean up the house. "This face of the Deng family has been disgraced by your kid." Chapter 52, the first glimpse of Gao Lian's good intentions. Lu Jin's cynical remarks caused Gao Lian's face to turn red and black for a while as he listened to them. "This old boy is shady and talks real bad. It was close to just reporting my ID, but it can't be helped. Who let their son get into trouble? Looks like that trip tomorrow is not going to happen." Elder Lu was right. I was the one who lacked consideration. Tell you what, first thing tomorrow morning, I'll bring my son to make amends to the old heavenly master. It's also just as well to stay and help out the heavenly master's house to make up for it. This last sentence of Gao Lian's was said in a roundabout way with deep meaning. Among those present, other than Lu Jin and Gao Xuanyu, none of them understood the meaning. "Count on your kid's sense," Lu Jin said without any good humor. Then said, "Though I'm ready on my end, and your company sent someone, but one more person is ultimately more power, and it's good." As he spoke, his gaze also, intentionally or unintentionally, swept a glance at Gao Xianyu. Immediately, without waiting for Gao Lian to respond, he turned his head to Zhang Lingyu and Wang Yuya and said, "Let's go. Let's not delay the reunion of father and son." With that, he took the lead and took the first step towards the direction of the heavenly master's mansion. Seeing this, Wang Yuya and Zhang Lingyu bid farewell to the crowd. Finally, he looked at Gao Xuanyu with a complicated gaze before following behind. As the three left, only the Tang family brothers and the four Gao family fathers and sons were left at the scene. "Dad, why do you suddenly want to stay again?" Gao Xianyu asked with some confusion. He could hear it through the conversation just now. This cheap dad of his was planning to help the heavenly master's office, together with the fight against the Quan sects lurking on the Dragon Tiger Mountain. These guys are a 1,000-year-old evil faction in a one-man world. All the self-proclaimed decent foreigners saw them like street rats and shouted at them. And this time they dared to come to the Dragon Tiger Mountain on the fuss. Is the full sex of the acting master Gongqing gave the order. Its purpose was to learn the secret of the Tushan rebellion of that year from Zhang Jiwei's senior brother, Tian Jinzhong. But it must be said that Gongqing's wave of maneuvering has really made a big wave of death. Gao Lian, upon hearing his son's inquiry, instantly showed helplessness inside. "What else can we do? The old celestial master invited us by name. Can we really just walk away? Not to mention that when I came here, the company's Mr. Zhao himself explained it. Let me stay and help the Su brothers in North China deal with the troubles of the heavenly master. After all, he's a leader. We can't help him lose face." can we? Gao Xianyu raised his eyebrows and looked at Gao Lian with a face full of suspicion. You're still afraid to help Xiao Fangshu's face? You didn't do much of that usual masculine thing, but looking at Pop's meaning, why does he seem to be eager to help the Heavenly Master's house? Could it be he wanted to manage the old Celestial Master for a favor? Suddenly, Gao Xianyu seemed to have remembered something, and immediately changed his playful smile and asked in a deep voice, Pops, how the hell did my sister get that way? The sudden query made Gao Lian startled. The eyes that looked at his son grew deeper. This kid, why are you bringing this up again for a good reason? Could it be that this time, the Luo Tian Dajiao made him discover something? Grandpa and Auntie are also really, why do you have to let this kid come to participate? What a bull ***** Luo Tian Dajiao. Now it's good. Back then those, to be found out by this kid, have to poke a hole in the sky. No way. Got to get this kid into the company. Also the favor from the old Celestial Master's side could not be missed. This would not only protect Xianyu, but also make those old things with bad intentions restrain themselves. Heir Zhuang has already been poisoned and must not let Xianyu have another accident. Thinking of this, Gao Lian took a deep breath, calmed his heart and said, Kid, it's okay to think about some things, but never do them, at least not now. But don't worry, with Pops, there's the Gao family. As long as you don't go and take the initiative to get yourself killed, no one will dare to touch you in the slightest. When Gao Lian said these words again, it can be said that they were full of vigor and implied a murderous aura. But this stance of his is no different than not fighting. Gao Xianyu instantly clinched that his sister's miserable appearance must have been framed. However, he could also see that on this matter, Pops was extremely resistant and didn't want to let himself know at all. Even if we pursued the matter further, we would only be dealt with perfunctorily and nothing would be gained. Simply changing the topic, he said, By the way Pops, why did you suddenly come here for good reason? Seeing that his son was not asking deeper questions, Gao Lian did not have the good sense to say, If I don't come, you're afraid you're going to be in heaven. You're really something. Don't you know how to hide? Do you have to be so dazzling? Well now, the whole circle knows about it. The company's general manager Zhao is even more appreciative of you, and said something about wanting you to inherit my mantle. It's just nonsense. I'm only in my 40s. I'm just at the age to fight. If I want you to take over, it'll take at least a few more decades. But when he said that, he changed his words. But you can come to my place to practice, just so I can keep an eye on you a bit too, so I don't get in any trouble with me. At the end of his speech, Gao Lian intentionally looked at Gao Xianyu, observing his reaction. Unexpectedly, the boy did not know what kind of madness he was smoking, and suddenly sang a song. 3000. 4 weeks, no double rest, unsearchable, stop. What a mess. Gao Lian's face darkened, and he didn't have the heart to stop it. He then hugged Gao Xianyu and walked towards the direction of the Heavenly Master's mansion, while walking at the same time. By the way, I'll give you a heads up in advance. Don't you love to perform? If something happens to the Celestial Master's house, you can just go out and help. You don't need to control it. Saying that, he looked slightly sideways at the Deng brothers. And you guys, it's kind of a chance to be able to help the Heavenly Master's office and ask for a favor from the old Heavenly Master who was known as the Supreme Master. This was indeed considered a chance, but the unknown Deng brothers revealed a puzzled expression. But just as he was about to inquire about something, he was interrupted by Gao Lian. Don't ask, don't tell, just know for yourself. Hearing this, the Deng brothers responded with a heart full of doubt, but in doing so, it also confirmed Gao Xianyu's thoughts. This old man of his own, it seems that he just wants to manage the old Heavenly Master to ask for favors. Also that comment just now made it clear that I was being asked to join the company. TSK. Looks like I've already made some sit up and take notice with this big show. Join the company? Wanting to investigate the sisters' affairs. This is indeed the best option. I'm afraid that's what Pops is saying. At this moment, Gao Xianyu completely understood Gao Lian's thoughts. Everything his own old man did was nothing more than helping to build his own momentum. Also, it wasn't like he didn't want to tell himself about his sister. I'm just afraid that for some reason, I can't say it for the time being. So simply, let yourself be investigated. In the meantime, he could also have more maneuvering to arm himself with feathers. Chapter 53 Re-emerging storm clouds. Honest man Tu Shan is in a hurry. Gao Lian and his group of 4 people quickly returned to the Heavenly Master's mansion. There were just a few hiccups on the way back. Just as they reached the intersection leading to the back of the mountain, the place was found to be surrounded by dozens of inhumans. Long ago. But thinking about it, Gao Xianyu had made such a big commotion that he had already alarmed everyone. At the moment they couldn't wait to get over there and see what was going on inside. But fortunately, the old Heavenly Master had made arrangements for the 9th disciple, Wang Shan, to lead a group of disciples to guard the place. This, coupled with Su Si's gangly-looking chiding, caused the crowd to stay in place peacefully, but no one refused to disperse. That was until they saw Gao Xianyu appear, causing them to clamor at once. Look guys, that's Gao Xianyu. Strange, how was he carried out? Is it possible that he is injured? Just now, it was Elder Lu who left with the Spirit Jade Realist, and Taoist Wang Yuya, and now it's Gao Xuanyu. Could it be that they, they actually went behind our backs and had a private duel, and by the looks of it, it should have ended with Gao Xianyu seriously injured. Are you kidding? With all those monsters he summoned, which one of them can be beaten? Not necessarily. Spirit Jade Master is the close disciple of the old Heavenly Master, and together with Taoist Master Wang Yuya who knows the 8 strange techniques of the Wind Queen strange sect, we might really win. Bull *******. That terrifying demonic aura just now was clearly caused by Gao Xianyu. From my point of view, this kid is just detached, and the loser should be Spirit Jade Realist and Taoist Master Wang Yuya. Not necessarily. You guys saw that demonic aura just now. Its strength is definitely extraordinary. It's possible that immortal didn't even have a chance to make a move before Gao Xianyu collapsed from physical exhaustion. For a while, the foreigners had many different opinions and arguments, but no matter how much they inquired, they didn't learn the final result of this competition. On top of that, what surprised them was that there were not only 3 people in this competition. Among them, there was also the unshakable billion Zhang Chulan, as well as his fighter, Feng Baobao, who was also involved. But what makes you wonder is why you don't see these two. At this time, the deepest part of the forest, Feng Baobao was covered in dirt and his touch was wretched. At the moment she was holding a large bag on her forehead in one hand and looking around with a confused gaze. What's going on? Why haven't you gotten out after all this time? Thinking back to that hook from Spicy Bunnyhead, it didn't hurt her though, but the power of the punch also sent her flying into this dense forest. At this point she was in the deep forest, having wandered around for almost an hour, and froze without finding a way out. Tough luck. If I don't get back to the Heavenly Master's mansion before dawn, I'm going to lose the match and won't be able to help Zheng Chulan win the championship. With that thought, she leapt atop a tall tree and peered out into the distance. But after looking around for half a day, there was no sign of Lung Fu Shan. There is no choice but to look in one direction and smother. In the meantime, in the Heavenly Master's mansion, Gao Lian came to the courtyard after settling Gao Xianyu. As soon as he went out, he saw Su Si who had been waiting for a long time. Is the boy all right? Su Si inquired with concern, then handed out a cigarette. It's okay, I'm just off my feet. I'll be asleep by now. Gao Lian took the cigarette and lit it, taking a hard drag on it before continuing. Well, are things done over there? Su Si knew that he was talking about the gang of inhumans surrounding him. Immediately, he nodded, slightly tired. It was all a bunch of hilarious guys who chased me around asking who won. You said the guys were confused too. I wasn't even there. How could I have known about this? At the end of his words, he looked at Gao Lian with a sly gaze, clearly having something in his words. In response, Gao Lian hemmed and hawed and did not reply. When Su Si saw this, he couldn't help but secretly nonetheless. This old man, it seems that he doesn't want to tell me, but Gao Lian didn't want to talk about it, and he couldn't force it, so he could only turn to business. Well, did that kid agree to join the company? Pretty much, Gao Lian replied still succinctly. However, when Su Si heard this, he was a bit puzzled. What does it almost mean? Could it be that he's not willing? Seeing his somewhat anxious appearance, Gao Lian naturally understood what the other party was worried about and raised his hand to pat his shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, Xianyu will voluntarily withdraw from the Luo Tian Dajiao tomorrow." That's what he said himself. Also, I told him I'd stay and give you guys a hand. Upon hearing the first sentence Su Si was visibly relieved. This kid had finally abstained, and Chu Lan's championship win was basically considered secure. But when he heard the latter sentence, he immediately raised his eyebrows and despised it in his heart. Give us a hand? How nice of you to say that. You think I don't know what you're up to? But naturally, he wouldn't turn away from free labor when it was available. After exhaling a puff of smoke, he said slowly, "With your father and son's help, it would be natural." But then he whirled around and said in a solemn tone, "But you must keep an eye on Gao Xianyu. Don't let him cause any more trouble. Otherwise, I really can't explain it to Mr. Zhao." As a result of the siege of omnisexuality, he was the main man in charge. Once Gao Xianyu caused any trouble, it would be all on him to take the blame. Seeing that he had sold this favor, Gao Lian hastily smiled. Don't worry, Xianyu isn't that troublemaking child. Although he had come to recruit Gao Xianyu into the company on the orders of Mr. Zhao, but from the beginning to the end, this Mr. Zhao did not say anything about letting their father and son participate in the matter of Longhu Mountain. But for the sake of his son's future, Gao Lian couldn't care less about this and could only stay with a thick skin. In this way, it was inevitable that they would not be able to get around Su Si. Now that people are willing to do this favor and take this responsibility, he naturally wants to defend a few words, and the reason why Su Si agreed was also to play it safe. After all, this Lung Fu Shan Tian Shifu was the leader of Zheng Yi. This siege is all sex and there must be no mistakes. Although he had laid it out comprehensively enough, It was inevitable that there wouldn't be any mistakes. Once something did happen, it was ultimately good to have the Gao family's father and son to help. At this moment, seeing that the matter had been finished, the two of them exchanged a few more pleasantries and were about to leave separately. But just then, Tu Shan ran over in a hurry. The moment he saw Gao Lian, he immediately rushed up with an arrow step and grabbed the other party's neck collar and said, "Old Gao, you must give me a statement today." Seeing him so agitated confused the two. Su Si was afraid that his brother would be too impulsive and do something, so he hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Hey, what are you doing? Let go of Gao first." Gao Lian was also confused at this time and asked in a hurry. "Yeah, calm down. We're all co-workers, let's talk about what's going on." "I said your grandmother's leg." Tu Shan, who had always been gentle, couldn't help but roar at once. "Why don't you go ask Gao Xianyu what he's done? I can't believe I sent my temporary worker from North China flying with one punch, and I can't even find him until now." Upon hearing these words, Su Si, who was originally still trying to persuade the fight, was also violently startled. "What the hell? Baby was knocked out by Gao Xianyu? Gao Lian, take your life." Chapter 54, Gao Xianyu abstained. Crowd chanted Black Shadows. Early in the morning, the field of the Luo Tian Dajiao was already overcrowded. It's reasonable to assume that many players would go home immediately after a loss. However, after learning that this first match was Wang Yuya versus Gao Xuanyu, everyone rushed to the match. At this point in the audience, the crowd was eagerly waiting for the main character to appear. At the same time with the people around him, talking about the match in the back of the mountain last night. "Have you heard? Last night, Gao Xuanyu, alone, took on Wang Yuya and Spirit Jade Realist, and seemed to win. You're also too ill-informed." Not only these two, there was also Unshakable Billy and Zhang Chulan present at the time, as well as his hitman Feng Baobao. Jesus, a pair of four? This Gao Xuanyu is really skillful and bold. Who says it isn't? But I've heard that he didn't win, but rather, he showed off his strength and summoned extremely terrifying immortals, and as a result, he fainted from exhaustion. You guys, you really do listen to rumors. Let me tell you, according to reliable sources, Gao Xianyu has exhausted himself to the point of vomiting blood and seriously injured, and it is said that he vomited at least 2 tails of blood at that time. This is too much, isn't it? Spitting 2 tails of blood? Wouldn't that be a direct death? You really don't believe me when I say this, but this is what my second uncle's friend's nephew's senior brother said. He was there at the time and saw it with his own eyes. Stop chatting and look. Taoist Master Wang Yuya is here. As this cry fell, the audience instantly fell silent. Everyone stretched their necks and looked out onto the field. Only Wang also looked listless and lethargic as he walked to the middle of the ring, but those eyes, however, looked around warily, as if they were searching for something. Didn't that guy show up? Not bad for keeping his word. After determining that there was no figure of Gao Xianyu, Wang also secretly sighed in relief. With that, he yawned and stood 100 times more chatty. At this time, the Taoist priest at the referee's table, who hadn't seen Gao Xianyu enter for half a day, immediately shouted, "Will contestant Gao Xianyu please enter?" As the cry fell, but the entrance to the arena remained empty. "Gao Xianyu, please enter as soon as possible." The Taoist master had no choice but to urge a word again. The crowd in the audience, however, could not help but discuss it already. Strange, why hasn't this Gao Xianyu come yet? Could it be that he really vomited too much blood last night and was seriously injured? What a bummer. I purposely didn't leave today just to catch a glimpse of Gao Xianyu, but he disappeared. Don't think about it, my second uncle's information is always accurate. That Gao Xianyu is afraid that he can't even get out of bed now. Seeing Gao Xianyu's delay in appearing, coupled with the fact that this person was speaking with a sense of urgency. For a while, the foreigners present were really convinced 7 or 8%. It seemed that Gao Xianyu had truly lost that match last night, but that's normal, although his means were formidable. In a 1-on-4 situation, it was ultimately difficult to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists, not to mention the Spirit Jade Realist, and Wang Yuya, who knew the 8 strange techniques Wind Queen Strange Sect. Gao Xianyu this was considered to be an honor in spite of his defeat, but unbeknownst to him, at this moment, Gao Xianyu, indeed, did not come down from his bed, but it wasn't because of any serious injury, it was simply sleeping. Why get up so early when you've already decided to quit? In order to participate in this Luo Tian Dajiao, he hadn't slept well for several days, coupled with last night's exhaustion. Today was a day when I decided to take a breath and sleep until noon. At this point, the referee saw that the match time had passed and Gao Xianyu had yet to appear, so he immediately announced loudly, Wang Yuya versus Gao Xuanyu. Due to Gao Xianyu's future participation, the winner will be the king. As soon as the sound fell, a burst of complaints erupted from the audience that was originally filled with anticipation. What the hell? This is too ridiculous, isn't it? Where is Gao Xianyu? Make him come out. He's a lock for the championship, and he just gave up the match? Then wouldn't Unshakable Billion really have a chance to win the championship? Shady. This must be shady. We demand a restart. Right. The Heavenly Master's Palace must give us an explanation. We want to see Gao Xianyu. After someone led a chant of shady, the crowd was instantly energized, especially White Style Snow. The whole person had gotten so excited that he stood on the railing and pulled his neck and shouted, "Shady! Shady! We demand a reopening of the tournament. We want to see Gao Xianyu." Below her, the Lu clan crowd panicked and hurriedly yanked her down. "Snow, you hurry up and shut up. We'll all suffer if we call out the old Heavenly Master later. You woman, you really want money more than life, but don't you get us involved. It's finished. The Taoist master of the Heavenly Master's mansion is looking at us. Linglong, do something. What can I think of? Snow has obviously gone into a frenzy because she lost money. Why don't we just leave her here and run?" Lu Linglong's words instantly awakened the Lu family class. The next moment, everyone turned around one after another and quickly ran out of the field. The only one left was White Style Snow, who was still tirelessly shouting at the top of his lungs. "Look at that. It's almost as if her husband died," shouting his heart out. Yet just as the field was in chaos, in a certain room of the Heavenly Master's mansion, an explosive cry suddenly came from the room. "What did you say? Gao Xianyu abstained?" Wang had an incredulous expression on his face, but then he gradually became hideous. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell was this asshole thinking? Who gave him permission to abstain? When he said that, he turned his head violently to look at the great master Wang. "Master Tai, you have to help me. Never let Gao Xianyu leave. Later, I will compete with Tang Youfu and eat the power he summoned, and my power is bound to increase greatly. At that time, when I go to Gao Xianyu, I will definitely be able to take all the sinful animals he summoned and use them to grow my strength. At that time, I will be invincible in this world. Even Zhang Jiwei, I'm not even in the eye of the beholder." Looking at his heavy grandson's maniacal expression, Wang not only didn't dissuade him, but instead revealed a pleased smile and said, "Worthy of being my grandson, the ambition is just great." But then he replaced it with a sad face, a little worried. "But this is in the Celestial Master's mansion after all, and Gao Xuanyu insisted on abstaining, so it's not good for me to intervene. But well, speaking of this," Wang smiled sinisterly and said, "Good grandson, that sinful animal that Tang Youfu invited is also very good in strength. Why don't you eat it first and grow in strength? As for that Gao Xuanyu, we'll have plenty of chances to clean him up." Hearing this, Wang first frowned, his face showing dissatisfaction. However, he also understands that the Tai Master has already said so. Even if he makes more noise, it will not help. "Alright, then I'll let that Gao Xianyu go for now. But Master Tai, what if Tang Youfu also abstains?" Wang smiled at his words. "That's not simple. We'll just make it impossible for him to abstain." Then with a morose face, he said, "When we arrive at the arena later, you can just go ahead and make your move. Grandpa, I have a way to make that Tang Youfu can't even open his mouth." Chapter 55 Feng Baobao's stance. Away's 18 styles of Guanin's sitting lotus. Due to Gao Xianyu's absence, it resulted in the first match, which ended hastily. The aliens in the audience were disgruntled, but there was nothing they could do. After all, to allow them to shout 2 times with abandon was already considered to be giving enough face to the Heavenly Master's mansion. No one has the guts to go on with the nonsense. However, with Gao Xianyu withdrawing from the match, it also caused the crowd to completely lose interest, and they began to leave the arena. So much so, that in the second match, the Wind San Swallows, when they faced off against Jia Zhangliang, only half of the aliens in the audience were left. If it wasn't for the extremely exciting sparring match between these two, I'm afraid that even these people would have left the arena. Only the two fought too fiercely, and actually fought a losing battle. But in the end, it was the Wind and Sand Swallow that was skilled and victorious. As the two men were carried away on stretchers, the third game started one after the other. Bao Feng versus Xiao Xiao of the Lu family class. Upon seeing this matchup sheet, the crowd came back with renewed interest. To know, last night, this Feng Bao could be considered to have teamed up with Wang, also with Zhang Lingyu, and together they had fought against Gao Xianyu. They were eager to see what kind of strength Zhang Chulan, the imperial fighter, had. But soon, the audience went nuts. Just like Gao Xianyu, that Feng Bao surprisingly also disappeared for half a day. The referee, the Taoist leader, listed the official yell 3 times, but in his heart, he was secretly rejoicing. This Bobo Feng must not come. Otherwise, with her around, maybe Zhang Chulan would have actually won the title. Let this not shake Bilian's day division? The old man immediately went down to the mountains to return to the world, but just as he shouted for the 3rd time, full of joy, and was about to announce the result, "Wait, I'm coming!" This shout instantly penetrated the entire arena. When the Taoist priest on the referee's table heard this, his heart tightened and he hurriedly looked towards the entrance. At the same time, the foreigners in the audience also looked at the entrance one after another, only to see Feng Baobao waving her arms high and running panting. The body was even more dirty and disheveled, looking extremely wretched, exhausted. With all eyes on him, Feng Baobao made his way to the middle of the ring and took a big breath. Xiao Xiao, who was holding a paper fan in his hand, could not help but frown when he saw her like this. This woman, why does she look like she just crawled out of the dirt? Look at this, it looks like you're exhausted, doesn't it? Can this still compete with me? But he's not a cloud who doesn't hit women. Since Feng Baobao came to the ring, he would never show any mercy regardless of his status. At this time, the Taoist priest, who was the referee, looked at Feng Baobao's miserable appearance and his heart sank. Bad, you were slow to call out just now. How did you let this woman run in at the last minute? However, in order to stop Zheng Chulan from having the possibility of winning, he still asked undeterred, Feng Baobao, are you sure you can race now? No problem. Feng Baobao half squatted on the ground, and without lifting her head, she gestured an OK sign. Seeing this scene, the referee let out a slight sigh and simply didn't bother to continue asking. Since she wants to fight, so be it. Looking at her like this, she may not be able to win. Thinking of this, he shouted at once, Feng Baobao versus Xiao Xiao. The match begins. As the words fell, Xiao Xiao operated the innate one air, but did not make a move. Instead, he politely inquired first, are you sure you want to fight me? Come on. Feng Baobao took a deep breath and fiercely straightened her body and said, if I don't whip you down, I won't be able to help Chulan and clear the opponents behind me. Xiao Xiao, not a sister. How little you think of me as a human being. Since you seek death, it's not my fault. Xiao Xiao let out a furious snort and immediately put away his paper fan and directly executed his blowing chi. This technique was an attack that specifically targeted the soul. When it was cast, there was no warning and no trace of it. Even though Feng Baobao was on guard, she still accidentally fell for it. One's own soul, instantly trembling, was almost blasted out of one's body. But soon, she forced her soul to be subdued, while her mind was pumped up. Seeing that the strike failed to land, Xiao Xiao quickly built up his strength again and took a sharp breath. It then aimed at Feng Baobao and once again used an even more powerful force than before. But what shocked him was that this time, Feng Baobao actually advanced instead of retreating. By the time he released his blow, he had already reached half a meter in front of him. But this distance was the blind spot where he blew his breath. How is that possible? This woman actually saw through my attack just once. Xiao Xiao was greatly shocked in his heart, and his entire body also quickly retreated towards the back, wanting to pull away from a safe distance. But unexpectedly, Feng Baobao did not give him this chance at all. At that moment, with both feet exerting force, he scurried up in an arrow step and ruthlessly punched the opponent's face. The powerful force immediately caused Xiao Xiao to fly backwards and fall 2 meters away. The sharp pain coming from the left side of his face made him dizzy for a moment, but before he could come to his senses, Feng Baobao leaped halfway into the air and arrived right above Xiao Xiao. With that, he sat with his legs coiled and fell straight downward, while shouting under his breath, Goddess of Mercy, Xiao Xiao. Audience, used as phonetic ka. A crisp bone-cracking sound rang out and Xiao Xiao instantly let out a miserable scream. Feeling the sharp pain coming from his back, his arms and legs unconsciously raised high into a U shape. Finally, as Feng Baobao twisted her buttocks with force, there was a sudden burst of excruciating pain. At this point, Xiao Xiao could not bear it anymore and hurriedly begged loudly for mercy. I admit defeat. After saying this, the hands and feet that had been raised high in the air fell to the ground one after another in a feeble manner. The whole person even rolled up his eyes and started foaming at the mouth. Seeing this, the Taoist in the referee's chair couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitch. I knew it. No one who can hang out with Zhang Chulan is normal. Goddess of Mercy? Is that a ING move too? However, the victory and defeat had already been decided, and even if he didn't want to admit it anymore, he could only announce the result. Feng Baobao versus Xiao Xiao. Feng Baobao wins. Then, grimacing, he turned and quickly left. He was going to go to the master of Taisha at once and make a good complaint that Zhang Chulan didn't shake the Bijin. Even so, even this Feng Baobao dared to use the Guanyin sitting lotus in front of a large crowd. Oh my infinite God, if these two were to enter the heavenly master's mansion, they wouldn't be laughed off by outsiders. This is all some kind of bad luck. At this moment, the crowd in the audience also reacted and all laughed out loud. Guanyin sits on the lotus. These sisters are really daring. It was a pity that Xiao Xiao, that kid, couldn't enjoy this kind of lustful happiness and directly went limp. Meanwhile, Tang Youfu stood by the railing and couldn't help a smile from the corners of his mouth. But just then, someone suddenly bumped into him. Immediately afterward, He felt a slight stinging pain coming from the back of his neck, but the feeling was fleeting and he didn't care. He just turned his head to look. Sorry. The person who hit him was the first to say a humble word. Then without looking back, he quickly walked towards the outside of the field. In response, Tong Yofu didn't think much of it, merely stretching his back and saying, "It's my turn next. Not going to compete though, but it's better to get off the field and go through the formality of admitting defeat." With that, he strides towards the arena. Chapter 56 Zhang Jiwei's forced question, the summoning method, but it is related to the 8 strange techniques? Tianshi Mansion. In Zhang Jiwei's residence, Gao Xianyu looked listless, yawning sleepily. He had wanted to get a good night's sleep, but he ended up being yanked out of his covers and brought here by his father before 8 o'clock in the morning. At this time is with Zhang Jiwei, talking happily. Old heavenly master, this child, Xianyu, has been stubborn since he was a child. I'm not going to lie, it's because he was naughty when he was a kid. After I gave him a hard time, this asshole, he took my phone number and posted it on a telephone pole. As a result, for half a month in a row, I was either approached for a heavy dose of fertility or a cure for infertility. It caused me to change the number I had been using for almost 10 years. Hard. Cao Lian had a look of hatred, and his words could be filled with bitterness. At the same time, one hand covered his right eye as if he was injured. Zhang Jiwei couldn't help but laugh when he heard this anecdote, but when he saw his strange behavior, he finally settled down and couldn't resist the curiosity in his heart and said, "You've been holding your eye since the moment you entered the room just now. Did you not sleep well last night? Or is it an injury?" "No." Gao Lian hastily waved his hand and said, "Just accidentally touched it." With that, he removed the hand covering his right eye, revealing a glowing blue socket. But the old celestial master, who had such a keen eye, could see at a glance that it had been beaten, and could not help but feel suddenly puzzled. Strange, this Gao Lian is at least the head of the northeast region. How dare someone hit him? But just as Zhang Jiwei was secretly chattering, Su San and Su Si, who were far away from the arena, suddenly sneezed at the same time. Asterisk. Who's reading us? Gao Lian. He was beaten up by us last night, so he's probably cursing us right now. The two had a quick chat, then continued to watch the game. And at that moment, Gao Lian looked at his son with hatred. Then digressing, he said with a serious face, "Old celestial master, you called us father and son here today?" Zhang Jiwei laughed and stroked his beard. "Actually, I have something that I want to ask Xianyu. It's just that there's a lot at stake, and it would be better for you, as a parent, to be present." Upon hearing this, Gao Lian had a bad premonition rise. If he didn't know the old heavenly master's character, he would only have gotten up immediately and left with Gao Xianyu. But now that the words were out of his mouth, he couldn't leave even if he wanted to, so he asked carefully, "I wonder what the old celestial master is asking." To this, Zhang Jiwei did not answer immediately, but first pondered for a moment before looking at Gao Xuanyu. "Xianyu, the old man is not trying to probe your secrets, but also want to know one thing, the summoning method you use. Is it related to the 8 strange techniques?" In fact, this idea had already sprouted as early as the first day he saw that snake-haired Fire Ji. It is important to realize that the 8 wondrous techniques may seem magical, but they are all traceable. It was all based on the characteristics of the Gong methods of the 8 people of enlightenment back then, and evolved from there. It could be said that the 8 wonders technique was a breakthrough to some kind of gongfu that already existed. It is the ultimate display of that type of gongfu. It was precisely for this reason that he had sprouted the idea that Gao Xianyu's means of summoning the immortals was a sublimation of the kung fu of the lineage of Exodus Siener, and the reason why he didn't ask privately was because he didn't have enough evidence and it wasn't good for him to go and throw his hat in the ring. After all, the 8 wonders technique is the method of chaos. Anyone who dabbles in it basically doesn't end up well. If one inquired and was informed by Gao Xianyu's elders, it was bound to cause a misunderstanding. In fact, it was just as he thought it would be. Gao Lian stood up violently after hearing the inquiry and said with a grave expression, "Old celestial master, what do you mean by this? Could it be that you suspect that my Gao family, and the lineage of Exodus Siener, are secretly in secret communion with that full-sex demon?" Even Gao Xianyu, who was on the side, frowned. I don't understand what Zhang Jiwei meant when he suddenly came to such a scene. At this moment, looking at Gao Lian, whose face was as heavy as water, Zhang Jiwei slightly shook his head, but did not respond. A pair of gazes still fell on Gao Xianyu, waiting for an answer. Seeing that the other party was so persistent, Gao Xianyu said in a deep voice, "Irrelevant." Hearing those 2 words, Zhang Jiwei's gaze steepened, as if he was trying to see through Gao Xuanyu. For a while, the atmosphere in the room was suddenly heavy. It wasn't until 10 seconds had passed that Zhang Jiwei suddenly eased his expression and said, "Don't be nervous, you father and son. I mean no harm." The Gao family. Monks don't lie. You're a Taoist priest, aren't you? Do you believe that? It is true that Zhang Jiwei did not mean any harm. Gazing at Gao Xianyu just now was merely to see if he was lying. As for the fact that the question would be asked, it was also because of excessive worry. I am afraid that in addition to the 8 wondrous techniques, a new method of chaos will appear. That time, the Tushan rebellion was still fresh in his mind. The entire inhuman realm's large and small sects and lineages, not a single one of them escaped from this vortex. Among them, there are even an unknown number of foreigners, thus becoming unclaimed ghosts. Even his senior brother, Tian Jinzhong, had his arms and legs cut off and his martial arts skills disabled. Now that the world is at peace after a long time, if a new 8 strange techniques appear in the future, there will definitely be a need to regenerate the trouble. Zhang Jiwei, as the leader of Zhang Yi, never wanted to see the inhuman realm start a bloody storm again. However, he also knew that if he didn't give a reasonable explanation today, this Gao Lian was afraid that he wouldn't stop. But there were some things that could never be said in front of Gao Xianyu. So after a little pause, he continued, Xianyu, I remember there was a match today. It was your master-nephew, Tong Youfu, against Wang and, right? It's getting late, so you might as well go over there and take a look before something happens. Hearing this, Gao Xianyu instantly understood. This awful old man is trying to expend me, but why does it feel as if there's something in the words again? But although he was full of doubts, he politely owed his way. Then, old heavenly master, I'll take my leave first, then turned and walked out. But having just gone out and turned the corner, he immediately felt his way back and crouched under the wall ready to eavesdrop. But just then, Zhang Jiwei's voice once again came from inside the house. Xianyu, go now. There's no need for you to wait here. Gao Xianyu's face darkened as he cursed and walked towards the arena. It wasn't until he was well away from the house that Golan, who was inside, was the first to speak. Old celestial master, what exactly are you doing today? My Gao family's debts have been paid and mistakes punished. Why are you still bringing up this matter in front of Xianyu? Hearing Gao Lian's very disgruntled tone, Zhang Jiwei sighed slightly. Back then, your third uncle, Gogong, could have avoided that disaster. It's just a pity, but I didn't bring it up today to talk about him. Gao Lian, don't you understand? The technique that Xianyu has performed, whether it's an 8 wonders technique or not, there are already people who can't sit still. If you don't arrange him properly as soon as possible, I'm only afraid that as soon as he leaves this dragon tiger mountain of mine, he'll start another trouble. Chapter 57 Wang Ant's dirty tactics. Deng Youfu caught in a life and death situation. Gao Xianyu had a depressed expression as he made his way towards the arena. Meanwhile in his mind, he kept recalling what Zhang Jiwei had said. This old man deliberately sidetracked me. I'm only afraid that the next conversation is bound to have something to do with that Asian rebellion. It's even possible that it involves the secrets of my Gao family. But nay, even knowing all this, he couldn't get close. That Zhang Jiwei, staring at him like a thief. But in doing so, it reinforced his conviction. The Gao family inevitably didn't escape from that Asian rebellion back then, but as one of the 4 great families, it could make even the Gao family so fearful that it even became semi-hidden for a time. From this, it could be seen that the other party's strength would never be low either. If you do the math that way, then it's easy in reverse. In this one-man world, there were only a few top powers, especially if it's still vintage. When he thought of this, the first thing that appeared in Gao Xianyu's mind was the Wang family and the Lu family. Could it be that it was these 2 families that joined forces and suppressed my Gao family together in the first place? And that Gao Gung, is he a member of my Gao family or not? If this hypothesis holds true, then I'm afraid that it's not just the Wang and Lu families that my Gao family was facing in the first place. Even the fact that my sister ended up in such a miserable state today, I'm afraid it wasn't the work of a single force. Gao Xianyu's gaze was deep, and his thoughts became clearer and clearer. Without realizing it, he had already arrived outside the arena. But what made him feel strange was that the arena was surprisingly quiet at this time. What's going on? Is the game all over? With that, he took a wide step towards the inside. In the meantime, Tong Youfu, who originally wanted to admit defeat, was now standing in front of the referee with a panicked look on his face. For some reason, he found himself unable to speak. What scared him the most was that his body wasn't working either. What are you looking at? Hurry up and get down to the game. Looking at the motionless Deng Youfu, Rong Shan, who was the referee, urged. At this time, Wang and, who was standing in the arena, raised a cold smile at the corner of his mouth and shouted, "Hey, dawdling, how long do we have to wait? Get your ass down here." Hearing this scolding, Tong Youfu's heart was instantly enraged, but because he couldn't speak, so much so that he couldn't even make a few retorts, Tang Yukai, who was on the side, also realized that his brother was not right and said in a hurry, "Brother, what are you doing? Hurry up and admit defeat." However, as soon as his words fell, Tang Yofu actually made a vertical leap and tumbled across the field. The sudden scene immediately caused Tang Yukai to be startled and hurriedly shouted, "Brother, are you crazy? Why are you still jumping?" With that, he was about to get up and jump into the field, but just as he made a move, he was suddenly stopped by Tu Shan, who reached aside. "The players have come off the field. The match will start soon. Please remain outside the field to watch." "What the hell am I looking at?" Tang Yukai shouted at once when he saw that he was being blocked. "We admit defeat. We won't fight anymore." Tu Shan was suddenly surprised at his words and first looked at Tang Yukai, then looked at the field and asked, "Dang Yofu, do you wish to abstain?" But for his inquiry, Tang Yofu not only didn't answer, but instead, with an extremely strange running posture, he came to Wang and this caused Tu Shan, who was the referee, to reveal a face full of confusion, not knowing what these two brothers were up to. It was also at this time that Wang shouted again, "Why don't you hurry up and announce the start of the match, or can we fight now?" As he spoke, he raised his fist and let out a succession of sneers. Tang Yofu's gaze was startled when he saw him looking at him unsuspectingly. At this moment, even if he was stupid, he finally realized it. The reason why he was like this was inevitably because this bastard Wang had moved. But when exactly? Why are you oblivious? He suddenly remembered the man who had just crashed into him. Could it be at that time? What the hell is he up to? But no matter how much he cried out in his heart, he couldn't make the slightest sound from his mouth. That's when the audience, too, finally grew impatient. "Hey, what are you waiting for? The sun's almost set. Still fighting or not? If you don't fight, hurry up and admit defeat. There are still people lined up behind you. What a grind. What the hell are these two guys up to?" Seeing that the time for the match was up, Tu Shan did not delay and shouted, "Wang versus Tang Yofu." "Wait," Tang Yukai hissed as he stepped forward and grabbed him. "Are you deaf? I've already said we concede." Seeing him bring this up again, Tu Shan immediately frowned and looked suspiciously at the field. But right at this moment, Wang swung his fist violently, smashing it heavily on Tang Yofu's face. The force of this blow was extremely heavy, so much so that Tang Yofu's face began to twist and change shape. As his body flew out backwards, his jaw even made a crunching sound, and it was actually directly fractured. But it was also this hit that made Tang Yofu surprised to find that his body could actually move. Though his voice was still unable to make any sound, he was able to escape the place quickly. After all, even if this bastard Wang was arrogant, he couldn't chase after himself and beat him up, could he? Thinking of this, he immediately transported his air, wanting to dodge away, but just as he mobilized his power, a sense of weakness hit him violently, and he once again went limp. "How come? What the hell did that guy do to me?" Tang Yofu was horrified in his heart and tried to catalyze his power once again. However, he soon realized that although his air could function normally, his body was extremely weak, so much so that even if they wanted to run now, they simply couldn't afford to leave. It was also at that moment that a bellowing curse came from his ears. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Holding up my time. Wang walked quickly to Tang Yofu, then raised his right foot and stomped down heavily. Seeing this, Tang Yofu hurriedly transported his air arms and blocked them in front of his chest. However, his body was already weak and he was in a hurry to defend himself, so he could not resist Wang's power. The moment his opponent's right foot landed, a sharp pain instantly came from both his arms. Hiss! The intense pain caused Tang Yofu to suck in a breath of cold air, but before he could ease in, Wang bent down violently, grabbed him by the collar, and yanked him up. Then in a voice only the two of them could hear, the tone was morose. "Come on, punk, as long as you confess that sinful animal, I'll keep you safe and sound." Saying that, he once again landed a punch on Tang Yofu's face. "I know, you can invite that sinful creature up here now, if you don't want to die. Hurry up and do it." Hearing the other party's insults, Tang Yofu didn't realize with a jolt until this moment. The Wang in front of me was actually using such underhanded tactics to force himself into submission in order to detain Grandmaster Kuan Shang. This asshole, how dare he? Does he want to make an enemy of my entire line of Azumo Sinner? Tang Yofu, who learned the truth, had his eyes cracked, but he could only forcefully suppress this rushing anger, lest he be overwhelmed by it and thus invite the immortal to his body. At this moment he had decided that he would never invite an immortal to his body even if he was killed. Chapter 58. Chapter 58. All the demon kings listened to the order. Follow me to cut down the villains. In the face of Wang's intimidation, Tang Yofu refused to invite the god to his body, just shielding his body with air and holding his head in defense. Even he was well prepared to be killed on the spot. When Wang saw that he was unmoved, he became even more irritable. At that moment, his expression was grim, and he whispered sternly, Good since you are so protective of that, then I will fulfill you. As he spoke, the spirit detaining dispatch would be cast, instantly wrapping around his hands. With that, he raised his fist and mercilessly slammed it down on Deng Yofu's body, and every time it fell, it made a heavy striking sound. After just a few punches, Deng Yofu had multiple fractures on his body, and his breathing gradually began to become difficult. Deng Yukai, who was standing in the audience, couldn't stand it any longer when he saw his brother being brutally beaten unilaterally. Immediately, he took a step forward and was about to climb over the railing and go down to save the man, but unexpectedly, he was once again stopped by Rongshan. Stop, don't you know the rules of the contest? Hearing this, Tang Yukai was completely enraged and immediately roared. Asterisk 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 your rules. My brother is getting killed. Are you blind? But facing his insults, Rongshan wasn't annoyed and just looked towards the field. What's wrong with this Deng Yofu? Why didn't you admit defeat right away when you clearly refused to fight back? But at this rate, it really isn't an option. So let's terminate the game. But just as he was about to go down to stop Wang an intense killing aura steeply attacked him. Immediately after the entrance, Gao Xianyu's face was as heavy as water and his eyes showed a fierce light as he took a step towards Wang an. However, with every step he took, the killing intent on his body intensified. After only a few steps, it made Rongshan, the ninth disciple who was the old heavenly master, feel horrified in his heart. Not good. This kid is going to kill someone. Without the slightest hesitation, Rongshan immediately rose up in golden light and charged straight in the direction of Gao Xianyu. And Wang An, who was frantically venting, was also attracted by this golden light and looked back in confusion. However, when he saw Gao Xianyu appear, he was instantly ecstatic in his heart. Ha ha ha, Deng Yofu, this waste of space is finally of some use. I can't believe I lured the little bastard here. Come on, summon all those furs of yours, and let me have my fill. However, just as Wang An was excited, Rongshan had already arrived in front of Gao Xianyu and hastily raised his hand to stop him. Stand still, I will end this competition immediately. You cannot interfere. But in response, Gao Xianyu didn't even bother to look at him, eyes always gazing at the king and moving forward at a quick pace. And the murderous aura on his body was getting more and more intense. Rongshan's heart sank as he saw this. He could clearly perceive that this kid really wanted to kill someone. If he let it pass, Wang An would surely die. Stop! Rongshan let out a low cry, and his body's golden light burst forth. However, in the face of his actions, Gao Xianyu did not pause in his footsteps for a moment, but only chanted in a deep voice, "Declare, the three-legged golden rooster of the dawning day, deter." As the voice fell, space shook. In the next moment, a red-hot golden light violently appeared. "Little Wang, hear the announcement," a muffled voice rang out. In mid-air, a chicken master with a red gold body and wings spread out like a phoenix, blocked in front of Rongshan. It, itself, also emanated a powerful pressure. Rongshan's heart was shocked and appalled as he felt this majestic aura, and his body instantly stiffened in place. Although the other party did not make a move, he could clearly perceive it. This demon immortal in front of him might not be the strongest one that Gao Xianyu had summoned during the tournament, but definitely the most hostile one ever, and he was incredibly sure that if he dared to make the slightest movement, he would definitely be slapped to death by this three-legged golden chicken. And indeed, it does. Looking at the North Mountain, as a great demon king, Master Chicken's strength was second only to that of the North Mountain Demon Emperor. However, one should know that he still had another layer of identity, that is, the head of the 72 cave lords. But it wasn't because he was strong and was elected by the rest of the cave masters. Rather, it was a status that was spelled out by fighting with demon kings of the same rank, one punch at a time. Its ferocity was by no means comparable to that previous Satsuma king, deceased righteousness. Incidentally, the self-proclaimed top of the great demon king's old righteousness is also this chicken master's little brother. At this moment, Rongshan looked at the chicken master in midair. His forehead was flowing with cold sweat, but his heart was secretly relieved. In fact, when he saw Gao Xianyu appear with a murderous aura, he had no intention of making a move. After all, he knew the strength of this living father all too well. But this was at the Luo Tian Dajiao festival at Lungfu Shan. If he didn't do some superficial work, when the death of the king and really be killed, it is really not reasonable. But now it was good that this demon fairy had shown up so he could completely swing for the fences. As for the king and, dead or not, whose son or daughter? Do you really think that just because you're Wang Ai's grandson, you can be lawless? You don't open your eyes to see who's standing behind Tang Yofu. Gao Xianyu, that's something you can mess with? With Rongshan standing still as if he was frozen in place, Gao Xianyu was also no longer blocked by anyone, and continued to move forward all the way while gazing ahead, only to see Tang Yofu lying on the ground with a face full of blood. His touch was miserable. On its side, Wang An was wearing a smug smile as he watched himself. When Gao Xianyu saw this, his heart was filled with killing intent that could no longer be contained. Fox Demon Realm demons listened to the order. and follow me Xian Yu, a chopping villain. The moment the words fell, the wind and clouds suddenly rose, and heaven and earth lost their colors. Black clouds covered the sky over the racecourse. The foreigners who were in the audience all changed their faces drastically, although they didn't know what was going to happen. In everyone's hearts, a strong fear rose. It was even as if even the air had frozen, actually giving them a sense of suffocation. But in the face of such a sudden change, Wang was only slightly stunned, and then laughed maniacally. That's right. The reason why your lineage of Azuma-sen exists. Wasn't it just to summon those sinful beasts for me and grow my strength for me? This waste of a man, Tong Yofu, can't even think of such a simple thing. Saying that, he actually revealed an appreciative gaze as he looked towards Gao Xianyu. But you kid is still sensible enough to know that little master needs to use the method of serving the spirit to grow in strength. Right off the bat, they summoned that strong of an elf. Speaking of which, his eyes actually looked greedily at Master Chicken. That stance was like looking at an unbelievably delicious roast chicken. And finally, he couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick his lips. Seeing his death-defying appearance, Gao Xianyu was actually infuriated to the point of sneering, not bothering to talk nonsense with him at all. Immediately, he raised the finger of his sword and started the benediction again. Thousands of demon kings, enter my demon body and cross the boundary to meet the enemy. Group of demons, summon. With a bellowing command, the sky's black clouds flashed and rolled with thunder. The space around Gao Xianyu's body was actually rippling like water ripples. The next moment, under the attention of all the people, they only saw dozens of figures appear in space with every step he took. Southern Kingdom Hundu Lok Lan and Elder Guy listened to the order. The Northern Mountain Satsuma King, Fuyi, leads the demon kings to receive the order. Tu Shan Ruyu, receive the decree. Until when he stood in front of Wang and, beside Gao Xianyu, there were already thousands of crowded demons standing. Although their shapes were different, each of them exuded demon king level strength, and the gazes of all the demon kings gazed icily at Wang Jin. Chapter 59 Gao Xianyu, it's time to knock out the old heavenly master. In the arena, more than 1,000 demon kings appeared, spreading all over the field. Each of its demon kings exuded an intimidating pressure, intertwined and coiled. The terror was monstrous. In the audience, the crowd of foreigners had long been paralyzed, their scalps numb, looking at those demon kings in the field. The horror in his heart was long ago beyond words. Is this Gao Xianyu still a human being? More than 1,000 immortals were summoned in one breath, and their strength was more terrifying than one another. Which blindly spreads rumors anyway? How dare you say that last night's match ended with Gao Xianyu losing by dislocation? This ing breath summoned thousands of immortals to appear, and people didn't blush, which is halfway to being off the hook. Even the arrogant Wang and, at this moment, the smile on his face was completely frozen. As cocky as he is, he's not. Looking at the 1,000 or so demons in front of him, not to mention whether he could eat them or not. Even standing still and letting him detain the spirit would take half a day's work. But the problem was, he was afraid that just after he detained the first demon, the rest were going to swarm over him, and he would instantly end up with no bones left. But the worst thing was that the intimidating aura emanating from these demons made him not dare to make any moves at all. Yet just as this side of the arena made such a big commotion, Zhang Jiwei, who was chatting with Gao Lian, immediately changed his face drastically and stood up violently after feeling that terrifying demonic power. Not good. Something's wrong. Come with me to the arena. After hastily dropping these words, Zhang Jiwei instantly transformed into a ray of lightning and disappeared. Gao Lian was puzzled when he saw how hastily the old heavenly master had left. Something's wrong? What's going on? But before he could think about it in detail, he also felt the monstrous demonic power coming from the other side of the field. Immediately, his face tightened and he understood what had happened. Xian Yu, with a strangled yelp, Golan ran out the door in a flurry of fire. Subconsciously, he was about to invoke the immortal's upper body and use the power to run, but then he stopped moving and grumbled in his mind. What a ing sin. Every time this brat summons those ancestors, I, an immortal, don't even dare to show my head. Then with a bitter face, he shipped his heir and ran towards the field. But in this moment of his delay, the old heavenly master, who had transformed into a thunderous light, had already arrived at the arena. The moment he stepped into the arena, he was dumbfounded, only to see that the field was densely packed at the moment, and had long been full of demons, especially because his arrival instantly attracted the attention of several hundred demon kings, so much so that the left foot that had clearly stepped into the field of play was unconsciously retracted again. This is all summoned by Gao Xianyu? No, what the hell does this kid want? Could it be a demonstration of displeasure at what I just tried to do? If that's really the reason, then why don't you tell me to my face? I'll just apologize to you. We don't have to exterminate the family. Meanwhile, Gao Xianyu had been informed of the situation through the Demon King in the rear the moment Zhang Jiwei arrived. Immediately, his brow furrowed in displeasure. The old man can be a real pain in the ass, sticking his nose into everything. It's just a matter of taking the opportunity to knock him out. Since summoning doesn't cost air anyway, lest I have to jump in and stop it later when I'm doing something, let me sell him short. Thinking of this, Gao Xianyu looked towards Wang whose face was terrified and whose head was sweating coldly, and immediately let out a cold snort. The sword fingers of the left hand are then crossed in front of the chest, with the tips of the fingers under the bowl of the right hand. The sword finger of his right hand was raised and stood in front of him, saying, "Raise your eyes to the red immortal realm, and your soul enters the bitter love affair." Xianyu is knocking at Tu Shan from afar, and I'd like to annoy the second lord's thousand faces of demonic appearance with a palm to look at the appointment. Seeing that Gao Xianyu was summoning demon immortals, not to mention the spectators in the stands, even Zhang Jiwei, who was looking away from the doorway, had his eyelids fluttering furiously, because in the past 2 days of contacting Gao Xianyu, it allowed him to discover a pattern of inviting immortals, where words are used to listen to orders, summon, or declare. That demon immortal, though powerful, can at least withstand it. However, once the word please is used, the demon immortals that appear will definitely be great terrors. Sure enough, the next moment his thoughts were verified. As the space shook, a flash of green demonic chi rose up into the sky, breaking through the clouds. Thousands of demon kings, after sensing this aura, were respectful and greeted each other with a bow. Immediately after, a fox demon with a petite figure and wearing a long green dress slowly walked out. "Xianyu, did you run into any trouble?" Tushan Honghong inquired in a gentle tone, somewhat worried. Maybe it wasn't clear to others, but she understood. The benediction just now was not to invite a single demon emperor from Tushan, but the three of them, the sisters. Thus she mistakenly thought that Gao Xianyu must have run into great trouble. However, Gao Xianyu did not answer Rongrong's question, but only said with a gloomy face, "Sister Rongrong, please wait a moment." With that, he then raised the spell again. Xianyu thanks Tu Shan again, and annoys the Alliance Master with a display of cold aura, freezing the mountains and rivers. When those words were read out, Tushan Honghong's narrowed eyes snapped open. Somewhat surprised, he looked at Gao Xianyu. This kid, isn't he usually the most afraid of Sister Yaya? It was surprising that she took the initiative to ask for her hand today. Could it be that on this occasion, there really is something remarkable? Rongrong's character was delicate and cautious, and immediately dispersed her demonic power, her divine sense covering towards the surroundings. But soon she realized that within this 10-mile radius, apart from the white-bearded old man at the entrance, his strength was slightly more powerful. The rest of the little guys were simply weak and pitiful, not worth Sister Yaya's hand at all. But as the strongest brain in Tu Shan, she guessed the key in just an instant. This kid, Gao Xianyu, is in pretending pussy. Interesting, he just made Sister Honghong angry, and then he came to molest Sister Yaya. "Xianyu, aren't you rushing to give me money?" Thinking of this, Tushan Honghong unkindly covered her mouth and laughed, and her eyes were even flooded with golden light. It was also at this moment that an icy, bone-piercing chill instantly erupted. Those great demon kings immediately winced, then panicked and knelt on the ground. At the same time, Zhang Jiwei, who was far away from the entrance, also instantly unfolded his golden light, trying to resist the chill. But soon he realized with horror that his own golden light incantation, which he had cultivated for 100 years, could not play the slightest role. So much so that the coldness passed through the body and kept going deeper and deeper into the bone marrow. It was as if it was going to freeze his soul, all the way to the ground. Not good. Those Inhumans in the audience, although Zhang Jiwei was deeply involved, he was the first to worry about the foreigners in the audience. But when he looked up, he was dismayed. Those foreigners on the stage were not even affected in the slightest. In just a moment, he reacted. Gao Xianyu was deliberately making things difficult for himself, but at the same time, he guessed why the other side was doing it. Just don't want to get yourself involved. What he's going to do next? Done. Xianyu was determined to kill Wang Jin. Since all the demon kings were in a kneeling position at this time, it also counted as a way for him to see what was happening in the field. However, due to the angle, he only saw the paralyzed Wang and did not notice Deng Youfu lying on the ground. So one couldn't help but feel puzzled as to why Gao Xianyu would have a murderous intent towards Wang Jin. But just then, the vibrating space finally stopped. Only a fox fairy dressed in blue with a wine pot on her waist walked out gracefully. But the first moment she appeared was to look at Zhang Jiwei. Upon realizing that this human was also sizing himself up, he immediately let out a cold snort and spoke in a high and cold tone. "That is, if you see this emperor, Why don't you worship? Chapter 60 First Swine King and Gao Xianyu's killing heart is more than that. Tushan Yaya was dressed in a windless blue coat, her eyes glaring at Zhang Jiwei. As the great demon emperor's strength penetrated his body, this place instantly turned into a blue color. The most terrifying thing was that a thick layer of cold ice quickly formed with her feet as the center, constantly spreading towards the surroundings. In just a few breaths, the ground and buildings as far as the eye can see have all been frozen. Feeling the piercing coldness coming from his feet, Zhang Jiwei was horrified in his heart. There was even a moment when he felt that this side of heaven and earth, and even time, was about to be frozen. Where on earth did Gao Xianyu invite such a horrible fox fairy? If she made a move, I'm afraid the world would be destroyed. Zhang Jiwei gazed at Tushan Yaya in horror, his forehead cold sweat present, but before it could flow down, it had frozen into beads of ice and fallen to the ground. I think he has been powering over his generation since he was young. After inheriting the Celestial Master degree and becoming a Celestial Master, he was even more invincible. This top position has been held for decades, but the last few days have been a succession of setbacks. The demon immortals summoned by Gao Xianyu were simply more exaggerated than one another, especially that red-clothed fox fairy, and the blue-clothed fox fairy in front of her. In the face of their terrifying and incomparable demonic power, all of them even made him feel despair, unable to raise a single thought of resistance. It's not that you can't, it's that you don't dare. This kid, Xian Yu, is deliberately calling this fox fairy here to hammer me, right? It seems that today, no one will be able to protect this Wang Jin. Zhang Jiwei laughed bitterly in his heart, then stabilized his mind strongly and bowed respectfully to Tushan Yaya. Senior Zhang Jiwei, greetings to Senior. Seeing Zhang Jiwei make a bow, Tushan Yaya withdrew her gaze and turned to land on Gao Xianyu. Like Honghong, utilizing Tu Shan's 1,000-mile sound transmission technique, the lips did not move and the words were transmitted. Kill who? Although it was only two simple words, it was 100 times colder than the cold ice that she had unleashed. Gao Xianyu gazed at Wang and said in a deep voice, Sister Yaya, don't let this bastard die too easily. As soon as these words came out, Wang He, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, suddenly had his scalp tingling as he looked at Gao Xianyu in horror. He didn't expect that the other party would really want to kill him. Doesn't he know that his own great-grandfather is King Ai of the 10 brothers? At this time, Tushan Yaya swept Wang and said in a dissatisfied tone, summoning me here for such a loser? But despite her words, she raised her hand and released a cold aura. Only Wang An's limbs were instantly frozen and then shattered. The incident was so sudden that Wang An had not yet reacted. Just a look of horror, the limbs that had disappeared. It wasn't until a few seconds had passed that he felt, with a jolt, the pain that came like a sharp blade and penetrated deep into his soul. Immediately, he let out an extremely miserable shriek that resounded through the sky. But just because of this howl, it instantly caused Yaya to be displeased and coldly rebuked. Shut up! As the words fell, the cold aura reappeared and went straight into Wang An's mouth. The next moment, the howling stopped abruptly. Wang An's glaring eyes were covered in blood, and his expression was already hideous to the extreme due to the excessive pain. That cold aura just now not only destroyed his vocal cords, but even his tongue was frozen into pieces. Gao Xianyu saw this agonized look on his face and said with a morose smile, It feels good to be bullied, doesn't it? Don't worry, I've got time to take my time with you. But as soon as his words fell, at the entrance of his arena, the roar of Wang Ai suddenly came. Gao Xianyu, stop, release my grandson. Immediately afterward, Gao Lian's voice followed. Xianyu, don't mess around, release the people first. Gao Xianyu looked back, only to see Wang Ai standing panting at the entrance to the arena, his face staring at him grimly. However, due to the thousands of demon kings, as well as the obstruction of the 2 demon emperors, they simply did not dare to step into the field. All one could do was stand in the doorway in exasperation and yell, Gao Xuanyu, no matter what my grandson did wrong, we have something to talk about. You first release my grandson, and I promise I won't pursue today's matter. He then looked at Zhang Jiwei with an anxious expression. Old Heavenly Master, say something. This is in your Heavenly Master's mansion. I can't watch that kid kill my grandson. Zhang Jiwei, what do you want me to say about that? Begging these demon fairies to slap me one by one? Old Wang, while your grandson and grandson-in-law are in good shape, let them hurry up in practicing a new number. Wang, and today, it is designated to go offline. Not to mention me, the Heavenly Master. Even if the Taoist ancestor came, he wouldn't be able to protect me. Eyes on Zhang Jiwei's eyes and nose, stifled no reply. Wang Ai was instantly enraged and turned his head to look at Gao Lian. Surname Gao, our 4 great families have always been in the same boat. What can't be said in private that can't be opened up? That that has to come to this? Let outsiders see the joke. In this case, you stop Gao Xuanyu immediately now and tell him to leave my grandson alive. When I turn around, I will definitely go to the Gao family to pay my respects. Hearing this, Gao Lian immediately frowned and looked deeply at Wang Ai. Is that a threat, old man? If you really dare to step into the northeast, my Gao family will chop you up and feed you to the dogs in minutes. But Xianyu is also really want to kill the king and this kind of thing. You rather quietly go to Dua. Why make such a big fuss? Now, well, it's gotten to such a point that it's become impossible to end it. But you have to love your own son. Gao Lian didn't bother with Wang Ai and immediately stepped into the arena, walking stiffly through the crowd of demon kings towards Gao Xianyu. Anyway, it's come to this. Might as well take this opportunity to shoehorn my son into the company. This will avoid retaliation from the Wang family and avoid accountability from the company. Although he also knew that his son was strong. In the end, he had not yet fully fledged his wings and had not reached the point where he could do whatever he wanted. These demon immortals in front of them looked intimidating and terrifying. However, he had made a point of understanding with Gao Xianyu that having these demon immortals make a move was all about consuming air. With Gao Xianyu's cultivation, how many times could he make them strike? Therefore, in Gao Lian's opinion, it was better to be prudent in all things. Xianyu is only 16 years old now, so he might as well settle down for a few years and get his cultivation up. At that time, it's not too late to shock the world. There's no need to show off and go on a killing spree right now. It's easy to push yourself to the brink when you do that. It was as if those 8 strange skill transmitters back then had ended up one more miserable than the other. That's all a bloody lesson. At this moment, Gao Lian walked towards the front and shouted in a deep voice, Xianyu, come with me, stop fooling around. But Gao Xuanyu was indifferent to this, his gaze just staring at Wang Ai at the doorway. What about the old man? It's a good idea to get rid of them altogether. At this moment, Gao Xianyu not only wanted to kill Wang but also had murderous intentions towards Wang Ai as well. Cutting down the grass without cutting up the roots? This kind of thing, he won't do it. It's just that having my own old man here, it's just a bit of a hindrance. Guyi, send my father away. Gao Xianyu secretly gave the password with his divine sense. Understood. Therefore, Yi gave a response, followed by a dashing snap of his fingers. Gao Lian, who was about to reach his son's body, suddenly had a demonic wind rise under his feet. In the next moment, under the stunned gazes of all the people, it directly spiraled upwards and disappeared into the sky, especially Wang Ai. His entire body was dumbfounded in place, and an ominous premonition rose in his heart. Chapter 61. Chapter 61, Killing Wang Ai again. Old Heavenly Master, times have changed. Gollum leaving the game in such an outrageous way was not expected by anyone. Zhang Jiwei was the only one whose heart was in his throat. This kid got rid of Gao Lian. Is he not going to go on a killing spree? Did he want to kill even Wang Ai just because he made a mistake? This kind of action is a bit too overbearing, isn't it? But this kind of thing, he would only think about it in his mind and would not say it at all. With these demon immortals here, there was nothing he could do to stop them even if he wanted to. Moreover, Gao Xianyu's killing heart is in full swing at the moment. If he intervenes at will, he might even set himself on fire and implicate the Heavenly Master's office. Forget it. Let the kid have his fun. If you really want to do something too out of the ordinary, there will naturally be a reprimand from the elders of the Gao family. It's better for me and other outsiders to stay out of the way. Zhang Jiwei sighed helplessly in his heart, and the idea of leaving sprang up in his mind. But he didn't feel it was quite right. Simply just close your eyes and out of sight, out of mind. However, Wang Ai, who was on the side, saw the old Heavenly Master in this manner. The heart was extremely dissatisfied, but there was nothing that could be done about it. Then he fiercely looked at Gao Xianyu and shouted, Kid, I'm Wang Ai, the 10 brothers, and your great-grandfather, Dao Changsuan, our old acquaintances. For the sake of our old friends, how about we call it a day? But in the face of Wang Ai's self-reporting, Gao Xianyu simply ignored it. It just turned back to Wang and said coldly, Do you hear me? Your great master told me to keep you alive. In that case, I'll sell him a favor. Hearing this, Wang Nam, who should have been happy, didn't know why. A wave of panic rose in his heart for no reason. It was also at this time that Huan Du Lulan walked over and asked softly, Just poison his eyes, and his ears? Right. Gao Xianyu nodded slightly. Seeing this, Hundu Falling Orchid didn't dawdle, immediately releasing her demonic power and casting her poison technique. A cloud of purple poisonous gas hovered in her palm. Go! With a low shout, the mass of purple chi followed Wang Ant's 7 orifices and was pushed into his body as much as possible. After only a breath had passed, Wang Ant realized with horror, the world in front of him began to gradually become dark and finally turned into nothingness. At the same time, the sounds in his ears were rapidly fading away until they were silent. He tried to scream, but was unable to do so at all due to his damaged vocal cords. He tried to get up and struggled to escape, but because of the loss of all his limbs, he was unable to move at all. What tormented him the most was that now he could not see with his eyes or hear with his ears, but he was extremely conscious. It was as if the whole world had abandoned him in this soundless abyss. The only thing left to keep him company was this deep and desperate silence and darkness. It wasn't until this moment that he finally desired death beyond measure. But the sad thing was that he couldn't even beg for death now. Only in his mind. He could let out helpless cries and growls. But alas, there is no one else in the world who can hear his voice. Gao Xianyu, what have you done? Seeing that mass of purple qi entering his grandson's body, Wang Ai immediately let out a roar. Gao Xianyu smiled morosely, not even bothering to pay attention to the other party, and turned to look at Tu Shan Honghong. Sister Honghong, my senior nephew has suffered some injuries, and I'm still bothering you to go and help save him. Okay, Tu Shan Honghong replied, still as gentle as water, and turned to Tong Youfu. Seeing the fox fairy walking towards him, Tong Youfu was suddenly tense and didn't dare to breathe. Tu Shan Honghong narrowed her eyes and said with a faint smile, relax, I'll check it for you. With that, the fingertips of his right hand pointed at Tong Youfu's chest, followed by a flash of green light. A few seconds later, slowly, don't worry, it's just some superficial wounds, a few broken ribs but nothing serious. Hearing this, Gao Xianyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then only then did he turn his gaze towards Wang Ai. Old thing, your grandson can go now. Upon hearing this title, Wang Ai's face instantly sank, but he was so preoccupied with his grandson Wang and that he couldn't be bothered to bother with the other side. But just when it was time to step into the field and pick up his grandson, for some reason, a strong sense of crisis suddenly rose in his heart. Being an inhuman who had lived for 100 years, he trusted his intuition the most. At this moment, he instantly understood that this little brat of the Gao family was trying to turn against himself. Asshole! Is he trying to destroy my Wang family? The moment this thought came out, it immediately caused Wang Ai to break out in a cold sweat. In the eyes that looked at Gao Xianyu, there was actually a few moments of fear. He couldn't imagine why a teenager who was no more than 16 years old would have such a killing intent. Surprisingly, this kid moved to exterminate the Wang family. No way, I have to get out of here right now. Otherwise, it's certain death. But just as he wanted to retreat, he looked at Wang and on the ground with reluctance. This is his most beloved and important grandson. Do we really want to leave him here and abandon him? For a while, Wang Ai was caught in a dilemma, his heart struggling violently. But it was because of this momentary hesitation that allowed Gao Xianyu to discover that this old thing, Wang Ai, had the intention to escape. Immediately, he snorted coldly, since you're not willing to go, then stay. With a fall, the ancient forest deer King Ent, who was a great demon king, grabbed the king and into his hands. Then with a forceful throw, he threw it several meters into the air. Seeing that his grandson was about to end up falling to his death, Wang Ai immediately dropped the walking stick in his hand. Then his legs bent and he jumped violently into midair, catching it steadily in his arms and landing on the ground. He looked down, only to find his grandson, long gone. The limbs are all gone, not to mention that the eyes have also become dull, and in the ears, there is even blood flowing out, especially in that open mouth. Even the tongue was missing. It's not a human being, it's a human swine. Gao Xuanyu, this dare to bully my Wang family and my grandson like this. Baby grandson, how are you? Hurry up and say something to the grandmaster. Seeing his grandson in such a miserable state, Wang Ai instantly burst into tears and called out in a loud voice. But no matter how much he shouted, he could no longer get a response from Wang Nam. Even he, too, has been caught in a dead end. It turned out that due to his impulsiveness just now, although he saved Wang and he himself fell among a group of demon kings, at this moment, thousands of demon kings had already surrounded him. Wang Ai was also at this point, finally coming back to his senses. Looking at the 3 layers of demon kings inside and outside, their expressions were horrified and their bodies trembled. In this moment, he actually somewhat regretted coming to save Wang Jin. After all, if the great-grandchildren are gone, the grandchildren and granddaughters-in-law can be born again. But if he died, then the Wang family would have completely lost their top pillar. It's even likely that, as a result, it will be gone forever. Gao Xianyu, you're going to kill me? In the heat of the moment, Wang Ai rose violently with a cry of alarm. But the one who answered him was not Gao Xianyu, but Tu Shan. So what if I kill you? Do we have to pick a day? Tu Shan Yaya's tone was icy cold and her expression was haughty as she took a step towards Wang Ai. The crowd of demon kings were also extremely understanding as they retreated to the sides and made way. At its entrance, Lu Jin, who had arrived at an unknown time, looked at the scene in front of him and asked in a deep voice, "Old Celestial Master, are we really just going to watch and not care? How do you manage? The old celestial master looked at Tu Shan and said with a heavy sigh, Gao Xianyu was warning me to stay out of this matter by letting this one take a shot. Lu Jin, Chapter 62 Exorcism 1 Style. Gao Xianyu's huge debt. Wang Ai, who was surrounded by 1,000 demon kings, looked at the chilling Tu Shan and walked step by step. The fear in his heart was like a monstrous wave that kept churning. The cold sweat on his forehead was even frozen into a layer of frost, sending out bursts of piercing coldness, but it was thanks to this chill that he was still able to stay awake, frantically thinking about how to break the deadlock. The first thing that came to his mind was to seek help from the old celestial master Zhang Jiwei. This one, whether it was his strength or his position in the inhuman realm, it was a top-notch existence. As long as he was willing to open his mouth and plead for himself, maybe this Gao Xianyu would sell his face and spare his life. But then, he thought of Zhang Jiwei's attitude of inaction just now at the entrance, coupled with the thousands of demons in front of this. It was instantly understood. This old Nubizi clearly wanted to be left alone and was unwilling to help. After cursing secretly, he remembered Lu Ci. But at this time, the other party was not in Longhu Mountain, and it was too late for him to ask for help even if he wanted to. Lu Jin? The two sides are from the same four great families, but they rarely interact with each other, usually get along, but also all the scene, will not at all for him to risk their lives. The company? This little calf's father. He's the head of the company's region. Moreover, facing such a big battle, I am afraid that even if the chairman of the company, Zhao Fengshu, arrives in person, he can't stop it. At this time, Wang Ai is more and more desperate. Only feel the CPU or fast-turning smoke. Also did not find a person can help him break this dead end. But just during his pondering, Tushan had already towered over him and stood in front of him. Returning to his senses, Wang Ai looked horrified and subconsciously retreated towards the back while saying in a panic, Elder, please still spare my life. As long as you are willing to let me go, I will definitely build you a temple and a monument in the future, and then mold a great golden body for you. For generations, my Wang family will surely serve you wholeheartedly. But Yaya, in response, still had a frosty face and said in a cold tone, Serve me? You're worthy. When Wang Ai heard this, he immediately blushed and felt humiliated, thinking that he is a 10th brother of the hall and the head of the Wang family. Wherever you go, you're a highly respected and superior being. But now, in order to survive, he had already lowered his stance and even abandoned his dignity, willing to serve a sinful animal. As a result, I did not expect that the other party would say that he was not even qualified for this. But now that people had big fists, he couldn't be hardened even if he was annoyed. In the end, in order to stay alive, you can only continue to humble yourself. Right, Senior is so immortal. It's my arrogance. But we have to be reasonable. It's not true that my grandson has rushed Gao Xuanyu, but he has been duly punished. I would never dare to think of anything other than trying to take him away now. So could it be that you really want to drive our grandparents and grandchildren to extinction just because of Gao Xianyu's words? Yet not only did he get no hint of mercy in return for this harangue of his pleading. Instead, Tushan Yaya's heart suddenly burst into a rage. The right fist that had been stored for a long time was violently raised, full of killing intent. Then you deserve to die even more. Exorcism 1. A monstrous force abruptly erupted with a falling voice, sweeping the surroundings. The thousands of demon kings kneeling on the ground were all trembling. Some even buried their heads into their chests and clasped the top of their heads firmly with their hands, such as Master Chicken. Even the two of them, Zhang Jiwei and Lu Jin, who were far away from the entrance, had a huge change in their faces as their bodies retreated again and again. The crowd on the stands, who had long since fainted, were actually shaking like chaff and foaming at the mouth in an unconscious state. As for Wang Ai, who was facing this power directly, his brain went blank and froze in place as early as the moment Tushan erupted. It wasn't until the moment that fist landed on his stomach that a look of pain crossed his face. But before he could experience in detail how this ferocious and majestic power had penetrated his body, his old, broken body was then completely devoured and crushed by this brutal and furious force. In just a few seconds, it turned into bits of broken flesh and completely disappeared into this heaven and earth. There wasn't even a scrap left. At the same time, Tushan Yaya's body instantly became illusory after this punch. Sensing that he could no longer stay in this world, he immediately transmitted his voice to Gao Xianyu. Kid, I'll settle today's score with you later. As her words fell, she completely disappeared into thin air. Along with her, there were also 1,000 demon kings kneeling on the ground, and with their departure, that originally crowded arena instantly became empty. Gao Xianyu's face was pale as he stood in place, false sweat continuously falling from his forehead as he panted heavily. It's too much. It's okay to come out with a foot freezing the whole top. Talk about platitudes. Why do we have to make such a big show to kill an old bastard? I can't stand to be squeezed like this with this level of cultivation. At this moment, Gao Xianyu only felt that the sky was spinning and his feet were floating. Then he stumbled and fell straight toward the back. At this moment, his body, not to mention air, was almost drained of blood. That was why he was afraid of Tu Shan. This is inhuman. It's like having a grudge against him. Whenever he came out, he refused to stop until he was on the verge of exhaustion. Let's just say, can't you stop that little act of pussyfooting around for a while? How it's still addictive. However, just as he was about to fall, a slender jade hand suddenly held his back. Then Rong's gentle laughter came to his ears. Yaya-san is really relentless yet. She's got you off your feet again. Hearing these almost mocking words, Gao Xianyu couldn't help but blanch for a moment and forcefully held back his weakness as he said, "Whoever made me owe her, consider it a debt." But as soon as his words fell, Rong's gaze, which was originally gentle, steeply became stern, and her tone was almost threatening. "Little Xianyu, you better know what you're talking about. That's not how you pay back that 500-year debt you owe for selling your body. Do you think that the herbs that Cui Yuling bought for you can be repaid with your life?" Hearing this, Gao Xianyu's heart immediately panicked a batch. But before he could retort a few words, he saw Tushan Honghong, out of nowhere, take out a long bill and continue. "By the way, I haven't settled the score with you for the last few days. After you summoned little Clear Hitomi earlier, she bought a lot of designer clothes in Tushan, and Snake Hair Flameheim got a full version of the deluxe beauty spa and an annual pass, as well as the Furious Righteousness, the Jade Spirit, the 3 Imperial Shields, and the Night Phantom. In addition, there are also the 1,000 Demon Kings from just now. When we go back, how can we set up a few hundred tables in Tushan? All of these together." As she spoke, Rong took out the abacus that never left her side and crackled. Hearing this voice, Gao Xianyu immediately sweated, wishing to directly faint to death. But nah, Rong had long been guarding against this move of his. The jade hand that was holding him up kept casting recovery-type spells to keep him from fainting. It wasn't until a few moments later that it was filled with joy. "I'll give you a 20% discount, and sign a 1,000-year contract of sale." Gao Xianyu, Chapter 63 Clueless Gaolian, my son killed the 10th man? Old people often say that being in debt is like a big mountain that weighs people down. The longer one owes, the heavier this mountain becomes until it crushes one to death. Luckily, the old man owes his life to be able to burp on the spot. Gao Xianyu looked at the sky lifelessly, his expression wooden and his eyes empty. These monsters, are they spending stupid money here? Either you buy designer clothes, have a beauty spa, or even get an annual card. Don't they realize that I'm signing my life away? 1,500 years of contract of sale. I can't live that long even if I eat Wang Bang every day. Sister Rong, I don't think there's a need for us to sign this contract of sale, right? In my condition, do you think I'll live long enough to pay off the bill? Seeing that Gao Xianyu was about to run away from the order, Rong immediately narrowed her eyes and smiled. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll live to see the day when the bill is paid off. Besides, no one can renege on our Tushan's account. As she spoke, she had already taken out a deed of sale. Then, without any further ado, he directly picked up Gao Xianyu's thumb and pressed down. It's strange to say that there is clearly no sealing clay or blood on the fingers, but the moment it was pressed, a bright red fingerprint appeared on the contract. After doing so, Rong carefully put away the contract. Then he looked up at Zhang Jiwei and Lu Jin, who were standing not far away, and said, "I'll leave you to rest and try to summon some more demons to help." Speaking of this, Rong revealed a charming smile. "In fact, since you summoned them, our business in Tushan has boomed a lot. Little Xianyu, you must keep up the good work." As the last sound fell, Tushan Honghong disappeared into thin air. Gao Xianyu also lay straight on the ground due to the lack of support. After recalling what Rong had just said, he hated to kill himself on the spot. It's so bullying. This is not Tushan. It's clearly a black store run by Sun Yang. But there's no way. These demons are not machines. They are all flesh and blood beings. You invite people over to help. You have to pay for it, right? He wasn't Zhang Chulan. He could not shake Billion to the point of shamelessness. This sun thief is so close to doing a lamp lifting and fixing the damage. However, just as Gao Xianyu was lying down to rest, Zhang Jiwei and Lu Jin came closer and looked at him with complicated faces. The two men tried to speak several times before finally swallowing their words hard. Now that Wang Ai is dead, the king in was swine. The two felt pale no matter what else they said, especially Zhang Jiwei. This is full of mouth blisters, can be on fire. It was really bad luck to meet such a living ancestor as Gao Xianyu. Who did you piss off by organizing a Jiao festival? You killed King Ai of the 10 brothers in my heavenly master's mansion at the drop of a hat? Now, well, the Luo Tian Dajiao will definitely not be organized. On the Wang family's side, there was no way to account for it. Most of all, his reputation as a heavenly master was considered to be completely lost. As he watched, Gao Xianyu killed the Wang family's grandchildren. This is something that will surely become the talk of the circle in the future. But forget it. Instead of thinking about these things, it was better to think about how to solve Zhang Chulan's problem. But on second thought, Zhang Jiwei didn't seem to need to address it. Wang AI was already dead, so Zhang Chulan was at least halfway safe. As for the rest of those with bad intentions, they shouldn't make a move for a while. The only thing to worry about was that Zhang Chulan's air body source flow would not fall into the wrong hands in the future. There was even a moment when Zhang Jiwei suddenly felt, it seems that Wang AI's death isn't necessarily a bad thing. But just as he was secretly thinking, Gao Lian, who had been swept away by the demonic qi, was now covered in mud and dirt, and angrily ran into the arena. When passing by Wang and, he couldn't help but be shocked. How did this kid get tortured like this? Xianyu, this child. The hand is really not light and heavy. Direct kill is not good. Gao Lian secretly shook his head, then quickly ran towards Gao Xianyu. When he was 5 meters away, he roared loudly and angrily, Gao Xuanyu, you're really getting more and more lawless. This time, I'm saying I won't indulge you in anything. As he spoke, he angrily ran in front of Gao Xianyu, but when he saw his son's weak face, his heart tightened. Immediately, his face became incomparably grave, and his gaze looked towards the surroundings vigilantly. However, after searching for half a day in the large field, he did not see Wang AI's figure. Strange, where did the old thing go? Just as he was wondering, Zhang Jiwei suddenly said in a deep voice, stop looking, Wang AI is dead. Gorian? At that moment, Lu Jin, who was on the side, added, your son killed it, and there's no crumbs left. Gorian, it's outrageous. This bastard Xianyu, he didn't even spare that old thing Wang AI? You boys have really broken the sky this time. Although Gao Lian did not know exactly what had happened, he had realized the seriousness of the matter after hearing the result. Killing a tenor in public. Not to mention how the rest of the 10 guys are going to feel about this. Even the company is bound to pursue this. Even with the Wang family's punching nature, after learning that the 2 grandchildren, all of them died tragically in Xianyu's hands, that's never going to go down well. Even if they don't come to retaliate on the surface, secretly, they will definitely make small moves. No way. Let's take Xianyu back to the northeast first. For a moment, all of Gao Lian's anger instantly turned into worry. Immediately, he took a step forward and picked up Gao Xianyu. Looking at Zhang Jiwei and the 2 of them, he said, Old Celestial Master, Elder Lu, I'll trouble you to take care of the Deng brothers. I'll take Xianyu away first. After saying that, without waiting for the 2 to reply, he walked straight towards the field. Seeing this, Zhang Jiwei and Lu Jin did not try to stop them, and just stood still, watching the 2 fathers and sons leave. Only after the figure was out of sight did Lu Jin say in a deep voice, Old Celestial Master, have you figured out how to handle this matter? Zhang Jiwei smiled bitterly and shook his head. Forget it, I didn't even make a move when Wang AI died. What am I dealing with now that people are dead? Just let the Gao family take care of it themselves. Seeing his attitude of unwillingness to intervene, Lu Jin was silent for a moment and said, but after all, it's the death of one of the 10, and those other ones, they'll never stop. Especially Mad Dog Lu Ci. He and Wang AI were originally family friends and grew up together. I'm only afraid that he'll scramble the others and blame the Gao family together, even out of the Ma Xianer lineage, not to mention that you and I were both present at the scene, and in this case, we're afraid we won't be able to escape. Hearing Lu Jin's concern, how could Zhang Jiwei not know? But the problem was that this kid, Gao Xianyu, had too much of a killing heart. If this group of people really dared to jump out, pointing fingers and harshly criticizing the Gao family and the Exodus Xianer lineage, I'm only afraid that this inhuman realm is going to stir up another bloody storm. Nowadays, his only expectation is that the Gao family can suppress this kid's killing intent, and it's better to send him to the company in a hurry. As long as they can be under Golan, they are more or less bound. Chapter 64 What Zhang Jiwei doesn't dare to do, I, Gao Xuanyu, will do. Gao Lian carried his son out of the arena and walked straight down to the Dragon Tiger Mountain. The 2 fathers and sons were speechless all the way, which actually made the atmosphere seem a bit depressing. It wasn't until they arrived at the halfway point of the mountain that Gao Lian was the first to break the silence. Xianyu, you've really gotten into big trouble this time. Seeing his father's preoccupied look, Gao Xianyu said calmly, is it serious? Aha. Gao Lian nodded and said in a grave tone, very serious. Gao Xianyu frowned, and his face became solemn. Worse than even the men's soccer team's 0-7 loss to the island? Gao Lian was flabbergasted at the words, and then his face darkened as he clenched his back teeth. That didn't. Hearing these words, Gao Xianyu was instantly relieved. Thankfully, I hadn't done anything outrageous after all. but at that moment, Gao Lian continued in a serious tone. Kid, do you know the consequences of killing a 10th brother? They are at the top of the inhuman world, both in terms of the forces coiled and intertwined behind them, and in themselves. All can influence the direction of the inhuman realm, and even cause it to be in turmoil. Not to mention that Wang AI is also the head of the Wang family. This status is even more significant. The web of interests behind it is something you can never imagine. Even a bunch of the company's know-it-alls are wary of him. Now you're in pain. Kill that old thing outright. But the next thing to meet is a raging storm. Hearing Gao Lian say something so serious, Gao Xianyu said in disbelief, Dad, our Gao family is not inferior to the Wang family. What's so scary about it? Seeing that his son hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem, Gao Lian instantly sighed and said, You kid, when did you become so cocky? That's right, we, the Gao family and the Wang family, are indeed in the same four great families, but after all these years, our family has been backed by the company and has long been in a state of semi-reclusion. If it's just about relationships in the circle, we really don't have as many connections as the Wang family. Now that you've killed Wang AI, the Wang family will definitely do whatever they can to get back at you. Gao Xianyu frowned when he heard this. Pops is right. It looks like I'm still a little under-considered. How can killing just one Wang AI be enough? You should just exterminate the family. Kill all the Wangs and no one will dare to come after me. Dad, I know what to do. Gorian, what do you mean you know what to do? What did I ask you to do? No, something's wrong with you kid. Xianyu, what are you thinking? Seeing that his son's expression was not right, Gao Lian hurriedly inquired with worry. But what Gao Xianyu's heart is thinking, and how can it be truly revealed? Immediately gagged. I'm thinking of going back to the northeast with you, aren't I? Isn't that right? Upon hearing this, Gao Lian, however, looked at him with a suspicious face, but after observing for half a day, he didn't notice anything unusual, and finally sighed slightly and said, You kid, you don't have a good heart. I can tell you never to get into trouble again. Otherwise, not to mention our Gao family, even with Auntie, there's really no one who can protect you. Seeing that Gao Lian was suspicious, Gao Xianyu hurriedly pacified him. I promise, it won't. As soon as I return to the northeast, I'll immediately close down and cultivate, never stepping out of my house again. Hearing this, Gao Lian's hanging heart finally fell, and then said in a serious tone, Son, I'm not trying to bind you to anything. I just want you to understand. A lot of things are not as simple as they seem. Take this thing, killing people, who wouldn't? As inhumans, we live in a world that is inherently weak, but you don't really think that you're the only one who can kill Wang AI, do you? Far from it. For example, the old heavenly master, why do you think he wanted to organize this Luo Tianjiao festival? And who forced him to do so? Not to mention that the enemies Wang AI has erected over the years are too many to count. But look, does a single person dare to stand up and retaliate? Not even the gumption to hire the Tang family and buy a murderer. With that, Gao Lian took a deep breath, and continued, Xianyu, there's no doubt about your strength, and Dad also recognizes it extremely well. In less than 10 years, you will surely be able to stand at that top position and suppress the foreigners in the world. But the Jianghu is not about fighting and killing, it's more about human feelings. Unless you've decided that you're going to wipe out this inhuman world, and indeed the company, all together, then meet the wrath of the motherland and send a few East Wind Expresses to our Gao family. Or you can just keep your temper down from now on and leave it to Dad when it comes to these kinds of things. Today he said so much in one breath, mainly because he was worried that his son's killing heart was too big and he had entered the devil's path. It's also to get a head start and knock the kid around a bit, so he doesn't do anything else to poke his nose in. After all, this matter of Wang AI was already very troublesome. Though things hadn't festered yet, he could predict the consequences with his ass. The Wang family was bound to use all their connections to pressure the company in order to severely punish Gao Xianyu. Even for this, the Gao family and the lineage of Izumo Siener would be implicated. At the same time they will use their own means of retaliation. On top of that, Gao Xianyu was a descendant of the Gao family. Whether it was the strength shown, or this killing and decisive nature, it has become a serious threat to the safety of some people. They would never allow such a demon to grow up, because in the near future, they were afraid of being liquidated from the Gao family. It could be said that after killing Wang AI, Gao Xianyu was almost equal to making an enemy of a small half of the inhuman realm's forces. If Gao Lian didn't have the company's back, he wouldn't have known how to preserve his son. Of course, this was on the premise that Gao Xianyu was at peace and went to preserve him, or else wait until the other side starts retaliating and the kid starts killing people in a fit of hot-headedness. He even went straight to exterminate people's entire family on the strength of his own strength. At that point, that would be like holding the company over the fire. You know, the reason the company was formed was to stabilize the inhuman community. Whoever dares to disrupt this calm is the company's #1 enemy. Gao Xianyu's recklessness, I'm afraid that when the time comes, I really dare to tear the face with the company. Once it gets to this point, the consequences are self-evident. The company was extinguished, but the problem is, behind this company, is the Dragon Kingdom. You raised your hand to destroy a system department of others. That's not prime waiting for death. Hearing these words, Gao Xianyu also understood his father's good intentions, but all fear, in his opinion, stems from a lack of firepower. Old me, as a hangman, could still let a bunch of natives of the inhuman realm bully me? And that Zhang Jiwei, the reason why he didn't do anything wasn't because he had too many concerns. He himself is the head of the 10 brothers and the leader of the Shoichi. There's no pressure to kill the whole sex, but you're asking him to kill those self-proclaimed decent hypocrites? Not to mention whether or not he loved his wings, but I'm afraid he couldn't even get past the hurdle in his own heart. But he, Gao Xianyu, had a gross psychological pressure. Anyone who dares to jump out and fool around, then definitely go up and get a slap in the face, guaranteed to immediately make the other party's eyes clear. In short, what Zhang Jiwei dares to do, I, Gao Xuanyu, dare to do. What Zhang Jiwei dares not do, I, Gao Xuanyu, dare to do the same. I'd like to see just how many ironclad, unafraid of death guys there are in this inhuman realm. Chapter 65 Zhao Fangshu stormed out, and Longhu Mountain exploded, in the face of some bitter persuasion from Gao Lian. Although Gao Xianyu had listened, he didn't want to live according to the path his old man had mapped out. He knew the company had a lot of power. But so what? Isn't there the same gray area between the powerful and the superior? As long as both sides master this delicate balance and don't touch their respective bottom lines, the company would never blame himself even if he did poke a hole in the sky. Besides, he had his finger on the pulse of the company. As long as we don't victimize ordinary people, what about the inhuman world? The company can't wait for someone to clean it up. Of course, these words, he naturally wouldn't go and say them to Gao Lian. Otherwise, this old man of his, he would just start preaching at length again. Dad, you don't really have to worry about me too much. With my current strength, there aren't many people who can get to the point of hurting me. Hearing his son's arrogant tone, Gao Lian instantly said without a trace of anger, "Kid, don't be too proud and arrogant. Whenever you're done fighting someone else and don't need me, your old dad, to carry you back. Whatever you do then, I promise not to stand in the way." Gao Xianyu saw that his old dad was about to start preaching again. He hastily interrupted. Okay, I got it. With that, he spoke with a beat in his voice and suddenly asked, "By the way, Pops, my sisters matter." Speaking of this, Gao Xianyu's eyes were filled with anticipation. In fact, half of the reason he killed Wang Ai was because he wanted to eliminate the roots. The other half, too, has the intention of showing Goliath a show of strength, because it was the only way he felt that the other man would tell himself about his sister. In this way, he would also be able to avenge his sister's physical disability. But unexpectedly, Gao Lian fell silent after hearing this. This kid, indeed, still can't let go of what happened to her Zhang. But if he really told him, he was afraid that the forces of this half of the inhuman realm would all be killed by him. Thinking of this, Gao Lian slowly spoke. "What happened to your sister? For the time being, I haven't looked into it either. But you don't have to worry too much. I don't think it will take long." Hearing these words, Gao Xianyu raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on Gao Lian. "What do you mean it won't take long? It's obvious you don't want to tell me. But never mind, since you won't be able to talk, then when I recover, I'll just quietly feel my way back to the Heavenly Master's mansion." I thought that the old Celestial Master would know something. Gao Xianyu secretly sat down with his intentions in his heart, and with a compromising attitude on his face, he said, "Well then, after we find out, we'll go and avenge my sister." With that, he took out his cell phone and opened WeChat, only to see hundreds of messages from Gao Yushan, as well as dozens of missed videos. It was sent between the time he violently beat Wang and until he killed Wang Ai. Its last message was a few simple words: "Go back to Northeast with Dad." Looking at his old sister's hundreds of messages, filled with concern and worry, Gao Xianyu's heart instantly warmed. Instantly, he picked up his cell phone and replied, "Sister, don't worry, the old thief with the beard is just a clown. He can't help your brother." However, as soon as the message was sent, Gao Yushan immediately replied, "You're going to scare my sister to death. Don't be so impulsive in the future. Come back with Pops now. I want to see you tomorrow." Seeing this message instantly caused Gao Xianyu to be in trouble. He had thought of escaping to Longhu Mountain later, to find the old Celestial Master to ask something. With all this going back and forth, I'm afraid I won't be able to make it back at all tomorrow. But to say that he was going to cheat his old sister, he couldn't do it. After a few moments of contemplation, there was simply a read mess back. "Sister, love you, Mama Mia." Then, regardless of what the other person said back, he quickly slipped his cell phone into his pocket. At this moment, Gao Lian, who appeared to be eyeing forward, had actually been stealing glances at the siblings' chat. When she saw her son make such meaty remarks, a pang of food went through her heart. This brat only has eyes for his sister. Never even been this nice to me as a father. But it was a relief to see their sibling bond, and as the two made their way to the bottom of the hill, Golan walked up to the car and said, "Xian Yu, tell your sister that we won't go back tomorrow first." "Not going home? Where to?" Gao Xianyu was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously. Golan put him in the back seat and murmured, "Company. Instead of waiting for people to come to us, let's take the initiative and go there. It's not too late to go back to the northeast when we get things out of the way." Hearing this, Gao Xianyu did not reply. He was ready to steal away anyway. It didn't matter where he went. Gao Lian saw that he was silent and just assumed that he agreed. With that, he wanted to take out his cell phone, ready to give Zhao Fangshu a call and report back. But just as he was about to pull out his cell phone, he suddenly remembered. After being swept away by the demonic wind himself, he fell into a quagmire along with his cell phone and died outright. The thought of this instantly darkened his face, and his gaze swept his son with a knife in it. However, when he saw Gao Xianyu's weak appearance, his left hand, which was already clenched tightly, gradually loosened again. "Forget it, let's just grab the office." Gao Lian let out a secret sigh in his heart, then got into the driver's seat and drove towards the airport. Gao Xianyu in the back seat, dodged another bullet. Alongside STH, on Longhu Mountain, it had long since exploded. Those employees of the company who were supposed to be ambushing all sects surrounded the field heavily at this point. Any Inhumans who had not yet descended the mountain were also contained in their respective houses. Even Zhang Jiwei and Lu Jin could only sit inside the house, sit for the statement and cooperate with the investigation. Su Si stood in the courtyard, holding the phone with a bitter look on his face. Listening to Zhao Fangshu on the other end, he let out a burst of growls. Is Gao Xianyu crazy? How dare he kill Wang Ai in public? And Gorian, how does one discipline a son? Where are they now? Put Gorian on the phone right now. Upon hearing this, Su Si instantly had a hard look on his face, and in his heart, he cursed the Gao family's father and son even more. You guys are really human beings. After getting into trouble and running faster than a rabbit, you can't even whisk it away. What's most hateful is that you, Golan, turned off your cell phone? I'm the only one left here to clean up the mess. But at this time, Zhao Fangsu was still waiting for a reply, and he didn't have the heart to continue cursing, so he could only return with a hard head. That, Mr. Zhao, I've already sent people to search the mountain and am looking for the Gao family father and son. As soon as I find them, I'll escort them back to headquarters for you. Which knows that Zhao Fangsu completely stormed out when he heard this. What do you do for a living? People are under your nose and you're letting father and son get away? I'm telling you, if I don't find anyone in an hour, I'll hold you responsible. As the last sound fell, Zhao Fangshu hung up the phone. Listening to the beeping sound coming from the cell phone, Su Si was already so angry that he was shaking. No, the two of them are fleeing from the law. You're scolding me? I'm still cursing. How come you took the security assignment and upgraded me straight to criminal investigation? And shredded to the point of being shredded to the point of not even being a crumb. If there's no eyewitness, I'll have to characterize Wang Ai as missing. Chapter 66 The Sword and the Scabbard. The company's attitude. After being given a death order by Zhao Fangshu, Su Si immediately deployed additional manpower and expanded the search area. Immediately afterward, the local authorities were contacted to cooperate and told to block all entrances and exits to Eagle Lake. There are barriers at airports, train stations and highways. Make sure to intercept the Gao family before they leave. But as time passed quickly, half an hour passed. Lung Fu Shan, inside and out, had been turned over by him 3 times. Even the mouse holes had not been spared. But in the end it was nothing. On the side of the authorities, there is no news from them either. At this time, Su Si stood in front of the gate of the Heavenly Master's mansion depressed. The cigarettes in his hands were one after another, smoking clouds of smoke. When he thought of what Gao Xianyu had done, he was angry. He was chagrined, and he gripped his hair by the handful. It's a bad year. He himself had just taken over the position of head of the region from his old man Su Xiang. Full of joy, he arrives at the Heavenly Master's house, takes a security job, and ambushes Quan Sex in the process. This kind of delivery of political achievements. Hard to let Gao Xianyu this little calf to stir up the yellow. The main thing is, what are you two running for? Returning to the company honestly, with the strength Gao Xianyu showed, Zhao Fangsu would be willing to dispose of him? It's all cool with the old boy if he doesn't give him up. Su Si threw away the cigarette in his hand and reappeared to light another one. After taking a hard drag, he gazed to the northeast and muttered, Gao, don't do anything stupid. Going back to the northeast now would be really hard to explain. However, as soon as his words left his mouth, a sudden ringing of his cell phone came to mind. Su Si hurriedly took out his cell phone and looked at it, realizing that it was Zhao Fangsu calling, and immediately pressed the answer button. Mr. Cho, what's wrong? stop the search. Goliam called me and is on his way to the company headquarters with his son. Hearing this, Susi almost cried out. These two bastards, they can't tell me when they're going to the office? I'll send a car to take you back. But at that moment, Zhao Fengshu on the phone continued in a deep voice. There is also another matter. Lu Xi and the eldest son of the Wang family, Wang Chun, have already left for Longhu Mountain. You get ready, don't let them make too much of a scene. Susi frowned slightly upon hearing this, and he couldn't help but snort coldly in his heart. Looks like the lesson wasn't enough. It's at this juncture, and you're still thinking of coming to force the palace to make trouble. At the same time, in his mind, information about Jun Wang emerged. This man was the son of Wang Ai, also known as the Different Man. However, due to the fact that the Wang family was in business, he, who was over 70 years old, had long since focused his energies on the family estate. It's been almost 30 years since I've walked in the ring. Now that Wang Ai has been killed, this Wang Chun is bound to come from a bad place. I know, Mr. Zhao. But, speaking of which, Susi was slightly hesitant. Zhao Fengshu said in a deep voice, speak. Susi sniffed without any nonsense and voiced the worries in his heart. Old Tianchu's side is good. They don't dare to mess around in the Tianchu mansion. But what is the attitude of our side when it comes to Gao Xianyu? Hearing this, Zhao Fengshu replied decisively, show an attitude. Gao Xianyu is a member of the company. If he makes a mistake, the company will take care of it. It's not the turn of outsiders to tell him what to do. Sure enough, Susi was not surprised by this answer. Instead, it was just as he thought. Zhao Fengshu must protect Gao Xuanyu. The reason is simple. It's only been a few decades since the company was founded. Its heritage was not comparable to those deep-rooted families and sects. If it wasn't for the Dragon Kingdom standing behind it, where would it have such a big say? But realize, what is the inhuman realm? It was a world of whoever had the biggest fist had the right. You just talk to people about background without enough force to back it up. Even if people obey on the surface, it's all in the masculine, especially the 10-year-olds, who play this hand with great skill. The company understands, but there's nothing they can do about it. Just think that they don't make a scene out of the circle. After all, who made them the most powerful and in the highest position in the inhuman world? Even some of the company's decisions have been asked for their opinion. But that's exactly why these people are thorns in the company's side. Because one voice is never allowed to have another voice. For this reason, Zhao Fengshu hadn't spent much time pulling in those small sects over the years, attempting to cultivate a group of his own people, stuffing them among the 10 men, and gradually hollowing out the power of the 10 men. But it's not going to dismantle them overnight. This can have had little effect over the decades. However, he did not expect that a mongrel king would suddenly pop up at this time, and the first blade chopped at Wang Ai. You know, people like this, who have their backs to the family and are the 10th brother, are the hardest to shake. Thus Gao Xianyu's blow could be said to have struck Zhao Fengshu's heart. So this kind of sharp edge that is capable and not afraid of things, how could he possibly be willing to break it off? He would even use the company as a scabbard over this sword, to ensure that the sword, when unused, is too sharp and thus breaks into great trouble. It also serves as a shield for the sword, from those miscreants who want to break the blade. Susi understood Zhao Fengshu's mind in just a moment and immediately assured him, don't worry, Mr. Zhao, I know what to do. Hearing his answer, Zhao Fengshu responded with satisfaction and then hung up the phone. Susi is also in a cheerful mood after learning that Gao Lian took the initiative to go to the company. Snuffing out the freshly lit cigarette in his hand, he turned around and walked towards the interior of the Heavenly Master's mansion, quickly arriving in a small courtyard. As soon as he went in, Su San ran over quickly with a book in his hand. I was just about to come to you. I've finished the statement on this end. How about your side? Did you find the Gao family? Susi nodded slightly. I found it. Their father and son took the initiative to go to the company. Hearing this, Su San heaved a sigh of relief. It's good to find it so we don't have to take the fall. Then he heard Susi continue. Sango, remove all our men. There's no need to ground any of those foreigners anymore either. I'm going to go have a word with the old celestial master. After saying that, he also ignored Su San's face full of doubts and walked straight towards the house. But just as he arrived at the door, he heard Lu Jin's voice coming from inside. Junior, this matter concerns the reputation of the old Tianchu and the Tianchu mansion. How does your company plan to handle this? Susi frowned at his words and said in his heart, what else can we do? People our company bailed out, and the Wang family is not going to give an account. As for the reputation of the Heavenly Master, love it. However, he wouldn't be foolish enough to say such words, but only said with a difficult face after a pretense of contemplation. Elder Lu, don't look at me as a busybody here, but I'm just a pawn. It's still the group of leaders up there who really make the decisions. If you really want to know, why don't you go to the company and ask Mr. Zhao yourself? I'm sure he'll give an explanation. Given your status. Chapter 67. Chapter 67, The Storm is Coming. The Heavenly Master passes on the degree. When Zhao Fengshu said that he wanted to show his attitude, it wasn't for him to yell all over the world to protect Gao Xuanyu. Instead, tell him how this is going to go. Thus, after hearing Lu Jin's question, he simply played dumb. Tell the other person directly. If you have a problem, go to the leader. You guys are playing against each other. Don't let me be the one who gets hurt, okay? Lu Jin also heard that Su Si was making peace with the situation, and immediately snorted in dissatisfaction. There's a place for grievances, and there's a place for debts. I don't care how your company handles this, but never take the old celestial master on. Otherwise, I, Lu Jin, will be the first to say no. Hearing these words, Zhang Jiwei, who was at his side, was actually touched in his heart in a small way. I didn't realize that the slap back then had created feelings. When Su Si saw Lu Jin's attitude of wanting to cause trouble, he hastened to smile. Elder Lu is right. This is all Gao Xuanyu's doing, and has absolutely nothing to do with old Tian. Don't worry, when we catch that kid, we'll immediately imprison him and punish him severely. Su Si's words, although at first glance it sounded like there was nothing wrong with them. However, when it fell on the ears of Zhang Jiwei and Lu Jin, they immediately sensed that something was wrong. What do you mean? Immediately incarcerated? Are you guys going to deal with it, or not? But before the two could continue to think deeply, they were interrupted by Su Si. By the way, old Tian, just now Mr. Zhao called me to say that Elder Lu and Chun Wang are already on their way to the Tianshi mansion. Both of these men are coming with fire, and your old man needs to be prepared. Zhang Jiwei's eyes closed slightly at the words, only to feel a headache. That LVCI is okay. I think it will be in the way of the relationship, accompanied to come. But that Chun Wang is the one who died his own father, and this is clearly to seek justice. Although the other party will never dare to demolish the temple, but inevitably come to cry and hang themselves. Just such a set of process down. This Longhu mountain must be lively for a few days. However, just as he was despondent, he only heard Su Si continue. The other two, after all this, I don't know if Quan Sex will do anything else. That's why I've decided to temporarily withdraw my men to the bottom of the hill and ambush them for 2 days. If nothing happens in 2 days, then I'll take my people and leave. 2 days was the limit that Su Si had estimated. Once Chun Wang finished messing with the Heavenly Master's house, he would inevitably turn around and run to the company. As the person in charge of this matter, he naturally had to go over and stop it. Zhang Jiwei also knows that at this time, Su Si is busy. Not expecting the other party to be willing to help him out at this critical moment, he immediately laughed. Mr. Su Si, the old man thanks a lot, but there's no need to go to all that trouble. You guys just have to help me defend this night. When these words came out, the two people in the room were stunned. Lu Jin even had an ominous premonition rising and couldn't help but ask in a hurry, Old Celestial Master, what are you? Pass the degrees. Zhang Jiwei calmly spat out these 2 words. In fact, as early as the moment Wang Ai died, he had already had this plan. The current inhuman realm, whether it was the appearance of the 8 strange techniques or what Gao Xianyu had done, all signaling a storm and a great change. However, his ability was limited and he could no longer stop Gao Xianyu. However, he was able to pass the throne to Zhang Chulan through the means of the Celestial Master's degree as a way to prevent certain secrets from leaking out. Avoid the Caution Rebellion of that year. Once again, another point was that this young apprentice grandson of his was armed with divine skills, and once he walked in that upcoming chaotic world, he was afraid that his life would not be guaranteed. In order to be able to protect Zhang Chulan, he wanted to pass on this position of Heavenly Master to him. And of course, it's not just out of personal emotion. He had also watched all of Zhang Chulan's execution of the thunder technique that night as he fought against Gao Xuanyu, feeling that this young apprentice grandson's talent, although not as good as his own back then, was still considered very good. After inheriting the Heavenly Master's degree, after giving him a few years, he thought that it would be enough to stand alone. But just as he was thinking, Gao Xuanyu's figure could not help but appear in his mind. But soon, he threw it out of his mind. Why do we have to compare our own geniuses with demons? That's not adding to the problem. At the same time, the duo who had heard that Zhang Jiwei was going to pass the degrees were both startled. Transmission? Isn't that the transmission of the Divine Master? But the question is, to whom will the old Celestial Master pass it on? Zhang Lingyu? Lu Jin could no longer resist the curiosity in his heart and hurriedly inquired, Old Celestial Master, who do you intend to succeed this next Celestial Master? Zhang Chulan. Zhang Jiwei remained calm and concise in his tone. However, when he heard Zhang Chulan's name, Su Si was instantly ecstatic in his heart. That's great. The old Heavenly Master was actually going to pass the throne to Chulan. Doesn't that mean that the truth about the baby's origins will soon be revealed? Thinking of this, he was instantly energized and felt like he was pumped up. On the surface, however, he tried to maintain a calm demeanor and said with conviction, Old Celestial Master, don't worry. I promise to guard this Longhu mountain tightly for you. Tonight, not even a fly will come in. At this time, Lu Jin, who was on the side, also said immediately afterward, "Yeah, the boys under me can't wait. If I don't let them make a scene, I can't really answer to them." Zhang Jiwei, why do you guys sound like you're not trying to protect my Tiancher mansion, but more like you're trying to slaughter the mountain? Then I would be grateful to you both. And without delay, I will go and get ready now. With that, Zhang Jiwei got up and headed out. Seeing this, Lu Jin and Su Si also said goodbye to each other and left. Soon, up and down the Heavenly Master's office, all knew about Zhang Jiwei's intention to pass on his degree. Those foreigners who had originally remained on the mountain were also invited off the mountain as much as possible. The only people who were left behind were the Lu clan and Zhang Chulan. However, as the matter of the transmission of the degree was in full swing, in a small courtyard somewhere, Tian Jinzhong sat in a wheelchair and looked at Zhang Jiwei's residence. "Oh, senior brother, why are you doing this?" Then he sighed heavily, his words full of despondency. At that moment, a little Taoist boy came over and said worriedly, "Master Jinzhong, you've been sitting here for half a day. Why don't you go back and rest?" Tian Jinzhong turned back to look at the words, and when he saw the visitor clearly, he faintly smiled and said, "Little Feathery, are you afraid?" Mo Ming's words caused Xiao Yuzi to be slightly flabbergasted. "Master, what do you mean by that?" Tian Jinzhong looked into the distance and said slowly, "I'm afraid something big is going to happen in the next few days in the Heavenly Master's mansion. There's no telling what will become of it after this one." Hearing these words, Little Feathery's body trembled violently, a look of panic appearing on her face. What does Tian Lao mean by that? Could it be that he found out about me leading a full sex attack on the mountain tonight? Nope, if that were true, he would have exposed me long ago. Thinking of this, Sayako's heart, which had just been raised, instantly fell. However, in his mind, he pondered, what exactly did Tian Jinzhong mean by those words just now? Could it be that it was referring to Gao Xuanyu's killing of Wang Ai on Longhu Mountain? But I have to say, this kid is a real talent, crazier than our whole sex. If we meet words in the future, we can try to pull him into full sex. Chapter 68, All Sex Attacks the Mountain. Gao Xianyu returns to the Heavenly Master's mansion. At 10 o'clock at night, Lung Fu Shan was brightly lit. The Tiancher mansion, which is always clean, is tonight 3 steps forward, 5 steps back, and the company's employees can be seen everywhere, and everyone had a serious face, their eyes constantly surveying the surroundings and observing the situation. The two brothers, Su San and Su Si, together with Feng Bao Bao, stood in front of an attic, looking at the flickering golden light inside. His heart couldn't help but tense up. "Baby, don't worry, Chulan will definitely become a heavenly master without any problems. By that time, you'll know the body." Su San comforted Feng Bao Bao and at the same time comforted himself. The thought that after tonight, he would be able to fulfill his old man's dying wish actually made his mood a little complicated, especially thinking that Feng Bao Bao would most likely leave their Su family after learning of her birth. This caused Su San's heart to create a flutter. At this time, Su Si, who was standing at the side, saw his brother's mind and said at once, "Come on, don't think so much, let's take care of tonight first." Hearing this, Su San gathered his emotions and looked up at the attic filled with golden light, saying, "We've set up so much fanfare tonight, and that gang of demons from all sects, even if they're bold, they shouldn't dare to make a move, right?" "Not necessarily," Su Si said with some concern. "Those bastards, they're just a bunch of crazy people. They'll do anything, just in case there is an outside chance. Until the Heavenly Master's transmission is over, we have to stay here at death's door." With that, he turned his head to look at Feng Bao Bao and explained in a grave tone, "Baby, remember, no matter who strikes at Chulan tonight, you must fight to protect him, kill if necessary." At the end of his words, Su Si was already filled with a murderous aura. Feng Bao Bao also put away her usual playfulness and nodded her head seriously. "I know." However, just as they were chatting, in the woods of the front mountain, Xia Luqing carried her hands behind her back and looked at the brightly lit Tiancher mansion. "This acting sect leader really doesn't take our lives seriously. The company has set up so many people, and they still let us run to our deaths." Despite his words, not the slightest hint of complaint could be heard in his tone. There even seemed to be so much anticipation between the words. Yuan Tao, who was on the side, had a gloomy gaze and hemmed and hawed. Afraid of what? Gao Xianyu has already left for the company headquarters. The old heavenly master is passing on the degrees again and has no time to spare. The rest of those guys, not many of them have any power. The number of people we're sending out this time is no less than the company's. If we really want to make a scene, we can at least have a good time. Not to mention turning the heavenly master's mansion upside down. Hearing this, Xia Luqing glanced at him faintly and said, "We're not here for fun. If that Gongqing can't get the job done, then tonight's action will be meaningless." Yuan Tao, however, appeared unimpressed by this. Their purpose tonight, though, was to seize Tian Jinzhong's memories in order to peer into the secrets of the Tushan rebellion back then. But in his mind, there was another goal. Lu Jin, back then, this one had killed his father. And tonight, with such a good opportunity, he wanted to take advantage of this rare chance to avenge that father's murder. And just then, the all-sex four jangles walked over. Yuan Tao glanced across at the four and said in a deep voice, "Well, all set?" Shin Chon, known as the Bane Seedling, nodded with a smile. "All are already in place, just waiting for our order. They will immediately attack Longhu Mountain." Hearing this, Yuan Tao smiled grimly and said excitedly, "Then what are you waiting for? Do it." After saying that, Yuan Tao took the first step out, bringing his disciple Bean Egg with him, and striding towards the Heavenly Master's mansion. The four Zhang maniacs saw this and followed closely behind, while Shinchong took out his cell phone and dialed a phone number. After the other party answered, just two words were faintly spat out. "Do it." As the words fell, about 30 seconds later, only a clutter of footsteps could be heard down the hill. Immediately afterward, in the direction of the Heavenly Master's mansion, a shriek came from the direction of the Heavenly Master's mansion. "Quickly, notify everyone, attack the mountain with all sex." This loud voice, as if it was like a war drum, caused Longhu Mountain to instantly turn into a battlefield. Maniacal laughter, fighting sounds, and shots rang out one after another like a symphony. In the brightly lit Heavenly Master's mansion, the figures were constantly reflected. All sorts of foreign arts kept flashing, emitting bursts of blasting sounds. In just a few moments, the Heavenly Master's mansion was already ablaze with flames. Standing in the distance and looking, the entire top of Longhu Mountain was illuminated as if it were daytime. At this moment, Xia Luqing, who had always stood in place, also finally made a move. The direction he went, however, was not the Heavenly Master's mansion, but towards the depths of the woods. After walking about 100 paces or so, a stocky foreigner with a rigid face, jumping down from the tree in a single leap, he stood in front of Xia Luqing and said in a fluent dragon language, "Elder Xia, that Gao Xuanyu is gone. Where is the fun you were talking about?" Xia Luqing looked at the ghostly man named Baron in front of him and hemmed and hawed. "Come on, I've sent someone to lure her over. I'm sure it won't take long to show up. That little girl is quite interesting. You can play with her a little more when the time comes." Seeing Xia Luqing say this, Baron's face was filled with anticipation and he silently followed behind. In the meantime, the Su brothers who stood in front of the attic had long since been looking extremely pale. "Su Si, I'll go to the front to take a look. You and the baby guard here," Su San commanded, then turned around and ran towards the front mountain. Su Si, on the other hand, took out his walkie-talkie and kept giving a command, but just as he was getting busy, the phone suddenly rang. When he took it out, his brows furrowed and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. "Why is this guy calling me? Is there something wrong with Gao Xianyu?" Not being able to think too much, Su Si immediately answered the phone, but before he could inquire, he heard an anxious tone from across the room. "Fourth brother, it's not good. Gao Xianyu has escaped." "What?" Su Si let out a cry of surprise. Then his face sank as he said, "Didn't I ask the five of you to watch him? How could he run away? Also, where are the Goliums?" Upon hearing the successive inquiries, the opposite party was robbed of the phone before he could answer, immediately followed by Gao Lian's voice. "You still have the nerve to say that? That brat Xianyu said he had to go to the restroom and ended up escaping right under the noses of the five of them." But then his tone was a beat. "It's useless to talk about this now. I suspect that this kid went to the Heavenly Master's mansion. We'll go back immediately now. And if you see him, you must stop him for me, and never let him go to see the old Heavenly Master." Then without waiting for him to answer, Golan hung up. Su Si was holding his cell phone, confused in place. "Ha, I stopped him? Thanks for thinking of it." However, it was during his phone call. Feng Bao Bao, who was standing at the side, suddenly looked back with a startled expression. Immediately afterward, he noticed a cool Zheng Chulin-like back figure running into the middle of the woods. Seeing this, Feng Bao Bao first glanced at Su Si. Seeing that he was so busy, he even turned around and chased towards that figure alone. Until Su Si was busy, he looked back. Only then did he realize that Feng Bao Bao did not know when, and was nowhere to be found. "Baby!" Su Si let out a loud roar and looked toward the surroundings with a panicked expression. But after searching for half a day, where was Feng Bao Bao's shadow? Su Si, who was already wrapped up in many things, was almost about to go berserk at this moment. He just couldn't figure out what kind of crazy this baby was smoking again, now that the whole sex is attacking the mountain. "If you don't properly guard here to protect Chulan, why are you still playing missing?" But angry as he was, at this point he was afraid that the baby would have an accident. No longer caring to guard the place, he immediately ran towards the direction of the woods. It could be said that the entire Longhu Mountain today was in complete disarray. The company had deployed nearly 100 employees, but they were unable to stabilize the situation for a while in the face of the sudden attack by all sects. Lu Jin was also the first to lead the Lu clan squad and quickly joined the battlefield. It was just that he soon realized that an extremely familiar silhouette had appeared in the middle of that forest. Yuan Tao? Lu Jin frowned, not expecting this refiner to come, and from the way the other party was acting, it was obvious that they were trying to lure themselves over. Humph, looking for death. Lu Jin let out a cold snort and instantly chose to respond to the battle and chased after him. Seeing this, Lu Linglong and the others hurriedly followed behind, lest there be an accident. However, just as LW was in chaos, at the foot of its mountain, Gao Xianyu looked at the top of the mountain and greatly sighed. When did the Heavenly Master's mansion become so hospitable? Light your own house on fire and have a bonfire for the whole sex? An unkind laugh ensued, and he took a large step towards the hill. Chapter 69 July 7th. Water Bamboo Pavilion. Tonight dance burial into marriage. The king called me to patrol the mountain catch a celestial master for dinner. On the path leading to the Heavenly Master's mansion, Gao Xianyu hummed a little song and ate a chicken leg. Thinking back to that scene at the airport, I couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement in my heart. These guys, do they really think a death stare will help? The Yellow Springs clan's earthwalking technique is not something you can restrict. It's just that when he runs out like that, Pops is afraid he's going to be red warm again. But in order to be able to ask about my sister, I'd admit to taking a beating. Thinking of this, Gao Xianyu threw away the chicken bones in his hands, grumpily wiped 2 handfuls onto them, and walked quickly towards the Heavenly Master's mansion. But in its mind, there was some doubt. Are these guys out of their minds? I've made so much noise. The company employees who ambushed me here are bound to show up. But even under these circumstances, they had the audacity to attack the mountain. I'm afraid that the old celestial master will, by now, be red warm, right? In that case, wouldn't that feat of one man dry humping the whole sex be accomplished tonight? With a melon-eating mindset, Gao Xianyu quickly walked towards the mountain. But he didn't realize that Zhang Jiwei, nowadays, was actually transmitting degrees to Zhang Chulan, coupled with the fact that the entire sex hierarchy all thought that he had already left Longhu Mountain, which was why he dared to be so unconcerned. However, just as he reached the halfway point of the mountain, a sudden howl came to his ears. This was accompanied by the sound of weapons clashing. Who's left here in the middle of the night to scream for souls? Gao Xianyu frowned slightly and followed the sound of crying, but because it was dark, in addition to the dense trees in the forest, vaguely, he could only see a few figures that were constantly exchanging blows. In its ears, there was still a steady stream of howling. Why is my life so bitter? Old Yuan too. This bastard lied to me that the mountain was a bunch of hairy kids. Immediately afterward, an impatient voice cut it off. Boring. Never seen you like this. Fighting and crying at the same time. The clash of weapons that followed became more intense, and through this conversation, Gao Xianyu finally knew who the other party was. Omnisexual member, Crybaby Zohata. The 3 men who fought against him were from the Lu family class, who claimed to be a big man from Shandong, but was in fact a short-statured Shi, as well as Xiao Xiao, who specialized in blowing qi, and Yun, who wore a mask. In his impression, although these 3 had injured Shuaihata, they had also paid a great price. Xiao Xiao, in particular, had broken an arm. It was barely a win, but it ended in a blowout. But right at this moment, Gao Xianyu suddenly had a flash of light and looked at the figure in the woods, his eyes flickering. Lean, that's not ing omnisexual, that's just experience value. If he fought with this group of people, he would definitely fight himself to the death. One game would not reward a decade or 8 years of cultivation. As for the old Heavenly Master's place, he couldn't run away anyway. It's not too late to go after him when you're done packing up all this totality. It just so happened that he had helped the Heavenly Master's palace deal with such a big trouble, so how could he brush up some goodwill, right? Maybe then when the old Heavenly Master was moved in his heart, he would be willing to tell himself what exactly happened to his sister back then. Thinking of this good thing of killing 2 birds with 1 stone, Gao Xianyu's blood surged. Immediately, he changed his course and took large strides towards the inner woods. At this moment, Shuaihata was crying out while waving the spirit streamer in his hand. Xiao Xiao and Yun attacked on the left and right, but they could never break through the defense. Instead, it was the crying that made the 2 men's hearts grow more and more irritated. But what the 2 of them didn't realize was that she, who had been injured at its back, had his eyes gradually become as black as ink. Shuaihata was utilizing the souls in the spirit streamers, intending to go and forcefully control his opponent in a sudden sneak attack. But just as he was in the middle of crying, a low voice suddenly came from the distance. Stop crying. Damn, it's annoying. The sudden sound caused the few people in the field to freeze, and they all followed the sound, only to see Gao Xianyu's gloomy face as he slowly walked from the woods. Gao Xianyu, how did he get here? Xiao Xiao and Yun successively let out exclamations of shock. There their expressions looking at each other in horror. The reason why they were afraid was because in the hearts of the younger generation, the three words Gao Xianyu had become synonymous with ferocity. Before it, no matter how exaggerated the display of his strength was, it was nothing more than a demon in their eyes. But since they killed Wang Ai during the day, they realized with a jolt, this kid, he's clearly a mongrel. After all, who in their right mind could kill a tenor at the drop of a hat? There wasn't even a crumb left for people in the end. But not to mention the two of them, even Shueihata stopped crying instantly after seeing Gao Xianyu. The eyes were even more filled with fear, staring at the other party in death. He's gone, isn't he? How did it suddenly appear here? Especially at the thought of pissing off the other guy by crying. Those two little legs and stomachs, a soreness came from them, and they couldn't help but shiver. And at that moment, Gao Xianyu walked towards the three of them step by step. Its gaze never left Shueihata's body. Seeing that he was coming from a bad place, the three people in the battlefield all swallowed hard. Even breathing, it felt like it had become heavy. Gao, brother Gao, what are you? Seeing that Gao Xianyu was about to arrive close, Xiao, who did not know what was coming, inquired stiffly. Gao Xianyu looked up at him and skimmed his gaze towards the other side, signaling the two to duck. Xiao and Yun immediately understood what he meant and didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation as they quickly left the spot. But the fact that they both ran like that also made Shueihata react. With hardly any hesitation, he immediately let out a strange cry and turned around to flee the place. Seeing this, the corners of Gao Xianyu's mouth raised into a morose smile as he said, "Run, don't you like to cry in graves? I'll let you cry all you want." Then he raised the finger of his sword and chanted in a low voice, July 7th, Water Bamboo Pavilion, come out. One sword hegemony, soft water Huaizhu. As the first sound fell, the space around them suddenly shook. In the void, two sarcophagi appeared upright, immediately followed by a creaking sound. In the eyes of several people in horror, the lid of the coffin slowly opened. When Shueihata, who was escaping, saw this, his scalp went numb. It only felt like his body, surrounded by an aura of yin and cold, so much so that his legs, instantly losing consciousness, sat paralyzed on the ground. In its ears, Gao Xianyu's voice once again came. The love of Panth Yin and Yang says that the hegemony is not yet complete, but Huaizhu has already withered. The sarcophagus opens and the man with the golden mask on the left, dressed in white, reaches out and flies into midair. The woman on the right, dressed in green, her eyebrows dotted with red sand, her long hair flying, raised her hand and the man's palm clasped together. The two of them looked at each other, hovering over Shueihata, their eyes filled with strong lovesickness and love. Tonight we will dance the funeral pyre again and laugh with the red candle. The moment the words fell, the clothes the two of them were wearing suddenly changed. The man was dressed in a scholar's red robe, and the woman was transformed into a phoenix cape. In the middle of it, a red silk brocade, each by the two grabbed one end, held in the hands, to the moon a worship. Underworld marriage. Done. Close the casket and deliver the burial. Chapter 70 Gao Xianyu named the Book of Life and Death, calling the Dragon Clan's first family, the 7th day of the 7th month, Huaishui Bamboo Pavilion. At first sight, the flute and sword are white, but the Huaizhu has withered, but the hegemony has not yet been realized. However, tonight, the funeral dance will be performed again, and the moon worship ceremony will be completed. Close the casket and deliver the burial. Gao Xianyu clasped his hands together and ritually sang the meditation. In mid-air, Bai Yi and Huaizhu embraced each other and smiled as a huge sarcophagus appeared out of nowhere, burying the two together. It disappeared into the air with a single bamboo flower. But this romantic scene fell in Shueihata's eyes, but it made him feel his heart and guts crack. The spirit streamer in his hand waved frantically, constantly calling out the souls inside in a vain attempt to resist the cold force. Unfortunately, just as the word funeral appeared, a sarcophagus appeared steeply in the void behind him, swallowing him in. Before he could react, the thick lid of the coffin had buckled dead on top. Immediately, a white light suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, and the sarcophagus instantly shattered and disappeared. Xiao and Yun, who were watching the battle from afar, all stared with wide eyes and shocked faces. It was the first time they had ever, with their own eyes, seen Gao Xianyu strike to kill. It's just that this means, it's a bit too metaphysical. With a benediction and a funeral, a person can disappear between heaven and earth. That Shueihata, who was crying at the grave, didn't even have the slightest bit of resistance before he was put into a coffin and sent away in a package. Big brother, have you evolved after killing the 10 kings? It was so powerful that he didn't even need to summon a demon immortal and directly got 2 coffins out. At the same time, Gao Xianyu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, adjusting the air breath in his body. Damn, I was screwed to overdraft by that vixen Yaya during the day. I don't know if this stock is enough to swing the whole sex now. After an afternoon of recuperation, his air had recovered some, but not much. Together with the fact that he had just summoned the soul-bodied Bai Yi and Huaizhu by means of Qingfeng, he had consumed some more. The bit of air that was left now was estimated to be enough for the great demon to strike about 5 times. If they didn't reward cultivation, then the plan to brush up on experience value would, I'm afraid, fall through. However, just as he was secretly thinking, Xiao Xiao and Yun walked over. Gao. The two walked closer and called out softly. Gao Xianyu was interrupted from his thoughts and looked at the two of them. Something? Although his gaze was not harsh. For some reason, Xiao Xiao and Yun still felt a tremor in their hearts. No, just wanted to say thank you, Xiao Xiao said in a somewhat flustered tone with a smile on his face. Gao Xianyu nodded in response. Then his eyes looked to the top of the mountain and he strutted forward. It wasn't until Gao Xianyu left that the two heaved a sigh of relief and each wiped the false sweat from their heads. It's really scary. It feels like just being around him is frightening. Xiao Xiao had a shocked look on his face, and in his heart, he actually developed a feeling that he had survived the robbery, although he had just been separated from the battlefield by a few meters. The moment the sarcophagus appeared, he also clearly felt it, the gloomy and cold aura. It was cold and chilling. If not for the fact that the target was not himself, he would have been in despair at that moment. I'm even afraid that it's not as good as Shueihata's, who was able to put up a feeble resistance. Cloud, who was on the sidelines, sucked in a sharp breath and couldn't help but sigh. He's a ruthless man who dared to kill the 10 brothers in front of the old heavenly master. It's only natural that we can feel that way, but it's surprising that he would step in to help us. When Xiao Xiao heard this, he could not help but nod in agreement. At the same time, he felt in his heart that everyone was too prejudiced against Gao Xianyu. Although he killed the 10 old kings amiably, he did not run amok and bully others. Instead, he stepped in to help when several of his own people were in danger. Would such a helpful and nice young man really be so ferocious that he would kill Wang Ai to the dregs at the drop of a hat? There's something else going on here, isn't there? But before he could think deeply, he heard Cloud suddenly exclaim, "Not good, Hoshi's still over there." Think of the injured Hoshi, who was staying alone under the tree. Both of them were so startled that they turned and ran in a hurry. But when reaching closer, he found that the boy was lying asleep under a tree. But both of them were secretly relieved to see that he was fine. Unbeknownst to him, if Gao Xianyu hadn't appeared and resolved Shueihata with a single move, this would have had Hoshi under the control of a spirit long ago and caused a tragedy. But before it happened, this matter, I'm afraid that no one will ever know about it except for Gao Xianyu. And at this moment, he, who was recognized as a good young man, was quickly walking towards the heavenly master's house. As they got closer, the sounds of fighting in the distance became louder and louder, until it was less than 50 meters away from the heavenly master's mansion. Gao Xianyu stood still, his face gradually becoming grave. Not good. After this fight, the system didn't reward cultivation at all. But look at this situation in front of me. There are at least hundreds of full sects within the heavenly master's mansion, and they are still scattered everywhere. If you only summoned great demons yourself, you simply couldn't kill them all in one breath within 5 moves. Even those low-grade magic treasures couldn't take care of all of them. It's just a matter of slipping away. I'd better go get a fort-changing mad. And I remember, I think Corpse Demon Tu Junfang was here too. There's Baron the Ghost, and Charlotte the Fierce, that refiner's apprentice. Barely scraped one together. With that math, it should be enough to count. Gao Xianyu turned into a living Yamai in seconds and started naming names one by one in the Book of Life and Death, at the same time heading deeper into the woods. But I don't know if he was lucky or if someone went backward. After about 10 minutes or so of walking, the sounds of battle came again from a short distance away. Gao Xianyu was delighted in his heart and walked over quickly. Around 50 paces or so, Lu Linglong's exclamation of surprise could be heard. "Flower, be careful." As soon as the words fell, Hoven Jinoa's miserable screams rang out one after another. Also accompanying it was a rough, maniacal laugh. "Ha ha ha, this little has a nice body, asshole. You guys let go of Hannah." However, this roar from Lu Linglong drew a crowd of ridicule. A female voice taunted immediately afterward. "Are you an idiot? Saying that we should let them go and we will? I advise you not to resist, or else don't blame me if that friend of yours is missing any parts." Lu Linglong's face instantly became extremely ugly after hearing this. A pair of fists were clenched, and his gaze went to Tu Junfang, who was staring at him closely. "Damn! I didn't realize this guy was here. That underhanded move of mine doesn't work at all." Yet just as she was at her wit's end, a voice came steeply from the woods. "The dragon is coiled in the sky, and the thunder flames are like a prison. Come out." The strongest demonic species of the dragon clan's direct lineage, the red-trained fire dragon. As the cry fell, the woods burst into flames. The sudden scene caused the crowd of Quan Sex and Lu Linglong to all look at the sky in shock, especially when they felt that powerful demonic aura. Everyone's bodies, unconsciously, trembled, and in that sea of fire, Gao Xianyu slowly walked out. Behind it, a deep, thick voice came. "Red Thunder, lead the way." Chapter 71 Unilateral Massacre. Can't anyone get me excited? The woods were ablaze with sky-high flames, causing Quan Sex and Lu Linglong and the others to be alarmed. But when Gao Xianyu was seen stepping from the flames, Lu Linglong immediately looked delighted and couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Gao Xianyu, Hoven Jinoa, who was subdued on the ground at this time, also had tears in her eyes and hope in her heart. Great, I'm saved. However, just when the two of them were rejoicing, when the entire audience heard the name Gao Xianyu, all of their bodies trembled, eyes flustered. He looked over at the approaching teenager. He's the same Gao Xianyu who could invite the true immortals and angrily kill the 10 brothers? That's not true. That old thing Yuan Tao. Didn't he say the kid was gone? Why are you suddenly back again? But before they could think deeply, they heard a thick voice in their ears. Red Thunder, lead the way. This sound was like a bolt from the blue, exploding in everyone's mind. At the same time, a majestic demonic power swept over the whole group of omnisexuals, including Lu Linglong and Hoven Jinoa. All had their bodies trembling violently. At the same time, it was as if a 10,000-pound mountain was pressing down on them. A wave of heat swirled around them, burrowing down their breath and searing their lungs. But before they could make a move, the next moment, they all froze in place with fearful gazes, only to see a 5-meter-tall demon with a flaming dragon's horn on its head and red hair and red whiskers appear in front of them. There were also several scratches at its right eye. With those empty eye sockets, it looked extremely hideous, and with that obese body swaying, every time his feet stepped on the ground, a slight vibration was created. The crowd's gazes were fixed on the red fire dragon, and they only felt that their souls were dying. They really couldn't understand where exactly this Gao Xianyu had summoned such an ancient ferocious beast. Damn! What the hell is this? The man who uniformed Hoven Jinoa asked with a pale face and a trembling voice, but no one could even answer that question for him. Even Tu Junfan was slightly gasping for more air. In his heart, he had already begun to calculate how he would be able to escape from this place. On the contrary, it was Lu Linglong who forced herself to endure the fear in her heart and looked at Gao Xianyu for help to. Please, help me. But before she could finish her sentence, Gao Xianyu waved his hand to interrupt. At the same time, his eyes swept over the crowd of omnisexuals and spread his hands in a morose smile. Guys, it's no fun bullying two little girls, is it? Come, I'll play with you. When these words came out, the crowd of omnisexuals instantly exploded with cold hairs and numbscalps. Are you playing with us? Brother, this is the only life we have. Is it enough for you to play? If you can't, how about we come back to you in our next life if you're tired and so on. However, just as a group of omnisexuals were at a loss for words, the man who had subdued Hoven Jinoa forced out a smile and said in an extremely humble tone, Little brother, are we, pust, under the moonlit sky. A blinding blood soared into midair. The man's voice came to an abrupt end, and at the moment the upper half of his body was reduced to mincemeat and scattered all over the place. The broken section of the waist gushed out a large amount of blood, spilling it in pieces onto the stupefied Hoven Jinoa. Vaguely, there was even an aroma of roasted meat. The sudden change caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air and turn their heads with horrified faces, only to see that the massive red fire dragon had somehow stood behind the man. At this moment, there was still fresh blood dripping from that raised dragon's claw. The most horrifying thing was that the man's head, which was pierced through by the nails of the fire dragon, was hanging on. The expression on his face when he was dying was still that of humility. When did it move over? It was so fast that we couldn't even notice it. No way. Run, or we'll all die here. In a powerful desire to survive, the few remaining omnisexuals, the thought popped into their heads at the same time. Tu Junfang, as the strongest of the few, was the first to turn around and flee without a moment's hesitation. But as soon as he turned around, the red-trained fire dragon also moved at the same time, only to see it swing its dragon claws, the human head on its nails, striking Tu Junfang's back with precision. The powerful force immediately caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood, but it was also at this moment that a large amount of black mist suddenly gushed out from his body. Immediately afterward, 3 monsters as black as ink, with strange forms, as if they were mud, appeared. However, when they appeared, they weren't going to attack the red training fire dragon. Instead, at the first moment, he propped up Tu Junfang's body and quickly disappeared towards the distance. It was also at this point that the few remaining omnisexuals reacted. Upon seeing that the attention of this ferocious beast was all attracted by Tu Junfang, it immediately fled in all directions. Seeing this scene, Gao Xianyu immediately frowned. Don't you want to fight back? It's okay to return the favor. Crowd omnipotence? Why don't you listen to what you're saying? Returning the favor? Even if we wiped our necks and killed ourselves on the spot, we wouldn't dare to go and fight such a ferocious beast. Just that ferocious tactic, the intimidating demonic aura. It's ing karma for us to meet you. But as he watched them flee, Gao Xianyu let out a cold snort and immediately had the red training fire dragon chase after them. The first to suffer was Tu Junfang. With the power of the 3 corpses, he had already run tens of meters away. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a wave of heat slammed behind him. With hardly any hesitation, he quickly maneuvered the three corpses and turned to attack. However, the moment it touched the dragon's claw, it was ignited and turned into repeated black smoke and disappeared. Immediately after that, the claws, which were larger than a human, instantly penetrated his body. A little flame was then born, directly igniting Tu Juanfang's entire body. But at this point, he could no longer feel the pain. The moment the dragon claw penetrated, his entire chest cavity, along with his internal organs, had long been completely shattered. Today's flames merely cremated his body, in situ, and turned it completely into ashes. With a single blow, the fire dragon did not stop for a second and shook its body once again. The next moment, it had already appeared in front of the woman. At this moment, where was the arrogance she had when dealing with Lu Linglong? The moment he saw the fire dragon appear, he suddenly turned pale and bloodless, and his mind went blank. With that, the whole person was wrapped in a huge shadow, and the red fire dragon was dropping down from above with a heavy fist. By the time it raised its fist, its hand was already covered in blood and covered in broken flesh. Looking at the puddle of flesh on the ground, he let out a cold snort of disdain, and then disappeared into thin air. Meanwhile, Gao Xianyu looked at the two women with dull gazes and didn't bother. In its mind, it had been sensing the progress of the red-trained fire dragon. After about 10 seconds or so, the last escaping omnisexual in this place also died tragically on the spot. With a casual lift of his hand, he immediately dispersed his power and sent it back. Phew! Gao Xianyu gasped slightly, constantly adjusting the air in his body. Just now, the several strikes made by the red-trained fire dragon, although they used physical attacks, not demonic power. However, that lightning-fast movement speed was supported by demonic power. At this moment, half of his already small amount of air had been used up again. Thinking that there are still 4 Zhang maniacs and others coming up next, it seems that I have to plan properly, so I can't be capricious. Chapter 72 Lu Jin storms out. Feverish Gao Xianyu. Gao Xianyu was in no hurry to leave after taking care of several quan sexes in one breath. Just stand still and try to recover as much air as you can from your body. It wouldn't recover much in a short time, but it was better than nothing. In addition, he waited with excitement for the cultivation rewards sent by the system. But after waiting for half a day, there was no movement. Instead, Lu Linglong had recovered from her shock during this period. She first worriedly looked at Hoven Jinhua, only to find that the other party had already fainted to death. It was thought that he should have been stunned by the blood that covered his body, plus the half-corpse beside him. In fact, not to mention Hoven Jinhua, even Lu Linglong felt a chill when she looked at this glance, especially with the cold moonlight. It actually gave people a feeling of being in purgatory. It's too vicious, too bloody, so much so that Lu Linglong couldn't help but shiver and hastily retract her gaze, followed by her stomach turning over. Although she was quite tough-minded, she was still a girl after all. Combined with the faint smell of blood in the air, he finally couldn't stand it any longer and quickly ran to the side of a tree and threw up. Gao Xianyu didn't bother to comfort her when he saw her like this. As an inhuman, life and death combat is something that can't be avoided, and sooner or later you have to face it. As the saying goes, if you can't adapt, you're doomed to be eliminated from the game. No one can be a hothouse flower in this cruel world of the Inhumans. It seems like the fighting still isn't enough. In going for someone else, Gao Xianyu, who didn't wait for the cultivation reward, muttered in disappointment. He then forced himself to endure the feeling of weakness in his body and turned towards the depths of the woods, though he also knew that the state he was in nowadays was no longer very suitable for fighting. But in order to quickly increase his cultivation and cure his family sister, he was unwilling to let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Anyway, he still had a bottom card he didn't use, so it wasn't false. But just as he was walking towards the inner woods, Lu Linglong, who had stopped vomiting, hurriedly took 2 steps forward and shouted, "Gao Xianyu, thank you." Hearing this voice of thanks, Gao Xianyu raised his arm without looking back and swung it dashingly a few times before disappearing into the forest. Lu Linglong looked at his departing back, momentarily lost in thought. In his heart, he was curious about this teenager who was acting strangely. Obviously, in order to avenge his master's nephew, he was able to be so ferocious that he even killed the Wang family's grandchildren. But now it was willing to come to the rescue of 2 people with whom he had only met a few times. Most of all, she could clearly perceive that the current Gao Xianyu was not in a good state. I'm afraid that just now, that single strike had taken almost all of his strength. But what is he clinging to when he goes and returns to this Dragon Tiger Mountain? However, just as Lu Linglong was filled with doubts, Gao Xianyu walked in the dimly lit woods, his eyes constantly seeking towards the surroundings. But this time, he walked for a full half-quarter of an hour without hearing any movement. Strange, where has all this omnisex gone? Or has the old celestial master already made his move? In the middle of his thoughts, he turned his head to look in the direction of the heavenly master's mansion. I only saw that there was still fire and light there, and when I listened carefully, there would still be faint sounds of fighting coming from there. With this alone, he could be certain that Zhang Jiwei had not made a move. Otherwise the riots in the Heavenly Master's house would have been suppressed long ago. As for the reason why Zhang Jiwei was delayed, he vaguely guessed it. In the face of such a pressing situation, it was thought that the only time this old man would have no time to worry about it would be during the time when the transmission was taking place. But this in turn gave him plenty of time. However, just at this moment, a tyrannical force suddenly came from the distance. Immediately afterward, a violent boom came. Yao Xianyu's spirit was shaken and he immediately ran along with the ringing sound. At the same time, his mind immediately pondered, who could be the one who could erupt such a powerful force? Soon, in conjunction with the situation at hand, the answer came to his mind. Lu Jin, and it was Lu Jin who was caught up in the 12 labors of love formation. But just as he was thinking, a roar resounded through the sky. The birds and beasts on the far side of the woods were scattered. Hearing this familiar voice, Gao Xianyu was even more certain of what he thought in his heart. The speed of his feet also increased once again, and he quickly ran towards the sound of the roar. After about a few minutes, a clear picture opened up before him. In a clearing in front of him, Lu Jin, who had turned on the reverse life triple, stood in place with a grimace on his face. The air around his body had transformed from its normal blue color to a dark red. Opposite him, there also stood the Yuan Tao master and disciple, and 3 of the 4 madmen: Shin Chong, the baneful seedling, Do Mei, the intestinal poison, and Gao Ning, the thunderbolt. At this moment, the 5 of them all had a grave expression on their faces, revealing a look of stern anticipation. One of them, Gao Ning, looked serious and was explaining something. He's already in a jar. Only there's some trouble. Elder Scholar Lu, decisive enough. With the last bit of self-control, the emotions were adjusted. After barely using the reverse life triple, he immediately abandoned the fixation of the foot Kain liver meridian. It's the same as actively pushing yourself into extreme anger and hatred, giving up rational and calm thinking and letting himself fall into madness. He wants to kill everyone in the room. Hearing this, the remaining 4 all frowned, especially Yuan Tao, a face as gloomy as water. Although he wanted to kill Lu Jin immediately to avenge his father's murder, but in his heart, he also understood that if this old thing really wanted to go crazy, it would never be something they could resist. But just when he was ready to avoid the front line for the time being and find a place to hide, "Yo, you guys are having fun. How about taking me one?" The sudden sound instantly startled the crowd, who hurriedly turned their heads to look, only to see Gao Xianyu smiling like a spring breeze and pacing over. "Look at that. If you didn't know, you'd think you'd run into an old acquaintance." Gao Xianyu. Yuan Tao's eyes widened with a gasp. Other than Bean, the 4 Zhang maniacs all had their hearts sinking and looked at him with guarded faces. Even Lu Jin, who was about to fall into a rage, couldn't help but glance at him, secretly shocked. What's this asshole doing here? But at this moment he could not afford to think deeply, and realizing that he was about to fall into extreme anger, he immediately forced himself to control his reason and said with difficulty, "Kid, go!" But unexpectedly, Gao Xianyu spread his hands and said with great reluctance, "Don't, Master Lu. It's rare to come across something so much fun. Don't worry, I can handle it." "Lu Jin, why don't you get some salt in your mouth? Was I afraid you wouldn't be able to handle it? I'm afraid you're gonna fix me." When the old man gets mad, he won't be able to control himself. "In case I make a move on you, will I ever see the sun tomorrow?" But nay, due to the 12 laborious emotions formation, he was already at a point where he couldn't control his sanity. It can only be with trepidation that one is completely caught up in the madness. It was also at this moment that a powerful force erupted from Lu Jin's body. A red air mass, visible to the naked eye, kept enlarging and rapidly spreading in all directions, wrapping up everyone present. Gao Xianyu looked at Lu Jin, who was about to storm out, and immediately his blood boiled as he said with an excited smile, "Finally, Gramps, I'll be hard and gentle." Chapter 73, the first appearance of the magic treasure. Yuan Tao wanted to take the treasure and kill people. Take the ancient Xian mirror and enter the 4 sacred beasts. Sacrifice. 4 elephant mirror. Seeing Lu Jin storming off, Gao Xianyu stood with one hand negatively and suddenly raised his legal decree. As the words fell, an ancient mirror engraved with carvings protruded from the sky behind him. But even though it is a mirror, except for the half palm of the mirror in the center, in its surroundings, all are red discs, and on top of the disc, engraved with golden carvings, were the 4 sacred beasts of China: green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and Xian Wu, the 4 holy beasts intertwined and circled, head to tail, either head high and whistling to the sky, or low and roaring, the appearance of the sacred pressure, as if in the battlefield, and with the appearance of the 4 elephant mirror, the the scene was besides Lu Jin, who had fallen into a frenzy. The remaining 5 people, all of them stared at the mirror in disbelief, their hearts extremely puzzled. Didn't you say that Gao Xian you can summon demonic fairies? But what's with the mirror now? Could it be that this mirror has also become a spirit? It's not ing bull. However, just as several people were confused, Lu Jin suddenly erupted into a roar. Immediately, his hands snapped up and casually waved his hands. Only in its air, several talismans drawn with air appeared one after another. In just the blink of an eye, they were already spread everywhere, tens of them. Then he rushed towards the crowd and waved his hands, and all the talismans instantly and swiftly attacked towards the few people present. He launched a frantic attack. Run! Yuan Tao let out a strangled cry and was the first to come back from his shock. Immediately, he took his apprentice bean and turned toward a high rock nearby to hide behind. When the 3 of the 4 madmen saw this, they also looked horrified and followed one after the other. Gao Xianyu was the only one who remained erect in the same spot. Looking at the talisman that was speeding towards him, he slowly took a deep breath. Take the mirror. Woody green song, line up in the east. As the cry fell, the ancient mirror in midair blazed with green light, instantly wrapping around Gao Xianyu. Immediately afterward, a dragon's roar roared to the heavens, and the sound shook the sky. At the same time, the several flying talismans also crashed into the green light one after another, but at the moment of touch, it dissipated as much as it could. It was also at this time that the green light receded, and a man with a blue body and a dragon's horn on his head, with a look that was no different from that of a human, and who was powerful and robust, stood in front of Gao Xianyu. Above its eyes, there was a sunglasses, and the corner of his mouth raised a smug smile as he said, "A mere talisman. How dare you make a fool of yourself in front of this great master?" As he spoke, he immediately waved his arm and dispersed all the incoming talismans once again, but after one blow, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. It only felt like its own power, which was rapidly fading. Suddenly, Qinglong reacted and hurriedly turned back to look at Gao Xuanyu. Upon realizing that the other party had a weak look on his face, he suddenly panicked. "Big brother, what's wrong with you? But you must hold on. I'm going to finish the old man off right now." Green Dragon was afraid that no one would empty his shopping cart and didn't dare to delay any longer. At that moment, he let out a loud roar and charged straight at the storming Lu Jin. In just the blink of an eye, it had come close, but as soon as he got close, he was attacked by Lu Jin's frantic attack. The talismans that were drawn with air were simply thrown at him frantically as if they didn't need money. In the end, he even bullied his way forward and started a physical battle with the power increased by the reverse life triple. That sandbagged fist, hitting sonic booms with each swing, fell like rain in a frenzy. Facing this stormy attack, the weakened Qinglong could only protect his vitals with both hands, and was actually pressurized and unable to resist for a moment. At this moment, Gao Xianyu, who was standing not far away, forcibly maintained the 4-elephant mirror and panted heavily. Feeling that the air in his body was being lost, his heart was secretly bitter. "Although I don't have much air left, you're at least a green dragon. How come you're still suppressed by the fight?" With this, Wang Fugue still claimed that it was one of his strongest few magic treasures. Can't you kids be reliable? But now that the 4-elephant mirror had been summoned, he didn't intend to take it back. After all, apart from Lu Jin, there were still a few remaining full sexes on the scene, eyeing them intently. Thinking of this, he turned his head slightly sideways and swept his eyes at the few people hiding behind the rocks, only to see that the 5 omnisexuals, all with their heads exposed, were staring daggers at the battlefield. Yuan Tao, in particular, was looking at the 4-elephant mirror with fiery eyes filled with greed. What the hell is that mirror? There was such a powerful demon immortal inside. Could it be? This is the legendary magic treasure? Thinking of this, Yuan Tao felt his heartbeat quicken, and his entire body was so excited that it trembled. As a refiner, he was all too aware of the concept of a magic treasure. That's a truly divine tactic. Placed in this inhuman realm, that was definitely comparable to the existence of a divine artifact. Even in his opinion, even that so-called 8 strange techniques could not be compared at all. If I can snatch this magic treasure. Yuan Tao's hands clenched violently, and his breathing was unconsciously heavy. Seeing this, Gao Ning, who was beside him, mistakenly thought that something had happened to him, and hurriedly asked, "Master Yuan, are you all right?" A query instantly awakened Court Tao. Spinning around, he stood up violently and said in an agitated tone, "Monk, quick, use your 12 labors of love formation to mess with Gao Xianyu." Hearing this, not only Gao Ning, but even the rest of the few people, were stunned. "Elder Yuan, why do you suddenly want to make a move on him?" Xinchong was greatly surprised and asked in a very puzzled manner. But unexpectedly, Yuan Tao let out a low shout. "Don't ask so many questions. Kill this brat, and I guarantee that it will be beneficial to all of us." Hearing him urging again, the Gao Ning few were no cuties. All hesitated. One must know that the matter of this Gao Xuanyu angrily killing the 10 brothers during the day had long been rumored by now. Just such a powerful crazy batch. But anyone with a normal brain would not want to mess with it. But I didn't expect that this Yuan Tao had actually started to kill him. However, Yuan Tao saw that they were slow to move, and immediately his face sank. He then maneuvered his 9 dragons and slowly raised the power-based basho in it into the air. This kid looks very weak. I think manipulating this magic treasure must have consumed a lot of his energy. Sneak in now and you might get a hit. Yuan Tao's gaze was gloomy and full of killing intent. Immediately, he maneuvered the 9 dragons basha and attacked Gao Xianyu's head. Gao Xianyu looked at the rapidly incoming beads. Killing intent suddenly appeared in his eyes as he let out a cold snort. Masonry and stone, birds of prey, heaven's gate, block. A voice fell, and in the direction where that basha was attacking, suddenly space shook. Immediately afterward, an ancient city wall protruded. Although it was only half a meter in size, it blocked Basho's attack with precision. Bang! With a muffled sound, the bashful pearl, which had crashed into the city wall, shattered with a loud bang. Yuan Tao, the queen of Gao Shi, also suffered a backlash due to the destruction of his magic weapon. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Master, Elder Yuan. When the few people from all sects saw this, they all looked shocked and rushed forward to check it out. But unexpectedly, Yuan Tao quickly struggled to get up and whispered sternly, "What are you waiting for? This kid will be ruined soon. Let's kill and seize the treasure." Chapter 74. One drink swallows mountains and rivers. Yellow wind rolls 10,000 fathoms. Yuan Tao's stern cry finally made Gao Ning's few people understand why he had become murderous towards Gao Xuanyu, hoping that this old thing was trying to rob people of their treasures. But that mirror, I have to say, is extremely tempting indeed. The demon immortal released therein was actually able to hold up against Lu Jin in his stormy state. Although they had been in a state of suppression, they had found it. Under that crazy attack from Lu Jin, the person didn't even break his skin. The reason why he was powerless to resist was, in all likelihood, due to Gao Xianyu's own weakness. For a time, the Gao Ning few were all heartened. His eyes also unconsciously looked towards Gao Xianyu, but then they suddenly realized that the other party was also looking at them with a murderous look on their faces. Not good. This kid wants to take a shot at us. Xin Chong let out a cry of alarm, and cold sweat flowed from his forehead. The rest of the few people were also flustered and their expressions became tense. Although they had bad intentions, they were ultimately facing a strong enemy who could kill 10 brothers alone. Even if the other party looked weak, it still caused several people to feel the pressure. After all, a random demon immortal summoned by this kid was not something they could fight against. However, Yuan Tao, who had already been blinded by the Dharma treasure's heart, stared at it without any fear. At the same time, he said in a gloomy tone, full of killing energy, "Don't hesitate. We're done for. Just with the way this kid acts, he will never let us go. We've done it anyway. Why don't we just slaughter him while he's weak now?" Yuan Tao said these last 3 words with an extremely heavy tone. The killing intent contained in his tone had also been monstrous. Gao Ning's few people also felt quite reasonable after hearing this. This kid even dared to kill the 10th brother. How could he let them go? In the end, they simply turned their hearts to each other, and each of them exerted their own means. At this moment, Gao Xianyu, who was standing in place, suddenly felt that his 12 meridians were being constantly rattled. All sorts of negative emotions in his heart also quickly surged to the surface. The 12 love formations? Gao Xuanyu instantly realized that this was Gao Ning striking out, but just as he was about to make a move to resist, his brain suddenly fell into a blur. The only thing I saw was a flash of the image in front of me, and the figure of my family actually appeared. Great-grandfather Gao Chansuan, as well as his father, second uncle, sister-in-law. The family sat around and laughed about something. The most surprising thing was that even his sister was back to her old self, and was constantly beckoning him over. "Oh, the poison through the gut, Dome? You guys are really daring. It's just that you want me to be crazy, so I'll be crazy for you, but not your boring tricks. Swallow the mountains and rivers in one drink. Endless wine pot. Fill it up." Gao Xianyu drank low in a deep voice while raising his right hand. In the next moment, a wine pot with the word "Yu" written on it appeared in his hand out of nowhere. Without any hesitation, Gao Xianyu immediately pulled out the cork of the wine and poured a few gulps into his mouth. The strong drink went down his throat and he felt a hot flash. The moment it entered the stomach, the air that had been on the verge of drying up actually began to recover rapidly. Just one breath had already brought him back to his peak state. Phew! Gao Xianyu raised his left hand, wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth, and burped heavily. Then the eyes became a little disoriented and the feet began to float. Endless wine pot. Tushan is accompanying magic treasure. When consumed, it not only restores mana, but also causes the drinker's power to skyrocket. Only this side effect was also too great for Gao Xianyu, because with his strength, it wasn't enough to dissolve the strength of the wine. You can only stay awake for a short time, and then you will die of drunkenness. With the 3 mouths he had now, he would have to sleep for at least 5 days and 5 nights. Ha! Ha 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 ha. Gao Xianyu's alcohol was on top of his head, and he let out a burst of maniacal laughter as he flung his hand and sent the wine jug back. As this wine is not extraordinary, it instantly eliminates the means of Domei and Ganon. At this moment, the 5 people hiding behind the stone, with shocked expressions, looked at Gao Xianyu, who was laughing maniacally. For some reason, a strong sense of crisis rose in his heart, but before they could return to their senses, they saw Gao Xianyu looking at them violently. Bald ass, come and fight. The yellow wind rolls 10,000 feet, and the stone ridge hides the golden light. Spirit snake, summon. Gao Xianyu let out a low cry, and space shook continuously. Golden spirit scale, at your service. In the void, a man in a red cloak with bronze skin stepped out. Just as he appeared, the demonic winds around him suddenly rose, and several dragon scrolls ascended into the sky. The power of a great demon king erupted, and immediately the surrounding trees and boulders were all swept into midair. Feeling this majestic demonic power, the 5 people of Quan's sex had a huge change in color. Their expressions shocked. Didn't he run out of strength? How can he still summon such a strong demon immortal? Yuan Tao looked at the raging storm wind. Cold sweat immediately flowed from his forehead, and his body subconsciously retreated towards the back. The 2 of them, Gao Ning and Domei, who were beside him, were even more horrified. It was as if he was looking at a monster. Staring at Gao Xianyu, they couldn't figure out why this kid, who was clearly about to fall, just took a sip of wine and suddenly came to his senses again. Could it be that there was some kind of elixir inside that wine pot? But at this point there was no way for them to think about it. It was because that demon immortal in midair was already maneuvering the hurricane and rolling towards the several people. Run! Shinshon let out a shriek and turned around to run towards the distance. Seeing this, the remaining 4 did not hesitate for a second and quickly turned around to flee for their respective lives. Especially Yuan Tao and Bean Egg. This master and disciple do not know when feet actually put on the magic weapon fast-walking rabbit master. With just a few leaps, he fled into the depths of the woods without a trace. When the 4 Zhang maniac trio saw this, they immediately greeted Yuan Tao's ancestors in their hearts. But the movement of the feet, but do not dare to the slightest stagnation, all desperately running forward. At the same time behind them, several hurricanes swept in. Wherever they passed, the trees were neatly broken as if they were harvested by sharp blades. The ground was even left in a mess with wind marks. Gao Ning, who was running desperately, suddenly had a breeze coming from his legs, and then his feet became empty, and his entire body fell out in a forward direction. But before he could stabilize himself, he felt a sharp pain coming from his left leg. He didn't look down until he had fallen several meters and stopped. It turned out, to my horror, that my calf was long gone, a large amount of blood gushing out from the severed limb. But before he could let out a howl, a hurricane came at him head-on. Gao Ning's obese body was instantly slashed with thousands of wounds, but the blood that erupted was not scattered on the ground. Instead, along with the hurricane, it swept Gao Ning into the air, frantically cutting into his body. A few seconds passed and the hurricane disappeared. A shower of blood fell from the sky, along with countless broken flesh and bones, falling to the ground. The tattered grass, trees, and dirt around them were all dyed red by the rain of blood. Under the moonlight, it looked unusually demonic and poignant. It was as if a painter, using blood as ink, had painted a landscape. The grass, trees and earth were outlined as a bloody purgatory. Chapter 75 Northern Mountain Stone Spirit. Imperial unification of 10,000 demons. Is the bald ass dead already? Gao Xianyu exhaled a mouthful of wine and looked at the wretched woods. The hurricane was like a knife, and it even twisted the ground into 1,000 holes. Several tornado storms shot straight up into the sky, spreading towards the surroundings in a constant rage. The wind is howling and thunder is falling from the sky. From a distance, it looked as if it was the end of days. Golden Spirit Scale stood proudly in midair, his cloak blowing and hunting behind him. A pair of gazes were like eagle eyes, looking sternly into the distance. Soon, he noticed 2 figures weaving in and out of the woods that were 100 meters away. Immediately, he maneuvered the hurricane and attacked towards the 2 of them with great speed. Beanpole, run quickly, otherwise, when that monster catches up, both of us will die here. Yuan Tao's face was panicked, and intense fear showed in his eyes. Thinking back to the demon immortal who manipulated the storm, his heart was appalled. What's in that jug, anyway? Gao Xianyu had only taken 2 sips and suddenly became so powerful. Also, isn't he an Exodus fairy who can only summon immortals? How come there are so many magic treasures in the body? Could it be that it was all borrowed from those immortals? The more Yuan Tao thought about it, the more horrified he became. But it also made that greedy heart, once again, become stupid. But he didn't lose his mind and descend into madness, knowing that the immediate priority is to escape. As for those magic treasures, it wouldn't be too late to wait until there was an opportunity to grab them later. that Gao Xian you may be powerful, but there's still a time for a tiger to snooze. As long as he has patience, I'm sure it will work out. However, just as his mind was spinning, a breeze suddenly blew. Immediately afterward, a round object rolled down in front of him. Fixing his eyes through the moonlight, he realized that it was actually his disciple's head. Binar. Yuan Tao let out a cry of surprise, and suddenly his face changed drastically, and a chill ran through his heart. But before he could make a move, a hurricane struck wildly, instantly wrapping him up. In the next moment, Yuan Tao let out a miserable howl while his entire body was swept into the sky. Under the tearing of the countless wind blades, in just the blink of an eye, it was turned into a puddle of flesh and blood and scattered over this land. In the meantime, after Gao Xianyu drank the spirits, he not only restored his state to its peak, but also temporarily skyrocketed his cultivation. But that's what put him in a semi-drunken state. The last time I remembered getting drunk, it was a lifetime ago. At the moment, his drunken eyes were hazy, and he only felt the alcohol getting to his head. Although he still has a trace of sobriety, it's only a matter of time before he's drunk and dead. No way. Must go to Zhangji Wei immediately. What little sanity remained reminded him of the purpose of his trip. Turning his head to look at Lu Jin and Qing Long, he realized that the two were still entangled in a fight. The difference was that nowadays, the green dragon was also finally powerful after having the air boost. In the face of the incoming talisman, as well as Lu Jin's fist, it was simply ignored. Relying on a handful of water-based spells, he suppressed it hard. I thought it wouldn't take a moment to subdue the old man. Just knock him out. Don't kill him. Gao Xianyu used his divine sense to give an explanation, then looked in the direction of the Heavenly Master's mansion. A paper talisman, a divine act. With a fall, two talismans appeared above his legs. He dared not tarry in the slightest as the wine got more and more to his head. Immediately, he looked in the right direction, and with the help of the speed of the divine walking talisman, he ran straight to the Heavenly Master's mansion. It's just that these legs of his, they don't seem to be working very well. You're obviously running in a straight line. Why are you taking a turn? Bang! With a muffled sound, Gao Xianyu slammed straight into the tree trunk and fell backward to the ground. Then I felt my stomach turn, but I wanted to vomit but couldn't. It's a real old sin. But in order to be able to get to Tianshifu as soon as possible before the drunken death passes, he forced down the churning in his stomach and raised his sword finger again. Take the mirror. Shui Xiangong. Line up in the north. Vomit. Xian Wu. The Xuanwu that had just appeared suddenly shrunk back at the sight of Gao Xuanyu, who was about to vomit. Brother, it's not that I'm not pulling you, old man, but you're so scared of turtles. This is going to spit on me. How am I going to face myself later? Seeing Xuanwu leave, Gao Xuanyu's face instantly darkened and the corners of his mouth continued to twitch. But at this moment, he was in no mood to care. All he could think of was to hurry up and find Zhang Jiwei. Fortunately, at that moment, the golden spirit scale, who had been standing in midair, learned of his thoughts. Immediately, he raised his hand and swept a soft wind, lifting Gao Xianyu in his hands and flying towards the direction of the Heavenly Master's mansion. But regular drinkers know that when wine meets the wind, it instantly pours. At this moment, Gao Xianyu, who was feeling the fresh breeze welcoming his face, felt a wave of dizziness and the sky was spinning. So much so that last shred of sobriety was completely lost and turned into a complete state of drunkenness. To top it off, he couldn't hold back the churning in his stomach any longer and began to vomit furiously. But coincidentally, the golden spirit scale just happened to fly over the Heavenly Master's mansion. The all-sex, who was having a good time down below, suddenly felt a foreign object fall from the sky. After seeing what the descending foreign object was, each expression was as ugly as eating sure in an instant. Immediately afterward, a chorus of curses erupted. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What was it that sneaked up on me in such a disgusting way? Finished. I'm not pure anymore. Ah, I day your grandmother's leg. You stinking Taoist priests, how dare you play so buried? A whole host of omnisexuals instantly became furious and broke into a fit of rage. At the same time, he looked up and around, trying to see who had done it. However, because the golden spirit scale was flying too fast, by the time they looked up to check, it was long gone. But just because they couldn't see it didn't mean Gao Xianyu couldn't hear it. Already drunk, he lost his temper when he heard that piece of cursing. Dare to scold the old man, right? There's no one above me anymore. You guys better have someone to cover. Jean, put me down. I'm going to them up. Golden spirit scale stopped flying at his words and looked at Gao Xianyu, who was already drunk, and couldn't help but frown slightly. But just when he wanted to persuade a few words, he saw Gao Xianyu struggling violently while shouting, "Come on, hurry up and put me down. See if I don't beat them up so badly that they can't even recognize their mothers. Dare to scold me? No one dares to mess with me in this part of the Heavenly Master's mansion yet. Not even if Zhang Jiwei comes." Seeing that he had already played up his drunkenness, Golden Spirit Scale was speechless, but the thought that after helping out, he would be able to travel to Tushan with honor to find his beloved Honghong. Still, he casually invoked a soft breeze and sent it back to the ground. He himself, on the other hand, was following behind to prevent accidents. At this time, Gao Xianyu, who had steadily landed on the ground, stood in a long corridor, his drunken eyes hazily looking at a group of full sex in front of him, now in a drunken state. He just wants to make a big mess. Hey, a hiccup, here's a fun one for you. The northern mountains give birth to stone spirits, transforming the emperor to unite 10,000 soldiers. The stone bones are indestructible, and the force breaks the sky. Kuei Nyo and mythical Gaby come forward to meet us. Please, the destruction heavenly king, kill. Chapter 76 Drunkenness and Swinging Demons, playing the old heavenly master apart. Gao Xianyu, in his drunken state, clasped his hands together and recited the benediction. But just as he summoned the destruction heavenly monarch, thus creating a spatial tremor, the Quan sex, who was making a fuss in the distance, also noticed the strange changes here and turned their heads to look. What happened? Who is that kid? Asterisk. Why doesn't this feel right? What do you care? Kill him first. As soon as these words were uttered, a few Quan sects swung their weapons and charged straight at Gao Xianyu. But when several people were about to reach the near front, a hurricane suddenly rose under their feet and they were swept into the sky. In the distance, a group of omnisexual faces looked up in shock. However, it was discovered that the bodies of the several people who were in the middle of the hurricane were being continuously torn apart. In just the blink of an eye, it was reduced to a puddle of flesh and blood, indiscriminately stirring in the howling wind. Seeing this scene, the crowd immediately felt their scalps tingling and were horrified in their hearts. At this moment, they looked at the bloody wind above them, and it was like a black cloud pressing down on their hearts. Being all sex, they have seen dead people, not the least of which are cruel people who kill for fun. But it was the first time I had seen such a gruesome death. But just as they were appalled in their hearts, someone suddenly let out a shocked cry. What was that thing in the sky? With a sound, everyone looked in the direction he was pointing, only to see that in the midst of looking at the high sky, one person was erected. Its gaze was cold and stern, and it also looked at them with some disdain. Is that a person? But why can he fly? And this horrible gale, could it be that he summoned it as well? But before they could react, an extremely violent aura suddenly appeared. Perceiving that monstrous pressure, as well as the terrifying demonic power, caused all of the entirety to have a huge change in color and look horrified. There was a quick turn of the head to look at the teenager in the distance, only to see that in the void behind him, there was a burly man who slowly walked out. Every step it took caused the ground to shake slightly, and in the middle of the earth, as if there were war drums, emitting a dull sound. It wasn't until this person stepped out of the void and stood in front of the teenager that he let out a thick voice. Sure, Quan, listen to the seal. This one voice, though not loud, but it was like thunder, bombarding everyone's ears, especially after feeling the demonic power emanating from the other party. It instantly caused everyone's hearts to press on a heavy boulder. What kind of monster is this? Looking at the half-naked, muscular Sher Quan, an all-sex tone of horror and a trembling voice asked. Not to mention, someone here actually answered a question. Could this be a demon immortal? Hearing this, everyone's bodies trembled tremendously. A demon fairy? Gao Xianyu? For a moment, the name popped up in everyone's mind. If it was placed before today, they really didn't know who this person was. But nowadays, that's really like a thunderbolt. Luo Tian Dajiao was generous and glorious, and with a handful of means of summoning true immortals, he was able to overwhelm the group. Later, he even avenged his master's nephew by beheading Wang Ai, the 10th brother, in front of Zhang Jiwei. It was even rumored that when that Wang Ai died, there wasn't even a drop left. What a joke! How did this kid show up here? Damn! Is that muscular man a true immortal? With such terrifying demonic power, how could anyone possibly beat it? Son of a... I told you why everyone in the company suddenly ran away. It turns out that they already knew that this Gao Xianyu is here. Cut the ing crap. Run! This prompt instantly woke everyone up. A group of full sects immediately turned around and fled, running straight outside the Heavenly Master's house, and at that moment, Gao Xianyu's brain was too slow to react due to the effects of alcohol. It wasn't until he saw all sects escape that he finally reacted. Run, brother Quan, him for me. Hearing this, Sher Quan took a step forward, his fists clenched and slowly raised. Although his gaze was calm, his demon emperor-level demonic power suddenly erupted. In the sky, there was a sudden black cloud covering the moon, and the sky full of stars instantly disappeared. A powerful aura, like a giant wave, swept towards the surroundings in an overwhelming manner. Its ground, moreover, cracked inch by inch, like an earth dragon turning over. Ishikawa has been saving up for a punch for a long time. Spinning around, he violently raised his right hand and blasted forward. Drink! With a low shout, terrifying demonic power surged out like a flood. Although only 1/10 of the power was utilized, it still caused the mountains to shake and the earth to tremble. Even at this moment, the heavens and earth were eclipsed into a soundless silence. The buildings in front of the fist wind were destroyed in this instant. Those homosexuals who were originally fleeing were also swallowed up by this terrifying demonic power. All of them didn't even have time to utter a miserable scream before their bodies were mercilessly torn apart by this violent force until they shattered and completely disappeared. Tu Shan and Tu Si, who were standing on a distant hill, led a group of their men and looked at the scene in front of them in horror. From their perspective, the impact of the punch was nothing short of annihilation. In the instant that Shi Quan blasted his fist, everything that existed in front of him was destroyed. The 1,000-year-old temple, the Heavenly Master's palace, was hardened and half of it was destroyed. Even this front hill has been neatly chipped away in large swaths. Now at a glance, that Longhu mountain has become a remnant of eternal broken walls. The Heavenly Master's house was even more isolated on top of the mountain, and there was no more way to climb the mountain. Crazy, crazy. This Gao Xuanyu is completely insane. Su Sunyu's voice trembled, his head broke out in cold sweat, and he sat on his butt, thinking back to just now. If they hadn't realized that this kid was fighting with the 4 Zhang maniacs, so much so that it gave them ample time to retreat. I'm afraid that this time, all of them will be buried with the whole sex. Whether he's crazy or not I don't know, but the old celestial master is definitely going crazy. Su Si, who was standing on the side, raised his trembling right hand and took a hard drag on his cigarette, trying to do so, to try to calm that wildly beating heart. Instead, he found that the more he tried to restrain himself, the stronger that fear in his heart became. Finally, he simply sat down on his butt as well, gasping for air, and behind the two, a group of employees were all silent, their eyes staring at the ruins in the distance in horror. In its heart, a monstrous fear had long since welled up and could not be calmed for a long time. Only Feng Bao Bao, who was sitting on the side, looked at that distant Heavenly Master's mansion with anticipation in his eyes. In the meantime, Zhang Jiwei stood in front of the collapsed attic, a face as gloomy as water as he looked at the front mountain. Beside his god, Zhang Chulan was dumbfounded, looking incredulously at the only half of the mountain left. Master, Master, you. He wanted to say a few words of comfort, but he didn't know where to start. Thinking back to just now when he had refused to pass on his degree, Zhang Jiwei had been persuading himself bitterly, even in the face of the all-sex attack on the mountain, as well as Lu Jin storming out. He only swore that he had his own Gao Xianyu who would take care of it. But what do you think? This kid is really ing black. Not only did he kill Quan Sex, but he even demolished half of the Heavenly Master's mansion in the process. What? Your Gao family is already so rich? Want to just rebuild the Heavenly Master's mansion and refurbish Lung Fu Shan, right? Chapter 77. Chapter 77, Dragon Tiger Mountain. That night, a golden light bloomed. Shi Quan threw a punch that destroyed half of the mountain. Although the attack had already ended, that berserk demonic power still filled this part of the heavens and earth for a long time, unable to dissipate. Yet unsurprisingly, this punch, too, managed to drain Gao Xianyu, but the intense feeling of weakness didn't bring him to his senses. Instead, he went straight into a state of deep intoxication because he was mentally drained. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one. Gao Xianyu slurred his words, leaning his back against the broken stone wall as he gave his orders. But at this point, he had long since lost all his air power, and he couldn't even maintain the existence of Shi Quan and the Golden Spirit Scale. The two men's bodies became illusory for a while, then completely disappeared. Even the 4-elephant mirror in that forest dissipated along with it. But the good thing is, Green Dragon got the job done. Although it beat Lu Jin to a pulp and put him in a coma, but also with the water spell, he managed to get the old man out of his anger, and out of his head. At this moment, Gao Xianyu, who was sitting on the ground, looked at the disappearing Shi Quan and was instantly dissatisfied. How did it go? Come back and carry on. Then with eyes misty and wiggling his arms carelessly, he cocked his head and said, "What the hell? Not enough friends. Just thinking about going back up to Tushan to enjoy the blessings, and not saying to bring me one." But at that moment, he didn't know which one of his tendons had gone wrong, and suddenly hemmed and hawed. "That's right. Summon Sister Yaya and ask her to take me to Mount 2 to play." With that, he raised the finger of the sword that could not be erected, and wanted to recite the mantra. But after thinking about it for half a day, he forgot the catchphrase. "Ugh, how did you summon Yaya-chan? Let's see." Gao Xianyu shifted his unsteady sitting body, revealing a look of hard thinking. After about a few seconds had passed, he suddenly opened his eyes and smiled dementedly. Right, this is it. The golden body shook the three realms, a stick of 10,000 demons facing. Chaos transformed into the Taoist body. The Qi Tian folded his arms. Candle Dragon and Koan Pang welcome before. Please, the Ori three youngsters. Disciple bow in fear. As his voice fell, the heavens and earth were suddenly filled with golden light. Immediately afterward, the sky was filled with a pressure like a monstrous wave that instantly filled this heaven and earth. The crowd, who had not yet regained their composure, were instantly creeped out when they felt this majestic pressure, and a chill went straight to their brains. Tu Shan and the others on the distant hilltop looked at the blinding golden light that was like daytime, and their entire brains went blank. Even Feng Bao, who had always been unperturbed by anything, immediately tensed up and looked at the golden light with horror. Possessing superb perception, she clearly detected it. Within that golden light, there was an extremely terrifying existence. It was as if the other party only had to think a single thought, and he or she would be left with no bones and die immediately. In the meantime, Zhang Jiwei, who was standing in front of the ruins of the attic, looked at the golden light and was also extremely terrified, although he didn't know exactly which demon immortal had descended to this place. However, it was clearly understood that this one was definitely more than 100 or 1,000 times stronger than the one who had just shattered the mountain with a single punch. For a while, Zhang Jiwei stood trembling, not knowing what to do. He just couldn't figure out what this Gao Xianyu was going to do. Is it a grudge against him? Destroying the mountain and smashing the Taoist temple is not even a problem. Why did you make such a big and scary demon fairy come out? If you really can't, you give the old man a hard time. This is ing torture. As for Zhang Chulan, who was on its side, at this moment, he had long been lying on the ground, once again hardened by fear. In fact, not to mention Longhu Mountain, with this place as the center, even the foreigners who were thousands of miles away perceived this horrible pressure, so much so that all of them looked horrified and looked towards the direction of Longhu Mountain. At the same time, his heart wondered what had happened in that place thousands of miles away. How could there be such a horrible aura? Could it be that the old celestial master, feathered to ascend to immortality? However, just as the crowd was in shock and horror, Gao Xianyu looked at the golden hairs in front of him and scratched his head in confusion. That's not right. When did Jaya's sister turn into a hare? Could it be that there's something wrong with the way I'm reciting the mantra? But just as he was puzzled, the hair suddenly bloomed with a blinding golden light. Immediately afterward, an Aolai San Shao, whose body shimmered with golden light and whose outer contour was humanoid, appeared in place. Its gaze was curiously sizing up Gao Xianyu. Little one, are you the one who called this young master here? But this world can't accommodate my real body, so I can only let a single hair help you. With that, his eyes glanced towards the surroundings, somewhat puzzled. But looking at you, it doesn't seem like you need any help. However, as soon as his words fell, Gao Xianyu looked up at the little golden man covered in golden light and asked in confusion, "Ha, you're not Sister Yaya?" Spinning around, he held onto the wall and shook his body, about to stand up, wanting to see who the visitor really was. But just as he stood halfway, his body lost its balance and fell directly towards one side. Seeing this, Aolai San Shao's doppelganger immediately tapped his fingers and stabilized his body. Meanwhile, on the subject's side, some information came to him, and at once he understood what was going on. I see, because I couldn't dissolve Yaya's strong drink, I got drunk like this. But you're pretty strong-willed if you haven't passed out drunk by now. That's just it. Since I'm already here, I'll give you a hand. It's just as well to pipe in Tu Shan for a favor, and to meet Yaya if you're not doing anything. But before that, it's necessary to let you regain some mana. As he spoke, he casually lifted his hand, and once again, Yaya's wine pot appeared in his hand. He then pulled the cork and poured it into Gao Xianyu's mouth while smiling. Although those 2 bites down there will put you to sleep for a few more days, but it allows you to get things done before you pass out drunk. When he finished his sentence, he stopped pouring his drink as well. At this time, the air within Gao Xianyu's body had also once again recovered to its peak and temporarily skyrocketed. It's just that the brain, well, it's even less clear. When he looked at the little golden man in front of him, he only felt incredibly familiar, but he couldn't recall who it was. But then there was a song that suddenly came to mind and slurred out, "Monkey, monkey, mushy really old. Aolai San Shao, you boys better be really drunk. Otherwise I'll show you how great your monkey brother really is." However, he also knew that time was limited, and the boy was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold out for long before he died of drunkenness. So he asked, "Tell me, where is the man you seek?" This matter was something he had learned through his main body, at the Golden Spirit Scale. At that time, Gao Xianyu still maintained a trace of lucidity, The obsession in his heart was also felt by the golden spirit scale, but this inquiry from Ari Sanjiu was like a keyword trigger. Gao Xianyu, who was already in a state of deep intoxication, had actually regained so much clarity. Immediately, he raised his hand and pointed away in a direction, but it was only for a moment, and then the glimmer of clarity was lost again. Seeing this, San Shao shook his head and immediately transformed into a golden light, taking Gao Xianyu away. Chapter 78 Old Heavenly Master, you don't want this Longhu Mountain to be razed to the ground, do you? A golden light flashed through the night sky at night on Longhu Mountain. In just the blink of an eye, he arrived at a small courtyard. Is it here? The third youngest Ari looked at the old and young man in the room and inquired. According to the direction Gao Xianyu had pointed out, this was the only place that was closest and occupied. Mostly, he was drawn to the place by the faintly murderous aura. Although he didn't know what was happening, the teenager holding the silver needle was clearly trying to commit an act against the old man who had broken his arms and legs. According to common sense, this old man was so miserable that he must know some shocking secret. If it was really the person Gao Xianyu was looking for, then if this person died, his trip would be considered a wasted one. On top of that, what a bad reputation he has. When other demons are brought in, it's a matter of 3 strikes and easy to get things out of the way. As a result, he, the third young master of Ari, arrived here and couldn't even protect an old man. How would this let him mix in the fox demon world in the future? At this moment, Gao Xianyu slowly looked up after hearing third young's inquiry, but already in a state of deep intoxication, he only felt a blur in front of his eyes and couldn't see anyone at all. The third youngest noticed this as well and raised his hand to throw him to the door of the room. When he was about to fall, he once again used his mana to hold him up, which prevented Gao Xianyu from falling head over heels. However, this action caused Tian Jinzhong and Gongcheng, who were inside the room, to tremble in their hearts. The two of them looked at the little golden man in front of them with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. What kind of demon is this? Could it be that the gold has become a spirit? Obviously, he couldn't feel any demonic aura, but between those hands and feet, he actually exuded a great pressure. It's horrible. Gongcheng, in particular, was on the verge of going crazy at this moment, thinking about his synergy with Lu Liang. After extracting Tian Lao's memories, he had planned to leave, but Tian Lao used a provocative method and was bent on death. It caused him to be moved to compassion, and he intended to fulfill Tian Lao, but unbeknownst to him, whenever he was about to make a move, either a landslide or a golden light surfaced, so much so that several acts of murder were interrupted by hard knocks. Now that it was nice and quiet, he would have liked a quick fix, but this ghost door needle looked like it was going to be stuck in the center of Tian Lao's eyebrow. So how come a little golden man and Gao Xianyu popped up again? Can't you guys just be quiet and let me give Tian a ride? I am at least a full sex generation master. How can I have no manners at all? However, just as Gongcheng was secretly freaking out, Gao Xianyu held onto the doorframe and stood up shakily. Being so close also finally allowed him to see who the two were. Yo, Master Tian, begging for death? Tian Jinzhong. No wonder my senior brother said you're out of personnel. Your kid's mouth. You really can't spit out ivory. And how much have you had to drink? Running to our heavenly master's mansion to play drunk? What did we do to you? Home is falling apart for us. Tian Jinzhong looked at the drunken Gao Xianyu and was furious. I can't wait to grow my arms and legs and go up and beat the bastard up. But when he saw that little gold man, a stiff smile immediately appeared on his face and said, yeah, enough living. Didn't happen to run into a traitor? By the way, what? You boys come to me for something? At this time, Tian Jinzhong was bent on death, and his tone of voice carried a bit of spontaneity. But Gongcheng, who was on the side, broke out into a cold sweat when he heard this. Mr. Tian, we can't play like this, can we? It's obvious that you're the one who begged for death. Why do you have to drag me as your back? Although he didn't know Gao Xianyu's intentions, he saw that the other party was familiar with old Tian. Maybe he'll stand up for Tian Lao and shoot himself in the foot. If it were not for the small golden man in the courtyard blocking the way, this would have already seized the door and run away. And Gao Xianyu looked at Gongcheng with drunken eyes after hearing this. Immediately, he hemmed and hawed and patted his chest. Don't worry, old master, with me here, I guarantee no one will dare harm you. Just in this part of the Heavenly Master's mansion, feel free to ask around. Who doesn't recognize me? Gao Xianyu, Tian Jinzhong. Boy, this seems to be my home, doesn't it? Why do you seem to have come over to rob the hill? But before he could say anything, he saw Gao Xianyu turn around and say to the little golden man, Monkey, do him a favor and do him. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed at Gongcheng. Gongcheng, not good. Be cool. Gongcheng was horrified, and with hardly any hesitation, he turned around and was about to flee through the window, but when facing the Ari third young man, even if it was only a wisp of detachment, not to mention him, even if it was Zhang Jiwei, he could only lead the death. Simple. The third youngest of the Ori gave a finger snap. Gong Chang, who was about to run to the window, only felt wrapped in a terrifying force. But before he could open his mouth to beg for forgiveness, the irresistible force instantly crushed over his body. The next moment, Gong Chang was so watery that he exploded in place. Its body was covered in blood, flesh and bones, crumbling all over the room everywhere. Tian Jinzhong, who was sitting in a wheelchair, was splattered hard because he couldn't avoid it. At a glance, it looked almost like a bloody man with a lot of broken flesh hanging from his body. However, Gao Xianyu, who was leaning against the doorframe, was unexpectedly not affected by the waves since his entire body was standing outside. When he turned back to Tian Jinzhong, who was covered in blood, he immediately pointed at him and smiled. "Gramps, why don't you know how to hide? There you go, the whole thing is covered in blood." With that, he sat down on his butt, his gaze already getting more and more lost in a drowsy manner. "Tian Jinzhong, if you boys can't speak human, you can leave it out." The third young master, who was standing in the courtyard at this moment, saw his appearance and reminded him with a slight frown. "Kid, don't you have something to ask?" When these words came out, Gao Xianyu, who was about to fall asleep, gave a sharp jolt and hurriedly sat up straight. "Yeah, I haven't asked about my sister yet." Then his eyes searched towards the surroundings while muttering, "Where is the old heavenly master? Why is he gone?" However, as soon as his words fell, a thunderbolt instantly struck and fell into the courtyard. Immediately after that, Zhang Jiwei's figure appeared, his gaze worriedly looking towards his senior brother Tian Jinzhong. Upon seeing the other man covered in blood, he was taken aback, but before he could speak, Tian Jinzhong took the initiative. "Senior, I'm fine." Then he looked at Gao Xianyu and said with deep meaning, "It was Xianyu and this senior who saved me." Zhang Jiwei heard, although he did not know exactly what happened, but he also understood. Senior brother was afraid that he would misunderstand and thus charge this terrifying demon immortal of the bit of strength. "So it is." Zhang Jiwei turned to look at San Shao and respectfully bowed. "Poor Taoist Zhang Jiwei. Thank you senior for saving me." However, in response to the thanks, San Shao casually waved his hand. "It has nothing to do with me. It's this kid's intention." But as soon as the words left his mouth, his figure became illusory, and he couldn't help but let out a secret sigh. "Guess that's about as much help as it gets. That hit just now directly drained this kid's mana. But, little Taoist, this kid counts as half of my disciple. He has come here to find someone to ask about something, so you have to make it easy for him and not make things difficult." As the words fell, San Shao's figure completely disappeared. Along with it, there was also that terrifying and monstrous pressure. Chapter 79 Gao Family Debt Collector. Opening the sealed world? With the departure of the ARI 3 youngsters, Zhang Jiwei and Tian Jinzhong heaved a sigh of relief. But soon, both of them fell into silence one after another, recalling what that demon immortal had said when he left. Gao Xianyu was here to find someone to ask questions? Who is looking for, since there is no need to say. It is bound to be him, Zhang Jiwei. But what was the question? Could it be that they were the Gao family back then, with the Tushan rebellion? Thinking of this, Zhang Jiwei's mind became a little difficult. What happened back then had involved the entire inhuman world. No matter whether it was a large or small family, or a sect, they were all involved. If Gao Xianyu were to learn that what their Gao family had gone through, it would not be enough to pierce the sky. But just as Zhang Jiwei was secretly contemplating how to respond, Gao Xianyu looked at the departing San Shao and said suspiciously, "Why did Monkey leave? I haven't treated him to a peach yet. No, I have to call him back." With that, he was about to raise his sword finger and recite the mantra. When Zhang Jiwei saw this, his eyelids jumped wildly and he rushed over with an arrow step. Then as he pressed down on the still erect sword finger, he revealed an amiable smile and said, "Xianyu, don't you have something to ask me? Tell me, maybe I do know something. So let's not toss the fairies, okay?" Hearing this familiar voice, Gao Xianyu slowly looked up. Upon seeing Zhang Jiwei's face, he immediately let out a demented laugh and said, "Old Celestial Master, when did you get here? I happen to have something I want to ask you." Zhang Jiwei, "Ancestor, ask away. Otherwise this half of Lung Fu Shan I have left will be tossed away by you." But in order not to irritate Gao Xianyu, he said in a tone as calm as possible, "Go ahead, I'm listening." Hearing this, Gao Xianyu forced himself to endure his sleepiness and slowly said, "My sister." "By whom?" When these words came out, Zhang Jiwei immediately frowned. "So it's about his sister? But I only know a little about that Zhang girl. I've only heard about it. It seems to be related to the 8 Wonders technique." Thinking of this, Zhang Jiwei let out a slight sigh and rapped, "I don't know much about your sister, but if you're free, you can go back to your hometown and pay your respects to your ancestors' graves. Maybe there will be something there." But for this hint of his, Gao Xianyu, who had long been drunk, didn't hear it at all. thinking only that Zhang Jiwei was perfunctory again. He immediately said with dissatisfaction, "Old Zhang, you're not enough. I helped you fight off Quan Sex and saved your senior brother Lao Tian. Now ask you something and you won't even tell me. Bullying little kids, huh? I'll get the immortals to judge now." When Zhang Jiwei heard these words, his face darkened to the extreme and the corners of his mouth drew out madly. Even an impulse arose in his heart to slap this kid to death. How do you have the face to say that? Playing a full sex? It's like going crazy with alcohol, and it's so close to losing my lung Fu Shan. Instead, you're evil, and you're moving to call out the immortals to judge. If I hadn't been unable to invite Taoist ancestors, I would have had to break bread with you. Besides, didn't I tell you? I told you to go back and ask your parents. I didn't do what happened to your sister. Why are you tearing down my Tiancher's house? Oh, right, you're backed up by the immortals. You're right, okay? Demolition. Anyway, I'm left with half of this heavenly master's house. Damn it, love it or hate it. Xian Yua, there's no need to always trouble the immortals about this, right? You get some sleep, and when you wake up, I promise to tell you everything. Zhang Jiwei held onto Gao Xianyu's hand for fear that this kid would really go crazy again. At the same time the tone was like coaxing a child, very kindly coaxing him. Sure enough, Gao Xianyu, who had already been unable to hold on, instantly quieted down after hearing these words. One eyelid just felt 1,000,000 pounds heavy and could never be opened again. But since in his heart, he was still thinking about his sister, he kept muttering in his mouth, "Promise, I'll tell me when I wake up from my nap. No lying, or you're a puppy." Slowly, Gao Xianyuan lost his voice. In its place, the snoring purr. It was only as he was slumbering that voices suddenly came from his mind one after the other in an unsettling manner. It seems to be saying something about giving him 20 years of cultivation. And what's all this nonsense about the sealed world opening up and all that? But long exhausted and in a state of deep intoxication, he had no intention of paying any attention to it. Fell straight into a deep sleep after the sound faded. At this moment, Zhang Jiwei looked at the shouting Gao Xuanyu and heaved a sigh of relief. This little devil, finally asleep. Zhang Jiwei slowly got up and wiped the sweat from his head, thinking back on everything that happened today. For him, it was all comparable to crossing the threshold. He killed Wang Ai, smashed the Taoist temple and destroyed Longhu Mountain. The unlucky thing that happens once in 800 years. All let him meet today. He wondered, is the Taoist ancestor not blessing my lineage of heavenly masters? Even if we are robbed, let's at least pay for it in installments, not in one day. However, just as Zhang Jiwei was depressed, Tian Jinzhong, who was in the wheelchair, suddenly spoke. "Senior brother, weren't you too reckless in agreeing just now? In case I'm really remembered by this kid, I'll have to go down the mountain when I wake up and look for you on my way back to the Heavenly Master's mansion." Hearing these words, Zhang Jiwei felt a pain in his chest, and his gaze contained a knife as he looked at his senior brother. "If he comes at all, I'll sacrifice you as a concealed weapon." Tian Jinzhong. After the joke, Zhang Jiwei's face slowed down as he looked at his blood-covered senior brother and asked, "What happened before I came here?" When Tian Jinzhong heard this, he told Gongqing's matter, one by one. Finally, he said in a worried and rather despondent tone, "It's a pity, letting that junior from the Liu family get away. Those memories of mine are in his hands." Upon hearing this, a hint of killing intent flashed in Zhang Jiwei's eyes, but in just an instant, it disappeared again without a trace. Looking down at the sleeping Gao Xianyu, he said, "That's actually not bad. You'll get a good night's sleep later. As for that Liu family junior, someone will clean him up." Some people, always think that what they've done will just fade away with the passage of time, but they couldn't have imagined in any way that a debt collector would come out of the high family. This inhuman realm, there will be no peace in the future. When Tian Jinzhong heard these words, there were continuous flashes in his gaze as he looked into the distance. It seemed like he was remembering something from the past, and there was actually that hint of hatred in his eyes. According to what senior brother said, aren't those unseemly deeds from the past about to surface? If that's true, then wouldn't all my years be pointless? Seeing that his senior brother's tone was not right, Zhang Jiwei hurriedly advised, "Jin, everyone has their own mission. Now that your mission has been completed, the next matter will be left to Gao Xuanyu. Besides, even without his presence, Chulin's side won't give up." Hearing this, Tian Jinzhong said slowly with a complicated expression, "That's just it. You and I are already old. This world is all ready for the young. Let them toss it around however they want." Chapter 80 Ed up Galien. Wildly acting, old celestial master. A shout in the distance interrupted Zhang Jiwei's conversation with Tian Jinzhong. Both of them looked up at the same time, only to see Cao Lian as the leader. followed by Su San and Su Si, anxiously running over. But Zhang Jiwei could not rest assured that his senior brother, and whispered a few more words of advice. Come on, let's not think about the past. What happens afterward is not our concern. Let's just stay here in the Heavenly Master's mansion and mind our own acres and threes of land. At the same time, he went behind the wheelchair and pushed his senior brother to the door. But don't forget that at this point, Tian Jinzhong was still covered in blood. While being pushed into the courtyard by Zhang Jiwei, Gao Lian and the others in the distance took a look through the moonlight and were startled. Done. Xianyu the little calf, did he kill Tian Lao? Thinking of this, Gao Lian immediately panicked in his heart and his brain worked frantically. Finally even Lao wailed, and just entered the courtyard door, silky smooth kneeling in front of Tian Jinzhong. The body then prostrated itself on the ground and howled in agony. Elder Tian, I'm sorry, it's all because of my failure to teach my son that you've suffered this calamity. Your old man's spirit in heaven must not blame Xianyu. It's all my fault as a father that he made such a big mistake. Don't worry, I'll turn around and set up a tablet for you at the family shrine. Let Xianyu, this bastard boy, observe your filial piety for 3 years to console your spirit in heaven. Looking at the kneeling and crying Gao Lian, the expressions of the crowd all became odd. Zhang Jiwei, in particular, wasn't going to say anything and just looked at him with a smirk. True to form, father and son, one is more dramatic than the other. When the son has just finished smashing my Lung Fu Shan on the front foot, this fatherly one runs up on the back foot. It's still on hold crying its heart out, mistakenly believing that Oldfield is dead. But you don't mention anything about punishing your son, do you? You want to get away with a 3-year mourning period? But Zhang Jiwei didn't make a sound to stop it. But Tian Jinzhong couldn't take it anymore. I'm not even dead yet. Why is there a crybaby? And crying so hard? I'm not dead yet, so where is the need for your son to be in mourning? Elder Tian's voice suddenly rose, instantly causing Gao Lian to freeze. Then he looked up, only to see Tian Jinzhong's blood-red gaze, looking at himself playfully. Elder Tian, you didn't die? Gao Lian was surprised and inquired. Not only did he not die, he survived thanks to your son's blessing. Tian Jinzhong joked back. But when he heard this, Gao Lian stood up from the ground with a miso sound. At this time, the face, which still has half a bit of crying, instantly revealing a face full of smiles, said, I told you, Xianyu couldn't do such a thing. This child is a bit naughty, but he still respects his elders, especially to the two of you. That is always on your lips, remembering the two of you. Otherwise, how could he have run back to help you two as soon as he heard that Quan Sex had attacked Longhu Mountain? Despite everything, Zhang Jiwei and Tian Jinzhong, you're a liar. You're a real open-mouth liar. Is that son of yours here to help us destroy all sex? No, how come you two are the same? Can't you see how my Tianshifu is gone? Gao Lian. Xianyu has helped my Tianshifu repel Quan Sex. The old Taoist heartily appreciates it. As for the cost of this subsequent repair, I'll have someone contact you. Zhang Jiwei, though his tone was calm. However, everyone present could hear that this old celestial master was afraid that his back teeth were about to be clenched. But unexpectedly, Gao Lian actually did not have the slightest resentment, and immediately said with a smiling face, that's natural. Xianyu has made the Heavenly Master's mansion like this. This money must come from me. Not to mention that even without this, I'd like to help you repair the Heavenly Master's mansion. Seeing that he was selling himself so well, the Su brothers on the side could be said to be in a state of shock. You know, they hadn't known Gallian for a short time. Suffice it to say, just never ate a meal he bought. It's hard to catch one, and your ing skipping out on a work thing. But why are you so generous all of a sudden? Not only did he not mess around, but he also took the initiative to say that he was willing to pay for the repairs to help the Heavenly Master's house. But they did not react. But the 100-year-old Zhang Jiwei was old enough to understand what Gao Lian meant immediately. It was nothing more than the fear that he, taking advantage of Gao Xianyu's slumber, would lay his hands on a rebuke. Okay, Xianyu is drunk and asleep right over there. You take him down the hill, and be careful not to catch cold. As he spoke, Zhang Jiwei signaled his eyes to Gao Xuanyu, who was lying in front of the door. When Gao Lian heard this, he immediately secretly sighed in relief and said with a smile on his face, thank you for your concern, old celestial master. I'll immediately take this bastard boy home and discipline him severely. Then couldn't wait to run towards his son. But as soon as he got close, he smelled a strong odor of alcohol hitting his nose, and he couldn't help but frown. What kind of fake wine is this brat drinking? Surprisingly, it's so punchy. Then he bent down and took his son in his arms and examined him carefully, until he was sure that there was nothing wrong. A piece of his heart, completely, was sort of put down. Fortunately, Zhang Jiwei didn't take it out on Xianyu because the Heavenly Master's mansion was smashed. Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't be able to get down this mountain tonight. But even if it was safe at this point, he didn't dare to stay in too long. In this day, Gao Xianyu had caused too much trouble. Now that the news of the drunken death is out, I'm afraid it won't take long for the word to get out. He had to find a safe place to hide his son until then. Whatever the big deal is, wait until after your son wakes up, old celestial master. Then I won't bother you much. If your old man needs anything in the future, just ask. Gao Lian hugged Gao Xianyu and walked over to Zhang Jiwei and said, and that last statement is purely human. After all, if his son smashed someone's Taoist temple, even if it was for the sake of helping, it was really a bit unjustifiable. He, as a father, always has to say a few good words to people to show his attitude. As for that so-called compensation, I think it is just a gaslighting remark. Zhang Jiwei naturally understood what he meant, and with his eyes looking towards Gao Xuanyu, who was in the midst of his cries, he nodded slightly and said, good, if the old Taoist has something to do, I'll be sure to chime in then. Seeing that Zhang Jiwei had accepted this favor, Cao Lian did not say much. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he carried Gao Xianyu towards the mountain, but just after taking 2 steps, he saw Tu Shan chasing after him, saying, Gao, let me accompany you back to the office. Mr. Zhao has been waiting. Gao Lian sniffed and frowned slightly, after a few moments of contemplation. Good. With that, the two turned and descended the mountain together, and with the departure of the 3, only Zhang Jiwei, Tian Jinzhong, and Su Si remained in the small courtyard. Old celestial master, Chu Lan him? When he entered the courtyard just now without seeing Zhang Chulan's figure, Su Si wanted to ask, but nay, he couldn't really interject as Gao Lian was acting furiously. This will finally be time to make an inquiry. He's fine, he just passed out from shock over at the loft. Zhang Jiwei responded and then did not speak. Su Si saw this, but he looked like he wanted to say something. He'd love to ask how that transfiguration thing is going. Chapter 81, Aftermath of the Battle. Wang Chun and Lu Xi arrive at Longhu Mountain. Gao Xianyu's flurry of fuss, although destroyed half of the Heavenly Master's mansion, but also really scared the whole sex through the guts, have fled. It could be said that this attack on the mountain had left them with heavy casualties, and not counting that punch from Shi Quan that extinguished nearly 100 full sex members, even the stalwarts have all been weakened by half. Among them, the 4 crazy Gao Ning is dead, Do Mei and Shin Chong although survived, but also seriously injured, limbs, and finally arrested by the company. The Yuan Tao master and disciple, who were refiners, both died tragically. The corpse demon Tu Junfang and the grave whaler Shuahan, likewise did not escape this difficulty. Beyond that, the bottom line is this. All sex generation master Gongcheng, also in did not come down that Longhu mountain. At this time, in a warehouse in the suburbs, the surviving omnisexuals are basically gathered here. Everyone had a panicked look on their face and a stunned look on their face. It's too damn scary. What the hell did that Gao Xuanyu summon? It blew away the mountain with one punch. Don't say it. This kind of thing. I never want to remember it again. Asterisk. Where are old man Yuan and Gongcheng? Didn't they say that Gao Xianyu was taken away by the company? How come they appeared on Longhu Mountain again? Shout your ass off. They haven't come for half a day, so they're probably gone. However, just as a group of omnisexual members argued in horrified tones, the warehouse door was suddenly opened, scaring everyone's body, and they all grabbed their weapons and looked out of the door vigilantly. It was only after realizing that the visitor was Xia Luqing that he heaved a sigh of relief. Xia Luqing, who was standing in the doorway, saw that they were like birds of prey, and laughed as she walked with her hands behind her back. Hee, you little guys, you really have a great life. It's amazing that you can run back alive in that situation. Hearing this taunt, someone was instantly disgruntled. Old man Xia, don't just make snide remarks. How come we didn't see you anywhere when we were fighting for our lives earlier? Me? Xia Luqing said with a heated smile. I naturally have other things to do. Do I have to report to you, little brat? With that, he let out a cold snort and stopped bothering with the example, sweeping his gaze towards the crowd. But soon, he frowned slightly and said, is that all there is? It seems that the loss this time is indeed great. He couldn't help but sigh at the thought. Recall that after the Caution Rebellion, omnisexuality has been in a state of suppression. Now it's hard to regain some steam, with so many center beams against it. I didn't expect to lose most of them in one attack on the mountain. If it wasn't for him and the ghostly Baron, who had avoided the battlefield from afar, to hold Feng Bao Bao, I'm only afraid that this will be left on Longhu Mountain forever. However, as soon as his words fell, a soft voice suddenly came from the gate. Yo, you're still alive, Elder Xia? I thought you were left on the mountain like Gao Ning and Old Man Yuan. As he spoke, Xia He, who had pink hair and a sexy figure, walked in with 2 long legs that were comparable to those of a young model. Xia Luqing glanced at her, not angry, and laughed. What? Being one of the 4 Zhang maniacs, shouldn't you be following Gao Ning and the others? Now the 3 of them are dead and 2 injured, and Do Mei and Shin Chong have been captured by the company even though they survived. How come you're the only one who came back unscathed? When Xiaha heard this, she actually had a slight blush on her cheeks. Thinking back to that on Dragon Tiger Mountain, He had tangled with Zheng Lingyu for half a day, and his heart was moved for a moment. But soon, there was a dark grumble. Gao Xianyu was really something. Do you have to go so far? Obviously, Little Spirit Jade was about to fall. But at the critical moment, he made a move to destroy the Heavenly Master's mansion. Otherwise, maybe we'd be in a double date by now. But such words, naturally, she wouldn't say them out loud, just very helplessly. It can't be helped. That Spirit Jade realist is too difficult to deal with. I fought him for half a day. When I came back, I found all three of them gone. Plus Gao Xianyu made such a big commotion. So I ran down the mountain. But when Xia Luqing heard this excuse, she immediately skimmed her mouth, clearly not believing it. But for that, he didn't bother to reveal it. Anyway, he wasn't dead, so he didn't care what happened to the others. Alright, we've waited for so half a day, and those who haven't come back yet, 80% of them are bad enough. Old man, I have things to do, so I won't accompany you. It was a frightening night, and it really scared him too. Therefore, he did not want to stay any longer, and only wanted to go back to Mei Jinfeng to find comfort. But just as he was about to leave, he heard someone shout, "Elder Xia, you're leaving just like that? We've lost so many people this time, but it's all because of that Gao Xuanyu." Even the acting sect leader, Gong Chang, was folded on the mountain. "Aren't you going to take revenge?" This statement instantly scared the few remaining omnisexuals. Enough. Xia Luqing and Xia He, even more so, looked at him as if they were looking at idiots. He. Your kid's ambition is not small. You still want to seek revenge on Gao Xianyu? Xia Luqing let out a snort and left without looking back, saying, "Going to get revenge on a madman who is more all-sexual than we are all-sexual, and still looks like all-sexual? I wish you success, old man, but I'm old and want to live a few more years, so I won't accompany your madness." As he spoke, he was already leaving the warehouse. At this time, Shaha also let out a scoff. "It seems that the future of the entire sex lies in your brat." After seeing Gao Xianyu's terror, he hasn't been scared out of his wits yet. Let's put it this way, it just so happens that our headmaster is dead. If you can kill Gao Xianyu, I will definitely support you as the sect leader. Speaking of which, she said in a rather mischievous tone, "Cheer up, I'm watching you." With that, he ignored the man's excited gaze and turned to leave the warehouse. But as soon as she went out the door, she ran into LV Liang, who was running in panic with a horrified face. "You kid didn't even die?" Shaha sounded rather surprised, but quickly seemed to think of something. Before Lu Liang could open his mouth, he went up and covered his mouth in a deep voice. "Come with me if you don't want to die. And, whether you get it or not, don't say a word now." Then grabbed him and headed off into the distance. Lu Liang, who was already scared out of his wits, didn't dare to resist at all after hearing this threat from Xia He, letting the other person grab his collar. Like a walking corpse, he followed along and left. And just as the omnisexual side gathered, Ingtan Airport, Elder Lu, you should have felt that terrifying pressure just now, right? Who does that emanate from, do you think? Wang Chun, who was wearing a black suit with a mourning on his left arm, asked with a grave expression. When Lu Ci, who was on the side, heard these words, his brows immediately furrowed together as he said in a deep voice, "Who it is I don't know, but it's definitely not humanly possible." As soon as these words came out, Chun Wang's face instantly changed. "What you mean is," Lu Ci waved his hand and cut him off, "I accompanied you here because of the fact that our two families have been friends for generations. If you're afraid, let's not go and lose that man. Let's go home right now. Just as well, I've got a bunch of stuff at home that I'm waiting to take care of." Seeing that Lu Ci was disgruntled, Wang Chun instantly stiffened his face, then crossed his heart and said, "I know Elder Lu. This trip to the Heavenly Master's palace, I must go. I just don't believe it. No matter how powerful Gao Xianyu is, can he just kill people without reason? Especially my little grandson, Wang Jin, has become a complete invalid. These two blood debts, even if I spell out my family's wealth, I will make the Gao family pay." Chapter 82 Father Filial Piety Word Mercy. After all, the old father resisted all. Gao Lian carried the sleeping Gao Xianyu, escorted by the company, to the airport. Coincidentally, Chun Wang and Lu Ci left just as they saw them. These two old guys, they came really fast. A flash of anger flashed in Gao Lian's eyes, but in his heart, he was secretly lucky. It's a good thing I walked fast, or I would have really bumped into these two old things. The reason why he didn't stay in the Heavenly Master's mansion was that he expected this Wang and Lu families to come. Once they were informed that Gao Xianyu was in the Heavenly Master's mansion and was still in a state of drunken slumber, Lu Ci might be a little more peaceful, but Wang Chun was definitely going to make a scene. Although there was Zhang Jiwei sitting in the town, but nowadays the trivial matters of Longhu Mountain were already enough to keep this old man busy. That was why it was impossible to stay by Gao Xianyu's side at all times while he slept. As the saying goes, fear not. Fear not. If he really let the Wang family take advantage of the situation, it would be too late for him to regret it. On the side, Tu Shan watched Wang and Lu leave in the car and also frowned. It's a good thing we were quick, or else we would have bumped into it on our way down the mountain, and I'm afraid something would have really happened. With that, he turned his head to look at Gao Lian. Brother Gao, there are some things that I won't hide from you. What Mr. Zhao means is to place Xianyu in the Dark Fortress first. The company will take care of all the rest. But for his words, Gao Lian did not show much excitement, but only said with a sullen face, "The condition is that Zhenya joins the company, right?" "Right." Tu Shan didn't hide anything and immediately nodded his head. Gao Lian sniffed in silence, seemingly acquiescing to the deal, because in his opinion, Xianyu being able to join the company was the best option at the moment. First of all, whether it was the Gao family or the Exodus Xianer lineage, its own energy was not as big as the company. With Gao Xianyu joining in, not to mention the forces of the Wang family, even the forces of the Lu family combined wouldn't dare to do anything on the surface. Now the kid is still feathery and likes to mess around. The Gao family and the Exodus immortal lineage alone really couldn't protect him. Other than that, the loss of this trip to the Luo Tian Dajiao was a big mess in the Tianchi mansion. But in any other place, with Gao Xianyu's successive state of weakness, he would have already died 800 times. Stay honestly with the company and stay under his thumb. If something like this happened again, they would be able to wipe Gao Xianyu's ass in time. Secondly, it's about giving the company a peace of mind. The strength displayed by Gao Xianyu is too terrifying. That's why his status, whether he becomes a Gao family member or an Exodus immortal, or even a loose cannon, doesn't give the company any peace of mind. The only way to put him in the company, even if he couldn't manage it, but under the eyes, was to let Zhao Fangsu's heart down after all. Summarizing the above, Golan decided that his son should join the company. Anyway, Zhao Fangshu had already said that this kid's asshole bill would be on the company's head. This kind of good thing, he, as a father, naturally would not refuse. Even in his mind, he had begun to hesitate to tell his son about what happened to the Gao family back then. It's a good opportunity to clear up those old scores. Otherwise, if it took too long, he was really afraid that this bit of account would rot. Between his wild thoughts, he and Tu Shan got on a plane and flew straight to Kyoto. Arrived at Kyoto airport at about 3 a.m. But as soon as the few people got off the airplane, they saw Zhao Fangshu, who had been waiting here for a long time. Behind him, there were two other company directors, Bai Yulong and Huang Boren. Behind the three were Ren Fei, the head of the Central China region, and a group of company employees in express uniforms. Gao Lian looked at the battle in front of him and asked in surprise with a surprised face, "Mr. Zhao, why are you guys here too?" As he spoke, he had already arrived in front of Zhao Fangshu. However, the other party did not immediately answer the questioning, but first looked at Gao Xianyu in his arms. His gaze was very complicated and there was elation, despondency, and a hint of anger. But in the end, it all turned into a helpless sigh. "Go back," Zhao Fangshu said, turning around and walking towards the outside of the airport. Ren Fei, who was the head of Central China, immediately commanded his men and opened the road to police the area. Seeing this, Gao Lian didn't ask any more questions and silently followed behind, quickly leaving the airport. It was only when it came to a black sedan that Zhao Fangshu turned around and said, "You take Xianyu and ride with me in one car," he said, taking the lead himself into the back seat. Gao Lian knew that Zhao Fangsu had something important to tell himself, so with his son in his arms, he quickly followed and got into the car. Until the car started and drove on the viaduct, Zhao Fangsu could no longer contain his anger and turned his head to drink lowly. "Look what your father and son have done. Do you realize how much of a mess you've made this time? Even if you killed the 10 brothers King Ai, how dare you condone your son and run back to Longhu Mountain to demolish the Heavenly Master's mansion? Gao Lian, you're almost 50 years old. Why are you still sulking? Yes, I know that your Gao family is aggrieved, and your family wasn't blamed for that back then. In the end, it even forced Gao Lao to give up his position as a 10th brother and let your father into the company before it was settled. I also know that your father was killed in the line of duty, something you've always suspected was someone else's doing, but you can't just let your son go out and settle scores because of this, can you?" In the face of this face-splitting reprimand, Gao Lian's entire body was dumbfounded. "No wait, is there something wrong with your intel? Whether it's killing Wang Ai or tearing down the Tianchi mansion, there's nothing in it for me. All of it, the asshole did it on his own." But Gao Lian quickly reacted. This was Zhao Fangsu pointing him out. To put it bluntly, he wanted him, the father, to come out and resist it all. As for bringing up that old past, it was telling him, one mustn't indulge Gao Xianyu in continuing his nonsense by taking advantage of previous grudges. For a moment, Gao Lian actually had the urge to cry. Other people's fathers and sons are kind to their fathers and filial to their sons. How come in his case, the father has become filial and the son kind? Just because Gao Xianyu is my son, you're putting all the blame on my head, aren't you? I really do give you a shout out. That's right. I ordered my son to do everything. King AI of the 10 brothers was killed by me. I asked him to smash the Tian mansion too. The fake wine was also poured into him by my own hand. Xian Yu is just a kid. What could he know? Mr. Zhao, I'm not willing to do this, Gao Lian said with a sudden howl of grief and anger. How arrogant those people were back then when they bullied my Gao family and forced my grandfather to withdraw from the 10 brothers. If it weren't for the company's intervention, I'm afraid there wouldn't be any more of my Gao family in this inhuman realm. Although so many years have passed, these disgraces are always remembered by my Gao family. Now that my Gao family has obtained the Xian Yu, it's God who told him to come to redress my Gao family's grievances. But don't worry, after this time, I've calmed down and won't keep messing around. Looking at Gao Lian's acting skills that were comparable to those of a movie star, the originally angry Zhao Fengshu suddenly swept away his anger and revealed an appreciative smile while giving a thumbs up. That's it, keep up that mood. That's how we'll fit in when those old guys out there come to make a scene. Chapter 83 Two statements from the company. The inhuman world exploded. Zhao Fengshu saw Gao Lian and understood what he meant, revealing a satisfied smile. But then, with an open face, he got down to business. Tu Shan should have told you. I plan to place Xian Yu, temporarily, in the Dark Fortress. Wait until this thing dies down before you let him out. It's just that this identity, for the time being, can't be put out in the open. So let him be a temp first. Zhao Fengshu also thought long and hard about this treatment. If we were to follow the normal procedure, with what Gao Xianyu had done, it would be enough to waste his meridians. However, he understood that if he really dared to do so, not to mention how Gao Xianyu would react. Even the Gao family in Guanshihua absolutely dared to kill the Kyoto headquarters and directly make a move to rob people. So simply, he came to a semi-snowstorm and dealt with it. Gao Lian also guessed what he was thinking and thought that this way was indeed good. But the question is, just that son of his, will he stay obediently in the Dark Fortress? Now this will fall asleep is quite honest. When waking up, I'm afraid that we'll immediately want to make a scene. Mr. Zhao, although this proposal of yours is good, Xianyu is too playful and is afraid that he won't agree. Gao Lian politely reminded, but in reality, he was telling Zhao Fengsu, go to the Dark Castle line. When this kid makes a scene, I can't control it. Zhao Fengshu frowned at his words and was just about to say something, but when he saw Gao Xianyu, he immediately swallowed his words. Then a dark face and dark thoughts followed. When Gao Lian saw this, he couldn't help but smile in his heart, knowing that the other party was thinking of another trick. Come on, don't waste your brain cells, let me help you out. Actually, I have a way to make Xianyu obedient and still give the company peace of mind. What method? Zhao Fengshu instantly became interested and immediately asked. Gao Lian didn't sell himself short and said directly, it's simple, the temporary worker status remains the same, but he doesn't have to stay in the Dark Fortress. Just have him hide his identity and follow me. He can also be asked to help out when something happens at the company, even if those tens know about it, but what can they do if we don't recognize it openly? Hearing this, Zhao Fengshu fell into silence, his mind racing with thoughts. Put it out? So if this kid gets into trouble, won't it be on the company's tab again? So you're an old man who wants to make a fool out of the company. Ha! But on second thought, Zhao Fengshu thought that this was indeed not a bad idea. After all, the company now has the prestige, but not the means to match it. It has led to so many inhumans. Now, being masculine, on the surface, they seem to be obedient, but behind the scenes, they are all doing what they want. Now that Gao Xianyu had made such a mess, that had definitely made a heck of a reputation in the inhuman realm. It seemed good to have him move around and deter those people in the name of the company. Even in this instant, Zhao Fengshu had an idea. It was to personally train Gao Xianyu for a few years and then send him into the 10 Brothers Corps. With the terrifying strength this kid had demonstrated, he would surely be able to replace Zhang Jiwei's position. By that time, although he was ostensibly a 10-year-old, his secret identity was that of a company member. The company won't have to be dictated to buy these 10-year-olds when they want to do something. Of course, with so much at stake, he didn't take it for granted. Other resistance aside, Gao Xianyu's heart is yet to be tested. But with that in mind, he thought about trying it out and nodded at once. Okay, I agree. Upon hearing this, Gao Lian burst out laughing. But before he could say thank you, he heard Zhao Fengshu continue. But I'll be ugly, you mustn't be letting him get into trouble. Today's been messy enough for a while. If he causes any trouble in the meantime, I'll hold you responsible. Hearing this warning, Gao Lian didn't hesitate for a second and agreed painfully. Don't worry, with me watching, I'll make sure this kid won't be making a scene. But in its heart, it secretly said, but don't blame me if you can't manage it. He knew too well what kind of virtue his own son had. This trip to Longhu Mountain, I am afraid that I have already known something in the mouth of the old heavenly master. When he woke up, how could he stop if he didn't continue to investigate until he finished avenging his sister? But it didn't matter. He had his old man on top anyway. Even if Gao Xianyu made a scene, he would end up being removed from his position at most, but he definitely wouldn't involve the Gao family. family. It was also until this moment that he suddenly realized, sometimes the company this big tree, it is really cool. With that, the two men came to an agreement on what they could each afford. The car, meanwhile, had just arrived at the headquarters of Nadutong. In front of its door, it had long been arranged for someone to meet it. The few remaining directors, too, had been waiting here for quite some time. This shows how highly the company treats Gao Xianyu. Mr. Zhao. As soon as Zhao Fengshu stepped out of the car, several directors surrounded him, but when Gao Lian got out of the car, the gazes of the crowd, all of them, looked towards Gao Xianyu in his arms, and curiously surveyed it. Zhao Fengshu didn't bother to blame the crowd when he saw their reaction. After all, what Gao Xianyu had done this day was simply more exciting than most people's entire lives. Anyone who saw him would not be able to hold back the curiosity in his heart. However, at this time there were a bunch of things waiting to be dealt with, and he was not in the mood to let the crowd watch carefully, and immediately said, "All right, don't all gather around. Go upstairs for the meeting." With that, and without waiting for the crowd to reply, he entered the building straight away. Seeing this, although the crowd wanted to go and chat with Gao Lian for a few moments, they could only suppress this for the time being and followed behind. So the group, one after the other, entered the building and headed towards the conference room. Golium, on the other hand, was holding his son in his arms as he got into another car and traveled to the Dark Fortress. As for the meeting that night, no one knows exactly what was said, except for a few company directors. It was only at 8 a.m. that the company released a statement which presumably meant, in light of Gao Xianyu's excessively bad behavior, he has been imprisoned and no one is allowed to visit during this period. The company will deal with this matter seriously and identify all those involved. Immediately following this, a statement was released specifically against the Tennessean. Between the all-sex attack on the mountain and the destruction of a 1,000-year-old temple, the company has decided, all efforts will be made to help rebuild the Tian mansion and to salvage our ancient cultural relics, which will inevitably be restored to their original state. Two statements in quick succession caused the inhuman world to explode, especially the first course. That Ling Mill 2 ways to deal with it, but it's not hard for anyone with a clear mind to see that. I'm afraid the company didn't even try to do anything to Gao Xianyu about dealing with him. It says it's serious, but it doesn't say exactly how. There is also that no visits are allowed during the period of incarceration, which is clearly a defense against the Wang family. In particular, what does helping to rebuild the Heavenly Master's house have to do with people's omnisexuality? It had long been rumored in the inhuman world by now that it was the work of Gao Xianyu. As a result, the Gao family didn't step in, even if it's not enough. Instead, the company is responsible for it. Most of the Inhumans, therefore, realized something. The company is telling everyone that they want to keep Gao Xianyu. Chapter 84, Gao Yushan strikes, and Wang Chun kneels down to beg the Heavenly Master to come down. The company's two statements instantly made Gao Xianyu a hot topic. Whether it was the invitation to the immortals to kill the 10 brothers at the Jiao festival of Luo Tian, or the drunken swindling of the devil to destroy the mid-levels, all of them are shocking, and at the same time, one hates that one wasn't there to witness these many feats with one's own eyes, especially after the destruction of the mountain. I heard that a golden light even appeared on Longhu Mountain. Immediately following the heaven and earth, a terrifying pressure emerged, even from thousands of miles away. It can be clearly felt. In this way, the events of that night were shrouded in mystery. It immediately attracted many foreigners, and they had heated discussions on the forums. Some said that Gao Xianyu had committed so many sins that he attracted the Buddha himself to collect him, but was saved by the immortals. There's also talk of Gao Xianyu destroying the Heavenly Master's Taoist temple, causing the Taoist ancestor to be enraged and come after him to settle the score. What's more, it was said that Gao Xianyu was so strong that he had reached the point where he had become an immortal, so the gods and goddesses in heaven came down to ask him to go to heaven to be a god. In short, the story, in just one night, was rumored in hundreds of versions, and one is more outrageous than the other. But just as the crowd was arguing, on the Inhuman Forum, several videos of Gao Xianyu's invocation of the immortals appeared, though most of them are tens of seconds of footage and not really clear. However, one can also see the movements of Gao Xianyu when he invited the immortals, with the demon immortals invited down. For a while, everyone admired the video and clicked on it to see for themselves what is so magical about that so-called means of inviting the true immortals. But when these videos were about to catch fire, they suddenly all disappeared. Even the original video on the publisher's phone was deleted along with it. Seeing this such a through-and-through means, everyone's first thought was that the company had struck. It also made them realize that the company not only wanted to preserve Gao Xianyu, but also to hide his methods. However, what they didn't know was that Zhao Fengsu, who was sitting in his office at this time, looked at the video that had been deleted and his face darkened for a while. Others may not know, but he understands. The person who could have such an ability was besides Gao Xianyu's sister, Gao Yushan. In this inhuman realm, I'm afraid I won't be able to find a second person. This little girl, Her guts are too big. How dare she casually expose her abilities? Zhao Fengshu grumbled, but didn't mean to blame. In the first place, it's only natural for a sister to protect her brother. He, who is the leader, can't even be in charge of this, can he? Besides, it was true that it wasn't good for Gao Xianyu if these videos were released. Other than that, the video he had just watched was the process of 1,000 demon immortals appearing, and the length of the whole video was about 30 seconds. Hell, I don't know if there's anything else behind this that can't be broadcast, but Gao Yushan was so reckless that he still had to knock him around a bit. Immediately, he picked up the phone and dialed Golin's number and warned him. After all, Gao Yushan's existence was extremely important, both to the company and to the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore this matter has been kept strictly confidential. Even within the company, only a few people know. If word got out, it would only lead to unnecessary trouble. But what he didn't expect was that a line appeared on the computer just after he hung up on his side of the phone. Mr. Zhao, don't make things difficult for my brother. He's still young and doesn't know any better. Let my dad take the blame if there's any. Zhao Fengshu, this girl, her guts are getting fatter and fatter. All the nerve to hack into my computer for my brother's sake. But then again, poor old Gao, his children are so filial. However, just as the inhuman realm, we're talking about Gao Xianyu. In the Heavenly Master's mansion, there were bursts of heart-rending cries and howls. Old Heavenly Master, you must judge my father. He was already 100 years old, and he died in vain at the hands of Gao Xianyu. He is the same 10 brothers as you. Again, he committed the murder inside your Heavenly Master's mansion. That Gao Xuanyu clearly didn't put you old-timers in his eyes. It's really too arrogant. The 70-something-year-old Wang Chun knelt on the ground, wiping his nose with snot and tears. Zhang Jiwei, who was sitting on the chair, only felt one head, two big ones at the moment. On his own side of the Heavenly Master's palace, there were still a bunch of things left to be dealt with. As a result, this early in the morning, he was blocked by Wang Chun to the house to cry and mourn. But it can't be helped. No matter what, Wang Ai died in his Tianchi mansion after all. People came over to him, and there was really no way to blow them away, so he could only say rather helplessly, June, it's not that I don't care about this, it's that I really can't. That Gao Xuanyu, no matter what, is also a member of the Gao family, and a member of the Exodus immortal lineage, so it's not good for me to meddle too much, not to mention that he's been taken away from the company now, and he's not here with me. In my opinion, why don't you take a trip to the office and see what they have to say on their end? Since there's no way to do it the hard way, simply dump it. Anyway, the company is not afraid to make a fuss. Let this Wang Chun how to toss. But Wang Chun can take over the family business. Naturally his head is not stupid. It was immediately understood that Zhang Jiwei was trying to shirk his responsibility and did not want to be in charge. But the person died in your Tianchi mansion. How can you give a statement? Old Celestial Master. It's not that I don't go to the company, but they are too brutal. Check it out. Here's the statement they sent out early this morning. As he spoke, Chun Wang took out his cell phone and raised his hand to hand it over. Zhang Jiwei took it suspiciously and carefully looked at the content on it, while Wang Chun's voice was heard in his ears. Just the way they're handling things, it's clear that they're targeting my Wang family, but I guess my father didn't do the company any favors when he was alive. Did he? But look what they are doing now. Zhang Jiwei looked at the contents and frowned slightly. As an old man, he naturally understood the meaning of it. Just as he thought, the company wants to preserve Gao Xianyu. At the same time, he also understood what Chun Wang was thinking, which was nothing more than letting him step in and deal with the company. Wanted to take that Gao Xianyu and hand it over to his Wang family to deal with. But this kind of thing, Cootie, wouldn't even do it. Alas, it seems that the company is also in a sticky situation. But judging from this statement, they don't intend to lightly spare Gao Xianyu either. How about this? You go to the company and ask first. I think Mr. Zhao will give you an answer. As for old Taoist me, you saw it, that kid knocked out half of my mountain. Now that the Heavenly Master's mansion is in disarray, there are really quite a few things that I need to take care of. As soon as I'm done here, I'll go down to the office. How about that? Which knew that when Chun Wang heard this, he violently straightened up and said, Old Heavenly Master, isn't it just a mountain? My Wang family will pay for you to repair it. Guaranteed to make your Dragon Tiger Mountain and Heavenly Master's mansion even more grand than the original. The boy asks for nothing else but for you to come down from the mountain and join the other 10 brothers in talks. I think you should have realized through this that the Gao family is already on the company's side. They are in cahoots to suppress us Inhumans. If you and the rest of the 10 brothers, in not giving me a decision, then my Wang family will really have no place to reason. Old Heavenly Master, please, for the sake of your decades of friendship with my father, come down from the mountain. At the end of his words, Chun Wang heavily kowtowed. However, Zhang Jiwei looked at him with a frown on his face and sighed in his heart. Gao Xianyu, you are truly my nemesis. the people are gone, and they're causing me so much trouble. Downhill, the 10 elders talks? Wouldn't that be like me taking the lead and picking a fight with the company? However, just as he was feeling rather helpless, Lucy's voice suddenly came. Old Heavenly Master, Wang Ai was killed by that little thing, Gao Xuanyu, at your Heavenly Master's residence. Nowadays, this kid, Wang Chun, just wants to beg you to go down to the mountain. You won't even disagree, right? No matter what, this kid is also the one you watched grow up. Are you really going to be so hard-hearted that you don't intend to pay any attention to it? Chapter 85 10 Elderly Talks. Gao Xianyu becomes the Exodus Immortal sect leader? The 6th day of Gao Xianyu's drunken slumber. In Kyoto, in some luxurious conference room, 12 people were seated. 9 of them were the topmost figures in the inhuman realm. The 10 brothers. Of the remaining 3, one was Jun Wang, the eldest son of the Wang family. The other, the only woman on the company's board of directors, is Fei Dong, who is over 100 years old. As for this last person, it was the one that surprised everyone, being the head of the Gao family, Gao Changsuan, who is a top 10 brother. Guys, we've been discussing this for 3 days straight. I don't want to say anything extra. My father was killed on the spot by Gao Xuanyu at the Luotian Dajiao festival. That's how many people saw it with their own eyes. He can't get away with this, can he? He's a junior who dared to kill the 10 brothers in public. He deserves to have his meridians abolished and then be handed over to my Wang clan to deal with. Wang Chun had a red face and said with extreme anger. But as soon as his words fell, Guan Shihua immediately stood up and raised her hand to curse. Put your mother's fart. It was clearly that little brat of yours who made the first move and hurt Yao Fu. My Xian you couldn't stand to watch, so he stepped in to stop it. And that old thing Wang Ai, if he hadn't tried to back up his grandson, he ended up punching an immortal. Where would he have ended up like this? Speaking here, Guan Shihua's tone gave way to a sneer. Right, doesn't your Wang family know how to detain spirits and dispatch generals? Then go find that immortal and argue about it. What kind of skill is it to make things difficult for Xianyu? Chun Wang, listen to this. Is this human talk? If I could beat that immortal, why would I come here to reason with you? Auntie, you have to be reasonable. If Gao Xianyu hadn't summoned the immortals, why did my father die so tragically? Didn't even leave a whole body. Wang Chun spoke with a sobbing voice and theorized loudly. When the rest of the crowd saw this, they frowned and had quite a headache. This Chun Wang, at least he's over 70 years old. Why does he cry when he can't move? From the start of the talks until now, it's been impossible to say more than a couple of sentences without howling. Alright, there's no point in just crying. Lu Ci couldn't watch anymore at this time, and immediately chided. He then swept Guan Shihua's eyes and turned to Zhang Jiwei, old celestial master. From the very beginning you have been silent. What exactly is the meaning of this? That Gao Xuanyu didn't just kill the old king at the Jiao festival of Luotian, and also, after getting drunk at night, ran to your Dragon Tiger Mountain and made a big mess. Half the mountain was lost in the fight. Isn't this something that you're not going to talk about? Seeing that Lu Ci had drawn the fire on himself, Zhang Jiwei, who had been silent all along, slightly moved his lips, but just as he was about to say something, Gao Changsuan opened his mouth at this time and interrupted. Lu Ci, you don't have to make things difficult for the old heavenly master here. We, the Gao family, recognize that debt from Longhu Mountain, but now that we're talking, it's about Wang Ai's matter, and in this matter, my Gao family has also made a statement. Deny it. With that, Gao Changsuan's gaze steeply became stern as he turned his head to look at Chun Wang and said with a cold snort, Kid, don't you dare. I'll leave my words here today. What your Wang family did back then, our Gao family dares to do the same today. Also, if you guys dare to use those underhanded tactics again, I guarantee you'll regret it. Such sharp words instantly made the atmosphere in the room tense. Wang Chun's face was green for a while and white for a while. It was already difficult to see. One hand was even clenched in both fists and trembled slightly. Elder Gao, you're the elder. Boy, I salute you. But now is not the time to rehash old scores. Rather, we're discussing what to do about Gao Xuanyu. Deal with it, my ass. Before Chun Wang finished speaking, Guan Shihua picked up the teacup on the table and threw it at him with force. This action startled the crowd. On its side, Na Ru Hu even more hastily grabbed Guan Shihua and said one after another, Auntie, quickly stop. Let's talk. But Guan Shihua was on the verge of anger and didn't pay any attention to it at all, just looking at Chun Wang and continuing to curse. Little bastard, what kind of thing are you? How dare you talk about handling the sect leader of my lineage of Exodus Siener? I'm telling you all, anyone who dares to touch the sect leader today is an enemy of my Azuma Siener lineage. When these words came out, everyone's faces were astonished. Even Zhang Jiwei, who had been silent, opened his eyes and looked at Guan Shihua in surprise. Gao Xianyu has become the head of Dama Siener's lineage? When was that? You guys are really going out of your way to keep this kid. At this time, Lu Ci also reacted and immediately asked with a gloomy face, Guan Shihua, You speak out clearly. When did Gao Xianyu become the head of your Exodus Immortal? Just when I came. Guan Shihua glared at Lu Xi and responded with vigor. But when they heard her words, the crowd instantly understood. This Guan Shihua is clearly just messing around. Now Gao Xianyu has been taken into custody by the company and is being held somewhere. Couldn't even organize a ceremony to succeed the head of the school. A mere verbal transmission doesn't count for anything. I'm too lazy to waste my words with you. Lu Xi let out a cold snort and looked at Zheng Jiwei once again. Old Celestial Master, if we keep on like this, even if we argue for 10 days and 10 nights, there won't be any result. Why don't you take the lead and let the group vote and decide exactly what to do with Gao Xianyu? Seeing that things had come to this point, Zhang Jiwei knew that he could not make a stand even if he did not. After a moment's pause, he said slowly, in that case, but without thinking, his words were once again interrupted. Mr. Fei, who was a director of the company, suddenly said, Old Celestial Master, please wait. Hearing her words, the crowd looked curiously. Only slowly she got up, took out a folder and opened it up and continued. Gentlemen, here are some leads from our company's investigation. Deng Youfu had a ghostly needle applied to his erection and neck before he entered the competition to the extent that he was unable to speak. This means, according to the company's records, is an ability possessed by an inhuman named Bai Yuan, though passed on to disciples. None of these people have joined the fullness of nature. With that, she looked at Chun Wang. In this matter, the company hopes that you, the Wang family, can give a reasonable explanation. Hearing this, the people in the room immediately frowned and looked at Jun Wang. One must know that no matter how much trouble Gao Xianyu had caused, it was ultimately the business of their prestigious sect. But now that even omnisex is involved, the nature of that is completely changed. Even Lu Xi, his face gradually became gloomy. Although the company did not produce direct evidence that the incident was the work of the Wang family, but with his knowledge of Wang AI, this old boy was definitely capable of this. So once the company does have evidence in hand, then even he will be implicated. Chapter 86 Swords at War. Guan Shihua and Gao Changsuan domineeringly protect their pups. Mr. Fei's inquiry caused the atmosphere in the room to instantly condense. Everyone's gazes were directed towards Jun Wang, waiting for his reply. After all, this sort of thing is vital to the decent. Once it was confirmed that the Wang family really had colluded with Quan Sex, even if Wang AI was alive, he would be sanctioned. However, at this time, Chun Wang, in the face of the crowd's gazes, said under his breath, "There's nothing to explain. I don't even know what you're talking about. Who knows if that Tang Youfu messed with Quan Sex and was assassinated? Not to mention that my Wang family has always been clean, and has never had dealings with the whole sex. And the reason why he had this bottom line was because after the incident, the person who had backstabbed Tang Youfu had already been dealt with by him. Even the soul, he detained and ate it. Today it can be said that it is completely dead in the water." At this point, when Lu Xi saw how confident he was, he also instantly understood that Wang Chun must have already dealt with it cleanly. General Manager Fei also frowned at this time and looked deeply at Jun Wang. Indeed, the information the company currently has is simply not direct proof that the Wang family is connected to omnisex, but this is the kind of thing that even a little cutie could have guessed it. It must be the Wang family behind this. But just as she was about to continue swindling Chun Wang, Lu Xi instantly frowned and immediately interrupted. Surprisingly, if Chun Wang said so, then it must not have anything to do with him. Or perhaps Mr. Fei, the company already has evidence? Hearing this inquiry, General Manager Fei's face sank slightly and he shook his head slightly. Not for now. When Lu Xi heard this, he let out a cold laugh in his heart and said calmly on the surface, "In that case, there's no point in wasting time on this matter, and Mr. Fei, even though you're from the company, this talk is ultimately a matter for our 10 brothers," he said with a tone of voice and looked at the crowd. "Gentlemen, let's get back to the point. Each of you take a stand." Having said that, he no longer inquired about the old heavenly master's attitude and immediately raised his hand to vote. "I agree to abolish Gao Xianyu." When Guan Shihua saw his action, she shouted angrily, "I object." But as soon as her words fell, Mu Yu of the Jianghuin and Chen Jinkui of the artistic character sect actually raised their hands one after another. "I agree. I agree." The sight of the two men's actions instantly caused the crowd to stare. Don't understand the two of them, why they are willing to wade through this mess. And at that moment, Chun Wang secretly smiled in triumph. A retired Gao family, and an Exodus immortal who doesn't even dare to enter the Guan. Do they really think they can fight against my one family? I'd like to see who will support you today. But unexpectedly, just at this moment, Feng Zhenghao, who had always been silent, suddenly raised his hand and said, "I object." As he spoke, he also looked at Chun Wang with an unkind gaze and said in a deep voice, "After this matter is resolved, I will personally pay a visit to the Wang family. You must give me an explanation for detaining the spirits and dispatching the generals." Hearing this, Chun Wan's face sank, then he let out a cold snort and didn't bother at all. Don't look at Feng Jianghao as the president of the World Society. He was likewise a member of the 10 Brothers, but in his eyes, it was a thug-like existence, not worth mentioning at all. However, just as the votes reached 2-3, Master Shekong of the Shaolin Temple recited a Buddhist chant. "Gentlemen, this matter, as Mr. Fei said, still has doubts. I don't think it's too late for us to make a decision after we find out. I object." Hearing this, Wang Chun and Lu Xi frowned at the same time, disgruntled. However, Master Shekong's reputation in the inhuman realm was second only to Zhang Jiwei's, so they couldn't say anything. Simply turning his gaze to the remaining 3, he waited for their vote, and at that moment, Zhang Jiwei, without waiting for them to urge him, took the initiative to speak. "At this time, it is so involved with my heavenly master's house that I am not in a good position to vote, so I abstain." Seeing that someone had taken the lead in abstaining from voting, Na Ruhu, who was the youngest of his generation, followed suit and indicated that he would abstain from voting. In that case, only Lu Jin was left. For a moment, all eyes, all of them, fell on him. Lu Jin immediately spoke up. "I abstain." Even Zhang Jiwei was unwilling to get involved in this matter, so he naturally had to follow the old heavenly master's lead, and as his voice fell, the final vote count, tied at 3-3. Seeing this result, Chun Wang could no longer sit still and immediately got up. "Everyone, you all have friendship with my father. Are you just going to watch him die a horrible death at the hands of a junior? That Gao Xianyu has no honor and is bold. If he dares to kill my father today, tomorrow it could be all of you who sit down again. This kind of person, it's not even an exaggeration to say that he's all sex, simply a pest to our inhuman realm." "Enough!" Gao Changsuan let out a stern cry and looked at Jun Wang with a fierce glare. "Little thing, do you want to die?" Although it was only a few short words, everyone present could feel the strong murderous aura. The crowd understood that this Gao Changsuan was moved to true anger. When Chun Wang felt this killing aura, his body also trembled and his heart was appalled. But soon, he swept away the fear in his heart and said in a deep voice, "Surname Gao, you don't have to threaten me here, am I wrong? But don't forget that back then, someone from your Gao family." "Shut up!" Right at this moment, Lu Xi suddenly let out a low voice and looked at Chun Wang with a slightly angry face. He had never thought that this kid would want to give out what happened back then. Here, in order to take revenge, is he out of his mind? And at this time, Gao Changsuan, too, had long since sunken his face like water, and his entire body exuded a strong killing intent. Then he slowly got up, staring at Chun Wang like a knife, and said in an icy tone, "Kid, I remember back in the day, there was one of you too, wasn't there? Don't be in a hurry. I'll slowly settle this account with your Wang family. As for my grandson, Gao Xuanyu, if any of you want to waste him, feel free to come to the northeast to find my Gao family, but don't blame me for not warning you." Saying this, he looked towards Lu Xi as well as Mu Yu and the others, and said in a gloomy tone, "Whoever dares to take a step into the northeast will be immortal with my Gao family." At that moment, Guan Shihua, who was on the sidelines, also got up with a huff and looked at the several people who raised their hands in agreement, saying, "And our Izumo sinner lineage, Lu Xi, aren't you known as Mad Dog? Then let's try and see if you're crazy or those immortals we're offering are crazy." Saying that, he looked viciously at Chun Wang, his tone filled with threats, "Especially your Wang family. Don't you want to detain spirits? Then come and try outside the pass and see if you can get out alive." In the face of the two men's successive threats, the two men, Lu Xi and Wang Chun, similarly looked at each other angrily. Seeing that the smell of gunpowder in the room was getting heavier and heavier, Zhang Jiwei spoke up at this time. "Guys, since we can't make a decision, I think it's better to leave it to the company. After all, this is the same thing that they took over. Let's make such a mess and make it difficult for the company instead." Hearing these words, Chun Wang immediately sank in color, extremely dissatisfied. Hand it over to the company? With their attitude, how could they possibly handle Gao Xianyu? No way, I will never agree. But as soon as his words fell, Shi-Fei stood up and said in a tone filled with warning, "Chun Wang, it's not someone else's turn to tell the company what to do. The matter of Gao Xianyu, we will definitely give everyone a satisfactory answer. As for your Wang family's matter, the company will continue to investigate as well. Once we find out that you guys really do have a connection to omnisex, when the time comes, I will personally bring someone to the Wang family to deal with it." Chun Wang was already a thief. Plus he saw how tough General Manager Fei's attitude was. The warning is really afraid of revealing something and getting caught by the company. Finally, he simply let out a cold snort and looked at Gao Changsuan and Guan Shihua. Good, then give it to the company, but I'll be ugly. If the outcome of the treatment once dissatisfies me, then don't blame my Wang family for not following the rules. With that, he turned and headed out of the conference room. Seeing this, Lu Xi sighed in his heart and also got up to follow. With the successive departure of the two men, the talks, of sorts, barely had a result, but everyone also understands that the Wang family's explicit means used up. The next is secretly, and that, in turn, is what causes the most headaches. Chapter 87 Gao Xuanyu awakens. I destroyed Dragon Tiger Mountain? Somewhere in the company's dark fortress, in a simple room, Gao Xianyu, who had been drunk for 7 days, slowly sobered up, but as soon as he opened his eyes, he felt a blinding white light coming at him, and subconsciously used his hand to cover it. But when the arm was raised, it was discovered that on the back of his hand, he had been stuck with a syringe delivering an unknown liquid. Gao Xianyu's eyes snapped open, and his first reaction was that his waist had been gargled. Immediately, his mind reeled and he quickly sat up, removing the syringe. Hands then felt the waist on each side to see if there were any stitches. At the same time, his eyes glanced around in all directions. Where is this? Gao Xianyu, who was completely awake, gazed cautiously around the room. The room, it was discovered, was only about 20 square feet. There was nothing more than some simple furniture, and life than supplies. Also on the hands, I didn't feel any stitches. Then he looked suspiciously at the bottle and realized that it was just glucosamine to keep his body functioning, which was a secret relief that smoothed out his emotions. Wasn't I in the Heavenly Master's mansion? How come I'm here? After making sure he was safe, he began to try to remember the events of last night, but he couldn't remember anything from after the Golden Spirit Scale took himself flying. There were only bits and pieces that flooded into the mind. He vaguely remembered. Longhu Mountain seemed to have been shaken by an earthquake, and it seemed that even the mountain had collapsed. And then there's the appearance of a little golden man who drinks with himself and ends up force-feeding himself. Later on, the old celestial master seemed to have joined in, and even said that he wanted to go back with himself and offer sacrifices to his ancestor's grave. What's all this mess? Did I accidentally eat a poisonous fungus and hallucinate? Gao Xianyu scratched his head, revealing a puzzled expression. In a trance, he could no longer tell if these memories were real, or if he was dreaming. This wine, Sister Yaya, is so strong, better drink less next time. Gao Xianyu shook his head and moved his stiff body. Then he transferred the air in his body, wanting to use it to live through the blood veins. But this transportation immediately startled him. His own air? When did it become so thick? Look at the extent of this. It's at least an increase of about 20 years of kung fu, right? But then, with a jolt, it occurred to him where all this cultivation had come from. System rewards. Gao Xianyu's face instantly glowed with joy, and he hurriedly called up the system within his divine sense and checked it out. Host, Gao Xianyu. Training, 35 years. Current world level, 1. Currently bound to the summoning world, Fox Demon Little Red Queen, can summon all demons and magic treasures. World to be unlocked, the world of the sealed god, current progress 5%. Way to unlock the sealed world, each time the host engages in a fierce battle, the progress will grow. Gao Xianyu, I'm just going up the mountain to ask a question. How come I was suddenly rewarded with 20 years of cultivation and unexpectedly unlocked the progress of the sealed world? Gao Xianyu vaguely realized that he was afraid that his journey up the mountain this time was not that simple, but the thought that his next unlocked summoning world, for the sealed god, excited him, because once the sealed world was opened, as long as a random big brother was invited to make a move, then the sister's body, in an instant, would be healed. Even at that time, I'm afraid that even arranging a long life for my family would not be a problem. After all, that was a world where true immortals walked everywhere and immortals flew in the sky. A brick smashed down, that could draw out a large swath of mountain-moving powerhouses. All kinds of true immortals and golden immortals, too many to count. Even saints, there were several of them. On the contrary, in the Fox Demon world, to put it mildly, Sanshao would have to act like a monkey when he goes there. When the Northern Emperor Demon Emperor Shi Quan went, he had to be a stepping stone for others. Hey, why do I suddenly remember these two? Doesn't matter. In short, compared to the sealed god world, the Fox Demon world was not on the same level at all. It's just that this unlocking, go and get a fight with the old celestial master. Gao Xianyu was instantly passionate and leapt towards the door of the room, but just as he reached the door to the room was suddenly opened. Immediately afterward, Gao Lian walked in with a sigh and a sad face, but when he looked up, he was taken aback when he suddenly saw someone appear. Soon, however, he could see that the person in front of him was none other than his son who had been asleep for 7 days. Xianyu, you're awake. Gao Lian swept away the gloom and excitedly stepped forward to grab Gao Xianyu's arms. Joy smiled and surveyed her son as if she was afraid that something was wrong with his health. When he saw his old dad's concerned face and the white hair on his temples, Gao Xianyu's heart was moved for a moment. Yeah, Dad, I just woke up. Then he remembered the sad look on his old dad's face when he entered and couldn't help but ask, "Dad, did something happen just now by the way you looked when you walked in the door?" Hearing his son's inquiry, Gao Lian's originally happy smile instantly disappeared. In its place was a long sigh, followed by a slow voice. "It's all small stuff, and as long as you wake up, it's better than anything." When Gao Xianyu saw him in this state, he immediately frowned, knowing that his old man must have encountered a difficult situation. But before he could open his mouth to inquire, he heard Gao Lian continue, "Right, since you've woken up, hurry up and pack up. Let's go back to the northeast immediately." "So urgent?" Gao Xianyu slightly froze and said with some hesitation, "But I'm still thinking of going to Longhu Mountain and asking the old celestial master about my sister. I was too drunk to ask yesterday." However, after hearing this, Gao Lian's expression froze, and then he completely stormed off. "Ask? My ass. Yesterday? You kids have been drunk for 7 days. Do you know what you did when you were drunk? People's Heavenly Master's mansion was demolished by you. Dragon Tiger Mountain was half destroyed. Now the Forestry Bureau, the Antiquities Bureau, the Ministry of Natural Resources, the Tourism Bureau, the Ministry of Environmental Protection, more than a dozen ministries, are all looking for you. You're good enough to be shot for doing this, and now you're telling me that you still want to go back to Longhu Mountain? You're not going to die enough, are you?" While looking at his hysterical old father, Gao Xianyu was dumbfounded. "Ha, I slept for 7 days, and destroyed Lungfu Shan while drunk? That's not right. Wasn't that caused by an earthquake? I've been drinking with the old master, too, haven't I? He has to go back with me to pay homage to his ancestors. Is my memory that far off?" Gao Xianyu scratched his head with a confused expression, trying to recall the events of that night, but other than those few bits and pieces, can't think of anything else. And at this moment, Gao Lian, looking at his son's expression of bitter contemplation, although he kept his anger on the surface, he secretly said in his heart, "Bastard, if I don't scare you a bit, you still won't come back to the northeast with me." I am also puzzled. People old Tianshi are over 100 years old. Is it inviting you to mess with you? Why do you keep tossing his old man around? Good man, you slept well after making a mess. The old celestial master was forced by the Wang family. Hard to open 3 consecutive days of 10 old talks. That beard is stroking out. If you go there at this time, you will have to give people the whole top. Chapter 88 Single chat with Zhao Fengsu? Gao Lian was numb. When Gao Xianyu learned what he did when he was drunk, he guessed at once. The inhuman realm must have been in an uproar during the 7 days of his own slumber. The Wang family in particular, I'm afraid, didn't issue many rebukes. Otherwise, with his own old man's character, he would never be guilty to this extent. It's a mistake to drink. It seems that the Wang family will have to be dealt with as soon as possible. But the problem now was that Pops was determined to get himself back to the northeast. Once you go back, it won't be so easy to get out. But while pondering how to find an excuse to leave, Gao Lian saw through his son's small mind at a glance, and immediately threatened through clenched teeth. "If you kid dares to run, I'll break your legs." Gao Xianyu, "Don't. Can't I go back with you? But you also have to tell me what the hell is going on right now, right? In case something does happen, I'll be prepared, won't I?" Hearing his son's softening, Gao Lian's face gradually eased. At the same time, it felt that my son was right about that. After a few moments of silence, he said slowly, "What else can happen? The Wang family wants to do our master's bidding. For this reason, they went out of their way to invite all the old heavenly masters down from the mountain, and held the 10 elders talks for 3 days in a row, trying to unite most of the 10 guys and pressured the company to turn you in." Hearing this, Gao Xianyu's brows furrowed as a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "And how many people agreed?" "Agree my ass," Gao Lian said in a disdainful tone. "With that beating nature of their Wang family, how can they have any popularity? Back when Wang AI was alive, they all still gave a few moments of face. Now that that old thing is dead, who cares about the Wang family? In particular, Feng Zhenghao of the World Society was the one who personally questioned Chen Wang in the face of a group of 10 brothers. Why do they, the Wang family, will wind the family's constrained spirit dispatch? However, he was naturally avoiding the issue with these words. Gao Xianyu also immediately understood that Pops was unwilling to say more to himself. You know, following the normal course of history, even if the old celestial master came down and exterminated the whole sex, those 10 brothers were not so harmonious. When discussing how to deal with the old celestial master, all of them expressed their own views, and there were even a few people who jumped out to abolish Zhang Jiwei. So how is it possible that when it comes to yourself, it will become peaceful? Not to mention the fact that there was the Wang family in it, as well as Lu Xi leading the way. And in the end, how was it decided? Gao Xianyu didn't bother asking about the process and simply asked for the results directly. However, Gao Lian's face visibly glowed with a hint of sadness after hearing these words, but it was fleeting, and said with a bland smile, "It turned out pretty well. To the public you were handed over to the company, but in reality you were working under me me as a temp. Gao Xianyu did not feel surprised by this, or rather, as early as when he killed Wang AI, he had already anticipated this outcome. As for the temp, he didn't care. He needed to fight anyway to unlock the sealed world, and it was just a passing thing. But with a jolt, he suddenly remembered something. Now at this point in time, it seems to be a Bo village thing, right? However, while he was thinking about it, there was a sudden knock at the door. Come in. Gao Lian looked back and saw an employee in a white coat. Walking in. Brother Gao, Mr. Zhao is calling you. Got it. Gao Lian barked a response and watched the employee leave. Then he turned his head to look at Gao Xianyu. Let's go see Mr. Zhao first, then we'll go back home. Good. Gao Xianyu nodded, followed Gaolan and headed out the door. After going through a tunnel-like corridor, it came outside. Feeling the sunlight shining on her made Gao Xianyu feel a sense of relief in her body. After stretching hard, he looked out at the grass around him. At that moment, Gao Lian, who was on the side, said, "This was an abandoned bomb shelter that was later converted into a dark fort by the company. You've been hidden here for the last 7 days that you've been asleep, so that you haven't been found." Gao Xianyu didn't say anything, but he understood what Pops meant. It seemed that the Wang family hadn't sent many people to search for him in the past few days after he disappeared. When he thought of this, he immediately let out a cold laugh. "If you're in a hurry to die, I'll pay you a visit when I'm free." Just as he was secretly in a murderous mood, a sedan pulled up in front of him. "Let's go." Gao Lian greeted and took the lead in the passenger seat. Gao Xianyu followed closely behind and sat in the back. The driver, dressed in a courier uniform, drove towards the company's headquarters with a kick of the gas. About an hour or so later, father and son appeared in Zhao Fengsu's office. "How did you sleep?" Zhao Fengsu held up his glasses and looked at Gao Xianyu with a smile. "It's okay, just a hard bed." Gao Xianyu was also nonchalant, shrugging his shoulders and complaining. Zhao Fengsu shook his head and laughed upon hearing this, but then he immediately put on a face and started the preaching mode. "Kid, do you realize how much trouble you've gotten yourself into? Now the whole inhuman world is being made a scene just because of you, and the Wang family, which is looking for you all over the world. Do you think you would have woken up if it wasn't for the company stopping you?" Seeing that Zhao Fengsu had turned on his mouth mode, he chattered on and on. Gao Xianyu's face was expressionless as he suddenly came to say, "I can summon a true immortal." "Ha!" Zhao Fengsu froze at the words, and his brain obviously went down. Not to mention him, even Gao Lian's mouth twitched as he looked at his son in surprise. "No, what's up with you, kid? How can you threaten people out of your mouth during a leadership lecture?" Obviously at this time, Zhao Fengsu also reacted and instantly raged. "Gao Lian, look what a good son you've taught. Don't. Leader, Xianyu didn't mean that." Gao Lian panicked and waved his hand, explaining in a hurry. "But nay, Gao Xianyu, the little mending master, once again said calmly, that's what I meant. I can summon true immortals. You." Zhao Fengsu trembled as he pointed at Gao Xianyu, hanging on for dear life. Gao Lian simply closed his eyes in despair. "Tired. Destroy." But right at this moment, Gao Xianyu suddenly said, "Dad, you go out first. I'll talk to Mr. Zhao alone." Zhao Fengsu, Gao Lian, blanched. "Hi, Jen, Jade, what are you doing?" Seeing that both of them were looking at themselves with a wary expression, Gao Xianyu understood that this was all a misunderstanding. "It's really just a chat. I don't invite fairies." But even with his assurances, Gao Lian still looked at him in disbelief. For this son of his, he really has no idea in his heart. However, Zhao Fengsu said at this time, "Since this brat has already said so, then you can go out first." "Gorian, Mr. Zhao, you are really willing to give up this living death?" "I'm going out? Isn't that getting ready to run?" "Never mind. I'll just go ahead and fill up the tank so I don't run out of gas halfway through the run. Then I'll go out first, Mr. Zhao. If there's anything you call me." Gao Lian responded with some concern and turned toward the outside. But before he took 2 steps, he heard Zhao Fengsu say, "Wait, hand over the car keys." There was also a glint in his eyes as he spoke. "Gao Lian, well, good job. I'm not even going to be able to get my mom and dad out of the way." Chapter 89 A deal. Stormy weather in the inhuman realm. With Gao Lian's departure, only Zhao Fengsu and Gao Xianyu remained in the room. The two of them looked at each other for a moment, and Zhao Fengsu finally couldn't help but say, "Go ahead, there's something you want to tell me." As he spoke, he adjusted his not-so-natural sitting position, but then he thought that it seemed to look like he was being vain, and then he adjusted it back. But in doing so, it felt like it appeared even more hollow, and instantly had to be adjusted again. Seeing his slightly nervous appearance, Gao Xianyu shook his head and smiled. "Mr. Zhao, relax, we're just having a casual conversation." Seeing that he was broken down, Zhao Fengshu coughed twice in embarrassment and said with a strong face, I have nothing to be nervous about, so just say what you have to say. Gao Xianyu heard this and didn't bother to talk nonsense, directly opening the door. I want to destroy the Wang family. When these words came out, Zhao Fengshu's body instantly tightened up, a look of astonishment appearing on his face. Is this kid crazy? How dare you say that to my face? Even if you can summon a true immortal, you're still too emboldened. But before he could say anything, Gao Xianyu continued, don't be in a hurry to reject it first, because the destruction of the Wang family will benefit both my Gao family and the company. A single sentence instantly aroused Zhao Fengshu's curiosity. However, due to his status, he still looked extremely serious on the surface and said in a deep voice, you're thinking too simply. It's not about favors. Do you know what kind of position the Wang family has in the inhuman realm? If it is destroyed, then the entire inhuman realm will be thrown into chaos. However, before he finished his words, Gao Xianyu directly interrupted. Those rioting inhumans, I'll take care of, as long as the company takes over the Wang family's estate quickly. When the cake is no longer tempting, those people will naturally settle down. So Mr. Zhao, the opportunity is right in front of you. Do you really not want to get rid of the Wang family? Hearing this, Zhao Fengshu's face was grave and silent. Seeing this, Gao Xianyu smiled in his heart, knowing that the other party was acquiescing to the proposal. So he continued, it's been said that the company was formed to regulate the inhuman community, but whether or not it really did, I'm afraid that only you, Mr. Zhao, know best in your own heart. But one thing I can say for sure is that whatever the company wants to do now, it can't get around the 10, or rather, it is impossible to bypass those sects and lineages that have taken deep roots in the inhuman realm and have been entrenched for hundreds, if not thousands of years. It's like this matter of Zhang Chulan. The appearance of an air body source stream immediately attracted countless ambitious people. In the end, it was only when the old heavenly master and the company stepped in together that they were barely suppressed. But this time, the Luo Tian Dajiao. But another Wang Yuya of the Wind Queen's Qi sect came out. I heard that he seemed to have encountered quite a few ambushes on his way back to the capital, didn't he? Mr. Zhao, it's still under the company's nose. If it were farther away, would the company's hands still be reachable? Step back. Even if you can get it, what can you do? Those forces that dared to take on Wang Yuya are all existences that the company cannot shake. With your little means alone, even if you step in to stop it, you'll all be obeying the call and not the announcement. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Fengshu's brows knitted together. A pair of cloudy eyes were slightly closed as they stared at Gao Xianyu. Only at this moment did he suddenly realize that he had completely underestimated this young son of the Gao family. That's right, the company was originally founded with the idea of, well, regulating the role of the inhuman community. But as Gao Xianyu said, they didn't have enough force to suppress these foreigners, even if they wanted to recruit talents. But in the end, they still had to pick from within the various major sects and families? How many of these people joined the company and are willing to genuinely contribute to the company? This is precisely what has led to the situation of heeding the call but not the declaration. He tried to make changes several times, but whenever he touched the interests of the families, he was met with great resistance. So much so that it was all put on hold and eventually died out. But what he didn't expect was that with every concession the company made, it in turn made certain people even more rampant. It's okay to be like the Tian mansion, or the Lu family. At least the two of them are not ambitious and can hold onto their acreage just fine. However, there was really nothing that could be done about the families and sects that were quite ambitious and that the company could not shake. So he can't wait for someone to step up and have a reshuffle. And this person, he also recently had a candidate, naturally Gao Xianyu. But the problem was that all of these things had been hidden in his heart and he had never said anything to anyone. As a result, today this kid, even in front of his own face, directly poked the window paper. He wanted to agree, but being in the position he was in didn't allow it. But if he were to disagree, now that Gao Xianyu had shown his cards, it was clear that he was forcing the issue. To put it bluntly, the kid was talking himself into a deal, trying to get himself to let him loose to make trouble. But it's the company that has to carry the load for all the trouble that's been caused. If not, he would have turned around and left. For a while, Zhao Fengshu fell into a long examination, hesitating in his mind. Gao Xianyu also took in his reaction. As well, it was immediately clear that the matter was in play. Only Zhao Fengshu still lacked a reason to convince himself, but for that, he didn't bother to push, letting the old man think for himself. Anyway, whether he agreed or not, the Wang family he was bound to destroy. Dealing with Zhao Fengshu was nothing more than wanting to avoid some trouble after exterminating the Wang family. After all, he could fear no one's targeting or retaliation. even if he was an enemy of the people of this world. He dared to confront and meet the battle alone. But the problem was that he still had the Gao family behind him. With the Exodus Siener lineage, with many of his loved ones, he didn't care about the dangers of the inhuman realm. If he dared someone to stand out, he could just make a move to suppress them. But on the company side, it's still something to take into account, especially with the Dragon Kingdom behind it. He can't really be crazy enough to destroy his own country, can he? Finally, after about a minute had passed, Zhao Fengshu slowly said, "We didn't say anything today, and I don't know anything. You're a temp for the company now, and it just so happens there's an assignment for you to do." Hearing this, Gao Xianyu gave a heartfelt smile, understanding that this old boy was acquiescing, and immediately said, "Duty calls, just do as you please, Mr. Zhao." Zhao Fengshu nodded slightly and sighed lightly. "Go to the village of Bio. I'll send someone to you to take care of things there. As for the co-workers there, they're all in the same position as you, all capricious." Saying that, he also waited for Gao Xianyu to respond and directly picked up the phone and dialed. After some explanation before hanging it up, he said again, "Go downstairs, someone will pick you up." Gao Xianyu nodded slightly and then said, "I need information on everyone in the Wang family." Zhao Fengshu's face was shocked at his words, understanding that this kid didn't want to leave a survivor for the Wang family. However, he was not a good person, and immediately nodded his head. "Someone will deliver it to you when you're done with Bo village. Until then, stay out of trouble. I need some time to buffer, so that I won't be able to take over in time from my side when something happens to the Wang family." Chapter 90, Traveling to Bo village, Opening and Fighting. After talking with Zhao Fengshu, Gao Xuanyu walked out of the office with a smile on his face. Gao Lian, who had been waiting for a long time, looked at his son with a spring in his step and couldn't help but wonder, "What did you say to Mr. Zhao? So happy?" "Secret," Gao Xianyu said in a very dejected manner, then turned around and walked towards the stairs. Seeing this, Gao Lian hurriedly chased after him and continued to pursue. "Brat, what can't you say to your dad? Come on, tell me, what exactly did you guys talk about?" "Talking about the extermination of the king's family. Do you dare to listen?" Gao Xianyu rolled her eyes and said, "What else can we talk about? It's the matter of the temp being. He said to keep me out of trouble. He sent me ahead to join the other temps and finish a mission." At the end of his heart, he added another sentence, "Sneaking away on the way and destroying the Wang family." Gao Lian looked at his son's expression of loyalty and muttered in his heart, "That's not true. When did this kid become so obedient? Bad. He wouldn't really have slaughtered Mr. Cho, would he?" As soon as this thought came out, Gao Lian's heart thumped and he immediately turned around and ran towards the office. Then he couldn't be bothered to knock on the door and just pushed it open as soon as he could. The sudden scene caused Zhao Fengshu, who was pondering things, to be startled. With a startled expression, he looked at Gao Lian, who had barged in, and asked blankly, "Something wrong?" Seeing that Zhao Fengshu was still alive, Gao Lian was relieved and then said with a compensatory smile on his face, "It's okay, I just suddenly missed you. Seeing you now makes me feel solid in my heart. You keep busy, I'll leave you to it." Saying that, he didn't wait for Zhao Fengshu to say anything and ran out in a hurry. Zhao Fengshu looked at his disappearing back, flabbergasted and surprised for half a day before coming back to his senses, and finally said in a bad mood, "Inexplicable," then continued in contemplation. On the other side, Gao Lian, who had just left the house, hurriedly chased towards Gao Xianyu. With his knowledge of his son, since Mr. Zhao wasn't dead, the kid must be hiding something else from him. Plus, when he entered the room just now, he saw Mr. Zhao's pensive face. The world isn't that upside down, is it? Did Mr. Cho really agree to something? But when he chased him all the way out of the company building, he found that Gao Xianyu had already left in his car. He subconsciously felt into his pocket, trying to pull out his car keys to catch up, but quickly reacted that the is on Mr. Zhao's desk. "It's over. This kid is clearly avoiding me on purpose. Did Zhao Fengshu really promise him to go on a rampage?" The thought of this alarmed him, and at last, unable to press on any longer, he turned and went back to the office. But when it came to the door, he hesitated. If Zhao Fengshu really promised something, then he would definitely not tell himself. Even if he went in and asked, he was afraid that he would get nowhere. After a few moments of contemplation, he ended up not going in. Instead, he turned around and prepared to go to Gao Changsuan, intending to tell his grandfather about this matter. Only the old man, now, can be prepared for anything. Once Gao Xianyu really did something heaven-defying, their Gao family would be able to have a timely response. In the meantime, Gao Xianyu sat in the car and started the journey to Bo village. After arriving at the airport, take a flight straight to Yunnan. Then just as soon as I got off the plane, I changed cars again. After tossing and turning for about 6 hours, we finally arrived at a picturesque village near dark. At the entrance of their village, Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao were waiting here early. Upon seeing Gao Xianyu arrive, Zhang Chulan immediately waved his hand in welcome and took the initiative to run over. Brother Gao, you're here. Looking at Zhang Chulan's serval face, Gao Xianyu patted his shoulder for fear and said to Feng Baobao, not bad, well trained. Hearing these words, Zhang Chulan immediately darkened his face, recalling the time when he and Feng Baobao had just met. That's really the past. See what you're saying. Zhang Chulan forced a smile, then asked, Brother Gao, what are your instructions for coming here this time? As he spoke, he also silky smooth took out cigarettes from his pocket and raised his hand to hand one over. Look at that. It's like you're interviewing a higher up. But logically speaking, Gao Xianyu was younger than him, and in terms of position he could still be considered a senior, so there was absolutely no need to stoop so low. But the thing is, this kid is inhuman. It's not even enough to summon a demon immortal at the drop of a hat. You have to kill people at the drop of a hat. The point is, killing 10 guys won't satisfy him, not even the mountains. Nima, this is not a human being. It's clearly a flood beast. Zhang Chulan, who had been scared hard twice in a row, at this point in time, at the sight of Gao Xianyu, it was really a heart-straightening, especially recalling back to when he had the intention of burying him at the Luo Tianjiao festival. I'm afraid that this kid will rehash old scores and really bury him in Bio village. And at that moment, Gao Xianyu, looking at the cigarettes handed over, raised his hand and pushed them away. Then looking to the village, he inquired, what now? Hearing the inquiry, Zhang Chulan immediately patted his chest and said, things are going great. It's all under our control. If nothing else, it should be over tonight. Oh, Gao Xianyu unexpectedly glanced at Zhang Chulan, understanding that they were preparing to make a move at night. But why wait until nighttime for something that could be solved right now? Go tell the rest of them to keep the commoners under control. I'll take care of the rest. When Zhang Chulan heard this, he was immediately shocked and said in a hurry, Gao, actually, things are a bit complicated. It's not just about Shander anymore. It's about the new interceptor sect, their sect leader, Ma Xianhong. But before he could finish his words, Gao Xianyu waved his hand and interrupted. Come on, isn't it just the body repair furnace, and the ordinary people who were forced to get air? I've read the information on the way. Get up there and stay out of the way. After saying that, without waiting for Zhang Chulan to reply, he immediately raised his sword finger and mouthed the benediction. Rotting bones and devouring souls, a mist of peach blossoms, declare, the southern kingdom seated Taisho, the poison lady, edict. Seeing this familiar movement, Zhang Chulan's body immediately trembled. In his mind, the memories of the red and gold colors immediately sprang up. The ensuing fear in his heart came out like a wave. But at that moment, the space shook, and a woman dressed in red slowly walked out. Poison lady, at your service. Seeing that bright red, Zhang Chulan's mouth suddenly twitched. Ever since that night in the back of the mountain, after a great battle with Gao Xianyu, the result was that he was now completely sick, and could hardly see red, and even his blood began to faint. So when he saw the poison lady appear, he hardly hesitated at all and directly laid down on the ground and began to brace himself. Gao Xianyu didn't even look at him as he led Poison Lady straight towards the village. Inside the village, in the most luxurious wooden house, Ma Xianhong, who was constructing a new generation of body cultivation furnaces, suddenly shook his body and looked outward in surprise. Immediately after that, Bai Yuan, who was a 12 upper root weapon, ran in from outside in a panic. Bishop, it's not good. Gao Xianyu has come to smash the village. Chapter 91 Feng Baobao immune to love poison? The poison lady cracked. Bai Yuan burst into the house with a panicked expression and shouted, Godfather, it's not good. Gao Xianyu is here. Upon hearing this name, Ma Xianhong's expression suddenly froze. He had also traveled in disguise to watch the Luo Tian Dajiao competition a while ago. Gao Xianyu's skill of summoning a demon immortal really shocked him to the core. Even at that time, he rose up to pull the strings. However, upon learning that this kid was actually a junior of one of the 4 great families, the Gao family, he immediately gave up on this idea. As one of the 8 wondrous techniques, the inheritor of the divine machine 100 refinements, his grandfather died at the hands of these hypocrites. Even if the Gao family was not among them, it was equally not favorable. Not to mention that the Gao family was backed by the company, because in his eyes, corporations are just as bad. Don't worry, come out with me and take a look. Ma Xianhong glanced at the soon-to-be completed body cultivation furnace and turned toward the outside. However, Bai Yuan stopped at the door and said with a nervous expression, Sect leader, you'd better not go. That kid summoned the demon immortal as soon as he entered the village. I don't think he's coming from a good place. Maybe it was sent by the company. The man, old as he is, hit the nail on the head. When Ma Xianhong heard this, his already grave expression added a few more points of worry. Company? Could it be that they become temporary workers just like Zhang Chulan and the others? Thinking Thinking about what Gao Xianyu had done recently, he felt that this possibility was high. Otherwise, after killing the 10 brothers and destroying Lung Fu Shan, how could it be safe and sound and so coincidentally appear in Bo village? Thinking of this, Ma Xianhong's face was furious as he looked in the direction of the village entrance and said, "Can they finally not help themselves?" Seeing that Ma Xianhong was furious, Bai Yuan let out a slight sigh and said, "When Zhang Chulan and the others came, I knew there would be a day like this. Shander killing the head of the region and hiding from us would have been troublesome enough. With the addition of this cultivation furnace, I'm only afraid that the company is trying to directly strike and destroy us." Saying that, he looked at Ma Xianhong Dao with a serious face. "Sect leader, let's escape. As important as this stove is, if you lose your life, you lose everything. It's not too late for us to run. Find a place to hide where no one is. At that time, you can also build the body cultivation furnace in peace." However, in response to Bai Yuan's advice, Ma Xianhong immediately vetoed it. "I won't run away. There are many other people in this village. What will they do if I escape?" Saying that, as if he had remembered something, he turned his head to Bai Yuan and commanded, "Elder Bai, you now immediately go and inform everyone to leave the village. The farther away the better. I'm the only one the company is targeting. They're not going to give you a hard time." Hearing this, Bai Yuan immediately looked puzzled. Seeing his hesitation, Ma Xianhong immediately urged, "Go on, it'll be too late. They are no match for Gao Xianyu, and if they were to touch each other, they would all die here." As he spoke, he was already heading towards the door. Seeing this, Bai Yuan hurriedly asked, "Then what will you do, sect leader?" "I'm going to meet Gao Xuanyu. There's something about him that I care about," Ma Xianhong said without looking back, and then left quickly. Bai Yuan looked at his back, the folds of his face all compacted together, his mind spinning with thoughts. To think that his life was ordinary and his only preference was to follow the side of the extraordinary. For this reason, the disciples he had taken on were also in the inhuman world, and had a certain degree of influence. For example, Ting Shima On, one of today's 2 great masters, and Gong Cheng, the all-sex generation master, and the Ma Xianhong in front of him is definitely the best in this, because whether it was himself or what he was trying to do, it was enough to influence, and even subvert, the entire inhuman realm. But unfortunately, he was too honest and headstrong for his nature. Such a person, even if he has great ambitions, I am afraid that it will be very difficult for him to accomplish great things. Never mind, it's what it is. Bai Yuan leaned on his crutches and hunched over as he walked towards the village. He was a man who did not like to fight, and now that the company had made a move, he had even sent Gao Xianyu for this purpose, so he wasn't going to fight back. Instead, he listened to Ma Xianhong's words and prepared to inform those villagers to leave. In the meantime, at the entrance of the village, Gao Xianyu looked at the tense-faced few people in front of him, and walked towards the village with large strides. At its rear, the poison lady, dressed in red with a sexy figure, silently followed behind. Except that with every step she took, a pink mist emanated from her feet. But soon, it will dissipate with the breeze and disappear without a trace. It wasn't until they took the 5th step that the few people blocking Gao Xianyu's path suddenly felt their brains go into a trance. Immediately afterward, a strong sense of loss suddenly surged into his heart. It was as if a lover who was in the midst of a passionate love affair had suddenly fallen out of love. "Swallow, my swallow." Suddenly, a little fat man with a round head sat down and howled. The remaining few people, too, had agonized expressions and let out tears. The mouths were each, too, shouting the name of their beloved. Gao Xianyu ignored the cries of several people and walked straight through them. Poison Lady, on the other hand, looked at the several people with interest, a playful smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. But right at this moment, Feng Baobao suddenly ran over and looked at the several people suspiciously. Strange, why are they all crying all of a sudden? Apparently, she didn't notice that the air contained the poison of love. However, at this moment, the poison lady looked at her with a surprised expression. "What's wrong with this little girl? Why is it that being in my peach blossom mist doesn't do anything at all? Could she resist my love poison?" Thinking of this, she couldn't help but ask as she couldn't hold back the shocked suspicion in her heart. "You, all right?" Feng Baobao stared with a pair of big eyes full of wisdom and asked back in a very puzzled manner, "What is it, poison lady?" However, right at this moment, Gao Xianyu suddenly transmitted his divine sense. "Ignore her. The woman's brain is missing a string and just happens to be immune to your love poison. You go to the back of the village and spread the poison. Don't let anyone get away." Hearing this explanation, the poison lady, for a moment, didn't know whether to cry or laugh. He himself was at least one of the 5 poison typos of the Southern Kingdom, possessing a great demon-level strength. It turned out that the most skillful love poison was a little cutie. Gave restraint. Humans in this world, are they all so strange? Forget it, out of sight, out of mind. Let's just get it over with and go home and upgrade the love poison. I don't believe that I can't subdue a silly girl. With that, her body shook, and the poison lady ran straight to the back of the village at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. Gao Xianyu was speechless in his heart when he sensed her thoughts. A nice demon. Why do you have to fight with a little cutie? Why do you have to fight with a cutie? If this were to let the other 5 poison type know, it wouldn't be a laughing matter. Chapter 92 Dharma Treasure, a paper charm. Righteous God incarnate. Such a big commotion at the entrance of the village quickly attracted the attention of the crowd. The first to arrive were a few of the company's temporary workers. When they saw Gao Xianyu, all of their faces changed, revealing a worried expression. Why did this brat make a direct move? Did Zhang Chulan not tell him about our plan? Wang Jinqiu, a temporary worker from the southwest district, gazed curiously at Gao Xianyu. The inhuman realm in the past few days was in an uproar just because of this kid. What he did was just like a mongrel. He, a southwest tumor, has become a good boy compared to him. Now that he had seen the honored one, and had made a big fuss in Bo village, he had a feeling of hating each other. It's not that Chulan shouldn't have said it, but he didn't have the chance to. The Black Pipe, a temporary worker in central China, pointed at Zhang Chulan, who was holding up a corpse at the entrance of the village, and said in a mocking tone. When the unknown few people saw this, their eyelids fluttered wildly. This kid isn't going to get aggressive and take out one of his own, is he? However, when they saw Zhang Chulan slowly raise his head, glancing at Gao Xianyu and continuing to play dead again, several people were speechless. How much of a wimp are you? Just scared into this? At this time, old Mang, from the northwest district, asked somewhat timidly, what do we do? Should we go over and help him? But as soon as his words fell, Wang Jinqiu directly denied it. Don't kid yourself, brother Mang. Do you see him looking so aggressive like he needs our help? Don't turn around and think we're in the way and step in to take us out too. With that, he turned his head to look at Zhang Chulan with a snarky expression. Here, that's the best example. However, just as he was speaking, Xiao Zizhou, from the East China region, suddenly beckoned. This sudden move of his immediately made a few people feel suspicious in their hearts, and they thought that Xiao Zizi knew Gao Xianyu, but soon they realized that the old boy was shouting at Feng Bao Bao in the back. Baby, come here, Xiao Zi shouted in a controlled voice, attracting Feng Bao Bao's attention, but at the same time, it also drew Gao Xianyu to look their way. When several people saw this, their bodies tightened, and they secretly complained about Xiao Ziji in their hearts. Don't we feel good to be alive? Why do you have to invite him? But unexpectedly, Gao Xianyu gave a friendly smile at that moment and waved at the few people. Hi! Several people were slightly stunned, and subconsciously raised their hands one after another, responding awkwardly. Hi! Both parties exchanged greetings as Gao Xianyu continued to walk towards the village. Feng Bao Bao, at this time, also ran in front of a few people. Xiao Zizai immediately pointed at Gao Xianyu and asked worriedly, Baby, what is he doing? Feng Bao Bao glanced at Gao Xianyu and said, Oh, he said he wanted to dry out the entire village by himself and told us to mind our own business. A host of temporary workers. Sha self. No, it's okay for him to over the village, but what about my patients? I've been waiting for a couple days to eat tonight. He can't just tell me to guna hunger strike. No way, I'm going to have to get out soon. Otherwise you won't get any hair later. Thinking of this, Xiao Zizi quickly turned around and ran into the house. Under the puzzled gaze of the crowd, he quickly ran out with a handbag and then darted towards the village. Since this was the first time everyone had worked together, Black Pipe and the others weren't sure what Xiao Zi was up to in such a hurry. Only Gao Xianyu, who was walking towards the village, saw Xiao Zizi's nervous expression and secretly laughed in his heart. Is this because you're afraid I'll kill that pervert Zhao Guozian, so you want to do it before me? You're quite horny here. But he was fine with that sort of thing. He had plenty of enemies anyway. However, while he was pondering, a loud cry suddenly came from his ears. Stand still, kid, who are you? Gao Xianyu frowned and looked up, only to see that 3 people had appeared in front of them, blocking the way, and were looking at themselves with a wary expression. And these 3 were the 12 upper-rooted weapons under Ma Xianhong: Zhang Kuan, the earthbound immortal, Zhong Xiaolong, the snapping finger, and Ding Ziheng, the ghost shadow walker. What's with the 3 weakest ones? Gao Xianyu glanced down and didn't bother to talk nonsense with them. Immediately, he raised his sword finger and mouthed the summoning decision. A paper talisman, the incarnation of a positive god. As his voice fell, a yellow talisman paper appeared out of thin air. Immediately afterward, gusts of mist rose from above and continued to gather in midair. In just a few moments, a god and goddess dressed in ancient armor and wielding a steel whip coalesced. Its gaze was like a torch, cross-eyed, and just by looking at it, it gave people a feeling of unruffled authority. Especially the aura that emanated from it made people feel a sinking feeling in their hearts. Seeing this sudden scene, the faces of the 3 people blocking the road all changed and exclaimed at the same time. Gao Xianyu. It's a name that rings a bell in the inhuman community today. Although the 3 of them had never seen Gao Xianyu in person, They had heard of his methods. Summon the true immortals. The scene in front of me just matches. What's with the living father? It also looks like it's going to kill and destroy the village. Is it possible that he has joined the company as well? However, just when the three of them were in doubt, the extras who stood watching the battle from afar, however, all revealed a look of excitement. One must know that Gao Xianyu's methods had long been rumored to be divine. Now that they were able to witness, with their own eyes, the process of the other party summoning a true immortal, it instantly made a few people feel passionate, especially Wang Jinqiu, who has studied the strengths of 100 schools of thought since he was a child, can be said to have a variety of means. However, when actually fighting the enemy, it is the allomantic technique of the full surname Xiao Luqing that is used. The sigil mask. The characteristics of this gong method is evolved from the ancient witch Nuo, belonging to the witch of a psychic way, by means of a sacred and savage dance, thus playing God, until you act until others believe, and even believe yourself, and then finally you can be incarnated as a god. It can be said that this is using one's life to evolve a deity, but upon seeing Gao Xianyu, just by reciting a few phrases of the mantra, he summoned a deity similar to an ancient god, though it appeared from rune paper, suspected to be a means of Taoist talisman. But for him, it was also really shocking. After all, no matter how much more, it was still a god. Gao Xianyu was actually able to summon it so easily for his own use. Compared to his godhead mask, it was a downgrade to a blow. This kid, is that Yu Qigong that he summoned? Wang Zhenqiu looked at the steel whip-wielding god in surprise and couldn't help but think of Xiao Luqing. The god the old man was playing was none other than Yu Qigong. In the meantime, Gao Xianyu, after summoning the Dharma treasure, Zhangshan incarnation talisman, not caring about the shocked expressions of the three people in front of him, he immediately launched an attack. The incarnation of the righteous god in midair immediately wielded a steel whip and attacked straight at the three. Wherever it passed, it was actually brought up by a strong wind that pounced on its face. No good. Zhang Kuan was the first to react, and immediately let out a cry of surprise as he hurriedly performed the earth-walking technique and burrowed into the ground. Zhong Xiaolong and Ding Zihang also quickly retreated and scattered to the sides. Snapping finger avatar. During Zhong Xiaolong's retreat, at the tip of his right thumb, he condensed a gas bullet and turned around to flick it at the incoming Zhang Shin. But in the face of his attack, the righteous transformation god let out a cold snort of disdain. Immediately, he waved his steel whip and knocked the air bomb away. At the same time, he was picking up speed and charging straight towards Zhong Xiaolong. Chapter 93, Earthbound Technique, declared, the Yellow Springs Clan of Hell. Dang! A crisp sound of steel rang out. The Masamune incarnation held a steel whip and easily knocked away the air bomb. He then accelerated his speed once again and arrived in front of Zhong Xiaolong in the twinkling of an eye. At the same time, the steel whip was raised high and knocked down heavily straight at the opponent's head. The powerful force actually brought up an ear-piercing air-breaking sound. Done. Zhong Xiaolong's face changed drastically as he looked at the rapidly incoming steel whip. With his speed, it was impossible to avoid it. Look out! In the nick of time, Ding Zihang executed the ghost shadow walk and quickly dragged him away. The moment the two men left, the steel whip fell close to them. Boom! A loud bang was issued, and debris splashed everywhere. A deep pit the size of a soccer ball appeared where the steel whip had landed. The duo standing a few meters away couldn't help but blanch as they watched the powerful destructive force. This Gao Xianyu is also too ruthless. I didn't want to leave anyone alive. However, just as the two of them were horrified in their hearts, Gao Xianyu's voice came once again. A paper charm, 1,000 pounds. The words fell before the two could react. Ding Zihang then felt a weight like 10,000 pounds coming from above his legs. Immediately, his body lost its balance and fell directly to the ground. It was also at this point that he looked away. On his own pair of calves, at some point, 2 pieces of talisman paper had been affixed. Ziheng, how are you? Zhong Xiaolong worriedly stepped forward to inquire, and at the same time, he also discovered the 2 yellow talismans and immediately reached out to try to tear them off. But just as he yanked harder, Ding Ziheng instantly let out a pained cry. Stop it, it hurts me. He felt as if those 2 talismans had taken root in his flesh and blood and become part of his body. At the moment Zhong Xiaolong tore the talisman, a heartbreaking pain actually came from his calf. Seeing Ding Ziheng reveal a pained expression, Zhong Xiaolong immediately stopped and turned to look at Gao Xuanyu angrily. Asshole! What the hell kind of sorcery did you use? However, in the face of his inquiry, Gao Xianyu simply didn't even pay attention, but in his heart, he coldly snorted in disdain. Bull ****** sorcery. It's just a few sheets of talisman paper. In a crowd of magic treasures, it was completely the lowest of the low. If it wasn't for the progress of unlocking the ceiling of the gods, I'd want to tug on you guys for a while. I would have summoned a more powerful magic weapon to collect your little lives long ago, but Zhong Xiaolong obviously didn't know this, and after seeing that his question was ignored, he immediately said angrily, Damn, how dare you look down on me? Saying so, he raised his right hand and once again condensed a stronger air bomb and fired it. Gao Xianyu stood with one hand negative and raised his sword finger. At the command of the Pure Love Heavenly Book, block! In the next moment, space vibrated and an ancient book with a brown outer skin appeared in front of Gao Xianyu. Above it, the words Pure Love Heavenly Chapter are written in large letters. It was none other than Su Su's exclusive Fox Demon Heavenly Book, or rather, Tushan Honghong's exclusive Heavenly Book. Bang! The air bomb that came at a rapid speed struck the heavenly book with a muffled sound with precision, but to Zhong Xiaolong's dismay, this full-force strike of his own did not even break the outer skin of this ancient book. But how could he know that this heavenly book was the fox demon's greatest treasure? Although it was used to assist the Red Thread Immortal in accomplishing his mission, it was itself invulnerable to swords and spears, water and fire, not to mention this amount of his power. Even if a great demon king came and exerted his full strength, he might not be able to break through. However, right after Zhong Xiaolong lost a strike, the incarnation of the righteous god once again came to the rear. The steel whip held high in its hand, without the slightest hesitation, violently smashed towards the two below. Now Ding Zihang's legs, which had been affixed with a jackknife leg charm, were unable to perform the ghost shadow walk. Zhong Xiaolong was also of low strength, and was unable to even open this swift strike, so much so that both of them could only watch, as the steel whip fell mercilessly. But this time, no one came to their rescue anymore. Boom! The moment the steel whip smashed down, the two men shielded their vitals and closed their eyes in despair. Feeling the impact of that massive power, it only felt as if his body was being torn apart inch by inch, and he was simply powerless to resist. Fortunately, both of them had body protection spells given by Ma Xianhong. Although it could not remove all the damage, it prevented the two from perishing on the spot. In the end, he was just sent flying several meters by the shockwave and fainted to death, covered in wounds. After resolving the two, Gao Xianyu did not move on. Instead, his gaze swept the ground and he raised his sword finger once again. The Yellow Springs clan of Hell hears the order, a display of earth art unrivaled. In the middle of its underground, a voice suddenly came. Yellow Springs clan, on your mark. Immediately, he only saw turbulence in the ground, and a miserable scream came from Zhang Kuan abruptly. Immediately after that, at a position 1 meter away from Gao Xianyu, a figure suddenly broke through the ground and flew 3 meters into the air before falling heavily to the ground. The Black Pipe and the others in the distance had shock on their faces, their gazes quickly looking towards the person who flew out. I found that it was actually Zhang Kuan who had just disappeared into the ground. At the moment, the clothes on his chest were shattered, as if he had been hit hard. The expression on his face was even more incomparably horrified, and a trace of blood flowed out of his open mouth. Living or dead, after settling the last person, Gao Xianyu pretentiously dusted off his clothes, which didn't exist. Then once again, he took off at a pace, dashing towards the village. At this time, the temporary workers watching the battle from the rear had long been astonished and envious. That's a lot of lip service to take care of an enemy? It's just so damn handsome. Wang Zhenqiu, in particular, had already risen in his heart, wanting to worship his master. If he could learn this skill in his hands, why would he be a southwest tumor? Directly following Gao Xianyu's example, step by step, he became a tumor in the inhuman world. However, just as he was fantasizing about a bright future, Zhang Chulan, who had suddenly swindled his body, ran over and hurriedly said, "A few of you, don't watch, hurry up and follow. The leader has said though that he wants us to destroy the Bo village and to live or die for any Shangenji that dares to resist. But those ordinary people who got air through the body cultivation furnace didn't say anything about killing. But if we let Gao Xianyu go on like this, we have to kill them all. When the time comes, we'll be the ones to take the fall." When the crowd heard this, their expressions tightened, as Chen Dao, a temporary worker in South China, poisons his boss, Liao Zhong, so much so that the company's attitude towards temporary workers has been so divergent that it has even generated the idea of eliminating temporary workers. So they fought this battle not only to complete the mission, but also to keep the position of temporary worker. Now Gao Xianyu doesn't care and messes around. If those ordinary people were really implicated, a few of them would be laid off. I'm afraid. Quickly, leave those upper root weapons alone and go get rid of those ordinary people first, Black Pipe calmly said, taking the lead and running towards the village. The remaining few people saw this and followed. Zhang Chulan looked at Feng Baobao at this time and explained in a serious tone, "Sister Bauer, go set the fire. Make sure to drive those ordinary people to safety." "I know." Feng Baobao responded and quickly ran back into the house, took out the homemade fire bottle and ran towards the village. Zhang Chulan, on the other hand, quickly rushed towards the location where the body cultivation furnace was located. What they don't realize, however, is that there's really no need to be so nervous, because the moment Gao Xianyu joined the temporary workers, Zhao Fengsu had already dismissed the idea of dismissing the temporary workers. Even if something did go wrong with this mission, he would do everything he could to convince the other directors. Take this temp position and keep it. Chapter 94, 1v5. Meeting the strongest upper-rooted weapon. Congratulations to the host. Through the battle, successfully unlocked the progress of the world of God ceiling, 2%. Current progress, 7%. Bellow. Just a simple battle that unlocked 2% progress? At this rate, wouldn't it not take long to completely unlock the sealed God world? Listening to the prompts in his mind, Gao Xianyu was in a great mood. The pace of his feet couldn't help but speed up a few points. At this moment, he only wanted to quickly find the other upper-rooted weapons, as well as Ma Xianhong, and have a good battle. But just as he walked out less than 50 meters, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, eyes excitedly looking ahead. The 5 people who were walking aggressively immediately had a joyful heart. It's true that when you're sleepy, someone comes to give you a pillow. Other than Ma Xianhong, these 5 strongest upper-rooted weapons had surprisingly all come together. While he was rejoicing, the 5 people who were walking towards him stopped at a position 3 meters in front of him. The leader, Zhou Jin, looked at the excited Gao Xianyu and said with a cold snort, "Kid, are you from the company too? Be sensible and get out of here, or don't blame us for being rude." As he spoke, his gaze looked towards Gao Xianyu's rear, as if he was searching for something. The 5 of them, however, had come here because they had all been attracted by the sounds of a fight at the entrance of the village, so they didn't know what was going on, just could probably guess that it was the corporate guys who did it. But Xiao Jin looked for half a day and did not see Zhang Chulan and the others. Not only was his heart puzzled, strange, the sound of the fight just now was clearly intense. How did it end so quickly? Just as he was puzzled, Gao Xianyu hemmed and hawed. "Nice aura, much stronger than those 3 guys just now. I just don't know if your skills are better than theirs as well." Saying a tone of voice, he hooked his finger and said, "Come, accompany my master to practice." Seeing how arrogant this teenager in front of them was, the 5 of them immediately sank in color. At this time, standing on the right side, the so-called Liaodong savage, Jin Yong, slowly stepped forward and said, "Those guys aren't here. Most likely went to the village to find the Godfather. Leave this boy to me, and you guys grab the Godfather's side and help him." When the remaining 4 heard this, they instantly understood what he meant. I'm afraid that this teenager in front of them was deliberately coming to pester them so that Zhang Chulan and the others could draw back and deal with Ma Xianhong. These assholes at the company are really devious in what they do. Xiao Jin and the others looked deeply at Gao Xianyu, then were about to turn around and leave. But at that moment, he heard Gao Xianyu let out a cold laugh and said, "Want to leave? It's rare for my master to meet a few playthings, so I have no intention of letting you leave." These words immediately caused several people to become enraged. "This kid is too wild. How dare you call us playthings?" Especially the fiery-tempered lowly Lu Wukue, who could no longer hold back Gao Xianyu's provocation, immediately roared, "Brat, you want to fight, don't you? I'll clean you up right now." Saying this with a roar, he ran the air in his body. Immediately, around the body and the top of the head, 5 objects that looked like faces appeared. Gao Xianyu also instantly recognized the little loli that was freaking out, and the technique she was using. Lu Wukue, who was originally a child's life, has a benign mutation that causes his soul and spirit to mutate as well, and the feats she used out of it were obtained through this mutation. The name is the 5-square Jodi. It could be said to count as an extremely special ability. Only her brother, who was also a child born, was not so lucky. Because of the malignant mutation, it leads to perennial illness. It was also for the sake of curing her brother's illness that she had willingly stayed here. Very combative, aren't you, little one? Gao Xianyu praised with satisfaction, then looked at the remaining 4. "What do you say?" Seeing his provocative expression, the few people who were already furious were suddenly enraged. Vengeance Jin violently pulled out the magic weapon, Guilt Rui, from his back waist, eyes staring with lust. The teenager in front of him who didn't know how to die, snapped, "Kid, do you want to find death?" As his voice fell, Fu Rong, the sword chi expert, and Hari Shigai, who possessed the golden bloodline, were also all foolishly moving. All of them were obviously eager to make a move and teach this arrogant guy in front of them a lesson. At this time, Lu Wukue also shouted angrily after hearing he was called a little one. "Aren't you a little brat too? Who are you to call me small?" Looking at the several people who had been successfully angered by himself, Gao Xianyu was overjoyed in his heart. Yes, that's it. You guys must keep your anger in check. Never show me mercy, always put your best foot forward, said with a tone of voice, changing his previous kind expression and revealing a morose smile. He said, "Otherwise, it's a death sentence." Hearing his tone with killing intent, all 5 of them froze slightly. looking a little uncertain. Is there something wrong with this kid? It's obviously a 1-on-5 situation. And you're saying we're going to die? Look at you being a deadbeat. Cut the crap with him. Since he wants to seek death, we'll fulfill him. Xiao Jin was no longer able to tolerate it, and immediately urged the gilt rui in his hand, blossoming out a path of golden light. He then threw out a long golden whip and lashed it straight at Gao Xianyu. At this time, Lu Wukuwei, who had long been ready to start, immediately clenched his fists and swooped forward to attack. The remaining three all quickly dispersed, each looking for an entry point at the same time as they began to secretly build up their strength, ready to give this cocky kid a thunderbolt at a moment's notice. However, in the face of the 5 people's attacks and encirclement, Gao Xianyu still stood calmly in place. His right hand, on the other hand, quickly raised his sword finger and softly recited the benediction. Breaking rolling sand, snow mist royal fan. In the midst of his light thoughts, a fierce wind instantly swirled around him. Lu Wukuwei, who was originally about to reach the near front, after feeling this powerful wind, his face changed abruptly and he hurriedly stopped his footsteps. The 3 people who were poised around them didn't dare to attack rashly and retreated towards the back. Only the gilt rui wielded by Xiao Jin had already lashed out at the gale, but just at the moment of touch, that golden long whip suddenly shattered, and could not help but Xiao Jin's face was shocked. According to his thoughts, the long whip that he had flung out should have broken through the gusts of wind and directly lashed at that arrogant boy's body. But unexpectedly, it was his own attack that was neutralized instead. One must know that the gilt rui that he had refined was a powerful magic weapon, and was by no means an inferior item. However, never did he expect that the other party would casually summon a gale, and even took his attack and easily dissolved it. Besides, this kid's tactics, why is he so much like a human being? Only what that person summoned were demonic immortals, not something like this gale. Yet just as he was secretly thinking, at the top of that gale, a feather fan suddenly appeared, constantly waving and rotating. In just the blink of an eye, a rushing tornado was created, and its range continued to expand. The earth, which was originally calm, was suddenly filled with howling winds. The grass and trees that were caught in the wave were all uprooted and swept into the sky. And at that moment, Xiao Jin, shocked, looked at the feather fan above the gale and immediately let out a cry of shock. Is that a magic treasure? Chapter 95 Empty Trapped Mountain Bull Ghost. Iron Palm Yen Ruyu. As a refiner, Vengeance recognized the quality of the feather fan at a glance. It was definitely a magic treasure grade, although he had never seen a real magic treasure. As one of the inheritors of the divine mechanism 100 refinements, he had also known a bit about it in this strange book. The biggest difference between a magic weapon and a magic treasure is, a magic weapon is an item that is taken, refined with unique properties, and increases the power of the holder. For example, his gilt rui was able to change the form of the heir's attack at will, allowing it to change in 1,000 different ways. Performing it would allow one to easily have, like a high-end golden light spell, the ability to attack and defend with unpredictable changes. However, its disadvantage is that the spell itself does not have any power, and requires the holder to activate it with air and maintain it. But on the contrary, it's a different story with the fabulous. It contains a strong power in itself, and does not need to be catalyzed by the holder's air at all, simply activated with the air when facing the enemy to release the energy of the magic treasure itself. The main thing was that the characteristics possessed by the magic treasure, that were all very advanced, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was calling the wind and the rain. It was like this feather fan in front of him, which could find hurricane winds to attack just by waving itself. Ordinary magic weapons could not do this at all. As for the Shinji 100 refinements, as one of the 8 wondrous skills, its highest achievement was precisely the refining of magic treasures. Only its conditions are so harsh that they are downright outrageous. But I didn't expect this youngster in front of me to be able to summon a magic treasure for his own use just by reciting a spell. Could it be he really is Gao Xianyu? But isn't it true that all he summons are demonic fairies? How is it that even the phallic treasures have appeared now? For a while, Xiao Jin's heart was in a state of shock and uncertainty, and his heart was heavy. In his gaze, he was even filled with a scornful look and couldn't help but inquire aloud, "Kid, who the hell are you?" When the remaining 4 heard his inquiry, they all stood still with stony faces, waiting for the outcome. They're not cuties, much less rash. The means displayed by this teenager in front of him was too much like that mixed demon king Gao Xianyu. If it wasn't for the other party's delay in summoning a demon immortal, they would have given up their resistance and fled in all directions by now. However, at this moment, Gao Xianyu, after hearing this inquiry, also knew that he was afraid that his identity had been exposed. But being on a roll, where would he let the chaperones go? Simply don't answer either and just do it. Go! With a low shout, the hurricane around him instantly became incomparably violent. Dao wind blades continuously appeared from the dragon scrolls and quickly attacked the 5 people. Seeing this scene, The 5 people's faces immediately sank as they quickly began to dodge the attacks, but soon they realized that the wind blades were actually getting more and more numerous. In just a few moments, it left them with multiple wounds on their bodies. Seeing that in such a way to avoid going on will end up in a tragic death, Xiao Jin immediately let out a loud roar. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Fight him. Saying that, he urged the magic weapon in his hand and condensed a golden shield in front of him, quickly blocking it. After fending off several wind blades, he began to walk forward with difficulty, wanting to approach Gao Xianyu in this way. Seeing this, the remaining 4 people also used their own means, intending to make some cooperation. Unexpectedly, the wind blade that was like a rainstorm suddenly disappeared, so much so that several people froze and looked up in confusion. As it turned out, Gao Xianyu was wearing a mocking smile as he looked at the few of them. Asshole! How dare you treat us like little cuties? Play! The short-tempered Lu Wukuwei could no longer hold back the anger in his heart. Immediately seizing the opportunity, he quickly ran towards Gao Xianyu. At the same time, all of the faces transformed by the 5 directions unveiling shimmy emitted a demonic light that was continuously infused in her right arm. In just the blink of an eye, a tattoo in the style of a face was carved out on top of that arm. Lu Wukuwei violently raised his fist at this time and leapt high, smashing straight at Gao Xianyu from above. Brat! One move to settle you. Looking at Lu Wukuwei, who was full of fighting spirit, Gao Xianyu also finally raised some energy. At that moment, he was not playing around and raised his sword finger and said, "At the command of the bull ghost of the empty trapped mountain, Iron Palm breaks the 5 meanings." As the voice fell, the space in front of Lu Wukuwei was suddenly shaken. Immediately after that, a handsome figure appeared steeply. The left palm that had turned golden was raised high and went straight to meet Lu Wukuwei's fist. Yen-Ryu, by order. Looking at the handsome man in front of him, Lu Wukuwei immediately looked horrified. But not only her, even the rest of the 4 were all looking horrified. The moment they saw that demon immortal appear, they were already incompetent. This teenager in front of him was Gao Xianyu. Bang! Just then, a loud bang issued. Even though Lu Wukuwei knew that she was no match for the demon immortal, she had no choice but to catch the other party's palm as it came at her. But the moment fist and palm collided, she only felt a terrifying force coming at her. The tattoos engraved on his arms began to crack inch by inch. The body, which was finally hanging in mid-air, was sent flying by this strong force. But just the moment the attack ended, Yen-Ryu disappeared. 5 Kuei. Fu Rong cried out in worry and quickly ran towards the location where Lu Wukuwei had fallen, but with several meters separating the two, and the 5 Kuei looking to fall to the ground, it was already too late. However, right at this moment, a white figure appeared and steadily caught the 5 Kuei. The rest of the people saw this and looked over. Fu Rong, who had just come running, cried out in some surprise after seeing the person's appearance. "Godfather, what brings you here?" But Ma Xianhong did not answer immediately to her question. Instead, he looked at Gao Xianyu with a slightly sunken face, then placed the unconscious Lu Wukuwei in his arms, gently on the ground. Only then did he slowly get up and said, "I've come to look for Gao Xianyu. There's no more business for you here. Let's go." Hearing these words, several upper-rooted weapons were all staring at each other, and Xiao Jin was even more eager to say, "Sect leader, this kid is coming from a bad place. I can't leave you alone." But before he could finish his sentence, Ma Xianhong raised his hand and interrupted. "You're no match for him. It's useless to stay. Come on, it's me and him now." As he spoke, he was already standing in front of Gao Xianyu. The 2 men looked at each other, each sizing up the other. At this time, Xiao Jin came behind Ma Xianhong and looked at Gao Xianyu and said, "Sect leader, I don't care about the others, but I'm not leaving. Although this Gao Xianyu is very powerful, it's not without any weaknesses, but I've heard that he summons these demon immortals, and it's very air-intensive. There have been many instances of disembodied states. As long as we continue to spend time with him, sooner or later he won't be able to support himself." Looking at Xiao Jin's confident face, Gao Xianyu instantly rolled his eyes. Something about his own weaknesses, he knew that too. It was all over the top of the Inhuman Forum the other day about this. Only in the end it was my sister who did all the work and deleted it. But as the saying goes, if good things don't happen, bad things happen. Inside the circle of this matter, the speed of spreading is extremely fast, almost to the point that everyone knows. But here's the thing, although I will be off, but before that, you all don't weigh your own life enough to add? The Yen-Ryu that was summoned just now, but it only had half of the demonic power. That's enough to flatten Bo village. Chapter 96, A Spider 100 Eyes. Fighting Ma Xianhong again. Looking at Xiao Jin's confident look, Gao Xianyu immediately handed him an idiotic look. Even Ma Xianhong said somewhat helplessly, "Forget it, I'm afraid that even if all of us die here, we won't be able to dislodge him. You guys go now. He's targeting me. He shouldn't give you a hard time." Hearing the 2 of them plotting loudly here, Gao Xianyu Jia couldn't help but say, "Is it over? I have no intention of sparing any of you. You guys go together." I'm in a hurry. Saying that, without giving Ma Xianhong and the others a chance to reply, he immediately recited the mantra again. A golden crown to accompany the maiden, a spider with 100 eyes, a poisonous husband, summon. Seeing this sudden move on his part instantly energized the crowd present. Ma Xianhong's face also sank as he quickly used his air to activate the magic weapon Wudou armor, covering his entire body. At the same time, the two major magic weapons, the empty crying roar and the stolen swallowing beast, were sacrificed. It could be said that he had used all of his strongest magic weapons in a moment. Seeing this, Xiao and the others also took up their positions and stood by. Only Hari Shigai, who instantly covered his entire body with it, charged straight at Cao Xianyu. He wanted to tackle the opponent before he summoned the demon Immortal and defeat him with his own brute strength. But just as he reached close and was about to hit Gao Xianyu, in the void, a huge spider leg suddenly appeared, crossing between him and Gao Xianyu. At the same time, a slightly shrill voice pierced through the ears of the crowd. Poisoner, by order. As the voice fell, a spider with an all-black body and a 4-meter body appeared in front of the crowd. On each side of its face, there are 4 red eyes. But what was most shocking was that this huge spider had eyes all over its body, and each eye was constantly shaking as if sizing them up. In conjunction with that hideous look, it made people feel chilled and creepy at a glance. Fu Rong, in particular, let out a howl of horror at the first sight of the spider. Then he clenched his hands in front of his chest, his face showing fear, and was scared backward. But compared to her, Hari Shigai was even more unlucky. Due to running too hard and the sudden appearance of this giant spider, it was impossible to stop his body in time. He actually watched himself, ruthlessly slamming into the spider legs that were as high as one person. But this time, it actually made him feel as if he had hit an iron plate, and he directly fell to the ground, especially in front of his chest. Although he had already protected it with air, there was still a sharp pain coming from it. Hari Shigai, Xiao Jin shouted worriedly, I'm fine. Horichigai forced himself to endure the pain and responded, then slowly got up. However, when he saw the giant spider in front of him, he instantly revealed a horrified expression, and a cold sweat immediately flowed from his forehead. But before he could finish his sentence, the spider legs in front of him suddenly made a move. With just a flick of its hand, it kicked Hari Shigai, who was in a state of shock, out of the way. Although the action seemed gentle, it caused Horichigai to spit blood from his mouth and fly backwards several meters away. As a result, before he even hit the ground, he had already fainted straight away. But unexpectedly, Poisonous Man's attack did not stop. With a twist of his massive body, his giant mouth aimed at the fainting Horichigai and spewed out a large amount of spider silk, binding him securely. And all of this move was done in a line, in just the blink of an eye. Ma Xianhong and the others reacted a moment later, looking at the spider silk wrapped Horichigai, and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. It wasn't so much how terrifying the attack was, but rather marveling at Cao Xianyu's ferocity. This asshole, he didn't even give a chance to beg for mercy. People have been knocked out by a kick, and he's still falling on his sword and burying it directly with spider silk. Gao Xianyu. Ma Xianhong let out a low shout and looked at the other party with an angry expression. Seeing his men end up in such a state, his heart had long been filled with anger. Gao Xianyu glanced at the fierce-eyed Ma Xianhong and said with a flat expression, remember, give it your all or you'll all die. Hearing these threatening words, Xiao Jin could no longer hold back his anger, and immediately urged the Guilt Rui, saying, Kid, let's see how much strength you have to sustain this monster. The golden light in his hand then flashed, and the Guilt Rui condensed into a wide and long sword blade, looking straight at Gao Xianyu's head. At this moment, Ma Xianhong was also finally not naive, completely eliminating the thought of negotiating with Gao Xuanyu. Immediately, he catalyzed his magic weapon Air Cry Roar, sending out a shock similar to a sound wave. Immediately, he maneuvered the stealing swallow beast again and quickly came to surround Gao Xianyu, wanting to use the properties of this magic weapon to absorb the air emitted by the other party. In the meantime, Jin Yong, who had been watching the battle from afar, also finally made a move, quickly pulling a file out of his pocket. He raised his hand and dropped it. In the next moment, dozens of flower-like puppets appeared inside, attacking Gao Xianyu and the poisonous husbandman directly. The thunderous attacks of the three arrived almost simultaneously, and their strikes could be considered extremely decisive. Gao Xianyu looked at the instantly arriving attack, still standing as steady as a mountain. Instead, it was the poison husbandman behind him who quickly took a step forward and protected Gao Xianyu. The huge body then swayed slightly, simultaneously fending off the golden sword blade and the shockwave of the empty crying roar. The two attacks landed on its body, causing no damage at all. Not even a single hair of the vulture on his head was knocked off. Instead, it was the ones that were like flowers, because they were so numerous and flexible in their activities. Spare the poisoner kicked out and kicked away several of them. Still, a dozen or so Rufus, at the same time, grabbed hold of its spider legs, stepped on the barbs on them, and climbed toward the body. there were also a few of them, like flowers, that came straight at Gao Xianyu. The wrist was like a transmitter, along with the palm of the hand, firing a long rope. By the looks of it, it was trying to directly bind Gao Xianyu as a way to subdue him. Red fire lance on command. Ignite. Just as those ropes were about to arrive, Gao Xianyu summoned the magic treasure again. A long spear that was translucent crimson and wrapped in flames appeared in front of the rope. Although no one was holding and waving it, it itself swept out of thin air, releasing a fiery blaze. Those ropes that had just come close, all ignited in an instant and fell to the ground. In just a few breaths, along with Ruawa's palm, it burned out. The red fire gun's mission was accomplished and it disappeared into the void. However, Ma Xianhong, who was standing not far away, had his eyes showing a wild gaze. In fact, he had come to find Gao Xianyu, apart from wanting to negotiate so that he would let the people in the village go. Most importantly, it's about the mana. He had been on the Inhuman forums and had seen a video of a battle against Omnisex. It was only a short 10 seconds or so, but it left him overwhelmed, because in that video, Gao Xianyu had actually summoned an ancient mirror, and a demon immortal had appeared within it. Such a treasure had long exceeded the realm of magic weapons. Therefore, he could identify at a glance that it was definitely a magic treasure that only existed in legends. And it's still a powerful top-tier magic treasure. Chapter 97, Ma Xianhong, bad. We seem to have met a pervert. The appearance of the red flame gun caused Ma Xianhong's heart to suddenly surge beyond measure. If it wasn't for the fact that he was antagonizing Gao Xianyu, at this moment, he would have wanted to pull the other party down and have a long talk all night long. Once the means of refining magic treasures were acquired, that body cultivation furnace would definitely be more refined. However, just as he was secretly excited, the enemy on the side suddenly roared in alarm. Beware, sect leader! Ma Xianhong snapped back to his senses, and then realized a sharp spider leg, stabbing down straight at his face. Its speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye, it had already reached the near front. However, the moment the spider leg was about to fall, a long golden whip, wrapped around his waist, a powerful force then came and directly yanked him to the side. At the same time, the spider legs, which were full of barbs, stabbed down against his body. This caused the body protection magic weapon on his neck, the three treasures bead, to automatically deploy its defense after sensing the danger. But just by the spider retreat grazing the edge, that golden defense shield instantly shattered. The center bead on the three precious beads cracked with it, along with the precious beads on either side. They also dimmed instantly. Looking at the damaged body protector, Ma Xianhong felt a chill run down his back. Just now, if it is not chill let out, he will be afraid to splash blood on the spot. Bishop, are you alright? Xiao Jin looked at the white-faced Ma Xianhong and asked a worried question. I'm fine, said Ma Xianhong slowly as he smoothed out his inner fear. His gaze then looked in the direction of Gao Xianyu and realized that the spider that had attacked him just now had actually disappeared. Gao Xianyu himself, on the other hand, was looking at himself with a smirk. This asshole, he really doesn't show any mercy. If this keeps up, I'm afraid it won't be long before we all die here. However, at this time, Fu Rong, after seeing that spider disappear, the fear in her heart finally subsided a bit. Immediately, he was about to bring his sword forward to help Ma Xianhong, but just then, a large hand suddenly reached out behind her and covered her mouth. At the same time, Zhuge Qing's voice came from his ears. Shu, don't make noise, follow me. Fu Rong looked back and realized that Zhuge Qing's face was incomparably grave. Even the eyes that looked at Gao Xianyu revealed a bit of fear. Then, without waiting for her to put up a fight, he forcibly dragged her into the woods behind him. Gao Xianyu, who was standing not far away, also saw Zhuge Qing's actions, but did not stop them. Anyway, with Ma Xianhong and the others accompanying him to practice the fight, it was already enough. As for Fu Rong, it's not much different with or without her. What he had to consider at the moment was how to continue to depress the battle as a way to make the fight a bit more intense. Otherwise, a few times to resolve the battle. Once progress in the sealed god world, I'm afraid that it won't go up much again. But the thing is, he really doesn't have any lowly demons that he can take anymore. But just as he was worried about which minor demons to summon, Jin Yong and Xiao Jin felt an opportunity after seeing the spider spirit disappear. The two of them looked at each other from afar with an extremely tacit understanding, then suddenly snapped. First was Xiao Jin, who quickly took out 3 pairs of precious beads from his arms and used his air to activate them. In an instant, the two precious beads were connected together by a red air. Immediately, he aimed at Gao Xianyu's arms and legs, as well as his neck, and threw it with force. Kid, try this triad of beads. As he spoke, the 3 pairs of beads separated in the air, like a tripwire, spinning and attacking. It was also at this moment that Jin Yong once again maneuvered the fallen Ruohua and quickly pounced towards Gao Xianyu. At the same time, From within the devouring sack, he summoned a Rohana dressed in a maid's uniform and followed along to launch an attack. Gao Xianyu also made a move at this moment. At the command of the two-horned golden-eyed beast, the Imperial front breaks the enemy. A blue wave rises from 10,000 feet. Blue smoke dweller. Summon. Two sounds fell in succession, and space fluctuated. With that, two small demons, one after the other, walked out. The one that appeared first looked like a lion, but had fangs in its mouth, two horns on its head, and a pair of pupils flashing with golden light. The other was shaped like a toad and covered in green and blue. We, the people, lead the way. Seeing the two more demon immortals that had been summoned, the pupils of the Ma Xianhong trio contracted for a moment. Although the aura of these two was not as strong as the spider from before, it was likewise not something they could deal with. Sure enough, that golden-eyed beast was the first to launch a counterattack after it appeared. Facing the successive pouncing Rohana, a pair of wide beast claws continuously slapped out one after another. Its power was so great that each time it brought up a strong gust of wind that reached the ears of the crowd one after another. Any Rohana that was slapped by the giant claw simply didn't even have the slightest ability to resist, and was reduced to pieces. Even that particular Rohana dressed as a maid didn't even go a single round before she was reduced to a pile of parts and scattered on the ground. At the same time, the triple harmony bead also came close to Gao Xianyu. The blue smoke dweller, who was shaped like a toad, suddenly leapt into mid-air. Jets of water then shot out one after another from the bulging ball of flesh on his back. Its powerful impulse instantly shattered the triad beads. However, those several water pillars continued forward with unabated power, heading straight for Qiujin. Look out! Ma Xianhong gave a reminder, and then quickly maneuvered the air-crying roar to unleash shockwaves one after another, trying to use this to wash away those several water columns. Unfortunately, even though the blue smoke dweller was a small demon, it was by no means something that could be countered by a mere magic weapon. After being attacked by the shockwave, the several water columns merely swayed for a few moments before continuing to rush forward. Seeing this, Ma Xianhong and Qiujin hurriedly dodged towards the side, but those water columns, like they had eyes, quickly crossed over Ma Xianhong and specifically looked for Qiujin. Seeing this scene, Qiujin was immediately frightened and his body trembled, hastily urging the guilt Rui. In just a flash, a golden shield appeared in front of him, but the moment it touched with those several water columns, it even shattered like a mirror. Qiujin looked at the shattered magic weapon and immediately looked horrified, but it simply couldn't do anything to resist, and was directly swept away by the water column. Qiujin, Ma Xianhong shouted, and a few moments of helplessness passed through his gloomy face. He really couldn't figure out what Gao Xianyu wanted to do. It was clear that he could take care of them all at once, and even take their lives, but this guy, as if he resented them for being too weak, kept lowering the strength of the demon immortals. This asshole, is he trying to humiliate us? On top of that, the most unbearable thing for him was, the kid had that perverted smile on his face the whole time. It gave him the impression that a pervert with a special fetish was enjoying them with great pleasure. You don't have any serious illness, do you? If you do, wouldn't it be better to go to the hospital? Why did you come here to give us a hard time? But just as he was secretly greeting Gao Xianyu, a miserable scream suddenly came from Jin Yong. Ma Xianhong hurriedly turned his head to look and found that the golden-eyed beast was riding on Jin Yong's body, playing happily. Chapter 98 Gao Xianyu, I see that the Wang family, too, is still in style. Ma Xianhong's heart was shocked when he saw Jin Yong being ridden by the demon immortal and wreaking havoc. No longer caring about the gap in strength, he immediately maneuvered his magic weapon to cry and roar in the air, wanting to go forward to rescue him. But just as he made a move, he heard Gao Xianyu's voice. Please, General, lend me the Ice-Ling Snow Lance, a cold chop, ice seal, 10,000 weapons. As the cry fell, an ancient weapon shaped like a ghost suddenly appeared in midair. The instant it appeared, the temperature around it dropped rapidly. In just the blink of an eye, a thin layer of frost had formed on the ground. On this hot summer day, it actually makes it seem like you are in the middle of an iceberg. At that moment, Ma Xianhong couldn't help but shiver as he felt the chill. Then he looked at the lance in panic, his heart shaken. Another piece of magic, and it was even more powerful than the previous one, the red fire gun. But just as he froze, the Ice-Ling Snow Lance suddenly came down from above and chopped down at the void with a single shot. Immediately after that, a bone-piercing cold aura appeared and chopped straight towards the empty crying roar. The speed was so fast that Ma Xianhong didn't have time to react, and the spell had already been struck. But when he looked at empty crying roar, his whole heart trembled. That cold aura not only froze his magic weapon, but even left a meter-high line of cold ice wherever it cut. As far as the eye could see, it was actually several meters long, and at the termination position, a 2-meter-high ice wall even appeared. Is this the power of a magic treasure? Feeling the chill that came over his face, Ma Xianhong couldn't help but let out a gasp. After seeing the power of the Ice-Ling snow gun with his own eyes, not only was he not afraid, but he became more and more excited. full of thoughts. If he could create a body cultivation furnace based on the principles of a magic treasure, the power that would be possessed would surely be unimaginable. One's own memories could be fully restored, not to mention that only those ordinary people who were transformed into inhumans could possess great strength themselves. However, just as he was indulging in his fantasies, he realized that the ice-linked snow lance had swung once again, but this time the target, surprisingly, was pointed in his direction. Wait! Ma Xianhong was horrified in his heart and hurriedly exclaimed to stop it, but Gao Xianyu acted as if he didn't hear it, allowing that ice-linked snow lance to chop down. Ma Xianhong, and %, $hashtag and %. Looking at the flash of cold aura coming, Ma Xianhong's whole body tensed up and dodged towards the side in a panic. It was also at this time that the cold aura grazed against his back. Feeling the coldness coming from his back, he only felt as if his entire body was going to freeze. If it wasn't for the Wu Do armor resisting, this would have become an Iceman. Gao Xuanyu, I admit defeat, roared Ma Xianhong, paralyzed on the ground, looking at the cold ice in front of him that was like an iceberg crossing the earth. He had completely lost his fighting spirit. In the face of this unilateral situation of being crushed, in continuing to fight, it was purely and simply an act of looking for death. He was a real person, but not a cutie. Taking a magic weapon to fight a magic treasure? It would be better to find yourself a rope and just hang from a tree. And at this moment, Gao Xianyu, who was standing not far away, couldn't help but sip his teeth after hearing Ma Xianhong beg for mercy. Is this admitting defeat? It seems that it was still too heavy-handed, but as soon as he spoke, he saw the village suddenly burst into flames. Immediately afterward, an endless stream of exclamations of surprise followed. Run! It's on fire! Get water to put out the fire. See if there's anyone else in the house. Damn! How could there be a sudden fire? Look, you guys, that little girl on the roof. She set the fire. After finding the arsonist, a group of villagers have casually copied farming tools and sticks, and chased towards Feng Bao Bao on the roof. Looking at the departing villagers, Gao Xianyu shook his head slightly. It's so slow-moving, I didn't lure anyone away until after the fight. He then looked towards the panicked Ma Xianhong, and raised his hand to disperse the two small demons, with the icy snow spear, before walking towards him. In its mind, however, it was secretly wondering, I also wonder how much progress will be unlocked by this fight. However, just as this thought had risen, system prompts came one after another in his mind. Congratulations to the host, who has accumulated 5 years of cultivation through battle. Congratulations to the host, through the battle, successfully unlocked the progress of the world of God ceiling, 7%, current progress, 14%. I'll go. What a bumper crop. Cultivation and progress go up together. So if we keep fighting, does it grow some more? Thinking of this, Gao Xianyu's eyes flashed with a refined light and slowly fell on Ma Xianhong. At the same time, Ma Xianhong also felt it, his fiery gaze, and immediately his chrysanthemums tightened, especially after seeing that at the corner of Gao Xianyu's mouth, there was still a trace of a perverted smile, and so on. I surrendered, not to give myself up. Can't your damn eyes be normal? Wait, where the did you get a whip? Stand still, don't you come over here. Ma Xianhong's eyes were wide open at this moment, a heart beating frantically. The body, paralyzed on the ground, kept moving towards the back, refusing to turn around and flee even in death. Because once you make that move, your ass is going to be on the pervert in front of you. However, Gao Xianyu sighed when he saw Ma Xianhong's frightened and helpless face. Never mind, it looks like Ma Xianhong was scared. I'm afraid I won't be able to resist if I keep pushing. It seems that if you want to keep getting rewards, you'll have to find another opportunity. But just then, he suddenly realized that the Wang family looks, how so charming. In the midst of his thoughts, he dispersed the magic treasure he had just summoned in his hand, the purple thorn whip. Then with a lack of interest, he looked at Ma Xianhong and said, since you've admitted defeat, don't make any other small moves. Wait here, someone will take you back to the office later. Saying that, without waiting for the other party to reply, he walked straight towards the burning village. Ma Xianhong looked at Gao Xuanyu's departing back and heaved a sigh of relief. That was close, almost about to take 5 lashes in a row and be forcibly bent. But when he completely relaxed and realized that his clothes, at some point, had already been wet with cold sweat, but at this moment, he couldn't care less about that, and hurriedly got up to look at the village, though there was a desire to go over and check to see if any villagers had been killed or injured. However, thinking of Gao Xianyu's warning, he could only suppress this thought. He then walked towards Jin Yong and Xiu Jin and checked the injuries of the two. As it turned out, the two men were not seriously injured, and had merely suffered some injuries and fainted. Seeing that his companion was fine, Ma Xianhong sat down on his butt and looked at the direction Gao Xuanyu had left. In his mind, the figure of those magic treasures filled his mind and lingered, but at that moment, a magic weapon on his body suddenly reduced a vibration, and immediately his face changed. The Rohanas guarding the body cultivation furnace are all activated? Asshole! you guys are really aiming for the stove. Ma Xianhong was instantly enraged and was about to get up and rush back, but in the next second, he suddenly calmed down and slowly sat back down again. Putting one hand on his forehead, he smiled helplessly, revealing a disheveled face and said, "Forget it, whatever you guys want, I can't do anything with that guy anyway." With that, he directly laid down on the ground, staring blankly at the sky. Chapter 99 Tu Shan Mountain Demon Full of Demons. Spoiled Sister Little Abel. Gao Xianyu traveled forward and soon arrived at the back of the village. As a result, just as he arrived, he heard a loud cry in his ear. It seems like having the poison lady stop here was the right thing to do. Gao Xianyu smiled faintly, then walked towards the cries. Within a short time, a dozen people were seen appearing in front of them, sitting on the ground and crying, and the poison lady, dressed in red, sat on the tree in boredom, her dangling jade feet swaying leisurely. However, when he saw Gao Xianyu arrive, he immediately showed a joyful face. At that moment, his body shifted and floated down to the other party, asking somewhat impatiently, "Is it settled over there?" "Just finished processing," Gao Xianyu responded. The poison lady sniffed happily. "Great, then I'll go back to my husband now and go to Tushan together for our 1000th wedding anniversary honeymoon." With that, he spoke in a tone of voice and looked at Gao Xianyu gratefully. "Thank you, little Xianyu, and for taking the trouble to summon my Sagittarius here." That's right, the spider spirit poisonous husband, that's her husband. Being summoned over by Gao Xianyu was also something she secretly begged for with her divine sense. It was hard for the couple to travel to Tushan, knowing that they were in the southern country, not to mention the cost of the road. A high cost of spending in Tushan is quite a lot of money. Even though she was the 5-poison Taibao under the seat of the princess of the southern kingdom, she belonged to a public official, but after all these years, there was no money saved. Now that it was hard to wait for Gao Xianyu and summoned himself over, it was natural to walk on a wave of public money. By the way, all the demons in the demon fox world are now eagerly waiting to be summoned. Even for this reason, a number of demons had already ascended Tushan and asked for a shakedown. It could be said that today's Tushan was almost on the verge of being filled with demons. As for Gao Xianyu at this moment, after hearing the poison lady's words, his face instantly darkened and he was about to spit out a mouthful of old blood. "It's not that you're overdoing it. I'm trying to make you too happy, but why do you look like you're spending money on a wrong seed? Sister, be sensible, will you? It's money you're spending, it's my life I'm signing." But the matter was already done, and he couldn't complain about people because of a few years of life expectancy in the district. Not to mention that the couple is celebrating their 1000th wedding anniversary, so there's nothing wrong with having a little fun. Thinking of this, Gao Xianyu hardened his head and heartily blessed. "You're welcome, just play and make sure you have fun. I wish you both a long life as a couple." Poison lady? Lean, my husband and wife are over 1,000 years old. You boys are afraid you're not cursing us? But on second thought, human beings, life expectancy is only a short 100 years. When Xiao Xianyu said that, she should have truly blessed us. After the poison lady learned of the misunderstanding of Gao Xianyu, she swept away the previous mustiness and said with some guilt, "I really thank you, little Xianyu. When next you're summoning me, I've decided to help you for free. My husband is already yelling at me, so we'll talk this time, bye." As she spoke, the poison lady's figure had already disappeared. Gao Xianyu took a deep breath, covered his vaguely aching heart with one hand, and continued on. It quickly came to the dozen or so people who were in love compulsion, sitting on the ground and howling. With a glance, he was the first to spot an old man with a head full of white hair, and it was none other than Bai Yuan. At this time, the other party was in tears, shouting the name Xiaofeng. This shows that this old man is also a man with a story. But just then, two familiar voices entered his ears. Turning his head to follow the voice, he realized that it was actually Fu Rong, who had already fled. "And Zhuge Cheng, peak, even though you're a half-assed singer, all the money I spent on you was willingly given to me. Why did you leave me? And Ah Chen, isn't it good that I'm supplying you to play the game happily? Why did you have to split up? The most hateful thing is you, Qin. You clearly said that you would take my money and earn back the big villa that belongs to us. But in the end, you even lived in the villa of a 40-year-old woman." Fu Rong counted those ex-boyfriends and cried her heart out. On the contrary, Zhuge Cheng, who was on the side, was relatively much calmer and just kept wiping her tears and reciting with her mouth, "I'm sorry for you, Alan. I'm sorry for you, Tong Tong. I'm sorry for you, Tutu. Gao Xianyu, Yayoi, the king, Blanche, eat the amazing squash." Gao Xianyu was shocked and looked at Zhuge Cheng with wide eyes, eagerly waiting for what Zhuge Cheng would say next. But to his disappointment, Zhuge Cheng read a dozen names in a row and froze without saying anything. In watching Fu Rong, also one after another, he shouted out his money pit boyfriend again. Really, the more he cried, the sadder he got. Gao Xianyu looked at the two with an odd expression, and suddenly felt in his heart that these two ing perfect matches. This love poison, quite interesting. When I turn around, I'll ask the poison lady to order some and sprinkle it on Tian Pops to see. Right, and Auntie, Gao Xianyu was secretly calculating his little plan, thinking about whether or not he should immediately call out the poison lady. But just then, there was a sudden succession of messages on the cell phone. Taking it out casually, I realized it was actually from my oldest sister. Buddy, Chen Dao is so pitiful. Please help her. The damn medicine fairy society. It's a bunch of Xian Yu. Those immortals of yours, do you have any that can cure parasites? Help Chen Dao out. Come in. Come back. Come in. Waiting online. Urgent. Looking at the series of messages, the corners of Gao Xianyu's mouth twitched, knowing that this sympathy of his old sister was flooding in again. But there shouldn't be any problem treating Shander's compulsion, right? But the problem is, even if it could be cured, wouldn't she still want to die? What really made her give up her life was never any kind of compulsion, nor was it outside pressure. Rather, it was the people she valued who never really understood her inner needs, that need for freedom and the right to choose. It made her, who already felt out of place in the world, feel even more desperate. But no matter what, his oldest sister had asked, so he had to say yes even if he didn't. Instantly, he picked up his cell phone and replied, "Don't worry sis, I'll go over and take a look now." But as soon as the message was sent, Gao Yushan returned a location, followed by another message. "Go quickly, I'll wait for your good news." Oh, looking at the expression sent by his oldest sister, Gao Xianyu shook his head and smiled. Then he opened his locator and headed in the direction of Shander. Luckily, it wasn't too far, and after about 5 minutes or so of walking, I saw a group of extras. But as soon as he got close, he heard Zhang Chulan say loudly and seriously, "No way, everyone, take Shander, who has no restrictions, into a crowded area. Who can be responsible if something goes wrong?" But as soon as his words fell, Xiao Zizi's face became slightly gloomy and said, "Me." Immediately after that, Black Pipe, Wang Jinqiu, and Old Meng made assurances one after another. Even in their temporary message group, there were constant messages from Gao Yushan. "Zhang Chulan, shut the hell up. If you don't speak, no one will take you for a dummy. Who's in charge? I'm in charge. I don't think I can take care of it. It's not right. My brother is responsible. My brother, give me a beating on this unshakable billion." Chapter 100. The 100th chapter. Other people need money to cure their illnesses, but it costs me my life to cure my illnesses. As a spoiled sister fiend, Gao Xianyu was absolutely obedient to his sister's words. Immediately, he turned his gaze towards Zhang Chulan and said with a morose smile, "Your choice. Do I do it, or do I ask the immortals to do it?" Zhang Chulan's body trembled at the words and subconsciously stepped backward, his face full of compensatory smiles. "Stop it, Gao. With my physique, how can I resist your beating?" Then a handful of Feng Bao Bao beside him dragged to the front of the body and said, "Sister Bauer, help me intercede." But when Feng Bao Bao saw Gao Xianyu's gaze that was full of threats, immediately, he raised his hand and pointed at Zhang Chulan behind him, blinking his big eyes as he asked, "Do you want to dig a hole? This child is very cunning, so bury him and he will be honest." Chloe Chang, "Sister, why do you say mutiny? Gao Xianyu, get on the path." A satisfied smile followed. Seeing this, Feng Bao Bao immediately comprehended his meaning and turned to trot away. "Then I don't know where I got the shovel, but I really started digging." Zhang Chulan looked at Feng Bao Bao, who was so sold out, and twitched the corners of his mouth lifelessly. Xiao Zizai and the others turned into melon eaters in seconds, discussing with each other with interest. "I always thought the baby was missing a string, but now it looks smart." Black Pipe sighed a sigh, and his opinion of Feng Bao Bao changed dramatically. Wang Jinqiu hemmed and hawed. "I do think that Miss Bauer is looking at people," he said and glanced at Gao Xianyu. At this time, Xiao Ziji, who was on the side, held up his glasses and said with deep meaning, "Is the baby digging a hole professionally? It seems that in the future, those rice scraps, you can ask her to help deal with them." But as soon as his words fell, Gao Xianyu's voice suddenly came to the ears of the crowd. "The weak waters of the heavenly river come, and the three eyes reveal their true form. Heal my spiritual blood and restore my broken body. The red reef and the winnowing fish front to welcome them. Please, the leech demon king, pro." Hearing this familiar benediction, Zhang Chulan only felt his heart twitch and directly laid down on the ground and began to brace himself. The crowd of temporary workers also looked surprised, mistakenly thinking that Gao Xianyu was really planning to make a move. Just then, the space shook and a wonderful woman walked out, her voice soft and watery. "Little Xianyu, is it because you miss your sister?" As the voice fell, Chui Yuling walked out of the void under the gaze of the crowd. Seeing that clear and beautiful appearance, several people were slightly stunned. This demon fairy, so beautiful, not as scary looking as the two that were shouted out earlier. At this time, Gao Xianyu smiled and looked at Chui Yuling. "Sister Yuling, can you take a look at this Miss Chen Dao for me?" "Oh, what's wrong with her?" Chui Yuling suspiciously walked over and squatted in front of Chen Dao. Then taking the other man's right hand, He stretched out his fingers and pressed them to the pulse. Feeling the soft touch at her wrist, Chen Dao did not dare to make the slightest movement at all. Looking at the demon immortal in front of her, the little girl's turquoise pupils flickered continuously. His whole body also trembled slightly, looking nervous. In fact, from the moment Gao Xianyu appeared, she appeared in this situation. Looking at that handsome teenager, it actually felt like his breathing would be inexplicably short, so much so that she remained silent while a few people chatted and joked. At this time, Xiao Zizai and the others also finally understood that the original Gao Xianyu invited the demon immortal in order to treat Chen Dao. Got to be excited for nothing. Thought I was going to have to violently beat up the unshakable Billiken. It's just that this girl's parasites have already penetrated deep into her organs, so I'm afraid it's hard to save her even if the immortals come down. But just as this thought bubbled up in them, Chui Yuling faintly smiled and said, "So it's a parasitic poison. Fortunately it didn't invade the heart vein. It's a small thing." Hearing this, Xiao Zizi and the others were slightly stunned, and their hearts were suddenly surprised. That cures it too? And by that she means, it seems like it's easy. This demon immortal's methods were too powerful. Gao Xianyu also secretly sighed in relief when he heard this. After all, it was something that his oldest sister had asked for, so if he couldn't get it done, it would be too much of a drop in the bucket. But just as he was about to ask Chui Yuling to treat him, he heard the other party continue. "But if you want to cure her, your little cultivation is not enough. But there is another way, and that is for you to get the princess of the southern kingdom and remove the parasites from her body. However, afterward I am casting a spell to heal, which will save you a great deal of effort." Hearing this, the corners of Gao Xianyu's mouth twitched. It's a labor saver, but it's a bit of a life saver. But there's no way. His oldest sister gave the word, and he had to do it even if he was being milked dry. "I see." Gao Xianyu responded with a somewhat depressed voice. Then he clenched his hands and recited the benediction in a deep voice. 10,000 poisons enter the body of the law, and the love compulsion reverses the cycle of reincarnation. At the command of the princess of the southern kingdom, quickly travel to my place and cast a compulsion to save the people. As a spell fell, a layer of mist slowly emerged from the dimly lit woods. When Xiao Zizi and the others saw this, they immediately frowned slightly. For some reason, the sudden appearance of mist in the forest had caused a trace of uneasiness to rise in their hearts. However, just then, a silver bell-like girl rang out, "Hundo Falling Orchid, by order." As the voice fell, a figure appeared in the void. When the crowd saw this, they hurriedly looked over in curiosity, only to see a woman with a full head of long fuchsia hair, wearing a long purple dress and bra, and a scorpion ornament on her left arm, slowly walking out. Its golden pupils were constantly surveying the surroundings. But soon, she locked her eyes on Gao Xianyu and instantly revealed a happy smile as she quickly ran over. "Little Xianyu, you finally summoned me." Seeing such a jumpy Huandu Luolan, Gao Xianyu's heart instantly tightened. "That's not true. The Huandu Luolan I summoned is the one who died her husband and learned the body of 10,000 poisons and is ready to go to war with Tu Shan. But the one in front of me is a bit too cheerful, isn't he? Did I read the spell wrong?" Thinking of this, Gao Xianyu secretly used his divine sense to test the waters. "How's your family's hirakuchi at the beginning of the month?" Now, the sudden inquiry caused Huandu Lulan to faintly freeze, and then said with some loss on his face, "What else could it be? Tu Shan didn't fight, not to mention that he was taken advantage of by that damned black fox. The only thing I can do now is to take my time waiting for my little beginning of the month to come back." Hearing this answer, Gao Xianyu was instantly relieved. That's right, it's this Hundu dropland. But why was she so happy when she was summoned? But just as he was puzzled, the voice of Huandu Falling Orchid once again came from his mind. "But none of that matters. It just so happens that I'm bored in the Demon Alliance's prison. So now that you've summoned me here, I'll be able to go to Tushan to get away for a few days instead. Also, Poison Lady just told me that she's going to go to Mount Tu for their honeymoon with her husband. I'll tag along, and I'll get to see the beginning of the White Month as well. It's quite nice." Looking at the joyful Huandu Luolan, Gao Xianyu's heart, once again, vaguely ached. "Am I summoning an escaped prisoner? So the Demon Alliance is also on my head, right? Sister, next time don't make demands. It's too much of a fee for my brother." Chapter 101. Chapter 101. The Jade Spirit has changed back to its original form. We cracked ah. Gao Xianyu nearly dry depressed himself after hearing the reason why Huandu Luolan was happy. But the people are shouting, and it's already too late to say anything. Simply, straight away, he told Chen Dao's matter. After hearing this, Hundo Falling Orchid did not immediately agree, but first walked over to Chen Dao. "Dribble, let me see." Hearing this, the few people watching the show behind them immediately changed their faces and hurriedly dodged towards the distance. Even Zhang Chulan, who was pretending to be dead and holding up his corpse, instantly branched out and ran towards the distance in a panic. However, he was about to take this opportunity to escape from this place when he suddenly heard Gao Xianyu's voice coming from him. "Keep running. I'll see if you can run off this earth." Hearing this tone with a threatening tone, Zhang Chulan's body instantly stiffened and turned back with a dry smile. Don't, brother Gao. I'm not afraid of being poisoned. But for his sophistry, Gao Xianyu didn't bother to listen and immediately waved his hand to interrupt. Then pointing to where Feng Baobao was digging the pit, he said, "Wait and go yourself. Don't wait for me to do it." "Hey, okay Lu brother." Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Chulan turned around and ran next to Feng Baobao. The two of them glanced at each other, and then only heard Feng Baobao suddenly ask, "What? Is the pit the right size?" Choran Zhang. "Ha, pretty. I wouldn't say you're my sister. That's a hole you just dig. That's a real squeaker." Yet just as the two were silent here, seeing that the people around him had dispersed, Chen Dao immediately obeyed Huandu Luolan's words and operated the air in his body. In the next moment, a black mist emanated around her. Wherever it passed, all the flowers, plants and trees withered and faded instantly. Seeing this, Hunda Falling Orchid raised his hand and operated his demonic power, drawing it all into his hand. Then his finger lightly tapped on Chen Dao's pulse, and after probing for a moment, he slowly said, "Interesting, the girl herself is a compulsion. All the organs in the body have become nests for the parasites. Although this can control all kinds of compulsions, the backlash against the body is also extremely great. If we don't get rid of it, I'm afraid it won't take long to die." Chui Yuling, who was observing from the side, smiled faintly when she heard that. "That's why I asked Xianyu to invite you here to try to remove the compulsion from her body." "Well, any ideas?" "A trifle," Hundo Falling Orchid responded arrogantly and confidently. Although the compulsion in her body penetrates deep into her internal organs, the level of the compulsion is too low. All I have to do is put a compulsion into her body and eat them all. She then looked at Chui Yuling and said, "But this will cause great harm to her body." "To her body. A spell must be cast to heal her the moment her compulsion is consumed, so that her body recovers quickly. And the parasites in her body, they need to be cleaned out first thing. Otherwise she will be instantly poisoned to death by the parasites once she loses those parasites." Hearing this, Chui Yuling nodded her head confidently. "Go ahead and do it. I'll do the rest." As he spoke, the jade spirit mobilized its demonic power and its entire body glowed azure. Then condensing his fingertips, he looked at Chen Dao and said, "I'll anesthetize you first, so you won't be in too much pain to endure it later." Chen Dao sniffed and subconsciously nodded, but in its mind, it became more and more confused. She wondered if she really wanted to be cured. Even more so, "I wonder where I'm going to go after I'm cured." But before she could think too deeply about all this, she saw the tip of Jade Spirit's finger pointing at the center of her brow. Immediately afterward, he realized that his whole body was rapidly losing consciousness, until he collapsed to the ground. His consciousness completely disappeared, and he fell into a deep slumber. It was also at this time that Huandu Lulan picked up Chen Dao's head and looked towards Chui Yuling. "Get ready, I'm going to do it." After seeing Jade nod her head in response, she immediately put her head underneath. The lips gently kissed on Chen Duo's mouth, and then sent a parasite into the other party's mouth, into the body. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Gao Xianyu and the others who stood back and watched instantly became odd. Zhang Chulan, in particular, swallowed hard. There was even a moment when he wished that his body was also full of parasites, but just as the crowd was looking out of breath, Huandu Lulan raised his head violently and said in a deep voice, "Hurry, the parasites in her body have begun to be devoured." However, as soon as she spoke, the jade spirit instantly changed back to its original form. In the next moment, a leech spirit whose entire body was green and with light green markings instantly appeared in front of the crowd. The few people who had previously thought that Chui Yuling was beautiful felt that the sky had collapsed after seeing this scene. All of them stood in place with their eyes wide open, frozen in place, with expressions of shock. With a complicated gaze, the leech spirit's deep, bottomless maw violently sucked on Chen Dao's mouth. The body then squirmed and made a gulping sound. In looking at Chen Dao, his throat also made a swallowing motion with the rise and fall of his voice, as if he was eating something. At the sight of this scene, a few people who had already seen the sky fall instantly cracked open. Zhang Chulan, in particular, had a messy brain. Thinking back on the horrible thoughts I had just had, I wanted to smack myself twice. Is this ING therapy? Sure, it's not a demon eating people? And what the hell is this? Maggots? This image, however, lasted for about 10 minutes. Xiao Zizai and the others standing in the distance had long been hiding behind the trees, huddling their bodies to make a row, looking at the sky with complex expressions. Xiao, you're more experienced in killing people, so is that demon. Xian, is it really healing? Why do I feel as if it's going to eat Chen Dao? Wang Zhenxiu's body trembled slightly and asked with some stuttering, but when Xiao Zizi heard this, his face instantly darkened, and he couldn't wait to slap Wang Zhenxiu to death with a great compassion palm. And you know I'm experienced in killing people, right? But that's obviously not a person across the street. So what's the point of asking me? Balls, next time that kind of question, don't ask it, or I'll use you as a ration and throw you over to that demon immortal. Xiao Zizi said in an unkind tone as he squinted his gaze. Wang Zhenqiu's expression stiffened and he hastily moved aside, then laughed dryly. And during their tug-of-war, Jade Spirit's healing was finally completed, and she once again transformed back into her human form. Phew, there, she's okay. Jade Spirit lightly wiped the corners of her mouth and said with a smile. Then from his mouth, he spat out a parasite that was pink in color and shaped like a silkworm, and handed it to Huan Du Luolan. I sucked this out by the way and gave it back to you. Looking at the compulsion in her hand, the corners of Huan Du Luolan's mouth twitched. You know, this is her original love compulsion, which is to be put back into her body. As a result, now it was good, being licked by the Jade Spirit. This heart shadow, it's beyond calculation. Ah, thanks. With a dark face, Hundulaklan squeezed these words out from between his teeth. Then very disgustedly, he took the native love compulsion, and held it in his hand. But after looking at it for half a day, I just don't have the courage to swallow it back in my body. Chapter 102 Chundao healed. A friendly tip from Cui Yuling. Huan Du Lulan looked at his hand, the liquid-soaked love compulsion, and his whole body went crazy, especially at the thought that he would have to swallow the love compulsion back into his body. He almost died on the spot. But the problem was, this was her own life compulsion, so she couldn't even think of not swallowing it back. So all that could be done was to close my eyes and gather my courage. Raising a trembling hand, he put it into his mouth with a pale face and swallowed violently. Jade Spirit, very good. And little Xianyu, I'll keep this account for you. After swallowing the love compulsion back into his body, Huan Du Luolan's eyes contained knives as he looked at the laughing duo in front of him. The great good mood that had been summoned to this moment was also completely dissipated. At that moment, Gao Xianyu also realized that Huan Du Luolan's unkind gaze, and a chill ran down his back. Done. I seem to be holding a grudge. On the contrary, it was Cui Yuling who was completely fearless of Huan Du Luolan's eyes, just raised her hand to half cover her red lips and laughed heartily there. The fingertips then glowed blue again and lightly tapped on top of Chen Dao's forehead. In the next moment, Chen Duo, who had originally fallen into a deep slumber, slowly opened his eyes. Get up and run your energy and try to see if there's any discomfort? Jade Spirit inquired responsibly. But when Huan Du Lulan heard this, he immediately snorted coldly and got up. I'm outta here. Saying that, he didn't wait for others to reply, and instantly disappeared in place. The reason why she left so decisively was because she clearly knew Chen Dao's state through her love compulsion. Inside this little girl's body, there was no longer a trace of compulsion. Those lowly primordial parasites were also devoured by her native parasites. The only thing to guard against at the moment was Chen Dao's 5 viscera, whether or not there were still dark wounds remaining. But that sort of thing, of course, goes to that disgusting leech spirit. She wasn't a physician to bother. Gao Xianyu looked at the huffing and puffing, departing Huan Du falling orchid. For some reason, a hint of panic rose in his heart. It always feels like something bad is about to happen. But just as he hesitated to summon Hundulakran back and coax him a bit, Chen Dao had already transported the air in his body, and was then surprised. The compulsion and parasites in her body had really disappeared completely. Nowadays, only the purest air remains in the Dantian. At this time, Cui Yuling, who was helping her check her body, also had a reassuring smile on her face and said, "Well, you're all right now." Then he turned back to Gao Xianyu and secretly transmitted his voice. "Not bad, little Xianyu. Your cultivation has risen so quickly. It seems that it won't be long before you can help heal your sister." Gao Xianyu smiled heartily and said, "When the time comes, it's inevitable that I'll have to trouble you more. Sister Yuling, no trouble." Cui Yuling said happily, "Ever since I helped you, my standard of living in Mount Tu has improved quite a bit. Also before I came here this time, Rong gave me a special explanation. Said the bills have been piling up again for the last few days. Let's have you summon her here when you're free and sign those bills." Hearing this, Gao Xianyu's smile froze and his face instantly darkened. "What do you mean by piling up more bills? I haven't summoned many demons in the past 2 days." "No, these guys were in Tu Shan. What the hell did they do?" But when he thought of his own signings, all of which had been as high as 1,500 years, he had nothing to say. Anyway, lice are not afraid to bite, and there are many bills to pay. One life is nothing to worry about. Even if Tushan had a reincarnation to renew his destiny, it was all after his reincarnation. So what did it have to do with him? Himself, now, upholds only this one belief. It's good to be a saint in front of people and pretend to be one, but after people sign the bill for the crematorium, love it. Thinking of this, Gao Xianyu's stiff smile once again became cheerful. Seeing him transform so quickly, Cui Yuling instantly guessed what he was thinking. This kid is going to run out of orders. Immediately, he secretly transmitted his voice and persuaded, "Little Xianyu, don't have a crooked mind. Rong is very smart. If you really dare to deny it, the consequences will be disastrous." But in the face of Cui Yuling's reminder, Gao Xianyu said calmly, "2 big meals, help me with her." Hearing this, Cui Yuling's eyes instantly lit up and said in a tone filled with sadness, "Little Xian Yu, how did you get hurt so badly? Still unconscious? The humans in this world are too abominable. It looks like you won't be able to wake up without half a month." But as soon as her words fell, Gao Xian Yu said in a very domineering manner, "3 big meals, 1 month." Cui Yuling immediately picked up. "The internal organs are all damaged. Even after my treatment, it will take a month to awaken." Hearing this answer, Gao Xian Yu revealed a satisfied smile. Cui Yuling, however, hurriedly inquired, "When will it be honored?" "This," said Gao Xian Yu slowly after a little contemplation, "it's estimated to take about 10 days. I have urgent business to attend to in the next few days, and as soon as I am done, I will summon you here at once." Receiving this reply, Cui Yuling also revealed an expression of satisfaction, then instructed, "For the love of 3 great meals, I'm telling you something. Whatever the trouble is these days, don't summon Red and Yaya. One of the 2 of them is now being pestered by the Golden Spirit Scale, and the other by the Ori third youngster. This is all on your head." As he spoke, Cui Yuling had already disappeared and returned to the Fox Demon world. On the contrary, it was Gao Xianyu who revealed a dumbfounded expression. "No, I recognize that Golden Spirit Scale, but Yaya is being pestered by the arrogant third young man. What does it have to do with me?" Just then, however, he had a sudden flash of insight, remembering the night he drank the short film. "Is that little gold man supposed to be? I'm not that upside down." Gao Xianyu's heart trembled, falling into deep self-doubt, so much so that Xiao Zizai and the others, after calling out to him several times, did not reply. "Strange, what's wrong with him? He's been dazed since just now." Black Pipe stood in front of Gao Xianyu and looked him up and down. Wang Jinqiu, who was standing on the side, said with some uncertainty, "Maybe it's communicating with the immortals? I don't really understand." However, at that moment, Feng Baobao, who was covered in dirt, ran over, not even caring what Gao Xianyu was gawking over. He went up and patted his shoulder and said, "The man's buried, and it's a good one." Gao Xianyu, who was recalling what happened that night, was instantly brought back to his senses by Feng Baobao's slap. Turning his head to look, he only saw Feng Baobao pointing in the direction of the dugout. He subconsciously followed the location of his finger and saw that Zhang Chulin's entire body was buried in the earth, with only his head exposed, and he was currently looking at them in a lifeless manner. "Yo, you're pretty fast," Gao Xianyu complimented, then turned around and walked towards the outside of the forest. Now that everything his oldest sister had asked for had been done, the next step was for him to settle the score with the Wang family. As for Shander, the rest was beyond his help. Unless this little girl wanted to live on her own, even if she helped her plead with Zhao Fangshu to be exempted from punishment, and she will definitely find a place where no one is around and finish herself off. Instead of that, it would be better for her to choose now the way ahead. How exactly to face it? Chapter 103 Bio Village Falls, Target Wang family. Gao Xianyu saw that this matter had been settled, and did not continue to linger on, immediately walking towards the outside of the village. But before he took 2 steps, he heard Chen Dao's voice from behind him. "Thank you, Gao Xianyu." Hearing this voice of thanks, Gao Xianyu turned around and waved his hand even though he wouldn't. "Go thank my oldest sister. She asked me to help you." As the voice fell, the person had already disappeared into the woods. Chen Dao looked at his departing back, her gaze a little lost in thought, not knowing what she was thinking. Right at this moment, a group of temporary workers came over from behind the tree and stood around in front of Chen Dao, revealing a face of difficulty. You know, just now they had promised this girl that they would take her shopping. As a result, Gao Xianyu gave her a divine operation, causing her to be unable to die now. If this continues to take her out without authorization, I'm afraid it will be hard to explain on the company's side. However, just as the crowd was discussing the matter and looking embarrassed, Zhao Yushan sent a message in the group. "Everyone, my oldest brother said, feel free to take Shander out and he'll take care of it if anything goes wrong. Thumbs up, JPG." Seeing this message, the crowd was instantly energized. Gao Xianyu can very responsible. Black Pipe Sense complimented. "You know, what Shander has committed is not a small thing. Other not to mention, alone killed the South China region head Liao Zhong this point. It is enough to let the company waste meridians in the relevant departments to send to prison." Now with one word, Gao Xianyu had helped her gain a day of freedom. Don't think it's just this one day, but it's definitely challenging the company's bottom line. If Zhao Fangshu blamed it, the responsibility that would be borne would not be small. I'm afraid, the few people present, anyway, were absolutely unable to bear it. At this time, Xiao Zizi said pertinently, "It's actually normal. Don't forget, he's the man who killed the 10 brothers and destroyed Dragon Tiger Mountain in one day. To show up here unharmed today says a lot." But when he said this, he said in a slightly surprised tone, "It's just that I didn't expect that he would do so much for someone he didn't know." It seems that most of those on the forums, who said he was a great traitor, were deliberately planted by someone. Wang Jinqiu, who was on the side, heard this and took over the conversation and laughed. Do you guys think he's going to do something when he leaves in such a hurry? We're on the same team at least. Should we go help him? But his little thought was instantly seen through by several people. Even old Meng, who was honest and had a socially terrified personality, understood what he was thinking. It was nothing more than wanting to take this opportunity to hold on to Gao Xianyu's thigh. This way, if you get into any trouble in the future, there will be someone on the company side to help intercede. Ball, collect your dangerous thoughts, Black Pipe warned with a serious face. Everything Gao Xianyu does is not something we can get involved in. If we do get mixed up with him and around, trust me, the company will get rid of us. He is not an alarmist when he says this. As temporary workers, their status cannot be seen in the light of day, and they all have their own problems. If he really hung out with Gao Xianyu, Zhao Fangsu was afraid that he would immediately blow up. After all, these people were already not fond of following the rules, and once they had a protective umbrella, then I'm afraid they would be even more lawless. Plus, with Chen Dao as a forewarning, it was possible that they would be liquidated by the company before they could do anything. However, as soon as the Black Pipe's words fell, Xiao Ziji also persuaded, knowing you want to hug it out, we actually have that in mind. But this thigh is too dangerous for us, so, if you don't want to die too quickly, it's best to just keep your distance from him. Hearing the two knocking, Wang Zhenxiu scratched and said with an awkward smile, "Don't be so serious, guys, I was just kidding. I'm a bit of a playful person. I just think that being around Gao Xianyu will definitely be a lot of fun." Several people did not say anything more in response to this answer. Just his eyes looked deeply at Wang Zhenxiu, then once again looked at Chen Duo. Any plans? Xiao Ziji asked with concern as he warmed up to his big brother in seconds. Perhaps the two shared too many similarities, which made him seem to see his own future in the other. I don't know. Chen Dao shook her head slightly, confused. Hearing this, the crowd also let out a small sigh. Put yourself in their shoes. If you were in their shoes, you would indeed not know what to do. After all, that caged future seems unchangeable. But just when the atmosphere was a bit dull, the Black Pipe said rather domineeringly, "Mother asterisk 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 her, what do you care? Anyway, Gao Xianyu has already promised that he will help cover the day. Come on, let's go shopping." Hearing this, the crowd swept away their displeasure and smiled. Even Shander cheered up and stood up expectantly. The crowd was talking and laughing as they headed out towards the woods. Looking jovial, Feng Baobao was the only one who stood in place at a bit of a loss. First, he looked at the departing crowd, and then he looked back at Zheng Chulan, who was buried in the earth, not knowing what to do for a while. But just then, Wang Zhenxiu suddenly shouted, "Miss Bauer, come on, never mind the one who doesn't shake the blue lotus." Hearing this call, Feng Baobao froze slightly and looked at Zheng Chulan, but in the next moment, it turned around and ran towards Xiao Zizai and the others. Seeing that they were really going to leave, Zhang Chulan couldn't tense up anymore and hurriedly shouted out, "Wait, don't you go. Dig me out first." But in the face of his call, the crowd was quite desperate to leave. Even Bao Bao Feng didn't turn around to take another look. In the meantime, Gao Xianyu, who still didn't know that he had been sold by his old sister, quickly walked out of the village and came to a remote place. Here, a limousine had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Gao Xianyu's arrival, a beautiful woman with a diminutive figure and wearing a professional suit came down from the driver's side and quickly greeted her. "Hello Gao Xianyu, my name is Fangya. I'm in charge of this joint with you. You can call me Xiaoya. I will be the one to contact you in the future in the event of something similar." As she spoke, Fangya took the initiative to extend her hand out. Gao Xianyu nodded slightly and reached out to shake hands, casually asking, "How are the preparations on Mr. Zhao's side?" Fanya smiled faintly at this and said cryptically, "Next, you will not be subject to any restrictions from the company and I will cooperate with you to the fullest." It also seemed to be one of Zhao Fangsu's secret sons. Gao Xianyu glanced at Fangya and then asked, "Where's the information I want?" "In the car." Fanya turned and opened the rear door, signaling a glance. Obviously, he was afraid that what happened next would be overheard by outsiders. Gao Xianyu comprehended the other party's meaning and sat straight in the back of the car. Fanya closed the car door and returned to the driver's side, picking up a pile of papers and handing them over. All the information on the Wang family, it's all here. Chapter 104, news leaks out. Wang clan calls for aid. Gao Xianyu sat in the back seat and took the information and flipped through it. Fanya, on the other hand, started the car and looked in the rearview mirror. "Xianyu, is it okay if I call you that?" Gao Xianyu didn't say anything and just nodded. Fanya smiled and said, "Then what we do next?" Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Gao Xianyu directly said, "Go to the Wang family." "Good." Fanya gave a response and immediately started the car to leave. But just then, Gao Xianyu suddenly remembered something and said again, "By the way, tell the person in charge who came to Bo village, when you escort Ma Xianhong, take more people with you. I see those villagers in the village. They all worship him. It might cause trouble." he's just saying that to make an excuse. Being familiar with the direction of one man's history, he remembered it clearly. During Ma Xianhong's escort, his sister, Xu Tong, had sent someone to hijack him midway. All the escorting employees were brutally murdered. Now he could have saved these lives just by moving his mouth, but only in passing. But when Fangya heard this inexplicable explanation, her heart was greatly puzzled, not understanding why Gao Xianyu would have such worries. Haven't those villagers been arrested? How can there be any more trouble? But since Gao Xianyu had said it, she just needed to go and do as she was told. It was just a matter of a phone call anyway. Okay, I'll call Mr. Zhao right now and talk to him. Then he picked up his cell phone and dialed. Gao Xianyu sat in the back of the car, carefully looking at the information on the Wang family. The first one to appear was the current head of the Wang family, Jun Wang. According to the explanation on the information, this old man is Wang Ai's only son, but his talent is not too good. Whether it was detaining spirits and dispatching generals, or their own supernatural arts of divine coding, they all belonged to the level of half-assedness. So at the age of 40, he was sent by King Ai to manage the family business. Instead, his two sons, Wang Zhen and Wang Shua, were both outstandingly talented. In particular, the youngest son, Wang Shua, was 10 years old when he had already cultivated the detaining spirit dispatch and the divine codings to a small degree of success. At the age of 16, he made his first appearance in the inhuman world and caused a stir, but it seems to have been only a flash in the pan and quickly faded away. When he reappeared in front of the crowd, he was already in his 30s, with a king and, as for his older brother, Wang Zhen, he seems mediocre. There were no major ups and downs in his life, and he never married or had children. Even the number of times they paved over the inhuman realm was very limited. Seeing this, the information also turned to the last page. Gao Xianyu looked at the photo of this father and son, and his mind was filled with thoughts. This Wang family, it's really deep. Is that all the company can find out? This information contained nothing more than some personal information, and the Wang family's industries and people socializing. Suffice it to say, it's almost always something explicit. Even when the Wang family's ancestral foreign arts, Shin Tu, were all passed over in a single stroke and were not described in detail. But come to think of it, it was impossible for a lineage's heritage to be found out so easily. Even if the company's energy is great, it is indeed hard to find out when people hide it on purpose. Especially that Wang Zhen, who had been hidden so secretly. Was there really nothing outstanding? Or was it deliberately hidden by the Wang family as a bottom card? However, just as Gao Xianyu was pondering, Fangya also hung up the phone and said with a grave expression on her face, Xianyu, things are a bit troublesome. Just now, Mr. Zhao said that your whereabouts were, somehow, exposed by someone. Half an hour ago, not only did the Wang family all evacuate the capital, at the same time, Chen Wang also contacted many foreigners and followed along to his hometown of Xuancheng. Hearing these words, Gao Xianyu frowned, his face slightly gloomy. How could my whereabouts be revealed? And looking at the Wang family's behavior, it seems like they know what I'm going to do. Is it possible that the Wang family has planted a mole inside the company? But just then, he had a sudden flash of insight and thought of an extremely ambitious woman, Xu Tong. Because of the matter of his extermination of the Wang family, Zhao Fangshu would never make a big deal out of it. It would only talk to a few executives of the company about how to nibble away at the Wang family behind the scenes, and someone who can plant a mole in the top of the company. The only one he knew of at the moment was Chu Tong. But the question is, how did she suddenly help the Wang family? Or is there something else going on? In this case, with a heart full of doubts, Gao Xianyu opened his mouth to ask, did Mr. Zhao find out where the news leaked from? No, Fanya said with a bit of a grimace, but Zhou suspects that it could be within the company. How exactly? He'll have to look into it more closely. Hearing this answer, Gao Xianyu was not surprised. After all, the company wasn't an iron barrel, and those forces with ambitions must have planted spies inside. It was just that what he didn't expect was that his move to destroy the Wang family would leak out in advance. There are even guys who are not afraid of death and dare to enter the game with their bodies. Good. You want to play chess? Then let's see if you have so many pieces that I can't lift the board. Just as killing intent rose in his heart, Fangya asked with some concern, Xianyu, it looks like the Wang clan already knows your intentions and is prepared. Do we still have to go? Go! Gao Xianyu gave a decisive reply, followed by a disdainful tone. I'd like to see who all dares to come forward and back up the Wang family. Hearing his voice filled with a murderous aura, Fangya was secretly shocked in her heart. This Gao Xianyu, it looks like he's going to go on a killing spree. But the Wang family had obviously laid heavy ambushes. Could he really sort things out alone? Mr. Zhao had made a point of explaining that although this kid was strong, his staying power was too poor. Once the Wang family fought a war of attrition with him, they were only going to plant a big head. Thinking back to Zhao Fengsu's words, Feng's heart grew a little worried, but looking at Gao Xianyu, who had a firm gaze, she knew that she could no longer be dissuaded and could only inquire, "How sure is that?" Gao Xianyu pondered for a moment and said, "Let's split it 30 to 70. Hearing this, Feng's heart settled down a bit. Life and death battles between inhumans are inherently instantaneous. Oftentimes it seems like the victory is assured, but no one knows what kind of undercard the other side will explode, so to be 7 out of 10 is pretty high. But to my surprise, Gao Xianyu said rather mischievously at this time, 3 punches for me, 7 for his head. Fanya, kid, the way you talk, really owe a beating." Seeing how confident Gao Xianyu was, Fanya was afraid that he would be young and rash, and immediately instructed, "The Wang clan has existed for hundreds of years. Their open means may not seem like much, but their secret underpinnings are only incalculable. When you go, you must be more careful so that you don't fall for the other side setup." Seeing that she was concerned about herself, Gao Xianyu's heart comprehended a smile and said, "Don't worry, I'm not reckless, but I have absolute strength. That's why I have the courage. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been necessary to go and exterminate his Wang family's entire clan." Chapter 105, Zhang Wang seeks help. Tragically isolated. Xuancheng, Wangjia village. This was once the former residence of Wang Ai, whose Wang family ancestors had gone out from this village after becoming inhuman. After gaining power, he also feeds the village, making it brilliant and prosperous. It was only a certain generation of the Wang family's head of the family who suddenly saved for a rainy day. He wanted to use this place as a foundation and use it to develop the Wang family's heritage. The villagers who have been here for generations have become the Wang family's captive livestock in general. Any child with a talent for cultivation would be wanted by the Wang family, and in a unique way, they are trained to be dead soldiers. Besides that, some important secrets of the Wang family were also hidden here. After generations of building, although the existence looks on the surface as an ordinary village, but secretly, the truth is that it has been made into a powerful fortress by the Wang family. It could be said that this was the accumulation of the Wang family's generations of heritage and the final foundation. At this moment, in a luxurious mansion, Chun Wang held the phone in his hand and said in a pleading tone, "Uncle Lu, our two families have been friends for 100 years. Can you really bear to watch that little to destroy my Wang family? When you had a problem, my father was never ambiguous." But as soon as his words fell, Lucy I on the phone said with some dissatisfaction, "Kid, don't hold your father over me, not to mention that he's dead. Even if he's still alive now, I won't make a move. When I gathered the 10 brothers and accompanied you to the 10 brothers talks, I was already being kind. Now that little thing is threatening to exterminate your Wang family. That's not something I can control." But when he said here, Lu Ci gave a beat, and finally said with some softness, "By the way, what did the one from the Heavenly Master say?" Hearing this, Chun Wang's face instantly clouded over as he gritted his teeth. "Old Celestial Master. Closed for business." Lu Ci sniffed and immediately snorted coldly. "Just as I guessed. This former Jedi no longer intends to be in charge." With that said, he said with a slight sigh, "Jun-chan, can't you see that? Times have changed. I told you and Fatty at the beginning, don't spoil Wang in too much, or you'll get into trouble sooner or later. How about now? Not only did your father's life go down the drain, the Wang family is going to suffer because of it." But when he heard Lu Ci's educated tone, Chun Wang's face turned ugly. "Ing old thing, forget about not stepping in to help, and now you're leaning on your old age to educate me here." But while he cursed in his heart, he still had to plead on his lips, "Uncle Lu, it's useless to talk about this now. That little will soon be looking for me. If your old man does not help me, then when he calls, maybe there will be no more my Wang family in the future. Please, step in and help my Wang family. Whatever you ask, I'll say yes." However, Lu Ci was not the least bit moved by Chun Wan's bitter begging. For him, the greatest temptation was not as important as the family bloodline. Once he made a move to help, it would be the same as offending Gao Xianyu. Whether or not the Wang family could be saved at that time was not to be said. Perhaps even his Lu family would be destroyed. "All right, there's no point in talking more. I've helped what I can. The rest is up to you. But with your Wang family's heritage, it may not really be hopeless. Even if that kid is powerful, he's ultimately a little doll with too thin a base. If you find a way to wear him out a little longer, you might actually be able to wear him out. Other than that, just those dead soldiers your family has cultivated are enough for him to kill for a while anyways. If not, it's okay to force him to make a few more moves." When Chun Wang heard this, his face immediately stiffened. Those dead soldiers can be the mainstay of his Wang family, which was slowly cultivated by several generations of talents. Once they were all dead, the strength would be greatly reduced. At that time, even if he succeeded in killing Gao Xianyu, he he would completely lose his voice in the inhuman realm, even if it was not good. Even the name of these 4 great families would not be saved. But these words, naturally, he would not say out loud, but only continue to plead. Uncle Lu, when it comes down to it, I naturally don't care about any family background, even if all of them are spelled out. We will not rest until we die with this little, but it's really hard to support just my Wang family alone. If you are willing to make a move, maybe we can really succeed in killing him then. After all, this brat is too venomous. If he knows about what happened back then, there's no guarantee that he'll have to turn on your Lu family one day. But before he could finish his words, Lucy's side suddenly drank low. Enough, little thing, you'll think of my Lu family, but don't worry, I'm free to deal with him. Also, you don't say that I, Lucy, I am unkind. If you can kill Gao Xianyu, even if I have to spell out all my family's assets, I will definitely protect your Wang family until it rises again. Well, I have other things to do, so I won't talk to you much. After saying that, without waiting for Chun Wang to reply, he decisively hung up the phone. Listening to the beeping sound coming from the phone, Wang Chun could no longer hold back the anger in his heart. Slamming the stone table in front of him, he cursed loudly. Old thing, when you begged my father for a favor, you were like a grandson. Now it's time for you to return the favor, but you flip out. If I could have subdued Gao Xuanyu, why would I need you to make a move? That little means of inviting the immortals is bound to be obtained by my Wang family, and will not let you get your hands on it. Chun Wang's chest rose and fell violently, obviously infuriated, but after venting, he once again sat down on the stool in a slightly disheveled manner. From the time he got back home last night until now, he's been looking around for help and hasn't even closed his eyes. But no matter who it was, whenever they heard that they were going to fight against Gao Xianyu, they all decisively refused. No matter how many favors he promises, it won't help. Nowadays, it could be said that his Wang family was really in a state of isolation. At this moment, Chun Wang's face was cloudy and became more and more unsightly. In his mind, he suddenly recalled the scene when Gao Xianyu summoned 1,000 demons at the Luo Tian Dajiao. Could it be that since that time, he has had murderous intentions towards my Wang family? Otherwise it's just dealing with Wang, and why make such a big deal out of it? So much so that now, everyone is afraid to come to my Wang family's aid. The reason those he had begged for assistance did not dare to do so was because they feared Gao Xianyu's methods. After all, it was 1,000 demon immortals, and anyone who saw them had to be fearful. Although they all guessed that even if Gao Xianyu had the ability to summon them here, he might not have the strength to make them strike. But the problem is, who dares to gamble on such uncertainties with their own families and sects? What if those demon immortals could really make a move? Wouldn't that be a funeral pyre for the Wang family? So to help the Wang family such things, but anyone who is not a little cute, all will definitely refuse. And at this moment, Chun Wang was also astonished in his heart. Could it be that this kid really knows what happened back then? Taking a shot at King and is just a lead-in? Chapter 106, Gao Chansuan and Guanshihua go to the Wang family and help Xianyu. When it occurred to Chun Wang that Gao Xianyu was, most likely, making a deliberate move against Wang, and when he wanted to use this as a lead to destroy his Wang family, his heart was pounding wildly with fear. But while he was thinking, Wang Shuo, the second son of the Wang family, suddenly ran in. Dad, I've already sent half of the kung fu for detaining spirits and dispatching generals to those Inhumans who came. They also all said that they would help my Wang family. Upon hearing this news, Chun Wang did not show a smile. In order to fight against Gao Xianyu, he purposely spread the news. As long as one is willing to go out and help his Wang family, one can get the detained spirit dispatch. But it turned out that these foreigners who came were all casual cultivators. Even those who had some background were so small that they were practically chicken feed. But there's no way around it. It's a time of need. Even if it was a dog to serve as cannon fodder, he wouldn't refuse. As for detaining the spirits and sending the generals, although he was a little distressed, but for the sake of the Wang family, he also gave up. Not to mention these 8 strange techniques. If someone came forward right now and said they could kill Gao Xianyu, even if he were to ask for his Wang family's ancestral exotic divine coding, he would not hesitate to agree. After all, the tactics are brilliant. But with all the people dead, what's the point? Thinking of this, Chun Wang looked sad and said with a slight sigh, "By the way, how's it going with your brother?" Hearing his father's inquiry, Wang Shuo looked deeper into the mansion. He's been guarding the spirit coding formation in the chamber since last night and hasn't taken half a step away. As soon as that Gao Xuanyu enters the village, he will immediately notify us. Speaking of this, his gaze suddenly became incomparably resentful. When that little comes, I promise to make him regret it. When the time comes, I'll make him a human swine as well, so that he can't beg for life or death. Seeing Wang Shuo's resentful expression, Chun Wang did not say anything more. You should know that after Wang and was made into a human swine, he was worse than dead in bed every day. As a father, Wang Shuo was bound to hate his son when he saw him in such a miserable state. However, now as the Wang family is the time of life and death. Wang-chan also do not want this little son, was angry over the head, immediately advised, come on, you don't have to be too upset. Didn't Chu Tong say that there is a way to make Wang and recover? Hearing this, Wang Shua's gloomy face eased slightly. Then he asked suspiciously, that's what I was going to ask, why she contacted us out of the blue. Not only did he tell our family that Gao Xianyu was coming to destroy the clan, he also offered to help save an child, and by the sound of her voice, she seems confident. But I haven't heard of anyone in this inhuman realm who deserves such powerful medical skills either. When Chun Wang heard this, he immediately laughed coldly in succession. This woman, her ambition is even greater than ours. She's doing it for the Tushan rebellion back then, that's why she's secretly helping our masters. Also her so-called medical skill, if I'm not mistaken, it should be the double all hands of the 8 wondrous skills. When these words came out, Wang Shua immediately exclaimed, what? Double full hand? That's not. But when he said that, he didn't continue. But Chun Wang also knew what he was thinking. It's nothing more than trying to say that it was the tactics of the Louis family. It was just that what was going on here was so complicated that he wasn't in the mood to explain it. Though he was also curious as to why this Chu Tong had double full hands. But that's something that will only be understood after the crisis has been overcome. The immediate priority right now was still to consider how to solve Gao Xianyu. Don't think about these things for now. Chun Wang interrupted the topic and turned around. You go tell those Inhumans outside that Gao Xianyu will be here at any moment, and tell them all to brace themselves. Since you've gained the favor of my Wang family, whoever dares to not work hard at that time, don't blame me for not being polite. Hearing this, Wang Shua nodded his head in response, then quickly turned around and walked out. Chun Wang sat in place, his gaze looking towards the location of the village entrance, his eyes filled with a murderous aura. Little thing, those demon immortals you invited are indeed very powerful, but if you really dare to be alone and set foot in my Wang clan village, it's not certain who the deer will be. Kyoto, in some luxurious room, Gao Chinsuan's face sank slightly as he looked at his grandson Gao Lian and said, simply too much nonsense. Xian Yu doesn't know any better, so Zhao Fengshu doesn't know any better? Letting my grandson run off to the Wang family alone, in case something happens, can he be held responsible? Seeing that the old man was angry, Gao Lian said with a bitter face, Grandpa, it's useless to say anything now. That Xian Yu kid has already gone to the Wang family. Let's just discuss what to do next. But as soon as his words fell, Guan Shihua, who was on the side, got up and said, still discussing my ass. Let's go to the Wang clan right now and look for your little master. If they really dare to touch Xian Yu for a moment, I'll step on the Wang family even if I have to spell out the Exodus immortal lineage. When Gao Lian heard the words, junior uncle, his face, which was already bitter, suddenly turned into the word embarrassed. My auntie, yeah, can we not talk about this? I'm at least his father. If this gets out, do I want to lose face? But seeing that Guan Shihua was about to turn around and leave, Gao Lian hurriedly stepped forward and said, Auntie, we have to go, but we have to have a plan, right? If we go over there with such fanfare, the circle will think that we are at war with the Wang family, and it will be a mess. However, after the High Chief Existence heard this, he immediately let out a cold snort and said with great dissatisfaction, it's a shame you're still a father. What do you care if it's a mess or not at this point in time? If you ask me, chaos is better. So as to let that Zhao Fengshu know what stupid things he has done, then he got up and looked at Guan Shihua. Shihua, ignore this grandson, let's go over there now. Seeing him so thunderous, Guan Shihua immediately hemmed and hawed. Old Gao, you've been a wimp for half your life, and now you finally have some gumption. Don't worry, I'll notify the disciples under my door right now and have them rush to the Wang clan village immediately. My lineage of Exodus immortals hasn't entered the gate for decades either. It's just the right time to take this opportunity to show those people that we, the Exodus immortals, are not something to be messed with. Although there was nothing wrong with what Guan Shihua said, it was awkward to hear Gao Changsuan. What do you mean? I've been a wimp for half my life? In that situation, I could not give in. How do you think the Gao family retained their position as one of the 4 great families and continued to remain? But these old memories were not something he was willing to bring up again. The most important thing right now was to rush to the Wang family and keep his great-grandson Gao Xianyu safe and sound. Let's not waste time. Let's go now. Gao Changsuan dropped his voice and walked straight towards the outside. At this time, Guan Shihua was just about to follow, but realized that Gao Lian was not moving. Immediately, his eyebrows crossed and he turned back to scold. What are you still looking at? Hurry up and come with me to find your little master. If anything happens to him, I'll pull your skin off. Galleon, Auntie, why don't you just expel me from the division? I really can't accept this little uncle. Chapter 107 Chapter 107 The Wind Rises. Going to Wangjia village, the day after the Bo village incident. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon in Xuancheng, the traffic was heavy and the streets were crowded with people. In a hot pot restaurant, Gao Xianyu was feasting on his dinner. After these 2 days of rest, his condition had returned to its peak. At the same time, he felt that on the Wang family's side, the arrangement should be almost done. So tonight, he intends to fulfill his promise and pay a visit to the Wang family in person. At this time across from him, Fangya said with a grave expression, "Once again, the circle has gone completely nuts in the last 2 days because of you. All the Inhumans today are waiting to see the big show unfold. Plus the fact that the Wang clan has taken the initiative to take out the spirit detaining dispatch. It has already attracted quite a few loose cultivators to come over and deal with you together. But just this morning, Feng Jianghao of the World Society has already let slip that he will personally go to the Wang family to seek justice." Hearing this, Gao Xianyu swallowed the food in his mouth and asked with a way-free face, "The Wang family has taken out all the 8 wondrous techniques, and there's no reaction from Mr. Zhao's side?" "No." Fangya shook her head slightly. Right now he has no desire to care about this matter. Just this afternoon, the Gao clan and the lineage of Exodus Siener gathered all the disciples under their sects and headed straight for Xuancheng. Mr. Zhao himself rushed there with his men and only barely managed to stop them. "But your great-grandfather and master, they insisted on coming. Unsurprisingly, they should arrive at the Wang family early tomorrow morning." Hearing this, Gao Xianyu frowned, but quickly regained his composure and said, "It's okay, by the time they get here, it'll be done." Seeing his attitude of not caring about anything, Fanya was truly somewhat impressed. Is this really a 16-year-old? The mind is not too composed. Now the entire inhuman world can be completely boiling over because of you. I can't believe you're still here as if you're nurturing yourself, eating hot pot and humming. Brother, you're going to kill someone at night. The one who killed it was still the Wang family, one of the 4 great families. In today's inhuman realm, can you give me a reaction? After these 2 days of contact, Fangya only felt that this kid in front of him was a little too calm. No matter what shocking news he uttered, he barely had an expression on his face. Unless it concerns a family member, it will give some reaction. It's worthy of being a mongrel who dared to kill 10 brothers in public and drunkenly messed up Lung Fushan. You're a tough kid. Fanya shook her head slightly, and after reorganizing her thoughts, she continued, "Just now, Mr. Zhao sent a message saying that there are a few forces that have been foolish enough to move. He said you know what to do with it. Also he asked me to tell you that there seems to be a move on the all-sex side, but the purpose is less certain. But no matter what they're up to, once they show up at the Wang clan, shoot them on sight." Hearing these words, Gao Xianyu was still as steady as an old dog and said calmly, "A little something. Later on, you tell Mr. Zhao that no matter who shows up at the Wang family tonight, I will always consider them as enemies. Tell the company to stay away, and when they see no more movement, they'll come over and clean up the scene." Fanya, brother, why don't I get you 2 axes? Then when you're done destroying the Wang family, I'll be shouting, "Zhao Fengshu, come out and wash the ground." Ancestors, we're here to do the unspeakable, not to be murderers. Why don't you stop acting so mean? Fanya rubbed her offending temples and sighed repeatedly in her mind. She was sent here by Zhao Fengsu. In addition to being responsible for wiping his ass, she was also here to keep an eye on Gao Xianyu so that he wouldn't go too far. But the thing is, this kid, he's greasy. He had said all the nice things he wanted to say along the way, but he still had the same attitude of doing what he wanted to do. It doesn't matter at all what happens out there, it's all taken care of. He's like a midnight butcher with murder on his mind. Now, well, it's even more important to put the company on the spot as an ingrate with the intention of making a killing. Brother, just play. Who can play you? At this time, Gao Xianyu looked at Fanya, who had a sad face and probably guessed what the other party was thinking. Immediately, he shook his head and smiled. Don't worry, Mr. Zhao's heart capacity is far stronger than you think. Though this time there was a bit of a mishap and word got out. But with all these changes, I'm sure he was prepared for them. Let's just do our own thing and leave the rest to the company. Fanya, gotta. Still treating the company like an ingrate. Let's hope it's like you said. After Fanya let out a sigh, she finally picked up her chopsticks, wanting to eat something. As it turned out, the table was empty of meat. The only thing left were a couple of greens, lying cold and empty on the plate. Gao Xianyu said with a slight smile when he saw that she was hesitant to put down her chopsticks. Waiter, on 2 plates of lamb. Then he picked up a napkin, wiped his mouth carelessly, and got up. After you eat, go right back to the rental house and don't go anywhere. I'll come find you when it's done. With that, and without waiting for Fanya to reply, he turned around and walked towards the outside. At the same time, he took out his cell phone and looked at the message from his oldest sister. Brother, the situation is a bit off. The Wang family village has now gathered more than 200 foreigners. Most of them are casual cultivators. Don't go. It's too dangerous. The eldest son of the Wang family, Wang Jin, that you asked me to check. There's no information about him on the internet. Brother, the great master and the second uncle, and the little aunt, they're all gone. You wait for them to arrive before you strike. I'm furious. Brother Xiao and the others are so heartless. they won't even come over. Looking at the successive messages, Gao Xianyu sighed heavily. Originally, he had wanted to hide it from his sister, but it was so big that he couldn't hide it anymore. In the end, he couldn't stand his old sister's rambling, so he simply asked her to investigate more about the Wang family. But I didn't realize that even my oldest sister, the god of intelligence, hadn't found out much. It seems that this Wang family has really hidden a lot of cards. Gao Xianyu let out a cold laugh, then raised his hand and returned a message. Sister, I won't turn off my cell phone, so just watch the movie as if you're watching it, and see how I'm going to abolish the Wang family. Things have come to a head. No amount of comforting Gao Yushan he can do will lessen her worries. Not as reassuring as having her watch it with her own eyes. After returning the message, he put his cell phone in his pocket and prepared to hail a cab and head to Wangjia village. But just then, a black business car stopped in front of him. As the car door opened, Feng Zhanghao looked at him with a smile on his face and said, "Come on, I'll give you a ride and say something on the way." Gao Xianyu sniffed and scanned the car. It was found that there was no one else except the wind sage swallow in the driver's compartment. "Since we have a ride, let's get a ride." With that, he entered the car directly and sat in the empty seat on the side. When Feng Zhanghao saw this, the smile on his face grew happier and happier. After closing the door of the car, he looked at Winsong Swallow and said, "Xian, drive." "Good." After Feng Xiaoyan gave a response, he stepped on the gas and drove straight to Wangjia village. Just as they left, a dozen sedans all followed, trailing along the way. Chapter 108, The Alarm Bells of the Inhuman Realm. Feng Zhanghao, who ran to show his goodwill. At night, a black commercial car, traveling on the road to Wangjia village. Inside its car, Gao Xianyu looked out the window, not knowing what he was thinking. At this moment, Feng Zhanghao, who was on the side, slowly opened his mouth. "Xianyu, are you really planning to destroy the Wang family?" "Ah, yes," Gao Xianyu said without looking back. Feng Zhanghao didn't care about this and just continued. "I heard you joined the company. Is that true?" Hearing this, Gao Xianyu frowned and turned his head towards Feng Zhanghao. "President Feng, I dare say, do you really dare to listen? Or do you think that this world society no longer has a need to exist?" He didn't say that with the slightest hint of a threat, but as a matter of fact, as powerful as the Heavenly Society was, it was still just a civic organization. "Now you're going to inquire about the company. Isn't that purely looking for extermination?" Since Zhao Fengshu had already dared to move the Wang family, it meant that he had moved against other forces as well. If you go up at this time, you are not handing this old boy a knife and letting him cut himself. Feng Zhanghao was old and cunning, naturally understand this reasoning, immediately laughed and said, "I'm just a businessman, so if something is really wrong, no company is required to do it. As long as Mr. Zhao gives the word, I'll immediately disband the world society." Gao Xianyu raised an eyebrow and instantly understood Feng Zhanghao's intentions, hoping the old boy is here to show his loyalty. It seemed that this matter of the Wang family had also given them a wake-up call, afraid that this knife of theirs will be next on their necks. This concern, though, is completely unnecessary. He didn't intend to really work for the company himself, but we were just benefiting from each other. After destroying the Wang family, after curing my old sister's injuries, and once the enemy is killed, he was just going to leave here and go all over the world looking for other Inhumans to fight and play with. As for Zhao Fengshu's end, it was estimated that after his own affairs were dealt with, he would have little resistance in the Inhuman realm. Instead of staying on, it would make him feel uneasy. "President Feng, there's no need for you to say these words to me. It's better to go to General Manager Zhao. I do what I have to do and I don't care about the rest." However, Feng Zhanghao's face showed a slightly difficult color after hearing this. Does this kid really want to be a knife for the company? It's completely unnecessary, given his strength. But with this attitude of his, it seems like it's time to go and meet with Zhao Fengshu when he's done with the Wang family's business. Thinking of this, he wasn't going to continue talking about this topic and turned to it. "Can I help you? Like those tails back there? I can take care of that for you right now." As he spoke, he pointed to the sedans that came trailing behind him. Gao Xianyu looked back, full of concern. "Just let them be. Those who are not afraid to die will follow to be. Anyway, there won't be a single survivor of anyone who comes near the Wang's village tonight." He then looked at Feng Zhanghao with feigned surprise and said, "President Feng, you wouldn't want to join in the fun, would you?" Hearing these words with a warning, Feng Zhanghao hurriedly waved his hand and opened his mouth to explain. "Why, I'm pissed off that I came here tonight. As you know, detaining spirits and dispatching generals is a tactic of my Wind family, but I didn't expect that Wang family to be so hateful. It's not even enough to take it out in public and sell it as a favor, but even to deal with you." Speaking of this, Feng Zhanghao revealed a stale expression. "Xianyu, although there was a bit of a misunderstanding between us at the Luo Tianjiao festival, but I've thought very highly of you since then. It's not just because of your strength, it's because I respect you as a person. I did hear that the night the all sects attacked the mountain, not only did you fight them off, but you also stepped in to save Elder Lu and Elder Tian. To have strength like yours and still not lose your nakedness, it's really rare in the younger generation. Hearing this large string of compliments, Gao Xianyu's face was flat, as if he had gladly accepted it. However, the wind sand swallow driving in front of him couldn't help but secretly spit up his old man. Dad, it's a real mess. You're really picking up on the good stuff. You didn't mention anything about Gao Xianyu destroying Longhu Mountain. He fought off Quan Sex though, and saved someone else in the process. But the old celestial master's blood pressure, too, was almost bursting his pipes from his anger. If he didn't have 100 years of cultivation, I'm afraid he'd be spread out on the bed by now. But Feng Zhenghao, in response, continued without thinking. That's why Xianyu, I came here this time. Besides wanting to find the Wang family to settle the old scores, I also truly want to help you. Although what the Wang clan does has nothing to do with me. This means of detaining spirits and dispatching generals is ultimately mine, the Wind clans. But now it has brought you so much trouble because of this. I really feel bad in my heart. Seeing him speak so sincerely, Gao Xianyu, but if he didn't have the experience of being a man in 2 lives, he would really have to be fooled by him. It had to be said that Feng Zhenghao had sort of played the 4 words sending charcoal in the snow to the fullest. Unfortunately, one didn't need his help at all. Even if they really needed someone to help, they would first go to Zhao Fangshu and let the company step in to solve the problem. As for the Gao clan and the Exodus immortal lineage, those were reserve forces that would only be utilized in the end. Of course, if there were no surprises, these 2 major forces, he basically had little chance to use them. President Wind, kind words are appreciated, but there are some things it's better not to get involved in. The Wang family village is just ahead, right? You guys shouldn't get too close, just find a random place to park. Gao Xianyu looked at the brightly lit village in front of him and was unwilling to dwell on it with Feng Zhenghao. Immediately, he gave the order of dismissal and prepared to go about his business. Feng Zhenghao naturally understood what he meant, but he didn't feel lost either. He had said all that he needed to say along the way. In the future, even if the company really wanted to move the World Council, it wouldn't end up as miserable as the Wang family. That's right. At this point, he had already decided that the Wang family would surely be destroyed. And the reason why he was so determined was because he had seen with his own eyes the terror of those demon immortals. In his opinion, as long as Gao Xianyu wanted to, there was no person or force in this world that he couldn't solve. Instead of waiting for the Wang family to be destroyed, he could then offer his courtesy. Might as well come over and sell it before this again. That way it doesn't look like the same as the others, who were forced to defect only after being shocked and feeling scared. It would also give Gao Xianyu and company a good impression. In that case, I won't say anything more. Seeing that the purpose had been achieved, Feng Zhenghao did not continue to dwell on it, and turned his head to look at Feng Shayan and said, Shayan, find a place to stop. Hearing his father's command, Feng Shayan responded and then pulled the car over to the side. At the same time, the cars that followed all the way from behind also stopped 30 meters away one after another. The foreigners sitting in the car witnessed Gao Xianyu walk out of the car and head straight to Wangjia village. Chapter 109. Chapter 109. Wangjia village turned into a cage. Trapped beast. At night, a bright moon hangs high, spilling silver light. The dark earth was like a layer of frost. It's actually a tad cooler on this hot summer day. The dark night that should have been filled with the chirping of insects and birds was now plunged into silence. It was as if it had added a touch of solemnity to this heaven and earth. Gao Xianyu welcomed the moonlight and walked towards the brightly lit Wangjia village. In its ears, there was a vague clamor that seemed extremely lively. Yo, there's a lot of people. Is this the final dinner party? Gao Xianyu let out a snort, then pinched up the decree and softly recited it. Xianyu remotely worships the fox demon, a realm of 8, and tonight his heart is angry and wants to enter the path of killing. Miku, the word is the word. Help me bloodily slay the human devils. As the cry fell, behind Gao Xianyu, a colorful map suddenly appeared. In their drawings, all of them were inscribed with the 8 powers of the Fox Demon World: Oriental Tushan, Arai, and Long Bay, the northern North Mountain Empire and the 72 Caves, the southern kingdom in the south, the western regions in the west, and the One Chi Dao Alliance in the center. And this colorful picture, slightly passing by, entered Gao Xianyu's body. It was also at this instant that he raised the law again. By order of Elder Guy of the Southern Kingdom, turn the bamboo into a prison and lock up the prisoners of this side. A sound fell, and around the Wang clan village, bamboo leaves continued to slowly float down. At the same time, a slightly older voice came from the void. Old me, by order. As he spoke, a bamboo leaf fell to the ground. In an instant, a bamboo that was about 5 meters tall and the thickness of a water bucket violently broke through the ground. On the surface of its bamboo body, there was also a faint purple mist that continuously dispersed, and as the bamboo leaves continued to fall, bamboo after bamboo plummeted from the soil. In just a few moments, it was densely packed into a circle, wrapping up the entire village. "No one will bother me this time." Gao Xianyu let out a soft chant. Then he smiled morosely and looked at the inhumans that kept pouring out of the village entrance, saying, "And no one can run away," he said, striding towards the village. In the meantime, the sudden change caused a sudden panic in the brightly lit Wang clan village. Many inhumans ran outside the village, looking around with panicked faces at the bamboo forest that had suddenly appeared. What happened? How did so much bamboo suddenly grow? Damn it, could it be the means of the Wang family? Don't kid yourself. If the Wang family had this ability, would they still invite us here? I'm just afraid it's someone else. When these words came out, the crowd instantly understood what the man meant. By someone else, I'm afraid I'm referring to Gao Xianyu. However, just as the crowd was in disbelief, someone suddenly pointed ahead and shouted, "Look, you guys, someone's coming towards the village." When the crowd heard this, they suddenly looked flustered and hurriedly looked in the direction the man was pointing. Only a figure was seen, walking slowly in the darkness, but it was too dim to see who was coming. But just then, Wang Shuo ran out with a gloomy face and looked at the visitor and said, "Everyone, Gao Xuanyu is here." Upon hearing these words, everyone's hearts trembled. Sure enough, it's him, but what is he trying to do with all this bamboo? Is it trying to trap us? That's a bit too much to look down on. These bamboos were a bit taller and thicker, but how could they possibly stop the aliens chopping? But as they were disdaining in their hearts, they suddenly realized that dense bamboo forest was actually dissatisfied with the purple mist. A glance at it made one feel extremely dangerous, and it was bound to be something highly poisonous. Damn, that Gao Xuanyu is trying to poison us. Despicable guys, don't even dare to fight us head-on? Looking at the somewhat flustered crowd, Wang Shuo shouted, "Don't be afraid, all of you. My Wang family village is guarded by a formation. All you have to do is stay in the village, and I guarantee that those poisonous gases won't be able to enter the village in the slightest." When the crowd heard this, they settled down, while secretly being surprised in their hearts. Formation? No wonder those poisonous gases, which only coiled in the bamboo forest, could not be dispersed in the slightest. So it was the Wang family that opened the formation and blocked it off. Worthy of being one of the four great families, the foundation is really strong. Such a big village, it was surprising that all of them were covered with formations. Not to mention how powerful it is. The financial and material resources consumed are absolutely astronomical. But what they didn't know was that the poisonous gas in the bamboo forest didn't dissipate, where it was due to some kind of formation. It was entirely because Gao Xianyu didn't want it to end too quickly, which was why he didn't let Elder Guy spread it out. For the Wang family, not only did he want to exterminate their entire family, but he also wanted to extract the full value. However, just as the foreigners were secretly marveling, Wang Shuo's gaze was gloomy and full of murderous aura as he drank lowly. "He's coming." The crowd's spirits were shaken, and they hurriedly looked at the silhouette in front of them, which was already less than 30 meters away from them. It was also not until this moment that the crowd could see the appearance of the visitor. It was none other than Gao Xianyu, only his expression was flat, and his gaze kept sizing them up. Even when faced with these dozens of people at the entrance of the village, there was no fear at all. Instead, they even showed some mocking smiles, looking at them with disdain. At this moment, after Wang Shuo saw Gao Xianyu, a monstrous hatred rose in his heart. Thinking of his son who was made into a human pig, he immediately shouted angrily, "Gao Xianyu, you kid really has guts. How dare you come alone? Today this Wang clan village is your burial place." Then he shouted to the crowd of inhumans, "Everyone, what are you waiting for? Kill him, no matter who it is. As long as he can cut off Gao Xuanyu's head, my Wang family will not only give him the entire technique for detaining spirits and dispatching generals. What's more, we can unconditionally take out resources to support him to become a 10-year-old. Hearing this, everyone's gazes flared up. The temptation to become a tenor is just too great. That was the top existence of the inhuman world, representing a symbol of power. If he could really become a 10 brother, then not to mention glory and wealth, even starting a sect would no longer be a dream. Young Wang, don't worry, I'll use this 3-foot hook to remove his head right now." An alien with a treacherous face and an iron hook in his right hand shouted excitedly and took the lead in rushing towards Gao Xianyu. Seeing this, the rest of the people immediately couldn't settle for the greed in their hearts and followed one after another. In a moment, dozens of inhumans came out at the same time and swarmed up. All sorts of foreign arts manifested one after another, and the light busyness they emitted actually illuminated this dark night. Gao Xianyu looked at the incoming inhuman, but had no intention of stopping. Its pair of eyes full of killing intent always fell on Wang Shuo at the entrance of the village. However, just at this moment, an explosive cry suddenly came out. "Gao Xianyu, suffer death." That inhuman with a hook in his right hand suddenly let out a growl when he was 10 meters away from each other. The iron hook held high in his hand also chopped down violently at this moment. In an instant, 3 powerful chopping strikes appeared, breaking through the air, and with an extremely fast speed, he chopped towards Gao Xianyu. Wherever it passed, it was like plowing the ground, leaving 3 long marks on the ground. However, in the face of the swift strike, Gao Xianyu's footsteps did not pause in the slightest, and he still continued to move forward. At the same time, he pinched up the spell and recited it calmly. For elephant mirror at your command, take the mirror. Immortal yin-yang, a ray in the south. The words fell and the phoenix chimed. Behind Gao Xianyu, an ancient mirror suddenly appeared. Immediately after that, a ball of blazing flames gushed out from the mirror, turning instantly to facilitate the collision of those 3 chopping strikes. Boom! A loud sound was emitted, and the 3 chopping strikes dissipated as much as they could. However, the flames, still unabated in power, rushed straight towards the alien. Chapter 110 Gao Xianyu, if you guys don't make a move, then it's my turn. In the darkness of the night, a flame rushed to the sky. Immediately afterward, a miserable cry plummeted and resounded through the sky. The foreigners who were charging forward couldn't help but feel a chill as they looked at the 3-foot hook that was engulfed in flames. One should know that this person was already considered to be of good strength among this group of inhumans. As a result, in just one photo, he was directly turned into a roasted pig. This Gao Xianyu's casual strike was so strong, I can't believe I can't even top a 3-foot hook. But just as their hearts were alarmed, they suddenly smelled the air, and there was actually a burst of roasted meat fragrance. Looking at the 3-foot hook that has long been lying on the ground, no movement, I'm afraid that this will have been fully cooked. What are you waiting for? Go! At this moment, Wang Shua's urging voice came from the rear. He didn't expect the guys to be such losers. Just one move by Gao Xianyu was a shock. There are so many of you, he'll kill for a while even if he has to. If we don't take advantage of the present to consume his strength, do we still want my Wang family to be at the front? Whoever kills Gao Xianyu, my Wang family is willing to give him half of our family fortune. Seeing that the crowd was timid, Wang Shua increased his bet again. Sure enough, after hearing these words, many people began to stir. Half of the Wang family's fortune. How much is that? I'm afraid that no one in the room could count except Wang Shua himself, but they knew that it was definitely over 100 million, if not $1 billion. Many of the Inhumans began to breathe heavily at the thought. Mother asterisk. This Wang family was really willing to kill Gao Xianyu, but as the saying goes, people die for money and birds die for food. Fight tonight, bike to motorcycle. It's dry. Brothers, don't hold back, go together. At this time, a bald man roared out, then condensed an airbomb and smashed it straight at Gao Xianyu. Seeing this, the rest of the people followed suit and cast their respective means of long-range attacks. For a while, colorful airbombs, like rainbows after the rain, shone on this land. It's just that this rainbow, it's killing people, not crossing the heavenly gate. Block! Gao Xianyu clenched his fingers and casually waved his hand at the incoming airbomb. In the next moment, the space in front of them shook, and then an ancient gate wall that was 3 meters high suddenly appeared. Those air bombs that came at a rapid pace landed on the top of the city wall one after another, and the blasting sound was incessant. It wasn't until a few seconds had passed that calm returned. Those Inhumans took a glance, but realized that their attacks hadn't even broken a single brick on the city wall. What kind of tie wall is this? It's so hard. Damn, didn't they say that this kid can only summon true immortals? Now how does this look like a magic weapon? Are you kidding me? Does he even know how to refine weapons? The crowd spoke up, letting out exclamations of surprise one after another. Every single one of their faces had been hard to see. When the Wang family detained the spirit and dispatched the generals to them, they had specifically said so. As long as they were capable of detaining the elves and monsters summoned by Gao Xianyu, then the Wang family would never want to take them away. And they were also willing to hand over the method of serving spirits to help them swallow those elves as a way to grow their cultivation. As a result, it's good now. Some of them have learned to detain spirits and dispatch generals, but they don't summon elves and monsters at all, and they directly play with magic weapons. The main thing was that they couldn't even defeat these few magic weapons. Thinking of this, in the hearts of the crowd of foreigners, a sense of powerlessness immediately surged out. You can't beat them in melee combat, and you can't break their defense in long-range attacks. It's gross. An all-out attack from one side was dissolved by someone else moving their mouth. At this rate, even 10 lives won't be enough. In an instant, many people's hearts gave birth to a sense of withdrawal. Even if the Wang family gave more promises, they really didn't have the ability to earn this money in the face of an enemy that they couldn't do anything about. But just as they were about to retreat, Gao Xianyu's voice suddenly rang out. What? Not going to continue? Then it's my turn to make a move. Crowd, not good. Be cool. But before they could react, Gao Xianyu had already recited the benediction. Declare, the 5 poisonous taipa under the seat of the southern kingdom. A display of poisonous sounds. Poisonous old man. By order, in the void, an old man dressed in white, with a thin body and white hair, slowly walked out. In his hand, he also held a koto. The foreigners, who were still in a daze for some reason, when they saw this old man, a strong fear rose in their hearts. Even Wang Shuo, who was standing at the entrance of the village, had a sudden sense of no seconds, and actually quickly retreated towards the back without the slightest hesitation. At the same time, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the old man was seen sitting cross-legged, placing the koto on top of his legs. Then he raised his hands and gently plucked the strings. Ding! A zither sound was emitted, causing the bodies of the people used to tremble and instantly return to their senses. On everyone's face, a flash of horror appeared, not knowing what this old man was going to do. But soon, as the sound of the zither continued, they realized that nothing was happening to them. Although the sound of this zither was filled with a solemn and murderous aura, making people feel chills in their hearts after listening to it. But other than that, it doesn't seem to be anything special. What is this Gao Xuanyu doing, summoning this old man just to play the zither? A not-so-bright-brained inhuman asked the question that was on everyone's mind. But there is no answer at all to this question. It's so silly. That old man is not a good person at a glance, not to mention the stern gaze that he looks at people, and when he raises his hands and feet, he also shows his domineering spirit. To be able to have this kind of momentum, even if it is not a great evil person, the hands are bound to have countless human lives. He's sitting there playing the piano right now, only holding back some big move, and what they were thinking was indeed good. Poison Old Man is the royal family of the southern country. Even if Wan Du Luolan Si, all have to respectfully shout a royal uncle. Back then, during the riots in the southern kingdom, he was able to kill the four directions along with the poison emperor with a handful of poisonous techniques. The most scandalous thing is that sound wave poison technique. This technique, which utilizes the race's unique demonic aura and spreads it in the form of music, specializes in poisoning the nerves. Pity these foreigners, who do not yet realize that they have long been poisoned and will not live long. There were even some people who, when they saw that Gao Xianyu had put away his magic weapon and was defenseless, they actually started to kill again. Good chance. Finish him off. At this moment, one of the Inhumans suddenly burst out, and immediately, he was about to cast a foreign art and launch an attack. But as soon as he had just utilized his air, a sharp pain suddenly came from his dantian. Immediately, his throat was sweet, and he sprayed out a mouthful of black blood, and fell straight to the ground, no longer alive. Seeing this person suddenly die violently, everyone's hearts were tightened and their faces were shocked, especially the miserable state of that person after death. Even the color of the face is blue, lips black-purple, obviously poisoned to death. How? When did he get poisoned? One Inhuman realm had a horrified expression, and his body subconsciously retreated towards the back, hurriedly moving away from the poisoned man, fearing that he would be infected. The rest of them looked around in panic, mistakenly believing that the poisonous miasma in that bamboo forest had spread over, but found that those purple mists still hovering in the bamboo forest did not disperse the slightest. So how did we get poisoned? For a moment, great doubts rose in everyone, but a few of them snapped out of it and looked toward Poison Elder with horrified expressions. Not good. He's utilizing sound waves and poisoning us. Chapter 111, Ancient Strange Book, Ghost Valley Z. When they saw someone inexplicably die of poison, some of the Inhumans reacted quickly. This zither sound, which was full of a solemn and murderous aura, actually contained a severe poison. Everyone, cover your ears. This zither sound is poisonous. Upon hearing this warning, all of the Inhumans on the scene changed their faces drastically and looked at Poison Elder in disbelief. This old man is using the sound of the piano to poison us? What kind of demonic tactics are these? It's unheard of. But even though they felt absurd to the extreme, when they saw the alien on the ground who was covered in bruises and died of poison, in their hearts, they all immediately believed it as well. Then they all covered their ears with their hands, fearing to hear the slightest sound of the zither. But when he saw this action of theirs, Poison Elder sneered. Not bad, actually being able to detect my means, but it's too late to react. Speaking of this, Poison Old Man's zither suddenly became urgent and high. It was as if the sound of this zither turned into a sharp blade, constantly piercing into the ears of those foreigners. At the same time, they felt a sharp pain coming from the place of their dantian. The whirlwind quickly spread to the chest, the heart, and finally straight to the top of the head. Put. At that moment, an alien spat out black blood, planted himself on the ground with wide eyes, and lost his breath. Then the second, the third. In just 5 seconds, dozens of Inhumans died horribly from poison one after another. After 5 seconds had passed, the solemn, murderous zither sound came to an abrupt end. Dozens of green-faced Inhumans had fallen across the field, and all of them had become corpses at this moment. Poison Old Man swept his gaze indifferently. Then his figure slowly disappeared in place. For a while, outside the Wang family village, it became deathly silent. Gao Xianyu was the only one who paced forward, passing by the dozens of corpses and standing at the entrance of the village. At this time in the village, nearly 100 people had already gathered, all gazing at him in horror. The the scene of Poison Elder's son poisoning with his voice just now. They had seen it truly. It only took a dozen seconds to poison dozens of Inhumans. Such ferocious tactics sent a chill down their spine. Many of them, moreover, began to regret it. I shouldn't have coveted the king's family's spirit detention and dispatch and come against this bogeyman. Doesn't he smell good when he's alive? At this moment, Wang Shuo, standing in the middle of the crowd, had a face that was hard to see. Though these Inhumans he had invited had not fled, he could feel it clearly. These guys have been scared out of their wits by Gao Xianyu. Trying to keep counting on them is clearly out of the question. However, just as he was thinking of a countermeasure, Chen Wang's voice suddenly sounded from the rear. Gao Xianyu, you are simply lawless. How dare you come to my Wang family to commit murder? The crowd of Inhumans sniffed and looked back. Only Wang Chun was furious, his eyes glaring angrily at Gao Xianyu at the entrance of the village, and behind him, there were actually hundreds of alien men in black battle uniforms standing. Although they were both old and young, they were almost all extremely similar in height and weight, and every body type. All of them were lean and strong. Their bodies were full of explosive muscles, extremely powerful. One could sense at a glance that these were highly trained elites. Dad, Wang Shuo, after seeing his father bringing these people here, his heart was instantly much more at ease. It was because these people were the very dead soldiers that the Wang family had trained, using a secret method. The secret method it uses is Ghost Valley. This is not the same Ghostbusters that the public perceives, but a strange book specifically designed to train an army of Inhumans. It was the third generation head of the Wang family back then, who had acquired it by chance. After painstakingly studying it, it finally realized one of its secret methods inside: horizontal and vertical. It is for thousands of Inhumans to practice this technique together from a young age and to beat their bodies. Once this gong method is practiced, then the air of these people can be interconnected. That means it can make one person have the power of 100 or 1,000 people. Of course, this was only true for the characteristics of the feats. If it was true that only one person was allowed to carry the feats of 1,000 people, I'm afraid that even before he strikes, his flesh will be burst by the air first due to his inability to withstand it. However, with the means of the Wang family's training, it would still not be a problem to have one person to carry the feats of 10 people. On top of that, there was another biggest drawback to this feat. It is so that the airs can merge with each other, and once a foreigner who has practiced this technique can no longer practice any other foreign arts. Otherwise, the attributes of the air they cultivated would be infested and completely altered. In this way, there is no longer any accommodation. That's why this feat is a complete chicken ribs or even a pitiful foreign art for individuals. But for the army, it's definitely a treasure. At this moment, Jun Wang's gaze was gloomy as he took a step forward. Those Inhumans who were blocking the front retreated to the sides. Wang Shuo quickly greeted him, looking at the 300 dead soldiers behind him, and said with some concern, "Dad, would it be too early to out them? You have to know that these people are the Wang family's base, the mainstay. Every single dead soldier that was trained at a huge financial cost, not to mention the rest. Just the beating up the body part is astronomical. Therefore, for the Wang family, every death of a dead soldier was a huge loss. And now that this Gao Xianyu was not consuming much, letting these dead soldiers charge up now was obviously giving away their heads." However, when Chen Wang heard his words, he did not answer, but only secretly complained that this youngest son's head was not in the right place. Now those outsiders that were brought in have obviously been unreliable. When Gao Xianyu fights in later, I'm only afraid that they will immediately turn around and run away. Now he had brought these dead soldiers here to make these people understand. The Wang family had plenty of means, and it was by no means possible to bring down a mere Gao Xianyu. But unfortunately, Chen Wang's purpose was not achieved. Though the moment these 300 dead soldiers appeared, it did make those Inhumans be energized and surprised. But in its heart, it didn't feel so powerful. After all, the old man that Gao Xianyu had just summoned had only casually executed a handful of poisonous techniques, causing dozens of foreigners to lose their lives. Nowadays, these 300 dead soldiers, although they seemed to be strong and extraordinary, in front of that poison, there was no significance at all. But since the Wang family had produced someone, they would have to retreat, lest when the two sides fought, they would be caught in the crossfire. Thinking about this, many of the Inhumans began to slowly back away. Although their movements were very light, they were still detected by the Wang family's father and son, and they immediately became furious in their hearts. These poorly bred white wolves, when you take the spirit of detention and dispatch the generals, each one is as loyal as a dog. Now that they saw that Gao Xianyu was powerful, they were all like rats, scared out of their wits. Bunch of losers. But right now is the time to use people. Wang Chun can only force down this anger. Looking at Gao Xianyu at the entrance of the village, said, "A team, out of line." With a command, a squad of 10 people quickly ran out. Wang Chun angrily pointed at Gao Xuanyu and said with a bellow, "Kill." Chapter 112, One Pillar of Power Prime. The dead soldiers were all hammered. Kill. At Chun Wang's command, the 10 dead soldiers moved quickly. The movement was so fast that it was like a ghost weaving through the crowd, heading straight for Gao Xianyu. As it ran, on each of them, a green-colored air emanated. These airs then turned into threads, connecting all 10 people together. At this moment, Gao Xianyu looked at the 10 people who were attacking him, not understanding the mystery in them. To be on the safe side, he also decided not to save the air to keep his hand. Immediately, he raised his sword finger and began to summon the great demon king. One savage breaks 100 arts. One pillar of power to the heavens. Declare, Mooncry clan vassal. Edict. With a command, space began to shake violently. When the people within the village saw Gao Xianyu once again summoning the demon immortal, their hearts all lifted. Even the Wang family's father and son were no longer as arrogant as before, and they all ran and hid among the dead soldiers. But soon, everyone was confused, only to see that the void, but slowly out of a donkey, this kid, Gao Xianyu, summoned a donkey and wanted to fight against the Wang clan's dead soldiers? The Wang family's father and son looked at the black donkey and immediately felt strangely humiliated. They were extremely proud of their own dead soldiers. It turned out that this little man had summoned only a donkey to fight them, a domestic animal that hadn't even taken human form. Even if it was a demon, how powerful could it be? Look at it. It's got a sign that says, "Shoo, gotcha." Hopefully this can't even speak human language, since the demon immortals summoned by Gao Xianyu were either half human or fully humanized, and every one of them can spit. This also created an illusion for the Wang family's father and son, and even everyone present. What Gao Xianyu had summoned this time was merely a small demon immortal who had just opened his spirit, counting all the demons he had summoned. He was afraid that they were of the lowest level of strength. It was precisely for this reason that everyone felt that Gao Xianyu didn't look down on the Wang family at all, trying to humiliate them in this way. However, how could they know that this black donkey, Azu, was the #1 demon king under the demon emperor? It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that it was a quasi-demon emperor. Unfortunately, Chun Wang didn't know about the Fox demon world. When he saw Gao Xianyu bullying them like this, he immediately shouted angrily, "Teens a clown and a wu. Together, kill these two for me." With a command, 20 more of the dead soldiers stepped out and rushed towards Gao Xianyu together. Similarly, halfway through, green-colored air was released, and then connected together, and the 10 dead soldiers that had been deployed earlier had already arrived close by. However, Gao Xianyu and Chu exchanged words as if they were nothing. Aza holds up a sign, "Kill them all?" Gao Xianyu nodded slightly. "Yes, leave no one behind." Aza holds up a sign, "Can you hold up with so many people?" Gao Xianyu, "Tighten up, no need to go all out." Azu raises his hand, "Okay, I'll try to be gentle." However, before Chu could even put down this card, there were already 3 dead soldiers surrounding it. The air on its body also blew generously at that moment. The air threads connected to the 3 of them suddenly became as thick as arms. The 7 people at the back, on the other hand, had grim faces, constantly releasing their own air and channeling it into the 3 of them. Those Inhumans within their village were also shocked in their hearts after sensing the surge in power of those 3. They likewise did not know that the technique these dead soldiers cultivated was the horizontal-vertical link. So when they saw the air of these people, after being able to channel each other together, they were all greatly surprised. Take the air of the 7 and gather it in the 3. Wouldn't that be the same as this strike from these 3 people, possessing the power of hundreds of years? This is something that even if the old heavenly master came, he wouldn't be able to resist, right? Only this idea of theirs, naturally, was not valid. Although the 10 people's air could interoperate, it was definitely not a stacked growth. Taking these 3 people as an example, at this point in time, their power had increased by at most 30 years. If it was really like what they thought, just with the Wang family beating nature, they would have already dominated the earth with this. But just as they were secretly marveling, the next ghostly scene happened, only to see Azu raise his eyebrows, revealing an extremely humanized expression of disdain. Then he copied the wooden sign in his hand and swept it across the room at the 3. Although this action seemed extremely gentle, when it touched those 3 dead soldiers, it blew their bodies directly in place. It's a real blast. It was as if a ripe watermelon had been smashed by a Hercules. The blood flesh, and bones of those 3 people instantly splattered in all directions. Wreckage was scattered all over the place, and the ground was imprinted with streaks of blood. The 7 people in the back who provided the air were also instantly revolted. There was a wild spray of blood in their mouths, and then they went limp on the ground with pale faces, already in a state of more out of breath and less in breath. If no one is there to take care of it, I'm afraid it won't be long before it's all over. Seeing this bloody scene, the father and son of the Wang family and the crowd of foreigners all froze in place. Looking at the donkey-hoofed Chu, all of them showed shocked expressions, especially the Wang family's father and son. Their hearts were set off by huge waves. They couldn't figure out no matter what. How could a small demon that had just opened its spirit have such terrifying brute strength? That's not a hoof that kills someone. It's just exploding in place. Even though 7 assisting dead soldiers had suffered a strong backlash as a result, and were seriously injured. That is to say, this unassuming black donkey destroyed the entire Koshi 10-man squad with a single hoof. But just as the crowd was in shock, the other 2 squads all arrived one after another. But with a lesson learned, they immediately changed their offense. Instead of opting for that many against few routine, they focused their power on one person. At the moment, 2 burly men who stood at a height of 1 meter 8, with their legs bent, were constantly absorbing the air provided by their teammates. Within his eyes, a deep cyan-colored glow emanated, while a roar of rage continuously emanated from his mouth. In the next moment, the muscles on the 2 men's bodies bulged one after another, their body sizes instantly expanding by a circle. From a head of 1 meter 8, he suddenly grew to about 2 meters. The land under his feet, too, began to collapse continuously, and his feet sunk deep into the mud. After a second had passed, both of them exhaled a mouthful of hot air at the same time, and their gazes glared sternly at Chu and Gao Xianyu. At this time, their power had skyrocketed by nearly 100 years or so, but doing so was also extremely taxing on the bodies of both men. It's safe to say that the next 30 seconds will be the highest moment of their lives. Once 30 seconds had passed, even if they didn't die, they would end up with broken tendons and veins. However, as the dead soldiers trained by the Wang family, they had long since braved death and were only bent on killing the enemy. When both of them reached the apex of their power altogether, they let out a low cry at the same time. With that, his feet powered up, bringing up a large area of dirt and instantly arriving in front of Chu. The 2 men's sandbag-sized fists were raised steeply and slammed down heavily toward the donkey's head. However, when he was about to hit, a light suddenly flashed in Azu's eyes, and the donkey's hooves clapped out one after another. Bang! Bang! 2 loud bangs were emitted, and the body of that duo who had gained 100 years of power exploded once again. The blood and flesh were like fireworks, blooming in all directions. In its place, only 2 clouds of blood mist were left behind. Chapter 113, De and Air vs. Snake Coil Formation. Under the dark night sky, bright red ceremonial flowers bloomed in the Wang's village. All kinds of wreckage and organs were scattered around like rain. In the air, the smell of blood. The crowd of foreigners within the village looked at the 2 masses of blood mist in horror, only feeling their scalps go numb. It wasn't that they hadn't seen bloody scenes before, but it was the first time they had seen such ferocity. Every strike is bound to hammer someone out. Such terrifying brute strength was truly something they had only seen in their lives, especially the Wang family's father and son. Their faces had been hard to see. The idea was to get the dead soldiers out to raise morale a bit and be able to continue to get these foreigners to work for them. But he didn't expect that the dead soldiers he had worked so hard to cultivate would not even be able to defeat a black donkey. You know, those 2 were carried for 100 years, just explode in place like a watery mess? So much so that the dozen or so people who were providing air behind them also suffered strong repercussions and fell to the ground. In a single glance, his Wang family lost 30 dead soldiers. This figure made the hearts of the Wang family's father and son drip with blood. But at this time, Chun Wang also finally reacted. That seemingly inconspicuous black donkey was able to hammer a dead soldier with 100 years of cultivation with a single punch. So I'm afraid it's not a small demon at all. However, because he didn't understand the power level of demons, he couldn't specifically conclude what realm this black donkey was in. However, there was one thing he was clear about. Maintaining this demon strike was bound to consume a great deal. With Gao Xuanyu's cultivation, I'm afraid it won't last long at all. Xiao, don't you like to pretend? Good. I'll let you pretend enough today. Wang Chun immediately put his heart into a great resolve. He was prepared to use his numerical advantage at all costs to wear Gao Xianyu down alive. 6 dings and 6 armors out of the line. Set up the snake coil. With a command, 120 dead soldiers quickly moved out. He soon came to the unoccupied open space in front of him and laid out the snake coil formation. This formation is the same as the one that came out of Ghost Valley Z's strange book, and it is the only formation that the Wang family can master. Although it was not proficient, it was able to utilize the effects of the formation. And the biggest advantage of this snake coil formation is its flexibility. With 5 people as the eyes of the formation, it spread out towards the 2 ends, and finally encircled into a circle, head and tail. This formation is laid out, and the attack can be combined into a variety of surrounding attacks according to the actual battle situation. It was like a snake devouring food, nibbling away at the enemy little by little. The defense can be flexed and stretched, closing the formation, no matter where the enemy attacks, can be instantly transformed into a snake head. Just wait for the enemy to enter the mouth, before quickly surrounding them and launching a counterattack. But as an inhuman formation, the serpent coiling formation was more than just that simple. When the air of 120 people were connected, the aura of this heaven and earth instantly became huge. At a glance, it looked as if a spiritual serpent composed of air was creeping on the earth, waiting for an opportunity to move. Seeing that the formation had been completed, the corners of Chun Wang's mouth raised in a sinister smile, secretly pleased with himself. Isn't your demon very powerful? Then let it kill slowly. I'd like to see how long you can hold out with that little cultivation. But what he didn't expect was that Gao Xian you didn't intend to let Chu do it at all. Summoning it over before was merely for insurance purposes, fearing that these dead soldiers might have some bizarre tactics. However, through his observations during these few encounters, he also detected a hint of what was going on. These dead soldiers, it seems that apart from being able to connect the air, there are no other foreign arts. Although it was still possible to put up a formation, this thing could break even a great demon, not to mention a great demon king. After all, the formation was even stronger, but those who laid the formation were too weak. I'm afraid that even the effects of this formation can't be fully realized. Declare, the two ambassadors under Tushan Yaya's seat. Break the formation and kill the enemy. Gao Xianyu sends Chu away and raises the law again. As a cry fell, space shook one after another. In the void, a white and a red demon fox came out. Although it had not taken human form and stood on 4 feet, it was as tall as the size of an adult. The moment they appeared, the two demonic foxes let out a shriek at the same time. Although others could not understand them, Gao Xianyu knew what they were saying through his divine sense. Da, air, lead the way. The crowd of foreigners in the distance all retreated furiously towards the back when they saw that Gao Xianyu had summoned 2 demon immortals at once. With Azu as a lesson from the past, they no longer dared to underestimate these demons that have not transformed into forms. A black donkey was so ferocious, and now these 2 demon foxes in front of him were afraid to be even more brutal. Not to mention these foreigners, even the father and son of the Wang family saw the appearance of the red and white foxes, and their hearts trembled. Although he was escorted by the dead soldiers, a chill ran through his heart. I was afraid that these 2 demon foxes would be as terrifying as that black donkey. Thinking of this, the father and son no longer dared to care about face, and actually followed those foreigners, jointly retreating towards the back. But it didn't matter that the 2 of them retreated, but Gao Xianyu once again strangled his spell. Xianyu Yao invites Fairy Myriad Jade to borrow the precious jade, and the Tao with it. As soon as the words fell, an ethereal voice came from the void. Aoki Hope, by order. Then only an ancient jade suddenly appeared above Gao Xianyu's head. A green light fell in a whirlwind, shielding him in it. Gao Xianyu secretly sighed in relief when he saw this. It seems that this Fox Demon Realm's One Chi Dao Alliance is still willing to sell me a few points of face. The reason why I say this is because this magic treasure was borrowed from the organization called Mask in the I Chi Dao Alliance. This magic treasure is called the 8 Treasures Jade Ruins, which can block people's spells and smooth their chakras, possessing the ability to drop people, and treasure to drop treasure. Anyone within 3 feet of a magic treasure is a no-go area for cultivators. Now that he saw that the Wang family's father and son were going to run away, Gao Xianyu immediately planned to collaborate with the 2 foxes and break into the formation. It is just right to use this magic treasure to help Adi and Air to break the formation and kill the enemy faster. Kill! Gao Xianyu dropped his voice and took the lead towards the village. Seeing this, the twin foxes ran ahead with light footsteps and charged straight into the snake coil formation. It was also the moment they stepped into the formation that the group of dead soldiers immediately launched an attack. The spirit snake condensed with the air and went straight to bite at Air. But in the face of this sudden attack, Da, who was on the side, was the first to pounce. The fox's paw lifted and slapped the spirit snake's head hard. Bang! A crunching sound like that of a firecracker was emitted, and the spirit snake's head instantly shattered. The 5 dead soldiers were immediately hit hard and fell to the ground spitting blood. But just then, the spirit snake's abdomen actually regenerated a head. The fangs condensed with air in his mouth were like substance, attacking with teeth and claws. At that moment, Air on the ground leapt up and stomped heavily on the head of the spirit snake, shattering it once again. The body then jumped and landed firmly on the ground. The coordination between the 2 foxes was extremely tacit, not giving the enemy any openings at all. But unexpectedly, at that moment, the snake coil formation suddenly trembled violently. The huge snake body suddenly dissipated and instantly transformed into dozens of snake heads, instantly surrounding the twin foxes. All of them then opened their huge mouths, revealing their fangs, and attacked them straight away. Chapter 114 Chapter 114 8 Treasures Rui breaks the formation. Twin foxes slaughter the four directions. The twin foxes, who were deep in the formation, looked at the dozens of incoming snakeheads, and the demonic energy in their bodies began to slowly rise. But just as he was about to release it, he heard Gao Xian Yu convey it as a divine messenger. No need to surge your demonic power. I'll break the formation. As he spoke, he had already stepped into the snake coil formation. It was also at this moment that the 8 Treasures Jade Ruin was suddenly generous with green light. Immediately afterward, it was only seen that those ferocious snakeheads were actually dissipating rapidly. Those dead soldiers who had activated the formation were also shocked to find that their air seemed to have been sealed, and they were unable to mobilize the slightest bit. The distant Chun Wang didn't know what was happening, and when he saw that the dead soldiers in front of him stopped running the formation, he immediately cursed. What are you idiots doing? Quickly run your power and catalyze the snake coiling formation. You have to know, in this formation, but there are still those 2 fox demons trapped. Now without the snake coil formation, these dead soldiers are almost no different from lambs to the slaughter. Once the demon fox broke the formation, then he would really be powerless to resist. But no matter how much he screamed and cursed, those dead soldiers still didn't activate the formation. But from their panicked actions, Chun Wang also realized that something was wrong. What's going on? Did they run out of air? But soon, he dismissed the idea. He had secretly practiced the snake coil formation countless times and knew it well. With 120 people as the base, the formation that was put up could last for 20 minutes at least. How could it be possible that only a few encounters with the fox demon had drained their air? However, right at this moment, Wang Shuo, who was on the side, suddenly said, "Dad, look at Gao Xian Yu's head." Chun Wang sniffed and turned his head to look, but he actually found that on top of the other party's head, there was a piece of ancient jade. Wherever they passed, those dead soldiers all stopped the activation of their formations. Damn! What the hell was that? Chun Wang cursed furiously, but his eyes showed deep scorn. Although he didn't understand what was so odd about that ancient jade, but vaguely, one could probably guess that it was a magic treasure. Its ability, it seems, is related to sealing the air of the Inhumans. It had to be said that this old man, Chun Wang, was indeed considered to be well informed. It was amazing that he had already guessed a lot just by looking at it. However, even if he knew that the 8 Treasures Jade Ruin was capable of, there was simply nothing he could do about it. This was because he didn't have any special means to break this forbidden type of magic treasure. Not to mention that there were still those 2 fox demons around. He didn't even dare to get close. Yet just as he was thinking hard about how to break the ice at the moment, after seeing that the snake coil formation was ineffective, Ada and Air immediately raised their fox claws and launched a massacre. Those dead soldiers who had lost the blessing of the array formation did not have the slightest ability to resist in front of these 2 great demons. The 2 demons had already killed more than 24 people in just a few strikes. Seeing this, the dead soldiers in the back hurriedly urged the spirit snakes in the formation, wanting to come forward to rescue them. But at this time, Gao Xuanyu also happened to arrive beside the 2 demons, so much so that those people, who had just stepped into the range within 10 meters of the magic treasure, the air in their bodies suddenly stagnated, and the spirit snake instantly dissipated. Seeing this scene, the group of dead soldiers who had come forward could not help but feel a sense of panic in their hearts, and hurriedly urged again. But to his horror, he realized that the air within his dantian could not be transferred. But just as they froze, the twin foxes seized the opportunity and quickly moved forward to unleash the slaughter. Each fall of the raised fox claws took several lives. Blood flew, broken limbs were scattered, and heads rolled to the ground. In just the blink of an eye, the place was turned into a Shura purgatory. Gao Xianyu walked forward slowly, looking at the carnage in front of him without a single ripple on his face. In his heart, he was calculating how to continue his strike next. He had never been careless when facing the Wang family. A family that had existed for hundreds of years was bound to have a strong heritage. He had to attack at every step, counting the air inside him. Even summoning demon kings and great demons didn't dare to allow them to freely exert their demonic power. It was just killing the enemy with his physical body to reduce his consumption in this way. This was also why, just now, the twin foxes mobilized their demonic power and were stopped by him in time. As for summoning the demon emperor and directly destroying the Wang clan village with a single strike, it can be, but it's extremely risky. The devil knows if there are other ambushes outside this Wang's village. With one strike from the demon emperor, even if he had 45 years of power now, he would still be drawn clean. At that time, he had no help to follow up, and in the event that a Wang family member killed out, it would really be the end of the whole drama. As the saying goes, you can't be too careful. He could be arrogant in the Heavenly Master's mansion, and that was because he knew that Zhang Jiwei would not make things difficult for himself, but to continue pretending in the midst of a life and death struggle is pure and simple death. This was evident from summoning the Grand Elder of the Southern Kingdom and erecting a wooded barrier. Not only was he trying to trap the Wang family to death here, he was likewise guarding against the outside, with its possible ambushes. At this moment, the twin foxes, assisted by Gao Xianyu, were rapidly killing the dead soldiers. In just under a minute, more than half of them had been slaughtered. The original snake coil formation that had been laid down had also completely collapsed due to excessive casualties. The rest of those people, all of them retreated, moving away from the one man and two foxes 10 meters away. For every step Gao Xianyu took forward, they retreated half a meter and engaged in a stalemate. It also made the village, which had been filled with murderous rage just a moment ago, instantly quiet. The remaining 30 or so dead soldiers had their gazes fixed dead on Gao Xianyu, but they didn't dare to attack at all. The twin foxes followed each other left and right, their gazes sternly scanning the crowd. In the distance, Chun Wang already had a slight cold sweat on his forehead. Looking at the corpse-strewn scene, the entire person's hands and feet began to tingle slightly. Now the 300 dead soldiers had suffered 100 casualties. However, looking at Gao Xianyu's appearance, his face remained smooth, as if he did not have much exertion. At this rate, even if he sent out all of his dead soldiers, he would not be able to exhaust him at all. Asshole, could it be that these two fox demons are really just little demons? Otherwise, the two of it had struck so many times. Why was Gao Xianyu not hurt at all? For a while, Chun Wang felt as if his intelligence had been crushed. This grandson, I'm afraid that just now, he deliberately summoned that black donkey and ran to shock him. When he had scruples in his mind, he summoned two more small demons that couldn't take shape, then slaughtered his own men with the advantage of his magic treasures. It's really a good calculation. Such a deep heart at such a young age. You little go bald sooner or later. Chun Wang wiped his Mediterranean hairstyle and wiped his cold sweat, cursing in his heart. But in his mind, he kept thinking hard about a way to break the situation. But nay, the combination of this magic treasure plus the twin foxes was too much. Let him rack his brain, but he didn't think of anything good to do. Unless, thinking of this, he looked back at the mansion and asked in a deep voice, "How's it going with your brother? Not ready yet?" When Wang Shuo, who was on the side, heard this, his tone trembled a little and said, "It should be soon." With that, he also looked at the mansion expectantly, and right at that moment, a pillar of blue light suddenly rushed out from one of the houses in the ancient mansion, piercing straight through the sky. A terrifying force then spread out in all directions. The Wang family's old mansion was instantly leveled and kept spreading towards the surroundings. The foreigners who were originally hiding in the back were all swept away by this sudden impact. But surprisingly, they weren't crushed to pieces by the force. Instead, it was as if they had been drained of water, and their bodies rapidly dried up and went down until they lost their lives. Luckily, the range of the impact was not large, just about 100 meters. Gao Xianyu, who had just entered the village entrance, was not affected. However, when he felt this powerful force, his face also instantly became grave. Chapter 115, The Wang family's dependence. Spirit coating formation. Looking at the majestic air rushing into the sky, Gao Xianyu's expression became unusually grave. He really hadn't expected that the Wang family would still have such a terrifying undercurrent, especially the Inhumans who turned into dry bodies and died in such a bizarre way. He couldn't help but get all pumped up and wonder what kind of evil tactics this was. In fact, not to mention him, even the twin foxes that followed him on his left and right became restless after sensing this power. One after another, they stood in front of Gao Xianyu, gazing ahead with a guarded expression. In the meantime, instead, the Wang family's father and son had ecstatic expressions on their faces, especially Chun Wang, who instantly straightened his back and became extremely confident. Said, worthy of being genre, he actually activated that spirit coating formation. The so-called spirit coating formation was their Wang family's ancestral means of divine coating evolution. This technique, which was originally a type of dancing art, was a means of specializing in painting. However, since the Wang family had made very few attempts, most of today's foreigners only thought that this foreign art was used to send messages. But as one of the four great families' watchdogs, how could it be so simple? The true art of divine coating, that can paint things with air and use them for oneself. Drawing a tiger can be from the wind, and drawing a dragon can be from the clouds, and the stronger one's own strength, the more powerful the things one draws. As for this spirit coating formation, it was drawn by the first generation head of the Wang family, and then perfected by the second generation head of the family, and every subsequent generation of family heads, and the outgoing Wang family. all of them would put their life's cultivation into the formation and store it until it was passed down to the present day. It could be said that this was where the Wang family's foundation lay, and it was also their biggest card. Otherwise, with this arrogant and domineering character of theirs, they were only afraid that they wouldn't be able to wait for Gao Xianyu to show up, and they would be exterminated. Ha ha, kid. Aren't you arrogant? Wang Chun looked at the activated spirit coding formation and turned to point at Gao Xianyu and laughed maniacally. Then let you see the power of all the clansmen in my Wang family over the generations. I'd like to see if those sinful animals you summon can defeat my Wang family's spirit coding formation. Looking at the arrogant and complacent Wang family father and son, Gao Xianyu directly chose to ignore them. Just frowning slightly, he looked at the sky-charging air pillar that was growing stronger and stronger. The spirit code formation? The power of all the generations of the Wang family? Why does it sound as if it's similar to the celestial master degree? Could it be that the Wang family also has a way to store the air of the previous generation? To store it? But just as he was secretly thinking, the air pillar suddenly disappeared. Then countless blue air lines as thick as an arm suddenly erupted out, connecting to all the dead soldiers. In the next moment, the power of these people all rapidly skyrocketed. In just the blink of an eye, it gave them 50 years of power. Seeing this scene, in Gao Xianyu's heart, he was truly surprised. I didn't realize that this laborious spirit coding formation could even distribute air to others and forcefully increase their strength. It's just that by doing so, although it can rapidly skyrocket the cultivation level, the person who is forcefully imbued with the air is afraid that he or she will be completely wasted, right? After all, such a powerful external force, not to mention whether or not the meridians could withstand it, even if it was fused with one's own air, it was bound to create a conflict, and in fact, it was almost no different from what Gao Xianyu had thought. Although the spirit coding formation could temporarily skyrocket another person's cultivation, the damage to the body and meridians was also extremely great. Otherwise, these arm-thick airlines would not be light for these dead soldiers, skyrocketing their cultivation. But today's Wang family didn't care about that anymore. They now had only one goal, and that was to kill Gao Xianyu. As long as we can accomplish this, not to mention these 300 dead soldiers, even if they had to spell out all the air in the spirit coding formation, they would not hesitate to do so. At this time, Chun Wang saw that the dead man had skyrocketed his cultivation, and immediately let out a stern cry. All of you, kill Gao Xianyu. As the words fell, the remaining nearly 200 dead soldiers once again used the combine. The difference was that this time they all connected their air together. The cultivation level, which had already skyrocketed, was once again raised a notch. It was also at this moment that nearly 200 dead soldiers all swarmed forward, charging towards the front. When Gao Xianyu saw this, he instantly understood. In order to be able to kill himself, Wang Chun had completely disregarded the safety of these dead soldiers. By raising their cultivation levels so forcefully, it was obvious that they wanted to let go. So eager to die? I'll fulfill you. With a wave of his hand, Gao Xianyu sent the twin foxes back to the fox demon world. Then he put up his sword and pointed forward, while chanting in a deep voice, "Summon the true dragon's chi and draw the 9 marshals of the evil dragon. At the command of the great sage of the restored sea, lead 100 dragon demons and kill." As the last sound fell, the void began to vibrate crazily. The dark cloudy night sky was filled with lightning and thunder rolled. Immediately, the earth's winds rose up and torrential rain poured down. A berserk demonic aura instantly filled this heaven and earth. Those dead soldiers who were charging forward, after feeling this terrifying demonic aura, all of them had their figures stuttered, and a strong fear rose in their hearts. With a panicked expression, he looked at Gao Xianyu, not daring to take a step forward. The father and son of the Wang family in the distance also lost their previous arrogance, and at this moment, all of their faces showed expressions of shock. After feeling the demonic aura raging in the air, there was even a burst of horror in his body. But at that moment, it suddenly came to their ears. A thick voice, "We, the people, are commanded." Immediately afterward, a figure of various shapes stepped out into the void one after another. The Wang family's father and son looked up at the voice and their faces instantly paled. By the moment the lightning flashed, they clearly saw it. No less than 100 demons actually appeared in the sky that day, or a body like a snake, waving a long snake tail, or like a wolf, with his feet in the clouds, showing a mouth full of fangs. Although they come in all shapes and sizes, they share a common trait. It is above the top of the head that are born with dragon horns, until finally, a demon with a full blue body, shaped like a scaly snake, walked out of the void. A pair of dark eyes looked down icily at the dead soldiers below. It was also at this time that the 100 dragon demons simultaneously attacked. The ones who bore the brunt of this were the dead soldiers who were similar to Gao Xianyu. Rather, they possessed various buff additions that allowed each of them to increase their cultivation by nearly 100 years. However, when facing these dragon demons, they were simply like babies, with no ability to resist at all. In just a single glance, the bodies would be separated, brutally murdered and reduced to corpses. The earth, full of muddy water, was instantly dyed a bright red, and blood flowed in rivers. Nearly 200 dead soldiers, but in just a few breaths, there were already less than 100. Seeing this, the father and son of the Wang family, who were in a state of shock, were immediately scared out of their wits and turned around to flee. Gao Xianyu looked at the backs of the two and snorted disdainfully. Escape? Can you run away? The moment the words fell, the delayed great sage of the Sea of Restoration immediately raised his palm. In the next moment, only to see the torrential rain in the mid-air, it actually all converged in the center of its palm. In just the blink of an eye, it coalesced into a basketball-sized ball of water. It was then thrown out with force, heading straight for the Wang family's father and son in a speedy attack. Sensing the threat coming from behind him, Chen Wang immediately let out a cry of alarm. "Jener, save me!" As soon as these words came out, a low cry suddenly came from the ancient mansion of the Wang clan. The transported man. Immediately after that, a 3-meter shield drawn with air instantly appeared behind Chen Wang. Chapter 116, Three Senses of the Divine Monarch. Opening the eyes to seek the pulse. The water ball condensed by the great sage of the restored sea went straight to attack the Wang family's father and son, but when it was about to reach close, it was blocked by a shield drawn with air. Boom! A small mushroom cloud rose up, and a huge boom broke through the sky. Immediately, a powerful shock was scattered, quickly sweeping around. Wherever they passed, houses collapsed and the earth cracked. The dry bodies and corpses that fell to the ground were crushed and completely disappeared. Even the bamboo forest on the outskirts of the village was affected by the ripple effect and trembled violently. But fortunately, the bamboos were reinforced with demonic power, so they were not broken. It was only the poisonous gas in the forest that was dispersed for the most part, until a few seconds had passed and all was quiet. From God's perspective, the entire Wangjia village had been completely reduced to ruins. The Resurrection Sea Great Sage's entire body scales lit up and blocked in front of Gao Xuanyu, resisting all damage. The only remaining dozens of dead soldiers also survived the onslaught due to their soaring cultivation, and the location of the explosion is gradually dispersing the smoke. Gao Xianyu's gaze looked away, searching for the Wang family's father and son, but it was found that there was no object there except a huge deep pit. Strange, are the corpses gone? This idea, however, was quickly dismissed by him. It wasn't that he had discovered anything, it was just that there was an intuition in his heart that the Wangs hadn't pounced yet. Should be through some means. In the moment of the explosion disappeared. However, right at this moment, that low voice from before came again. Sword chop. With a sudden sound, in mid-air, a long sword drawn with air suddenly appeared. It was followed by a quick chop from top to bottom. Its power was so strong that it caused the air to tremble. Humph. Garbage. Looking at the incoming rapier, the great sage of the restored sea let out a cold snort, his tone filled with disdain. Immediately, the golden light on his body suddenly rose, mobilizing the power of the true dragon and raising his hand to grab the sword blade in vain. Dragon claw hands. With an explosive cry, the golden light on his arm suddenly flourished. Immediately after that, it coalesced into a giant claw and steadily caught the long sword. The great sage of the restored sea then clenched his right hand with force and actually directly crushed it. It was also at this time, in the secret room of the Wang family's ancient mansion, Wang Jin, who was in the process of activating the formation, let out a muffled grunt as his face flushed with a flushed color. Behind him, there was also the stunned duo of Chen Wang and Wang Shua sitting paralyzed. Thinking back to the thrilling scene just now, the two almost lost their souls. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Wang Jin used the spirit coding formation as a medium to quickly pull the two back to this place. If they were even half a second slower, both of them would have ended up with no bones left. But at this moment, the two of them instantly came back to their senses as they watched Wang Jin suffer a backlash and hurriedly asked, "Jener, are you okay? Brother, how are you?" But in the face of their inquiries, Wang Jin simply had no time to pay attention, because the swords and shields he drew were broken one after another, causing the chi and blood in his body to keep churning. If it wasn't for the support of the spirit coding formation, this would have already been reversed and the tendons and veins would have been severed. But even so, it was still not a good time for him. If he were to clash with that demon a few times, he was afraid that he would really die a horrible death on the spot. At this time, Chen Wang saw his eldest son with a flushed face and also instantly understood that he could not hold on any longer. The spirit coding formation was certainly powerful, but it was also extremely difficult to catalyze. Looking at the current generation of the Wang family, besides Wang Jin, only the late Wang AI could manipulate it. As for the others, they couldn't even activate the formation. But it was good that the formation was up and running, and they were finally able to get out a handful. As long as one operated the divine coding technique and infused the air into it, it would make it much easier for Wang Jin. Go! go help your brother, and together we'll catalyze the formation. With a command, Chen Wang quickly stepped forward and stepped into the formation. Wang Shuo, who was still sitting paralyzed on the ground, also hurriedly got up and followed behind with a pale face. The two of them successively lucked their gong methods and inputted their air into the formation. And with the help of the two of them, Wang Jin's taut expression instantly soothed a lot. Dad, those sinful animals. But before he could finish his sentence, Chen Wang interrupted in a deep voice. It's useless to think about it any more than you have to. Today we, Master 3, can only let go. If even the spirit coding formation can't help that little man, then our Wang family, we really have to be extinguished. Hearing this, Wang Jin and Wang Shuo's hearts sank and their faces became somewhat ugly. Even Chen Wang, who had spoken these words, had a heavy heart. However, right at this moment, a flash of viciousness flashed across Wang Jin's eyes, as if he had made a big decision. Since we're going to fight, why don't we just activate the spirit coding formation altogether? Though this will consume all the air within the formation, but it's too late for that now. Despite his words, he still looked at Chen Wang and cast an inquiring gaze. Seeing that this kid hesitated, Chen Wang immediately rebuked. Then what are you waiting for? Do it quickly. Even if I put my old bones together today, I must not let the Wang family be destroyed. At the end, he said in a tone filled with monstrous hatred, even if we really destroy it, we have to pull this little together. Seeing that his father was so determined, Chen Wang nodded his head heavily. He then pulled his right hand out of the formation and began to draw in the void with his air. Soon, a strange symbol appeared and spiraled into the blank space in the formation, compatible with it, and these symbols that he was talking about were actually originally part of the formation, and could also be said to be the key to activate the formation. Just don't want to draw these symbols. Not only do you need enough cultivation, but you also need strong spiritual power. It was thanks to the fact that such a genius as Wang Jin had been produced, or else the current Wang clan might not even be able to activate the formation. It was likewise Wang Ai who had the foresight to snowball Wang Jin as soon as he discovered his talent, and let him stay hidden in the shadows as a keeper of the line. This was also the reason why Wang Jin almost never appeared in the inhuman realm. And at this moment, with the last symbol integrated into the formation, the spirit coding formation was completely finished, instantly erupting with an even more terrifying power. Gao Xianyu's face instantly became grave as he felt this power. How come the power has strengthened again? This spirit coding formation of the Wang family, what kind of oddities does it have? Seeing the regeneration of changes, he immediately tapped his sword finger on his brow and recited in a deep voice. Xianyu Yao invites the divine lord of three senses to open his eyes to find traces and gain insight into the chakra. As a cry fell, a shadow emerged in space. Immediately afterward, a slightly sad voice came out. Yang Xian, listen to the announcement, only to see that the shadow gradually clear is a masked silver-haired man, but the eyebrows vertical has eye. At this time is slowly open. At the same time, Gao Xianyu's perspective, too, gradually changed. Everything in front of me becomes transparent. The chi veins of this side of the heavens and earth were also all in view. Following the sky-rushing column of air, he soon found that the secret room under the ancient mansion of the Wang family. It was also clearly seen that the three of them, Chen Wang, were grimacing as they continuously injected their own air into the formation on the ground. I see. Is it activating all the formations? Jumping clowns, but dying struggles. Chapter 117, The Wang family's last resort. Painting mountains and rivers. In the Fox Demon world, there was a famous family known as the Heavens Ayang family. Anyone from this clan has a divine eye born on their brow. After opening your eyes, you can not only see the movement of your enemy's chakra, but also anticipate your enemy before you make a move. And those who are gifted can learn the enemy's kung fu moves just by observing them. Yang Yishan, whom Gao Xianyu had invited, was a genius from this clan. Therefore, the heavenly eyes that he performed were even stronger than ordinary clansmen by several times. This also allowed him to opportunistically peek into the Wang family's divine coding technique. Interesting, is this the route of operation of the divine coding heresy art? Gao Xianyu casually raised his hand and followed the route of Shintu's gong method, revolving the innate air in his body. A sharp blade was then drawn in the void. Although the shape is somewhat abstract, it does manage to come together and succeed in creating a connection with itself. Curious, he immediately urged it with his air. He then aimed at a dead soldier in front of him and controlled the sharp blade to stab straight ahead. In the next moment, the sharp blade condensed with air, as if it were a bolt of lightning, quickly cut through the dark night. In just the blink of an eye, it was accurately stabbed into the target's chest. However, due to the fact that at this point in time, all of these dead soldiers have 100 years of strength. Therefore, although Gao Xianyu's casual strike hit, it did not cause any damage to the opponent. But even so, it made the dead soldier's face horrified and his heart terrified. As a dead soldier of the Wang family, He knew too well what that sharp blade just now represented. It was just that he didn't understand just how this Gao Xianyu did it. Why all of a sudden? He had learned the exotic art of divine painting that had been passed down from generation to generation of the Wang family. Only he didn't get a chance to understand, because just as he froze, a dragon demon violently attacked and pierced through his chest. In the end, he could only slowly close his eyes with a heart full of doubts, turning into a cold corpse, and with the last of the dead soldiers killed in battle, all of the remaining dragon demons, except for the great sage of the restored sea, dissipated. Together with Yang Yisheng, his figure began to become illusory. However, as he left, his three eyes remained fixed on Gao Xianyu with surprise in his eyes. One must realize that Heaven's Eye is nothing more than a pupil technique. Although it was possible to see through other people's feats, if one wanted to instantly learn the enemy's moves, it would depend entirely on one's own talent. However, Gao Xianyu, who had invited him here, had learned the spells of the other side just by looking at that father and son. This kind of talent was in no way below his own. Xianyu, would it be possible for me to use this favor to invite you into the mask? Hearing this sudden invitation, Gao Xianyu turned back to look with some surprise, but before he could reply, Yang Yisheng had already disappeared and returned to the Fox Demon world. Looking at the empty void, Gao Xianyu scratched his head in some confusion. Into the mask? Doesn't that mean you're going outside the circle to die? Saying so, he smiled and shook his head. If we are truly destined to meet, I will accompany you and help you. But just as his words fell, there was a sudden tremor in this heaven and earth. Gao Xianyu's face changed violently as he looked around with a grave expression. One could only see this side of the void and the earth swaying as if they were ripples of water. It gave the impression that it was like a landscape scroll on paper that was moving with the wind. But just as he was wondering, Chun Wang's voice suddenly rang out. Although he appeared extremely weak, his words were filled with hatred as he said, "Little, you've got some ing skills. Just by myself alone, I destroyed the blood of more than a dozen generations of my Wang family. But don't be complacent. Even if my Wang family dies, I'll drag you along with me. Kid, come and try this last resort of my Wang family, the mountain and river diagram." This last sentence of Chun Wang's came out in an almost snarling rage. Immediately afterward, a figure walked out of the Wang clan's secret room. Gao Xianyu looked up and immediately recognized this person. It was the man who had just been seen standing with the Wang family's father and son through the Heaven's Eye. "You're Wang Zhen?" Gao Xianyu inquired suspiciously, recalling information about Wang Zhen in his mind. Only from the picture seen on the profile, it was nothing more than a young man in his 30s, but the man in front of me looks to be in his late teens. It even gave the impression that it was like a candle before the wind, which might break its breath at any time. Exactly. Wang Zhen's voice was old, but it was full of energy. It doesn't sound like dying at all, and the reason why he had become so old was entirely due to forcing the formation. At this moment, his gaze was filled with monstrous hatred as he stared at Gao Xianyu in death. It looked like they wanted to swallow each other alive. However, in the face of his stern, knife-like gaze, Gao Xianyu was completely unconcerned and only asked curiously, "Why are you the only one out to die? Where's your father and your brother?" "Dead." Wang Zhen coldly spat out these two words, his gaze becoming even more shadowy. But Gao Xianyu was greatly surprised in his heart when he heard this reply. "Dead? I haven't even made a move yet, and they're in such a hurry to go to Wang Ai's reunion?" But how could he have known that right after he collected the Eye of Heaven? The two of them, Wang Chun and Wang Shuo, had injected their lifelong cultivation into the formation in order to fully activate it. However, since it was also the first time for them, they were urging the spell formation with all their might. As a result, it didn't withstand the devouring of the spirit coding formation, resulting in being sucked into a human stem. And the words that Chun Wang had just spoken were also the last words of unwillingness and anger that he had given out before he died. It could be said that in the entire Wang family today, only Wang Zhen was left. But for all that, Gao Xianyu didn't bother to find out. He came here for one purpose: to exterminate the Wang family. After learning that Chun Wang and Shuo Wang were dead, it in turn saved him the effort. Now he only needed to make a move to kill this Wang Zhen alone, and then the job would be done. "Fu Hai, kill!" At Gao Xianyu's command, the great sage of the restored sea immediately rushed out. At the same time, he was secretly on guard, cautiously observing his surroundings. The Wang family had gone to great lengths to come up with this so-called mountain and river map at the cost of 2 lives. Thinking with one's ass, one would know that there was bound to be a powerful killing move in this, but he didn't know much about it, which was why he was thinking of a quick battle to avoid any more changes. However, until Fuxinghai arrived close by, Wang Zhen had no intention of making a move, until a punch landed and ran through his body. However, when Gao Xianyu saw the scene, he instead became even more vigilant. What is this Wang Zhen up to? And you didn't fight back at all? Just as he was wondering, the voice of the great sage of the restored sea suddenly came from his mind. Watch out, it's a fake. Hearing this, Gao Xianyu barely hesitated and immediately erected the spell. Rise your shields, Mikomi Mei. Although he had the 8 treasures jade ruins to protect him, he pulled up another layer of defense just to be on the safe side. The 3 shields of the Imperial Court. By order, as the cry fell, the 3 shields of the Imperial Court appeared, holding their shields to protect him. But just then, a figure suddenly appeared around them. Gao Xianyu swept his gaze and realized that they were all actually Wang Zhen. In just the blink of an eye, there were thousands of them, standing densely together. They all looked at him with murderous intent. Chapter 118 Gao Xianyu performed the divine coding technique and played Wang Zhen crazy. Looking at Wang Zhen, who was all over the place around him, Gao Xianyu raised his eyebrows, not knowing what kind of trick this guy was up to. What's the matter? This is worshipping Naruto and learning shadow doppelganger? This old man, he's not really going to use a spiral pill, is he? Just as he was rambling, Fuxai said in an incredulous tone through his divine sense, I can't utilize my demonic energy. What? Gao Xianyu was shocked at his words and hurriedly mobilized the air in his body. But then I realized that I was not affected. Could it be that Wang Zhen had only targeted the great sage of the restored seas and had not made a move against himself? But just as he was wondering, Wang Zhen's voice suddenly came. Don't waste your energy. I know that these sinful animals you have summoned are powerful, but this is in my Wang family's secret technique, the mountain and river diagram. In order to activate this secret method, the spirit coding formation that my Wang family had stored for hundreds of years was destroyed. Saying this, he said in a somewhat smug tone, I'm not afraid to tell you, in this mountain and river diagram, the rest of the power cannot be exerted by anyone other than my Wang clan's divine coding. Neither you, nor these people you've summoned, will be able to do the slightest thing. However, upon hearing his words, Gao Xianyu's expression instantly became odd. The Wang family Shintu? I've just, learned, so that's why my heir is not sealed? However, right at this moment, these Wang Zhen around them suddenly raised their hands up at the same time and quickly drew in the void. In just one breath, thousands of lances appeared in midair. Little thing, today I'm going to bury you in my Wang family's mountain and river map. Wang Zhen let out a low roar, and thousands of lances instantly separated, simultaneously attacking Gao Xianyu and Fuxai. At the same time, its momentum is so great that it breaks the sound of the air and never stops. The water ripples that were already vibrating like a painting were now trembling violently. The Immortal's shield, facing the incoming lance, Boss Panda raised his shield and blocked in front of Gao Xianyu. These air-condensed lances then fell crazily on top of the Immortal's shield like rain. However, the guns and shields collided and did not make the expected sound of impact. Instead, the face on the Immortal's shield opened its mouth wide and swallowed the incoming lance as much as it could. At this moment, Gao Xianyu, who was standing at the back, not only didn't have any fear after seeing the long spears that filled the sky, but instead, he also curiously surveyed them. Interesting, this Wang Zhen was surprisingly not only able to shadow split, it can also reproduce all the moves used, one by one. A map of the mountains and rivers? Seems like a lot of fun. As Gao Xianyu pondered, he looked toward the great sage of the Fuxing Sea in the distance, since he was unable to operate his demonic power. At this time, he could only protect his head with both hands and resist this dense rain of attacks. It's a good thing he's a demon with thick skin. Even after fending off thousands of lances, they were not injured at all. But the problem was that, in the face of the current situation, he was also really powerless. Attacking these thousands of Wang Zhen with just his hands, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to eliminate them even if he killed them until next year. Gao Xianyu also discovered this situation and immediately waved his hand, sending the great sage of the restored sea back. At the same time, in its mind, there was a calculation. Although this mountain and river map sealed people's mana, it could not help the magic treasure. In that case, it would be fearless. But just as he was about to do something, Wang Zhen's voice came again. Folly, you can't summon these sinful animals now. Now apart from these 3 pandas, you will have no more ability to resist. But as soon as his words fell, Gao Xianyu let out a cold laugh and said, Idiot, but a mere divine coding. Do you really think it's an immortal technique? A district of Shintu? When Wang Zhen heard this, his face immediately sank and he shouted in a low, angry voice, Yellow-mouthed child, my Wang family's inheritance of foreign arts is not something you can understand. I will now. Suddenly, Wang Zhen's voice ended abruptly. The thousands of doppelgangers all wore an expression of having seen a ghost. They all stared at Gao Xianyu with wide eyes in disbelief, only to see this yellow-mouthed child in his mouth. He was lightly drawing an abstract gatling in the void with the art of divine painting. Then he aimed his gun forward and smiled evilly. What's the age of playing with lances? I'll teach you now what it means to suppress fire. he said, and pulled the trigger and began to sweep forward in a frenzy, only to see the Gatling continuously emitting the sound of da-da-da-da, 6 barrels, one after another flashing blue light. A single air bomb was sweeping madly forward at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. In just less than a second, hundreds of Wang Jin's detachments were destroyed, but in the next moment, Gao Xianyu immediately stopped and raised his hand to erase the Gatling. Damn, no wonder the old boy didn't use it. Too much air. This shuttle went down and actually consumed a third of the air. Not playing, but at that moment, he suddenly felt the air around him, continuously pouring into his body. After a breath, all the previous consumption was actually made up. Gao Xianyu's eyes lit up with realization. I told you, Wang Jin, this old thing, how to split and draw a gun, a completely unafraid of being fey air. It turned out to be this mountain and river diagram, which could create a connection with the divine coding's exotic art and automatically replenish it. So in that case, does that mean I'm in a state of infinite blue? As soon as this idea came out, Gao Xianyu instantly became excited. Damn, if you have this good stuff, you should have brought it out earlier. Why did the old man have to wince and play so cautiously before? In the meantime, Wang Jin, who was hiding in the shadows, was completely confused at this moment. He suddenly realized that the world was so strange to the point of being a highly unrealistic feeling. The blue star couldn't have been left behind by aliens, a large copy of the game, could it? And Gao Xianyu is that alien, who is now running to break in and play the game as a player. Otherwise, why would his Wang family's god-coding exotic art, which had been passed down for generations and never leaked, be learned by this kid? What's the matter? You get on the phone and give away treasure chests and open them, right? Or did you treat Wang in as a brother and popped you a god-coded skill book after a 999 blitz, and then treat my Wang's house like Shabak and run to attack the city? But you're a ING Taoist priest. What kind of spells are you learning? Is it hard to believe that you're playing, or a combined version, that you can cast a Dao combination? At this time, Wang Jin was on the verge of collapse and was about to go crazy. To think that his Wang family's efforts for more than a dozen generations had been ruined in order to deal with Gao Xianyu. For generations of grandchildren, but also all folded in the hands of the other side, and now only he is left. Originally, I thought that I could kill him with this last resort, the mountain and river diagram, but you're ING telling me right now that you know the God 2 technique too? God damn it. If you want my Wang family to be destroyed, just say so. There's no need to find such a method to torture us. Wang Jin only felt that there was a ball of anger in his heart that he wanted to vent, but he couldn't. Suddenly a mouthful of blood spurted out, and his eyes instantly turned crimson. But in the next second, his eyes gradually became dull, revealing a maniacal expression. Hey, ha ha ha, it's fun, it's so fun. I can buy skill books, and I can wear equipment. Dad, I have the Dragon Slayer sword now. I can kill Gao Xianyu. Chapter 119, One Sword of Heaven and Earth. Nothing can be chopped. Wang Jin's god was like a madman, holding up his hands for a while to cry, and a while to laugh. As a result of the heavy mental trauma, it caused all of those doppelgangers created with divine coding to disperse one after another. Gao Xianyu listened to the cries and laughter coming from his ears, his eyes seeking the sound. Only Wang Jin was seen standing on a ruin, his hands grasping randomly in the air, and he kept shouting under his breath, "My Dragon Slayer, my equipment, all of this is mine. Kill, I'll kill everyone. Gao Xianyu, get your ass out here." Looking at Wang Jin, who had already entered madness, Gao Xianyu raised his eyebrows slightly and let out a snort. What the hell? Why are you still mad? But as soon as his words fell, Wang Jin's crimson eyes fiercely looked toward him, filled with endless hatred, and said, "Little bastard, so there you are." With that, he began to frantically absorb the surrounding air and drew his hands in the air at the same time. But with each stroke he made, the earth shook strongly. The black clouds in the sky also began to gradually dissipate because of this majestic power. Asterisk. Is this awake? Gao Xianyu let out a strange cry and watched as Wang Jin quickly drew a giant dragon in only a few seconds. The same person who possessed the divine coding technique could clearly perceive it. The air in this mountain and river diagram was also surging madly towards that huge dragon, until Wang Jin completed the final finishing touch. The giant dragon suddenly raised its head to the sky and let out a dragon's roar that pierced through the 9 heavens. Then the huge body hovered in the air, and every time it swung its body, it would bring up gusts of wind, and the powerful force actually rushed out a big hole in the black clouds in the sky above. The stars hiding behind the black clouds were revealed, flickering as if they were echoing the dragon. Feeling this powerful force, Gao Xianyu's blood instantly surged and his battle intent was high. Not bad at all. It's worth chopping with my sword. Gao Xianyu's eyes filled with excitement as he immediately stood with one hand negative. Raising his sword finger in front of his chest, he recited the spell in a deep voice. Take the king's power with a sword and chop the sun, moon, and the dry heavens. As the words and notes suddenly rose, the air within Gao Xianyu's body began to consume crazily, but at the same time, the air in the mountain and river diagram was wildly replenished. The sheath is the dome of the sky, the green peak is like a rainbow, attacking with the blade of killing. Since nothing between heaven and earth is constant, space crumbled and broke, and a long sword slowly appeared from the void. Immediately afterward, a flash of sword-ons pierced through the sky and swept out in all directions. Steeply, the black clouds in the sky instantly dissipated, and a deep and cold sword mark appeared on the ground. Destroy. Heaven and earth one sword. Gao Xianyu raised his sword finger and aimed it at the huge dragon circling in the air, dropping it violently. The king power soared in the air behind him. From top to bottom, chopped down heavily, a 10-meter-long golden sword she instantly tore through the night sky. Its momentum was like a fierce tiger, heading straight for the giant dragon to chop away. Feeling this terrifyingly monstrous sword intent, Wang, who was originally in the midst of insanity, instantly regained a brief moment of lucidity. Looking at the golden sword she chopping at him, infinite fear rose in his heart. In just the blink of an eye, it had cleaved at the giant dragon's body. Roar! With a dragon roar and growl, the dragon emitted a dazzling blue light. However, before he could make any resistance, he was completely suppressed by the golden light sword chi and chopped into the dragon's body. It was also at this time that Wang let out a hiss of unwillingness, frantically absorbing the air within the mountain and river diagram and continuously injecting it into the giant dragon. But all he did was in vain, letting the giant dragon strengthen itself. It was still chopped down by that golden sword chi, and the blue dragon body condensed with air began to rapidly collapse. The last sword fell and cleaved above the earth. Wang Zhen's body, too, was completely swallowed up in this golden sword chi. Boom! There was a loud bang, and a violent vibration came from the ground, splattering a thick layer of dust. It didn't dissipate until half a minute had passed. However, on top of that earth, a sword mark hundreds of meters long had suddenly appeared. Its depth was like an abyss at a glance, with no head visible at all. At this point, if someone were standing in the air, they would be surprised. The power of this sword was such that even the mountain 100 meters away from the Wang family village was split into two halves together, so much so that between the mountains, a crack as wide as 10 meters appeared. At this moment, Gao Xianyu looked at the crumbling earth in front of him and gasped slightly. The sword of kingship behind him also gradually became illusory until it disappeared. Phew, it's fortunate that there's this mountain and river map of the Wang family. That sword just now drained his air power twice in a row. If he didn't have this mountain and river diagram as a supply, he wouldn't have been able to exert such power. I just pity the Wang family, and I'm afraid that I won't be able to think about it until I die. The final killing move that he had paid such a painful price to execute had actually served as a graft for Gao Xianyu. In the meantime, the foreigners who were hundreds of meters away from the Wang clan village were all flabbergasted at this moment, unable to return to their senses for a long time. At the moment, all of their minds were filled with that terrifying golden light. What exactly did Gao Xianyu do just now? How exactly was that terrifyingly monstrous power exerted? Since they were too far away, they didn't even see the appearance of the King Power Sword. From their viewpoint, they just saw a golden light suddenly appear and then split down. Immediately afterward, vibrations came from the earth and the mountain began to collapse, but there were some knowledgeable inhumans who vaguely guessed. That move just now was most likely sword chi. It was just that their hearts were alarmed. Wasn't Gao Xianyu a disciple of the Exodus immortal lineage? When did you learn Kenshin's moves again? And as soon as he struck, he gave off a feeling of destroying the sky and the earth. As for why these people were so sure that this strike was caused by Gao Xianyu, that's what I thought. If the Wang family really had this means, they wouldn't have been killed at the door before they put up resistance, especially on top of that Luo Tian Dajiao. The person who died couldn't have been Wang Ai, but him, Gao Xianyu. However, after this battle, everyone's perception of Gao Xianyu was once again refreshed. A strong curiosity rose even more about his methods. They were curious to know just how many different arts Gao Xianyu was harboring. In addition to the currently exposed summoning of true immortals, as well as the magic treasures, a sword immortal means has now been added on. The reason why they didn't think about it above a magic treasure was because in these people's perception, they simply didn't believe that a magic treasure would have such a terrifying destructive power. Unless that legendary Regulus sword came out, it could only possess such power. But the problem is, this isn't a fairy world, so where did the ancient artifacts come from? Otherwise Zhang Jiwei would not have been able to be a Jedi for decades on his own strength alone. Of course, it's now been recognized as a change to Gao Xianyu. Whether it was that night in the Heavenly Master's Palace or this night's battle in the Wang clan, the strength that this kid was displaying, that was almost at the level of a god. Nowadays if anyone dares to jump out and say that Zhang Jiwei is still the best, then just wait for a slap in the face. Only the person who slapped him must be Zhang Jiwei. After all, After that night at Lung Fu Shan, people are so focused on seeking the way that they don't ask questions about the world. And here you are, stirring up and comparing the two. If that old celestial master doesn't move his muscles, won't his Taoist heart be unstable and he won't be able to become immortal? Chapter 120 Huge reward. Haters turn into little cuties in seconds. The moon is high in the sky at night and the breeze is blowing. After exterminating the Wang family, Gao Xianyu turned around and headed towards Xin City. But within 2 steps, he saw the lights come on ahead, followed by the roar of a car in his ears. It came pretty fast. Gao Xianyu muttered and simply didn't bother to move on, directly standing in place and waiting. About a few seconds passed before a black sedan pulled up in front of him. Fanya quickly stepped down from the car, jogging all the way in front of Gao Xianyu, and carefully surveyed it. When he was sure he was safe and sound, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Come on, let's go back." With that, she looked towards the ruins in front of her, and the terrifying sword marks on the ground, so much so that the mood, which had just calmed down, surged up again. In fact, after Gao Xianyu left the hot pot restaurant, she trailed behind all the way, along with those who had come to the alien. They watched the battle of extermination. It's just that the process is so shocking, especially that last golden light, even from hundreds of meters away, made people feel trembling. Gao Xianyu looked at the flabbergasted Fanya and raised his hand to shake it in front of her eyes twice. "Don't look, there's not a living soul left." Then he looked toward the group of foreigners in the distance and said in an unkind tone, "How's it going over there? Anyone need to clean up?" Although he didn't know who those people were, one thing was certain. Among them, there are bound to be those with ulterior motives who have come here specifically to pick up the pieces. Only tonight's battle, because of the mountain and river diagram, caused him to not consume much air at all. Therefore those people with ulterior motives must not dare to jump out and find fault at this moment. But just because they didn't show up didn't mean that Gao Xianyu wanted to let them go. But since there were so many of them, he didn't know how to separate them, which is why he inquired. And Fangya, as the company's hand-picked assistant, instantly understood Gao Xianyu's meaning. After a few moments of serious contemplation, he shook his head slightly. "No need. The strength you have shown tonight has shocked them. From start to finish, certain people didn't dare to jump out and make trouble." Hearing this, a flash of disappointment flashed across Gao Xianyu's face. "In that case, let's go back first," he said, heading toward the passenger side. Seeing this, Fanya did not say anything more and quickly followed behind. The most important thing right now was to bring Gao Xianyu back to the company safely. As for the follow-up matters of the Wang family's extermination, naturally, Zhao Fangshu had to deal with it. But Gao Xuanyu had just sat down in the co-pilot when he heard the system's rewarding sound in his head. "Congratulations to the host, who has accumulated 40 years of cultivation through battle. Congratulations to the host, through the battle, successfully unlocked the progress of the world of God ceiling, 50%. Current progress, 64%. Gao Xianyu, is the Wang family so giving?" Surprisingly, the system gave such a rich reward. Feeling the insanely surging air within his body, Gao Xianyu had an indescribable feeling of pleasure. Originally, he thought that it would take 3 years to reach 100 years of cultivation anyhow, but now it seems that I'm afraid I won't be able to use it for 3 months. Together with the rewards he had obtained this time, today, he had a full 85 years of cultivation. It was only a mere 15 years short of that number of centuries. Thinking of this, Gao Xianyu's heart was thrilled. It seems that it won't be long before we can ask Sister Yuling to come over and treat old sister. Even in comparison, it's happier than growing the sealed world 50% progress. After all, his biggest wish at the moment was to cure his sister Gao Yushan. Hey, what's the only way to solve the problem is to destroy the door. Gao Xianyu was all sighs in his heart, then began to think seriously, what other family or sect has a grudge against itself? But after thinking about it, I couldn't figure out a suitable candidate. In the end, he simply gave up and was going to wait until he saw Pops before asking once about his sister. With the strength he was showing now, it was impossible for this old man to be hiding, right? When the time comes, all those who have hurt my sister will be found out and liquidated. It was just the right time to make up for those 15 years of cultivation along with unlocking the sealed world. Gee, that's nice to think about. I want to blossom. I want to sprout. I want a springtime clatter with rain. Gao Xianyu hummed a little song. Her mood was beautiful. However, Fangya, who had just gotten into the car, frowned when she heard this song of his. Then he looked at Gao Xianyu with a grave expression and asked seriously, "Have you suffered a severe brain injury?" Ha! Gao Xianyu was somewhat confused by this sudden inquiry of hers. Where does this woman get the idea that I'm suffering from a severe brain injury? However, Fanya hurriedly sat upright and said solemnly, "Then why did you just sing like a psychopath?" Gao Xianyu, fair enough, but who listens to used moonshine without some serious illness? This song, ahem, it was sung just now when Wang Jin went crazy. I felt it was pretty funny, so I brought it over and hummed a couple of lines. Gao Xianyu made a random excuse and tried to pass it off, but Fangya was obviously not that easy to fool. and her gaze was full of suspicion as she looked at him. It was like saying, "Again, you're sick." Finally staring at Gao Xianyu made his body uncomfortable and immediately rolled his eyes and said, "Come on, let's go. All those people will be here in a minute." Hearing this, Fanya then withdrew her gaze and started the car. But before he drove, he asked worriedly, "Are you really okay?" Gao Xianyu's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and said, "It's fine." Seeing his look of impatience, Fanya no longer asked more questions, but in her heart, she somewhat gambled, singing like a psychopath and blaming me for talking. I should have known better than to care about you. Then he stepped hard on the gas, and the car surged out. Faced with an unsuspected pushback, Gao Xianyu was instantly soaked in adrenaline that he almost peed. He didn't slow down until the car was 100 meters away, and then he said without a word, "Why are you driving so wildly for a girl?" Fanya's gaze glanced at him and said, "I thought you people liked excitement, so I purposely footed it heavier." Hearing her words, which were tinged with resentment, Gao Xianyu became a bit bewildered. What did you do to offend her? Why are you angry all of a sudden? But where would he be willing to take this kind of loss, given his strong character all his life? Instantly, with a cliched look, he said, "Who told you I like excitement? For your information, I'm a pretty steady driver. It's always been a first gear entry, followed by a slow ramp up in second gear, before fading into third. When you notice the car vibrating, quickly cut into fourth gear and wait until the engine screams before opening fifth gear at full power. Looks like I'll have to teach you how to practice driving when I have time." Fanya, are you sure you're talking about driving? Why do I get the feeling that you're driving? Fanya's brain was running frantically, always feeling that something was wrong. But what exactly was wrong? She couldn't say. Anyway, it just felt like this driving image had to be mosaicked. Besides, that kid just said that. Is he trying to take advantage of me? Chapter 121 121 Paid Vacation. Feng Zhenghao's speculation. Fanya held the steering wheel in her hands and drove quickly towards Xuancheng, but at the moment, it was all about hanging up the gears in her mind, especially for that so-called fifth gear. It is full of curiosity. But just then, she suddenly felt a tingle in her legs and snapped back to her senses. With that, he quickly reached into his pants pocket and took out the incoming vibrating cell phone. With a low glance, he swept his head and realized that it was Zhao Fengshu, so he hastily pressed answer. But before she could speak, she heard the other side take the lead. "Put Gao Xianyu on the phone." Fanya sniffed and handed the cell phone to the co-pilot, saying without turning her head, "It's Mr. Zhao." Gao Xianyu raised his hand to take it, then grinned broadly into the phone and said, "What's wrong? What's your current state?" Hearing Zhao Fengshu's grave tone, Gao Xianyu was a bit puzzled and said, "It's too good to be true." But hearing this answer from him, the other party was obviously surprised. "Really? Yeah, what's going on?" Gao Xianyu once again inquired urgently. Zhao Fengshu, however, heaved a sigh of relief and said in a relaxed tone, "It's good that you're not deflated. I've just gotten word that there's a lot of omnisex in Xuancheng. It looks like it's probably headed for you." Hearing this news, Gao Xianyu immediately came into the spirit and hurriedly asked, "Where are they hiding?" Zhao Fengshu felt speechless when he saw him in such a hurry. "You're not one of Xiao Ziji's patients, are you? Why is it always a good fight?" "Lost them." Zhao Fengshu sighed and said, "Originally, I sent out manpower to take over the affairs of the Wang family. The discovery of omnisexuality was purely an accident. Plus the other side was slick, too, and the employees who followed them were quickly shaken off." Gao Xianyu frowned at his words and said half-heartedly, "Really thrown off?" As a result, when Zhao Fengshu heard this, he instantly broke his defense. "Kid, I don't have to lie to you about this kind of thing. The company's treatment of omnisexuality is never condoned. If you happen to see it, feel free to deal with it. But one thing, never involve ordinary people." Seeing that the old man was in a hurry, Gao Xianyu hurriedly said, Okay, I got it. Anything else?" His mind had long since flown after learning that Quan Sex was also in Xuancheng. "I can't wait to rush over immediately and send these guys to meet their ancestor Yang Zhu." After all, one's own cultivation performance for these 15 years was about to reach the mark. Maybe while it was hot to exterminate the Wang family, he could just merit it. Seeing that he was about to hang up, Zhao Fengshu hurriedly blocked him. "Wait, one more thing. Your great master and your master have arrived in Xuancheng. When you meet with them, go back to the northeast with them, and don't bother coming to the office." Master and master came so quickly? Could it be that something happened at home? Good. Gao Xianyu responded with a few moments of worry. Zhao Fengshu seemed to have guessed his thoughts as well and said immediately, "Don't worry, it's just a vacation for you. Don't think about it. A vacation? When did the old man become so kind? Gao Xianyu was slightly surprised in his heart and asked tentatively, paid vacation? Zhao Fangxiu. Ah, paid. Zhao Fangxiu, on the other end of the phone, responded with a long black face. At this moment, he suddenly felt his heart was so tired, especially when he recalled the scene of the Gao family and Guan Shihua, bringing people to kill in great numbers. His heart was even more convulsed. If he hadn't gotten there in time and said nice things, not to mention the Wang family, even the company will be demolished. Alright, that's all there is to it. When you get back to the northeast, get some rest. I'll be in touch if something comes up. Zhao Fangxiu briefly explained a few sentences and then hung up. At this point, he really didn't want to deal with the Gao family. He was unreasonable. As long as Gao Xianyu was involved, all of them, along with the Azuma-sen lineage, turned into berserk mobs in seconds. But the question is, what exactly are you guys worried about? For what this kid is capable of, it's a good thing he doesn't go bullying people. At this moment, Gao Xianyu returned the phone to Fangya. Then he took out his cell phone, wanting to call his father to report the incident. It turned out that the phone had been turned off at some point. I think it's because of my oldest sister that it's draining the power. Solely, he put it back and leaned against the window and closed his eyes. When Fangya saw that he looked drowsy, he just assumed that he was tired after the big battle and didn't bother. It just sped up again and headed towards Xuancheng. In the meantime, the Wang family village, which had been reduced to ruins, was currently overcrowded. After seeing Gao Xianyu walk away, those foreigners who had gathered around all ran over, but when they got closer, they realized that it was like purgatory. Bodies were lying all over the place, and broken limbs were everywhere. Each footstep brought up a blood-red patch of dirt. Even to say that blood is flowing would be an understatement. But the most horrifying thing was the hundreds of meters of sword marks. At this time, many people stood at the edge and looked into the bottomless abyss, sighing repeatedly. It's too much, isn't it? Is this something humans can do? But as soon as the words left his mouth, someone else said, nonsense. Of course humans can't do it, but if a true immortal. At that, everyone was silent. Yeah, how could I forget that this kid can summon a true immortal? At the same time, they remembered that it was rumored that on that night at Longhu Mountain, there was also a golden light that appeared. For a while, everyone secretly speculated, could it be that these two golden lights were the same kind of existence? But what the hell is that? Is it hard to believe that it's really the so-called gods? Yet just as the crowd was thinking, Feng Zhenghao, who was standing not far away, looked at the large mountain in the distance with a face full of shock. Although it was dark, by the light of the moon, one could clearly see the smooth cuts between the mountains. He really couldn't imagine what level of strength the person who could cut out this sword had reached. This also made him unable to help but, once again, recall the few demon immortals that he had seen back then, on the Luo Tian Dajiao. Since he had returned, he had analyzed it carefully, and finally came up with an impractical, but most reliable possibility. Those demon immortals were not some kind of gods and goddesses, but higher dimensional beings. In other words, those demons summoned over by Gao Xianyu were in fact otherworldly beings. But this kind of thing is very involved, plus he has no evidence to prove it, so it has been kept, buried deep in the heart. Although there had been the urge to ask Gao Xianyu face to face, they were suppressed by him. Still, the biggest taboo in the inhuman world is prying into other people's means. Not to mention that this kind of existence that was comparable to an immortal technique must have even more secrets involved in it. If he were to ask randomly, it would be easy to cause Gao Xianyu's vigilance and even raise his killing intent towards himself. This is evident in the case of Zhang Jiwei. I'm sure this old celestial master has long since discerned the mystery. However, it had been playing dumb and never talked about it. Any questions about Gao Xianyu's means? But it was hard to suppress the restlessness in his heart with this damned desire for knowledge. Then should one take the time, go to the Heavenly Master's mansion and talk to the old Heavenly Master? Chapter 122 Chapter 122 Gaolian, I'll call you. Do you dare to say yes? A group of foreigners stood in the Wang family village, looking at the bloody scene in front of them, as if they were in Ashura. At this moment, an inhuman couldn't help but exclaim, it's too tragic. All the Wang family members just died out? But as soon as his words left his mouth, a disdainful laugh escaped. Miserable? There's a lot more miserable than that in these inhuman circles. The Wang family's ass isn't clean either, and now it's bad karma. Hearing this, everyone around them chimed in. More than the Wang family, there are many unclean ones. I can't wait for that Gao Xianyu, all of them to be slaughtered. You really don't say. This kind of thing may really happen. I think this inhuman world is going to change. Hey, I've heard that the Gao family seemed to have been suppressed very badly back then because of certain things. You guys. But before he could finish his sentence, employees of the company, who had arrived late, ran over and interrupted the conversation. Ren Fei, who was the head of Central China, walked over with a serious face and looked at the few people talking. Do you want me to take you to our company and talk about this in front of Mr. Zhao? Upon hearing this stern warning, the crowd, who were still exploring, suddenly panicked in their hearts. Hurriedly displaying a pleasing smile, they all admitted their mistakes. So it's Sister Ren. It's us who have a bad mouth and are talking nonsense here. Don't be angry. Yes, we must keep our mouths shut and know nothing. Looking at the several people who were already honest and begging to be spared, Ren Fei didn't bother with them. Immediately commanded his men to clear out all the irrelevant people at the scene. A cordon was then immediately pulled up, surrounding the entire Wangjia village. After doing this, Ren Fei stood at the location of the village entrance, looked at her watch and said, "Let's go. There's nothing more for us to do here." Hearing this, one of the employees was puzzled. "Sister Ren, we don't care about such a big tragedy." But as soon as he spoke, Ren Feicheng glared at him fiercely. "New here? Remember, from now on, more work, less talk," he said and left straight away. At this time an old employee came forward, patted the new employee's shoulder and lectured. "Kid, there are some things not for you to know." Said gaze went to the other party and spared a glance. "Unless you've been asked to come here and inquire about things." Hearing this, the new employee's face instantly panicked, and he hurriedly shook his head. "Brother Chen, don't you ever talk nonsense. I just had a brain fart and asked that off the top of my head." Chen smiled at his words. "If you don't call out this lifetime, Brother Chen, I'll almost make a move." With that, he dispersed the long-stored air in his left hand. Instantly, he then ignored this person and walked towards the location where the employees had gathered. Watching his back, the newcomer heaved a sigh of relief. He had just clearly perceived that this Brother Chen really had murderous intentions towards himself. "President Chu, why do you care so much about this Gao Xianyu? He even gave me a disguise and asked me to come to Wangjia village to walk around and spy for information. It turned out to be almost exposed. No, I have to find a way to get out of this quickly." The new employee sat with the idea in his mind and silently followed behind the group of employees. Just that pair of eyes is secretly toward the four sides of the survey, looking for a chance to get away. Xuancheng, in some rented house. After a half-hour drive, Gao Xianyu finally returned to this place, but as soon as he entered the house, he saw the great master Gao Changsuan, and Master Guan Shihua greeted him. "Xianyu, how are you? Is everything okay?" "Little Xianyu, did that old dog Wang give you a hard time? Master is going to give you justice right now." Looking at the two men's expressions filled with worry, Gao Xianyu faintly smiled and said, "Don't worry Tian Master, the Wang family side has subsided and won't even bother me in the future." Hearing this, the expressions of Gao Changsuan and Guan Shihua immediately became strange. "What do you mean? You won't be bothered in the future? Your kid wouldn't really have wiped out the Wang family." However, just as the two of them were wondering, Gao Lian, who had just answered the phone, walked out of the house. The pair of gazes that looked at his son became extremely complicated, and asked with some incredulity, "Kid, did you really kill all the Wang family members?" When these words came out, Gao Changsuan and Guan Shihua were both shocked. "What the hell? The Wang family is dead?" Guan Shihua, who had a fiery personality, asked very bluntly. Gao Changsuan, who was on the side, was also surprised and shocked. Although they knew that Gao Xianyu wanted to exterminate the Wang family, they didn't expect this kid to move so quickly. How long has it been since then? And a lineage that has existed for hundreds of years has been wiped out? I'm so proud of my great-grandson, disciple. At this time, Gao Lian slightly nodded his head. "Just now, Mr. Zhao came to the phone and specifically told me about the Wang family." Then he looked at Gao Xuanyu and said, "What's next? What do you want to do?" Hearing this, the two old men all looked at Gao Xianyu together, waiting for his reply. Now that the Wang family had been destroyed, they were curious to know what this kid was going to do next. After hearing his father's inquiry, Gao Xianyu immediately said with a serious face, "I want to know about my sister back then." When these words came out, Gao Lian immediately frowned slightly, his face looking a bit hesitant. But Gao Changsuan, who was on the side, suddenly said, "Xianyu, when the day breaks, come back with me to my hometown to pay homage to my ancestors." "Grandpa!" exclaimed Gao Lian, revealing an incredulous expression. He knew too well what was in his ancestral tomb. I didn't expect the old man to really want to show his hand. But before he could speak, Gao Changsuan raised his hand to interrupt him. "My mind is made up. Just do your thing. As for the company side, you go talk to Zhao Fengshu. I don't care what he's going to do, but my Gao family is going to start clearing the books." At the end of his words, the old man's tone was already filled with a murderous aura. However, Gao Xianyu was puzzled in his heart after hearing these words. Another ancestor sacrifice? I remember when I was at Longhu Mountain, the old heavenly master told me this, only I was too drunk to hear it too well. Now that Mr. Tai has brought up this matter again, could it be that there's really some secret hidden in the ancestral tomb? However, just as he was thinking about it, Gao Lian let out a slight sigh. "Since you've decided, Grandpa, then I can't say anything here. Then he looked at Guan Shihua. Auntie, I heard that you brought up Xian Yu being the sect leader at the 10 elders talks. Call senior uncle. Guan Shihua cut the words off without any good humor. Gao Lian's expression stiffened and the corners of his mouth twitched. He swore that he had never felt the urge to quit the division like he did now. It's too bullying. The old man calls his son uncle? This kid has to dare to agree to count. 2. Cough. Senior uncle. Gao Lian blackened his long face and shouted in a threatening tone. Well, listen. Gao Xianyu nodded his head in an old-fashioned manner, but the smile at the corner of his mouth had been harder to suppress than even AK. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, Returning to the Northeast. The Gao family's ancestral tomb. Gao Lian looked at Gao Xianyu with a dark face and a gaze containing a knife. A pair of big, stupid hands that wanted to give their son a full childhood on the spot. But at that moment, he suddenly felt 2 strands of murderous aura attacking him, and hastily looked sideways, noticing the 2 old men on the sidelines. Both of them are also dumb enough to want to reminisce about his childhood. Seeing that the 2 of them were so protective of Gao Xianyu, Gao Lian finally couldn't bear it any longer and chose to retolerate. Auntie, were you serious when you brought up the matter of Xian? Senior uncle being the sect leader at the 10 elders talks? Hearing Gao Lian inquire again, Guan Shihua heatedly smiled and said, What? You boys got a problem with that? Gao Lian, you can't be so focused, can you? I've called my uncle. What else can I say? No, I just think that senior uncle is too young and I'm afraid it's not suitable. Gao Lian only felt a pang of heart fatigue and said rather helplessly. Guan Shihua waved his hand when he heard this. No harm done. Let Xian Yu be the acting sect leader first. When he's a little older, I'm having a formal ceremony to pass on the throne. Hearing this, Gao Lian nodded slightly. That's good. Right now Xian Yu's identity is not quite suitable to be a sect leader. But as soon as he spoke, he saw Guan Shihua suddenly leap up. At the same time, his right hand turned into a palm and raised high, coming straight at his side face. In a flash, he realized something violently and hurriedly shouted, Senior uncle. A sound fell, and Sekishika's palm stopped half a centimeter from his cheek. A cold grunt was heard immediately afterward. Humph, let's forget it this time. Next time, if you're not big enough, let's see how I'm going to clean you up. Guan Shihua reprimanded, then withdrew her palm. The corners of Gao Lian's mouth twitched as a drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. If he hadn't reacted quickly, this slap would have inevitably been received. On its side, Gao Xianyu, on the other hand, was holding his head down, his shoulders trembling violently, clearly unable to hold back his laughter anymore. However, in his heart, he was greatly surprised, not expecting the master to publicly announce his succession at the 10 Brotherhood talks. At this time, Gao Changsun swept his eyes at his confused grandson without the slightest intention to appease him. Instead, he set his eyes on Guan Shihua and said, It's getting late, let's get some early rest. I have to go back home to the northeast in the morning. Hearing this, Guan Shihua nodded her small head and turned her head towards Gao Xianyu, shushing her. Then with his hands behind his back, he walked towards the house. Gao Changsun also made it a point to explain a few times, telling him to rest and pay attention to his body and whatnot, and then left together. But just as the 2 walked out of the house and closed the door, only to hear from inside steeply, Gao Lian's roar, Filial son, suffer death. Immediately afterward, a crackling sound rang out. Lo and behold, second morning, on the earliest flight to the northeast, Gao Xianyu covered his glazed eyes with one hand and dozed off repeatedly. On its side, Gao Lian had 2 panda eyes, and his entire person was permeated with a sense of melancholy. Thinking back to last night, he finally took the hard way out and taught his son a lesson. But Gao Changsun and Guan Shihua, who had already left, also quickly turned back and taught him a lesson without mercy. Father and son ended the game by dying together. Pops, what's in our ancestral tomb? Gao Xianyu really couldn't settle down with the doubts in his heart and opened his mouth to inquire. Gao Lian didn't look back and said without a smile, You'll know when we get back. Seeing that he was unwilling to say more, Gao Xianyu did not inquire. Just guessing up in my heart. What secrets are hidden in the ancestral tomb? Why would the old heavenly master, Tu, know about this? In the middle of the nonsense, the plane took off and headed straight to the northeast. After about 2 hours or so, we finally reached our destination. The 4 of them had just walked out of the airport when they saw Tang Yukai, who they hadn't seen for a long time, running over with an excited face. Junior uncle, you're back. They hadn't seen each other for a while since they parted ways at Longhu Mountain. That day, after Gao Xianyu abolished Wang and killed Wang Ai and left, he and his brother, Deng Youfu also immediately descended the mountain and ran back to the northeast to tell Guan Shihua about this matter. But then I heard that this young master, even that night back to the heavenly master's house, also destroyed half of the upper part of Lung Fushan while drunk. This touched the hearts of the two brothers and at the same time raised a strong sense of worry, especially Tong Youfu. He didn't expect junior uncle to make such a big deal out of it for himself. In order to help himself out, he even demolished the heavenly master's mansion, though afterward, the old celestial master sent a bill that cost the Exodus immortal lineage and the Gao family a lot of money. But this did not affect the position of Gao Xianyu in the hearts of the two brothers. At this time, after a half-month of separation to meet again, Deng Yukai appeared to be very excited. "Back, are you in good spirits?" Gao Xianyu smiled and said, then asked, "How is Arafu, my brother?" "He's fine," Tong Yukai said with a big grin. "After what happened at the Luo Tian Dajiao, he's become even more furious, saying that they will never let this kind of thing happen in the future, much less implicate you, little master." Even though the brothers had been in the northeast, they both knew it. Junior master got into a lot of trouble after that incident. Last night, it even exterminated the Wang family. Now the whole circle has been rumored for a long time. There are even so many Inhumans who were there, posting on websites about what happened that night, only to be deleted as soon as it is published. As for who did this, it goes without saying that it was inevitably Gao Yushan, the devil who protects his younger brother. At that moment, Guan Shihua, who was on the side, interrupted the two's chat. "Okay, let's talk about what's going on at home." Teng Yukai saw that his grandmother had spoken and knew that this place was not suitable to talk about these things. Immediately, he led a few people towards the car and then drove all the way straight to the village. After nearly an hour of traveling, the crowd was the first to arrive at the Gao family. After a few pleasantries, the Gao family grandparents and grandchildren got out of the car and watched it leave. Until then, Gao Changsun took a deep breath and said in a slightly more serious tone, "Xian Yu, there's no time to lose. Let's go to the ancestor festival now." Good. Seeing that the Teiyukai was in such a hurry just suited Gao Xuanyu's wishes. He was curious to know the secret of his family's ancestral grave. Gao Lian also had the sense not to nag. Just said, "Grandpa, do you need me to prepare some tribute, paper money?" "Good." Gao Changsuan nodded slightly. "Xian Yu and I will go over first, so you can send it directly when you're ready." After the explanation was completed, Gao Changsuan took Gao Xuanyu and walked all the way towards the mountains behind the Gao family village. After walking for about 20 minutes, the grandchildren came to a cemetery, which was the ancestral grave of the Gao family. "Go ahead, anything you want to know will be answered here." Gao Changsuan looked at the ancestral grave and said slowly, "Won't you accompany me?" Gao Xianyu opened his mouth and inquired when he saw that the great master had no intention of going. "No need, I'll wait here for your father." Gao Changsuan waved his hand, then didn't say much. Seeing this, Gao Xianyu was filled with doubt as he walked towards his ancestral grave. Chapter 124, Gao Family Gravekeeper. 36 Thieves Gao Gang. Gao Xianyu arrived at the ancestral tomb and looked towards the surroundings, but after half a day's reading, "I don't know what to do." It's so true about Tai Grandpa too, how he always likes to play dumb. Well, at least I'll talk to about what to do. "Is it okay to stand here?" Gao Xianyu muttered a couple sentences, then turned back to look at Gao Changsuan at the bottom of the hillside. But just as he wanted to ask a question out loud, he suddenly heard a voice behind him. "What? Nowadays, do the juniors of the Gao family come to pay homage to their ancestors without bringing wine?" The sudden sound immediately startled Gao Xianyu. Hurriedly, he turned around and looked back to where the voice had come from with a wary look on his face. But it didn't matter if he took a look. He was instantly scared out of his wits. Only in front of a tombstone not far away sat an old man in rags with a disheveled face. A long white hair rolled out past her shoulders and just falling down haphazardly. But the most horrifying thing about the old man was that his right eye was hollow and had a scar over it. Paired with that old, creased face, it was actually a bit unnerving. "You are?" Gao Xianyu quickly stabilized his mind and inquired suspiciously. But in its mind, it was surprised. He was 100% sure that there was absolutely no one in front of that tombstone when he had just come. But this old man, surprisingly, appeared there without him realizing it. One must know that he had at least 85 years of cultivation now, but whenever there was a breeze, it was hard to escape his perception. But this old man, as if appearing out of nowhere, without the slightest sign, and upon hearing his inquiry, the old man was using that only left eye to continuously measure him with a smile. At the same time, he slowly got up, somewhat disgruntled. "You're a funny little doll, asking about me first instead of announcing yourself first. Where's Chang Tsuan? Why isn't he up here? It was also at this time that Gao Xianyu saw the tombstone covering the old man's back. It was found to be smooth and neat, with no inscription on it. Is that the unmarked tablet? He remembered this wordless monument he had seen in the past when he had paid homage to his ancestors. I have also been curious and asked my family, but I have not gotten any answers. Could it be that this tomb was erected for this old man? Could he be Gorgons? In just a moment, Gao Xianyu associated many things. However, before determining the identity of the other party, he didn't bother to make any guesses, and only made a respectful bow. Late Senior Gao Xuanyu of the Gao clan, greetings to Senior Xianyu, the old man muttered softly, then smiled. You're the little guy who worshipped in the lineage of the Exodus immortals and could summon a true immortal? Exactly, Gao Xianyu responded with a cry. Instead, the old man laughed happily, then quickly walked closer and stared at Gao Xianyu to scrutinize it. Good, that's great, just like your sister. Both are geniuses of my Gao family. Hearing these words, Gao Xianyu further confirmed what he thought in his heart, and immediately asked tentatively, Elder, you are Master Gao Gung? As soon as these words came out, Gao Gung immediately looked shocked and said, Oh, has Nagakumi already told you who I am? Already? Although Gao Xianyu had already guessed it, he still couldn't help but feel a shock when he saw the old man identify himself. This is indeed Gao Gang, one of the 36 thieves back then. Then wouldn't those guesses I made earlier be verified to be true as well? No wonder Tai and Dad, when they mentioned the Tushan rebellion back then, they all seemed so cautious. It seems that after that year's incident, my Gao family hasn't been suppressed much. Gao Xianyu looked at the Gao Gung in front of him, his eyes flickering and his mind spinning. The expression said with a calm face, the great master didn't say anything, but I did accidentally pry into some secret information when I went out this time. Hearing this, Gao Gung frowned slightly and couldn't help but wonder, really? Quickly tell me, who is so unafraid to bring up what happened back then? But when he said that he was asking Gao Xianyu to solve the confusion, he chanted to himself, could it be Zhang Jiwei? No, he won't say. Lu Jin? That old boy is timid, much less reveal. Hearing his wild guesses, Gao Xianyu was speechless in his heart. Look at the two men you mentioned. There's no one willing to take on a job. Then immediately interrupted. It's the Wang family. But when these words came out, Gao Gung immediately turned red with a furious expression and said, the Wang family? Those bastards. Aren't they dead yet? Seeing that he was so agitated, Gao Xianyu hurriedly calmed him down. Dead as a doornail. Just died last night. Gorgon? I just cursed and this wish came true? And what do you mean? Died last night? Who did this? Gao Gung asked with some disbelief. After all, the Wang family was one of the 4 great families, and it was never easy to bring down. Especially in that year's Asian rebellion. Their family secretly, they did not do those dirty things. Now that he suddenly received the news that the Wang family was dead, it actually made him unable to believe it for a while. I did it. Gao Xianyu replied calmly. When Gao Gung heard these words, he jolted, his gaze shocked as he resized Gao Xianyu. It wasn't until half a minute had passed that he asked incredulously, Really? Really? Gao Xianyu's reply remained concise, but it made Gao Gung's eyes widen violently, and he took a step forward and grabbed his arms, saying with great excitement, Quickly, tell me how you exterminated the Wang family. Seeing this, Gao Xianyu didn't make any nonsense, and described what happened last night in a simple and clear manner. But even so, Gao Gung grew happier and happier as he listened, especially after hearing that Chun Wang had died. He couldn't help but laugh maniacally. Ha ha ha, good death. In the beginning it was this little bouncing joy. He's been staring at the Gao family for a long time, and that bastard Wang AI, if he hadn't interfered, wouldn't so many of our brothers have died? When Gao Xianyu saw his maniacal expression, a pang of worry ran through his heart. This old man wouldn't be so excited that he's been stimulated to go crazy, would he? No, I can't. I have to ask about my sister quickly. He was afraid that something would happen to Gao Gon, so he hurriedly asked, By the way Taiji, do you know why my sister, Gao Yushan, became like this? However, upon hearing these words, Gao Gung's laughter came to an abrupt end, followed by an expression of remorse on his face. Zhang, that girl is a child, and it's a shame I'm the one who victimized her. With that, he sighed heavily and sat down on his butt. When Gao Xianyu saw him acting like this, his heart immediately tightened. Holy, what the hell? But don't tell me that my sister came to pay her respects to her ancestors and ended up in this situation when she bumped into Gogan going crazy. This is too much of a dogfight. But fortunately, Gao Gung's next words immediately dispelled his concerns. Kid, I think you should also know about the 8 strange techniques, right? The reason why Zhang ended up in this situation has to do with this. How? Gao Xianyu hurriedly pursued. How did my sister get involved with the 8 strange techniques? Gao Gung sighed again, blaming himself. It's all my fault. Back then, by accident, she bumped into me meeting with Valley Freak Pavilion. As a result, Old Valley nonetheless said that girl had talent and wanted to teach him the Deluo cave view. But what do you know? Your sister, she was just learning, when she had an accident. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, Past Events of the Year. Inheritor of the Great Luo Cave View, Gao Geng sat on the ground. His eyes filled with self-blame as he looked into the distance and said slowly, 20 years ago, your sister was 15 then. Because of the family feast to be held, the chief depositary came a day early and brought the youngest members of the family to pay homage to their ancestors. That was also the time when your sister accidentally ran into, and I was chatting with Valley Freak Pavilion. He came here with the intention of visiting me for a little while, and in the meantime saying goodbye and that he might not even be able to come back to see me again. But I didn't realize that he changed his mind immediately when he saw your sister. Surprisingly, he took the initiative and offered to pass the Great Luo Cave View to Wang. Hearing this, Gao Xianyu frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. How did he determine that my sister had the talent to be able to learn the Dala Cave View? Gao Geng, who was interrupted, did not get angry and just answered truthfully. That's because the Dala Cave View, itself, has the ability to see things in their entirety. It's like pupillage, seeing things as they are. That's why he was extremely certain, at the first sight of your sister, that Wang was the most suitable to learn the Deluo Cave View. Gao Xianyu sniffed and nodded slightly. Since he didn't know much about the Dala Cave View, he didn't feel that there was, in fact, anything wrong with it. But unexpectedly, at this time, Gao Geng continued with deep meaning. Of course, all of this was also told to me later by Gu Freaking Pavilion. Whether or not that's true exactly, only he knows. Obviously, Gogen added this sentence with a great deal of skepticism. He had always believed that Gu Terrible Pavilion had discovered Gao Yushan's talent a long time ago, and had therefore been observing in secret. Even if he came to the Gao family, he might not really have come to visit himself, but was running towards Gao Yushan. That sudden goodbye 20 years ago was too much of a coincidence. In his opinion, it was very likely that the Valley Freak Pavilion had undergone a change of heart and had no choice but to leave this place, possibly, even threatening his life. That was why he had decided that he would pass on the Great Luo Cave View to Gao Yushan. Gao Xianyu also heard the meaning of his words and asked with some curiosity, I've heard that the Great Luo Cave View can disappear out of thin air, and that Hu too, the head of the Art-word sect at the time, went crazy because of it. How can that Valley Freak Pavilion still be threatened when he has this ability in his possession? Gao Geng smiled at his words and looked deeply at Gao Xianyu. Looks like you've inquired about a lot of things this trip out. Then the tone of his voice was a beat. Kid, remember, everything in this world, no matter what technique is followed, as an 8 wonders technique, the Great Luo Cave View is indeed amazing, but it is not omnipotent. According to Valley Freak Pavilion, when he disappeared in place, he just happened to borrow the chi situation there to vanish. That Hu too of the artistic character sect should have discovered this as well, and thus fell deeply into it, eventually driving himself mad alive. With that he let out a sneer. Hu too, that name really suits him. Confused, is the Great Luo Cave View so easy to penetrate? Without any guidance from the Gongfu, how dare you take the liberty of comprehending it without authorization? Do you not realize that this foreign art is more than that? After practicing it, even the Exodus Yangshan of the Quanjin school can do it easily. This last sentence was too abrupt, but Gao Xianyu's heart shook as he heard it. Out of the Yang God? According to his recollection, when his sister was 15 years old, she hadn't yet joined the All Souls Five Willows sect. Rather, it was only in the following year that he was suddenly sent to study with a master, and so on. Gao Xianyu's mind suddenly had a flash of light, and his face was slightly grave as he said, so when my sister went to the Five Willows school, she wasn't actually going to learn any kung fu at all. Rather, it's because you've learned the Dala Cave View that you're trying to cover it up? Seeing that he heard the meaning of the words, Gao Geng was satisfied and said with a smile, not bad. Your sister is very talented indeed. In just less than a month's time, you've already learned the Great Luo Cave View, but that's exactly why it's going to get her in trouble. He took a deep breath and let out a helpless sigh. The Dala Cave View is ultimately distinct from the Exodus Yangshan, and perhaps this has long since been perceived by the Five Willows sect. However, they did not make a sound about it, nor did they bother to inquire about it. They just let Erjuan continue to stay in the sect's cultivation. But until one day, speaking of this, Gao Geng's gaze became steeply stern, and his tone was filled with killing intent. Tang sect, First Airstream, Art-word sect, Nature sect. They got the news from somewhere and actually stopped the road while your sister was on her way home. In the end, your sister was undefeated and tried to escape through the chi situation. As a result, because of his own injuries, he was not strong enough to support the jutsu, and his body was decapitated by space as he left. Speaking of this, Gao Geng's fists were clenched tightly, and his face even showed an angry color. Gao Xianyu, on the other hand, silently memorized all of these names in his heart, preparing to go door to collect the debt. But at the same time, a great doubt rose arose in his mind. Are these people just going after my sister because of the Great Luo Cave view? As soon as these words came out, Gao Geng's gaze condensed, and then he replied, isn't that enough? That's the 8 wonders technique. Back then, the news of the 36 of us bonding went viral, and although we were besieged by all the major sects though, it was all done in secret. But just as they were rounding up, they discovered the existence of the 8 strange techniques, which caused things to evolve to an uncontrollable point. Those bastards, all of them wanting to take these foreign arts for themselves, have started to kill us. Back then, if it wasn't for you Tai, you would have hidden me here. I would have died out there a long time ago. I wouldn't have survived this long. But hearing this explanation from him, Gao Xianyu was indifferent. A pair of eyes remained fixed on the high burgundy in front of him as he slowly asked, Senior, are you really Gao Gan? The sudden inquiry caused Gao Gan's body to visibly tremble, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared and returned to the calm road. What do you mean by that, kid? Gao Xuanyu shook her head slightly. Nothing, just curious to inquire. Elder gave me the feeling of not being like a bystander, but rather more like being involved in it. How can I put it? It's like seeing your own child being victimized and not being able to avenge it with your own hands. Although his words were so, in his heart he had almost decided. The so-called Gao Gang in front of me is actually Gu Deformed Pavilion. Originally, at first, he didn't think about it, but then he realized that the old man always carried such a touch of pride whenever he mentioned his sister. Instead, when they saw him, they just complimented him so much. In theory, shouldn't the pride of the Gao family be themselves right now? Plus the way the old man came out was just too weird. Gao Geng was from a stream of air, and did not have any means of concealment himself. So even if one's cultivation level was high, it would be impossible to do so silently, appearing in front of one's face. Most of all, this person in front of him knew too much about the Great Luo Cave view, and it was emphasized again and again that it was all told to him by Valley Freaking Pavilion. It gave him a sense of, well, here and now. It was also these various behaviors that made Gao Xinyu feel that the person in front of him was not Gao Geng, but Gu Deformed Pavilion. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, Haters Everywhere. Gao Geng's true identity. Gao Geng fell silent after hearing Gao Xianyu's questioning. He didn't expect that the kid in front of him would react so quickly, that he would be able to think of this layer in a short period of time. It seems that what he just showed was still too deliberate. But this is good. Someone should always take revenge on Wang, not to mention that the Gao family has produced such a demon. I'm only afraid that Cao Changsuan would also want to clear up the rotten accounts from back then. Otherwise he wouldn't have let him come to himself. But even if Gao Xianyu guessed his identity, he would never admit it. Some things are just like that. They are only meant to be. Yet just as the two men looked at each other in silence, Gao Changsuan's voice suddenly came from the bottom of the mountain. Xianyu, let's go. Hearing this, Gao Xianyu looked deeply at Gao Geng while responding, coming Taiji. He then turned to the old man in front of him and respectfully bowed. Many thanks to Senior for clearing up my confusion. With that, he turned around and headed down the hill. But within a few steps, I heard the sound of Gogen again. There were so many people who knew something inside about me back in the day. Zhang Gingcheng, the previous generation's old heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, and the rest of the 3 great clan heads. Among them, the Wang family has used the Gao Geng matter to suppress the Gao family many times. Although the Lu family has not made a move, there are shadows of them in the shadows. At that, the voice came to an abrupt halt. Gao Xianyu looked back and realized that the old man had already disappeared. However, he understood that this person was reminding himself. Back then, the matter of sister carrying the Great Luo Cave view was most likely leaked out by one of them. No wonder Zhang Jiwei would know the secret of my Gao family's ancestral tomb. It seems that it was from the previous generation of heavenly masters that they learned about these things. Gao Xianyu came to a sudden realization, and then walked towards the bottom of the mountain. However, in his mind, he always recalled what this old man had just said, and the sect he had mentioned. The Tang sect and the Artistic Characters sect were good, both of which were easy to find. As for the first airstream and the natural hall, he remembered that it seemed to have merged with other sects and was called the Seeking Truth Society. Its current president, Huang Ning, is highly regarded by Zhao Fengshu and intends to cultivate him into a new Ten brother. And the Lu family, naturally, he would not let it go. Looks like he's got his hands full back there. Gao Xianyu had already arrived at the bottom of the mountain while he was thinking. Seeing his thoughtful look, Gao Changsuan said in a meaningful tone, when you get out of here, forget about everything but your sister. It's been so long, there's no point in tossing him around. Gao Xianyu nodded his head at his words and said, understood Tai Yu. He then looked to his ancestral tomb on the hill and inquired, Master Tai, the location of our family's ancestral grave was instructed by a feng shui master, right? Seeing how slippery the kid was, he wanted to sidestep what was on his mind. Gao Changsuan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh, saying, that's for sure. In this area of feng shui, if that master calls himself second, no one would dare to call him first. A sigh followed. Originally, Your sister was expected to surpass him. It's just a pity. Until this moment, Gao Xianyu was completely certain that the old man was Gu Terrible Pavilion, but immediately afterward, a new question surfaced. Since Gu Freaking Pavilion stayed here in the disguise of Gao Gang, where did the real Gao Gang go? Could it be that he's really dead? Also, is it true that sister learned the Great Luo Cave view because of her talent? Or was it a deal with my Gao family? What was the reason for Gu Daiting's willingness to stay with the Gao family? But just as he was about to ask the doubt in his heart, he was immediately interrupted by Gao Changsuan. Don't try to figure everything out all the time. It's too tiring to live. Do you know why I, great-grandpa, was able to live a long life? Hearing this, Gao Xianyu naturally understood what the old man was going to say, but still shook his head extremely cooperatively, pretending to be at a loss. For what? Gao Changsuan hemmed and hawed. Because I, your great-grandfather, never mind my own business, he said with a smug wink, and then he took off. While looking at such a mischievous Taiyu, Gao Xuanyu smiled and shook his head. Also right. Anyway, he already knew who had harmed his sister. He just had to go and take revenge. As for the affairs of the older generation, there was no need for him to delve into them. It would only add to his troubles. Thinking of this, he quickly chased after him towards Master Tai. The grandchildren talked and laughed, and halfway across the street they met Gao Lian, who was holding a tribute in his hand. Seeing that the two had returned, he immediately said that he would follow them back. But unexpectedly, he was kicked out by Gao Changsuan and told to go over to his ancestral grave to pay his respects. Gao Lian had no choice but to make a bitter face and take the tribute towards the mountain. And it wasn't because he was tired that he didn't want to go up the mountain. It's mainly that old man that's really hard to serve, especially after drinking too much. Always advancing your Jiang was wasted back in the day. When he got excited, he would even accuse him of being a father, not watching his daughter, and was reprimanded. 20 minutes later, after saying goodbye to the Thai master, Gao Xianyu went straight back home to the secret room. As soon as I entered, I saw my sister's oxygen mask, bubbles rising one after another. He understood that it was his sister who had something to say, and immediately took out his cell phone and checked the message. Why did you ignore me last night? Seeing that his sister was angry, Gao Xianyu shrugged his shoulders and said, Come on sis, I was in a life and death situation. How could I be bothered to return your messages? But as soon as he spoke, Gao Yushan sent another message. I don't mean in the Wang family, but after you left from the Wang family. Obviously you've charged your cell phone and you're pretending you can't see it. Gao Xianyu looked at the two messages and fell into silence. Big sister, do you want to see how I can respond to those messages I sent myself? Nice guy, telling me to find the safe in the Wang family's house, and saying there's a lot of money in it. Your oldest brother, I'm going to exterminate the family. Why did you turn it into a robbery? Of course, he didn't dare to say this. Otherwise his old sister would inevitably be furious again. So all that could be done was for his brain to race, contemplating a plausible excuse. But just then, Gao Yushan sent another message. Brother, you haven't forgotten that our family still owes Master Tai a cowpie-red glazed bowl, have you? After you ran off with Pops, Auntie asked me for money every day and almost pulled out my oxygen mask. Mr. Jose Antonio Gonzalez. Seeing his sister being such a drama queen, the corners of Gao Xianyu's mouth continued to twitch. You can pull it. Even if Auntie pulls out our father's oxygen mask, she can't pull out yours. But there was no way around it. He was the one who broke the bowl, and now that his oldest sister was complaining, he would have to coax it out of her. Sis, let me tell you something. Don't get too excited. I found a way to cure you. Using Gao. Really? Can I still lie to you about this? Gao Xianyu patted his chest and said confidently, Heartsuit, elder brother, don't worry about the bowl, let Pops pay for it. Your task now is to cure me quickly. Chapter 127 Add another 800 years to the bill, or else the soul will fly away directly. Gao Xianyu looked at the message sent by his sister, and there was a sense of urgency between the lines. Since he had already laid his cards on the table, he simply didn't hide it and directly invited Cui Yuling over. Little Xianyu, do you miss your sister so soon? Cui Yuling stepped out of the void with a smile on her face, her appearance still as mischievous as ever. Gao Yushan, who was lying in the vessel, immediately sent a message to Gao Xianyu after seeing Cui Yuling through the camera. Brother, tell your sister the truth. Did you sacrifice yourself to save me? Gao Xianyu? No, sis, can we stop gossiping? If this one turns back into his original body, he can swallow me in one bite. But before he had a chance to explain, Cui Yuling spotted Gao Yushan in the vessel. It was immediately clear why Gao Xianyu had invited her here. Yikes, this is your sister, isn't it? So poor, Jade Spirit said as she took a step forward and scrutinized it. She had seen them before, but it had been through photographs, and this was the first time she had seen the patient in person. Gao Xianyu stood at the side and asked somewhat nervously, Sister Yuling, how's it going? Cui Yuling frowned slightly and said with a serious face, There's some trouble. You get Young first. Hearing this, Gao Xianyu was a bit puzzled. What was the point of inviting Rong Rong properly? But it was a matter of whether or not his old sister could be cured. So he didn't dare to be negligent, and immediately recited the benediction. The love tree crosses the 3 worlds, the spirit fox responds to the 9 stars, 1,000 faces on one side, and a broken palm to look at the covenant, white deer and ride the yellow front welcome. Please, the second leader of Tu Shan. Pro. A green aura flashed inside the dimly lit house as a voice fell. In the void, Tushan Honghong walked slowly. However, before Gao Xianyu could open his mouth to greet her, he heard her take the lead. Xianyu, calling for me, is it to pay back the money? Cough. A sentence that choked Gao Xianyu, who was just about to speak, into a series of coughs. At this time, Yao Yushan immediately sent a message after hearing Rong Rong's words. Brother, why are you going around pulling starvation? You don't even owe money to the immortals? Seeing the message from her sister, Gao Xianyu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Sister, it's not money I owe, it's my life. But in order not to let his oldest sister worry, he replied, don't worry, it's all small money, it doesn't matter. Then he looked at Rong Rong and said, Sister Rong Rong, let's talk about the money another time. I called you here this time because I want you to do me a favor and treat my sister. As he spoke, Gao Xianyu turned sideways and pointed to the sister in the vessel. But Rong Rong's narrowed eyes turned into a crescent moon smile after hearing this. At this time, Cui Yuling, who was at its side, said guiltily, Little Xianyu, I asked you to call out to Rong Rong to come, not to help heal your sister. Rather, saying that, she glanced at Tushan Honghong, then hurriedly lowered her head. That look, as if a child had done something wrong. On the contrary, it was Tushan Honghong who took over the conversation with a smile. Rather, I asked her to tell you to call me here. A tone of playfulness followed. Little Xianyu, I've heard that you've suffered a serious injury that prevents you from summoning, and that it will take a month for you to recover. But does it look quite alive now? Hearing Rong Rong's unkind tone, Gao Xianyu's heart instantly tightened. It's over. It's all over. It must have been when Sister Yuling lied that Sister Rong Rong saw through it, but it's the kind of thing that can't be admitted to death. Otherwise, with Tushan Rong Rong's character, she would have to play him to death. Sister Rong Rong, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Gao Xianyu looked like he was playing dumb and denied it outright. But Tushan Honghong seemed to have anticipated this, and immediately said with a smile, Don't pretend. Sister Yuling has already explained everything. She had tears running down the corners of her mouth when she said you were seriously injured. When these words came out, Cui Yuling immediately blushed and covered her face with both hands. Gao Xianyu, on the other hand, was wide-eyed and messy in the wind. No, I'm hurt. What are you crying at the corner of your mouth for? Can't we just act sad and fool her? Seeing that his little trick of escaping the debt was demolished, Gao Xianyu let out a wail in his heart. He only sighed that he had trusted the wrong person and shouldn't have given such an important task to Cui Yuling. Also blame yourself for being so ill-considered. How could I forget that this fox spirit in front of me is the strongest think tank in Tushan, and that vision is poisonous? How could the simple-minded Cui Yuling be her opponent? It seems that the next time you want to escape a debt, you'll have to find someone treacherous and cunning. But right now, it's better to get past Tushan Honghong first. That, Sister Rong Rong, do you believe me when I say I'm joking with you? Shin. Tushan Honghong revealed a harmless smile and said, I know that you're doing this for your sister's sake and want to find an excuse to invite Sister Yuling to dinner. Look at this excuse I found for you, okay? Although her tone was extremely calm, her words were full of murderous spirit. Gao Xianyu swallowed hard and swept his gaze at Cui Yuling, wanting to cry, Sister Yuling, you've really killed me this time. It's not enough that the lie was exposed. How come you even gave up your reward? But it's already happened, and it's impossible to escape. Gao Xianyu simply said with a stiff upper back, Sister Rong Rong, I want to sign another 500 years worth of IOUs. Seeing Gao Xianyu taking such initiative, Tushan Honghong revealed a satisfied smile and said, 500 years is not enough, he said, taking out a bill that was longer than Gao Xianyu's life, and was about to count it all over. Seeing this, Gao Xianyu was afraid that his oldest sister would hear him and hurriedly stopped him. Don't, just name a total and I'll sign the bill. When Tushan Honghong heard this, she casually took out a pen and handed it over, while saying, 800 years. Upon hearing this number, Gao Xianyu's hand, which had just been raised, instantly stiffened in midair. What the hell? 800 years? I haven't even hired a demon emperor lately. Why did it go up so much? Tushan Honghong also saw his doubts and immediately continued. In here, it includes the herbs for your sister's cure. The last few medicines, too, have been found. Upon hearing this, Gao Xianyu immediately brightened up and immediately grabbed the pen in Rong Rong's hand. Without hesitation, he signed his name on the bill. At the same time, he was still praising under his breath. Worthy of being Sister Rong Rong, Doing things is efficient enough. It just so happens that I'm almost ready on my end. And if things go well, another month should be enough. As he spoke, he had finished signing his name, but then Gao Yushan sent a message again, asking with shock between the lines, "Brother, what do you owe the immortals? Why are you still talking about year?" Gao Xianyu sighed secretly when he saw this message. What else can it be? It's fate. It's all owed for 2,300 years. I really doubt that I need to be reincarnated. Why don't you just make it quicker and go straight to the soul? Chapter 128, Chapter 128, The Extreme of the Great Luo Cave View. Mobilizing the power of heaven and earth? After Gao Xianyu signed the bill, Tushan Honghong put it away with satisfaction. Then he looked at Cui Yuling, who was on the side, and said, "Let's begin, and since I'm already here, I'll accompany you to treat his sister." But as soon as her words fell, Gao Xianyu hurriedly stopped her and said, "Sister Honghong, leave me 2 quick lives. I really can't afford to hire the demon emperor." Tushan Honghong saw his look of bitterness and smiled wryly. "Don't worry, it's kind of a freebie this time." But upon hearing this, Gao Xianyu became even more nervous instead. When did this squint become so generous? Nope, when things go wrong, they go wrong. She's not holding anything back, is she? But just as he was in disbelief, Honghong crossed over in a flash and came close to the vessel. The originally shy Cui Yuling, who had recovered at this time, walked over and said, "I've looked at her injuries. They're a bit of a pain in the ass, but they're manageable. By the way, did you bring those 3 herbs I asked you to bring?" Honghong nodded slightly and took out a cloth bag. "Here, it's all in here." Cui Yuling picked it up and opened it to confirm. "Great, you even brought the 100 monarch lotus. In that case, the preliminaries will be foolproof." After saying that, he took out a crystal clear, black and white lotus flower from the cloth bag. It makes for a very regal look at first glance. Seeing this, Gao Xuanyu, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but ask, "Sister Yuling, what is this 100 monarch lotus for? Is it very expensive?" Of course. Cui Yuling picked up the 100 monarch lotus and said, "This is an herb unique to the Yellow Wind Ridge, and it only grows once in 100 years. Its main function is to strengthen one's body, and it's not easy to get it." But as soon as her words left her mouth, Honghong said meaningfully, "That's right, this is what that guy, Golden Spirit Scale, used as a love token for Sister Honghong. It's just a shame that Sister Honghong didn't like it, so she just threw it at me." As she spoke, her gaze still swept towards Gao Xianyu from time to time, as if to say again, "This 100 June lotus, you also have half the credit." When Gao Xianyu heard this, he immediately remembered what Cui Yuling told him last time. After helping himself, Gold Spirit Scale immediately ran off to Tushan, using his favors to frantically pursue Honghong. He felt his heart twitch at the thought. "It's not Scale. Don't take me with you if you want to die. How can you still use the favor I owe you to pick up the Tushan bearer?" Fortunately, Honghong didn't want to pursue the matter, and after finishing her words, she once again looked at Gao Yushan in the vessel. At the same time, Cui Yuling, who was on the side, also started to get ready. First, out of nowhere, he took out a medicine jar, and then he put the herbs in the bag, one after another. Only after doing so did he turn to look at Gao Xianyu. "I'm going to start, so if you can't hold out, make sure you tell me. Otherwise, once the refining process is interrupted, it will be a lost cause." Looking at Cui Yuling's serious face, Gao Xianyu also solemnly nodded his head. "Don't worry, the way I am now, I shouldn't have any problems." Hearing this, Cui Yuling faintly smiled, then released demonic power with both hands. Immediately afterward, only that medicinal jar was seen floating in the void and began to rotate continuously. It was also at this moment that Gao Xianyu only felt that the innate air within his body began to rapidly drain away. Even though he already had 85 years of cultivation, it still made him feel a pang of panic. "I'll go. Is it so airy? At this rate of passing, I'm afraid I won't last a minute." But now that the refining had begun, he didn't dare to disturb it, so he could only secretly persist. Also be ready to summon the endless jug at any time. Honghong, on the other hand, was looking at Gao Yushan with a curious expression. Her wounds, in particular, were observed repeatedly. Strange, her injuries don't look man-made. After chanting to himself, he turned to look at Gao Xianyu. "Little Xianyu, how did your sister become like this?" Seeing that she inquired about her sister's injuries, Gao Xianyu didn't hide it and recounted what Gu Terrible Pavilion had told him. But when Honghong heard about the Great Luo Cave View, a look of surprise was evident on her face. "There are such fun spells in your world? Why have you never told me about it?" "Big sister, you didn't ask me either." Gao Xianyu secretly disliked a sentence back, but on the surface, he was puzzled. "What? You still interested in this stuff?" Honghong smiled slightly. "Very interested indeed. Although I only heard you describe it verbally, I can more or less guess that the extreme of this spell should be more than that. Think about it, if this Dala cave view can observe the chi situation and utilize it to come to some sort of means by doing so, does that mean that it can also change the chi situation of this place? So that this heaven and earth can be transformed into its own domain? And in your own chi bureau, you can mobilize the power of a side of heaven and earth. Hearing this, not to mention Gao Xuanyu was confused. Even Gao Yushan, who had already learned the Dala cave view, seemed to have been struck by a bolt from the blue, instantly opening the door to a new world. Yeah, why didn't I think of that before? In the past, when I studied the Dala cave view, I focused on the word view, but it never occurred to me what the words di and lo really meant. Is the so-called big really just this place? Could it mean infinite? Where's law? Moro? But can a mere heaven and earth carry this word? What about the universe beyond Blue Star? And the other world beyond this one? Even time and space? Is it all in this word luo? The more Gao Yushan thought about it, the more agitated she became. So much so that her EKG began to fluctuate violently. The three people in the room were shocked when they saw this. Gao Xianyu even rushed forward and pressed his hands on the vessel anxiously. Sis, don't you get carried away. Stop it. Although Gao Yushan had already learned the Dala cave view, with her current body, it was completely insufficient to continue to delve deeper into this foreign art. Even if she had already comprehended something, once she went overboard to consume her spirit, it would definitely be a fatal injury to her. Xian Yu, get up! Right at this moment, Rong Rong let out a low gulp, followed by the index fingers of both hands coming together. True Fox Nin no Jutsu. With a fall, a green glow lit up and wrapped Gao Yushan through the vessel. In just a few moments, Gao Yushan, who was originally agitated, quickly smoothed out. Looking at the ECG that returned to normal, Gao Xianyu was relieved, but then he felt a wave of weakness hit him, and his whole heart was instantly in his throat. Not good. Sister Yang strikes and consumes too much of my air. Sister Yuling sighed. Thinking of this, he hurriedly turned his head to look, discovering that Cui Yuling didn't know when, had long since ended the refining. Holding the medicine pot in her hand and smilingly looking at herself, she said, "Don't worry, it's already practiced." Chapter 129, Offsetting Debts with Things, Playing with All the Minds. Hearing Cui Yuling say that the refinement had been successful, Gao Xianyu heaved a sigh of relief. The sudden accident just now had really scared him. He was afraid that because of his lack of air power, the Chuiyu spirit refining would fail. The good thing is, it was all a false alarm. Sister Yuling, what should we do now? Hearing Gao Xianyu's inquiry, the Chuiyu spirit came closer to the vessel and was somewhat troubled. Need to open this up and apply the medicine to your sister. But this is supposed to keep her alive, right? I don't really understand the principles of this stuff, so I'll need you to do it. Apparently, although the Jade Spirit knew the function of the vessel, it had no idea how to fiddle with this kind of high technology. I'm afraid that if I operate haphazardly, I'll put Gao Yushan in a life-threatening situation. Leave it to me. Gao Xianyu quickly walked over to the console, then looked at Gao Yushan and said, "Sis, I'm going to drain the medicine now, so hold on for a while." The medicinal liquid in the vessel is not only used to sustain life, but also has the effect of relieving pain. Once it's drained, it's painful for Yushan Kao. If she lost these medicinal fluids for a long period of time, it would even jeopardize her life. Come on, I'm ready. Seeing the message from his sister, Gao Xianyu didn't dawdle and quickly operated. Because he had grown up loving and being bored with his sister, it had made him know more or less the basics of how to operate. For example, opening the vessel, and replacing the medicine inside. Sometimes when Pops is busy, these are done by him. After some manipulation, the medicine in the vessel was quickly sucked out. Gao Xianyu's fingers still continued to operate, pressing several buttons in succession to open the vessel. It was also at this time that Gao Yushan's brows furrowed and a pained expression appeared on her face. Cui Yuling, who had long been ready, immediately opened the medicinal jar, and with it a clear fragrance spread out and filled the room. Young. Got it. Tushan Honghong immediately released her demonic power and dragged Gao Yushan's body into midair. At the same time, Cui Yuling's left hand turned into a sword finger, manipulating the turquoise blue medicinal liquid in the medicine jar and quickly applying it to Gao Yushan's body. In just a few breaths, it coated her body. Gao Xianyu stood at the side, nervously watching the scene. He couldn't care less about the air that was already about to be drained from his body. Just then, however, the magic happened. Only those turquoise blue medicinal liquid was seen rapidly seeping into Gao Yushan's body. That body, which was already thin and whitish due to being immersed in the medicinal liquid for years, was strong and rosy to the naked eye. As for Gao Yushan herself, she noticed that her physique had been greatly enhanced. The soul, in particular, has become strong. At a rough estimate, it topped 30 years of hard labor, to say the least. Gosh, what kind of elixir is this? Surprisingly, it made such a big change in my physique in just a short moment. If this is known to the senior brothers of the Chuanjian sect, they won't envy me to death. It is important to realize that the Chuanjian school, which focuses on internal elixir kung fu, is primarily a life and death school. But as the saying goes, the physical body is good to practice, but the soul is hard to cultivate. This has become a roadblock for many dispositional cultivators. Those with slightly poorer qualifications may not be able to temper their souls to be strong even after cultivating for a few decades. Although he could manage to get out of the Yang Shin, as long as he encountered an enemy with means targeting the soul, he could easily be beaten to the point where his soul would be dispersed. But back then, at the Luo Tianjiao festival, there was one person who made a big splash with this. It's the scribe of the White Cloud Temple, Lu Xingyang. With his soul state, he had received Xiao Zhao's blowing qi, which could be considered shocking to the entire audience. But this one's internal kung fu has been practiced for almost 40 years. This, coupled with being quite talented, has led to such a state. However, at this moment, Cao Yushan's soul alone was definitely not weaker than his. It has even surpassed it somewhat. Even in the face of Xiao Zhao's blowing qi, it could be taken down just as easily. Well, the medicine has taken effect. Put her back. After about half a minute, Jade Spirit said with a soft sigh of relief. Yang also, at the first opportunity, carefully placed Gao Yushan back into the vessel. Then standing closer, he narrowed his eyes and smiled. It seems to have been a success. Not bad at all. By observing her, she realized that Gao Yushan's physique had all strengthened quite a bit. This provides a solid foundation for future treatments. At this time, Gao Xianyu saw that his sister had been put back into the vessel, and forcibly stifled his weakness to get up and quickly close the lid. Some maneuvering followed, and those medicinal fluids were refilled back in. When this was done, the entire person sat down directly on the ground, sweating like a pig. At this time, Rong came over and pressed one hand on his dantian, transmitting a little bit of air for him while saying, "How about handing me a copy of that what's-his-name Dala Cave View?" Hearing these words, Gao Xianyu, who was already weak and powerless, instantly came to life. Trembling, he raised 3 fingers and said, "Exempt me from 300 years of labor and give it to you immediately." But when she heard this, a cunning light flashed in Rong's eyes and she immediately said, 200 years, 208. Gao Xianyu returned the price, 250 at most. If you don't agree, forget it. Rong said it and was about to get up and leave. Seeing this, Gao Xianyu hurriedly and unwillingly shouted, "Deal," but in its heart, it was secretly happy. There were 8 gong methods that were equal to the Great Luo Cave View. If you get it all yourself, the debt is almost cleared. The thought of it gave him a pang of joy. Although this 255 is not a good number to hear, but he who owes a huge amount of money, where does he care about this? However, Rong looked at him with a smug look on his face. Looking at him, I'm afraid that there are quite a few more feats like these in this place. No, we'll have to find a way to add more debt to him when we get back. Let's just add 5,000 years for now. He doesn't look at the bill anyway. Just as the one man and one fox were making their own calculations, Cui Yuling walked over and looked at Gao Xianyu to explain. Don't let your sister work too hard lately. She just absorbed the medicinal power and her physique is not too stable. It's no problem when it's 3 days later. Besides, you recuperate. I'll go back and get ready now. In 3 days, let's start the first treatment for your sister. Upon hearing this, Gao Xianyu's heart rejoiced, finally being able to rehabilitate her sister. But soon, he said with a worried face, Sister Yuling, didn't you say before that it would take me 100 years of cultivation? But now I'm. Without waiting for him to finish, Cui Yuling interrupted with a smile. Don't worry, this treatment is to first comb her meridians and qi and blood. Only after this step is done will we remodel her body. It's at that point that it's most critical. You have to be prepared for anything. There must be no mistakes. Otherwise, your sister's body will never hope to be remodeled again. Hearing this, Gao Xianyu nodded solemnly. At the same time, in his mind, he began to think about how to quickly go about raising his cultivation. Chapter 130 Leaky Little Cotton Coat. Daddy has the appearance of a great emperor in the bathroom. The conversation between Gao Xianyu and Rong was all heard by Gao Yushan. Upon learning of the Dala Cave View, it helped his brother to forgive his debt. Without any hesitation, she quickly sent the gong method to Gao Xianyu in text form. Brother, take it and pay the bill. Looking at her sister's such a generous tone, Gao Xianyu's heart was touched for a moment. Sis, you don't mention anything about me using my life to buy you medicine. At this time, Rong took a handful of cell phones and transcribed a copy of the Dala Cave Observatory's gong method. Then he looked at Gao Xianyu and said, Little Xianyu, in the event that there is such a feat, remember to give it to me. Again, still acquired at that price. Gao Xianyu's heart burst with joy when he heard this, but vaguely, I wonder if I'm asking for too little. I should have known to ask for 500 years worth of copies in the first place, but it doesn't matter. When the next time after getting the 8 strange techniques, he temporarily increased the price is not on the line. But this little thought of his had long been seen through by Rong, but it was just a playful smile, not bothering to point it out. Well, if there's nothing else, I'm going to go back and improve this feat. Maybe I'll even bring you one on my next visit. Give me a copy? Oh, you're so nice. Obviously you can just rob the money, but you still want to give me a copy of the Kung Fu. Don't. Without any hesitation, Gao Xianyu directly and decisively refused. Seeing that he didn't take the bait, Rong wasn't discouraged and just said with a slight smile, "Don't reject it just yet. Maybe you'll like the technique?" After saying that, without waiting for Gao Xianyu to reply, he disappeared into thin air. Seeing this, Gao Xianyu said arrogantly, "Don't even like it. Hell knows how much you're going to hack me for." Seeing this, Cui Yuling on the side couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. But after waiting for half a day, there was no sign of leaving. Gao Xianyu instantly understood that she was waiting for dinner, and immediately raised an eyebrow. "Sis, look at me in this state. Can I still cook? Can we wait for tomorrow?" When Cui Yuling heard this, she immediately revealed a disappointed expression. It was a meal she had been looking forward to for almost a month. As it turns out, the kid hasn't delivered so far, but when he saw Gao Xianyu's frail appearance, he could only sigh and nod his head. "Well, yell at me when you're rested tomorrow." And at the end, a reminder, "Don't forget." As the voice fell, Jade's spirit returned to the Fox Demon world. Looking at the two people who left one after another, Gao Xianyu forced himself to get up and said, "Sis, I'm going back. I'll come back in a couple days." With that, he dragged his heavy body towards the outside. "Brother, seeing you like this, sister is so heartbroken. You must recover quickly and come to see your sister in 3 days." Seeing the message sent by his sister, Gao Xianyu instantly darkened his face. "Oh, women." Then he waved his head away without looking back. About half an hour later, Gao Lian, who had returned from the mountain, entered the secret room, but as soon as he entered the house, he sensed that something was wrong. It always felt as if the daughter in the vessel had become a lot stronger. Zhang, what happened? Gao Lian quickly came closer and asked with concern. With that, he took out his cell phone and looked at the message from his daughter. Secret. Seeing that his daughter was unwilling to tell the truth, Gao Lian couldn't help but feel a pang of worry in his heart. Although it was good that his daughter's body had become strong, this kind of unexplained change always made him feel uneasy in his heart. Even for a moment, the idea that his daughter was a throwback came to him. Soon, though, the idea was gone. After all, even if it was a flashback, it was impossible for Gao Yushan to change so much, but his daughter refused to talk about it, so he had to leave it at that. Spinning around, he turned to the instrument and began to check up on Gao Yushan's body data. It turned out that the girl's current physique was even stronger than that of an ordinary person. It is important to realize that due to Gao Yushan lying in the vessel for many years, her body functions have weakened drastically. You can only rely on the medicine to keep you alive. But after a few days, this girl has recovered. What a hell! Is it hard to believe that a god has struck? However, just after Gao Lian had finished reciting this sentence, there was a flash of light in his mind and he fiercely looked at Gao Yushan and asked, "Is it your brother?" He. Seeing his daughter's acquiescence, Gao Lian couldn't help but feel ecstatic in his heart and immediately laughed. "This brat, treating you without saying anything." As he spoke, Gao Lian's eyes were already faintly brimming with tears. Over the past few years, he has watched his daughter's health, year after year, deteriorate. Even though all means have been exhausted, there has been absolutely no improvement. It can't help but worry him that his daughter could die at any moment. But I didn't expect that this youngest son of his had secretly invited an immortal to take action, so that his daughter could regain her bodily functions. This also gave him ample time to be able to continue searching for a way to restore his daughter's body. This brat, although usually not in the right shape, is still very attached to his sister's affairs. Forget about blaming him for the bowl intended one. It's just that the $400,000 hacked by the old man has to come back. Zhang, where did your brother run off to? Hearing her father's question in a bad tone, Gao Yushan simply did not respond. Seeing that she was so protective of her brother, Gao Lian did not have the heart to say, "Girl, that's the money for you to buy the medicinal liquid, a full $400,000, all paid out to your great master. Now you tell me where Xianyu is so I can go help get the money back. Isn't that your personal money? How come it's money for me to buy medicine?" Yushan Gao replied to the message with a bank statement. Looking at those familiar bathing items, Gao Lian immediately looked flustered and hastily clicked to delete. But just then, only to see another message from his daughter. "Dad, I heard you recently picked up a Cadillac?" When Gao Lian saw this message, his face instantly darkened and he said, "We had a deal. No prying into my little secrets." I didn't snoop. I just always heard Mr. Zhao and the others call you the bathroom emperor behind your back. so I'm a little curious. Enough. Gao Lian let out a low voice, the fingertips holding the cell phone lightening slightly as he said, I was there for work and had to go. Do you think all this medical equipment came for nothing? That's all your father and I pulling in the funds to get it. Girl, you should understand my father's bitterness. At the end of his words, Gao Lian tilted his head to look at the roof of the shed, revealing a look of great heartache. Although Gao Yushan couldn't see his expression, she couldn't help but spit out after hearing this. So dad, that's why you quietly opened 5 baths? But how do I remember that every time the checkout comes, it's always the guest you invited who pays the bill? Gorian, girl, you'll lose your father this way. What happened to that little cotton-padded jacket in the beginning that suddenly leaked? Chapter 131 Chapter 131 A host of immortals seeking worship and a public service on the second floor. Gao Xianyu dragged his weak body back to his room and fell asleep headfirst on the bed. For the next 3 days, he also adhered to the philosophy of going to bed early and waking up early with a column, and toned his body at ease. During this time, he also kept his promise and took the initiative to summon Chui Yuling over for a big meal. By the way, he also called out to Tushan Susu, Tushan Honghong with Qing Pupil and others, and invited them over together. It was just a meal that got more and more outrageous. I don't know where the family immortals got the news, but they all came over. First, Master Husan and Madam Husan, with a group of children and grandchildren, came to pay their respects. Upon learning that they had come to recognize their ancestors, Honghong warmly invited them to the table. Only those squinted eyes had smiled into a crescent moon. Immediately after that was the Grey Fourth Master, who came with his family to thank Chui Yuling for saving them earlier. However, faced with this kind of scene, Jade Spirit didn't seem to have a problem with it. After casually coping with a few sentences, he continued to eat in a bored manner. The family of the Fourth Grey was not discouraged by this. Grumpily, he sat down and continued to lace up. However, as soon as they were seated on their side, Huang Xianer and Chang Xianer also arrived here to pay a visit. For a while, the Gao family compound was filled with snakes, rats, foxes, and yellows. In the end, even Guan Shihua and Gao Changsuan were startled and rushed over. The feast also expanded quickly from 1 table to a dozen. However, Gao Xianyu just quit after cooking the main table. Sitting down on his ass at the table, he began to munch away. At the same time, he looked at the several immortals led by Master Husan, who were there to compliment Honghong several people one after another. Interestingly, Susu was happy to learn that she had become an ancestor and was spinning around on the ground, even generously took out Demon Xin Jai Lollipop, distributed to those juniors. It was just a pity that she had come too suddenly this time and was not well prepared. In the end, it was Gao Xianyu who took out the candies specially prepared for her and distributed them. As for Qing Pupil's few people, seeing these overly enthusiastic immortals, they were also filled with embarrassment as they dealt with them. Only Honghong, who was a social cow, could be said to have been chatting with them left and right, especially towards the Fox Fairy Child's lineage. They were acting extremely close to each other. This made Master Husan and the others see it and only think that it was an acknowledgement of their identity, and they were moved to cry bitterly. Only after chatting, the atmosphere suddenly became weird. Under the stunned gazes of Guan Shihua and the others, they only saw a group of immortals begin to continuously take out all sorts of treasures and willingly hand them over to Honghong. When he left, hard, he didn't even have a robe left on him. It ended with an even more united "Thank you," and for the next 2 days, nothing was happening. Gao Xianyu was always in good shape, preparing for the treatment of her sister. Finally, after 3 days, he came to the chamber again. As soon as he entered, he realized that Gao Lian had been waiting for a long time. "Pops, aren't you busy today?" Hearing his son's inquiry, Gao Lian said with a serious face, "It's your sister's important day, and even if there's a big deal, it's none of my business." Gao Xianyu slightly nodded his head when he saw his grave face. Knowing that he was relieved that he couldn't leave his sister alone, he purposely stood guard here, but it just so happened that to treat his sister, he needed someone to operate the machine, and Pops was naturally the perfect person for the job. But seeing his serious face, Gao Xianyu persuaded him, "There's no need to be too nervous. Today is just to help sister comb her meridians. It'll be fine." Gao Lian nodded his head and exhaled heavily. "You're old man. I've never seen any scene before. I'm not nervous at all. Hurry up and start." But as soon as his words left his mouth, he saw Gao Xian hand over a tissue and said in a serious tone, "You're not too young. It's okay to take more care of yourself. That bath on the second floor is better to go less often in the future." The corners of Gao Lian's mouth twitched as he sniffed, and with a black face, he took the tissue and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "The heart is secretly complaining. Dead girl everything to the outside. Why don't you send a notice on the internet?" Gao Xianyu looked at the embarrassed old man and shook his head with a smile, then raised his sword finger and summoned the Chuiyu spirit. Maybe it was because she had eaten 2 days before, but this time she worked extra hard. With the assistance of father and son, it only took about 20 minutes to comb through Gao Yushan's meridians. Looking at the red-faced daughter, Gao Lian's heart burst with excitement and thanked him repeatedly. Cui Yuling only hid a smile at this, then took out a notebook and handed it to Gao Xianyu. Here, Rong asked me to give it to you. When Gao Xianyu saw this, he mistook it for another bill, and immediately took it without a good grace. It's over, isn't it? The day before yesterday, Master Hu Santai was trying to join the Tushan lineage, only to be hacked by you and run back naked. And now they're running around exploiting me. Are you a fox, or are you a Chow Pao Pai? But when he opened the notebook, he found that it contained the improved Dala Cave view. This made Gao Xianyu greatly surprised, thinking to himself that this squinting eyes, when did it become so kind? For nothing? Seeing his cautious face, Cui Yuling was obviously afraid of being blackmailed, and said with a hefty smile, "She didn't say, just asked me to pass it on to you. As for learning or not learning, that's up to you." With that, she leaned forward and whispered in her ear, "Also, I'll let you in on a secret. This was specially made for you by Young. But when these words came out, Gao Xianyu's heart immediately trembled. Just kidding. I take a Tuscan root needle and she hates to make me sign a labor contract for 100 or 80 years. This is specifically for me to transform my gongfu. Wouldn't it be a direct sentence of life imprisonment? Not to be, definitely not to be. Sister Yuling, go back and tell Sister Rong that I'm stupidly qualified and can't learn this," he said, about to shove the notebook back. But Cui Yuling's body dodged lightly and smiled. "That's none of my business. My mission is accomplished and your sister is now smooth. When you have enough cultivation, then summon me over and help her remake her flesh. Bye-bye, little Xianyu." As the words fell, Cui Yuling's body disappeared into thin air. Gao Xianyu was a bit overwhelmed as he held up his notebook, not understanding what exactly Tushan Honghong was up to. What's this about buying and selling? However, Gao Lian, who was in front of the console, instantly had a lot of thoughts when he saw his son being so intimate with that Cui Yuling. This kid, he couldn't have fallen in love with this demon fairy, could he? But no wonder. This demon immortal was indeed pretty and had a good personality, so she was indeed good as a daughter-in-law. But the thing is, it's a cross-species. My old Gao family is the only one left, and I don't know if they can have an offspring after they get together. I guess I'll have to have a chat with my son about this sometime. Right, I heard about a new technician, number 88, who seems to have had a pretty tragic life. Everyone tells me about having a gambling dad, a sick mom, a school-going brother and a broken her. TSK. Just the thing to take this kid to learn about the human suffering there, so that he can understand that I'm going to the second floor, and that's a charitable favor. Chapter 132, Targeting the Tang Sect. Gao Lian frantically collects the 8 strange techniques. After combing her meridians, Gao Yushan fell asleep in exhaustion. The masters saw this and exited the chamber to the doorway. Goliath lit a cigarette and heaved a sigh of relief. Then looking to his son, he asked softly, "Seeing as how you've been out of your mind for the past few days, you want to go out again, don't you?" The sudden inquiry caused Gao Xianyu to be slightly stunned, not realizing that his old man had been paying attention to him. However, since he had been seen through, he had no intention of hiding it, and immediately nodded his head. "The old man who guarded the grave told me all about it. Now that my sister's side is done for the time being, it's time for me to go and help her collect the bills." But I had expected to be stopped by Pops again after saying that. But unexpectedly, Gao Lian just nodded his head and then asked, "Have you figured out who to go to first?" Hearing this, Gao Xianyu instantly understood that Pops was agreeing to go out. But the matter of who to go to first was something he hadn't really thought about. Just thinking about picking a random family when we get out and collecting on them. Let's see as we go. There are so many enemies, they all have to be visited one by one anyway. Seeing that his son didn't have a destination, Gao Lian faintly smiled and said, "In that case, I'll push a place for you. Tang clan." Hearing this, Gao Xianyu was somewhat surprised in his heart. To be honest, he really didn't have any thoughts of driving the Tang sect to extinction. Other than that, just the fact that the Grandmaster, Tang Jiaren, led his disciples to fight for the country was enough to prove the temperament of the Tang clan. Even if he went, he would be punishing the culprits who ambushed his sister back then and would not implicate anyone else. But now Pops even named himself to go to the Tang sect. Could it be that between the two families, there is still some kind of enmity? Why did you suddenly think of letting me go to Tang clan? Is there any hidden agenda in it? Gao Xianyu asked suspiciously. "There's nothing hidden." Gao Lian shook his head slightly. "It's just that there's a buzz going on there right now. Maybe if you go, you'll be able to curry some favor. I heard your sister say that you didn't owe a lot of money on the immortal side to get her back. Did you? Since the 8 Wonders skill pays off debts, the Tang sect's Dan devouring should be worth a bit of money as well," said Gao Lian with a sigh in his tone. It's very ungentlemanly to do so, but I can't just stand by and watch my son take his life to pay off his debt, can I? About all these things, he had heard from Gao Yushan. As for paying off the debt with her life, it was also Gao Yushan's own guess. After all, it's hard not to think twice about that theoretical yearly bill. In Gao Yushan's opinion, that must have been his brother using his lifespan as a price to ask the immortals to come out and help cure him. Therefore Gao Lian was also despondent in his heart for a long time after learning about this. In the end, it was decided that he would help his son to collect the 8 wonders techniques, as well as the skills of the various sects of watchers, and use them to pay off his debts. Gao Xianyu's heart warmed when he heard his father's words. In order not to let Pops and his sister worry, he immediately explained, "Dad, it's not as serious as you think. All I signed was a labor contract to work on the immortal side." Gao Lian was slightly stunned at his words and said with some surprise, "Working part-time? What can you do for them?" "Who knows?" Gao Xianyu shrugged his shoulders and said, "It wasn't that he didn't want to talk about it, but he really wasn't sure. Going to Tu Shan for labor looks like it should be as a red thread fairy, but Rong's recent erratic behavior made him feel that things were not so simple. In fact, hitting the beginning, he was puzzled. When he first summoned Susu, that little guy took out a contract stating that the demon he had summoned, Tu Shan, was willing to help return this favor. But relatively, he's going to sign a labor contract to help Tu Shan with his work. But the problem was that neither side was in the same world. So what could he do to help Tu Shan? Or did Tu Shan have some way to travel to the Fox Demon world? He had also asked Yaya and Rong about this matter. However, these two sisters refused to disclose a single word, and only told themselves to stay out of this for the time being. Seeing this, he responded in such a haphazard manner, resulting in the debt he now carries for more than 2,000 years. There was always time to figure things out anyway, and he wasn't in a hurry. But Gao Xianyu's answer made Gao Lian mistake his son for being unwilling to say more. Then he guessed in his heart that those demon immortals were, most likely, asking his son to do something extremely dangerous. But no matter what, he didn't want his son to be saddled with debt. It used to be that there was nothing he could do to help, even if he wanted to. But now that he knows that bocce skills pays his debts, he naturally wants to use his position to try to help his son get some more over. Alright, let's talk about these things later. Gao Lian extinguished his cigarette and said, "When do you plan to leave?" "Tomorrow." "Good thing too." Gao Lian nodded slightly, then said, "I'll go buy the tickets for you. Wait for me at home." After saying that, he didn't wait for his son to speak and walked straight towards the outside of the village. Gao Xianyu looked at his old man's departing back, his mind recalling the conversation he had just had. Tang clan is buzzing right now? I remember Zhang Chulan went to the Tang sect right after he went to the Valley of the 24 Sections, right? Could it be that he and Feng Baobao are in the Tang clan? Seems like a lot of full sects went with this trip. Among them was Ding Shimun, one of the 2 magnificent men. Does that mean I can take him on the way to brush up on my experience? I don't know what kind of physique this kid has, if he's resistant to beatings. Gao Xianyu's heart burst with anticipation as he turned around and walked towards his residence. And Gao Lian, who had already left the village at that moment, picked up the phone and dialed a number. After a few rings, Zhao Fengshu's voice came from the opposite side. "What's wrong?" "To report to you, Xianyu is going on a trip to the Tang clan." Hearing this, Zhao Fengshu on the other side of the phone frowned slightly. After a few moments of contemplation, he said, "Let him not make too much of a mess. The Tang sect has served the country well and has always been honored. There is no need to make things too difficult for them." "I know," Golan continued with a tone of voice. "Also, I want to ask you for something. Last time, because of Xianyu's reminder, we avoided Ma Xianhong being robbed and imprisoned him in the Dark Fortress. I want the Divine Mechanism 100 refinements on him to help Xianyu return the favor." Hearing this, Zhao Fengshu was suddenly puzzled. Returning the favor to whom? An immortal's favor. Gao Lian explained. That matter was calculated by an immortal. How is it not Xianyu's turn to return this favor? Zhao Fengshu, I can't really argue with your ing statement. We'll talk about this when you get back to the office, and you'll get the Dawn's side set up first. Also, have Xianyu bring back Zhang Chulan from North China. I can't believe I got mixed up with all sects in public and got involved with Nathan's Island. Simply lawless. Zhao Fengshu took advantage of the situation and yelled a couple of sentences, then hung up the phone. Gao Lian, however, smiled faintly at this, knowing that the other party was agreeing to his request in disguise. From this, it could also be seen that the son's position in Zhao Fengshu's heart was already very high nowadays. Even the 8 wondrous techniques, which were extremely valued in the past, were already far inferior. Next, it's a trip to the Heavenly Master. I remember the Tong Tian talisman. It seems that it was given to Zhang Lingyu by the old Heavenly Master. Chapter 133, Gao Xianyu is coming? The Tang clan was numb. Early the next morning, Gao Xianyu arrived at the village entrance and saw the dusty Fangya. Are you here quite early? Why do you seem to look like you haven't woken up? Hearing the greeting, Fanya said slightly tiredly. It's not even you. Suddenly talking about going to some Tang clan. I got here on a plane last night, he said, opening the car door. Get in. Gao Xianyu smiled faintly, and without being polite to her, he directly sat up. Fanya then entered the cab and skillfully took out a file and handed it over. Information on the Tang clan. Then with a tone of voice, he continued. Mr. Zhao said, he won't stop you if you want to take revenge, but don't go too far. Tang clan is still very proper. Gao Xianyu took the information and nodded his head, saying, there is an injustice. I know what to do. Hearing this, Fanya's expression was slightly surprised. Ha, why are you so nice this time? I thought it was running towards extermination again, but that was fine. It saved her from having to wipe her ass again. You know, she still hasn't finished with the Wang family side of things until now. The shadowy industrial matchmaking alone was enough to keep her hands full. After all, this kind of thing, the company can't do it openly. Otherwise it will make people feel that it is too ugly to eat. But this also attracted many foreigners who wanted to engulf the Wang family, and ordinary people who were merchants. She was able to secretly use the power of the company to maneuver around these people though. However, the process of receiving the Wang family's property was still not that smooth. When will we get to Tang clan? Gao Xianyu interrupted Fangya's thoughts with an inquiry. After starting the car, he said through the rearview mirror, if it goes well, we'll be there this afternoon, he said as he shifted gears to give gas and drove the car towards the airport. Gao Xianyu swept a glance and realized that the car had been switched to automatic, and immediately snorted. What? Starting to like electric mode? The sudden sentence caused Fanya to freeze, and then her face instantly darkened, not even bothering to pay attention to it. Just stepping hard on the gas as a way to show your displeasure. Gao Xianyu felt the powerful pushback feeling. Satisfied, opened the file and began to look through the information. The Tang sect, a mysterious sect that has been passed down for a long time. The exact date of creation is ominous. It is said to have been founded by a woman, but this can no longer be verified. The main means of its sect is known for its concealed weapons, organs and use of poison. This also allowed the disciples of the Tang sect to practice their assassination skills. Interestingly, in the beginning, all the Tang clan members were surnamed Tang and never recruited outsiders. So instead of calling it a sect, it would be more appropriate to call it a clan. It wasn't until 400 years ago that the Tang sect broke the rule of only accepting Tang surnames and began to recruit foreign surnames. It was also from that time that it became a big power that the circle could not ignore. However, due to conceptual issues, the Tang sect was still divided into the inner sect and the outer sect. The inner sect was the core, and it still consisted of only the sons of the Tang surname. Many of the high-level exotic arts can only be learned by the inner disciples. Dan devouring, for example, could only be learned by a few of the inner disciples. As for the outer disciples, it was more like the existence of an expansion to fill up the numbers. Although they also teach the exotic arts of the sect, they are ultimately unable to touch the core. But this strict differentiation was also gradually broken down after a few generations of foreign palms. And as times have changed, today's Tang clan has become a martial arts school. And like the ancient Tang clan, it was divided into an old campus and a new campus. Those kids in the new school district are average. Only after becoming an inhuman would they be taken to the old campus on the mountain to begin their real training. Gao Xianyu shook his head and smiled after seeing these introductions. No wonder Zhao Fangshu said that the Tang sect was proper. It seems that the inheritance of their sect is also very difficult. This so-called martial arts school is clearly designed to recruit talents. I'm afraid that within the Tang clan today, there aren't many sons and daughters of the Tang surname. Are there? He then continued to look through the information and realized that behind it was the information of the present-day Tang sect disciples. The first one to appear was the current sect leader, Tang Miaoxing. But now, in his external capacity, he was the principal of the martial arts school. On top of that, there was his senior brother, Zhang Wang, who was outwardly known as the director of the political education department, but was actually the current head of the outer sect. Senior brother, Tang Qiushan, belongs to the elder class. Tang Ming, a veteran disciple of the inner sect, was now appointed instructor, and many things in the martial arts school were handled by him. Beyond that, it's pretty much a new generation of disciples. Due to the mysterious nature of the Tang sect, the information of many veteran inner disciples was not recorded. It is worth mentioning here that Tang Wenlong is among the most talented disciples of the new generation. He had once participated in the Luo Tian Dajiao, but was directly eliminated by Zhang Chulan. After reading the information on the Tang sect, Gao Xianyu pondered in his mind. From the profiles of these people, it doesn't seem like there was the one who took a shot at his sister. Could it be that the man had died because the years had gone by too long? With his heart full of doubts, he looked at Fangya who was driving and asked, "Did Mr. Zhao say who was involved in ambushing my sister?" "No," Fangya responded. "Mr. Zhao deliberately checked for you, but this matter, there is no record of it. There should be someone behind it, and after those people failed, they erased the matter completely." Hearing these words, Gao Xianyu's gaze flickered as his mind wandered. It seems that the person behind this has a lot of energy. Ordinary sects and lineages simply couldn't do this to this extent. The Wang family or the Lu family? Or maybe the two families joined forces and erased the matter together. It seems the only way to find out the answer is to ask the Tang clan. In the middle of their thoughts, the two had arrived at the airport. After changing boarding passes, he got on a plane and headed straight for Don's Gate. In the meantime, Tang Sec's old campus, in a certain classroom, with Tang Miaoxing at the head, to the left and right sat Zhang Wang and Tang Tushan, and in front of the trio stood Zhang Chulan, droning on and on with his explanations. Phew, I did work with Omni-Sex, but at the time it was for a corporate mission. There was contact with them because of the all-sex people involved. Seeing him being so frank, Tang Miaoxing's gaze blazed and his tone was serious. Zhang Chulan, do you know what you're saying? In response, Zhang Chulan, however, laughed without any fear. Of course I know. Colluding with the whole sex, is it unforgivable? Wasn't my grandfather and the 35 of them crushed because they colluded with the whole nature? But times are different now. Times used to be chaotic. Rules were broken, and people had no problem keeping to the bottom line. But now, there should be no sin for a citizen to go and get acquainted with another citizen without violating public order and decency. Should there? Hearing his forceful explanation, Tang Miaoxing and the three of them all frowned, especially the hot-tempered Zhang Wang, who was about to chide a few words right away. But just as he was about to speak, he saw the door to the room being suddenly opened, and Tang Ming ran in a hurry. Gate captain, it's not good. Just now Zhao Fengshu called, saying that Gao Xuanyu is here. What? When these words came out, the three Tang Miaoxing people stood up violently. The atmosphere in the room, too, suddenly became unusually grave. Chapter 134 Life and Death Decision. Protecting the Tang sect, or breaking the rules? What? What is this plague god Gao Xianyu doing here? Zhang Wan's mouth was unclouded, and he immediately exclaimed in shock. Actually, it's no wonder he is. One must know that it was Gao Xianyu who was responsible for the destruction of the Wang family just 3 days ago, and because word has leaked out, it's making a lot of noise in the circle. The younger generation was fine, only thinking that he was quick to settle scores with the Wang family. However, the older generation understands that this mongrel is clearly using the company's name to clear his Gao family's accounts. Thus, upon hearing Gao Xianyu's arrival, Tang Miaoxing and the others' hearts sank. This kid is not coming here for good. Tang Qiushan's tone was low, and his words were filled with worry. Tang Miaoxing, who was the sect leader, was even more uncertain, as if he had vaguely guessed the other party's intentions. Is this about that incident back then? Brother Yan Lai is really something. I've long said that I can't take this business, but he got involved. Now it's good. Now that the Gao family has produced such a demon, they are starting to collect debts one by name. Xiao Ming, immediately go and inform the inner disciples and tell them to get ready. Zhang Wang, Tu Shan, you two immediately take the talented disciples and leave the Tang sect. In just a short instant, Tang Miaoxing gave several orders in succession. Seeing how nervous the sect master was, Zhang Wang let out a cold snort and said, I'm not going. Let Akiyama go. I'd like to see if this Gao Xuanyu has really grown 3 heads and 6 arms. How dare you come to destroy our Tang sect by yourself? Seeing how stubborn he was, Tang Miaoxing immediately scolded. This is not the time for your tantrums. That kid is clearly coming for what happened back then. There's absolutely no way he's going to get away with it. If you take your disciples away now, you can still leave a spark for our Tang sect. If we really wait for him to come and exterminate us, none of us will escape. This, he said, was not an alarmist statement. The main reason was the strength that Gao Xianyu had displayed. That was there for all to see. Whether it was the Heavenly Master's house destroying half of the mountain with one punch, or the power of that sword of the Wang clan, it had ruthlessly shocked the circle. Even those of the older generation of Inhumans talked about him and shunned him, although it was still not completely certain what Gao Xianyu's purpose for coming this time was. But Tang Miaoxing is well aware that the two families have a beam, and also have a deep grudge. Now that the other party had just exterminated the Wang family and was actively seeking out the Tang sect, he had to prepare for the worst. But apparently, Zhang Wang had also thought of this layer and immediately retorted, whoever runs away is a grandson. If it's not just settling scores, let him come as he pleases. Don't we have enough enemies? If we ran away when one came, then the Tang sect would have fallen apart long ago. But as soon as his words fell, Tang Qiushan's face flushed red and said, if you say so, then if I run away, won't I be a grandson? So do you guys want me to go? Or do you not want me to go? Go! Go at once! Tang Miaoxing shouted in a near roar. Don't listen to his nonsense here. It's already that time of the year, and you're still messing around here. In the past, we weren't afraid of retaliation because we had the courage to do so. But what about now? With an empty reputation, you're even on the verge of losing your own means. If that Gao Xuanyu really comes to exterminate the clan, we simply can't stop it even if we fill our lives in. Hearing these words, in the hearts of Tang Qiushan and Zhang Wang, They both sank. They understood that the bottom line that the sect master was talking about was the Tang sect's greatest skill, Dan devouring. Since the death of the former master Yang Lai, no one has practiced it. Beyond that, there is the organ. Due to the changing times, the company had taken it upon themselves to come over and explain that they were to remove all autonomous triggering organs. All of them. To this at first they were opposed, but after all their arms could not be twisted, and in the end they could only reluctantly agree. But you have to know that these organs, that are all means of defending the enemy. The near-total dismantling now also left the entire Tang clan outwardly defenseless. It's not just Tim's life. I'll give him my life. Zhang Wang let out a low roar. His eyes filled with determination. We spoiled half of someone's life in the first place. I'll take this life to settle the debt. Even if he, Gao Xianyu, is more than capable, he can't be unreasonable at all. And Zhao Fangxiu, isn't the company going to step in for something this big? Or do they want to destroy our Tang clan as well? But as soon as his words fell, Zhang Chulan, who had been silent, suddenly interjected. Guys, take it easy for a minute. I think you're misunderstanding something? When this statement came out, Tang Miaoxing's few people were stunned and looked at him suspiciously. Zhang Chulan continued. I know that what Gao Xuanyu did before will cause you to have certain misunderstandings, but the Tang sect is different from the Wang clan. There's no need for the company to exterminate you guys at all. As for Gao Xuanyu, I don't know what kind of grudge there is between you two, but I also heard a generalization through Elder Shang's words just now. The half-life you're talking about would be your Jiang, right? But with the way Tang clan operates, it's obvious that someone hired you. Take the money and take the trouble. That's your rule. If that's the case, then when Gao Xuanyu arrives, wouldn't it be better for you to directly give up the person you hired? But when he heard this, Zhang Wang immediately let out a cold snort and said in a disgruntled tone, Zhang Chulan, what do you take my Tang sect for? As the saying goes, there's a way to steal, and since we've taken this deal, we'll never give up our employer. This has been the rule of my Tang sect for thousands of years. How can it be broken on a few of us? Seeing how stubborn he was, Zhang Chulan slapped his head and said helplessly, Gentlemen, it's that time, let's forget about the rules. Is the sect's legacy important? Or are the rules important? All three of you look very cheerful. You wouldn't really take on the entire Tang sect just for such a dead rule, would you? I've been in contact with Gao Xuanyu, and I still have some knowledge of him. This kid, he's inhuman. If you piss him off, he'll do anything. Hearing these words, Tang Miaoxing and the three of them all fell silent. At this time in their hearts, they also did a strong ideological struggle. Although Zhang Chulan's remark was underhanded, it was indeed the truth. Now whether to preserve the Tang sect or to die to the rules, they had to make a choice. After about half a minute, Tang Miaoxing sighed heavily. Listen to me, organize the evacuation first. As for Gao Xianyu's side, I'll go talk to him. Also, put out the word that Gao Xuanyu is coming. I don't think Quan Sex would dare to come back after knowing that. After saying that, Tang Miaoxing turned his head to look at Zhang Wang and said in a solemn tone, if anything happens to me, it won't be too late for you to go and get yourself killed. Now that I'm still the sect leader, everything is at my disposal. Go! Follow the Akiyama organization sectors and try to leave as quickly as possible. Zhang Wang looked at Tang Miaoxing's firm gaze and took a deep breath, not bothering to retort this time. Instead, he peacefully led Tang Xiushan toward the door. Chapter 135. Chapter 135. The Tang sect is not decent, so I'm going to help you guys be decent. Kawasaki Airport. Gao Xianyu had just stepped out of the gate when he received a call from Zhao Fangsu. Xianyu, Tang Miaoxing called. Just one request. He's willing to tell you about what happened back then, and only hopes that you'll leave the Tang clan a way out. Gao Xianyu's tone sank as he sniffed. In that case, he confessed to my sister's matter. Yeah, Zhao Fangxiu said slightly despondently, but the Tang sect chief at that time was still Yang Lai. Coincidentally, not long after what happened to your sister, he was killed by Zhang Chulan's grandfather, Zhang Huai. I guess the siege of your sister should have been ordered by him as well. Hearing this, Gao Xianyu frowned slightly. This old kid, was he trying to plead for the Tang sect? So they're trying to fob me off with a dead guy? If that's the case, then I'm going to overturn their ancestral graves. He did appreciate the Tang sect's act of defending the country back then, but that didn't mean that the sister's matter could be purchased in one fell swoop. Whether you are instructed by someone, or you see the money, when you do something wrong, you have to pay for it. It was like that for his Gao family back then, and it's the same for the Tang clan today. Seeing that he had an attitude that refused to stop, Zhao Fangxiu took a deep breath and said, yes, I'll pass on your message. In addition, Zhang Chulan said that people from all sects will also go over, so I hope that you can cooperate in putting on a show. Let him roll. Before Zhao Fangxiu finished speaking, Gao Xuanyu directly refused. I'm not his old mom. I don't have time to babysit. He was well aware that the bastard had repeatedly jumped sideways between all sects and the Tang sect in order to figure out what happened back then. He's also responsible for all this. As a result, they are now running and counting on themselves. It seems like he really doesn't have any memory of the previous knockdowns. Zhao Fengshu on the other end of the phone froze, clearly not expecting that Gao Xuanyu would refuse so decisively, and listened to the very strong resistance in his tone. Could it be that Zhang Chulan had done something before that had upset this kid? Since that's the case, leave Zhang Chulan's affairs alone, and go ahead and do your own thing. But I still hope that you can leave a way out for the Tang clan and not drive them to extinction. Zhao Fengshu's tone was also quite helpless as he said this. Gao Xianyu was, though nominally, a temporary employee of the company, but he understood that it was purely for Gao Lian's sake. Otherwise, with this kid's temperament, he wouldn't have joined the company at all. Therefore he could only go along with the other party's temper when he made his request now. Otherwise, once he was pissed off, just those bad debts from before were enough for him to destroy half of the inhuman realm. Hearing this, Gao Xianyu spoke in a calm tone. You should say that to Tang Miaoxing. The survival of the Tang clan all rests in his hands. When Zhao Fengshu heard this, he instantly understood what Gao Xuanyu meant and secretly sighed. Tang Miaoxing, may you have this realization. I know, you get busy. After a response, Zhao Fengshu hung up the phone. Sitting at his desk his eyes flickered for a long time. It took about 2 minutes to dial Tang Miaoxing's number. Don's Gate. Okay Mr. Zhao, I understand. Tang Miaoxing smiled and hung up the phone, looking at Zhang Chulan in front of her. Mr. Zhao said for you to get out of here immediately and not to be thinking of doing anything else. As for your request, it was rebuffed by Gao Xianyu. Hearing this, Zhang Chulan immediately frowned and said, like this? It seems he really doesn't want to help me, said with a long sigh. Never mind, in that case, I'll leave. But sect leader Tang, the proposal I made just now, it would be better for you to consider it more. As you should have seen, this guy's got a weird temper and won't buy anyone's account. Plus his previous behavior, the whole thing is a madman. Your persistent commiseration may not necessarily lead to the stability of the Tang sect, but one thing the boy is better at is recognizing his family. So well, you'd better go and beg his family. It's much more useful than looking for Mr. Zhao. Or, if you have anyone here who can hook up with his family, hurry up and let him out. Hearing these words, Tang Miaoxing's gaze closed slightly as a hint of sternness flashed through her eyes. What are you trying to say, kid, when you've been going around in circles with me from the beginning? Zhang Chulan saw that he was getting angry and immediately scratched his head and snorted. Don't misunderstand me, I just really want to help you in the Tang clan. After all, it's a matter of life and death. If you are hesitating, it will be too late for anything when the boy arrives. Tang Miaoxing let out a cold grunt at his words. No need, my Tang sect's matters will be resolved on their own. There's nothing more for you to do here, so hurry up and go. Seeing that the other party had given an expulsion order, Zhang Chulan spread his hands and said, well, since you've said so, I'll take my leave. If there's anything I can do to help, just let me know and I'll help. Looking at his sincere expression, Tang Miaoxing simply ignored it, although he had only spent a few short hours with this Zhang Chulan. But from the other side's words and behavior, it is clear that this kid, Ghost, it seems like he's doing everything for you, but it's really all about him. In 1 second, it can play out 800 heartbeats with you. If it wasn't for this matter of Gao Xianyu, he would have been willing to utilize Zhang Chulan and Quan Sex to do something of his own. But right now, he really doesn't have that kind of mind. The call from Zhao Fengshu just now had made it clear to him that he had to give Gao Xuanyu an explanation. But Yang Lai was dead, and there was no way he could take another dead man to task. Thus now the only one who could calm Gao Xianyu's anger seemed to be him, the sect leader, and he also felt that it was for the best. At this time, Zhang Chulan saw that Tang Miaoxing was unwilling to take care of himself, so he didn't bother to make a fool of himself. After just a few pleasantries, he turned and walked out of the house. As soon as he went out, he saw Feng Baobao and Zhang Lingyu surrounding him. How was it? Feng Baobao asked with anticipation. Something happened. Zhang Chulan changed his playfulness in the room and said with a grave expression, Gao Xuanyu is here, specifically to settle the score with the Tang sect. Now Tang Miaoxing won't tell me anything. Hearing this, Feng Baobao instantly looked disappointed and somewhat disheveled. Then what? Just leave? But as soon as the words fell, Zhang Chulan's expression was slightly gloomy as he said, Sister Bauer, dare you bet with me on a big one? Seeing that he looked like he was going to die, Zhang Lingyu hurriedly advised him, Zhang Chulan, think carefully, that's Gao Xuanyu. I don't know why, but I don't think he's been treating you well. This time he's here for revenge. If you want to mess up, maybe. But before he could finish his words, Zhang Chulan immediately interrupted. Don't worry, by doing this, I'm also helping him in disguise. I just can't believe that he wasn't the least bit interested in what happened to the Gao family back then. Chapter 136, Tang Sect Chaos, Gao Xianyu becomes an old mother? 6 p.m. In front of the new Tang clan campus, Gao Xianyu looked at the empty playground, his face unruffled. However, in its heart, some anger had risen. What does Tang clan mean by this? Surprisingly, Not a single person showed up. Did Tang Miaoxing run away with all his disciples? In the middle of his thoughts, Gao Xianyu walked quickly through the new campus and walked on the path leading to the old campus on the mountain. The woods on either side of it were surprisingly quiet, and there was a faint murderous aura that filled the forest. What the hell was Tang Miaoxing thinking? Does he really intend to lead the Tang clan in a fight to the death? Gao Xianyu's face was gloomy as he took a step towards the mountain. In its mind, however, it was secretly puzzled. With the meaning Zhao Fengshu had conveyed, the Tang sect should have no intention of making a move. How is it that after just a few hours, these guys are up in arms? However, just as he was thinking about it, suddenly a few faint air-breaking sounds suddenly rose. Gao Xianyu's feet lurched and his body leaned back. Only a few tiny silver needles were seen flying past his eyes at a rapid pace. If he had taken a step forward just now, this silver needle would have entered his brain marrow. 10,000 poisons enter the body of the Dharma. Love compulsion breaks the cycle of reincarnation. Proclaim, Princess of the Southern Kingdom, Imperial Poison Breaker. Gao Xianyu's face was expressionless and his tone was cold as he recited the benediction. The stopped footsteps then continued on, not bothering to glance at the woods. Just after he left, however, a voice came. Hundo Falling Orchid. By order, in the void, Huandu Falling Orchid, dressed in a tattered cloak, slowly stepped out. Its golden pupils, coldly gazing at the forest, raised his hand and shot out several poison needles. The next moment, a muffled grunt came from the woods. Immediately afterward came a sound of branches scraping together, apparently vanishing into the distance. Hundu Lok Lan snorted coldly and did not continue to pursue. Instead, he performed the body of 10,000 poisons and floated into the air as a cloud of purple mist. There was a brief pause when it came over Gao Xianyu. After quickly scanning around, he pointed in one direction and said slowly, "There's someone over there." Gao Xianyu looked in the right direction and quickly headed forward. When approaching, they found that it was actually the Lu family siblings, surrounded by a group of young men and women dressed in black. But there was no saber rattling between the two sides. Instead, there was a peaceful chat about something. Ling Long, the name Tang Xiaobao may not be one you've heard of, but Lon No Panther, you should always know who it is, right? A young man with a mouth full of sharp teeth and blasted hair held up his cell phone in excitement. But after Lu Linglong heard this, she shouted with a look of disgust, "What the hell?" As soon as Tang Xiaobao heard this, she hastily reminded with a slightly reddened face, "Your backup club, I'm the leader of the Tanglong group, remember?" As soon as these words came out, Lu Linglong couldn't hold herself together any longer and immediately growled, "Shut up, don't mention that to me." Seeing Linglong break through the defense, Tang Xiaobao immediately looked flustered and hurriedly tried to say something. But just then, a voice suddenly interrupted them. "Lu Linglong, why are you here too?" The sudden sound caused everyone's faces to tighten as they hurriedly turned their heads to look. As it turned out, a teenager was looking at them with a bad expression on his face and was taking a step forward. "Gao Xianyu?" Before Lu Linglong could respond, a cry of alarm came from the group of black-clothed men. Upon hearing the name, everyone showed a nervous expression. His expression was guarded as he stared at Gao Xianyu, his gaze filled with scorn. The purpose of Gao Xianyu's visit had long been rumored within the Tang sect. He had come to exterminate the sect. Now that the two sides are bumping into each other here, this kid isn't going to make a direct move and start a massacre, is he? However, just as the crowd of Tang sect disciples were doubly nervous, Lu Linglong smiled happily and said, "You're here, Ginyu," he said and waved enthusiastically. Seeing this move of hers, the Tang sect disciples all sank in color. Tang Xiaobao even asked with tears in his eyes, extremely sad, "Linglong, are you in league with him? Want to join him in destroying our Tang clan?" Hearing this, Lu Linglong was slightly stunned, then her expression became embarrassed. Half a day's worth of stammering didn't come out right. However, this expression of hers fell into Gao Xianyu's eyes, and she immediately detected that something was wrong. Although he vaguely guessed what was going on, he still inquired once again, "What are you doing here? When did the friendship between the Lu family and the Tang sect become so good?" Seeing him pursuing the question again, Lu Linglong's expression tightened, not knowing how to answer. Instead, it was her brother, Lu Lin, who spoke up. "Gao Xianyu, don't misunderstand. We're not here to help the Tang sect. The reason I'm here is solely because of Zhang Chulin's commission. He went to beg my great-grandfather, Lu Jin, a few days ago and specifically asked us to accompany him." Hearing this, Gao Xianyu frowned slightly. Scanning the current situation, he wondered, "So what are you guys?" Lu Linglong, who had never opened her mouth, immediately grabbed the answer. "It's like this. Zhang Chulan didn't know what he did and made outer sect head Zhang Wang angry. Now these guys, they're just coming after us." But as soon as her words fell, Tang Xiaobao on the side immediately picked up the conversation. "It's not a siege, it's a restriction. The only two people we're targeting are Zhang Chulan and Wang Zhenxiu." He then looked at Gao Xianyu and carefully compensated with a smile. "Aside from that, there is also omnisex. We've received accurate information that those omnisexuals have blended into the Tang sect. The head of the gate said he wanted to clean up these remnants before he left. Upon hearing their 7-worded replies, Gao Xianyu frowned slightly, organizing his head. After about a few seconds passed, his expression instantly became extremely gloomy, and he immediately drank in a deep voice. "Where's Zhang Chulan? Tell him to get his ass out here." After assembling the information they had told and going through the whole thing, he realized that Zhang Chulan, this grandson, was actually making a fool of himself by using himself again. This asshole knew he was coming, but he ran to provoke Zhang Wang and angered the other party to strike. Plus, Quan Sek suddenly came here, so I'm sure he had nothing to do with it. All sorts of behavior. It's clear that this asshole is posing, is trying to make a big deal out of it on purpose, then create one, so that he is not hindered in any way, and can sneak into the back of the mountain Don Mound. As for why he's so obsessed, naturally, it was to go and find one of the 36 thieves that survived to this day, Su Xin. And a big reason why Gao Xuanyu was able to figure everything out so quickly was because he had memories of his previous life and knew many secret stories. According to the original history, Zhang Chulan repeatedly jumped horizontally, even going so far as to make a scene at the Tang clan. The underlying reason for this was to go to Su Xin and find out about the Joshan rebellion back then. Originally, he didn't even want to bother with this kind of thing, but this grandson, he even counted on himself. That would be really, really upsetting. You want me to wipe your ass for you? Then I'll take the cane and sharpen it for you properly. Let's see if you, Sunflower, can stand it. Chapter 137, Chapter 137, Under Compulsion Lu Linglong, Battle Fiend Ding Shaman, Gao Xianyu let out a roar, causing the hearts of everyone present to instantly lift, especially the Lu family siblings. When they saw his stance that looked as if he wanted to eat people, they were even more trembling in their hearts. I don't understand why he, all of a sudden, became so angry. Xianyu, what's wrong with you? Lu Linglong asked with a slightly trembling voice. Gao Xianyu grimaced and replied, "Where is Zhang Chulan?" I don't know, Lu Linglong hurriedly said when she saw him asking again. "We just ran apart. I don't know where he went." Saying that, he turned his head to look at the Tang sect disciples, but with this glance, she confused these Tang sect disciples. "No, big sister, what are you looking at us for? We came here specifically to chase after your siblings, so we don't know where the unshakable billion has gone. But, maybe go to the back of the mountain?" Just as the Tang sect's crowd fell silent, I don't know who it was, but he suddenly said. Gao Xianyu let out a cold snort at his words and immediately walked towards the back of the mountain. Seeing his murderous look, everyone subconsciously retreated to the sides, hastily making way. Lu Linglong intentionally wanted to follow, but she was tugged by her brother Lu Lin. "Don't go, can't you see he's in a rage? I don't know what the reason is, but it's certain. Zhang Chulan has really pissed off this half-breed demon king this time." Hearing this, Lu Linglong's heart instantly lifted in worry. Then he won't directly kill Zhang Chulan, right? Master Tai said that we should keep an eye on Bai Lian. But before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Lu Lin raising her hand. "What can we do if he wants to die on his own? It's useless for Spirit Jade Realist to persuade him so much, and he still has a look of conviction, thinking that he can control everything." A tone of voice followed. "Not to mention that the Great Master asked us to protect Zhang Chulan because he's afraid that he'll be embarrassed by the Tang sect. But now it's Gao Xianyu who has struck. With our strength, we can't do anything to stop it even if we wanted to." Hearing this, Lu Linglong instead said with a more sorrowful face, "That Gao Xuanyu killed Zhang Chulan. He won't be embarrassed by the Tianshi Mansion's people, right? Why don't we follow and see if we can help?" "Lurline, sis, you're very wrong. So you're looking all sad because you're worried that Gao Xianyu will cause a ruckus after he kills Zhang Chulan? No, when did you get so attached to Gao Xianyu?" Thinking of this, Lu Lin suddenly said with a serious face, "Linglong, listen to my brother. Gao Xian is only 16, so it's not quite the right time to start. You're waiting for 2 years. When that time comes, I'll have the Imperial Master personally go to the Gao family and discuss your marriage." Lu Linglong? "Ha, wait brother, what are you talking about?" Lu Linglong immediately let out a cry of surprise and blushed as she explained. "I did it to repay my kindness, nothing else." But Lu Lin acted as if she hadn't heard it and patted Lu Linglong's shoulder with a look of understanding, saying, "No need to say it, brother understands it all. You're a mother *******ing single dog. What do you know?" Lu Linglong looked at her brother's solemn expression and rolled her eyes. But before she could continue to explain anything, Tang Xiaobao, who was on the side, turned red and roared angrily. "No way, Lu Linglong is ours. Never marry. Gao Xianyu, I, the leader of the Tang Long group, will fight you." But as soon as he spoke, he was enveloped by a shadow and felt the presence of something above his head. When he looked up, he realized that it was actually a cloud of purple gas. It also seemed to outline a human form in it, as if it were a girl. It was just that those golden pupils, which were gazing at themselves with fierce eyes, said coldly, wind-twisting silk. After saying that, he spat out a purple mist from his mouth, instantly enveloping everyone, even the Lu family siblings. They were wrapped up in it. In the next moment, everyone only felt a sense of vertigo coming on. Being a disciple of the Tang sect, he instantly understood that this was a sign of poisoning. Not good. Quickly turn on the poisonous miasma. Tang Xiaobao let out a loud roar, immediately wanting to apply his energy and turn on the poisonous miasma. As a result, he realized that the air within his dantian had disappeared, and he immediately looked horrified. Even the Lu family siblings were in a state of panic, with cold sweat running down their foreheads. What's going on? Why did the air in his body disappear? But before they could continue to think deeply about it, the intense feeling of vertigo increased steeply, and then they fainted and fell to the ground one after another. Huandu Luolan swept his eyes over the fallen crowd and finally landed his gaze on Lu Linglong, revealing a thoughtful expression. This little girl, could she be Gao Xianyu's young lover? But Tu Shan had specifically explained that he wouldn't let that kid get married in this world. There was no telling what expression those vixens would show when they found out. Huandu Luolan smiled wryly and casually took out a compulsion, which he drove into Lu Linglong's body. Hey, little Xianyu, I can only help you so far. After owing so much debt to Tu Shan, you don't want to find a demon to renew your relationship, do you? This little girl, she kinda suits you. With a happy smile, Huandu Luolan turned around and flew towards the back of the mountain. In the meantime, Gao Xianyu felt a disturbance in the air within his body and glanced back with some confusion. Strange, who did Lauren meet this time? How could you hit him so hard? Just as he wanted to make a secret inquiry, a sudden scuffle rang out in the distance, accompanied by a few low roars coming from the distance. Get out of the way. This guy is not for you to deal with. You Quan sexes are quite bold, knowing that Gao Xianyu is already here. How dare you come here to fool around? As a cry fell, only a slightly thicker voice could be heard. I came here so I could meet him. Immediately afterward, another scuffle sounded. Gao Xianyu looked at the direction the voice came from and frowned slightly. Want to see me? The only one that seems to be this crazy in all of sex is the battle-crazed demon. One of the two greats of today. Ding Shiman, right? Thinking of this, Gao Xianyu quickly walked over. The main purpose of his visit was to brush up on his experience. Now that the experienced baby has appeared, it is natural not to let it go. As for Chloe Chang, it wouldn't be too late to leave him hanging for a while, and then torture him after we'd finished with this place. As we traveled along at a brisk pace, about 3 minutes later, the sky opened up in front of us, only to see a group of Tang sect disciples dressed in black standing in a clearing in front of them. In the middle of it, surrounded by a man with a reddish point on his brow and a stalwart face, Gao Xianyu instantly recognized that this person was none other than Ding Shiman. On top of that, there were two panting old men standing beside each other. One of them was the famous fierce velociraptor Xiao Luqing, the other is Mei Jinfeng. Both of them have now reached around 100 years of age. Obviously facing the siege of the Tang sect, he had already lost some of his stamina. If it wasn't for the support of Ting Shimaon, these two would have been defeated and captured. Chapter 138 Ding Shimaon invites to war. Demon King Poisonous Woman. It's so lively, how about taking me one? Gao Xianyu dropped with a cry and appeared in front of the crowd with a smile. Upon seeing his appearance, everyone's complexion tightened and they cried out in shock. Gao Xianyu, when did you get here? This last sentence was asked by Zhang Wang, the head of the outer sect. Gao Xianyu swept a glance at him and said indifferently, I just arrived and saw no one on the front hill, so I came over. Where's Tang Miaoxing? Why don't you see him coming when there's such a big mess? Seeing him directly questioning the sect leader, Zhang Wang felt bad and said in a deep voice, the sect leader has left for something, so if you have anything to do, just talk to me. But upon hearing this, Gao Xianyu let out a snort. You're not qualified enough. Let Tang Miaoxing come out. Otherwise, I'll have to find him myself. As soon as these words came out, the crowd of Tang sect's children immediately had their hearts lifted and were secretly on guard. Zhang Wang, on the other hand, took a step forward and said with an ugly face, although I'm not the sect leader, I'm still in charge of the outer sect. In terms of status, it's on par with Tang Miaoxing. Kid, I know why you came. How about I give you an explanation today? Hearing that his tone was filled with determination, the disciples around him hurriedly stopped him. Master Zhang, you must not do anything foolish. Although we can't beat this Gao Xianyu, we're not afraid of death either. Little Chen is right. Even if we die, we must die in battle with honor. We can't be such losers. Gao Xianyu, come at us if you have the guts. Seeing that the crowd was furious, they were shouting in all directions. Zhang Wang immediately changed his face and hurriedly rebuked loudly. Shut up, all of you. Look at you guys, do you still have any sense of being Tang sect disciples? Is this how I usually teach you guys? To fight the enemy head on? We are assassins, and we have never died in battle with honor. Now listen to my orders, and no matter what happens later, no one is to make a move. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Gao Xianyu. Kid, I'll take you to the master. Although he was saying this, in his heart, he didn't even want to bring Gao Xianyu to see Tang Miaoxing. Just think of luring him to a deserted place and then taking your own life in return. Gao Xianyu also sought his small mind and didn't bother at all. Instead, he turned his gaze to Ding Shaman and asked with a raised eyebrow, I just heard someone say they wanted to see me, you said? Looking at his cynical appearance, Ding Shiman actually felt an inexplicable pressure, being not overwhelmed by the other's aura, but he was surprised to perceive Gao Xianyu actually gave him a kind of inscrutable feeling, and he quickly identified the source of this feeling. It was because the other party's cultivation level was far higher than his. How is that possible? Is this kid only 16? Why does it give me the intuition that his cultivation is very deep? Is it an illusion? Nope, it's a bit ridiculous, but the feeling, it's real. This Gao Xianyu's cultivation level is indeed far beyond me. Now in his 40s, his strength as one of the two magnates goes without saying. This reputation was made by him using his fists. But now, facing a 16-year-old Gao Xianyu actually caused him to feel pressure. The most unbelievable thing was that the other party still suppressed himself from the cultivation aspect. I said it. Ding Shaman's face was incomparably grave, and his hands were set in a stance that actually had the intention of making a move. Seeing this, Xia Luqing beside him immediately looked flustered and hurriedly stopped it. Boy, you don't want to get addicted at this point. That Gao Xuanyu is on the verge of being recognized as a new generation of Jedi in the circle. If you fight him now, aren't you obviously looking for death? But in the face of Xia Luqing's persuasion, Ding Shiman is not moved at all. Eyes still firm, he looked at Gao Xianyu and slowly said, Old master, if I don't make a move today, I'm only afraid I won't be able to do so in my lifetime, so you won't have to persuade me. Hearing this, Xia Luqing frowned and let out a heavy sigh. He still knew about Ding Shaman's character. This kid wasn't competitive. He simply liked to challenge the experts as a way to keep refining himself and making himself stronger. Even joining Omnisex is because of this. To say that he was a fighting maniac would be an understatement. Only now, in this situation, he still had to challenge Gao Xianyu. Defeat was certain, but when they lost, the Tang Sex people were afraid that they wouldn't let them go. At that point, there is only death. But this kind of thing, Ding Shaman naturally understood. But upon seeing Gao Xianyu, his restless heart could no longer be calmed. He could accept defeat, but he would never allow himself to back down. No matter what the reason was, as long as he backed out tonight, then this matter would inevitably become a heart demon in the future. The state of mind was damaged and stagnant, and it was no longer possible to make progress in cultivation. Gao Xianyu, strike! Ding Shaman mobilized his innate one air and cast the protective spell Shield Light. A layer of water-like air instantly wrapped around his body. This foreign art, in terms of body protection alone, was comparable to the Golden Light mantra, just not as flexible and versatile. Seeing that he decided to make a move, Gao Xianyu revealed a satisfied smile and said, Okay, make it happen. Declare, the 5 poison type of the Southern Kingdom. Break the enemy by force. As the cry fell, the crowd all revealed curious gazes. Although they all knew of Gao Xianyu's methods, they had never seen them with their own eyes, especially Ding Shaman. His expression was incomparably more expectant. He was eager to see just how powerful a demon immortal this so-called means of summoning a true immortal could call out to. Poisonous woman, lead the way. An abrupt voice rang out, and an old woman with a head full of white hair slowly walked out in the void. Ding Shaman froze slightly, then his brows furrowed, but he wasn't being slighted because, well, the other party was an old crone. Rather, he felt that this demon immortal in front of him was simply too strong, so powerful that just the aura the other party gave off made him feel panic in his heart. In fact, not only him, even Zhang Wang, his face changed dramatically. When he learned that Gao Xianyu had come here, he had also made a point of doing his homework, knowing that the longer that benediction was recited, the stronger the demonic immortal summoned would be. But now how did the other party summon such a powerful demon immortal even with just 2 words of benediction? Are all those rumors false? In fact, he had this idea because of his ignorance of the demon's power system. The demons summoned by those long oral recitations were at the very least quasi-demon emperor strength. Now that he was dealing with a Ding Shaman, Gao Xianyu summoning a demon king-level poisonous woman was already very much looking up to him. If he hadn't learned that Su Su had been busy lately, dealing with the Red Thread Fairy's mission, this time he wanted to summon that little girl to play with Ding Shaman. Chapter 139, A Defeat of the Magnificent. Shocking the whole scene, the appearance of the poisonous granny immediately caused Ding Shaman to feel the pressure. Cold sweat continued to drip from his forehead, and his starting splitting palm was delayed. It wasn't that he didn't want to make a move, but this demon immortal in front of him simply couldn't find any breaks. Although the opponent had his hands behind his back, it looked like his chest door was wide open and there were breaks everywhere. However, that pair of stern gazes was like a poisonous snake, staring at himself in death. He was convinced that if he made the slightest move, he would inevitably be met with a thunderous counterattack from the other side. However, the two men's confrontation also made the people around them unconsciously tense. It seemed that even the air gradually solidified, making people feel more and more dull. The entire forest was surprisingly quiet. There was only the sound of a breeze rustling through the leaves. Phew! Ding Shaman took a deep breath. At this point, he was completely overwhelmed by this demon immortal's aura. Unconsciously, it had been brought into the rhythm of the other side. He knew deep down that if he continued like this, he was afraid that his mind would be crushed by this poisonous woman before he could even make a move. As a result, he began to constantly adjust his form, wanting to find his own rhythm. But alas, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't. Seeing that this was going on, he was going to lose outright. At that moment, he could no longer care about this and suddenly launched an attack with a palm strike, trying to get a head start with this. But before he could land his palm, the poisonous woman steeply appeared in front of him. Ding Shaman's pupils contracted, and shock was evident in his eyes. So fast, couldn't see her movements at all. However, as soon as this thought appeared, he suddenly felt a huge force coming from his chin. Immediately afterward, his body completely lost weight and flew backwards uncontrollably. It was accompanied by a sharp pain and a heavy fall to the ground, collapsing 3 meters away. The poisonous woman, at this moment, still had her hands behind her back and was expressionless. The left foot, which was raised high, was also withdrawn the moment Ding Shiman fell to the ground. The crowd of onlookers saw this scene and their expressions were stunned for a moment. If it wasn't for the poisonous granny carrying her feet, they wouldn't even be able to see how Ding Shiman had suffered the attack. It was so fast, it was unbelievable. Even Zhang Wang could barely see just a hint of a remnant shadow. Yasuko, how are you? Xia Luqing, who had reacted, looked at the collapsed Ding Shaman and hurriedly inquired with worry. But after waiting for half a day, I realized that there was no response either. The kick just now, although poisonous woman had only used a third of her strength, it was still not something that Ding Shiman could withstand. If he didn't have a protective shield light, I was afraid that this kick would have pierced his head. TCH, that was a little heavy-handed. Gao Xianyu sipped his teeth and sighed. I had expected this Ding Shiman to be able to hold out for a couple of hits and return the favor appropriately, but I didn't expect to be taken down with a single kick. Looks like this experience, baby, is kind of a waste. Ahem. Just then, Ding Shiman coughed violently twice. Then, under the astonished gaze of the crowd, he stood up with a trembling body. Even the poisonous granny's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. I didn't expect my opponent to regain consciousness so quickly after taking a hit. Little Nz, looking at Ding Shiman, who was back on his feet, Xia Luqing happily shouted. But just when he wanted to dissuade the other party from continuing the competition, he was stunned to realize this kid's breathing was actually extremely weak, and his gaze had become dull and lifeless. A closer look revealed that he was actually just standing there, passed out. Little Anzi, Mei Jinfeng shouted worriedly and hurriedly ran closer to check. But as soon as he reached his body, Ding Shiman fell straight down with his face facing the ground. When Zhang Wang and the others saw this, their hearts were shocked. They didn't understand what this Ding Shiman was clinging to. Why was it that when he had obviously fainted to death, he was still forcing himself to stand up and act as if he wanted to continue the fight during the period of unconsciousness? Wasn't he afraid that he would let that demon immortal misunderstand him as being provocative and kill him directly? On the contrary, the fact that Ding Shiman was defeated by a single blow actually made them feel that it was nothing more than normal. With the strength that Gao Xuanyu had shown before, not to mention this Ding Shiman, even if the old heavenly master came, he might not be able to survive a single punch. Even if he survived, it must have been because Gao Xianyu was afraid of being blackmailed by the old man that he didn't dare to kill him. Nowadays, in their eyes, if anyone dared to upset Gao Xianyu, then this kid could really be a clan for a bit. That Wang family ruins is the best proof. Yet just as the crowd fell silent, Gao Xianyu raised his hand to send the poisonous granny away, turned his head to Zhang Wang, and said, "Go, take me to Tang Miaoxing." Although his voice was calm, his words were full of non-refusal. Zhang Wang's heart trembled, and his face was cloudy, not knowing what to do for a moment. To be honest, he really didn't want to bring this bogeyman to meet the sect leader. The other party was clearly coming from a bad place, and once they saw Tang Miaoxing, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't do something. But to say that he wouldn't bring him, just now the demon immortal defeated Ding Shiman with one blow. If angry this Gao Xianyu, must Tang sect to be destroyed. After some quick weighing, Zhang Wang finally sighed and spoke in a compromising tone. "Come on, I'll take you there." Saying that, he looked at the group of disciples and pointed at the Xia Luqing trio and explained, "Keep an eye on them, no one is allowed to follow them. If the three of them dare to make a move, kill." This one word, kill, he said extremely decisively, full of killing intent. Obviously, He didn't want anyone to interrupt what was coming next. Hearing the order, the crowd of disciples instantly surrounded the Xiao Luqing trio, responding with their actions. Seeing this, Zhang Wan looked at Gao Xuanyu again and said, "Let's go." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the back of the mountain. But just as he was about to leave, he heard Mei Jinfeng suddenly shout, "Wait, please, let me go too." Upon hearing this request from her, Zhang Wang immediately sank his face. "If you move one step, I'll immediately have someone kill you." Looking at that, his face was filled with a murderous aura. Everyone present understood that this was definitely not a simple threat. If Mei Jinfeng really dared to follow him, he would definitely strike without hesitation and kill him. However, I did not expect that even after sensing Zhang Wang's killing intent, Mei Jinfeng would still not relent and said, "It doesn't matter if you kill me, just please let me follow you to the Tang Mound. I'll do whatever you want when we get there." Hearing these words, Zhang Wang's killing intent was becoming difficult to suppress. "Then you can go to hell." But just as he was about to make his move, a purple aura suddenly drifted from the sky. Zhang Wang instantly sensed that the purple chi contained a terrifying poison. Immediately, his face changed drastically and he hurriedly looked at Gao Xianyu and shouted, "Wait, you said you wouldn't do it." However, Gao Xianyu didn't even bother to pay attention to his shouts. It just turned its head to the cloud of purple chi and said, "All right, don't scare them." With a fall, Huandu Luolan put away the body of 10,000 poisons and restored his original appearance, saying, "What a bunch of cowards, what no fun." Chapter 140 Tang Sect Disciples Determination. Zhang Wang's killing heart? Looking at the Huandu Lulan who had recovered his original body, the faces of the group of Tang clan present were shocked. Being proficient in the use of poison, they saw that someone was actually able to take their own body and turn it into poisonous gas. It has been completely shattered in perception and refreshed in worldview. Although they knew that the woman in front of them must be a demon immortal, but whether it's a human or a demon, they couldn't figure out what kind of immortal technique could be practiced to turn the body into poisonous gas. It's simply mind-boggling. Can't even think about it. How did you do that? Zhang Wang's voice trembled as he asked incredulously. Huandu Lulan raised his eyebrows and said with a frivolous smile, "Want to learn? I'll teach you." However, Zhang Wang snapped out of it after hearing these words and shook his head in a hurry. "No, I'm just curious, no offense." Saying that, he also solemnly bowed to Hundu Laklan in apology. As the head of the outer sect, his technique of using poison was considered to be the pinnacle of excellence. But compared to that poisonous chi just now, the poison he had practiced in his life was like child's play. And most importantly, the form displayed by this demon immortal just now made his heart throb. Fearing that he had angered the other party, he would directly transform into a poisonous gas and poison them all to death. Huandu Lulan saw him, with a cautious look, and lost interest. Not fun. After a grumble, he turned his head to look at Gao Xianyu. "Little Xianyu, hurry up and find something fun to do. I've been suffocating inside the Demon Alliance prison for a while now." Hearing these words, Zhang Wang's heart immediately trembled. Prison? Such a watery girl. No, demon fairy. Surprisingly vicious? Gao Xianyu summoned her here. Does he really want to lose my Tang clan? Thinking of this, Zhang Wang's heart instantly rose to his throat. He hurriedly gave a glance to the group of disciples beside him, signaling for them to quickly flee the place after he and Gao Xianyu left. However, regarding his small actions, Gao Xianyu also looked at it in his eyes, but didn't bother with it. It was just a secret message to Lauren. Very puzzled. "Didn't you go to Tushan to play last time you went back?" As a result, it was fine if he didn't say it, but when he mentioned it, he immediately caused a burst of anger from Huandu Luolan. That vixen, won't let me go to Tushan. Said it would be after my release from prison. To put it bluntly, it's not because you're afraid I'll see the beginning of the white month. At the end of the heart added, "Otherwise I wouldn't have put a compulsion on your little lover to help promote the relationship between the two of you. I'd like to see what Tushan Yaya's face will look like after the two of you have deep roots in love." When Gao Xianyu saw Luolan's smug face, for some reason, his back went a little cold. It always feels like this, like she's counting on herself. However, just as the two of them were silently exchanging words, Zhang Wang suddenly spoke. "Gao Xianyu, don't you want to see the sect leader? Let's hurry and go now. If it's too late, maybe Tang Miaoxing will run away." Seeing him take such initiative, it in turn caused Gao Xianyu to be a bit surprised. This old man, is he afraid that I will make a move to exterminate these Tang sect disciples? So he plans to sacrifice Tang Miaoxing? Not to mention, Zhang Wangjin thought so. It wasn't even just Tang Miaoxing. As long as he could keep these disciples under his door, even he didn't intend to live. Go. Gao Xianyu was also unwilling to dawdle any longer and led Luolan towards the back of the mountain. Seeing this, Zhang Wang shot a glance to his disciples one after another. He himself walked quickly to the front, leading the way for Gao Xianyu. Looking at the departing two, the crowd of Tang sect disciples looked a little overwhelmed. It wasn't until the trio disappeared into thin air that someone opened their mouth to ask, What do we do? Are we really going to watch Master Zhang go to his death? At that moment, an older disciple said in a deep voice. What else, with the ability displayed by that demon immortal just now? What can we change if we go? Said the man as he turned around and walked towards the bottom of the hill. Let's go. Master Zhang is trying to leave a seat for the Tang clan. This is the only thing we can do. Right now. Hearing this, many of the Tang sect disciples were upset, but there was nothing they could do. Gao Xianyu summoned a random demon immortal and was able to defeat the two magnificent Ding Shima and with a single blow. They, the outer disciples, were even less able to make any waves. In the end, he could only look disheveled and follow behind to find his way down the mountain. However, among this group, there were still some people who did not want to leave in a nest, and looked at the descending senior brothers and sisters and said, Gentlemen, the Tang sect will be relying on you from now on. I really can't let go of the old principle and Master Zhang in my heart. I still want to go and see them. His words caused several people to chime in. Count me in. Anyway, with my qualifications, I won't be able to do much to help establish the Tang sect in the future. Why don't we go and follow the sect master and Master Zhang, and die with a bit of a bang? Yo, little pansy, you used to be so timid that you were even afraid of a mouse. What's with this sudden boldness? It's really impressive. Ha ha ha, just don't make fun of him. Can't you see his legs are still shaking? Asshole, who's shaking? Hey, you guys try to save yourselves a whole body when you die, so that I can erect a monument for you to bury when I come back. Forget it, didn't Master Zhang say that we are assassins ourselves, and dying in a corner where no one knows is where we belong? Little Li is right. Let's settle this final battle the Tang sect way. Just like that, the dozens of Tang sect disciples split into two waves. A batch of eyes were determined and the battle was high as they headed towards the back of the mountain. A group of strong tears, head and shoulders trembling towards, slowly down the mountain. In the meantime, Gao Xianyu quickly arrived at the back of the mountain under Zhang Wang's leadership. In its face now, many boulders more than one person high appeared. All of them were engraved with various symbols, which were very strange. This is? The bored-looking Huan Du Lulan's eyes flashed with a hint of novelty after seeing these symbols. Zhang Wang had no intention of hiding it and explained directly. This is our Tang sect's organ. It's specialized in protecting the Tang Mound, a total of 9 formations. But don't worry, since the establishment of the company, we have removed all the organs. Here, at the end of his sentence, his words were full of helplessness. But Hundu Lokran spoke up. I'm talking about the symbols on the stone. Zhang Wang was slightly stunned and turned his head to look deeply at Huan Du Luolandao. What's written on this is my Tang sect's mastery, the Dan Devouring's route of transportation. Dan Devour? Hundu Lulan looked at the symbols and said with interest, quite an interesting little thing. Hearing this, Zhang Wang was speechless. Do you want to hear what you're saying? My Tang sect's Dan Devouring. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's comparable to the 8 wondrous techniques. How come you're a funny little thing now? Oh, right, oh yeah, you're a demon immortal. That's fine. At this moment, Zhang Wang suddenly felt a pang of heart fatigue, but in its heart, a bold idea arose. Although this demon immortal was powerful, Gao Xianyu himself was not good. If Su Xian used his Dan Devouring sneak attack, he might be able to kill him outright. Chapter 141 Arriving at the Tang Mound. Each had their own calculations. The idea of killing suddenly arose in Zhang Wang's mind, a thought that even he himself was shocked by. I don't know where I went wrong to dare to venture such a thought, thinking that Gao Xuanyu had the protection of a demon immortal who transformed poison with his body, not to mention whether or not Dan Devouring could succeed in his sneak attack. Even if it did come true, it would only be dissolved by this demon immortal, though the idea is absurd and even a bit unrealistic. After all, Dan Devouring was using air to transform poison, and it was not easy for the enemy to notice after casting it. And after poisoning, it will quickly destroy the meridians of the poisoner, and can cause pain to the point of madness. So as a matter of common sense, there is simply no one to solve the Dan Devouring. Even the poisoner can't undo it. But the problem is, this kid Gao Xianyu, he just doesn't fit the mold. Who's decent enough to summon the true form of a demon immortal? This demon immortal, in particular, looked like an ancestor who played with poison. Gao Xianyu had summoned her here, making it clear that he was deliberately targeting their Tang sect. It's even highly likely that it was there just in case Dan devoured it. Thus his idea of having Su Xian sneak attack with Dan devouring was clearly fanciful. But Zhang Wang was also an old man, and quickly thought of all this. Immediately, he collected this unrealistic idea and honestly led the way ahead. But he didn't know that it was the dismissal of that thought that saved his life. Don't look at him as an assassin, good at hiding his killing aura. But Huan Du Luolan's perception was definitely beyond his imagination. Back when he first rose to kill, Lauren had sensed it, and a pair of eyes, always on guard, always staring at his every move. It wasn't until he had dispelled the thought that he slowly put away the poison needle hidden in his right hand. Count on your old man's sense of humor. A cold snort escaped from the heart of the Hun of Falling Orchid, and on the surface, as if nothing had happened, he silently followed behind. Gao Xianyu, on the other hand, followed quickly from the very back and came behind Zhang Wang. This old boy, was he trying to kill me just now? Nope, he doesn't have it. I think it was supposed to get Su Xian and Tang Mao to make a move and use Dan Devour to sneak in. Gao Xianyu secretly contemplated, raising a few points of caution in his heart. Even though he had the protection of Huan Du Lulan, he didn't believe that Dan Devourer could do anything about it. But you can't be too careful, and you should pay some attention when you need to. And with each of the three having their own thoughts, they were all speechless all the way. Soon, it came to the 9th formation. A few people looked around and realized that the place was a mess. There were even many triggered organs on the ground, and there were obvious signs of a fight. Looks like someone got here before us. Gao Xianyu spoke with deep meaning. Zhang Wang, however, frowned and said with an angry face, "It's just a couple of little brats. Don't pay any attention to them. Our people should have taken care of it," said some worriedly looking in the direction of Tang Zuka, secretly wondering in his heart. Strange, why are all the disciples I arranged here gone? And Tao Tao, wasn't she told to notify the inner disciples to evacuate Tang Mount together? Could it be that something had changed because of this little bastard Zheng Chulan? Gao Xianyu saw his worried face and turned his head to look deeper into the woods, and instantly understood what was going on. Come on, it looks like it must be pretty busy in there. Then without waiting for Zhang Wang to reply, he took the lead and walked towards the front. Fearing that something might happen to him, Lok Lan followed closely behind, always keeping the two within 3 paces. As he watched the two of them walk towards the Tang Mound, Zhang Wang took a deep breath and then quickly followed them. The three made their way through the woods to a stone cave. At the entrance of the cave there is a 1-person high stone monument with the words Tang Mound written on it. "Here it is," Zhang Wang said, his eyes glancing around. It was reasonable to say that in front of this Tang Mound gate, there would normally be inner disciples guarding it, but now it was empty, and there was no sign of a fight around it. Seeing this bizarre scene made Zhang Wang feel even more apprehensive. I don't understand what this senior brother, Tang Miaoxing, is up to. However, Gao Xuanyu had an indifferent face and looked into the depths of the Tang Mound, his eyes flickering. It was already this time. Tang Miaoxing wouldn't still be thinking about inheriting the Dan Devouring, right? According to one person's normal history, Tang Miaoxing actually had 2 meanings when he introduced Zheng Chulan and the others to the Tang Mound. The first was to impact the Dan Devouring, hoping that he would be able to master the Tang sex mastery in the final stage of his life. Secondly, it was a setup, trying to get the company to recognize Su Xian's existence in disguise through Zheng Chulan, trying to clear his name. Su Xian, as the only person in the Tang sect who had mastered the Dan Devouring, was also the backdoor left by Tang Miaoxing. Once he failed to impact the Dan Devouring and died, then the position of the sect leader would be passed on to Su Xian. In public, this old man, is he trying to make a last stand? Not to mention that the ending is doomed to failure, and even if it does succeed, what's the point? Does he really think that this account of my sister can be written off? Go! Gao Xianyu's face was slightly gloomy as he walked straight towards the cave. Zhang Wang also saw his dissatisfaction, and a heart lifted. Damn, why is this kid suddenly angry? And senior, what the hell do you want? Those disciples of the inner sect, haven't they withdrawn yet? Thinking of this, Zhang Wang was apprehensive and followed behind with worry. The three of them had walked for about 2 minutes when they suddenly heard Tang Miaoxing's voice from inside. Zheng Chulan, what do you mean by trespassing into my Tang sect's holy land with your whole nature? Do you really think that I wouldn't dare to kill you? In the face of this inquiry, several seconds passed before Zheng Chulan was heard to say righteously, Master Tang, don't misunderstand. I'm here, of course, to stop omnisex. This nonsense. A sigh then came, and immediately afterward, Zheng Chulan was heard to continue. It's a pity, kid, I'm not capable enough to stop this omnisexual demon. When he said this again, the words were full of despondency, as if he was blaming himself. After Tao Tao and the others on its side heard this, they immediately looked furious. I can't wait to go up immediately and beat this unshakable Billion severely. To think that they had just been at the 9th formation. They had fought with all their might to stop Zheng Chulan's few people from coming in. But this grandson is also tactful and has a mind to run in. If it wasn't for Bone Scraper Xia he being too difficult to deal with, wouldn't they have let this grandson in? But in the face of Zheng Chulan, who was talking nonsense with his eyes open, Tang Miaoxing burst out laughing and said, that's not going to be easy now. We claimed, back then, to have dealt with the disciples on the list of 36 thieves. In today's situation, either this senior brother of mine really dies, or you guys die here. he said with a lull in his tone, then continued, Gao Xianyu, or do you have any other good ideas? When these words came out, everyone was stunned, and then they all looked towards the cave entrance. Only Gao Xuanyu looked at Zheng Chulan with a gloomy face and eyes containing a murderous aura, and said, Son thief, have you thought about how to die? Chloe Chang, Chapter 142 Chapter 142 Chapter 142 36 Thieves Su Xin, Zheng Chulan dangerous. In the face of Tang Miaoxing's inquiry, Gao Xianyu simply ignored it. He just looked at Zheng Chulan with a stern gaze and asked in an icy tone, Son thief, have you thought about how to die? Seeing that Gao Xianyu's words contained a murderous aura, Zheng Chulan's body instantly trembled and said in panic, Gao, take it easy, let me explain. I'm doing all this for us, he said, raising his hand and pointing to Su Xin. Have you seen this one? He's Su Xin, one of the 36 back then. His old man must know something about what happened to the Gao family back then. Saying so, his eyes looked to Su Xin for help. Master Su, say something, otherwise I'll really be slaughtered. Looking at his pleading face, Su Xin, who was playing chess, stopped in midair with his chess piece in hand. He first glanced at Zheng Chulan, a trace of dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes. Obviously really blame. This sworn brother's grandson has so many ghostly hearts. It was clearly for his own sake that he had broken into the Tang Mound to see himself. As a result, it now backfires and says it's for someone else, putting it all on his head. He then glanced at Gao Xianyu again and curiously surveyed it. Being in this Tang Mound, he would have been unaware of what had happened outside recently. However, just now, Tang Miaoxing mentioned this person one after another, and his words were filled with worry. Listening to that, it even seemed to threaten the survival of the Tang sect. The most crucial thing was that Tang Miaoxing had also repeatedly warned not to make an enemy of him, and don't even think about resisting and sneaking up on your opponent with Dan Devour. This made Su Xian's heart filled with curiosity, wanting to see just where this Gao Xianyu was, but I didn't realize that it was just a teenage brat. Back then, the Gao family wasn't involved in capturing us, so I don't know anything about the Hai family, Su Xian said in a flat, truthful tone. It was a matter of the rise and fall of the Tang sect, and even though Zheng Chulan was the grandson of his sworn brother, he would never hitch the Tang sect to it. As for the Gao family, he didn't really know what had happened. When the matter of the 36 thieves broke out, he and Dong Chang, who was a fellow 36 thief of the Tang sect, were quickly captured by their masters and brothers. Since then, he has been imprisoned in this Tang Mound. There's absolutely no knowledge of what's going on out there. However, when Zheng Chulan heard this reply, he suddenly looked flustered. He had never expected that Su Xian would be ignorant of the Gao family's affairs. That's not true. Isn't it rumored that Gao Gang, one of the 36 thieves, was a member of the Gao family? The reason why Gao Xianyu had destroyed the Wang family was also because of what happened back then. How come Su Xian looked as if he was completely unaware of it? But how could he have thought that this news was spread by Zhao Fangshu and the Gao family? Jointly, due to the news of Gao Xianyu's extermination of the Wang family, it was leaked in advance. Therefore both parties decided soon after the meeting, using this reason, to cover up the truth that Gao Xianyu, in a fit of rage, exterminated the Wang family. It made the whole thing seem, on the surface, to be a feud between two great families. In this way, not only did it protect Gao Xianyu in disguise, it also took the company off the hook completely. And because of the importance of the matter, so this thing, the whole company only Zhao Fangshu know, never told others. But Zheng Chulan did not know the truth and was convinced of it, and immediately asked, Master Su, it's that time of the day, so don't make fun of me. It's all spreading like crazy out there now. That Gao Gung, one of the 36 back then, was a member of the Gao family. Hearing this, Su Xian recoiled and said with some surprise, oh, he's actually from the Gao family? Then he rubbed his chin with one hand and muttered, this kid, he's hiding so deep. Then he looked up and said in a serious tone, I only know that he comes from a stream of air. Indeed, I have never heard him mention his family history. I didn't expect him to be from one of the four great families, the Gao family. However, he soon realized why Gao Gon was hiding his identity. Renegade a stream of air and join the full sex. In those chaotic times, this was an absolutely fatal blow to a family. Even the four great families could not bear the consequences. Once the matter was exposed, it was bound to be extinguished. However, when Zheng Chulan saw his surprised look, his entire body was also confused in place. He could clearly perceive that Su Xian was definitely not pretending on purpose. The other party really didn't know that Gao Gang turned out to be a member of the Gao family. Done. Really played it off this time. Zheng Chulan's heart trembled as he subconsciously stepped backward. At this moment, Gao Xianyu, who was standing at the doorway and was always silent, suddenly opened his mouth and said, have you finished your last words? I'll send you on your way now. Hearing this voice filled with killing intent, Zheng Chulan's pupils instantly contracted and he sucked in a mouthful of cold air. He knew that Gao Xianyu was definitely not joking. This guy really wants to kill himself. Brother Gao, it's not necessary, is it? Zhang Chulan instantly dripped with cold sweat and forced out a smile as he said, "You're kidding me, right? It's true that it was wrong of me to use you, but no matter what, it's not a crime punishable by death. Not to mention that we are still colleagues. If you really kill me, the company will not be able to explain." But before he could finish his words, Gao Xianyu was already walking towards him while letting out a cold snort. "Who the do I need to answer to for killing you?" As he spoke, he had already raised his sword finger, intending to recite the mantra. But right at this moment, a 6 or 7-year-old girl suddenly ran out from behind the crowd and blocked Zhang Chulan with open arms. And with a kitchen knife in his hand, he looked at Gao Xianyu with a guarded expression. "Stay back." As she spoke, the air in her entire body continued to rise, and it was actually unusually large. Even Su Xian and Tang Miaoxing and the others had expressions of surprise when they saw this. They were imagining how this girl, who was only 6 or 7 years old, possessed such a powerful cultivation. Could it be that there is another demon in this world, one that can be compared to Gao Xianyu? However, Gao Xianyu snorted at this. Looking at the cool Feng Bao Bao girl in front of him, he spoke in a gloomy tone. "So the person who sneaked up on me with a silver needle in the woods just now was you, Feng Bao Bao. You and Zhang Chulan really like to play dead." Yes, this girl is none other than Feng Bao Bao. And the reason why she became like this was because she was hit by Huan Du Luolan's return to fledgling poison needle. This poison is extracted from a kind of poisonous and incomparable, and can grow into a larva from the old age in reverse, and finally shrink into an egg and die, return to the old age to return to life on the body of the insect. Anyone who is poisoned will have their body reversed and return to a state of youth. However, what made Gao Xuanyu and Huan Du Lulan strange was that after the poisoned person's body returned to a young age, their cultivation would also drop to the corresponding age. In other words, the current Feng Bao Bao should only have the cultivation level that he had when he was 6 or 7 years old. But her heir, why is it still so huge? Could it be that she had possessed such a profound cultivation since she was a child? Chapter 143. A bold idea to expose Feng Bao Bao's secret. Seeing that Feng Bao Bao, who was only 6 or 7 years old, possessed such a profound cultivation level, this made Gao Xianyu surprised. In his heart, he could not help but wonder, could it be that Feng Bao Bao's talent was really that terrifying? Or is it that this woman, from her mother's womb, has been practicing? But all of a sudden, a flash of light went through his mind and he associated it with the rootless. Could it be that all of this is his doing? Plus, Feng Bao Bao is harboring the secret of immortality. It reminded him of a possibility. Rootless may well want to make gods. The moment this idea came out, even Gao Xianyu himself felt that it was a bit absurd. One person is not the world of the feudal gods, so where are the gods and goddesses? Throughout the entire history of the inhuman realm, whether it was Zhuge Wuhou, or Zhang Daoling, the ancestor of the heavenly master's house, and so on, these people, all of them, were of outstanding natural talent, but even they have not become immortals and gods. From this, it can be seen that this side of the world has already sealed off the path to immortality. The so-called gods and immortals refer more to a realm of cultivation. Could it be that this rootless being had really discovered the path to immortality? This thought instantly caused Gao Xianyu's curiosity to flourish. The eyes that looked at Feng Bao Bao also gradually became strange. Interesting. In that year's Tushan rebellion, the 36 thieves died and fled. Even the unaccounted-for Valley Terrible Pavilion is known to be hiding in the ancestral tomb of my Gao family. The only thing that disappeared without a trace was this rootlessness. The amnesiac Feng Bao Bao then appears out of nowhere and is picked up by the Su family on the road. And the reason for the amnesia seems to be because the soul has been severely damaged. Thinking of this, Gao Xianyu suddenly realized a problem. Although he knew that Feng Bao Bao could live forever, he had no idea what exactly caused it. For practicing some special technique? Or has the body and soul been transformed? In other words, Feng Bao Bao being the daughter of the rootless. If even she can live forever, then isn't rootlessness also? In an instant, Gao Xianyu suddenly came up with an idea. A way to cause chaos in the inhuman world and, quite possibly, even force out the rootless. Zhang Chulan, you've been painstakingly calculating everywhere, claiming that it's for your grandfather that you want to pry into the secrets of the Asian rebellion. But actually in your mind, is that really what this is about? The sudden question caused Zhang Chulan's heart to instantly tremble, and a bad premonition instantly rose in his heart. What did Gao Xianyu mean by that? Could it be that he already knows Sister Bao's secret? No way. The secret had been so well kept that he could never have known. Zhang Chulan's heart was flustered and became apprehensive. But still, he was strong and calm, barely squeezing out a smile and said, "Brother Gao, what kind of words are those? My grandfather died for what happened back then. There's nothing wrong with me being a grandson and wanting to know the details, is there?" Seeing that he was still messing around, Gao Xianyu let out a snort and said, "Yeah, then you're a real grandson. Could it be that you explored the secrets of the Tushan rebellion? Not to help this Feng Bao Bao, Find his family? Hearing this, Zhang Chulan's mind instantly went blank. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and even his body trembled uncontrollably. However, Gao Xianyu did not have the slightest intention of stopping and continued to say with a smirk, "If you ask me, you shouldn't bother. She's got to be about 100 years old by now anyhow. Even if she had a family, they're all dead. Not to mention that a while ago when you went to the Valley of the 24th Festival, didn't you already know who her father was? Gao Xuanyu, shut up." Hearing this, Zhang Chulan roared as he completely lost control. Then the innate air within his body erupted, instantly transforming into a ray of lightning that went straight to attack Gao Xianyu. Its speed was so fast that it had already reached close by in just the blink of an eye. Immediately, the right hand wrapped in thunderlight was raised high, containing a strong killing intent, violently stabbing towards Gao Xianyu's throat. The ruthlessness of the strike was completely without the slightest bit of mercy. But the next moment, his hand abruptly stopped in midair, unable to advance a single bit. On its side, Huandu Lulan grabbed his arm in a death grip and said coldly, "Trying to kill Xianyu? Do you think I don't exist?" Then with a little force from the palm of his hand, he heard a crunch. Zhang Chulan's right arm, which was instantly twisted in a bizarre position, was directly fractured. With that, Lauren pushed lightly with his palm and sent him flying violently, falling several meters away. Zhang Chulan, Feng Baobao let out a cry of surprise and rushed forward to check the situation. Zhang Lingyu, who was not far away, also looked flustered when she saw this scene and hurriedly blocked in front of Zhang Chulan, looking at Gao Xuanyu. "Gao Xuanyu, I admit that Zhang Chulan did not do the right thing in this matter, but you didn't have to actually kill him." "Shut up," Gao Xianyu was all in a low voice, his tone gloomy. "Are all of you from the Heavenly Master's mansion used to being arrogant? When he made a move to kill me just now, you didn't come out to stop it. Now instead I'm going to kill him and you're coming out to tell me what to do. Zhang Lingyu, get out of the way. Don't force me to waste you together." Seeing that Gao Xianyu had become truly angry, Zhang Lingyu's expression tightened, and for a moment, he did not know what to do. However, the Tang sect disciples on its side all watched with their eyes and noses, completely treating them as if they didn't see it. Kidding aside, they, the Tang clan themselves, still don't know what to do. It wasn't like Zhang Chulan had anything to do with them, so the hell would bother with such idle matters. In case he pissed off this mixed-up demon king, then the Tang clan would really open the table en masse. "Zhang Chulan, don't play dead for me. Aren't you trying to kill me? Get up!" Gao Xianyu let out an explosive cry, his murderous aura rising. Hearing this scolding, Zhang Chulan covered his right arm and slowly got up, his face hard to see. With the assistance of Feng Baobao, he took a step closer and said with difficulty, "Gao Xianyu, you want to kill me, no problem. I can give you this life, but I beg you, don't make things difficult for Sister Bauer." Gao Xianyu let out a cold laugh at his words. "Beg me? Are you qualified for that? But don't worry, I won't let you die so painfully. Don't you pride yourself on being smart and like to count? Why don't you take this time to think about how you're going to cope with your future outlaw career with Feng Baobao?" Hearing these words, Zhang Chulan's face suddenly turned pale. At this time, however, he heard Gao Xianyu continue, "When I was in Baiyu village, I was too lazy to bother with you, playing the bad guy for no reason and making things difficult for Shander at every turn. Don't think I don't know. Don't you just want to stand against the crowd so that Xiao Zizai and the others will have the idea of treating Feng Baobao as one of their own? But what do you think will become of them if they know that Feng Baobao has the ability to live forever?" When these words came out, everyone present was greatly shocked. Tang Miaoxing even violently stood up and exclaimed in extreme shock, "What? Everlasting life?" For a moment, everyone's gazes looked towards Feng Baobao. The atmosphere in Tangmound was also instantly tense to the extreme. Chapter 144, doing the same thing to others. After hearing that Feng Baobao could live forever, everyone present was shocked. Eyes were turned toward her with expressions of disbelief. Even Zhang Lingyu was filled with shock. Bone Scraper Xiaha, who had come with them, all revealed a strange look. Zhang Chulan was the only one whose face was ashen, only feeling a heavenly rotation. He did not expect that Gao Xianyu would be so heartless as to make Feng Baobao's secret public in public. To do so would undoubtedly be tantamount to sentencing them to death. From now on, the inhuman realm will surely raise their eyes to the enemy, and there will be no more place for them to stand. After all, the words immortality are enough to drive anyone crazy. "Sister Bauer, run!" Zhang Chulan barely hesitated and immediately let out a low shout. Then the thunder light of his entire body flourished, wanting to open the way for Feng Baobao. But before he could make any moves, the thunder spell on his body suddenly disappeared. The innate air in his body was even more wiped out. "What's wrong with me?" Zhang Chulan's eyes snapped round with a horrified expression. Feng Baobao, who had originally already wanted to flee, also discovered his abnormality at this time, and hurriedly stopped and inquired, "What happened? Why do I feel that your air has all disappeared in an instant?" But as soon as her words fell, Huandu Falling Orchid instantly appeared in front of the two of them. A pair of golden pupils, playfully surveying them, said, "Don't worry, I've only poisoned him a bit to nullify his cultivation. It won't hurt his life. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Chulan was instantly dumbfounded in place, his eyes staring blankly at Huan Du Lulan. My cultivation is wasted? Doesn't that mean I'd become an invalid? Seeing him frozen in place, Feng Baobao took a step forward and blocked between him and Lauren with a guarded face. What do you want? Though she was usually a bit of a nerd, she understood the current situation. If they didn't leave in a hurry, not to mention whether the Tang sect would make a move against them, even Gao Xianyu would never let them go. But the problem was that this demon immortal in front of him, who was blocking the way, was like a huge mountain that could not be crossed. Coupled with the fact that Zhang Chulan had lost all of his cultivation, it was already impossible for him to escape. What for? Honda Falling Orchid let out a cold laugh and raised his hand to strike with a palm. Feeling the powerful demonic force contained in that palm, Feng Baobao immediately changed his face and did not dare to resist it at all. The body instinctively retreated backward, along with bringing Zhang Chulan behind it, fleeing from the original spot. But I didn't realize that Honda Falling Orchid's movements were even faster. Before they could get their stature stabilized, they were already stopped in the way of retreat. Feng Baobao's face changed as she raised her hand and chopped out the kitchen knife in her hand. Lauren ignored this, but his left hand violently pinched Zhang Chulan's chin and opened his mouth. Then his right hand took out an insect egg and threw it directly into his mouth. Eat it for me. Lauren was in a low voice, his left hand closing his mouth, both fingers sliding down to the throat. Zhang Chulan only felt a sharp pain coming from the neck of his erection and instinctively made a swallowing motion while swallowing the insect eggs in his mouth. It was also at this time that Feng Baobao's chopper slowly fell. Honda Falling Orchid made a dashing turn and dodged the attack extremely handsomely. The body then turned into a shadow and disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at Gao Xianyu's side. Is that all that's needed? No need to give the little girl 2 more stitches? But I have a way to keep her at that age forever, Lauren inquired, his gaze constantly sizing up Feng Baobao. Truth be told, when she learned that the girl could live forever, she was all moved. If it wasn't for the fact that the 2 worlds could not be crossed, one could not wait to immediately take them captive and study them. Once she obtained the secret of the other party's eternal life, when she succeeded in renewing her bond with the beginning of the month of Pingqiu, she would no longer be able to suffer from the pain of waiting for this cycle of reincarnation. There's no need for that. Having that Earlbeak beast's bug egg inside Zhang Chulan's body is enough to make them suffer, Gao Xianyu said with a mysterious smile as he looked at Feng and Zhang. And the earbeak beast in his mouth was a product of the fox demon world. As for the demon's ability, it was also very simple. It was to make people unlucky, and it was of that very unlucky degree. It's no exaggeration to say that it can even reach the point where, with a mouthful of cold water, you can choke to death. Now Zhang Chulan had lost all his cultivation, and Feng Baobao had turned into a 7 or 8-year-old child. Although it could be restored to its original form, it would be 7 days later. By the time the secret of her immortality spreads, they'll have to fend off bad luck as well as avoid pursuit for the next few days. One can only imagine what these two are about to face. It was also at this moment that the crowd, who were in shock, finally came back to their senses. Tang Miaoxing was even more unable to contain the shock in her heart and looked at Feng Baobao and asked, "You have really lived for 100 years? Hearing this inquiry, Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao's bodies both trembled. They heard that greedy tone in Tang Miaoxing's question. Although the other party was trying their best to hide it, it was still detected by them. But before the two could reply, Gao Xianyu took the lead. Tang Miaoxing, do you still have the heart to think of others? How does the Tang clan plan to account to me for my sister's debt? Tang Miaoxing was shocked at his words and cursed himself for being confused. I can't believe I forgot about this bogeyman after hearing about immortality. After a moment's pause, he spoke in a determined tone. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer for what happened back then. It's just that I'm curious. Is it true when you say this girl child can live forever? For that matter, he really cared. Not for himself though, but for Su Xin. Now he was in his twilight years as the only person in the Tang sect who had mastered the Dan devouring. If he could steal that method of longevity and use it on Su Xin, then the Tang clan would never have to worry that there would be a break in this stance. Naturally, it is true. Gao Xianyu gave an affirmative reply and continued, but I advise you not to hit on her. After all, this woman and Su Xin still have quite a connection. Upon hearing this, the crowd was stunned. Even Su Xin, pointing at himself, wondered, what does it have to do with me? Gao Xianyu smiled indifferently and looked at Feng Baobao. Don't you think she looks like one? For example, the one who invited you to bond together back then. Rootless. At these words, Su Xin stood up in excitement and exclaimed, What? You mean she's the daughter of the Rootless? He had remembered that Rootless had said he had a daughter, only he had never seen her. But if what Gao Xianyu said was true, then wouldn't this Feng Baobao's age really be close to 100 years old? However, right at this moment, a demon with a double-horned head and an aquamarine body suddenly arose within Zhang Chulan's body, and with a big mouth, he was still yawning and stretching in an extremely humane way. However, the next moment, it revealed a bad smile, and then its body continued to expand, quickly wrapping Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao inside. Two black threads were then born within their bodies, connecting them to the duo. But for this change, not to mention Feng and Zhang themselves, even Su Xian and others did not realize. In the entire field, the only ones who could see the ear-beak beast were Huandu Luolan and Gao Xianyu. Chapter 145. Chapter 145, The First Signs of Bad Luck. A secret letter from back then. Following Feng Baobao's secret, Gao Xianyu along with her life was also exposed. Among the younger generation of Inhumans, the only one who acted surprised was Xiahe, who was all sex. As the former head of all sex, rootless, she naturally knew about it. But I didn't expect that this unseen sect leader would still have a daughter. As for the older generation of foreigners, all of them had shocked faces and showed expressions that were hard to believe. Su Xian was even more complex, looking at Feng Baobao with an agitated expression. Like, indeed it does. With that, he actually wanted to go forward and take a closer look, but just as he made a move, Tang Miaoxing's expression, which instantly became incomparably gloomy, immediately drank. Like hell. Su Xian, what do you want? Have you forgotten what you promised the old sect leader back then? Upon hearing this chortle, Su Xian snapped back to his senses. His expression flustered for a moment. The memories in his mind were also instantly pulled back to 70 years ago. He was only in his 20s at that time. However, due to his association with the all-sex master, Rootless, and the other 34, it resulted in becoming the 36 Thieves, as others call them. This included, among other things, fellow disciple Dong Chang. As a result, when the matter was exposed, he and his senior brother were quickly captured and returned to the Tang sect. The old sect leader at the time imprisoned them in this Tang mound, but they, who should have been executed, were given another option. It is to sever all ties with the 36 Thieves and become a vessel for Dan Devour. However, Dong Chang is a man of love and loyalty, and would rather choose death than betray his sworn brother. On the contrary, it was Su Xian who, in order to survive, ended up not only breaking ties with the 36 Thieves and drawing a line in the sand, even willingly enduring that inhuman pain, he successfully practiced Dan devouring and became a vessel. Unfortunately, even so, it was impossible to leave Tangzuka by half a step for the rest of his life. Until today, this stale past, like a walking lantern, flashed through Su Xian's mind. Suffice it to say, it was the last pain he wanted to talk about. Whether it was the determination of the old sect leader or seeing the executed Dong Chang with his own eyes, all of which left him with a tormented conscience for countless days and nights. Now that it was so hard to fade away, it was Tang Miaoxing's words that once again evoked this painful memory. No, I haven't forgotten. Su Xian clasped his head with both hands and said with a pained expression on his face, with old tears in his eyes, his body kept retreating towards the back. It looks like he's avoiding Feng Baobao, but it's more like he's trying to get away from himself back then. But at that moment, a sudden crack came from the top of the stone cave. Immediately afterward, a huge boulder actually fell down right above Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao. Look out! Feng Baobao let out a cry of alarm and hurriedly pushed Zhang Chulan away. He himself utilized the reaction force and stepped backward in a smooth manner. Bang! A loud noise was emitted, and a half-meter-long conical pointed stone fell to the ground and shattered. Zhang Chulan, who had been pushed to the ground, watched the stone fall on where he had just stood, and a chill ran down his back. If Feng Baobao had been half a second slower, what would have shattered would have been his own head. What the hell? How did a rock fall from the roof of the cave? At this moment, a group of Tang sect disciples exclaimed one after another and looked up. Zhang Wang also subconsciously raised his head to observe, while secretly wondering in his heart. The Tang Mound was the holy land of the Tang sect, so this stone cave was mined using special means. Not only have the walls been reinforced, but the roof of the cave is maintained year after year, just in case there is a collapse. But why did such a big boulder suddenly fall down today? Could it be that the age has caused cracks in the stone at the top of the cave? Thinking of this, Zhang Wang immediately looked at the group of disciples and said, "What are you still looking at? Hurry up and go up there and see if someone is deliberately sabotaging it. This is our Tang sect's important place. We must find out clearly." But despite his words, his gaze continuously gave the disciple a wink. Obviously, they wanted them to take this opportunity to grab and escape from this place. Gao Xianyu naturally also noticed his small movements, and immediately snorted coldly and said, "Don't put up a show here." Zhang Wang, who had been pointed out, immediately froze his expression and put his head underneath with a reddened face. Gao Xianyu didn't bother, turning his head to Tang Miaoxing to continue. "Say, how do you intend to give me a satisfactory account? If I don't get it out of you, I'm going to have to do it myself." Hearing this, the Tang sect disciples present were all startled, and were secretly on guard, fearing that Gao Xianyu would suddenly strike and catch them off guard. Tang Miaoxing also frowned and looked at Feng Baobao. Obviously, he still couldn't let go of the other party, the secret of immortality. But Gao Xianyu clearly no longer had the patience to wait for him to figure things out. With no choice but to let out a secret sigh, he then looked at Gao Xuanyu and said, "Now that I've said it, I'll make sure you're satisfied." With that he took a deep breath, organized his thoughts and said slowly, "Back then, the former sect master, Yang Lai, received a secret letter. What's on it is precisely the desire for us, the Tang sect, to assassinate the second daughter of the Gao family, Gao Yushan. Originally, there were some people within the gate who were opposed to this matter. Thinks it's a peaceful time now and the Tang clan shouldn't be continuing to do this kind of thing. But senior brother Yang Lai feels that the world today is already difficult for our Tang sect. Plus the Tang clan has, for generations, been known as killers. Now that there's business on the doorstep, if you refuse, it's undoubtedly the same as smashing the signboard yourself. So that business, we take it," said Tang Miaoxing with a tone of voice, shouting in a deep voice. Flow, a voice fell, and an old man in a white robe, around 60 years old, walked out, only to hear Flo pick up the conversation and continue. "Back then, I was alone and ambushed Gao Yushan on her way home, but when I did it, I realized that I wasn't the only one who wanted to do something bad to her." Yan Wu Tang Lijian, first airstream Zhao Hai, art word sect He Qian. Other than that, there are a few loose cultivators that I don't recognize. Hearing him recount the events of that year, Gao Xianyu pondered for a moment and said, "Where's the letter? Who sent it to you?" "I don't know." Tang Miaoxing shook her head slightly. There was no inscription on the letter, and there were only 2 spells sent along with the letter. "A magic weapon?" Gao Xianyu was taken aback, then let out a cold laugh. "What a great stroke! But do you expect me to believe that you're going to assassinate without even knowing your employer? And the target? It's still someone from the 4 great families." But when he heard this, Tang Miaoxing suddenly changed his previous humility and said proudly, "To say something without fear of your anger, as long as I, Tang clan, take orders, I only have targets in my eyes, not identities. Even if the other party is the king of heaven, we will fill our lives with them until we succeed in killing the target." 146. With a proud face, Tang Miaoxing spoke the rules of the Tang sect, rendered by him. The other Tang sect disciples, too, straightened their chests. When Gao Xianyu saw them like this, he probably understood in his heart why these people would be so proud. To put it bluntly, it was still that year when that battle for the country was fought, which could be said to have brought the Tang sect out of the limelight. Whether it was the Grandmaster Tang Jiarun who generously sacrificed his life for his name to assassinate the head of the Bikyu Mountain Ninja, or the Turbine Hole, that 10-on-10 duel that gained respect in the ring, the Tang sect had existed for 1,000 years, and as a sect specializing in assassination, it had always been hidden and low-key, unwilling to be known by the world. The only time the country is in trouble is when it resolutely chooses to throw in the towel. In the end, it was even for this reason that the fight withered in talent, so much so that Dan Devouring almost had no one to inherit it. It was also because of this that Gao Xianyu had changed his ferocity. The treatment of the Tang clan can be described as merciful in every way. From the time he came in until now, he never made a move, just letting the Tang clan themselves give a satisfactory answer. Letter. Gao Xianyu raised his hand to demand the secret letter from that year, trying to go through the company and investigate the handwriting on it as a way to find out who wrote the letter back then. But to my surprise, Tang Miaoxing shook her head slightly and said, "That letter was burned when we took the mission." Hearing this, Gao Xianyu's face sank, and he already had the tendency to explode. Nevertheless, Tang Miaoxing said in a hurry, "But I've got something else for you." As he spoke, a Tang sect disciple, holding a tray, walked out. On top of it, there was a jade pendant and a ring. These 2 magic artifacts are the payment that the person who commissioned them back then gave us. Now that I have gifted them to you, what you do with them is your problem. With these words, he was clearly asking Gao Xianyu himself to take these 2 magic artifacts and investigate. After all, a sect or lineage that could casually give away 2 magic weapons as payment. In the inhuman world, there would never be more than 10 fingers. It is also very easy to try to follow this line of investigation. In response, Gao Xianyu looked at the 2 magic artifacts in the tray and did not raise his hand to receive them. Instead, he looked at Tang Miaoxing and said indifferently, "And then what? Is that what you call an accounting?" Obviously, he was not satisfied with this explanation. Tang Miaoxing also gave a spontaneous smile and said, "More than that, of course, but before I do that again, I have a small request." "Speak." Seeing Gao Xianyu agree, Tang Miaoxing continued, "Back then, my Tang sect struck out at your sister. Today you've come to take revenge. There's no excuse, so I decided to take my life and Fru's life as repayment. Only the way this repayment will be made, we hope it will end with the cultivation of Dan Devouring." Hearing this, Gao Xianyu frowned. This old man really is playing this ghost idea, want to have a fight to the death. But before he could take a stand, The Huandu Lulan on the side sneered. You people here are really funny. To say that you take the cultivation technique as a punishment? In the face of her ridicule, Tang Miaoxing wasn't angry, just as if this demon immortal, who didn't understand the horrors of the Dan devouring technique, patiently explained, Elder, perhaps you don't know, it's simply not that easy to practice Dan devouring. This Gong method, even though getting started is equal to learning it, this step alone is extremely difficult. I don't know how many martyrs of our Tang sect have stopped here. In addition to the method of practicing air, and the foundation of the body, one must also rely on external medicine feeding to change the physique in this way, and the most important point in mastering Dan devouring is indifference to life, not only the lives of others, but even your own. But it is distinguished from the kind of recklessness that, cross-eyed, looks beyond life and death. Speaking of this, Tang Miaoxing said with a smile, as for why I said, practicing this technique as punishment, it's simple, because once you fail in cultivation, not only will you lose your life, before they die, they have to suffer pains that are unbearable to normal people. I once saw with my own eyes that a senior uncle failed to cultivate Dan devouring and was tortured to the point of being devoid of dignity, begging repeatedly for us to get our hands on him to help him free himself. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Gao Xianyu. So, as an enemy, you don't want us to die too easily, do you? Tang Miaoxing smiled calmly and waited for Gao Xianyu's reply. In his heart, he was looking forward to it, hoping that the other party would grant his request. After all, as the Tang sect master, the biggest heart demon in his life was not practicing Dan devouring. One must know that this was a situation that had never occurred among the successive generations of Palmers. Even he knew in his heart that if it wasn't for the big mistake Su Xian had made, this sect leader position is not even his turn to inherit. But just as Tang Miaoxing was waiting for the results, Huandu Lulan once again said in a disdainful tone, Ghostwriting, your so-called Dan devouring, although it's a bit interesting, it's not as evil as you make it out to be. As long as you follow the air execution method inscribed on the stone outside, it's easy to practice. Tang Miaoxing, Tang sect disciples? Big sister, do you want to hear what you've been saying? It's easy to practice? Then why don't you practice one for us? But just as they were secretly non-committal, they realized that a familiar aura suddenly appeared around Huandu Luolan. Immediately afterward, a rune inscribed with demonic chi appeared within his body. Tang Miaoxing and a group of Tang sect disciples looked and realized that it was the exact route of traveling air to cultivate Dan devouring. Tang Miaoxing's face was shocked, and his entire body couldn't help but take several steps backward. He had never expected that this demon immortal would be so reckless as to directly cultivate Dan devouring without any preparation. Even Su Xian, Zhang Wang, Tang Qiushan, and a group of inner disciples revealed stunned expressions. The heart was extremely skeptical. Could this demon immortal be suffering from some serious illness? Obviously, he had already heard the sect leader recounting the horror of Dan devouring, but he still dared to cultivate without authorization. Where on earth did Gao Xianyu invite such a strong demon immortal? The fact that they think that way is completely inherent in their thinking. It was felt that the Dan devouring technique, no matter who came to cultivate it, could not escape this process. But soon enough, something happened that made the Tang clan plummet and break their collective defenses, only to see Huandu Lulan running his air for a week. Then exhaling lightly, he slowly opened his eyes. At the corners of its mouth, a smirk still surfaced and said, "It's done." Saying that, he casually waved his hand, and there was an instant change in the air. Tang Miaoxing and the others watched as the air, which was shaped like a water droplet, floated in midair. Su Xian, in particular, as the only person in the Tang sect who had mastered Dan devouring, recognized it at once. These water droplets were precisely Dan devour's means of attack. The only difference was that the toxicity contained in this Dan devouring was far more terrifying than what he had cast. Tang clan crowd, did you just turn on the plug-in and get a full set of speed skills? We play your mama. Chapter 147 Tang Miaoxing's obsession began to line the air Dan devouring. Feeling the Dan devouring in the air, the older generation of the Tang sect all stared blankly, their bodies stiffening in place. The shock in his heart was beyond words. They really couldn't accept that Huandu Falling Orchid had practiced Dan devouring in just 1 second, especially Tang Miaoxing, who only felt that his worldview had collapsed. The body involuntarily trembled, and in the end, it actually slowly knelt on the ground. You really practiced? Until this moment, he was unable to accept the reality and asked in extreme surprise. Huandu Laklan casually withdrew the Dan devouring from the air and said gently, "If the stone outside, the imprinted spells are correct, I have indeed practiced." However, as soon as her words left her mouth, Su Xian exclaimed in a shocked tone, "That's right, this is Dan devour." Upon hearing his affirmation, Tang Miaoxing, however, froze in place, her brain confused. One must know that all the generations of Tang sect's predecessors had all gambled with their lives in order to practice Dan devouring. The efforts and hard work involved are more than ordinary people can appreciate. But now this demon immortal, just like this, practiced in front of him, watery. There is no preparation, no painful process. It was as if eating and breathing, just simply walking the dharma of the air. And it had been completely mastered. It was too much for him, who had been afraid to try it all his life. But nah, the facts are right in front of us. Thinking back to the scene where Dan devouring appeared just now, Tang Miaoxing suddenly turned to Luo Lan and kowtowed heavily. Then in a begging, even slightly humble tone, he said, "Elder, although this is very rude, but the late generation still wants to be brazen and ask for your advice. This Dan devouring, how on earth did you master it so quickly?" Seeing the sect leader groveling so much, a group of Tang's sect disciples immediately wanted to step forward to stop them. However, Zhang Wang, who had always been impulsive, stopped them with a look at the moment and secretly shook his head. He couldn't know this senior brother of his better, not to talk about being a proud person, but having his own share of pride. Now he had gone so far as to disregard his dignity, kneeling down and kowtowing to an outsider, begging for the skill to master Dan devouring. He understood that senior brother was never doing this for himself, but for the Tang sect. If this demon immortal was truly willing to give a lesson or two, perhaps everyone in the Tang sect in the future would be able to master Dan devouring. Gao Xianyu naturally understood Tang Miaoxing's thoughts, but before Luo Lan could open her mouth, she was the first to interrupt. "Tang Miaoxing, her cultivation style is not suitable for you, not to mention that this is your own tactic, so if you want to know the tricks of the trade, it's better to practice on your own." With these words, Gao Xianyu was clearly urging Tang Miaoxing to hurry up and start, which was also a disguised promise. Agreeing with him and Furo, he ends his life by shocking Dan Devour. Also Gao Xianyu didn't swindle Tang Miaoxing. As a demon, Honda Falling Orchid's cultivation method was not suitable for humans in the first place. On top of that, a demon's physical qualities are inherently dozens or even more than 100 times stronger than a human's, so she also didn't even need to work on any physique like what Tang Miaoxing had said, much less rely on taking medication to assist in enhancing it. Of course, the most important point was that body of all poisons. Take a step back, even if Wan Du Lulan fails, but with Dan Devour's toxicity, how could he be injured? Not only that, it was feared that the poison that had backfired would become her nourishment to strengthen herself. For Hundu Lokran, perhaps failure, instead, is more rewarding than success. But Tang Miaoxing didn't know this, and only froze in place in disappointment because Gao Xianyu was unwilling to agree. Yes, the means of one's own family and having to go on one's knees to seek advice from outsiders would indeed be laughed off when it was spread. But this is the Tang sect's mastery of Dan devouring. If this demon immortal is willing to point out a word, even if it's just one word, it might even change the fate of the Tang clan. Thinking of this, Tang Miaoxing secretly put his heart on the line, then got up and sat on his knees and said, "Gao Xianyu, I've never begged for anything in my life, but today, I really implore you, old man, to let this senior help the Tang sect. Fru and I will transport our energy successively, demonstrating the way Dan devouring travels through the air. If there's a problem, even one word, I only ask for advice from senior." Seeing him in a stalker-like manner, Gao Xianyu immediately furrowed her brows and said with some displeasure, "Tang Miaoxing, are you not recognizing the situation? I've come to avenge my sister's death, not to instruct on kung fu. It's already a mercy to settle the score with just the two of you. Keep your promise. I don't want to talk to you anymore." At the end of his words, Gao Xianyu's tone had become extremely cold. Tang Miaoxing was greatly disappointed at his words, and knew that his request was, indeed, excessive. Dan devouring was indeed very important to their Tang sect, but to Gao Xianyu, and even this demon immortal, it was simply inconsequential, not to mention the fact that both sides still had a grudge, and now with a single word from himself, he wanted to ask the other side to teach him. This kind of behavior was a bit shameless even for him. "You're right, I was delusional." Tang Miaoxing smiled bitterly, then said with a firm gaze, "In that case, I will begin to fulfill my promise." With that, he looked sideways at the group of Tang sect disciples. "Listen, if something happens to me, no one is allowed to fool around. This is a debt we owe, and it should be paid by me, the sect leader. In addition, the next sect leader will be entrusted to Su Xin. From this day forward, he is precisely renamed Tang Xin. Do you all understand?" Seeing the sect master begin to explain the aftermath, the Tang sect disciples forced themselves to endure their grief and responded at the same time. Zhang Wang looked at Tang Miaoxing's back and wanted to speak several times. Finally, he simply turned his head aside, shaking his shoulders slightly. Tang Miaoxing looked around the room and nodded in satisfaction before turning to Gao Xianyu. "Kid, before that, I'd like to ask you one more thing. Is it true that when Fru and I die, this debt will be completely purchased and cancelled? The reason he was so sure he would die was because so many changes had happened today. Whether it's Feng Baobao's immortality, or Huan Du Luolan's 1-second mastery of Dan devouring, all of these things created a strong obsession in his mind. But this was the most fatal to the cultivation of Dan devouring, so now he is sure of his end, though he has not yet begun. Gao Xianyu didn't reply to this and only nodded slightly, but this was enough for Tang Miaoxing. Okay, I believe you. As the cry fell, Tang Miaoxing no longer hesitated and immediately began to transport the air. As with the Hund of Falling Orchid, the Dan Devourer's acting air dharma soon appeared on his body. Seeing this, Fukuro on the side, sat down on his knees with a calm expression, and similarly began to exercise his energy to cultivate the Dan devouring. A group of Tang sect disciples, of their own accord, stood in front of them, looking earnestly at the duo. This was a rule of the Tang sect, not only to allow qualified descendants to witness the process of Dan devouring Xingqi, it's more so that they, in turn, can learn from the experience. Chapter 148. Chapter 148. The Tang clan's feud has been settled. Phone and Zhang stage a flat earth fall. Inside the quiet Tang mound, two miserable screams suddenly rang out successively. Immediately after that, came the pleading voices of Tang Miaoxing and Fulu. Kill me, please, kill me. Whoever it is, help me out and set me free. At this moment, the two of them had countless cracks in their skin as if they were glass mirrors. The two men looked pained and their expressions were hideous as they lay on the ground constantly rolling and wailing, only begging for death. Seeing this scene, the crowd of inner sect disciples who were watching were unmoved and just stood in place with calm faces, but every single one of them had complex emotions in their eyes, either in fear or intolerance. They clenched their fists. Just then, however, there was a commotion at the entrance to the cave, followed by a cry of alarm. It's the voice of the master. Damn it, are we too late? Could it be that Gao Xianyu has already made his move? With the fall of a few voices, dozens of outer disciples swarmed in. When they ran into the Tang mound and saw the scene in front of them, they all revealed surprised expressions, only to see the sect leader and Uncle Fulu, who had long disappeared for years, lying on the ground in pain and struggling violently. The crowd of inner sect disciples who were watching, however, were not moved at all and only watched with cold eyes. This was true even for Tang Tushan and Zhang Wang, who were also senior brothers. But soon, an outer disciple, pointing ahead, shouted, "Quick look, it's Gao Xianyu." Upon hearing these words, the outer disciples were all shocked and hurriedly looked in the direction indicated. It was soon discovered that Gao Xianyu stood in front of Tang Miaoxing and Fulu with a calm expression and indifferent gaze. What the hell is going on here? Hasn't Uncle Fru disappeared for years? How did he appear here? An inquiry fell, followed by another. It's not just Uncle Fru, it's old Free, Red 5. Didn't you guys say that you were sent on a secret mission? How come you're in the Tang mound? And what's going on with the sect leader and Uncle Fru? In the face of the outer disciples' inquiry, Zhang Wang suddenly let out a low gulp. Shut up, all of you. As the head of the outer sect, he was still extremely intimidating. The crowd of outer disciples immediately quieted down, forcing themselves to stand in place with their doubts. It was also until this point that Tang Miaoxing and Fulu completely stopped moving. All that's left are two withered and shriveled corpses, twisting and dying in bizarre positions. Looking at the two people who had died, Gao Xianyu looked towards Su Xian and Zhang Wang and said indifferently, "The Gao family's grudge against the Tang sect has been settled. Everyone, much ado about nothing. Farewell." Since there were no more grudges, there was no need for him to be acting, well, aggressive. Raising his hand, he put away the two magic weapons, then his gaze swept around, finally resting on Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao. As for you two, enjoy your escape. Gao Xianyu let out a heavy cold snort and turned around to leave. Looking at his back, Zhang Chulan, who was always sitting paralyzed on the ground, had a cloudy expression. At this moment in his heart, it was absolutely false to say that he didn't hate Gao Xianyu. He had only slightly used him himself, and it wasn't like he had done any actual damage. With the ability of the other side, it adds a little trouble at best. But this asshole, even if he wasted himself, he even told the truth about Feng Baobao's life. In the future, the two of them would be more than just on the run. They could definitely call it a dark day. Sister Bauer, let's go. Looking at Gao Xuanyu's about to disappear back, Zhang Chulan suddenly said. He understood that he had to leave at this time. Otherwise, once they lost Gao Xianyu's deterrence, the Tang sect's people, there was no guarantee that they would have to do something. He'd bet on anything. The only thing he wouldn't dare bet on was human nature. Therefore, he was going to take advantage of the fact that Gao Xianyu's residual power was still present to quickly leave this place. Feng Baobao obviously also understood this, and immediately nodded her head to help him up and walk towards the outside. However, this movement of the two of them instantly drew everyone's attention, especially Zhang Wang. His eyes instantly became shadowy, and actually carried a hidden ferocious light. Now that the sect leader had died, he actually began to calculate in his heart whether or not he should fulfill his senior brother's dying regret. But after only a moment, he gave up the idea. Immortality was indeed very tempting, but in his heart he understood. Now this Feng Baobao is a hot potato. If this woman was truly imprisoned in the Tang sect, I'm afraid that it wouldn't take more than a day to attract countless troubles. Now that the old and new sect masters have changed, coupled with Gao Xianyu making such a mess, the Tang sect is in a state of disarray. There's really no extra strength left to stir up any other trouble. As for the new headmaster, Su Xin, no, it should be called Tang Xin now. Just looking at Feng Baobao's back and letting her leave. In its heart, however, it felt a sigh of melancholy. A rootless daughter? When everything happened because of him, now this guy, I'm afraid that also turned into a pile of dead bones, right? In the meantime, Zhang Chulan also noticed Zhang Wan's subtle change and immediately whispered, "Sister Bauer, hurry up." But halfway through his sentence, his feet suddenly slipped, and he actually fell straight to the ground. Feng Baobao hurriedly grabbed his arm, trying to stabilize the two of them, but for some reason, she also lost control of her body and fell backwards, but she still had all her skills, and quickly adjusted her center of gravity and stabilized herself with a backflip. But Zhang Chulan wasn't so lucky. With his martial arts skills completely wasted, he directly slumped to the ground and took a dog's poop. However, this sudden turn of events caused everyone to frown, not understanding what these two were up to. Obviously they're all inhumans, but they can still fall flat on their faces? Even if Zhang Chulan had been invalidated, the physique that had been warmed with air for so many years was still there, so it wasn't so bad, was it? In fact, not to mention them, even Zhang Chulan himself was filled with confusion. I don't understand why I, as if I had a blood clot in my brain, would come to a flat fall. Could it be because the martial arts were abolished and they couldn't adapt for a while? But at this time, he didn't have the merit to look deeper into the matter. Seeing that Gao Xianyu had left the Tang Mount, he was afraid that something would change, so he hurriedly got up and said, "Sister Bauer, let's go." Then he forced himself to endure the pain of his broken arm and quickly walked towards the front. Feng Baobao, however, looked around suspiciously, as if searching for something, but after a fruitless search, he quickly followed. Watching the two leave, the Tang sect never made any moves. Instead, it was Xia He who walked over to Zhang Lingyu and asked curiously, "Aren't you going to follow?" However, Zhang Lingyu lowered her head and said with a face of self-reproach, "Later, I'll just follow in the shadows." The current me doesn't have the face to appear in front of Zhang Chulan. Seeing him in this manner, Xia He instantly understood what he was thinking. It was only because just now, when Gao Xianyu wanted to kill Zhang Chulan, he actually hesitated and retreated. With his naive character, he must have found this an extremely shameful thing to do. That was why the idea of not having the face-to-face Zhang Chulan rose. Chapter 149, Robbing the Air Body Source Stream. Nine Tails Manifesting Memory Radar. Gao Xianyu played with the two magic artifacts in his hands and left the Tang sect with mixed feelings. I had thought that this trip to the Tang clan could be quite rewarding. However, he did not expect that not only had he not been rewarded for his cultivation, he had not even found the culprit who had brutalized his sister. As for these two magic weapons, he had also carefully observed them on the way, but since he knew nothing about smithing, he couldn't tell whose handiwork it was. The style of the jade pendant and ring were also extremely ordinary. It's the kind of thing you can't even throw on a floor stand to get someone's attention. This shows that the culprit behind the scene is extremely meticulous. I'm afraid that I had expected that things would be exposed one day. That was why these two magic weapons were purposely made to be so ordinary. So as to avoid anyone following this line of inquiry, Cao investigated. "It looks like we'll have to use the power of the company." Gao Xianyu let out a soft sigh, a little reluctant in his heart. He really didn't want to get too involved with the company if he wasn't in the way of his dad's side of things, but it has to be said that there are times when they do really top it off. For example, on the matter of investigating the spells, it was almost difficult to do so with the Gao family's influence in the Guan. Even if Dad had stepped in, it would have been just as important to use the power of the company. Instead of that, it would be better for him to open this mouth. At least in Zhao Fengsu's mind, he was more than willing to sell himself this face. In the middle of his rambling thoughts, he had already arrived at the entrance of the new campus. It was surprising to find that Fanya had already prepared her vehicle and was waiting. "You seem to be able to count, and you're so on time every time." Gao Xianyu spared a snarky comment, but was rewarded with a big blank stare from Fanya. "I've been waiting here for almost 3 hours. Of course I'm on time." When Gao Xianyu heard this complaining tone of hers, he just smiled bashfully, then handing out the two magic weapons in his hand, he said, "Check it out for me and find out who it came from." Fanya suspiciously received the two magic weapons and said slowly after scrutinizing them for a moment, Xian Yu, you don't really take us for gods, do you? This thing looks old. I'm afraid it's hard to check if you want to. Gao Xianyu waved his hand as he sniffed. This magic weapon was sent to the Tang sect along with a secret letter back then. You follow that line of inquiry and you should get something. If I'm not wrong, it will probably have something to do with the Wang and Lu families. His suspicion was not an idle one. In the Asian rebellion of that year, it was these two families that made the most noise. The Gao family completely belonged to the party that was implicated and suppressed because of Daogung. With the punching nature of these two families, they will definitely make a move to suppress them in order to seek greater benefits. Not to mention the accidental learning of his sister's learning of the Dala cave view years after the incident. It is highly likely that they are greedy and secretive, because they know, with the High Burgundy this thing pressure, even if the High family knows what, but also inevitably have to eat this dumb loss. Fanya was also a smart person and quickly thought of all this, and immediately put away the magic weapon and said, I'll do my best to find out. As for the results, it's hard to say. She was afraid to put words in her mouth since the years were too far gone. Gao Xianyu also understood what she meant and nodded slightly. Just do your best and get ready to go back to the office. Now that the Tang sect's grudge had been settled, the next step was between the first airstream and Yen Wu Tang, but these two, along with Nature's Church, have merged to form the Truth Seekers Association. Its current president, a man named Huang Ning. According to Gao Xianyu's knowledge, this person seemed to have been dissatisfied with the four great families for a long time and had the intention of replacing them. Zhao Fengxiu also wanted to take this opportunity to pull him in. And privately, there had been a verbal promise to foster him to become the new 10 brothers. So if you want to find trouble with them, you have to go to the table with Zhao Fengxiu first. Directly let this old man, between himself and the truth-seeking society, make a choice. There was another point he was wondering about. Why would a stream of air, which had been a division of the High Burgundy, go and ambush the High family after so many years? Whether they are under compulsion or have something else in mind, there was a connection that he was still trying to figure out. Fanya naturally didn't know what was on Gao Xianyu's mind and only thought that he had finished his business and wanted to report back to the company. As it happens, Mr. Zhao has something for you as well. What is it? Gao Xianyu was puzzled. Fanya, however, shook her head. I don't know. He didn't tell me. Just tell me to take you back when I'm done on the Tang clan side. Gao Xianyu sniffed and didn't bother asking more questions, just musing in the back of my mind. Is this old man trying to make a move on someone's house again? However, just at that moment, the Wandu falling orchid on the side suddenly reminded, they're coming. Gao Xianyu was interrupted in his thoughts and looked back just in time to see Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao walking towards him. At the same time the two of them met his gaze, and they were suddenly in shape. Why hasn't he left yet? Are they waiting for us on purpose? Zhang Chulan panicked in his heart and immediately wanted to drag Feng Baobao away quickly, but before they could make a move, they heard Gao Xianyu say, do it. Then he stared at the duo with a smirk, his expression full of teasing. Lauren, who was at the side, sniffed, and immediately made a flash and arrived in front of the two. Before they could react, they immediately waved their hands and spilled a purple poisonous mist. Feng Baobao's eyes widened at once, reacting in the first moment. With force, Zhang Chulan pushed Zhang Chulan out of the poisonous mist, but he himself stayed where he was. But in response, cheerful Lauren had no intention of going after Zhang Chulan at all, because Gao Xianyu's target was originally her. Nine-tailed memory radar at your command. A hairpin reveals all things. With Gao Xianyu's cry, two golden hairpins appeared in the void, spinning around with great speed. It attacked towards Feng Baobao and plunged into her head. At this time, Feng Baobao, who was in the poisonous fog, the entire person's gaze was dull, and there was no resistance at all. Zhang Chulan roared with a horrified expression after seeing the scene. Gao Xianyu, what have you done to Sister Bauer? But in the face of his incompetent and frenzied roar, Gao Xianyu didn't even bother, just gazing into the void as if waiting for something. Feng Ya, who was on its side, also revealed a puzzled expression, secretly surprised in his heart. Has Gao Xianyu gone mad? How come you're still doing it to your own people? But at that moment, a curtain of light appeared in the void. What was displayed inside was exactly Feng Baobao's memories. This is, Zhang Chulan and Feng Ya, with shocked expressions, looked at the light curtain with extreme surprise in their hearts. Looking at the image in the light screen that looked like a walking light, he quickly guessed what it was, especially when the scene was shown where Zhang Chulan's grandfather, Zhang Huai, who had been hit by the Dan Devourer, explained the aftermath to Feng Baobao. It was even more so that Zhang Chulan was so shocked that his mouth was wide open and his entire being was frozen in place. That's Bauer-san's memory? What kind of sorcery did Gao Xianyu use, and why did they all show up? Also, what the hell does he want to do by doing all this? But just as he was wondering, the image just arrived at the image of Zhang Huai transferring the air body source flow to Feng Bao Bao. Gao Xianyu immediately brightened up and immediately became more fully focused. Chapter 150. Chapter 150 in Robbing the Tong Tian Talisman. Spirit Jade Realist, don't be a wimp. Gao Xianyu looked at the image on the light screen and immediately became focused. And naturally, he did all of this in order to obtain the air body source stream of the 8 strange techniques. After all, one of these things can offset a 250-year labor contract. Now saddled with a huge debt, how could he let it go? At this moment, as Zhang Huai successfully transmitted the Dharma in the light screen, Feng Baobao's memories also changed. On top of it, a set of feats actually surfaced. Zhang Chulan finally reacted to this scene. All Gao Xianyu had done was actually to obtain the air body source stream. Asshole. Shameless. Zhang Chulan, who had come to his senses, couldn't help but curse in his heart. He originally thought that only scumbags like the Wang and Lu families would covet his family's gong methods, but I didn't expect that Gao Xianyu, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, would also be a hypocrite. If it wasn't for the fear of death, he would have wanted to point directly at the other party's nose and start cursing. But at this time, people are the knife and chopping board. He is the fish meat. Plus their own martial arts have been abolished. Therefore, even if there is a lot of resentment in his heart, he does not dare to express it. All that could be done was to clench his fists and give a dumbfounded expression as he let things unfold. Meanwhile, Huandu Luolan looked at the set of feats, a strong interest rising on his face, and said, "This gong method, is it quite fun?" She found that the cultivation methods on it were like plowing. First, he created a seed and then used his lower dantian as fertile soil and planted it in. After that, just wait for it to run its course and blossom. You guys are pretty funny here, to have something so fun. Huandu Lulan was so playful that he began to try to cultivate the air body source flow again. Gao Xianyu didn't try to stop it, as he was also studying this thing, since Zhang Huai didn't make it clear what this was when he passed on the power. In the end, it was only when Feng Baobao handed it over to Zhang Chulan that she herself named this gong method Old Farmer's Gong. However, it was also for this reason that many people had argued about this technique in their previous lives. Some say it's a rootless divine spirit, others say it's the air body source flow. However, Gao Xianyu was more convinced of the latter in this regard. The reason was simple. He clearly remembered what Rootless said when he introduced the divine spirit. This gong method of his is from the 3 inches of the spiritual platform, the 3 stars of the slanting moon. To put it bluntly, it came out of its own epiphany, and the ability is still very powerful. It is the ability to comb all the techniques made of air into the most primitive state. That said, this ability is similar to the claws of insulation. The only difference between the two was that the claw of insulation was a direct and forceful way to break the law. The divine spirit is much milder in comparison to it, and is returning the air to its original form. But the downside is that it can't be like the acquired feats. Strengthen yourself by practicing. That was precisely why it had a fatal drawback, that it would be restrained by strong physical techniques. In Rootless Life's time, in terms of cultivation alone, there were plenty of people more powerful than him. If he hadn't relied on this divine spirit, his legendary life would have ended long ago. On the contrary, this old farmer's kung fu appeared to be even more perverse than the divine spirit. Not only can you give birth to a newborn baby in your body, you can continuously grow your strength. Even the characteristics of a divine spirit, it possesses the same. Speaking of which, I have to bring up the words that Zhang Huai said in the beginning. The gong method he had realized had already surpassed rootlessness, the end of the art, the source of the air body. But what is beyond? The simplest point is that the air body source flow is not at all afraid of the characteristics of the divine spirit. In other words, it possessed the ability to completely suppress the means of the divine spirit. The question then becomes, what to suppress? Quite simply, having the same, if not surpassing, the abilities of the divine spirit. Thinking back to when Zhang Chulan smashed the furnace in Bio village, he had been attacked by a black puppet containing the primordial compulsion of Chendao, which had eroded his body. The final close call caused the Yuaning in his body to go berserk, devouring all of the primordial parasites and destroying them. This ability, at first glance, looks a lot like a divine spirit, but when you think about it, it's even more powerful than the means of the divine spirit. After all, the primordial parasites were dependent on the air to survive, and there was no possibility of being combed. Even if the air is returned to its most original state, it is still air, and the same primitive compulsion can survive. On top of that, that Yuaning itself was a huge mass of air, which was the best breeding ground to nourish the primordial stock. But it was in this environment that it was surprisingly wiped out in its entirety. This alone shows that Lao Non Gong is most likely the air body source stream. Its ability to not only enhance the cultivator's strength, but also possessed characteristics that surpassed those of the divine spirit. I'm afraid that this is precisely why Zhang Huai, such a person who loves to hide his strength, was extremely proud to speak out. The 8 big words, the end of art, the source of the air body. It even gave the impression that he was close to arrogantly stating that all those sitting there were trash. Thinking of this, Gao Xianyu actually couldn't help but feel restless in his heart, and also experimented according to the displayed feats. Soon, a cloud of air was born in his body. Then like a seed, it was hidden in the lower dantian. And then, there was no then. As stated above, the gong method, just slowly warm it up and wait for it to blossom. As for time, maybe a year, 5 years, 10 years? He wasn't sure himself. However, just as he was contemplating, two silhouettes suddenly fell, interrupting his thoughts. Looking up, he realized that it was actually Zhang Lingyu and Xiahe. Gao Xuanyu, you've already wasted Zhang Chulan. Do you really want to kill everyone? Looking at Feng Baobao in the poisonous mist, as well as Zhang Chulan who was frozen in place, Zhang Lingyu frowned tightly and questioned. But in response, Gao Xianyu raised his eyebrows and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This is a real step in the right direction. He himself had just obtained the air body source stream, and the Tong Tian talisman had immediately sent it as well. Geez, a double whammy. Zhang Lingyu, how are you learning the Tong Tian talisman? Use it and see. Gao Xianyu revealed an expression that owed him a beating and said in a provocative tone. Zhang Lingyu's heart sank when he heard this, mistakenly thinking that Gao Xuanyu was going to make a move against himself, but this time he didn't choose to back down, and after taking a deep breath he said, I've only just practiced, compared to Elder Lu. There's a world of difference, not to mention that even if I do practice, I'm afraid I won't be able to threaten you at all, right? When Quan Sex made a scene at Dragon Tiger Mountain, Lu Lao, who was plunged into madness due to the 12 labors of love formation, was also unable to do anything to help you. So Gao Xianyu, there's no need for us to compete. I admit that I can't beat you. I only beg you to spare Zhang Chulan and let him leave this place. Gao Xianyu. No, Spirit Jade Reality, don't be a wimp. You don't have to use the Tong Tian talisman. How can I spy out the traveling air route of this technique? Chapter 151 Chapter 151 Gift Receiving Thank You Message. Wishing you 100 years of happiness. Zhang Lingyu's sincere admission of weakness caught Gao Xuanyu off guard. The benediction that wanted to summon Yang to Sai also swallowed back hard and couldn't help but ask, do you care that much about Zhang Chulan? Zhang Lingyu sniffed, revealing a complicated expression as she pondered for a moment and said, can't say I care, but he's a Sky Master after all. He was also the one who was willing to take the initiative to help me after I was expelled from the division. He's a man with a less than right mind, but not a bad nature. This time, counting on you is also indeed out of necessity. Seeing that he was about to speak at length, Gao Xianyu hastily raised his hand to interrupt. Come on, but don't tell me that. It's none of my business what his character is. Messing with me, that's him asking for death, said a tone of voice, then held his hand out and said, but since the Spirit Jade Realist has opened his mouth, how can I not sell you face? Bring out the Tong Tian talisman and I'll let him go. Hearing these words, Zhang Lingyu was stunned, then said with some surprise, you want the 8 strange techniques too? Want? Gao Xianyu replied decisively, such a good thing, how could no one want it? At the end of the heart added a sentence, that can be debt repayment money But to his surprise, Zhang Lingyu was actually relieved to see this reaction from him. Then he took a book out of his arms and said, I can give you the Tong Tian talisman, but please do as you say. Looking at the secret book with the Tong Tian talisman written on it, Gao Xuanyu's eyes were instantly on fire as he heatedly smiled. Of course, I can even spare the Tang clan, let alone him, a Zhang Chulan. Zhang Lingyu also nodded slightly at this. That's true, you're still very trustworthy. As he spoke, he handed over the Tong Tian talisman. Xiahe beside him saw this, but suddenly grabbed his arm and asked softly, really just give it to him? It's an 8 wonders technique. Is it worth it for a Zhang Chulan? It wasn't that she was heartbroken about the technique. She just felt unworthy for Zhang Lingyu. Although she was not familiar with Zhang Chulan, she could tell a thing or two from what the other party had done. That he's not a bad guy? Not really. She had seen with her own eyes along the way that Zhang Chulan had constantly broken the lower limit in order to be able to reach his goal. Full of compliments when it's profitable, but once his own interests were involved, he immediately changed his face. But it had to be said that Zhang Chulan was also smart enough to know to tie his interests with a certain key person. It was like maid Jinfeng, who had been sold out by Zhang Chulan several times, but in order to learn about the news of rootless life, she even helped Zhang Chulan. If not, I was afraid that I would have to be severely educated by Xia Luqing in the Valley of the 24 Sections. There was also the Tang sect this time, and he quickly saw Tang Miaoxing's intentions. That's why he dared to be so reckless, not only angering Zhang Wang, but also luring Quan Sex over. Even he himself was willingly used by Tang Miaoxing while laying out his own plans. Being all sex, Summer Hall understands this kind of person all too well. A person who couldn't even keep the bottom line, even if he acted like a good person. His heart was absolutely shady. Sooner or later, he'll turn into one of those hypocrites who will do whatever it takes to get what he wants. On the contrary, Zhang Lingyu is too sunny and upright, so he looks at everyone like a good person. It's especially easy to be gullible when it comes to people who have helped you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt guilty for not helping Zhang Chulan block Gao Xuanyu when he was at the Tang Mount. It was also because of these that Xia He did not want Zhang Lingyu, from the bottom of his heart, to have any interactions with Zhang Chulan, not to mention that this brat had gotten into trouble with Gao Xianyu, making it even easier to implicate her family's Lingyu. However, after hearing her words, Zhang Lingyu immediately frowned and said, "Summer Hall, I know what you're thinking, but in that case, please don't say it again afterward. A mere merit law is nothing in my eyes. Using it to save Zhang Chulan's life, I think it's well worth it." Hearing this, Zhang Chulan, who was playing dumb on the side, was almost moved to tears, but since he was worried about Feng Baobao's safety, he could only continue to choose silence. As he watched, Gao Xianyu took away the Tong Tian talisman, Spirit Jade Reality. "Just now you said that you were expelled from the division? What has made the old celestial master so angry?" Gao Xianyu said knowingly, and spared a glance. Sizing up Xia He who was close to him, Zhang Lingyu also realized that his eyes were not right, and her expression was suddenly flustered. Hurriedly pulling out the arm that was grabbed by Xia He, he said, "This is my business, not yours." Seeing that he couldn't hear the gossip, Gao Xianyu skimmed his mouth with a lack of interest. "Alright, I wish you two 100 years of good luck." Afterwards, he didn't care about Zhang Lingyu's murderous gaze and turned towards the car. On the contrary, it was Xia He who actually revealed some shyness, with a smile that was so beautiful that he secretly appreciated it in his heart. Worthy of being the son of the Gao family of the four great families, he just knows how to talk. At this time, when Huandu Luolan saw this, he also withdrew the poisonous mist and turned to follow. It was also in the moment of the hour of the poisonous fog that Feng Baobao's gaze gradually returned to normal, looking around in confusion. Just now, what happened? The poisonous mist released by the hunt of falling orchid was nothing more than some hypnotic-like effect. There is no harm to the person itself, just a brief lapse into disorientation. Now that the poisonous mist was withdrawn, Feng Baobao also quickly returned to her senses. "Sister Bauer, how are you?" Seeing Feng Baobao recovering, Zhang Chulan hurriedly ran over and inquired with concern. "Me? What's the matter?" "Just like a nap." Feng Baobao scratched his head, not understanding what he was worried about. Zhang Chulan heaved a sigh of relief after hearing these words, then looked at Zhang Lingyu. "Thank you, young master. I owe you a big favor this time." Zhang Lingyu smiled bashfully, but before she could speak, she heard Xia say in a conspiratorial manner, "Don't be thankful yet. Think about what to do in the future. Spirit Jade has even been robbed of the Tong Tian talisman, and there's nothing left to protect you. In the future road, you will have to rely on yourselves." Saying that, he subtly tugged on Zhang Lingyu's arm, signaling for him to leave with him. However, Zhang Lingyu showed some reluctance and just wanted to speak, but was glared back by a look from Xia. In the end, he could only say, "You guys hurry back to the Heavenly Master's mansion. With Master, the old Heavenly Master around, no one would dare to touch you guys except for Gao Xianyu. As for the journey," having just said that, Summer Harvest hastily picked up the conversation. "You'll have to be fast on this journey. Otherwise, when the news spreads, I'm afraid my little life will really be in jeopardy." Saying that, he did not allow Zhang Lingyu to continue speaking, turned around and forcefully pulled her away. But without taking 2 steps, she actually stepped on a foot of dog, and immediately freaked out in her mind. "It's annoying. Surely nothing good can happen with these two." Chapter 152 Chapter 152 The Moldy Poison Couple on the Run. With Xia He taking away Zhang Lingyu, only Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao remained in front of the Tangsec's new campus. Looking at the departing back of junior uncle caused Zhang Chulan to feel a sense of loss in his heart. For some reason, he now had the feeling that he had been abandoned by the whole world. "Sister Bauer, let's go too." Zhang Chulan gathered his thoughts and said with somewhat mixed emotions, "Going to the Celestial Master?" Feng Baobao inquired, but there was a slight reluctance in her tone, though she also knew that the situation was dire and that the Celestial Mastery was the best option. "But if we really go there, I'm afraid we'll have to hide for a long time. Then one's search for the secret of one's birth will be delayed." Zhang Chulan also knew about her worries and immediately said, "No, let's go back to the office and find Mr. Zhao. Although the Heavenly Master is safe, the only one who can really help us out is him." He dared to make such a decision because he had been informed of it after returning from Bo village. Zhao Fengsu actually knew Feng Baobao's secret, and in this case, it has been helping to be conservative. So in his heart, he felt that the credibility of this person, Zhao Fengsu, was still quite high. Of course, he wouldn't really make fun of Feng Baobao. Before going to meet Zhao Fengsu, it was natural to contact the Su brothers and hide Feng Baobao. Only after putting everything in place would he go to see Zhao Fengshu, discuss how to solve the problem of Feng Baobao's secret exposure. After hearing Zhang Chulan's reply, Feng Baobao was also relieved of the worries in her heart. For her, it didn't matter at all whether the secret was out or not. It's nothing more than running around. It's no big deal. The two of them quickly left this place immediately after deciding on their journey. In the meantime, Gao Xianyu sat in the car, flipping through the Tong Tian talisman in his hand. Huan Du Lulan, who was on the side, was also full of curiosity and followed along to look up. Even Fanya, who was driving in front of him, looked into the rearview mirror frequently. It seemed to want to look through that mirror and see what was inside. It wasn't that she wanted to learn, she was simply curious. After all, this was the 8 Wonders technique, and I'm sure there weren't many people in the entire inhuman world who could endure it. When do you plan to go back? Suddenly, Gao Xianyu inquired. The reason why he had delayed sending Huan Du Luolan away was not because he didn't want to, but because the woman was simply unwilling to leave. But don't forget that summoning her can be tantamount to helping with a jailbreak. That's a price that can be far higher than summoning other demons. What's the rush? You've got so many interesting things going on here. I'll play for a few days first. Huan Du Lulan grabbed the Tong Tian talisman and started flipping through it. Gao Xianyu's face darkened as he raised his hand and snatched it back. This is a Taoist method, not suitable for you to cultivate. And yeah, I'll let you stay for a day at most and send you back first thing in the morning. Don't forget you're still in jail, and I'm charging by the second here. But in response, Handu Lokran said without a care in the world, what are you afraid of? I learned an interesting technique this time. Consider it as you returning my favor. Gao Xianyu, what do I care about your favors? Big sister, if you have a choice, I'd rather you go to Tu Shan and spend a wave. Ah, the Demon League prison. Tu Shan Yaya, that ally, has come to be extremely displeased with me recently, and now I'm calling you over here. If she finds out, she'll freeze me into ice. Sis, let's discuss something. I'm going to take you out for a nice meal and then drop you off. If hard doesn't work, we'll have to go soft. Gao Xianyu intends to sacrifice his wallet and tries to sleep over his opponent with food. But Huan Du Luolan wasn't Cui Yuling. She wasn't a fan of things like food. No, I'm bored out of my mind in prison. It's hard to get out and have some fun. If you chuck me back again, then I'll immediately give orders to all the demons in the southern kingdom that no one is allowed to come and help you. Gao Xianyu, you're killing me, aren't you? I'm close to hiring a circle of demons in the south, except for your father. The two couples, toxic man and toxic woman, took a honeymoon and insisted that I sign a bill for 100 years. Now you're saying you ordered it and won't let me come and help me. So I've got nothing to show for all that upfront investment. You're the real penalty. Gao Xianyu flung his hand and threw the Tong Tian talisman into Luolan's hand, and continued, whatever, someone will call you back sooner or later anyway. Huan Du Lulan was unimpressed by this, casually picking up the Tong Tian talisman and continuing to read it. Fang Ya, who was driving ahead, heard the two chatting as if they were no one else, and her brain raced, listening to Gao Xuanyu's words. It seemed like there was a price for inviting these demon immortals, and by the looks of it, it doesn't seem small. Also, where did he say he was sending it back? Does such a powerful demon immortal also live in the northeast? Or, is it that nebulous immortal realm? Although Fang Ya was not stupid, her thinking, however, was not as jumpy as Feng Zhanghao's. Perhaps it was also a matter of eyesight. She hadn't thought of other worlds. It was only assumed that these demon immortals were all from the immortal realm, and the conversation between the two raised her imagination. If one were to cultivate seriously, would it not be possible for one to ascend to immortality as well? But was it really possible for an innate alien himself? In the middle of her thoughts, she unconsciously increased the gas pedal, making the car go faster and faster. Gao Xianyu saw that this woman was racing again and hurriedly grabbed the handrail. Although there had been more than 80 years of cultivation, the physiological reaction could not be changed. This adrenaline-pumping ride is just a little too much. Didn't look at the mph meter, but figured this would be over 200. Fortunately, Fanya also quickly came back to her senses and returned the car's speed to normal, made it safely to the airport for a direct flight to Kyoto. After a few hours of fermentation after the Tangate incident, Feng Baobao's secret of immortality had spread throughout the circle. Feng and Zhang are driving back to the company on the road, not yet out of Sichuan and Chongqing, was surrounded by all kinds of foreigners. Originally, with Feng Baobao's ability, coupled with Zhang Lingyu's and Xia He's secret protection, getting away should not be a problem. But for some reason, it was as if they were possessed by the plague, and it was simply bad luck. It's not about getting lost and running into a dead end and getting rounded up. It's when you encounter various accidents that make the roads impassable. Finally, I managed to get a car, but just less than 10 meters, 4 wheels collectively flat tire, so much so that Feng and Zhang, who were almost always caught in the middle of a battle, were unable to get out of it at all. But strangely enough, any inhuman who came near them followed suit, so much so, in turn, that it made it much easier for them, because those inhumans, too, can be too unlucky, which can lead to serious injuries. For example, a cross-practicing inhuman with a strong aura like a bronze wall, no matter how much Feng Baobao attacked, he did not break it. In the end, he was actually stung by a wasp on the hood, resulting in an instant break. On top of that, the hornet was of unknown species. After being stung, the alien vomited and had diarrhea, almost wasting away. When the others saw this, they all dared not approach Feng and Zhang within 10 meters. Whenever they are chased, they also only feel like using long-range attacks, and those who did, affectionately gave the two men a nickname, Mold and Poison Couple. Chapter 153. Chapter 153, The Great Chaos in the Inhuman Realm. Seeking True President Huang Ning. The afternoon of the second day of the Tankmen incident. In Kyoto, in the head office of the chairman of the board of directors, Zhao Fengshu looked at Gao Xuanyu with a sad face and a helpless expression, saying, "We're all co-workers, so why bring things to this?" Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao and the others, in just one day's time, were hunted down in a dozen waves. Now the entire inhuman realm has become crazy because of the illusory immortality. These guys, even despite the company's warnings, continue to do what they do. Zhao Fengshu said in the end, his emotions became very agitated, and it was obvious that he was really forcibly suppressing his fire. It was no exaggeration to say that Feng Baobao's secret coming to light was like dropping a bomb in the inhuman world, openly and secretly. I don't know how many forces have struck out. Even some of the company's executives had already moved on. If he hadn't strongly suppressed it, I'm afraid they would have made a move. Though he didn't know what kind of situation the Tushan rebellion was back then. But it's safe to say that what's going on right now has definitely had its moments. So much so that the few times he made a move to stop it, it had no effect at all. These people were as if they were crazy, and once they learned of Feng Baobao's whereabouts, they would immediately flock to him, even if they were to pounce. When several parties met, they would actually fight over Feng Baobao. It could be said that the current Zhao Fengsu had long been burnt out. I can't wait to have a strong dose of medicine to directly kill all these troublemaking foreigners. Let the entire inhuman world regain peace. However, Yao Xianyu is full of unconcern about this. What do you care? Let them make a mess. What's more, even if I don't say anything, just with Zhang Chulan's ability to cause trouble, sooner or later, he'll also reveal Feng Baobao's secret to the public. You don't really think that no one noticed them, do you? Other than that, in the fullness of working with him, whether it's Xia Luqin or Mei Jinfeng, those have both seen ruthless Shang himself, and Su Xin, even if he didn't recognize him at the time. Do you guarantee he won't be able to remember it later? This matter, from the moment Zhang Chulan brought Feng Baobao, and threw her head around, was already destined to explode. Now is the right time to take advantage of this opportunity to make a quick cut and pull out this hidden danger from the root. But in response to his words, Zhao Fengshu just stared blankly. You're so irrational. Obviously a huge poke in the eye, but it turned out to be said as if it was helping the company. Even if some people do know that Feng Baobao can live forever, but whether it's out of selfishness or something else, it's never going to come out. At most, it's a secret move, and not at all to the point of making a scene like this, but it happened, and it's useless to talk about it now. As for accountability, it's even less likely. Now the company is counting on Gao Xianyu to be able to even things out. In case the talk went deeper and even he made a scene, then this inhuman realm would be considered to have completely collapsed. Alright, I'll handle this matter. Zhao Fengshu helplessly just struck his hand, obviously not wanting to dwell on it. He immediately changed the topic and asked, "What's your next plan?" Gao Xianyu pondered for a moment and said, "I'm going to settle the score until I find out who's behind hurting my sister." Hearing this, Zhao Fengshu frowned slightly. The thing that worried him the most still happened. Gao Xianyu will want to continue clearing his accounts. Then I'm afraid that the next targets will be the first airstream and Yanwu Tang. Both of these sects, however, have merged into the Truth Seekers Association, and this force, under the leadership of Huang Ning, has already had the intention of belonging to the company. If we let Gao Xianyu go on a rampage, it wouldn't be helping the company, it would be tantamount to breaking its arm. I probably know something about the Tang clan. I've also investigated the people who surrounded your sister back then, but they either died of illness or were killed by their enemies, and now they are all dead. Both the first airstream and Yanwu Tang were also broken up and reorganized into a new force, the Truth-Seeking Society. Saying this, Zhao Fengshu shouted at the doorway, "Come in." As the voice fell, in Gao Xianyu's puzzled gaze, he only saw a middle-aged man around 40 years old. Open the door and walk in. "Mr. Zhao." Huang Ning smiled and greeted, then looked at Gao Xuanyu. "This should be elder brother Gao, right? I've heard of your great name long ago, and today I can finally meet my honored father." As he spoke, he also enthusiastically offered to reach out and shake hands. Seeing this, Gao Xianyu also reached out and shook his hand. At this time, he heard Zhao Fengshu continue, "This is Huang Ning, the current president of the Truth-Seeking Society. Anything you want to know about that year, ask him." When Gao Xianyu heard this, he instantly understood Zhao Fengsu's meaning. Hopefully, this old man was trying to be a peacemaker, afraid that he would make things difficult for this Huang Ning because of the matter between Yichuru and Yanwatang. Plus, he had made a point of saying before that those who had besieged his sister were all dead now. It's clear that you don't want to let yourself continue to pursue this. Huang Ning had a smile on his face at this time and took over the conversation. Seriously, old brother Gao, when I learned that people from the first airstream and Yan Wu-Tang had once besieged your sister, I was almost scared to death, and immediately, I found the older of the two disciples and went to find out what had happened. But as you know, both of these sects now no longer exist. Once those disciples, they all joined our truth-seeking society as well. But when he said this, he suddenly heard Zhao Fengshu use his fingers and knocked the desktop twice with force and said, "Get to the point." Its gaze toward Huang Ning was even more extremely dissatisfied. This Huang Ning, what a time to be thinking about the bright side. Now is not the time to take advantage of this opportunity to set the record straight. When Gao Xianyu got tired of muttering, he wouldn't even have the chance to open his mouth. Huang Ning saw Zhao Fengsu's disgruntled expression and realized that he had said the wrong thing. Hastily, he slapped the alarm no and chided himself. "I'm sorry, old brother Gao. I can't carry things here again. I've already asked the old men of the first airstream in Yan Wu-Tang, but they don't know much about it, either. There's also that two people, Li Jin and Zhao Hai, although each is a patriarch of these two sects. But back then they didn't even talk to anyone about it when they did it. Even the sect leaders of the two sects in the first place, they didn't even tell them. It was entirely their personal behavior." But when he said this, Gao Xianyu suddenly interrupted in a deep voice. "So, is that what you're dealing with? One sentence about people dying and you want to get this over with?" Seeing Gao Xuanyu's sudden anger, Huang Ning's expression flustered as he subconsciously took 2 steps backward. Zhao Fengshu sighed in his heart, secretly blaming this Huang Ning for being too unable to speak. Raleigh's not making any sense at all. You don't want to see how Tang Miaoxing, the head of that Tang clan, died. Chapter 154, Bitter Huang Ning, finally reduced to an outcast. Gao Xianyu let out an angry grunt and turned his head to look at Zhao Fengsu. "Mr. Zhao, I know the company cares about this truth-seeking meeting, but the problem now is that they have a grudge against my Gao family. As for the solution, I don't think I should bother you. I'll take care of it myself." When these words came out, Huang Ning, who was already flustered, suddenly had his scalp tingling. What does this Gao Xianyu mean? It's hard to believe that he's going to kill me in front of Zhao Fengshu. Even Zhao Fengshu couldn't help but frown. He couldn't have understood Gao Xianyu's meaning better. This kid, I'm afraid he wants to kill all the disciples of the first airstream in Yan Wu-Tang, but in that case, that truth-seeking society would have to exist in name only. The remaining 3 talents of the natural door and the yellow door could not hold up the doorway at all. "Xianyu, this matter, let's discuss it in a good way," Zhao Fengshu said rather helplessly. "I'm not going to hide it from you. This side of the truth-seeking society has already been attributed to the company. If you strike now for revenge, not only will the company suffer, even the reputation, it will be greatly affected." With that, he looked at Huang Ning and said in a slightly angry tone, "And you, what's the point of always mentioning those dead people? Regardless of what happened back then, in the end, it was their Yan Wu-Tang and the disciples of the first airstream who did it. Come up with an attitude to settle things or I can't help you." His words could no longer be considered a hint. They were completely explicit. Huang Ning, this kid is about to kill someone. Why don't you hurry up and find some wrongdoers and hand them over to venture fire? In case you really want to make Gao Xianyu angry, then you'll be waiting to be exterminated. Although Huang Ning's speech was a bit off-key, his brain was still spinning pretty fast. Immediately comprehending Zhao Fengshu's meaning, he hurriedly said, "Mr. Zhao's lesson is right. I can't carry things again." Then he looked at Gao Xuanyu. "Elder brother Gao, the first airstream and Yan Wu-Tang side are willing to come over to make amends, and promise that you will be given a satisfactory explanation." But upon hearing this, Gao Xianyu let out a cold laugh. "Account? I'd like to see how you want to account to my Gao family. Is it just a straight-up mass disciple suicide? Or a cliff jump? Huang Ning? That's not the right choice. How come none of them are alive?" Hoping that on the Tang sect side, a dead sect leader is the end of the story. "If you come to me, you'll have to lose all the disciples of the 2 major sects? You're not bullying an honest man." But how could he know that Gao Xianyu was being high-handed because he respected the Tang sect's backbone? But on the contrary, their truth-seeking society was composed of 4 small sects: the natural sect, the first airstream, the yellow sect's 3 talents, and the Yan Wu-Tang, not to mention the fact that they are reorganizing for the sole purpose of the situation, and are of the group-hugging variety. There's nothing flattering about the things they did back then alone. Not only did he execute the disciples of his own sect, sect, who had joined the 36 Thieves. It also followed behind a few big powers and shouted everywhere. Mouths speak of justice and the elimination of omnisexuality. Actually doing it behind the scenes is still not doing the fly-by-night thing. It was ridiculous that because there was a thief within the sect, it had in turn caused the other major sects to pull the strings. It was to get the whereabouts of the 8 Wonders technique out of them. But unfortunately, they didn't get the relevant information even when they were dealing with the people who were in the house. Lu Desui of Yan Tang was even forced to jump off a cliff. It is said that when the body was found, not even a whole body was left behind. But decades have passed, and as the Tushan rebellion has faded, they have actually run out again in a group. He said that it was for the peace and stability of the inhuman realm, but in reality, he still wanted to explore the Tushan rebellion and covet those 8 strange techniques. What's more, there were even delusions of grandeur. Personally going to the Valley of the 24 Sections and comprehending a foreign art that was comparable to the 8 strange techniques. Truth seekers? What is sought is feared to be known only to them. So it's just a bunch of people who don't deserve any respect at all. Gao Xianyu was even less likely to be merciful in every way like he was with the Tang sect. Mr. Zhao, I'll leave first if there's nothing else. Gao Xianyu didn't want to waste any more time and planned to go straight to these 2 sects to seek revenge. Seeing how determined he was, Huang Ning hurriedly stopped in front of him, looking flustered. Elder brother Gao, let's talk about something. What happened to your sister was indeed done wrong by the first airstream in Yanwu Tang, but the law is not to blame. We plead guilty and we are willing to plead guilty. I only pray that you will be magnanimous and not drive us to extinction. Huang Ning had a humble attitude and begged bitterly. Its eyes looked towards Zhao Fengshu repeatedly, hoping that he would come forward and help in putting in a good word or two. Seeing him in this state, Zhao Fengshu had quite a few words in his heart. You kids really don't see the wood for the trees. You just said that as soon as you came in. As far as it would take things to this level, playing mind games in front of Gao Xianyu, thinking he'll let you go? Look at Zheng Chulan, that's become a street rat. If the Su brothers weren't weak and low in strength, this would have been a time when they were afraid that they would all be killing the company and looking for Gao Xianyu to fight for their lives. Forget it, it's helping your boy out. The potential of the truth-seeking society, after all, was still great. Foster it well, and it might soon surpass the world society. Thinking of this, Zhao Fengshu took out a pile of information and said, Xian Yu, those 2 magic artifacts you handed over to me have already made some headway. It's currently locked onto 4 refiners, and we should soon be able to find out whose handiwork it came from. As he spoke, he handed out the information. A trace of surprise flashed through Gao Xianyu's eyes, not expecting Zhao Fengsu's efficiency in doing his job to be so fast. But this old man, to bring it out at a time like this. Mr. Zhao, that's not very interesting, is it? You want to use this matter to exchange the first airstream in Yanwu Tang? Gao Xianyu said with dissatisfaction and raised his hand to bring the information over. Zhao Fengshu smiled at this. If I could, I wouldn't want to give it to you at this time. The original intention was to tell you the result directly when it was realized. As for what you want to do, I couldn't care even if I wanted to. I've seen through your kid's temper. That's really having an axe to grind. Zheng Chulan played a little mind games with you, and you caused him so much harm. The first airstream and the Hall of Nature harmed your sister, so there's no excuse for you to exterminate them. As these words came down, Huang Ning's face changed drastically as he listened. What's going on here? Mr. Zhao, is it true that you're planning to abandon us because you're defending Gao Xianyu? Yes, it must be. Gao Xianyu was not only powerful, but behind him stood the Gao family and the Exodus immortal lineage. On the contrary, we, the truth-seeking society, although we have many disciples under our door, they are all rabble. Both sides were too far apart, regardless of their strength or status. If he were to choose, he would also definitely give up the truth-seeking society and stand on Gao Xianyu's side. Huang Ning let out a bitter sigh in his heart, and immediately wilted like a frosted eggplant with his head bowed. At this moment, he only hoped that Gao Xianyu can more or less leave some mercy. Don't really put the 2 disciples. Kill no one left. Chapter 155 Chapter 155 Borrowing a knife to kill and reorganize the Truth Seekers Association. Gao Xianyu didn't pay any attention to Zhao Fengsu's words and just flipped through the information on his own. The information of the 4 refiners above were also quickly memorized in his mind. Huang Ning, who was at its side, had a bitter look on his face. It was as if he was waiting for his sentence to be pronounced, and his face was full of sorrow. Instead, it was Zhao Fengshu who waited for a reply with a calm expression. It was only after about half a minute that Gao Xianyu closed the information and slowly opened his mouth. When will we be able to determine the provenance of those 2 magic artifacts? Seeing him take the initiative to diverge from the topic, Zhao Fengshu's heart was happy, knowing that there was a reprieve in this matter. He then said alone, now that the target has been locked down, it should be much faster to investigate. But these 4 people's movements are hidden, and it will take some time to find them, said looking him toward Huang Ning, secretly winking. Fortunately, although Huang Ning appeared to be a bit dull, His brain was quite flexible at the critical moment. After seeing Zhao Fengshu's gesture, he immediately comprehended his meaning. Looking for someone? I'm the best at that in the Seeking Truth Society. Huang Ning volunteered in turn to Gao Xuanyu, saying, Elder Brother Gao, our truth-seeking society has quite a few loose cultivators in addition to the children of the four sects. They're not good at it, but they know a lot of people in the circle. How about, I take a look for you? Huang Ning looked cautious and asked tentatively. Zhao Fengshu was satisfied in his heart when he saw how uptight he was, and then he helpfully chimed in. Xian Yu, Huang Ning is right about that. The Truth Seekers Association sometimes just can't match the company when it comes to finding people. As you know, the company is always doing things that offend people, and a lot of people in the circle, they don't want to have dealings with us, so it might be faster to let them help. Gao Xianyu raised an eyebrow at his words and looked towards Zhao Fengsu. This old man, it seems that he really wants to keep this truth-seeking society, but they don't think that by doing this, they can cancel out the debt, do they? Mr. Zhao, there's no rush in finding someone. There will always be a day when the truth comes out. As for the first airstream in Yan Wu Tang, said Gao Xuanyu in a tone, looking towards Huang Ning, one day, or I'll personally go to the Society of Seeking Truth to ask for someone. After saying that, he threw the information in his hand, heavily, onto Zhao Feng's table. Its meaning is already very clear. The company can find this person to find. Not I will do it myself. But it's absolutely impossible to get me to let them go. Seeing him with such a firm attitude, Zhao Fengshu and Huang Ning's hearts sank and their brows furrowed. You kid, why don't you take the oil and salt? The people who harmed your sister are dead, and both sects have become truth-seeking societies in name only. If you want to take revenge, isn't that the same as destroying the Truth Seekers Association? Thinking of this, Zhao Fengshu glanced at Huang Ning and let out a secret sigh. Forget it, let the kid have his fun. The first airstream in Yin Wu Tang could not be saved, but at least the Seeking Truth Society was still around. Although the strength would be greatly diminished, it was still better than being wiped out entirely. Since you are determined to do so, this matter, then, is yours to settle. When these words came out, Huang Ning immediately looked flustered. The faint hope that existed in his heart was completely dashed. Mr. Zhao, you, but before he could finish his words, he was glared back with a look from Zhao Fengsu. He was afraid that this Huang Ning would say something excessive and anger Gao Xianyu to destroy even the truth-seeking society. Don't say anything superfluous. Revenge between inhumans is not supposed to be in the company's jurisdiction. You'd better go inform the patriarchs of these two sects as well. Let them come of their own accord and settle the matter. Zhao Fengshu saw that things were not going to work out and decisively chose to stand on Gao Xuanyu's side. As Huang Ning had just thought, given a choice, Zhao Fengshu naturally wished to keep the truth-seeking society and integrate it into the company. But the situation at hand has clearly become a fish and a bear's paw, and you can't have both. In that case, he would naturally prefer the bear's paw that catches fish. As for this big fish, I had to endure the pain of cutting it in half and feeding it to the bears. Huang Ning's entire body instantly became disheveled after hearing these words. It wasn't that he didn't understand Zhao Fengshu's meaning, but the four sects of the truth-seeking society were originally formed together by embracing each other. If they really let Gao Xianyu destroy two of them, then they would definitely be disorganized. Even if the Truth Seekers Association still exists, I'm afraid that it exists in name only. On the contrary, it was Gao Xianyu who was satisfied with the result and looked towards Zhao Fengsu. Mr. Zhao, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Just let me know when the people from the first airstream in Yin Wu Tang come. Zhao Fengshu nodded slightly. Go on, don't be making a scene lately. I'll find out for you as soon as possible about those two magic weapons. Gao Xianyu smiled at his words, then turned around and left the office. Right at the moment he closed the door and left, Huang Ning was immediately dissatisfied. Mr. Zhao, do you really intend to let Gao Xuanyu exterminate the first airstream in Yin Wu Tang? If he really did that, how would I have any face left to be this president? When Zhao Fengshu saw his appearance, he immediately waved his hand. You've seen Gao Xianyu's attitude. If we don't let him take his revenge, not to mention these two sects, the Seeking Truth Society will have to be exterminated. Or do you think that you are strong enough to stop Gao Xianyu? Upon hearing these words, Huang Ning was at a loss for words. It's not bull asterisk 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 asterisk. If we have the strength to stop Gao Xianyu, why do we have to play the grandson here? Zhao Fengshu saw that he had an attitude of admitting defeat and turned his words around. Actually, you don't have to worry too much. I do think that Gao Xuanyu going to retaliate against the first airstream in Yin Wu Tang might not be a bad thing. Upon hearing this, Huang Ning's face was puzzled. A wry smile appeared at the corner of Zhao Fengshu's mouth as he continued. Think about it, as long as the elders and masters of those two sects are alive, how much credibility can you have as the president? Is it true that you are obedient, but you are still obedient? Even though Gao Xianyu is trying to exterminate the clan, at best, he'll just settle these old guys. At that time, when his anger subsides, you'll stand up to protect those disciples under the door. In this way, it looks like the Seeking Truth Society has suffered a great disaster, but in reality, it hasn't broken any bones, and on the contrary, it has stabilized the position of your president. It still helps you a lot to become a tenor. After hearing this, Huang Ning immediately stared at Zhao Fengshu with wide eyes in disbelief. At this time, in his heart, he was both respectful and afraid of this Xiao. Once again, there was a new perception of this old man's sleight of hand. So, Mr. Zhao, what you're saying is that you want me to let it go? Although he already understood, he couldn't help but ask a question. After all, this kind of scheming was too big, and if there were any slip-ups, it would probably result in internal turmoil. At that time, let alone whether or not he will be able to hold on to this presidency. I'm afraid it's hard to keep this little life. Chapter 156 Chapter 156 A Surprise Visit. King of Nathan Island. Hearing Zhao Fengshu's scheming, Huang Ning's heart trembled. It's a good move to kill someone with a borrowed knife, but it's also extremely risky. One bad move and the people underneath will riot. Truth seekers would, as a result, split instantly. Mr. Zhao, this matter still needs you to hold it up. Huang Ning spoke with some concern. Zhao Fengshu laughed and said, with Gao Xianyu around, you don't have to worry about anything, he said, throwing the information in front of him. Two things. First, continue to help Gao Xianyu find someone. Secondly, go inform the people of the first airstream in Yin Martial Hall, and say that Gao Xuanyu wants to find them and inquire about the siege of Gao Yushan back then. Huang Ning, isn't that tantamount to plainly telling these two sects that Gao Xianyu wants to seek revenge on them? If they run away, then Gao Xianyu. But when he said this, Huang Ning's heart snapped and his expression was stunned. If they ran away, then Gao Xianyu would definitely chase them everywhere. On his own side, however, he could take advantage of this opportunity to make those disciples of the first airstream in Yin Martial Hall break away from the division and completely become his people. Fantastic. It's fantastic. What was thought to be a desperate situation was not expected to be hardened by Zhao Fengshu, turning it into a good opportunity to unify the truth-seeking society. You've got a lot of heart if you don't say you're the boss of a company. The words brilliant are a great rendition of the word. Mr. Zhao, I'll do it right away now. Huang Ning picked up the documents on the table and quickly turned away. Looking at his disappearing back, Zhao Fengshu took a deep breath and sat down on the chair with a slight headache. Finally fooled. Just now he said those words. In fact, the greater component is to give Huang Ning pie. With his understanding of Gao Xianyu, even if this kid didn't kill all the disciples of the two major sects, then at least half of them would be screwed up. It was a certainty that the Seeking Truth Society would be devastated. But how could a force that had been hard to collect not be allowed to collapse just like that? After all, this was being used as a personnel reserve by the company before it was collected. Of course, his words just now were not all swindling Huang Ning. He couldn't keep the top management of the first airstream in Yen Wu-Tang. However, those disciples under the door were able to turn them and disassociate them from both sects. Gao Xianyu shouldn't give them too much of a hard time after he'd lost his temper. Just then, however, a phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. Zhao Fengshu frowned slightly and answered the phone. What's wrong? I only heard the person on the other side of the phone, speaking in a grave tone. Mr. Zhao, the king of Nathan Island personally called and is waiting to answer with you. What? The ever-steady Zhao Fengshu violently stood up from his seat upon hearing these words. Why did she show up out of nowhere? Did it say what it wanted? Faced with his successive inquiries, the caller answered them one by one. That king only said that it was to talk to the various inhuman forces about the idea of building Nathan Island. Hearing this, Zhao Fengshu frowned slightly and snorted coldly in his heart. Bull ****** building and still wanting supplies. But wasn't it always the Nathan guards who stepped in for this kind of thing in the past? How is it that this time, even this king was startled? I remember the last time King Nathan showed up, back in England, and ended up chewing everyone up hard. Could it be that this new king, too, wants to follow suit? Thinking of this, Zhao Fengshu slowly sat back in his chair and said in a calm tone, "Put the phone in." Yes, as a cry fell, a female voice came a few seconds later. "Hello Mr. Zhao, I'm Nathan King. I apologize for the sudden intrusion." Hearing how polite the other party was, Zhao Fengshu followed suit and exchanged pleasantries. "Nowhere. I didn't expect King Nathan to call me personally. It's an honor. Just wondering, what is your business this time?" As the two of them talked, Zhao Fengshu sort of listened to them, almost like what she was thinking. This King Nathan, who had invited the inhuman forces of various countries, wanted to come to the Dragon Kingdom to meet with the people and, in the process, disclose his identity. But for this matter, he had wanted to refuse, or rather, trying to get King Nathan to meet somewhere else. After all, the inhuman realm within the Dragon Kingdom was now stirred up by Gao Xianyu. That's when King Nathan came back to add to the chaos, protecting the Quasi from what was going to happen. However, After he politely stated his intentions, King Nathan was adamant, indicating that he must come to the Dragon Kingdom before he could do so. In response, Zhao Fangshu couldn't say anything more, and could only confirm the itinerary with the other party. It was about 10 minutes before he hung up. Zhao Fangshu sat in front of his desk, his brows furrowed and his pair of eyes flickered constantly. What the hell does this King Nathan mean? Why did you have to have a meet and greet in my Dragon Kingdom? Is it really as simple as just asking for resources? But after thinking about it for half a day, he didn't have a clue. In the end, he could only pick up the phone and dial Gao Xianyu's number. No matter what this King Nathan's purpose was, he had to make sure the other party was safe. Now that the domestic inhuman world was in turmoil, the only one who reassured him the most was Gao Xianyu. What's wrong, Mr. Cho? A few seconds later, Gao Xianyu's voice came from the phone. Come back here. I have something important to tell you. At this moment, Gao Xianyu, who was standing outside the company's door, heard Zhao Fangsu's grave tone and understood that something big must have happened. Good. After a brief reply, he turned and went back to his office. As soon as he entered, he heard Zhao Fangshu say directly, "In a week's time, I want you to protect someone, and I don't want anything to go wrong in the meantime. As for the matter of the first airstream in Yanwu Tang, you have 3 days to settle it." Hearing this, Gao Xianyu was puzzled. What is it exactly? Make you all so cautious? Foreign related, Zhao Fangshu said seriously. In a week's time, the top levels of Inhumans from all over the world will come to meet us here. And this time, it's the King of Nathan's Island. It is the same man I want you to protect. Gao Xianyu's face showed surprise at his words, not realizing that it was the King of Nathan who was coming. He naturally knew about Nathan's Island. This island, which has never been recognized by any country. Information about the island is also dusted off in the confidential files of various countries. Even maps, or satellites, are processed and cannot be found. For ordinary people, and even most Inhumans, the existence of Nathan's Island is simply unknown. However, this Nathan King's legacy was in no way inferior to that of the Heavenly Masters of the Heavenly Masters Mansion in terms of its long history. It is said to have existed since the Gyuro era. Only at that time, they were still living in the forest and believed in the god of the forest, the holy object enshrined. On the other hand, is a sacred tree, and the reason why it is called a divine tree is because this tree has the same ability as the body repair furnace. It's the ability to take an ordinary person and turn them into an Inhuman, giving them powerful Inhuman arts. Later, because of some events, these people and the divine tree all disappeared. It wasn't long before someone realized that there was a presence in the ocean called Nathan's Island. Chapter 157. Chapter 157. A deal. Favored sister fiend online. King Nathan's sudden visit doubled Gao Xianyu's expectations. He understood that this time King Nathan's appearance was because someone had broken the golden branch, the branch of the so-called divine tree. This act was tantamount to a challenge to King Nathan, trying to become the new king of Nathan Island by defeating her. This also leads to the fact that Nathan Island will be fully open. However, due to the special nature of this island, most of the island's inhabitants are poor and vicious people. If we can take the opportunity to mix it up and make a big mess in the... Thinking of this, Gao Xianyu's heart was on fire. It seemed that he was about to reach this 100 years of merit. It might even be possible to open the sealed world directly. At this time, Zhao Fangshu couldn't help but cough lightly twice when he saw him in a state of wondering. Xianyu, what's on your mind? Did you hear what I just said? What? Gao Xianyu asked subconsciously as his thoughts were interrupted. Zhao Fangshu shook his head helplessly and could only repeat himself. You don't have to worry about anything for this meeting, just protect King Nathan. If anyone dares to make a move against her, there's no need to have any qualms. Just get rid of them. Seeing his serious look, Gao Xianyu gave a thumbs up and swore an assurance. Don't worry, even if the god of heaven comes, I will never let him get close to King Nathan. After all, Nathan's Island would only be fully open if the woman was allowed to return alive. How could he let such a good opportunity fall into his hands? But Zhao Fangshu saw this behavior of his heart did not know for, but was vaguely a little uneasy. It wasn't that he was afraid of Gao Xianyu, unable to protect King Nathan. It just feels like, what is this kid plotting? Could it be that this brat, Xianyu, wanted to make a move against King Nathan? The moment this thought came out, it immediately startled Zhao Fangshu. It's a bit ridiculous though and has no reason to be, but for some reason, the feeling grew stronger and stronger, and immediately instructed in a hurry. Kid, I don't care how you usually fool around, but this foreign involvement is very critical. The top Inhumans from every country will be attending, so don't you dare stab me in the back. Seeing his cautious expression, Gao Xianyu shrugged his shoulders. How come? Am I the kind of person who doesn't know any better? With almost no hesitation, Zhao Fangshu gave an affirmative answer in his heart, but Gao Xianyu had already said so. He could only force down the uneasiness in his heart and said, It's good that you know how important things are. I'll leave the security to your father this time. Colleagues from other areas will also fully cooperate with your father and son. As he spoke, a hint of cunning flashed under Zhao Fengshu's eyes. Kid, with your father on your back, I'll see how you make trouble. If you really screw up, even your father will be implicated. When Gao Xianyu heard this, he also instantly understood Zhao Fengshu's meaning. But for that, he was fine. One does want to mess around, but not at this meeting. His goal, however, was the island of Nathan, where there was no law and order. Yo, all the chances to show your face like that are for my dad? Where's Susan Susi? Aren't the two of them your right-hand men? Hearing this tone with sarcasm, Zhao Fengshu's face darkened. You still have the nerve to mention them. These two brothers, for the sake of Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao, almost defected from the company. If I hadn't realized it in time and taught the two of them a lesson, I'm afraid they'd all have run abroad by now. Obviously, this was a disguised way of pointing out Gao Xianyu. It's all because of what you kids have caused. But then, he intoned, Xianyu, almost got it. Even though Zhang Chulan offended you, there's no need to bring him to his death, right? Now the circle is being stirred up over this. If it goes on like this, the Kashan rebellion of that year will have to be reenacted. Seeing that this old man ran out to be a peacemaker again, Gao Xianyu said with a slightly crazed brow, that was his own doing. Long before that, I had warned him not to hit on me, but instead of listening, this kid dared to count me out. Besides, what can I do now that the word is out? Is it hard to believe that you want me to kill all the people making trouble? Seeing that he refused to let go, Zhao Fengshu let out a sigh. My original idea was to have Feng Baobao stay by your side so that no one would dare to hit on her. But as soon as his words fell, he saw Gao Xianyu's face, which instantly became ugly. Zhao Fengshu was afraid that this kid would get angry and hurriedly continued. But I know you won't agree, so I want to ask you to help me. Can you get rid of that bad luck on them? Now out here, they're called the moldy poison couple. No matter what, they are at least people from our company. It's too detrimental to our image. Gao Xianyu's face eased up a lot when he heard this, but he was still extremely dissatisfied. What's it to me if they're down on their luck? Zhao Fengshu, I'm not proof, but I'm not a cutie either. Ever since Feng and Zhang left the Tang sect, it was really bad luck, especially Zhang Chulan, all evil to no end. What with eating instant noodles without a seasoning packet, bird poop in the face, and a burst toilet pipe, it's become a few book operation. Hell, you can explode with a cell phone and collapse when you walk on a bridge. Thanks to his bad luck, so much corruption has been uncovered. Most of all, anyone who was near the two of them, it was just as bad luck. He himself had only been close for 2 minutes, and the waistband of the cowhide pants, which he had just bought, had broken right off. I'm a company boss, standing in front of my subordinates with my bare ass. Where can I put this face? Zhao Fengshu suddenly felt a pang of heart fatigue. How did he get himself into such a little ancestor? Though it was strong and did live up to expectations, shocking many inhumans. But this ability to screw up is simply more powerful than his strength. The entire inhuman community hasn't stopped since this kid joined the company. If this continues, the company will have to be destroyed by him. Behave. I don't care about anything else. I just want you to restore this unlucky bastard, Zhang Chulan, back to normal. Not to mention the fact that his cultivation has been wasted by you. It won't pose much of a threat to you. Later on, hearing this, Gao Xianyu fell into silence. However, just then, his cell phone suddenly received a message. Picking it up, he found a message from none other than his oldest sister. Brother, promise Mr. Zhao to fish out Chen Dao. Shander? Hasn't she been locked up in the bunker all this time? Gao Xianyu frowned slightly, instantly understanding her sister's mind. It's not a heartfelt pity, it's the same thing. After learning of Chen Dao's childhood encounters, she, who was already physically disabled, empathized. It seemed that helping Shander was like helping herself. Good, the favored sister fiend replied with a sentence, then looked at Zhao Fengshu and said, hand over Chen Dao to our Gao family, and I'll let Zhang Chulan return to normal. Chapter 158, Zhao Fengshu's rage. Zhang Chulan's judgment. Gao Xuanyu's request caused Zhao Fengshu's brows to furrow as he fell into deep thought. From the other party's behavior just now, he probably also guessed that it should be a message from Gao Yushan. But this girl, why did she suddenly want Chen Dao? After the incident in Bo village, although Chen Duo's body was free of compulsion, his cultivation was still there. At this time has been held in a dark fortress awaiting the final results of his execution. Originally, after the decision of the company's senior management, it was to abolish his cultivation. Let Shander be sent to the relevant judiciary for judgment as an ordinary person. I just haven't been able to get around to it due to so many things going on lately. Now Gao Yushan suddenly made a request to make a choice between Chen Dao and Zhang Chulan, which made it difficult for him. After careful thought, he ended up choosing Zhang Chulan, because behind him, there are Su San and Su Si. Even more so, he's holding Feng Baobao, who's full of secrets. Such a person is far more important to the company than Shander. Then it's a deal. I'll release Chen Dao, you release Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao. Seeing Zhao Fengshu agree, Gao Xuanyu nodded slightly and then said, tell Chang Chulan, just this once, if you dare to mess with me in the future, you will be killed. Zhao Fengshu sighed slightly when he saw that his words contained a murderous aura. Don't worry, with this lesson, Zhang Chulan would never dare to mess with you again, said in a tone. I'm curious, what exactly did you use to make him so unlucky? Want to know? Gao Xianyu smiled mysteriously. It's useless to just explain this kind of thing. Why don't I let you experience it for yourself? When these words came out, Zhao Fengshu's mouth immediately twitched and he shook his head repeatedly. Forget it, I don't want to suddenly drop my pants and be naked in the street. Gao Xianyu? That's a bit of an exciting story you've got there. Zhao Fengshu looked at his inquisitive gaze as he looked back and forth at himself. Afraid of that little scandal, he waved his hand in a hurry. Okay, that's all there is to it. Go about your business. At the end, he also instructed, the matter of the first airstream in Yin Wu Tang. You grab it and go for it. But remember, you can't harass ordinary people for it. That's the bottom line. Got it. Gao Xianyu responded impatiently, then turned around and walked out of the office. Looking at his departing back, Zhao Fengshu took off his glasses and rubbed his eyebrows. After these few times, he realized that the company's scabbard could not cover Gao Xianyu's sharpness at all. Now himself, he could only be a flavor of reconciliation to neutralize the balance between him and the company, and even the inhuman world. Now he only hoped that no more crazy people would show up to provoke this Gao Xianyu. But when he thought of this, he suddenly frowned, recalling the news that had leaked out before the Wang family's destruction. After that, there was even an employee who disappeared while cleaning up the battlefield. All the behaviors are connected together and it is obvious that someone is behind it. Just who this mysterious force was never had a clue. For this reason, he also led a group of company executives, all sitting on the white stool, to be interrogated. But to his surprise, there was not the slightest gain. It was also from then on that Zhao Fengshu began to really pay attention to this mysterious organization. Dang it! Just then, a knock came at the door. Zhao Fengshu was cut off from his thoughts and put his glasses back on and said, come in. As the voice fell, Su Si walked in with Zhang Chulan. As soon as he entered the office, Su Si couldn't wait to ask, Mr. Zhao, did the kids promise? Zhao Fengshu sniffed and nodded slightly. It's barely a promise, but for the sake of this kid, the company will have to release Shander. As he spoke, he pointed at Zhang Chulan with great dissatisfaction. Su Si's brows frowned at his words, and he instantly understood that the debt would have to be counted on them again. What does that kid mean? Trying to threaten the company? Zhang Chulan also sank and said with an ugly face, Mr. Zhao, I've become an invalid. Isn't that enough? It's not like I've done anything 10 evil things, right? Does Gao Xianyu have to force me to death to be satisfied? But when he heard his complaint, Zhao Fengshu leaned his head against the seat and said slowly, Chulan the meaning of what I told you was to remind you, perhaps in your mind, the matter of Feng Baobao and caution is of the utmost importance, but not with me, and even less with the company. You know in your heart exactly what you're after with your little maneuver in Bo village, as well as cooperating with Quan Sex to go to the Valley of the 24 Sections. But Zhang Chulan, you have to realize that the world doesn't revolve around you and Feng Baobao. I'm helping you and Feng Baobao in passing, but if you're going to make me disobedient, there's no need for me to help you guys. To put it more bluntly, if you're tricky instead of making me disobedient, then I don't need to say more about the consequences. Speaking here, Zhao Fengshu's gaze was stern, and the pressure of being a higher power was undoubtedly on display. Su Si and Zhang Chulan were both shocked, not expecting Zhao Fengshu to have the tendency to turn against them. Mr. Zhao, please listen to my explanation, said Zhang Chulan with a flustered expression. I admit that everything I did before had a little heart in it, but this trip to the Tang sect, that was all done according to your wishes. Enough! Zhao Fengshu let out a loud shout and angrily pointed at Zhang Chulan. And you have the nerve to talk about it? You were there when the meeting was given to all the temps, weren't you? It's been so long and everyone else is making progress. But you, one job not done, ran straight from the 24th Valley to the Tang sect, almost lifted the roof off the house for me. What did I tell you about informing the Tang sect not to resist and persuading Gao Xianyu not to go on a killing spree? But what have you done? Zhang Wang personally called me to apologize, asking why I indulged you and let all sects pass. He even deliberately provoked him into anger, leaving all the disciples of the Tang sect who were going to evacuate where they were. Fortunately, Gao Xianyu is sensible and has a bottom line, and has no intention of exterminating the Tang sect. Otherwise, do you think that now you, yourself, are still safe and sound, standing here talking to me? Seeing Zhao Fengshu's violent anger, he counted down one crime after another. Zhang Chulan's entire person had completely panicked, standing in place with his feet raised. Seeing that things were getting worse, Su Si hurriedly took a step forward and said, Mr. Zhao, I'm sorry, this is all my and Chulin's fault. It's that we were too confused to do something and didn't think through the consequences. Zhao Fengshu saw that he had gone soft and let out a heavy, angry snort. If you hadn't indulged Zheng Chulan too much, he wouldn't have been so bold. Starting today, cancel his temp status. Feng Baobao is temporarily imprisoned in the Dark Fortress, and we'll discuss it after the matter on Nathan Island has passed. Chapter 159 Chapter 159 Gao Lian, my son is 16, how come he is still not close to women? After Gao Xianyu left the company, he first returned to his temporary residence and had Huan Du Lulan withdraw the ear-beak beast. With that, he coaxed her for half a day before sending her back to the Fox Demon World. About half an hour later, Feng Ya brought Chen Dao over. In passing, he also placed a stream of air with Yin Wu Tang's information, left it behind, and then left. At this time inside the house, Gao Xianyu looked at the very restrained Chen Duo, and couldn't help but have a difficult time in his heart, not knowing how to arrange the other party. Finally, he simply picked up his cell phone and sent a message to his oldest sister. What he got in return was a letter telling him to figure it out on his own. Seeing that his oldest sister was so pitted against his younger brother, then he simply went and pitted against his father. Backhandedly, he called Galian and explained the situation. After learning what happened, it also really embarrassed Galian enough. Shander, the problem child, he really did not know how to arrange it. We can't send her to a bath and massage to sell her misery, can we? In the end, after a unanimous decision by father and son, Chen Dao was sent back to the northeast, leaving Gao Yushan to sort things out on her own. It just so happened that after her treatment, her mental energy was now extremely strong. Every day is either surfing the web or looking around for people to talk to, just so she could be a spiritual mentor to Shander and persuade her. If this girl still can't think straight, then let her be. But the conversation between father and son was all heard by Chen Dao. It wasn't until Gao Xianyu hung up the phone that she gathered her courage and said somewhat timidly, "If you can't handle me, let me leave on my own. Don't worry, I won't give you any trouble." Gao Xianyu frowned slightly and instantly understood that this little girl was afraid that she wanted to go and seek death again. If it had been before, he wouldn't have paid any attention to it. As the saying goes, when the father dies, the mother's family, the individual cares about the individual. He didn't bother to interfere when people were bent on death. But the thing is, he's the one who's rescuing people now. Older sister also made a point of taking care of each other. If she really succeeded in committing suicide, even if her oldest sister wouldn't blame herself, she would definitely be sad. As a spoiled sister fiend, he naturally didn't want to see such a thing happen. But in order to take care of Chen Dao's emotions, he still said patiently, "I know what you're thinking, but my sister went to great lengths to save you. Honestly, I don't want her efforts to be in vain, and I don't want you to feel that you've entered a new prison. How about this? You go to the northeast first and meet my sister. After that, it's all up to you. I promise no one will ever interfere." Hearing this, Chen Dao's expression was a bit tangled. After a few seconds of thought, he finally nodded his head silently, agreeing to the proposal. Gao Xian was relieved to see this. To be honest, if Chen Duo was really bent on death, it was not really good for him to stop him, because in her worldview, the fear is that death is the only freedom. Your previous compulsion has been nullified. Take this for defense first. Gao Xianyu pulled out the Tong Tian talisman and raised his hand to throw it over. Chen Dao caught it and looked through it suspiciously. Although she had heard of the 8 Wonders technique, she did not know much about it. I only thought that this Tong Tian talisman was nothing more than a Taoist talisman in foreign arts. As for Gao Xianyu, he checked up on the information Feng Ya had brought. Inside, the current Yichiro and Yan Wu Tang sect leader, elders, as well as a group of disciples, were all recorded. However, he soon realized that regarding the detailed address, only the 2 sect executives had records. As for those disciples under the door, they were all passed over. This Zhao Feng Su, what the hell is he playing behind his back again? Gao Xianyu muttered, vaguely sensing that something was wrong. Although the disciples of these 2 sects together amounted to several hundred people, it was impossible to find out the addresses of all of them. But to say that none of them are there is definitely a problem. The simplest possibility was that these 2 sect executives were deliberately pushed out to let him vent his anger. And those disciples who are under the door are the ones the company wants to secretly keep for themselves. This old boy, has he even hidden such a heart? As Gao Xianyu secretly pondered whether or not to sell Zhao Fengsu this face, a knock suddenly came from outside the door. Chen Dao was very knowledgeable and got up, going forward to open the door. Asked suspiciously when he saw the visitor at the door, "Who are you looking for?" Cao Lian looked at Chen Dao in front of him and laughed. "I am Gao Xianyu's father." The two hadn't met before, so Chen Dao didn't recognize Gao Lian. Upon hearing the identity of the other party, he hastily made way and said politely, "Come in." Thanks, Gao Lian responded, then walked towards the house, but in its heart, it secretly pondered. This little girl, touching the lawn quite clean and cute, and looks very well behaved. This Xianyu kid, doesn't he have any idea? That said, he's also 16 this year. How come he's not close to women at all? This little brat doesn't have an orientation problem, does he? The idea that suddenly popped up made Gao Lian's heart tighten and he looked a little flustered. In the old Gao family's generation, there's only one male. If something really goes wrong, it's going to be extinct my ass. No way. As a father, you have to guide your son. While Gao Lian secretly made his decision, he had also arrived in front of Gao Xianyu, asked in a somewhat apprehensive tone as he looked at his contemplative son in front of him. Xianyu, do you really intend to let Chen Dao return to the northeast? Didn't it ever occur to you to keep her with you for a while first? The sudden inquiry baffled Gao Xianyu, especially when he saw Pop's expression full of skepticism. He couldn't get his head around it and said, keep what? How will I have time to care for her? Didn't Mr. Zhao tell you about the high-ranking Inhumans from various countries coming here to meet in a week's time? Hearing this, Gao Lian nodded slightly and said, I just got the news too, but isn't that just right? Although this girl has lost her compulsion, her cultivation is still intact. If you teach her a few tricks, she should be able to learn quickly and stay by your side as a helper. Gao Xianyu, father, are you not awake? You're afraid I'll run out of help? Behind me stands the entire Fox Demon world, what the Arai Kingdom's 13 generals, Tu Shan's bearer, the South Kingdom's godfather, and the North Kingdom's leading man. As long as I give up my life, which one can't be invited? Why would I keep Chendo around? Would I die with her? There's no way those vixens in Tu Shan would agree to that. No need. It's better for her to meet my oldest sister first. Gao Xianyu decisively refused, then handed over the information in his hand. By the way, what do you think is appropriate for me to do when you look at this? Seeing his son digressing from the topic, Gao Lian could only press the matter in his heart first and took the information and flipped through it. But in its heart, it was getting more and more worried. This little is he a straight man of steel, or is he ing bent? Chapter 160 Chen Duo's amazing talent. Your Gao family is too overbearing. Gao Lian flipped through the information, but in his heart, he was always thinking about Gao Xianyu, so much so that at first, he hadn't noticed anything wrong. But as he flipped through half of it, he also finally saw the clues and understood what Gao Xianyu meant. This kid was asking himself if he wanted to give Zhao Fengsu a face. It seems to be a concern that it is difficult to be in the middle. Alas, it's not easy for Mr. Zhao to allow you to fool around like this. It's already very good. You don't know. Just now he was in his office, severely reprimanding Su Si and cancelling Zhang Chulin's status as a temporary worker. In my opinion, let's just sell him a favor and clean out the top echelons of these two sects. He wasn't really thinking for Zhao Fengsu when he said that. According to this information, the two sects together had more than 400 disciples. If this was left to Gao Xianyu to kill, it would really be heads rolling and blood flowing. He, as a father, didn't want to see his son turn into a ruthless butcher because of revenge. As far as he was concerned, the way Tang Clan handled it was just fine. The master and the murderer of that year were sanctioned, and it was also tantamount to taking revenge for his daughter. Gao Xianyu sniffed some surprise, did not expect Zhao Fengsu would directly expel Zhang Chulan from the company. It seems that this old boy, too, is showing himself favor. In that case, let's listen to Pops. Gao Xianyu decided to sell him this face, then looked at the time. It's getting late, so I'll go settle the score with them and then prepare to meet King Nathan. Looking at the murderous Gao Xianyu, Gao Lian sighed and instructed, be careful. These guys will do anything to stay alive. Don't fall prey to someone else's schemes because of carelessness. Got it, Pops? Gao Xianyu responded and walked straight towards the door, but without taking 2 steps, he saw Chen Dao get up and actually had the intention to follow. What for? Gao Xianyu inquired as he stopped walking. Chen Dao stared, his turquoise pupils slightly fearful as he said, help you get your revenge. Gao Xianyu shook his head and smiled. You're even disabled in martial arts now, how can you help me? However, as soon as his words fell, Chen Duo even utilized the air and fingertips to draw a talisman in the air, though the movement wasn't quite as fluid and there were a couple of lulls in the middle. But the actual talisman, however, was drawn. When Gao Lian, who was on the side, saw this, his eyes widened. Although he had never seen a Tong Tian talisman, he knew about the talismans of the Taoist sect. Trying to make one is extremely labor-intensive, and all of these talismans, too, have to be inscribed on top of yellow paper in order to exert their power. How can you draw talismans in the air like Chen Dao? Also, when did she start learning? Just as he was puzzled, Gao Xianyu gave his answer. his tone somewhat surprised. This talent of yours is a bit heaven-defying. After watching for more than 10 minutes, you've learned the Tong Tian talisman? Gorian, 10 minutes or so? Learning one of the 8 wondrous techniques, the Tong Tian talisman? This Chen Dao's talent. It's kind of awesome. It's suitable to be a daughter-in-law. However, in response, Chen Dao said calmly, didn't learn it all. It's just an introductory talisman, but given some time, I should be able to master it a bit more. Gao Lian, Gao Xianyu, are we being Versailles? Look at your arrogant face. What are you proud of? Gao Xuanyu, who had only learned the Tong Tian talisman in half an hour, made a dark nonchalant remark in his heart. However, the spinning heart became curious and re-examined Chen Dao. Previously, he had given her this technique himself. Firstly, because the Tong Tian talisman had no side effects. At least Lu Jin had cultivated until he was 100 years old, and he hadn't seen any problems. Secondly, it was because it was a better way to get started with this foreign art. It won't be like the Wind Queen's strange door, which tends to drive people crazy. He had been curious to learn on the road for a while after taking it over himself. In the end, it took about half an hour to master the beginner's talisman, which was considered to be stepping into the threshold. But on the contrary, it took less than half the time for Shander to learn. This talent, it's much stronger than yourself. Soon, though, he figured out the key to it. When the Medicine Immortal Society chose those 48 infants to refine the parasites, they were originally those extremely talented children. Chen Dao was able to stand out from it, so he thought that his talent was even better. Coupled with the fact that her personality had been obliterated since she was a child. Her mind wasn't said to be rock solid, but it was definitely like water. Such a person would have already gotten twice the result with half the effort by practicing the technique. All of the reasons added together, which allowed her to quickly master the Tong Tian talisman. But this talent, indeed, is also a bit unbelievable. Son, why did you give her the Tong Tian talisman? Just as Gao Xianyu was pondering, Gao Lian said in a slightly worried tone. Obviously, he was worried that Chen Dao would lead to a killing spree after learning the Tong Tian talisman, but Gao Xianyu said confidently in response, it's fine. I'll let people in the circle know that Chen Dao is from our Gao family. Gao Lian's eyes lit up at the words and his heart was doubly excited. Good boy. Finally getting the hang of it. Right. If we bring this girl out, she should be a member of our Gao family. I'll turn around and tell my friends in the circle the good news, so they can help spread the word. Gao Xianyu saw his old dad's face full of joy and didn't understand what he was so happy about. I'm only doing this to save Shander. Why are you acting like it's a wedding? But as he was looking at Chen Duo again, he realized that this girl was actually also blushing with shame and rubbing the corner of her clothes with her head down. Immediately afterward, he realized that the atmosphere in the room had become somewhat subtle. It's not right. Why do I get the feeling that Pops is going to give me a wedding? Lean, are you really going to let me die with Shander? The tree of bitterness doesn't serve everyone. In order to prevent the situation from developing beyond control, Gao Xianyu hurriedly said, then keep up the good work practicing. I'm going to take care of something first. Then he looked at Gao Lian. Pops, I've booked the airfare back to the northeast for you. Chen Dao is in your hands. Saying that and not waiting for the two to reply, he quickly opened the door and left. While looking at his son's back, Gao Lian revealed a fatherly smile. This brat, he's still shy on it, but it's also true that we have to get back to the northeast soon so we can tell the old man about it and let him have some fun too. Saying that, he turned his head to look at Chen Duo, with the expression of an old husband looking at his daughter-in-law, unable to say that he was satisfied with the Dao. Girl, I know about you too, but it's all in the past. From now on, you are a member of my Gao family, and no matter what you want to do, no one will restrict you. If anyone dares to bully you, go tell Xianyu, he'll definitely help you out. At the end he added in a solemn tone, including the company. When these words came out, Chen Dao's gaze flickered in bursts, not knowing what he was thinking, but after a few moments, she remained silent and nodded, then looked to the empty door. When Gao Lian saw her like this, he only assumed that she was thinking of Gao Xianyu and immediately said, don't worry, he'll be fine. It's getting late. Let's go to the airport and head back to the northeast. When he's done with his business, I'll let the old man solemnize your marriage. Shander? Don? No, is your Gao family so overbearing? I was trying to return the favor no doubt, but didn't say anything about returning the favor. Chapter 161, Revenge begins. In human realm completely riotous, with Gao Xianyu officially embarking on a journey of vengeance, the already turbulent inhuman world is left to kill again. In only 3 days' time, the top management of the first airstream and Yen Wu-Tang were all killed, regardless of whether it was the sect leader or the elders. Although there was occasional resistance, none of them escaped. The disciples of the two large sects were terrified and fled in all directions. Just as they were cornered, Huang Ning finally struck in the dark. He sent people to roam among the disciples of the two major sects, constantly spreading the news, claiming that as long as they were willing to break away from their respective sects and become a true member of the truth-seeking society, they would never be hunted down by Gao Xianyu again. Some of the fringe disciples heard about it and immediately broke away from the division with hardly any hesitation. Huang Ning was also unceremonious and took them all under his wing. Many of the disciples of the two sects who were still watching realized that those masters and brothers who had broken away from the sects were really not being continued to be liquidated. For a time, a large number of disciples from the First Airstream and Yen Martial Hall all worshipped under Huang Ning. This also made his prestige, which skyrocketed in the Truth Seekers Association, to be held in the highest esteem. However, some of the core disciples in the two major sects were still unwilling to leave. Some even threatened to go to the company to seek justice. As a result, the men were killed one after another before they could do anything about it. In just one night, these stubborn core disciples were all butchered. When some large sects learned of the news, they all sighed and complained. What's more, some even took the initiative to come forward to express that revenge is understandable, but to retaliate by such bloody and cruel means is really for the sake of heaven and earth. Especially the matter of Feng Baobao had stirred up the inhuman realm and there was no more peace. In the end, he even used this as an excuse to try to force Feng Baobao to take the initiative to come forward and quell this turmoil. Unfortunately, the voices of these people soon faded away. Many of them, the next day, were strangely dead. This was also an incident where other disciples besides those of the First Airstream and Yen Wutang were killed. Seeing that this pool of water was being stirred up more and more muddy, expanding like a whirlpool, the inhuman world was in turmoil and everyone was in danger. The company has finally joined forces with the Ten to step in and temporarily ban all inhumans from killing each other, and he solemnly declared that anyone who dared to disobey would be punished with the harshest penalties and have his martial arts skills abolished. Sure enough, once this order was issued, all the inhumans instantly settled down. On the surface, everyone was supine, not daring to make any moves in. However, in the dark, there were still people who took advantage of the pandemonium and frantically searched for Feng Baobao. It wasn't until one of the company's dark fortresses was infiltrated, causing 6 deaths and 2 injuries to the employees before fleeing, that Zhao Fangshu became completely furious. Assholes, these guys are just too lawless. Check it out for me, no matter who it is. Arrest them all. Deal with it strictly. On the conference room, Zhao Fangshu stormed out, obviously infuriated. He never expected that someone would dare to put their mind on the company. Dark Castle, that's definitely the company's backbone. The people held inside are those who are considered extremely dangerous by the company. The group ended up making a mess and letting 3 go hard. This includes Ma Xianhong, who was just brought in not too long ago. Fortunately, Feng Baobao was not in this dark fortress, so it did not allow the group to succeed. But this matter also made Zhao Fangshu vaguely feel that something was wrong. It seemed that the purpose of this group of people was not for Feng Baobao, but more like they were running towards Ma Xianhong, especially when he recalled that the escort was also attacked on the way back from escorting Ma Xianhong. In the conference room, the rest of the directors were silent as they looked at the furious Zhao Fangshu. In their minds, they were all secretly non-committal as well. The reason for today's situation, in the final analysis, isn't it because you've indulged the Gao Xianyu too much? Now he had gotten his revenge, but the prestige that the company had worked so hard to build up over the years was instantly gone. The Dark Fortress was invaded, not to mention that after killing the people they let the other side get away. This is a fantastic shame for the company. If it's not handled well, then who will take the company seriously in the future? Zhao Fangshu naturally knew what they were thinking, but in his heart he was also quite helpless. Regarding the matter of condoning Gao Xianyu, he could only hold his nose and admit it. But the thing is, even if he didn't want to condone it, what could he do? Do you really want to go over there and fight this kid in the name of the company? It would be no exaggeration to say that all of you who are sitting there again, I'm afraid that none of you will be able to breathe today. It'll all have to be at the crematorium, singing young friends coming together. Everyone is in a pile of you and a pile of me, and no one recognizes anyone. However, this kind of thing, the people are also unspoken, will not be brought to the surface to say, just as the meeting fell into silence. However, the doors suddenly opened. The heads of several major districts, one after another, walked in. Seeing this, Zhao Fangshu put away his angry expression and said with a calm face, "You should have heard about last night, right? The Dark Fortress at the eastern outskirts of the city has been invaded. 6 of my colleagues were killed and 2 were seriously injured and are in a coma to this day. These people destroyed all surveillance equipment on their way out. While the technicians are doing their best to fix it, it's still going to take a few days." With that, he looked at Rin Fei, the head of Central China. "This matter is in your hands. In 3 days, I want new developments in this matter." Seeing that Zhao Fangshu had given a death order, Ren Fei nodded with a serious expression. Understood. Zhao Fangshu then looked at Bai Yulong, who was also a director. This time, you'll follow Ren Fei as well. As a notorious radical in the company, Zhao Fangshu asked Bai Yulong by name to make a move. It is evident that this time he has really come down hard. No problem. Bai Yulong also understood what he meant and immediately nodded his head in agreement. Seeing him agree, Zhao Fangshu nodded slightly and turned to look at Gao Lian. There are still 3 days until the arrival of the inhuman executives from various countries. How's the preparation going on your end? With the cooperation of all departments, it's already prepared. Gao Lian gave a very official response, and then fell silent. Zhao Fangshu knew that because of Gao Xuanyu's matter, he was the last person who wanted to be in the limelight right now, especially when he learned that in the inhuman realm, someone had come forward to denounce Gao Xianyu. He even volunteered to resign from this security job, saying he wanted to go back to the northeast. Its purpose, needless to say, was inevitably to use the power of the Gao family to dispose of certain people. But now at this juncture, Zhao Fangshu didn't want anyone else to add to the chaos and decisively refused his request, and it was made strictly clear that the matter would never be allowed to see the shadow of the Gao family. There was also Gao Xianyu, who immediately stopped his revenge and returned to the company. Fortunately, at that time, Gao Xianyu had already finished dealing with the matter at hand, and really returned to the company peacefully. Only the first thing he did when he came back was to violently beat up Huang Ning. If Zhao Fangshu hadn't made a timely move to stop it, this would be the president of the Truth Seekers Association, and he was afraid that it would have to be replaced. Chapter 162 Aggrieved baby Huang Ning. The incident is confusing. The company's specialized treatment hospital, somewhere in the wards. Zhao Fangshu, who had just finished a meeting, hurried over. Looking at the bandaged Huang Ning on the bed, his face sank slightly. I'm asking you once more, the core disciples of the first airstream in Yin Martial Hall, did you send someone to do away with them? As a result, just after the words fell, Huang Ning immediately cried out, Mr. Zhao, I'm innocent. I'll admit, I did get up a killing spree for the stubborn ones, but as you know, I was too busy collecting the others to do that at the time. Taking a step back, I, Huang Ning, even if I am a cutie, can also know the importance of lightness. Even if you don't look at Gao Xianyu, you would never, at this time, cause trouble for you. Seeing him crying hoarsely and with a face full of aggravation, Zhao Fangshu sighed heavily and his face eased. Come on, be careful of stretching the wound. Gao Xianyu's beating, although he didn't summon a demon immortal, he really dealt a deadly blow. This also made Zhao Fangshu and the others surprised. This kid's own strength is actually so strong. It was important to realize that as the president of the Truth-Seeking Society, Huang Ning's strength was not comparable to the older generation of Inhumans though, but among his peers, he could definitely enter the ranks of the strongest as well. However, facing Gao Xianyu, he was actually like a child, without any ability to resist. Most notably, this brat had actually executed the Tong Tian talisman, almost directly nullifying Huang Ning. Mr. Zhao, I'm aggrieved. If you hadn't stopped that kid, I'm afraid I would have really been killed alive. You must do right by me in this matter. Huang Ning let out a wail, tears streaming down his face, and saw Zhao Fangshu frown straight away. I'll do it for you. Who'll do it for me? That kid didn't beat you to death, and that's already for my sake. Otherwise, would you have had the chance to hug me? But seeing Huang Ning in this bruised and battered state, Zhao Fangshu couldn't bear to be irritating him anymore and just comforted him. I know you're aggrieved, but this whole thing does seem like too much of a coincidence. Xianyu's side had just finished dealing with the top echelons of the two major sects when someone secretly killed those core disciples. Anyone would have to be pissed off to have such a big piece of on his head. But on the contrary, those who died were also guys who refused to abandon their division and return to you. Anyone who puts this on them will think you did it. Although his words were so, a pair of gazes, however, stared deathly at Huang Ning. It seemed to want to see through it and confirm if the other party was lying. After all, up until now, Huang Ning's suspicions remained high. However, after observing for half a day, he found that Huang Ning had no mood swings in other than a face of aggression. This couldn't help but make Zhao Fangshu's heart flutter with mutterings. Is it possible that Huang Ning didn't do this? But who is it? He even went so far as to offend Gao Xianyu. But Huang Ning was instantly resigned after hearing Zhao Fangshu's words. Then he can't hit people for no reason. Look at it, Mr. Zhao. I've broken 6 ribs, and my left arm, my right leg, they're all broken. If you had come one step later at that time, kid, I would have had all my martial arts skills wasted. No matter what, I'm also a president. He can't just hit someone and be fine. But before he finished speaking, he heard Gao Xianyu's voice suddenly come from outside the door. Yo, listen to you, are you trying to blackmail me? Then why don't you do the math and figure out how much your life is worth? The sudden sound caused Huang Ning's body to instantly tremble, and he looked towards the door of the room in shock, only to see Gao Xianyu walking in with a smirk, his eyes looking at himself with an unkind gaze. You, Huang Ning's bandaged left hand trembled as he pointed at Gao Xianyu. Instead, his eyes couldn't help but look at Zhao Fengxiu, wanting to ask for help. It turned out that the other party, who had directly tilted his head sideways, did not meet his eyes at all. Huang Ning's heart trembled, instantly understanding what he meant. This old guy didn't want to care. At that moment, he changed his previous aggression and forced out a smile and said, "What are you talking about? How could I possibly blackmail you? Just now, I was telling Mr. Zhao that you, old brother Xian Yu, were just in a fit of anger before you mistakenly injured me in a moment of recklessness. But don't go blaming you for this little thing. Isn't it just a couple broken ribs? And an arm and leg? I'm a person with a naturally good physique. This small injury, I can recover in a few days." And as his words fell, Gao Xianyu came closer. Seeing his look of trepidation, he snorted, "Don't worry, I'm not looking for you this time." Hearing this, Huang Ning was instantly relieved. However, Zhao Fengxiu, who was on the side, had clearly become a bit uncomfortable. "Not for him? That would be for me. You boys don't think that I'm the one who put this together, do you?" Just then, he noticed Gao Xianyu's gaze. Looking straight at himself, Zhao Fengxiu's heart tightened as he gripped the pager, ready to call the paramedics and give himself first aid. Gao Xianyu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when she saw this action of his. "What are you doing? It's not like I'm going to do anything to you. I came over this time to ask you something." As he said that, he also glanced at Huang Ning, clearly feeling that he was in the way here. "Huang Ning, brother, I beg you to treat me as a human being. It's not convenient for you two to chat. Just go out and talk. I'm all bandaged up like a mummy. Why are you letting me out?" However, after he and Gao Xianyu had stared at each other for half a day, they did not see the other party's intention to leave. In the end, it was even Zhao Fengxiu who turned his gaze towards him. It seemed to say, "Why don't you have any eyes?" When Huang Ning saw this, a million horses raced in his heart. Finally and silently, he climbed into his wheelchair and trudged out of the hospital room. On his way out, he didn't forget to smooth the door behind him. "Say what's up." Looking at Huang Ning's departing back, Zhao Fengxiu took the initiative to inquire. Gao Xianyu, on the other hand, pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "I've heard about Ma Xianhong. This incident started because of me. I'll get him back. It's just that, have you ever wondered what the purpose of those people who robbed Ma Xianhong was?" Hearing this, Zhao Fengxiu's face showed surprise. He didn't expect that this kid would be quite responsible and take the initiative to take charge of Ma Xianhong's affairs. And the question posed, could it be that he knows something? "What? Did you think of something?" Gao Xianyu hesitated slightly. "Not quite sure. It always feels like it has something to do with the group that leaked me out to destroy the Wang family. And Ma Xianhong, I've come into contact with him as well. And like Feng Baobao, he's clamoring for his family. Always says he's sick in the head and forgets a lot of key memories. So I'm searching to see if I can start with this part of his family. Follow that line and find out who those people are behind it." His words were a wake-up call. Zhao Fengxiu's eyes widened violently, looking at him in surprise. This kid, is he too smart, or has he sensed something long ago? How can you associate so many things overnight? Chapter 163 Meeting day arrives and partner Fanyat is attacked. Gao Xianyu's words caused Zhao Fengxiu to be enlightened. At the same time in his heart, he was suddenly surprised. How come this kid was so attached to the matter of Ma Xianhong? Was it really because he had started the turmoil that led to Ma Xianhong's being robbed? But this thought, Zhao Fengxiu only maintained it for less than a second before vetoing it, though he didn't know for what purpose Gao Xianyu would come over to take up Ma Xianhong's matter of his own accord. But one thing was certain. This kid was definitely doing it for himself, or the Gao family. After all, the company would be no different than an ingrate in his eyes. Even to put it bluntly, in Gao Xuanyu's heart, as far as the company's status is concerned, it's not as good as the foot of Longhu Mountain. That $200 of female college students want him to do his best for the company? It's really not as practical as wishing for a little nuclear flattening. However, right at this moment, Zhao Fengxiu snapped to mind that the Gao family's father and son were collecting the 8 strange techniques. He remembered that Golan had said that it seemed like it was to pay off the debt. Could it be that this kid took the initiative to seek out Ma Xianhong for the divine mechanism 100 refinements? Thinking of this, Zhao Fengxiu slowly opened his mouth and asked, "By the way, your dad called me the other day and asked about this Ma Xianhong. Said he wanted the divine machine 100 refinements to help you pay off the immortal's bills. It's just that I was rather busy at that time and promised him to discuss the matter in a few days. But I didn't expect him to be given away." Saying a tone, he looked at Gao Xuanyu and said, "But I'm curious, what do you owe on the immortal side, to the extent that you have to take the 8 strange techniques to pay them back? Also, could it be that those immortals, too, can cultivate the 8 strange techniques?" The successive inquiries caused Gao Xianyu's brows to furrow. he understood that this Zhao Fangsu was suspicious, both afraid that these 8 strange techniques were cultivated by their Gao family, and even more afraid that those demon immortals, too, could actually learn them. After all, in his eyes, this was a method of chaos, so naturally the fewer people who learned it, the better. Even if he could, he wanted to make these 8 foreign arts, all of them, disappear into thin air. There's no use asking me, it's all what the immortals told me, I just do what I'm told. Gao Xianyu said truthfully. There was no need for him to lie about such things. Anyway, neither side was in a world dimension, and even if it was given to Tushan Honghong, it wouldn't appear in this world. But the problem was that Zhao Fangsu didn't understand the truth of it and only thought that Gao Xianyu was stonewalling himself. Immediately, he frowned and said with some apprehension, I'll think about what you just said. As for Ma Xianhong's matter, you should stay out of it for now. In 2 days, the top levels of the Inhumans from each country are going to meet. King Nathan, the target of your protection, will also arrive. It's easy to get distracted when there's too much going on. Hearing this, Gao Xianyu let out a snort in his heart. It seems that this old man is wary of me, but for that, he didn't care at all. Regarding the matter of collecting the 8 strange techniques, he hadn't intended to use external forces. At first his own old man, I am afraid that he is also sick and anxious. Just think of how to pay back the debt for him. That's why he told Zhao Fangxu about it on impulse. Well, since you put it that way, I don't care to worry about it. Gao Xianyu put down a sentence and turned away without looking back. Zhao Fangxu sat in place, looking at his back, and also had absolutely no intention of calling out. He had to be careful about this matter of the Gao family collecting the 8 wondrous techniques. It wouldn't matter if they really took it to pay off the immortals. One might even say that he would have thrown up his hands in favor of it. After all, it was better for this thing to be collected by the immortals than to be left out in the open and practiced by those whose hearts were not in the right place. However, the prerequisite was that Gao Xianyu had to hand it over to the demon immortal in front of him. Otherwise, who knows if this kid will keep a copy of it in private and stay in the Gao family. When many years later, the descendants of the Gao family, one by one, all came out to make a name for themselves with the 8 wonders technique. At that time, even if Gao Xianyu wasn't alive, the entire inhuman realm would be afraid that he wouldn't be able to suppress it. Even the status of the company and the 10 brothers could be outlawed by the Gao family. Letting one family dominate? This kind of thing is the last thing that either the tenors or the company want. Even if currently, Gao Xianyu had already crowned the inhuman realm and had no one to check him, but a person being invincible alone, and raising a clan to be invincible, those were 2 completely different concepts. Therefore this was a matter that he had to be extremely careful about. In the next 2 days, the entire neutralization company, except for Gao Xianyu alone, were all busy flying, especially Galleon. After taking over security for the meeting of the top brass from various countries, he had barely closed his eyes. Anything big or small, it's up to him. Venue arrangements, staff accommodation, security measures, etc. Everything, almost everything, has to go through the hands once. It could be said that the past 2 days had almost emptied his entire being. The already thinning hair on the top of his head was also significantly reduced, but it is reasonable to say that with the cooperation of various departments, he is not so bad. But the pitiful thing is that his own son has stirred up a great deal of chaos in the inhuman world, and there is no peace anywhere. It also indirectly led to the robbery of Ma Xianhong and the murder of the company's employees. This has spread the company, which already has a small staff, heavily. The number of people he had on hand that he could use became extremely small as well, so much so that every time he was so busy that he was burnt out. He had to curse Gao Xianyu a few times to vent his anger. Otherwise, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to hold on for the next 2 days. At this time, 9 o'clock at night, a closed highway. Achoo! Asterisk 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 asterisk. What asshole is chanting about me again? Gao Xianyu, wearing a suit, suddenly sneezed and muttered irritably. Seeing this, Fangya, who was on the side, said suspiciously, Are you catching a cold? Why have you been sneezing for the past 2 days? Gao Xianyu waved his hand. I don't have a cold. Someone must be scolding me behind my back. Asterisk 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 in hell. Let me catch whoever it is and I'll kick his ass. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he saw a grey commercial car drive by and slowly stop in the middle of the road. When Fanya saw this, she looked puzzled and said, Could it be that King Nathan has come? Then he quickly stepped forward, wanting to make sure. They had been specifically instructed by Zhao Fangsu to wait here for King Nathan's arrival. Now that the entire highway is closed, but this car made it in, I think it would be King Nathan. But what made Fangya wonder was why there was no news coming from his colleagues who were checking ahead. Just as she approached the driver's side, however, the window suddenly fell. Immediately after that, a stone shot at her brow with great speed. The powerful force immediately caused Fangya to lose her balance, and her entire body fell towards the back. At the same time, in his mind, he went blank, and a look of horror was even revealed in his gaze. Am I dying? However, Gao Xianyu, who was standing at the back, stood calmly in place, with no intention of making a move at all. Just watched. The business car violently rushed out, fled in the direction of the venue, and took off. Chapter 164. Fanya, who was wet with fear, and King Nathan appeared. I'm dead. Fanya felt the pain at her brow and said in a horrified tone. But then, he saw Gao Xianyu's face filled with playful laughter, blocking out the night sky. You're still lazy and sleeping at work? Aren't you afraid of being fined? Fanya, Gao Xianyu. After making sure again that she really wasn't dead, Fanya stood up with a jolt of shock and anger. I'm at least your partner, and you just watched me get attacked without even reacting. Facing her rant, Gao Xianyu pulled out his ears and said, Come on, it's not like the other guy has a murderous aura. He's obviously trying to provoke us on purpose, in case King Nathan happens to arrive during the strike and injures her by mistake. On Mr. Zhao's side, it's not going to be easy to explain. Hearing this sophistry from him, Fanya's chest peaks rippled, obviously infuriated. But nay, after half a day's thought, she didn't have a counter-argument. In the end, she could only clench her silver teeth and glared hatefully at Gao Xianyu. But just then, a car roar came steeply. Immediately afterward, a pair of lights shone through. The two looked back at the same time, only to see that the business car that had already left actually turned around and drove back. This asshole, still really arrogant. Fanya, who was already furious, immediately cast a foreign art. Rocks on both sides of the road hung in the air and went straight for the front glass of the commercial car. Gao Xianyu was slightly surprised to see this. It was the first time he had seen Fanya use a foreign art. By the looks of it, he should be an innate inhuman like Tu Shan, and the ability he possesses is Nian power. How can I put this exoticism? It purely depends on the individual's cultivation. I can't say it's much weaker, but I don't see anyone using it much stronger. It would be enough to deal with some ordinary inhumans anyway. But the thing is, there's no ordinary inhuman in this business van. If he wasn't mistaken, the one sitting in here was none other than King Nathan, whom he was trying to protect. On top of that, there were the Nathan guards who were posted to protect her. These people, none of them were experts among the inhumans. Bang, bang, bang. With a few crunching sounds emitted, the front glass of the business car shattered in response. Immediately afterward, a sharp was the sound of brakes. The business body was seen rocking and finally swinging across the middle of the road. Come down inside. Fanya let out a low shout and once again maneuvered several stones, levitating them around his body. His eyes were on the business car warily, fearing that the other party was making a sneak attack. On the contrary, it was Gao Xianyu on the side who had a full expression of watching the show. But the two men waited for half a day, but no one got out of the car. Fanya's anger rose at once, only feeling that the other party was teasing her. Immediately maneuvered the stone, hit the car body one after another, making a bing-bang sound. The force of it was so great that each stone deeply etched into the bodywork, so much so that the entire commercial vehicle, after being hit by this force, shook once again. But the successive firings also caused Fanya to start panting slightly. Obviously that maneuver just now took a lot of strength. But when she saw that the man in the car still had no intention of coming out, she once again shouted down, "Listen to the people in the car. Get down at once, or I'll be rude." As she spoke, she actually maneuvered a half-meter long boulder and slowly moved it towards the roof of the car. Gao Xianyu saw that she had moved to true anger and hurriedly stopped her. Almost, "Don't kill the guy in the car." But unexpectedly, when Fanya heard this, she immediately gave him a cross-glance without a good mood and said, "Smashing to death deserves it. Who let them attack me first? Anyway, it's not like King Nathan is sitting inside. According to Mr. Zhao's orders, anyone who comes to cause trouble will be executed." You can tell by that Fanya is really not pissed off. But Gao Xianyu didn't understand. Wasn't it just being hit on the center of the eyebrow? It's not like he was injured. It's not a big deal. Why is it a big deal? But just as he was wondering, he realized that Fanya's short skirt had some water stains on it. Suddenly, Gao Xianyu instantly understood why. "I blanch. No, she's wet." It was also at this time that Fanya realized that Gao Xianyu was looking at himself with a strange expression. Steeply, her face flushed red and she hurriedly lowered her head. A slight sobbing sound ensued as her shoulders stopped shaking. When Gao Xianyu saw this, a strong sense of self-blame immediately rose in his heart. It's over. This is a big joke. I'll be damned. He could never have imagined that Fanya, who usually looked extremely capable, would be scared like this after just being flicked on the center of her eyebrow. But then he suddenly remembered that when the two of them had chatted earlier, Fanya seemed to have said, "She has been a clerk since she joined the company." It wasn't until he was sent by Zhao Fangshu to his side that he was barely considered half a combatant. That sneak attack just now, although it didn't hurt, I'm afraid it was the closest moment to death in her life. Having never experienced life and death before, it was no wonder that she would instantly break her defenses when she suddenly received such a shock. Thinking of this, Gao Xianyu hurriedly took off his jacket and went forward to tie it around Fang Ye's waist. After covering up her short skirt, the tone was soft. You go back to the car and I'll take care of this side. Hearing this, Fang Ye swung his arm violently without lifting his head, flinging the overhanging boulder to the side, and then turned to leave. Gao Xianyu looked at her back and let out a small sigh. It seems that in the future, it's better to keep her out of this kind of thing. Spinning around, he looked toward the business driveway. Whoever you are, get out of the car right now. As he spoke, he utilized his air fingertips and painted in the air. In just the blink of an eye, a talisman was quickly completed. Seeing the people in the car, there was no intention to come down. Immediately raised his hand and waved it out. The talisman blasted the underside of the body with great speed, and there was a loud boom. Immediately afterward, the concrete floor crumbled and splattered with thick dust. At the same time, a heavy sound was made, as if steel had fallen to the ground. Stop it! Out of the dust came a broken Chinese. Gao Xianyu, who had just drawn his second talisman, looked ahead with a slightly cold expression, until the dust cleared, only to see the business car has long been on its side. Inside, several foreigners climbed out, two of them holding a woman with an oriental face. Gao Xianyu instantly recognized that it was King Nathan. Say, who are you people? Although he knew the identity of the other party, he still inquired as if he didn't know. At the same time, the talisman in his hand also moved stupidly, as if it was about to shoot out at any time. Wait, we're the Nathan Guard, and this lady is King Nathan. A Nathan Guard with a thin face and a full head of blonde hair hastened to stop it. But as soon as his words fell, Gao Xianyu immediately let out a cold snort. Quite the daredevil, daring to impersonate King Nathan? With that, he waved his arm again and flung the talisman out. When the crowd of Nathan Guards and the Nathan King who had just climbed out of the car saw this, they suddenly looked shocked. They hadn't expected that after they had reported their identities, this teenager would still want to launch an attack. You kid wouldn't, on purpose, be playing dumb here, trying to get a personal vendetta for your partner, would you? Chapter 165, Chapter 165, Aborted Life. King Nathan is going to blackmail someone. Under the dark highway, a dazzling white light lit up, illuminating the place like day. Immediately after that, a loud bang was issued. Stop it now. We've shown our identities. Alfonso Enriquez, who was one of the Nathan Guards, had his entire body glowing with white light, and was nervously standing in front of King Nathan. If he hadn't reacted quickly and hurriedly cast his foreign arts, that attack just now was about to hit King Nathan squarely. At this moment, the remaining few Nathan Guards were also looking at Gao Xianyu with vigilant faces, afraid that the kid on the other side, who couldn't understand their broken dragon language, would continue to attack them. Gao Xianyu naturally knew the identities of the several people, but in order to help Fang Ye to get rid of his anger, he simply turned a deaf ear. He just drew a talisman again with his right hand and stared at the several people with unkind eyes. I'm going to ask you one more time. Who the hell is it? Hearing this, the group of Nathan Guards instantly freaked out. Are we not talking like human beings? I've told you that you're from Nathan Island, but you don't listen. Wait, you're supposed to be from the Natopia, aren't you? Our personnel information has been sent to you. Just check it. Elijah Jones, a fellow Nathan Guard, gave a hushed reminder, but then he realized that this kid across the street had no intention of checking the information. The talisman, which had been drawn in the void, once again charged at them. Nathan Guard, where the hell is this rash? It doesn't listen to explanations and is bent on INGS. You kid wouldn't, by any chance, be the one who broke the golden branch. Seeing the talisman reach close, Elijah pulled out his revolver and pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot was issued, and a blue air bullet cut through the night sky, hitting the talisman squarely. The two clashed in the air, erupting into blazing fire and smoke. Fortunately, both of them controlled their power and did not cause too much impact. Hey, what's wrong with you guys? Don't you listen to people? Elijah exclaimed, his tone seeming rather helpless. Being in the Dragon Kingdom, he didn't want to get into a conflict with the people of wherever pass, especially since King Nathan has to be guarded during this trip to prevent the one who broke the golden branch from coming to stage a sneak attack. Gao Xianyu's gaze, however, locked onto Elijah's revolver and said in a deep voice, all firearms are banned within the Dragon Kingdom. Are you challenging the laws of my Dragon Kingdom? With that, he was about to draw another talisman to attack. Seeing this scene, the corners of the mouths of the people of Nathan Island all twitched. They wondered, what on earth was Zhao Fangshu thinking? I can't believe I arranged for such a greasy guy. However, right at this moment, Fang Ye's voice suddenly rang out. Xianyu, stop, they are indeed the people of Nathan Island. Gao Xianyu sniffed and looked slightly sideways, only to see that Fang Ye had changed into a pair of pants and walked over with her cell phone. What was displayed within it was precisely the information of the Nathan Guard and the Nathan King. Relieved? Gao Xianyu's sudden inquiry caused Fang Ye to flinch slightly, her face showing surprise. She didn't expect that Gao Xianyu would do this to help herself out. Well, much more comfortable. Fanya blushed slightly and said with a slight bow of her head. Seeing this, Gao Xianyu immediately revoked the talisman, then looked at the nascent island crowd and said, "Remember next time to answer politely when people are asking you something. To do otherwise would be to play with your own lives." Hearing this, Nathan Guard and the others also finally reacted. It was fitting that the kid in front of him had known their identity from the beginning. The reason why they struck one after another was to take it out on the female companion. "No, why are you making a fool out of us? This family has made you capable of being more arrogant than the man who broke the golden branch." However, they also knew that they were in the wrong, and only glared resentfully at Gao Xianyu and did not retort. It was also not until then that King Nathan, who was hiding in the back, slowly came forward. "I'm sorry, that was rude of us." As he spoke, he was already standing in front of a group of Nathan guards. Gao Xianyu and Fangya, at the same time, sized up this King Nathan. There was no flashy gown, just a white plain dress. The looks were standard oriental faces and carried the classical beauty unique to the Dragon Kingdom. There was just no royal aura to speak of between his hands and feet. The feeling given to Gao Xianyu, on the contrary, was more like the beggar gangmaster. "You are King Nathan?" Fanya looked at the information in her cell phone and inquired with reaffirmation. "It's me," King Nathan replied with a smile, then took out a piece of folded paper and handed it over. "This is my identity credentials." Fanya sniffed and lifted her hand to take it, double-checking it before politely saying, "Welcome to the Dragon Kingdom. This is Gao Xianyu beside me, specializing in your security during your stay in the Dragon Kingdom." As she spoke, she handed the voucher back. That's when the long blonde-haired man on the sidelines, the Nathan guard named Marcelo Garcia, said, "No need, the king is guarded by us, no one else is needed." After saying that, he glanced at Gao Xianyu with great dissatisfaction, obviously still having a hard time with what just happened. But as soon as his words fell, King Nathan smiled and spoke. "It's okay, Garcia, there's a saying in Dragonland that you have to follow the customs. Since this Mr. Cow is here to protect me, there's no reason for us to reject someone's good intentions." Saying a tone of voice, he looked at Gao Xianyu with a smile. "But as a bodyguard, you attacked and injured the person you were protecting. What are you supposed to say about this?" Hearing this, Gao Xianyu and Fangya simultaneously frowned, looking at King Nathan, who was all clean and tidy and hadn't even broken a single skin. He was instantly disgruntled. "What does this woman mean? Do you want to go to Zhao Fangshu's place to complain?" But before the two of them could react, they saw King Nathan suddenly take out a slate and violently slapped it on his forehead. In the next moment, blood suddenly flowed out, invading his clothes. "King!" A group of Nathan guards exclaimed in shock and rushed forward to stop them. Even Fangya was taken aback, her face in shock, obviously confused by this King Nathan's tawdry maneuvers. Is this woman crazy? Surprisingly, he self-harmed in public. "Wait, she's not going to touch the porcelain, is she?" Fanya was violently startled and hurriedly opened the cell phone video and aimed it at Nathan Wangdao. "What do you mean by that? Trying to blackmail us? But that's too low end of a tactic. I'd advise you to go down to the street and learn from those grandparents for a few years first." "Nathan Guard? There's teaching in this thing? Are you guys so amazing in Dragonland?" Only Gao Xianyu, with a calm face, looked at King Nathan with a playful look in his eyes. He knew too well what the other side wanted. These people, from the very beginning, made so many things happen, and it was this King Nathan who authorized it. The purpose of this is for someone to injure her so that they can use it as an excuse not to go to this meeting, thus avoiding the assassination of the man who broke the golden branch during this meeting. Chapter 166, calling the Golden Crow of the Northern Mountain. Shocking the nascent guard. Looking at the bloodied King Nathan, everyone present was shocked. Fanya even took out her cell phone in a hurry and started recording. Fearing that this Nathan King blackmailed them, even their bottoms had to be pawned off. In response, however, King Nathan did not stand in the way. Lightly throwing away the moving bricks in his hands, he pointed at his blood-covered face and laughed. "This lady, it seems you haven't realized how serious this is. As bodyguards, you are all jointly and severally responsible for whatever caused my injuries." Hearing this, Fanya was startled and subconsciously touched her wallet. This Nathan King, is he really poor and crazy? It seems that the 7 figures in his card, I'm afraid that he won't be able to keep it. But soon, the other was heard to continue. "But after what happened, there's no point in blaming anyone. Now that I'm in this condition, I won't be able to attend the next meeting." Saying that with a tone, he pointed at Fanya. "How about this? Let's have you take my place and attend this meeting." Faced with this sudden request, Fanya froze in place, pointing at herself in shock. "Me? But, there's nothing but," King Nathan interrupted directly. "You guys don't want to be blamed by your leaders either, do you? So cooperate with me, or else." However, without waiting for her to finish her words, Gao Xianyu suddenly said with a cold snort, "Faulty." "What?" King Nathan froze, apparently not hearing the meaning of those two words. Gao Xianyu took a step forward and looked at her and said, "I say you, Brainiac. As soon as these words came out, the several Nathan guards beside him were suddenly shocked and angry, and they opened their mouths to accuse. Kid, watch your tone of voice when you talk to the king. Is this how your company treats the king? But in the face of their accusations, Gao Xianyu directly ignored them and turned his head to Fangya. Go get the car and bring this king of labor to the meeting. Also get her some water to wash her face. It's making blood warring and stinging. For people to see, they'd really think we'd done something to her. Originally, he was too lazy to pay attention to King Nathan's demonizing. As long as the other party didn't die, it was none of his business to toss her around however she wanted. But on the contrary, the woman had managed to get herself some injuries to avoid being stabbed and relied on his head. This operation, harmless as it is extremely insulting. How am I supposed to stay in the circle if the Inhumans of the Dragon Kingdom find out about this? If you don't know, you'd think the old man wasn't acting. However, after hearing this forceful tone of his, King Nathan suddenly lowered his head and smiled miserably. Sure enough, it seems that I, the king, am a joke in your eyes. After all, how could hosting the arrival of a royal family be at such a time, in such a place? Saying that, he looked up at Gao Xianyu. Even the bodyguard who protects me, the king, is just a capricious child. Hearing this, Fangya, who was standing at the side, immediately broke out into a cold sweat. In its heart, it was even more frantic to cry out, "Big sister, stop it now. When you piss this ancestor off, you're really not going to exist as a king. Doesn't he smell good when he's alive? Why do you have to get killed?" In fact, it was just as Fanya had expected. Gao Xianyu's face visibly grimaced after hearing these words, and he said in a cold tone, "If you want to be disease-free, you can go to Zhaofangshu. Now, get in the car right now and follow me to the meeting." Faced with such an insolent attitude from him, the group of Nathan guards could no longer endure it and immediately stormed out. "Kid, are you trying to pick a fight and make an enemy of our Nathan Island? Hurry up and apologize to the king. Otherwise, we will never stop." Seeing that they were agitated, Fanya's eyes widened fiercely and hurriedly took a step forward, blocking the middle of the two sides. "Take your time about something. You guys mustn't be impulsive." At the end of his heart, he said that if he pissed off Gao Xianyu, he would really die. But to her dissuasion, Garcia said without appreciation, "We're cool with it, it's just that his rudeness to the king is intolerable. Now, apologize to the king at once." However, just as his words fell, Gao Xianyu's voice suddenly came out. "The northern mountains give birth to the golden crow, and the 9 suns shine with divine light. Master of the Ushi cave, summon." Hearing this familiar benediction, Fangya's whole body stiffened, and she was in despair. "Done. It's all over. I told you guys you were getting close, and you had to say you'd wait. Now you can't go back to Nathan's Island, not to mention the meeting. You're all dead." Fanya closed her eyes in despair, and was already thinking of an escape route. However, the crowd of Nathan guards looked puzzled at the behavior of the two, wondering what they were up to. But at that moment, they suddenly felt a turbulence in space. Immediately afterward, a terrifying pressure instantly struck. "Little king, by order," a muffled voice came from the void. With that, the Northern Mountain Chicken Master, who was a great demon king, slowly stepped out. What is this?" Elijah's eyes widened in disbelief and shock. The rest of the Nason guards, along with the Nason king, all wore stunned expressions. Apparently there was no confusion as to why this red-haired, armor-clad old man in front of him was able to suddenly appear from the void. "Is this the devil?" Alfonso's body trembled slightly, his tone filled with horror. As a heritage family specializing in light magic, he could clearly sense it. The aura emanating from this old man in front of him actually revealed some evil power. Most of all, this person's killing aura was tremendous, obviously acting extremely calmly, but between his hands and feet, he was able to leak out a murderous aura that sent chills down his spine. He couldn't understand just how many people had to be killed to forge this fury. There was also this teenager in front of me, who was not a great trader. Why is it that he was able to summon such a vicious creature with just a few words? "Protect the king." As the only older of the Nathan guards, the oldest of the old, Erika Wagina immediately let out a low cry and quickly blocked in front of King Nathan. The cloudy eyes, full of panic, stared at the Northern Mountain Chicken Master with an incomparably grave expression. The rest of them instantly snapped back to their senses after hearing her reminder. All of them used their respective abilities as if they were on the verge of an enemy, ready to strike, but at the slightest hint that something is wrong, they will swarm and counterattack with all their might. Seeing this group of Nason kings, surrounded by Gao Xianyu alone, instead of surrendering, they had the audacity to resist. The last glimmer of hope in Fanya's heart was also completely extinguished. The raised hands dropped feebly, and he turned toward the limousine, saying at the same time, "I'll get the car, and after you take care of them, we'll both go to the outlaws." Originally, She had said this as a disguised reminder to Gao Xianyu not to be impulsive, and a reprieve, but unexpectedly, Gao Xianyu smiled blandly and said, "Good, destroy them and we'll both go to Nathan Island. When I kill everyone on the island, I'll make you a king for fun too." Fanya, living father, is there a possibility that I don't want to be this king? It really smells good in this dragon nation of mine. Chapter 167, grabbing King Nathan. Garcia, you big dumbass. Fanya was apprehensive in her heart and left with 3 steps, secretly begging her grandparents. She only hoped that Gao Xianyu wouldn't really go crazy and make her some kind of nascent king. That kind of overseas isolation is no different than exile, but right after she went inside, it made the originally heavy atmosphere become tense in an instant. The crowd of Nathan guards looked at the chicken master floating in mid-air, and their foreheads were already covered with tiny beads of sweat. That powerful sense of oppression was constantly breaching their mental defenses. This was especially accompanied by the thick murderous aura that literally pressed them down. As nascent guards, even if they looked at the entire world, their strength was definitely considered to be among the ranks of experts. But when faced with the strange man in the air who had a head full of red hair and looked like a delinquent teenager, even in the heart of the old lady with the highest cultivation level in the field, Erika Hoakina, there was no bottom. "King, you go first." At that moment, Elijah's voice trailed off. King Nathan, despite being their king, didn't actually have any power himself. Only on Nathan Island, relying on the divine tree, could some means be used. Now that they were facing this terrifying enemy, none of them could guarantee that they would be able to protect this king of theirs if they were to really get into a fight. Phew! King Nathan exhaled heavily as he snapped out of his shock at Elijah's exhortation. Then he even ignored the Nathan guard's obstruction and walked straight to the front, saying with a grave face, "Your name is Gao Xuanyu, right? I apologize for what I just said. I'm sorry, but I'd also like to ask you to escort me to the venue." When he said this again, King Nathan's eyes were quite clear. There was no longer the playful smile on his face from before. All that was left was fear. It was only because of the appearance of the Northern Mountain Chicken Master that she was shaken up. Whether it was this appearance or the terrifying strength of the other party, it was all the same. She couldn't figure out why this teenager in front of her, who was no more than 18 years old, had such a powerful foreign art. With just a few phrases of the mantra, he was able to summon such a powerful existence. Is this some kind of contract, or a family legacy device? Suddenly, she remembered her maternal grandfather, Li Mu Xian, who seemed to have said that when talking about his youth. In the north of the Dragon Kingdom, there was a sect with a long history. It is specialized in inviting some spirits and monsters that have gained air to fight on their bodies. At the time, when she heard it, she just thought Grandpa was bragging. It was felt that in this world, there was no way that any animal could refine air, much less get on top of people and help with the fight. If that were true, wouldn't that be even more powerful than their divine tree? How could such a sect be willing to remain isolated? I'm afraid that it would have long ago become a kingdom of its own, just like Nathan Island. But it was not until this moment that she realized that the old man was not bragging. It was a short insight. This wasn't inviting a monster to take on a body. It was clearly summoning the main body. Such a divine foreign art had truly turned her worldview upside down. However, just as she took the initiative to apologize and said that she would leave with Gao Xianyu, the group of Nathan guards felt a sinking feeling in their hearts, their brows furrowed. As people who swore allegiance to the king, they couldn't really accept seeing their own king groveling so much, but the more widely read of them, Villa, and the older, Ekari Hoakina, knew it in their hearts. Now they were in a foreign country and facing such a horrible enemy. The best thing to do right now was for Wang to obey Gao Xianyu and go to the meeting. While it would be humiliating for them, it was the safest solution, because once the two sides moved, just with the strength of that strange man in the air, it would be almost impossible to protect the king. But Garcia, who has been stuck on the island for years, and Alfonso, both of them, don't understand this at all. When they saw that King Nathan had voluntarily admitted his fault, they only felt that they had failed in their duty to protect the king. It's what makes her so condescending in front of outsiders. "King, you go, leave this place to us," Garcia said in a deep voice, then walked over to the overturned business car and slowly put his right hand on it. He was an alchemist himself, with the ability to take multiple metals and fuse them with himself. But nay, the material at the venue at this time is really limited. He could only do so with the business car in front of him. At that moment, Alfonso, who specialized in the magic of light, complained in a deep voice, "Damn, if this was on Nathan Island, I could have utilized the spell. But here." With that, he looked aside to Erika. He was still aware of this mother-in-law's ability. Although the attack power couldn't be said to be that powerful, that hand of heaven was definitely the strongest means of restricting the enemy. At that moment Erika also noticed his gaze and understood what Alfonso meant. But unexpectedly, she didn't agree, but shook her head slightly. "All calm down. This is no time for bravado. Don't forget what we came here for." With that, she first looked at King Nathan, then at Gao Xianyu, and said, "Mr. Gao, stop, we have no intention of making an enemy of you, and the strength you have shown would have made us very happy if you had used it to protect the king instead. Seeing the other party's successive gestures of goodwill, Yao Xianyu snorted coldly. Even Feng Ye, who had been watching from a short distance away, was secretly relieved. It's still the old man who knows what's right and what's wrong. Now that King Nathan had gone soft and Nathan Guard had no intention of making a move, it seemed like there was no need to run away. But before this heart of hers could fall, Garcia, whose hand touched the business car, suddenly shouted angrily, "What a joke! Now someone is threatening the king. How can we, as Nathan Guards, agree?" As he spoke, his body, unexpectedly, merged into that business car. Seeing this scene, Elijah and Erica were both shocked and shouted one after the other, "Garcia, stop it, stupid, do you want to get the king killed?" But apparently, they underestimated Garcia's stubbornness. Only Garcia's voice came from that business car. "Wherever and whenever, I will never allow anyone to be rude to the king, much less threaten him." As he spoke, the business car actually began to melt, and then quickly reorganized. In just a few moments, it was transformed into dozens of sharp blades. Seeing this, King Nathan's face also suddenly changed, and he hurriedly stopped it. "Enough, Garcia, stop it, it's nothing." At the same time, in its heart, it was already mad. "Why the hell are you so greasy in 4 or 6? What's wrong with Gao Xianyu threatening me? It's not like I'm missing a piece of meat, but you boys really want me dead." I wondered, what kind of illusion would make you think that you could beat the old man in midair? But just as the nascent island crowd discouraged Garcia, Gao Xianyu's gloomy voice came out steeply, "Chicken Master, take care of them. Nathan's island crowd, not good, it's going to get wiped out." 168.